I clearly awakened as an SSS-level violent mage, yet my classmates mocked me as a worthless fraud with only a reputation, all because my ranged attack damage is a mere 1 point, and my attribute panel lacks a mana bar, relegating me to the bottom of the class. Seeing this, the class beauty Lu Ruyan publicly broke up with me, but what they don't know is that I also received the blessing of an ancient god. My melee attacks crit every hit, and I'm even immune to all magical attacks. At this moment, I, Luling, placed my hands on the awakening stone, and the system prompt sounded, detected that the host has transitioned into a mage, activating the martial god system for you. The martial god system will strive to serve you, forging you into a peerless war god who achieves sainthood through physical prowess. Error. Host's class is mage, unable to activate the martial god system normally. Rebooting. After the reboot, the prompt stated, martial god system, mage edition, will serve you faithfully. Hearing these prompts, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking to myself, how could a mage like me awaken a martial god system? Shouldn't it be something like a divine mage system? But there was no choice. I couldn't just let the system stop working. Immediately after, the system announced, host successfully awakened. System rewards 1 lottery draw, drawing a skill for you, followed by, draw successful. Congratulations, host has obtained an S-rank skill, mana conversion. The skill's effect converts every point of spell power into 2 points of physical attack power, literally. Knowledge is power. After reading the description, I froze, thinking, what kind of situation is this? Am I supposed to go up and hit people with my staff? I wore a bitter smile, but soon remembered the description of my blessing from the ancient god melee expert trait. This unit gains an additional 56% mental resistance, is immune to magical attacks below its own level, immune to 80% of magical attacks above its own level, gains a 100% increase in melee damage, while ranged damage is reduced to 10%. Crunching the numbers, my melee damage could double, meaning hitting people with my staff would indeed deal more damage than casting spells. As I pondered this, another wry smile crept onto my face. I checked my attribute panel. Name, Luling, class, mage, rating, S rank, current level, 1, innate skill, master of all spells, equipped skill, mana conversion, HP 100, MP 0, physical attack 11 plus 2, staff bonus, spell power 10, physical defense and magical defense, various. Staring at the panel, I stroked my chin, and an image flashed in my mind, me, bulging with muscles, grinning wildly as I swung my staff, wreaking havoc. At the awakening square of Wuji High School, a massive arcane magic circle appeared. This formation was designed to create a semi-virtual space for low-level professionals to undergo trials and level up. The principal responsible for activating the trial space stepped onto the stage and announced, the trial is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves, everyone. Support class professionals may choose 1 teammate to enter with. The trial is simple. Every monster slain inside will be converted into points, and higher points mean better rankings. You have 5 minutes left. With that, he stood by the runestone and closed his eyes to rest. Just as I was about to review the trial details again, a gentle voice called from behind, Luling, would you team up with me? I froze, turning to see Lin Wanwan, the school's beauty. Lin Wanwan was the dream goddess of countless boys at Wuji High, gentle, beautiful, with deep, mesmerizing eyes that drove many to infatuation. But I wasn't one of them. We weren't close. In 3 years, we'd exchanged fewer than 20 sentences. Seeing my surprise, Lin Wanwan assumed I was reluctant, her expression turning slightly awkward, but she bit her lip and continued, our team happens to need a mage, and I think you'd be a good fit. Her words were overheard by Su Yuntian nearby, who sneered, Lin Wanwan, what's the point of teaming up with him? Don't you know he's useless? His damage as a mage is even lower than a tank's. Are you counting on him to carry you through the trial? The class beauty, Lu Ruyan, chimed in disdainfully, exactly, a loser like him can barely protect himself, let alone help others in a trial. How laughable. Lin Wanwan's face darkened as she glared at Su Yuntian. Who I team up with is none of your business. Su Yuntian's mockery deepened. Well, I'd love to see how a healer and a useless mage plan to clear the trial. He then shot me a sarcastic look. Don't come crying when the great Lin Wanwan is trembling behind you. With that, he laughed loudly and left with Lu Ruyan in his arms. After they left, Lin Wanwan turned to me again. Ignore him. Join my team, we'll definitely pass the trial. Truthfully, Lin Wanwan had her own ulterior motive. She'd had a crush on me for a long time but kept it hidden. Previously, Lu Ruyan often boasted to others about how close we were, leading Lin Wanwan to mistakenly believe I liked Lu Ruyan. It wasn't until after the awakening ceremony, when Lu Ruyan abruptly cut ties with me, that Lin Wanwan realized I'd never agreed to anything with Lu Ruyan. After a moment's hesitation, I shook my head. My strength probably won't be much help to you. You're better off finding someone else. Thanks for the offer. Lin Wanwan looked disappointed and was about to speak when the principal's voice rang out from the stage. Time's up. Everyone, Prepare yourselves. With that, he activated the arcane teleportation array beside him. In an instant, an ancient blue light enveloped the entire awakening square, and a surge of spatial magic energy transported all the students into the simulated space. I only felt a wave of dizziness, and when I woke up again, I found myself in a lush forest. The sinister ancient forest? The highest difficulty trial map? I muttered to myself, then took out my class-exclusive beginner equipment, the novice staff, from my backpack. This staff was of low quality, adding only 2 points of spell power, and its description was unremarkable, merely stating that it allowed apprentice mages to cast spells quickly. I couldn't help but complain. Casting spells? Cast what? As a mage, my fireball deals less damage than a tank's shield bash. Still, the staff's +2 spell power was equivalent to +4 physical attack, and its shape could barely pass as a club. After coming to terms with it, I equipped the staff and headed deeper into the forest. I had long memorized the strategy for this map and knew where the monster spawns were dense. Not far into my journey, I encountered a few level 1 mobs, skeletons, ordinary level 1, with 60 HP and 12 attack. I grinned and said, "Let's use you to test my skills." The next moment, I dashed forward, raising the staff high. The examiner watching me spat out his tea in shock, furrowing his brows and muttering, "Which class is this student from? Since when do mages fight like this?" Shaking his head, the examiner thought the first elimination was about to happen, but what followed left him so stunned he dropped his teacup. I swung the staff down with a mountain-splitting strike, dealing -62 damage. With a loud crack, the skeleton shattered into bone fragments. The examiner froze, baffled. What just happened? A mage one-shotting a mob with a basic melee attack? Is this really a mage? Even high-attack assassins need 3 hits to kill a level 1 skeleton. The shocked examiner hurried off to report to the principal. After dealing with these skeletons, a notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, for defeating 4 enemies using melee attacks. Reward, 4.5 points. I smiled faintly. Looking at the staff in my hand, it felt better than expected. Before I could savor the moment, a clattering sound came from behind. Sensing danger, I instinctively dodged sideways as a skeletal hand grazed past my face. I turned around to find a pitch-black skeleton that had appeared out of nowhere. Upon inspection, I learned it was a skeleton elite, level 3, with 150 HP and 22 attack. I paused briefly, then grinned. An elite mob? Perfect. I was looking for one. With that, I charged at the skeleton elite, staff in hand. Outside, the principal, who had just been summoned, frowned at the screen, about to reprimand me, only to be left speechless by what he saw next. Luling no longer felt anything wrong at all with swinging a staff at a monster. On the contrary, he even found it a little too much. Only the dark brown wooden mace carried a strong wind and ruthlessly struck the elite skeleton monster's body. The skeleton monster was also outright confused. "That's not right, is it, comrade? Aren't you a mage? Where's your positioning? Where's your pull? Isn't it a bit disrespectful for you to just come up and hit me with your staff?" But when it felt the terrifying force coming from Luling's staff, it was directly dumbfounded. -60. No, dude, you lost half my blood with one swing of your staff? Are you an elite monster or am I an elite monster? A great deal of doubt bubbled up in the skeleton's tiny head. And Luling didn't give it time to continue thinking. In a head full of black question marks, this skeleton elite monster let out a reluctant hiss and was knocked into bone fragments by Luling's second blow that followed. Luling, who had managed to kill an elite monster in 2 seconds, had also risen to level 2 and gained a free attribute point. At the same time, spell strength has been increased by 1 point again. The only attributes a magician can grow with their level are mana and spell strength, and spirituality. Everything else needs to be boosted by free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using a melee attack to kill a strong enemy. You've gained 5 wushu points and a chance to draw a lottery. And the principal has gone numb. What is this? A mage can fight like this? You jumped up and killed an elite monster with 2 staffs? And it's also a level crossing kill. The principal was a direct and perfect replica of the look on the examiner's face just now. Luling couldn't help but stretch his body after successfully killing the skeleton elite monster. That's good. There was only one thought in his mind. In that case, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to not be able to throw skills. With my flat A, I'll be able to dominate this trial. In that case, I'll take the first place in the test. Luling thought with a smile. The next image nearly dislocated the principal's and examiner's jaws. Only Luling was seen carrying a staff around like a demon lord, 1 at a time for level 1 mini-monsters, 2 at a time for level 3 elites. In just 10 minutes or so, Luling was already level 4.5, close to level 5. His points were even more exaggerated, leaving him more than 20 points directly behind second place. Master Lu, who had been busy for half a day, was also a bit tired, and after solving 7 or 8 small monsters once again, he found a place to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuntian was leading Yao Ningning, dealing with a dozen level 1 monsters. As a swordsman profession with relatively balanced attributes, coupled with the assistance of a nurse by his side, it made Su Yuntian feel like a fish out of water, and he soon chopped the dozen or so skeletons into pieces. Watching Su Yuntian put away his sword in a pretentious manner, Yao Ningning's eyes flooded with small love. "Brother Su, you're so handsome. This way, people will be level 2 soon too." Su Yuntian smiled pretentiously and said in a breezy manner, "These monsters aren't even a challenge to me. If it wasn't for the sake of bringing you along, I'm afraid I'd have already killed my way to the trial boss." As he said that, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. "I also wonder where the road grand genius would be at this time. Maybe he's already been scared by the monsters and pissed his pants, directly quitting the trial. Ha 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 ha." Su Yuntian laughed freely, his heart bursting with joy at the thought of Luling becoming an invalid. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Luling was already close to level 5 and was starting to dish out the trial boss. As far as he knew, the boss of the Netherworld Bone Forest was a demonic creature with dual attributes, counting it as a difficult monster. His own damage is enough, it's the other attributes that are still close, and he might be a bit of a pushover against it. By the way, it looks like I have one more chance at the raffle. As Luling thought about it, he suddenly remembered that when he had killed the skeleton elite monster for the first time earlier, the system had prompted him to obtain a chance to draw a prize, as well as several martial god points. Martial god points. Luling knew that this could be used to exchange items in the system's martial god mall. The current martial arts mall is still first level, so you can only exchange free attribute points, as well as white equipment and D-ranked random skills. Might as well use this sweepstakes opportunity first, Luling thought, immediately opening the system panel and selecting the universal sweepstakes. Being drawn for you. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a purple level collectible. A rank skill book, dimensional tier. Skill book, dimensional tearing. Available professions, magician. Category, arcane. Rating, A. Effect, when equipped, this skill passively allows a single spell to ignore 10% of the target's defense for 20 seconds on cooldown. Increases this effect by 300% when released actively, but requires 10 points of blue to be deducted per second. No cooldown for active release. After reading the skill description, Luling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Mage divine skill. This ignores defense, which is equivalent to real damage, which is a very powerful meat-beating divine skill. But it seems like it doesn't do for you. One's base value is so low. Even if it's 100% true damage, what can it do? Chapter 4, Out to the Rescue. One man with 3 sisters. With a helpless smile, Luling studied the skill book and then equipped it on the skill bar. Suddenly there is the pain of not being able to perform on the day of your wedding. Luling was spitting out this damn divine blessing when he suddenly heard a fierce fight from not far away. Luling immediately shouldered his staff and headed in that direction, only to see a 3-member squad consisting of girls being surrounded by a large group of skeleton elite monsters. The priest who stood in the center constantly throwing healing light balls was none other than Lin Wanwan, the schoolgirl who had invited Luling to form a team before the trial began. It's her? Looks like she's in big trouble. Looking at a large group of level 4 or 5 skeleton elite monsters, Luling pondered for a moment and decided to help out. At this time, Lin Wanwan's heart was incomparably remorseful. Just now, I shouldn't have agreed to venture into a high-risk area to brush monsters. I never imagined that it would actually attract so many high-level elite monsters. I'm afraid the grade for this trial will only be a bare pass. Just when she was lost, she suddenly saw a man in a white robe scurry out of the woods. Like a god descending from the heavens, he instantly tore through the skeletal monster's encirclement. Lin Wanwan froze slightly and immediately recognized Luling. But soon, the next scene made her directly stay in place with her small mouth slightly open. Her 2 teammates subconsciously shouted when they saw someone appear. "Hey, watch out, these are high-level elite monsters, don't fight them head-on." However, Luling turned a deaf ear and grinned. The staff in his hand carried a strong wind and waved like a phantom. Boom boom boom. Several crunching sounds of blunt weapons striking bones came, and the few skeleton monsters that were closer to Luling were instantly smashed into bone fragments. Now, Lin Wanwan's 2 teammates also froze. What's this guy's profession? A skeleton elite monster with such a high blood count was actually killed by him in 2 seconds? Lin Wanwan also reacted at this moment, and busily threw a healing light orb on Luling's body while turning to her 2 frothing teammates. "Stop gawking. Go help." The 2 of them then woke up as if from a dream and rushed up to help Luling. But there didn't seem to be much need for it, and in just a moment's time, Luling had already punched 7 or 8 skeleton elite monsters to death. The remaining skeletons were about to piss themselves in fear, and they were busy switching targets and attacking towards Luling. But after solving those elite monsters just now, Luling had already managed to rise to level 5. So at this moment, where would he still be afraid of these skeletons whose level was the same as his own? Accompanied by a whirling swipe, the last skeleton monster was also reduced reduced to bone fragments by Luling, and this group of elite monsters was finished off by Luling with the power of one person. This performance also caused all three sisters to show a dumbfounded expression, especially after they saw Luling's weapon, and the magician's robe on his body. They began to be skeptical. You're a mage? The heavy rider girl on the left who was responsible for resisting the monsters said to Luling with an incredulous face. Luling laughed and nodded as an answer to her words. Seeing this, the two sisters were directly petrified on the spot. Mage in the early stage is an extremely dependent on teammates of the output class occupation, characterized by a long hand as well as a wide range of AoE damage. Laid up after the control of the field is very strong. However, the short board of the mage is also very obvious. That is, the early stage is more vulnerable. The body plate is very brittle, usually standing in the last position of the team. But this dude in front of me, a mage, froze and fought more fiercely than a warrior, and the damage is also explosive. I'm afraid that even the top assassins don't have as much bare damage as he does, right? What kind of monster is this? Aren't the two of them purely weak in comparison? Just as the two of them were messing up, Lin Wanwan gratefully extended her delicate little hand towards Luling. Mr. Luling, I'm really thankful to you just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd be in danger, Lin Wanwan softly said. Her tone was extraordinarily gentle, and her eyes even carried some delight. Her two companions also reacted and thanked Luling. Luling, however, just gently waved his hand and was just about to leave on that note, but suddenly thought of something. Why didn't he just take them to brush the trial boss? It just so happened that when you added yourself, a full pro squad took shape, and saved yourself the time of having to go around leveling again. One should know that the first person to brush off the trial boss would be able to directly receive a 30-point reward. Moreover, the boss will also drop materials and equipment, which can be good treasures. If you were on your own, it would probably take a while of brushing before you could securely pass the boss. But bring a squad with milk and tanks, then you can just go for it now, he thought, turning his head to the three girls with their little starry eyes and stroking his chin. You guys, how many levels now? On the other hand, Su Yuntian also managed to brush up to level 5. Powerful strength was constantly traveling through his body, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Ha ha ha, I must be the first one to reach level 5 in this trial. Su Yuntian laughed maniacally, and then immediately gave an order. Call everyone, let's go straight to brush the trial boss. Yao Ningning, who was on the side, looked at Su Yuntian's domineering appearance and immediately revealed a flirtatious smile as she stepped forward and licked it. And Su Yuntian's little brother did hesitate for a moment, then said, Boss, at the brother's current level, it might be very dangerous if he goes to brush the trial boss. Before the words left his mouth, Su Yuntian glared at him. Shut up, go when you are told to go. Are you trying to disobey me? The little brother was too scared to say anything more at that, and immediately ran down to inform. How could Su Yuntian not know about this? But he didn't care. As long as he was able to kill the trial boss and set a new record for the fastest record for this map, that would be enough. He didn't care about the deaths of those minions. Just wait, Luling. I want you to know that I'm the one who shines the brightest. Su Yuntian laughed wildly, his heart incomparably happy. On the other hand, Luling, however, had already brought the three of them, Lin Wanwan, to the vicinity of the trial boss's lair, the most dangerous place on the entire map. Luling, are we really going to brush the monsters here? Su Xiao, the tank girl in charge of attracting monsters, said timidly. Just now, they had only strolled around the more peripheral areas, and they had almost been chased and hacked to death by the elite monsters. The intensity and density of the monsters here could be several times higher than where they were just now. Luling smiled slightly and said, Just go, Lin Wanwan, you just need to give them the treatment and leave the rest to me. Luling said, twirling his staff around in his hand in a club twist. The three women nodded their heads, and their hearts recalled Luling's just heroic performance, and their originally bottomless hearts suddenly settled down quite a bit. Then I'll start. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and directly turned on the initial skill taunt of the tank-type professions, instantly attracting quite a few monsters. The roar made the three women slightly nervous, but Luling was breezy, accompanied by a true-stick education. The three girls rubbing against Luling's experience all managed to rise to level 4. As for Luling himself, he had directly risen to level 7. At the same time, he once again harvested a large wave of martial god points, as well as a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden collectible. S-Class Skill Book Arcane Siphon. Skill Book Arcane Siphon. Grade, S. Effect, 15% of the spell damage you deal to an enemy will be converted into life and draw a certain amount of mana. The overflow will be converted into a temporary shield. Up to 20% of your life. Luling, who had originally just casually pumped his hand, was instantly stunned. Holy, it's a magic trick. It's a spell version of a blood-sucking knife, and it can steal blue? It's a godsend for longevity. Chapter 5, Taunt, Robbing the Monster. But he quickly thought again that his long-range damage was attenuated and couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. Nerfed to 0.1%, which doesn't seem to do as much damage as I do with face A. Wait, sticky face? Lu Plume came to his senses. Just get in your face and rule the spell as melee damage, which not only doesn't decay, but doubles. Isn't that enough? Luling made a snap decision and immediately equipped the initial skill of the mage profession, Fireball, on his skill bar. Magicians were born with one more skill bar than other professions, and with Luling's S-rank natural skill, it made him have a full 5 skill bars. After equipping all the skills, Luling couldn't wait to find a fallen elite monster and test it out. He was seen rushing to the monster's face with an arrow step, and the staff in his hand was shoved directly into the elite monster's mouth, releasing a fireball spell. With a loud boom, this poor elite monster was directly blown to pieces by the fireball. -208. The high amount of mana damage and the accompanying true damage directly kills it in seconds at full blood. At the same time, Luling himself had recovered 30 life points and also 10 blue points. Luling's heart was delighted. It worked! That fireball just now was ruled as melee damage, and it still enjoys the true damage bonus from Dimensional Tier. Luling couldn't help but grin widely, then turned his gaze towards the trial boss's lair. After briefly distributing the tasks, Luling led the 3 women into the lair. The boss of the eerie bone forest is a dual-form demonic creature called the Twisted Tree Spirit. When its blood level drops to half, it will absorb all the life force around it, combining with the terrain and transforming into an even more powerful presence. Even more disgusting, the first form of the Twisted Tree Spirit possessed an extremely high magic immunity, while the second form of the Tree Spirit itself had a high physical defense. This means that to beat it, you have to have 2 damage output bits, and Luling alone can fulfill this condition. Looking at the behemoth that was creeping into the nest, Luling revealed a smile. Soon, Luling led the 3 girls into battle with the trial boss Twisted Tree Spirit. With an earth-shattering roar, the Twisted Tree Spirit awoke. Countless magical vines were wrapped around the huge body, and its dark brown appearance looked quite oppressive. However, it was extremely slow, making the attack not exactly hard to dodge. Luling was already swinging with his staff on his shoulder. He was seen like a lumberjack at the feet of the Twisted Tree Spirit, frantically waving his staff in his hand, pounding the roots of the Twisted Tree Spirit one after another. Although a number of vines lashed at Luling from time to time, he didn't care at all. Only a dozen drops of blood are lost in a single draw, and a skill smashed on the side of the small monster sucked back. The role of the 3 of them, Lin Wanwan, was to take a beating, dragging down the Twisted Tree Goblin's attention as much as possible, so that Luling could output more easily. Under Luling's meticulous calculations, the Twisted Tree Goblin's blood was dropping fast and was about to enter its second type, but right at this moment, a sneering voice came from behind Lin Wanwan and the others. Ouch! Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Lin Wanwan turned around and instantly frowned. The visitor was none other than Su Yuntian. He was followed by a dozen or so minions. Yao Ningning was holding Su Yuntian's arm meekly and casting a disdainful look towards Lin Wanwan. At that, the minions burst out laughing. That's just it. Look at that kid actually smashing monsters with his staff. What a laugh. Come on. Our big genius Lu was already considered a man if he didn't hide behind schoolgirl Lin and cry. The taunts of the juniors also fell into Luling's ears. Only the corner of Luling's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and then immediately swung his staff with force, knocking the Twisted Tree Spirit in front of him into the second stage. There was a 5-minute gap when the Twisted Tree Spirit transformed into stage 2, just enough time for Luling to chase away these noisy flies. Seeing Luling walking towards them, the group of juniors were even more teasingly looking at Luling. What? The assholes aren't allowed to talk anymore? Look at him. He's still in a hurry? Ha 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 ha. Are you going to knock Grandpa me with your little staff? Su Yuntian also had a mocking look on his face as he walked up to Luling. Luling, if you're sensible, you'll obediently let me have this boss, or don't blame me for sending you out right now. Su Yuntian didn't check Luling's level. Arrogantly he thought that Luling was nothing more than a mage that dealt about as much damage as a tank, and at most, he would just follow the others' asses and mix up some experience. It would be nice to get to 2 levels now, and he himself was a level 5 swordsman, so it wouldn't be easy and pleasant to abuse a mage who was a few levels below him. Therefore, he directly and unreasonably intended to rob this boss in the open. In the trial, only those who kill the boss with their own hands will receive full experience value, as well as loot rewards. The rest of the aides have access to only a small percentage. Su Yuntian's idea, on the other hand, was to just find a reason to do away with Luling, so that he wouldn't get a single bit of experience. Looking at these unreasonable bullies, Lin Wanwan's delicate eyebrows rose up in anger and she took large steps to Luling's body. Then the tone was decisive. Su Yuntian, don't think you can be lawless just because you're a member of the Su family. This boss is the one that Luling has worked so hard to fight so much blood. Why should I let you have it? Lin Wanwan stepping forward surprised Luling a little. However, Su Yuntian laughed as if he had heard something funny. Lin Wanwan, are you out of your mind? How much output can he put out as a punk mage who can't even put out a skill? I don't care if you want to take him to upgrade, but this boss, Su Yuntian, am determined to get it, Su Yuntian said, and the smile on his face became a few degrees colder. If you know what's good for you, stay on the sidelines and watch. Maybe I'll be merciful and let you have some of the experience. Or else, don't blame me for not giving you face. Su Yuntian's words caused both of Lin Wanwan's teammates to become enraged, and they stood beside Lin Wanwan. Yuck! Su Yuntian, do you still want to be shameless? Bullying Wanwan for being a priest, right? We fought this boss first, why should we let you have it? If you dare to make a move against us, then you'll be waiting for the trial to be marked with 0 points. These two sisters were quite righteous, and they angrily rebuked Su Yuntian. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntian sneered and said, "Naive, do you really think I won't dare to make a move against you?" With that, he directly pulled out his weapon. Then, a mighty force suddenly erupted from his body. The aura of an S-class swordsman was no longer hidden, and his sharp aura caused the three of them, Lin Wanwan, to feel a sense of oppression. Even if I make a move to slaughter you all, there will naturally be no repercussions. So what if I have 0 points in the trial record? With my qualifications and background, am I still afraid of not going to college? Su Yuntian sneered and turned his gaze towards Luling. And that punk, not so much. The three women who heard this were all shocked. Chapter 6, Seconds. The mage sticking his face in the air and counter-killing the warrior. What Su Yuntian said was really right. If he had taken the initiative to strike at Luling, then at most he would have been awarded a 0. It really wasn't too big of a deal for him as a young master. And if Luling is affected because of this, it's over. After all, the Luling family was only an ordinary family, and if they wanted enough resources, they could only rely on themselves. But Luling smiled faintly, not putting Su Yuntian's threat in his eyes in the slightest. Yeah, try making a move on me if you dare. I promise you'll regret it. Luling smiled at him. His idea was simple, and that was to provoke Su Yuntian into making the first move, so that Luling himself could carry off all of these scumbags on the grounds of self-defense. As Luling expected, Su Yuntian's face really changed, his expression grim. He was most displeased with Luling's appearance. Fine, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Su Yuntian laughed angrily and his body flashed like a ghost as he rushed towards Luling. A rank skill residual shadow instant flash. This was a high-level displacement skill for swordsmen. It can instantly accelerate speed by 10 times and comes with a short distance displacement. Learning this skill at just level 5. The Su family was indeed rich and powerful. The price of this skill book can be sold for millions of huaxia coins. In just a blink of an eye, Su Yuntian appeared beside Luling's body, and then he used the basic skill of the swordsman class, Rapid Slash. According to Su Yuntian's anticipation, his attack power of up to 20 plus points would only need 2 or 3 slashes to directly kill Luling. The skill, Rapid Chopping, can deal 2 slashes of damage at once, each of which deals 150% of physical attack power, making it an extremely efficient means of outputting damage. However, the scene where Luling was expected to be directly killed in seconds did not occur. Instead, facing the attack that was about to slash at his body, Luling revealed a smile. You started this, he spoke faintly, then raised his staff directly to block the blow. Blocking is available to every profession, but the amount of damage that can be blocked is based on defenses as well as attributes. The staff that Luling used was naturally ineffective, plus his own constitution and strength were not high, so he still received more than 50 points of damage, but he still had the shield provided by arcane siphon on him, and that only hit him for about a fifth of his blood. After all, Luling was already level 7. Even if a mage wouldn't automatically grow his constitution plus life, he wouldn't be killed by this amount of damage in the area. Seeing that Luling actually didn't die, Su Yuntian was also stunned. Afterwards, they saw Luling's smile gradually become icy cold. Boo! Su Yuntian only felt a huge force smashed on his body, and then his body rose up in the air, and he was so dizzy in the middle of his brain that he couldn't think at all. In a trance, he saw Luling sneer and poke his staff at himself, followed by a hot, sharp pain that directly caused him to lose consciousness, and the images the minions saw were even more chilling, only to see Luling smashing Su Yuntian directly up with a mace after blocking his attack. That wasn't all. Before Su Yuntian landed on the ground, Luling made another airborne catch, directly topping his staff on Su Yuntian's body, followed by a fireball spell. -61, -189. Luling gave the level 5 swordsman Su Yuntian 2 direct seconds. Su Yuntian, who had been head-on blasted by a face-first fireball spell, directly became disorganized, and was instantly ruled dead out of the trial. Such a brutal and ferocious scene caused Su Yuntian's minions to be stunned, looking incredulously at Luling, who was like a demon king. Amazed that not only didn't get sliced off in the face of a swordsman's melee, but also took out the swordsman in seconds? That hit, that damage. What the kind of mage is that? It's a lie, isn't it? The thought flashed through the minds of the minions in unison. It was Yao Ningning who was the first to react and immediately shouted shrilly, "Luling, you actually dare to take a shot at Brother Su? You're dead. Su won't let you go." Luling turned a deaf ear and flashed an evil smile towards his minions. "A word of advice. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me if you leave it all behind later." The little brothers were furious when they heard this. You killed their master in front of them, and you dare to speak harshly? Do you really think they're made of clay? Su Yuntian must have been careless just now. Otherwise, how could he have been plastered by a mage in seconds? The minions thought this in their minds. Who are we to leave? On the basis of you? Humph. Let me tell you, even if you're lucky and succeed in sneaking up on Su, this boss still isn't yours. The little brother quickly yelled out, and Yao Ningning had something else in mind. Since Su Yuntian quit the trial, doesn't that mean, this boss, will it be cheaper for me? With so many people beside him, he only needed to drive away Luling, and the experience and points of this boss, wouldn't they all be mine? Yao Ningning revealed a greedy expression as she calculated in her mind. Seeing that they wouldn't listen to advice, Luling could only spread his hands helplessly. Fine, since you guys want it so bad, it's yours, go fight. After saying that, he smiled in a different way and retreated 100 meters back with the three women. When the little brothers saw this, they were first stunned, and then immediately thought that Luling was a wimp and afraid of them. They couldn't help but all have smug smiles on their faces. Yao Ningning was even more delighted, her face smiling like a flower. Fellow students, since Su isn't here, how about letting me have the experience of this boss? When we get out, I'll be sure to tell Su about the heroic performance you guys just did. Thinking about it, Yao Ningning immediately changed her face and smiled flirtatiously towards the surrounding minions. Unexpectedly, Luling, who was watching from the sidelines, had already had a cold smile on his face. A bunch of idiots, still standing in front of it? Luling said mockingly, then sat down leisurely on the ground, quietly waiting for a good show. It was important to know that the Twisted Tree Spirit's turn phase was a large ranged attack that would erupt towards the surroundings in a single almost second. At the end of 5 minutes, all creatures in the surrounding 100 meters are forced to absorb life force, dealing several thousand points of real damage. And Yao Ningning and the others were actually heckling in the Twisted Tree Spirit's face. They really didn't know what they were doing. Sure enough, the 5 minutes passed quickly. The Twisted Tree Spirit, which had originally transformed into a large tree, also resumed its movements once again, only to see countless more branches and vines on the ground at some point, twisting and dancing like snakes. And underneath the ground, countless thick roots had long been buried and were stirring. Yao Ningning had just convinced all of her minions and was about to lead them to attack the Twisted Tree Spirit when she felt a stabbing pain under her feet. Looking down, a section of dark green vine had wrapped itself around his calf at some point, immediately followed by a powerful suction force. Ah! Only having time to let out a mournful scream, Yao Ningning was instantly sucked into a dry corpse. Chapter 7: The End of the Trial. Complete crush. The rest of the minions also caught on, and with a cry of shock, these people instantly dried up and collapsed on the ground into a dry corpse. Seeing this, Luling couldn't help but sneer once again. What a bunch of idiots, going in hard without even reading the rundown. After saying that, he brought the three women back to the Twisted Tree Spirit and took over the fight directly and seamlessly. The Twisted Tree Spirit in its second form was even more difficult to deal with, and although it wouldn't move at all, it was able to send out many vines and branches to harass Luling, and being able to launch a surprise attack from underground can be tricky. However, Luling kept close to the Twisted Tree Goblin's main body with his windy positioning, while the staff in his hand was shoved hard into its roots, releasing fireball spell after fireball spell close to his face. -201, -203. Luling's fireball spell dealt extremely high damage against the face, combined with the accompanying burns that were very restraining to the Twisted Tree Spirit. It dried the Twisted Tree Spirit to silt blood in almost less than 5 minutes. Arcane Siphon is really well suited for Luling. Not only does it provide a high amount of life shield, but it also sucks up blue. It directly transformed him into a perpetual motion machine, with a 2-second fireball to his face. As the last fireball exploded, the Twisted Tree Spirit let out a mournful wail and fell to the ground, completely motionless. Cadet Luling has successfully killed the boss Twisted Tree Spirit. Points rewarded. Luling heard a beep. At the same time, the system also gave a direct reward of 50 martial god points plus 2 chances to draw. That's not all. Luling saw at a glance something that was glowing in the body of the Twisted Tree Spirit, and smilingly went up to pick it up. Grade D material Eerie Demon Wood. Introduction: Twisted Tree Spirit Drops can be used to create jewelry. That wasn't all. Underneath this material, a first-ranked magic core had also burst out. The explosion rate of magic cores is very low. It was less than 1%. The fact that Luling was able to explode it at once meant that his luck was still quite good. There are many functions of the magic core, which can be used for alchemy, pharmacy, building equipment, weapons, inlay. This one first-order magic core was enough to sell for a high price, close to 300,000 Huaxia coins. This wave of harvest made Luling very satisfied, and he was about to ask Lin Wanwan and the others how to distribute it when he heard Lin Wanwan say, "Luling, killing the boss this time was all your work alone. None of us played much of a role, so take all this loot." Lin Wanwan smiled gently. Her two teammates nodded as well. Luling raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but Lin Wanwan added, we haven't even thanked you for taking us leveling, so keep these for yourself." Upon hearing this, Luling didn't say anything else, so he pocketed the magic cores and materials. Along with the trial boss being killed, Luling also managed to rise to more than level 9. Looking at the time, there were still about 20 minutes until the end of the trial. After taking the three sisters to brush the monsters until the end of the trial, Luling managed to end the trial with an unbelievable score of 239 points. This score pulled a full 60 points from the second place, and it broke Wuji Middle School's trial record for many years. The principal watched Luling's perspective the entire time, and was already convinced of one thing in his mind: Luling is still a genius. Even if he was restricted by words, he was still an incomparably powerful existence. No, this good seedling the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, can't miss out on. Looking at Luling's smiling side face, the principal murmured. With the end of the trial, all the students who managed to survive to the end were sent out. The Awakening Square was filled with a cacophony of people. It's too hard. The trial map this time is actually the gloomy bone forest, and if I hadn't switched to an elite monster at the end, I would have flunked. Yeah. The elite monsters here are so intense and densely distributed that there's no way to completely bypass them. I just went in and messed with a bunch of elite monsters. I was directly surrounded and died. What bad luck! The crowd of students were spitting on the trial. They then began to discuss the winner of the trial. Who do you think will win first place in this trial? It's 80% Su Yuntian. He's a swordsman profession with an awakened S-rank talent. The pre-combat ability is terrifyingly strong. It's not necessarily so, is it? Maybe it's Xiaoran? Xiaoran has also awakened his S-rank talent, and an assassin's pre-assassin damage can be even higher than a swordsman's. The crowd talked, completely forgetting about Luling, who had also awakened an S-rank talent. Everyone knew that Luling was already shaped like an invalid despite being the same S-ranked professional because he had obtained the divine gift word. But when the trial leaderboards were lit up, everyone looked at the name on the leaderboards in shock. Luling, professional mage, 239 points. Fully 50 points higher than the second-place assassin, Xiaoran. Su Yuntian, who was the favorite to win the title, couldn't even see his name. How is that possible? Doesn't Luling have a negative God's gift phrase? How is it possible to get such a high score? Could he have cheated? For a while, all the students discussed incredulously. Just as everyone was shocked by the results of the trial, Su Yuntian's appearance drew the students' attention, only to see Su Yuntian walk straight towards Luling, and then spoke angrily. "Luling, how dare you? How dare you strike at me in the middle of the trial? Believe it or not, one word from me will make you unable to take the college entrance exam?" Su Yuntian said in a spiteful tone, itching to strike out at Luling on the spot. At that, the students were shocked. Luling, a mage, was able to take out Su Yuntian. A warrior? Could it be a sneak attack while Su Yuntian was brushing monsters? That would barely make sense. But it's despicable. And Luling just smiled faintly, not taking him seriously at all. "Get this straight. You were the one who struck out at me first. I was only acting in self-defense. What? Are you allowed to come and rob my monsters and beat up my people and not let me fight back?" Luling's words shocked the students once again. Su Yuntian robbed Luling's monsters and got killed back by Luling while fighting monsters? Can these words really form a sentence? How could a mage, while brushing monsters on the side, kill a swordsman back? And Luling is still a crap mage. The conversation between the two has left a crowd of students in disbelief, with a wide variety of accounts. But at that moment, a majestic voice suddenly came. "Su Yuntian, you are too disappointing. How dare you openly violate the rules of the trial and do such a spiteful thing?" Only to see Headmaster Chu Shanha slowly fall from the air with a gloomy face, staring at Su Yuntian and scolding him sternly. "According to the decision of the school administration, your trial grade is annulled." That was like a heavy bomb when it came out. The principal's words indicated that what Luling had just said was true. Luling backstabbed Su Yuntian while brushing the monsters. This was what caused Su Yuntian's result to be only in 9th place. Luling horror as it were? Chapter 8, Principal's Invitation. Top Guild. And the principal, after pronouncing this decision, said with a cold grunt, "Su Yuntian, I know that your Su family has some power, but Jiangcheng City is not your Su family's call. As an outstanding student of our school, Luling has broken the record of Wuji Middle School's trials for decades. Such a talented young man, even if your father came, he wouldn't think of harming him, but would think of recruiting him. If you dare to make a move against him, then you're an enemy of the entire Wuji Middle School, the principal said forcefully, in a very determined tone. Luling was slightly surprised, then immediately figured out the principal's intention. 80% of the time, the principal had already seen his operation in the trial and had aroused a love for talent, wanting to recruit himself, which was why he stood up for himself. At the same time, put the word out to bail yourself out. But Luling was happy with that. After all, the development of professionals cannot bypass a large amount of resources. Luling was not born in a famous family, so if you want resources to develop, then choosing a guild to join is necessary, especially since Luling had awakened a profession that required a lot of resources in the early stages like a mage. On the other side, when Su Yuntian heard the words, his heart was also startled, and then it was flooded with endless hatred, itching to kill Luling on the spot. But impulsive as he was, he didn't lose his head. The principal himself was a third-turn powerhouse of over 180 levels, and was the vice president of one of the two major local professional guilds. The person he wants to protect, the Su family wants to move, also need to weigh. Seeing that there was no way to continue to find trouble with Luling, Su Yuntian no longer stayed, and with an angry snort, he whisked his sleeve away. On his way out, Su Yuntian glared fiercely at Luling, secretly vowing in his heart that he would make Luling pay for this. Once Su Yuntian left, the principal looked at Luling, his expression becoming much milder. Luling, you really didn't let me down. This trial, your performance is perfect. Such an excellent result has not been seen for a long time even in the entire Jiangcheng city. The principal smiled and complimented. Luling nodded his head lightly and said a few words very modestly, making the principal's impression of Luling better in his mind. Strong strength and still not arrogant. Indeed a good seed. Within the trial also helped Wanwan that girl a hand. Can be seen that its character will not be bad. It is worth cultivating a hand. The principal thought to himself and threw an olive branch directly towards Luling. Student Luling, I wonder if you're interested in making a trip to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild with me? I've watched you today. With your talent, I'm sure that will be a good place for you to develop in the future. The principal was very direct and did not beat around the bush at all. After hearing this, Luling agreed after just a moment of slight contemplation. Sure. Seeing Luling agree, the principal was very satisfied and looked at Luling with a smile. But suddenly his words changed. By the way, this time in the trial, did you team up with that little girl Wanwan? Luling froze, then nodded. Good, nice. It's the first time in all these years that I've seen that girl act so attached to a boy. The smile on the principal's face grew stronger. Only the last sentence, Luling did not hear clearly. After agreeing to go to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild headquarters together after the meeting later, the principal returned to the stage and began to award the rewards. As the first place winner, Luling was also directly rewarded with 100,000 huaxia coins, plus a gold-grade equipment redemption coupon, and a silver-grade jewelry redemption coupon. After the rewards were handed out, the principal encouraged the students a few more times to prepare for the college entrance exams in this month's time, and then announced the dismissal. After the dismissal, the principal directly led Luling to the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, the downtown area of Jiangcheng City. It was the first time Luling had experienced the feeling of flying, and she couldn't help but feel a little novel. It was a great feeling to soar, even though you were being taken for a ride. Soon, the destination was reached. The headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild was extremely dignified and atmospheric, with an extremely grand phoenix pattern placed in the center of the spacious hall, which was the guild symbol of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Bypassing the reception area, the principal directly led Luling to a place similar to a testing ground. With your results in the trial, it's not a problem to join even directly, but I'd like to take a look at your career panel before I set you up with a battle test. Is that okay, Luling? Looking at Luling's slightly puzzled eyes, the principal explained with a smile. At those words, Luling's heart was clear. The principal is trying to do himself a favor with this move. Only by showing enough strength and then enjoying the resources will there be no worries. What would the members of the guild think if they were able to enjoy the resources just because they were recommended by the principal to come in? So, it is also necessary to conduct a battle test. With that in mind, Luling nodded, then released his profession panel. Luling, occupation, magician. Current level, 10. Natural skill, mastery of all laws, S. Equipped skills, mana transformation LV1 dimensional tear LV1 arcane siphon LV1. Life, 560, mana, 1000. Physical attack, 15, plus 80, spell strength, 40. Physical defense, 13, spell defense, 13, Strength, 10 Constitution, 10, Spirit, 28, Agility, 18, current blitz rate, 0%. This unit has been blessed with the Divine Blessing Melee Specialist. Looking at Luling's occupation panel, the principal was slightly surprised. Since it was not possible to view the effects of specific skills in the skills section, the principal was unaware of Luling's attack power increase. This panel is a pretty standard mage panel, with little blood and lots of blue, and doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, the combat power that Luling had displayed was very exaggerated, so it must be that the skills and talents had some kind of heaven-defying effect. This indicated that it was highly likely that Luling had awakened some sort of hidden profession prerequisite. Of course, the principal wouldn't directly open his mouth to ask. After all, it was about the privacy of every professional. After a slight assessment, the principal brought Luling to the entrance of a D-rank simulated secret realm. The simulated secret realm was a virtual space created from the core fragments of the real secret realm, which required only energy to constantly refresh the monsters inside. Meanwhile, professions before level 20 could gain experience in it, but could not obtain drop items. This kind of secret realm required a large amount of materials and material resources, but allowed low-leveled professions to level up with 0 casualties, and only high-leveled guilds could afford to use it. And the Heavenly Phoenix Guild had a dozen such simulated secret realms, so it was evident that their strength was extraordinary. Luling, although this secret realm is rated D, its difficulty is no less than a C-rank secret realm. Logically, your current level shouldn't have been able to brush the secret realm, but I think with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem, the principal said, pulling out an identity card from his pocket and personally opening the entrance to the secret realm for Luling. Chapter 9, Battle Test, Skill to Surprise. Luling nodded his head, and naturally no fear was born in his heart. Soon after, as Luling entered the secret realm, the guild members gathered around couldn't help but notice the place. That's Vice President Chu Shanha? He actually personally brought someone here for the battle strength test? Could it be that Zhang Chang has produced another demonic genius? Soon, Luling's trip to the secret realm attracted the attention of many people. Hey, that kid is still wearing a novice suit? Still a mage. Why did he enter the D-rank secret realm alone? He's still entering the second most difficult purgatory town. A brittle profession doesn't have to be vaporized in minutes, right? For a while, the crowd was not optimistic about Luling. On the other hand, Luling, who had entered the secret realm, was not half flustered at the moment. Since he was completely unfamiliar with this secret realm, Luling was still slightly cautious in exploring his surroundings. The main structure of the secret realm was a dilapidated town, and the air was filled with a scorching heat. It was not difficult to see that its monsters were of the fire attribute. After Luling turned around, he soon saw the first monster. Demon Flame Ghost, normal, rank 10, attack power 48, elemental attribute mixed damage, blood 800. Luling instantly recognized this kind of demonic creature, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. So it's them. The Flame Ghost is a fire-attributed demonic creature, and is a rare object legal mixed damage, with attacks having a probability of being able to hook up with a scorching effect that deducts 1% of maximum life value per second and reduces healing. It was considered to be a rather difficult type of demonic creature, but Luling was not afraid at all. He was immune to magic damage of the same level. Hanging a scorch doesn't even bring blood loss, and it cuts Flame Ghost's damage in half, so it's just not too easy to deal with. Thinking that, Luling immediately pulled out his new mace, then ran towards these 3 flame ghosts that were spread out at the entrance of the town with great strides. This maneuver immediately froze the guild members watching the battle. What is this? Isn't he a mage? Why didn't he throw his skills first? Instead, he took the initiative to run forward? Did he still want to fight Flame Ghost face to face? Where is this little cutie from? Why did Chu Shanha bring a guy like this to the battle test? Could it be a relative of his? For a while, everyone looked at the principal, Chu Shanha, in confusion. On the other hand, Chu Shanha continued to stare at the screen without changing his expression, not thinking that Luling's actions were inappropriate in the slightest. Seeing this, the crowd was already convinced in their hearts that this kid was 80% of Chu Shanha's relatives, and was brought to go through the motions, and a wave of disdain could not help but rise in their hearts. However, without waiting for them to secretly spit, they unanimously stared at each other as if they had seen something unbelievable, only to see Luling on the screen, after getting close to a flame ghost, snapped out and swung the new staff in his hand, directly swinging a flame ghost away. -181, -181. Taking advantage of the flame ghost's gap and being floated, Luling violently connected with 2 more staffs, directly drying the flame ghost without half a blood. And that's not all. By the time the hapless flaming ghost had just landed, Luling took another arrow step forward and disliked the staff hard on the flame ghost's head, then blasted a fireball spell close to his face. Boom! -508. This blow directly shattered along with the flame ghost's body. The violent explosion caused Luling to take a few steps back due to the reaction force. A smile also appeared on his face. Such a violent way of fighting almost made the jaws of these guild members drop. No, this is a mage? Those 2 hits just now. Even a berserker wouldn't dare to play like that, right? Smashing spells against your face. This person is simply insane, but his damage is too high, isn't it? A level 10 professional, hitting a flame ghost with 3 flat A's plus a fireball in seconds? Still using a novice weapon. The crowd murmured in surprise, but Luling's next fight was even more of a speechless battle for them. 3 flame ghosts, all above level 10. This would really need to be stretched for a while if other professions were to fight in their novice suits, but Luling is just so simple and rough in seconds. A brittle-skinned profession, directly against the damage of 3 monsters of the same level, sticking their faces in full seconds. Such a scene made all the guild members unable to speak anymore. The original contempt for the relations was gone, and there was only dismay. At this moment, Luling was also ruthlessly refreshed. This is the way a mage should fight. It wasn't much more enjoyable than obscenely sneaking around in the back and throwing fireballs. Luling smiled as he looked at the flame ghost corpses in front of him, which had already turned into 3 piles of ashes, and thought to himself, solving these 3 monsters directly allowed Luling to break through level 11, while also gaining quite a few martial god points. By the way, it seems that I still have several unused chances for the lottery, so I'll take a shot at it. Looking at the system's prompt panel, Luling suddenly thought. With that in mind, he casually tapped extract. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the purple collectible, A-class talent Rune Energy Guardian. Runic Guardian, when attacked, consume blue energy to offset part of the damage, and at the same time restore 1% of the consumed blue energy every 10 seconds. This talent is not bad. It's a bit lower in rank, but it's effective. Luling was very satisfied and immediately equipped him on his body. Before the first turn, each profession can equip 3 talent skills, and if you want to increase them, you have to get new talent slots by turning again. Other than the talents that came with the first transfer, the only way for a professional to acquire talents again was to go through the professional sanctuary and consume source energy stones to extract and learn them. After equipping his new talent, Luling's defensive shortcomings were enhanced, and he became more reckless in battle. Sweeping all the way to the front of the boss room, the battle that was filled with violent aesthetics almost made those guild members outside look numb. They also couldn't help but start thinking about a question. Mage, would that be the way it's supposed to be fought? At the same time, they realized a problem. That is, Luling is really strong, only level 10, still wearing a novice suit, and even a mage by profession. But he swung hard all the way to the boss room. It had been a great exaggeration. At this point, no one was already belittling the black-haired teenager in the secret realm, and the crowd was focused intently on him and how exactly he would deal with the boss in the Purgatory Town. And Luling killed all the way outside the boss room and leveled up to level 13. Looking at the church in front of him that was constantly emitting heat, Luling understood that this should be the boss room of this secret realm. Pushing the door open and going inside, it was empty, except for a guy covered in crimson, who was solemnly chanting something in a low voice. He also held a tattered Bible in his hand, only it had long since been burned beyond recognition by the flames. Boss, Father Flame of Sin, level 15, Black Iron class boss, attack 103, mixed physical and legal wounds, blood 1500, trait Searing Morning. This boss's attacks will be soul-scorched, inflicting real damage of 1% of maximum life value per second, and having the healing effect of those scalded. Surprisingly, it was a level 15 boss. Chapter 10. Personal invitation from the president to become a senior member. Luling's face took on a serious look as well, spinning his staff around and carrying it upside down in his hand. However, although this boss looked difficult to deal with, in reality, it wasn't difficult for Luling to defeat. One just needs to pay a little attention and not get killed in seconds. With that in mind, Luling took the lead and attacked. After an assisted run, Luling leaped high into the air and directly made a jumping slash, his staff heavily smashing into the head of the Sin Flame priest, directly knocking out more than 100 drops of his blood. This was followed by a silky little combo that left the priest with no way to fling his skills, and his blood level went down by a third. When Luling added his free attribute points, he also specially ordered a few points of agility, making him a lot faster, and along with that, the forward swing of casting spells was also reduced by a lot. And at this moment, in the observation area outside, a middle-aged man with somewhat gray hair appeared beside Principal Chu Shanha at some point, staring at the screen thoughtfully. At the sight of Luling on the screen using a fireball spell to blow Father Sin Flame back a few practiced steps, this middle-aged man also showed a stunned look when he saw him. This kid is a mage? How come he's in melee with the boss? Just as he finished speaking, he saw another flip of Luling's staff and a sweeping move that jerked the priest into jumping up, and the surprise on his face became even more intense. What kind of path is this? This mage can still fight like this? Chu Shanha, who was on the side, smiled faintly at his words. Old Lin, this is the talented young man I just told you about, and the first place winner of our Wuji Middle School's current awakening trial, with more than 200 points. The middle-aged man known as Old Lin heard the words, and after he was shocked again, he looked hotly at Luling in the screen. This kid, so strong? Just as the two of them were speaking a few words, Luling had already managed to get Father Sinflame down to silk blood, and was just one last move away from collecting the kill. Father Sinflame, who had guarded the pass for his entire life, couldn't figure out to his death why this mage in front of him could be perverted like this, coming up and smashing 2 rounds of fireballs directly into his face, and pounding himself with his staff. He hit himself with a dizziness and saw too much milk straight away. Moreover, even if this guy's output was high, his resistance was also ridiculously high. Legal injuries hit the body without dropping blood, and physical attacks also dropped a blood skin. Aside from the true wounds from scorching morning, the rest of the damage hit him like a tickle. This is a mage? Or a level 13 mage? With strong emotions of grief and anger, the Sinflame priest had his life ended by Luling's staff, waiting for his next rebirth. After successfully killing the priest, Luling also directly rose to level 14, and the system's boosting tone once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Kill a special enemy using a melee attack. Gained 80 Wushan points. Accompanied by the appearance of the teleportation beam, Luling nodded his head contentedly and then left this secret realm. User 09527 successfully cleared the trial copy Purgatory Town. Time, 14 minutes and 34 seconds. A broadcast appeared on the electronic screen after accompanying Luling out. When the crowd saw it, they collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. This time is infinitely close to the record for the fastest clearance of this copy. This was still the first time Luling had entered the copy and fought it out with no strategy at all, so it was evident that it was powerful. After seeing the results of this trial, Chu Shanha also revealed a smile. This time, it was really a treasure for him to pick up. Luling will definitely become an extremely powerful professional in the future. The middle-aged man known as Old Lin was also shocked, and when he looked at Luling again, his eyes had become fiery. By the time Luling walked in front of Chu Shanha, Lao Lin had already become a bit impatient, without any semblance of the steady majesty of a guild president. Hello, young friend Luling, right? My name is Lin Tianxiong. I'm the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Without waiting for Luling to ask, Lin Tianxiong took the lead and opened his mouth to introduce himself. Afterward, he immediately extended his hand towards Luling and said with a solemn expression, I formally invite you to become a part of our Heavenly Phoenix Guild. As long as you agree to join, then I'll directly give you the treatment of a senior member, and the guild will cover all of the materials for your transfer afterward. And how about I personally gift you an extra set of proper equipment? Lin Tianxiong's words caused the crowd present to freeze. This treatment is too good. Senior member status, receiving a large amount of energy stones as a subsidy every month, and enjoying many privileges, plus a package of transfer materials, and a set of equipment from the president himself. As one of the 2 strongest guilds in Jiangcheng, how could Lin Tianxiong give away cheap goods? As for Luling, after hearing this, he pondered slightly for a moment before immediately agreeing to Lin Tianxiong's invitation. For one thing, he really needed the support of a power to ensure that he had enough resources for future development. Secondly, he needed a place where he could brush up to level 20 quickly. The Heavenly Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, was perfectly suited to Luling's needs. Plus the person who introduced him into the room was his own principal, and there was absolutely no reason why Luling could refuse. Seeing Luling agree, Lin Tianxiong also revealed a smile. What's most important these days? Talent. Their Heavenly Phoenix Guild's hard power was definitely something that could rank in the provincial city. It was just that the newborns over the years had always been rather subpar. Very well, wait here for a while, I'll have someone go make you an identity card. During this period of time, all the secret realms in the guild have open access to you, so you can go in and brush up on your leveling at any time until you're level 20. Also, tomorrow you will come to our guild's trade department. After Lin Tianxiong finished speaking, he immediately sent a membership invitation to Luling. Sky Phoenix Guild President Lin Tianxiong invites you to join the guild. Do you agree? Luling immediately chose to agree. Membership successful. Activate guild buff. Physical attack plus 20%, mana strength plus 20%, life recovery rate plus 50%, mana recovery rate plus 50%. A large series of prompts kept popping up, and Luling roughly counted 10 or so, and when Chu Shanha saw Luling agree to join, he also revealed a smile. Did Lin Tianxiong offer too much? Not much at all. In Chu Shanha's opinion, for a genius like Luling to be able to join their Heavenly Phoenix Guild was considered to have given him face. To be able to have this kind of strength at level 13, I don't know how many guilds out there would grab it. It's a good thing I found this gem first. Ha! Chu Shanha lamented in his heart. He thought, then patted Luling's shoulder and laughed. Well, now I've made a big contribution to the guild, so I should be entitled to 2 days of vacation, right? He said, smilingly looking at Lin Tianxian. Lin Tianxian felt a burst of amusement and said, Brother Chu, you can get away with a lot more than me. I don't see you sneaking around the guild a lot on weekdays? As the two of them joked and laughed, Lin Tianxiang's henchman who had just been called to get a card for Luling had returned. Receiving this well-made identity card, Luling was immediately unable to hold back in his heart, wanting to quickly head to the simulation mystery realm to brush up his level. Once you reach level 20, you can apply to go to the real secret realm to brush up on monsters. Chapter 11, Reward Redemption. Explosive Staff. At that time, one's strength would be able to grow by leaps and bounds. The college entrance exams were bound to get good grades. Lin Tianxiang saw his mind at a glance and smiled. Well, since I've finished with the ID card, I won't keep you for a while. Little friend Luling can take a look around the guild, he said, and then suddenly remembered something like that. By the way, the equipment department downstairs happens to have gotten a new batch of staff-type weapons. It just so happens that you don't have a weapon yet, right? Go there and pick out a handy one. I'll talk to the person in charge. After that, he pulled out his cell phone and made contact. Once Luling heard this, there was also a slight smile on his face. Knowing that Lin Tianxiang was showing his goodwill, he didn't push back, and after saying thank you, he went directly to the equipment department downstairs. After arriving at the equipment department, which was responsible for organizing equipment for sale, Luling couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild was truly extraordinary. A wall was filled with a wide array of weapons, all of them high-grade products, which could be described as a wealth of money. Of course these weapons Luling couldn't use them right now, so after just a brief glance, he picked at the lower-ranked weapons. Silver-level weapons were locked at level 1020, which became one of Luling's current picks. Find a suitable weapon to transition to first, and when you brush up to the eve of the high school exam, then redeem a wave of gold-level weapons with that gold-level weapon rewarded by the awakening trial. Luling had already thought about planning. Not long after, a somewhat oddly shaped staff caught Luling's eye. Bursting Staff, grade, silver, white, level lock, 12, bonus, plus 10 spell strength, plus 5% strike rate. Characteristics, explosive, fire attribute skills plus 30% damage. Each release of skills can cause an additional chain explosion. CD 10 seconds. Explosion damage is 50% spell strength plus 50% physical attack power. The staff was a good fit for him, and it was also effective, increasing the damage of fireball spells and providing a small amount of bludgeon probability. Luling looked at it for a while and was very satisfied, and immediately selected the staff. The staff member in charge of this place immediately introduced Luling briefly with a smile, and then after registering, he let Luling take it away directly. Luling, who had gotten a new weapon, didn't directly enter the secret realm, but took the time to go to the occupation sanctuary and learned a new fire attribute skill, Flame Beam. Anyway, his current skill bar wasn't full, so he just learned more new skills. Only after he finished learning did Luling come to the simulated secret realm area and began to pick it out. After looking around, Luling directly chose a C-rank medium secret realm and was about to enter. Seeing this, the staff rushed to stop him. Hey, little brother, wait, this secret realm, where the minimum level requirement has to be level 16, is specifically for members around level 18 to practice. Your level is too low. Going in will likely be dangerous, the staff kindly reminded. Luling smiled slightly and said, I know, and that's exactly why I chose this place. Don't worry, it'll be fine. After saying that, he directly drilled into the transference light pillar. The staff member secretly sighed and shook his head, thinking that it was another rash person who didn't know what he was doing. Be honest when you get killed in there later and drop a level and come out. Having said that, he still pulled up the image of this secret realm that Luling had entered, intending to interrupt the energy supply at any time so that he could save Luling, but he soon yelped in surprise. No, a level 13 mage? How did he dare to single brush the secret realm? Does this little brother not want to die? His voice soon attracted a few bored staff members. The crowd was sitting around, intent on watching the fun. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a sweet-looking girl also quietly noticed the place and couldn't help but cast a curious gaze. When she saw that the person on the screen was Luling, she was even more surprised with her small mouth slightly open. Great God, Luling? Why is he here? Could it be that he has joined the guild? This girl was none other than the tank girl, Su Xiao, who Luling had a chance to meet in the awakening trial. She hurriedly telephoned her best friend, Lin Wanwan, and then stood at the edge to watch as well. And Luling, who had entered the secret realm, felt his combat power skyrocket after changing his weapon. Now even in a hit can hit 150 drops of blood. If you hit with a bludgeon, you can hit 200 or 300, and a single fireball spell could directly blow away 700 blood. That's not even counting the passive effect of the explosive staff. Luling was walking and soon met the first demonic creature. Devourer of Demons, normal, rank, 15, attack, 103, physical damage, blood, 1500. It was a humanoid demonic creature, the difference being that its entire head was split open like a flower, and in the center of the head was a bloody mouth that looked rather creepy. Seeing an intruder, it immediately hissed and came forward, wanting to swallow Luling, but Luling was quicker, sneering, and shoved the staff right along with it. This maneuver directly stunned the staff who were watching the battle. Is this kid stupid? Is this suicide? Not waiting for them to finish wondering, the next scene left them instantly stunned, their mouths unable to close for a long time. Directly after Luling shoved his staff into the Devourer's mouth, he directly released a fiery beam. It's a sustained skill that consumes blue every second to fire a fire attribute ray, which is supposed to be used to pull monsters with just a walk and shoot. In Luling's hands, however, it directly turned into a lightsaber. With a fiery flame appearing, the special effect of the explosive staff triggered. It exploded directly in the Devourer's mouth. It blew up the Devourer in a peach blossom. -159, -159. In just 3 seconds, 6 wounds had been dealt. Together with the burst effect, it instantly reduced the Devourer to a crippled blood. That's not all. Luling's skills weren't turned off. He directly took the flame beam and used it as a laser sword to make a horizontal slice, and instantly burned the Devourer's entire upper body to shreds. Such a violent scene directly made those few staff members skeptical. What's this? No, who's a good guy using a flaming beam as a lightsaber? Taking out a monster 2 levels higher in 3 seconds? Is this a human being? The crowd was directly numb, dumbfounded as they watched Luling dashingly fling his staff in his hand like a knife in its sheath, flashing out a burst of red light. With his bemused eyes and long windless hair, he pulled it off. Subsequently, Luling is even more completely play high. All kinds of tart operation let a kind of staff cannot help but suspect that the secret world out of the problem. What kind of level 13 mage goes up to stick a boss in the face, uses his staff as a club, and sticks it in someone's body to use a fireball spell? This hurts. Is it on, bro? Accompanied by Luling's 3 consecutive fireball blasts, the entire secret area was silent. The crowd stared blankly at the large words on the screen. Senior member Luling has successfully cleared the C-rank secret realm, the Devourer's lair. Time, 12 minutes and 8 seconds. Senior member Luling has successfully set a new record. Chapter 12 SS Grade Talent, Blade of Spell Energy. In 10 minutes, Luling had brushed from level 13 to nearly level 15. There was simply no how adjective to describe such a person other than a monster. Su Xiao was also staring blankly at the screen, a pair of lovely big eyes blinking with disbelief. How long has it been? Great God, Luling is already level 15? He also directly soloed a C-rank secret realm and even broke the record. That's just too unbelievable, isn't it? And the Luling who came out didn't feel that it was such a counterintuitive thing, and even felt that his operation just now wasn't perfect enough and still had room for improvement. That's a good rate of leveling up. Though, reward yourself with a shot. Ahem. It's to take a shot at the raffle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of the system dial, Luling once again heard the familiar sound of congratulations. Congratulations to the host. You've drawn the hidden stash. SS-ranked hidden profession talent skill Blade of Spell Energy. Blade of Spell Energy. Each of your attacks will deal additional magical damage at 100% of your spell strength, which can be bludgeoned. Extra attribute Manifestation Hardened Magic. You can inscribe an enemy with a special attack attached to it on this talent by defeating the enemy with the attached special attack. Current wearable slot, 0. It was actually a hidden professions talent. Luling was slightly stunned, and his heart instantly rejoiced. This talent effect is really powerful, and it's still replaceable. This means that the changes in the sources of one's damage will be more diverse, especially this extra attribute, which actually converts the attributes of defeated enemies into your own. This mechanism is just too disgusting, like the scorching morning that came with that Sin Flame priest from before. You only need to defeat it one more time to have that effect inscribed on your talent to turn it into your own. And, in addition to that effect, just that extra magic damage that could blast was enough to boost Luling's output by at least a third. Luling thought and immediately equipped this skill on his talent bar. This is a hidden profession related to mages, so mages can equip it. After equipping this skill, Luling couldn't wait to experiment with it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces. Ha, isn't that Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao? Why are they here? Luling immediately recognized the 2 sisters who had fought together side by side before. With that in mind, he went up to say hello. Unexpectedly, before they approached the front, those few staff members saw Lin Wanwan first and hurriedly bowed respectfully towards her. Hello, Missy, several people said in unison. This sound confused Luling. Missy? Wait, Tianfeng Guild. Mr. Chairman's name is Lin Tianxiong, also known as Lin. Lin Wanwan, could it be the president's daughter? Luling was confused on the spot for a few seconds. He originally thought that Lin Wanwan was just a child of a simple rich family, but he didn't realize that her father was actually one of the top 4 turned powerhouses in the entire city of Jiangchang. president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, didn't care too much about these staff members, and only responded politely before walking with small broken steps to Luling's body, smiling sweetly. Luling, I didn't expect you to join the Heavenly Phoenix Guild as well. That's really great. How's my dad treating you? Luling scratched his head and subconsciously answered her. Unexpectedly, however, when Lin Wanwan heard this, she immediately pouted her little mouth. What? Dad is actually so stingy. You wait, I'll find him right now. At this time, Lin Wanwan really had the appearance of a young lady, but Luling inexplicably felt a little cute. However, he wasn't that ungrateful and immediately stopped Lin Wanwan. I didn't realize this was actually your family's guild. What a coincidence. By the way, I don't think you've reached level 10 yet, right? Do you want to go brush the secret realm together? Luling said smilingly, directly digressing from the topic. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately agreed happily. Yes, you can take me. Such a cheerful look directly stunned a group of staff. Is this still the same gentle and quiet young lady? Why does she look like a little girl? Could it be that this perverted mage boy in front of me is the future aunt? Looking at the backs of the three people who were fading away, the staff member who had blocked Luling before silently swallowed and took out his cell phone to dial the president's secretary's number. On the other hand, Luling brought Lin Wanwan into the copy of Purgatory Town once again. Bringing Lin Wanwan to practice leveling was secondary. The main thing was that Luling wanted to obtain that special attribute Sizzling Morning of the Sin Flame Priest, which was why he chose this secret realm. The already level 14 Luling is back here again simply like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. There is no need for tanks to pull the monsters. Luling is a person who pushed directly across the past. The Flame Ghost, which originally needed 2 skills and a few flat A's, was now a direct 2 May 2nd. Having the spell Energy Blade as a talent makes Luling's flat A damage almost double. Plus this collateral damage also eats into the passive effects of Dimensional Tear and Arcane Siphon, making Luling more and more efficient at getting out wounds now. This time it only took 7 or 8 minutes for Luling to do away with the priest again. I have to say, it's really quite refreshing to bring a nanny along to brush up on monsters. Not only do you save time on positioning, but you also get an increase in attributes and just have a good time fighting. Taking Lin Wanwan and brushing Purgatory Town 2 more times also brought her directly to level 10, and Luling also managed to rise to level 15. After coming out, Luling took a look at how late it was already, so he excused himself from Lin Wanwan's dinner invitation and went straight back home. After handing over the reward of 100,000 Chinese coins directly to his mom, Luling fell back to sleep and soon entered dreamland. It's been a long day of fighting from morning until evening. Even an Iron Man would be tired. Looking at the bank card handed over by her son, Ling Wanru, Luling's mother, emerged with a hint of heartache. Luling was brought up by his mother. His father died when Luling was 3 years old, so Ling Wanru loved Luling extraordinarily. Seeing her son grow up gradually, Ling Wanru's heart was also very happy and at the same time full of worries. She was afraid that there was no way to give Luling a good environment, no way to provide Luling with enough resources. The fact that her own son was a genius was a fact that Ling Wanru had discovered long ago. Recalling Luling's father's bright laughter, Ling Wanru sat down on the balcony with some sadness, looked at the moon and the sky, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Luling got up refreshed. Today, his goal was to directly work his way up to level 20. Then he would use the trinket exchange coupon, and then directly brush the real secret realm. After simply washing up, he went straight to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Yesterday, Luling's heaven-defying performance had already caused all the staff in the secret area to deeply memorize this teenager with a dusty temperament. When they saw him coming again, the staff was busy coming forward. Luchan, you're here so early? Luling smiled faintly and nodded in response, then headed straight for the highest ranked and most difficult secret realm here, the Broken Sanctuary. Chapter 13 Crisis. The secret realm is revived. This was originally a simulated secret realm that could only be entered at level 40, but because the core of the secret realm was broken, the simulated secret realm was not complete. This was changed to a C-rank secret realm that could be entered at level 20. As a result, it had also become the most difficult analog secret realm in the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Just as Luling was planning to enter alone, he suddenly heard Lin Wanwan's cheerful voice. Luling, good morning, only to see Lin Wanwan standing behind him with a smile on her face. Good morning. Luling smiled and responded to Lin Wanwan. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Lin Wanwan suddenly said, can you continue to take me through the secret world today? Lin Wanwan's small face slightly reddened, and her gaze somewhat averted as she asked. It wasn't because she wanted to upgrade that she made this request, she simply wanted a reason to spend more time with Luling. As the Missy of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, was she still worried that there was no one to lead her in practicing? Luling thought for a moment and then agreed with her. It was indeed more economical to bring a priest, and anyway, priest-type professions had the trait of experience aura, which didn't share much experience at all. together with Lin Wanwan's assistance. It was possible that one's efficiency in upgrading was even a bit higher than solo brushing. Thinking that, Luling immediately opened the portal of the broken sanctuary and stood in with Lin Wanwan. Just after they had entered the portal, the staff member in charge of maintaining the broken sanctuary suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Holy, what's going on? The reserves of source energy stones were suddenly absorbed by the secret core in its entirety. Is something wrong in the secret realm? He said, and immediately began to check it out. This look was so great that it directly stunned him. The secret realm. Secret realm revival? He stared blankly at the screen, which had gotten out of control. In a panic, secret realm revival is when the core of a simulated secret realm, which has been successfully refined, is suddenly affected by special factors and turns back into a realistic secret realm. Professionals who enter inside will be forced to lock, unable to exit on their own initiative, and death will be real death, rather than being able to respawn out again as in the case of the simulation mystery realm. This was something extremely dangerous. One must know that the strength of a simulated secret realm was definitely not as strong as a real secret realm. Moreover, the broken sanctuary in front of him was still a locked level 40 secret realm. If this was restored to its original form, the people inside would almost certainly die. The staff subconsciously went through the entry and exit lists, and they suddenly saw the president's daughter and son, who had actually entered them. It's over. This staff member was busy climbing up and stumbling towards Lin Tianxiong's office, and Luling, who had already entered the inner part of the secret, also sensed that something was wrong. A sense of danger flashed violently through his heart, and could perceive that he seemed unable to exit the secret realm of his own accord. Did something go wrong? Luling was puzzled in his heart, but without waiting for him to think more, several monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. Broken warrior, common, rank, 25, attack power, 189, physical damage, blood, 2000. Several skeleton men clad in tattered armor scurried out of the ground, their eyes empty as they looked towards Luling. After a brief moment of hesitation, these broken warriors suddenly hissed and raised their weapons high in the air, slashing towards Luling. Luling, watch out! Lin Wanwan was startled and busily threw out a sacred healing shelter. This skill briefly strengthens the defense attributes of your teammates and gains percentage immunity. Since there was a buff on his body, Luling no longer dodged, and with a stern look in his eyes, he pulled out his explosive staff and directly smoked it. -312, -603. Luling directly connected with a fireball spell and a flat A, instantly melting half of the blood of the broken warrior in front of him. Just as he was planning to go up and directly slaughter the skeleton, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Look out! The next thing he saw was a burly youth holding his shield high and fiercely creating the broken warrior in front of Luling to fly out. Is everything okay, bro? Don't be afraid, the man immediately said to Luling with concern, and after saying that, he gestured for Luling to hide behind him. Luling froze slightly. That look was however mistaken by this youth as a sign of being stunned. I'm not saying, brother, you're also too tigerish. How can a mage with a priest come to brush the secret realm? At least bring a tank or a warrior. The man's mouth, however, was broken and he couldn't stop chanting. Luling also reacted and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart. This dude thought I was cut? That's funny. Nice heart though. At this moment, the remaining monsters began to encircle up, launching an attack towards the youth. Instead, he just held his shield up to block, while urging on Luling. Dude, don't dawdle. Throw your skills to output. Luling nodded, and immediately to carrying his staff he rushed up. The maneuver instantly startled the youth, and he exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing, brother? Don't punch your face. Instead of explaining, Luling simply leapt high into the air and smashed a broken warrior down with a heavy staff, followed by 2 more hard additions of the staff, and a final fireball spell to finish off the night. In those 3 flat A's it happened to come out with a blitz, and it directly spiked the broken warrior. Such a bizarre scene would dazzle the youth directly. The words he was going to say were instantly swallowed back into his stomach, only feeling his brain buzzing. Luling's maneuvering made him forget for a moment that he was still getting beat up, and he stammered out, "No buddy, aren't you a mage?" Luling did not answer, just flashed a smile at him, followed by a horseback shot. Oh no! A horseback staff directly swung the demonic creature behind him that was trying to sneak attack Luling out, and Lin Wanwan wasn't idle either, constantly stacking various gains on the two of them, throwing out a few healing light orbs from time to time to restore their blood. With the cooperation of the 3 of them, the group of monsters was soon cleaned up. Not, buddy, you're also too fierce. Are you really a mage? How come you're even more violent than a warrior? Have you guys noticed? The monsters here seem to have gotten a lot stronger. And just now I saw that after 2 people hung up, their bodies didn't actually teleport out. It's really strange. By the way, my name is Lin Bachan. What's your name, brother? Just after clearing the group of monsters, the youth chattered. Luling only felt that this person was still strangely interesting and smiled. "Hello, my name is Luling." Lin Baichen was in awe again, as if he had heard of Luling's name. On the other hand, Lin Wanwan on the side strangely revealed an extremely shameful expression. With a face full of "I don't know this person," Luling noticed the strange scene and immediately thought of something when he associated it with Lin Baichen's surname. "Your siblings?" Luling asked tentatively. "No," the two replied in unison, and after they finished glancing at each other, Lin Wanwan quickly revealed a super helpless expression. Lin Baichen, on the other hand, giggled a few times and said, "I'm her brother. Didn't go to the same school as her in high school, though." Luling nodded amusedly, stopping Lin Baichen's chatter in passing, and then looked towards the center area of the broken sanctuary. "Let's chat when we get out. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid something has gone wrong with this secret realm." Chapter 14, A Fight to the Death. Fallen King. Luling's expression also became serious after observing the situation. According to the guide, the monsters in the secret realm should all be spread out at level 20 and above, whereas just now they had met a large group of level 25 monsters, which was obviously not quite right. Moreover, the overall area of the secret realm had become much larger, with many areas not found in the guide appearing, and at that moment, the secret observation room outside was already in chaos. "If anything happens to my daughter, you'll be waiting to be buried with her." Old Lin. At this moment, beside Lin Tianxiong stood a middle-aged woman who looked quite valiant, cursing and wiping her tears, her long fiery red hair very conspicuous, and as the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, Lin Tianxiong didn't dare to raise his voice in front of her, but could only laugh bitterly. How could his heart not be anxious? His son and daughter were all inside, plus the new genius kid went in with them. These people, they can't be lost. Therefore, the first thing he did was to find a professor from the Zhangchang Research Institute, which had the most thorough research on the secret realm in Zhangchang City. The red-haired woman was Lin Tianxiong's wife, Shan Miaoyu, who was known as the #1 female martial arts god of Zhangchang, the mother of Lin Wanwan and Lin Baichen. At this moment, the monitoring room was filled with bigwigs, and almost all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were here. However, when something happened to the core of the secret realm, there was a limit to what they could do. After all, there was no way for anyone to break through the limits of the Heavenly Tao and force their way inside to bring someone out. For everything, one could only rely on those few professors from the Zhangbei Research Institute and these young professionals still inside. At this time, the interior of the secret. After probing around for a while, Luling confirmed that there had definitely been an accident. Not only had the number of demons within the secret territory increased, their average level had even reached 23. This was absolutely abnormal, and none of them could voluntarily exit anymore. It was the equivalent of being reset to an unpassed reality secret. When you die, you can be really dead. Therefore, Luling immediately became cautious, but after staying in the fringe area for a while, Luling sensed something was wrong. The entire secret space seemed to be slowly collapsing. This meant that if they couldn't get out before the secret realm completely collapsed, they would have to stay here forever. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Luling immediately frowned and thought, at the rate the secret realm was collapsing, they could still be inside for half an hour at most. If the people outside didn't realize the abnormality and offer help in this half hour, then they would die here. Therefore, the only way out at the moment would be to follow the normal flow of the secret realm, defeat the boss, and then go out. But with the secret realm mutation, I'm afraid that the boss inside is already no less than level 30, which is still very dangerous to fight. Should we continue to hide and wait for help, or should we let go? Luling hesitated for a moment and finally decided to take a shot. It was better to die at the hands of a demon than to slowly watch the world fall apart here and fall into a rift in space. Having made up his mind, Luling immediately explained their current situation to the two. At this time of crisis, the Lin family siblings were exceptionally calm, and in unison, they gave the choice to Luling. Upon hearing this, Luling didn't say anything else, but only nodded heavily towards the two. "I'll get you out of here." After saying that, he organized what he could use on his body and finally headed towards the boss refreshing area. Among the three, Luling was a level 15 mage, Lin Wanwan was a level 11 priest, and Lin Baichen was a level 13 pure tank profession, a shield armor samurai. The three of them combined were not even above level 40, yet they were going to fight a level 30 plus boss, but none of the three had the slightest fear. The bigwigs outside were a bit anxious when they saw that they were actually heading towards the boss room. Ouch! These kids, why don't they just keep hiding? Wait for those professors to find a way to rescue them. The boss of the broken sanctuary is a level 40. Even if it's weakened at the moment, it won't be lower than level 30. Aren't the three of them sending them to their deaths? What nonsense! It must be the Lu kid playing the hero. Only Chu Shanha didn't think so. He understood Luling and knew that he was by no means a man of impatience, and it must have been a new turn of events inside that caused him to decide to take the risk. Soon, The three of them, Luling, arrived outside the boss refresh area. The final boss of the Broken Sanctuary is called the Fallen King, a humanoid boss that uses a two-handed giant sword and comes with an extremely nasty effect, Touch of Deliverance. Touch of Deliverance directly reduces the mana and lifesteal caps and deducts 1% of current lifesteal every second, as well as prohibiting the professional from using magic potions. Even a priest's purifying holy light had to be used twice to dispel this effect, which could be considered disgusting to the extreme. As the three of them walked into the Great Hall of the Broken Sanctuary, high above the throne, a huge figure whose face was invisible and covered in pitch black slowly stood up and reached out to pull out a huge dark green greatsword from the ground. He slowly stepped down from the throne, then slung his greatsword over his shoulder, and a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open, staring deathly at the three of Luling. Devil's Creature, Fallen King, rank, gold level boss, attack, 308, mixed physical and legal wounds, blood, 8,000. Skills, Field of Corruption, Hand of Eternal Damnation. The Forgotten King finally spills his grudge on the earth. Facing such a strong enemy, Luling didn't dare to be careless, immediately letting Lin Wanwan put a buff on herself, and then rushed towards the Fallen King with great strides. But his maneuver made the bigwigs outside look dumbfounded. Isn't this kid a mage? What's he doing here? Crazy? Such a person can actually become the first place winner of the Jiancheng Awakening trial? What a nonsense! He'll get Wanwan and North Star killed. Most of the people in the crowd spoke out angrily. Only a few people chose to remain silent, looking thoughtfully at the screen, Luling's eyes that were as bright as stars. On the screen, Luling met the Fallen King head-on, both of them raising their own weapons each, and struggling to swing them towards the opposite side. Just when all the Heavenly Phoenix Guild executives thought that Luling's head would be split open like a watermelon, a shocking scene occurred. Surprisingly, it was Luling, who was a mage, who grabbed the opponent and hit him first, only to see that the staff in Luling's hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it ruthlessly smashed into the top of the Fallen King's head, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. This scene could have stunned the executives outside. They could all be at least level 80 or above, but they had never seen any mage who could do something like Luling's maneuver. That wasn't all. After Luling managed to get a face A, he directly added his skills. Using Flame Beam, he viciously chopped at the Fallen King's body. The high second damage paired with the scorching effect of Scorching Morning instantly knocked out nearly 2,000 blood from the Fallen King, but this also sent the Fallen King into a berserk state, plunging his greatsword directly into the ground. Chapter 15, One Shot. The Mage's Extreme Intent. At this moment, outside, some people immediately saw that this was the boss's pre-shake for the upcoming launch of its domain skill. With the attributes of the three of them, I'm afraid there's no way they can all carry it off. This field was one that could deal nearly 100 points of magic damage every second. I'm afraid that Luling's teenage level mage wouldn't be able to carry it for 6 seconds. Now that's a bad boy. The executives thought to themselves. At the moment of crisis, Luling immediately drank. Put a buff on me, and all of you hide in the corner. After he finished speaking, he immediately went up and threw a few more powerful and wild swings, instantly causing the Fallen King's blood level to go down by a large margin again, and Lin Wanwan and Lin Baichen immediately followed his orders. A holy light fell first, followed by Lin Baichen's inspiring battle cry. Both of these skills provide defense and immunity for Luling. At this moment, only Luling was left in the range of the Fallen King's skills. This kid, he's jamming on purpose? This way the boss's skills won't be able to cover the entire hall. Is he planning to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates? The bigwigs held their breath and immediately saw Luling's motives. But with him dead, the output won't be enough. It's a shame. Still too impulsive. I don't know whose side, but the crowd didn't look too good. Accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, the entire hall was enveloped in a dark purple light, and Luling's figure was instantly engulfed. Is it over? The crowd was shocked and couldn't help but feel sorry for Luling. But just then, a violent explosion suddenly came from the fallen domain. Boom! Only to see Luling flying high like a sky god, actually blown up by the fireball, quickly adjusting his stance in the air, and then gripping the explosive staff with both hands, makes a move with a staff that falls from the sky. Boo! A muffled sound came out, and the high amount of damage directly interrupted the Fallen King's spell casting. He actually didn't die. Seeing Luling's figure again, all the bigwigs were shocked. How could a mage, a notoriously brittle profession, resist a level 30 plus boss skill without dying? Is this still a mage? In fact, without the high magic resistance of the melee specialist, that Luling would have really had to hiccup. However, having 80% magic reduction, along with 2 top-tier immunities, caused Luling to eat the field hard for a few seconds and almost drop a blood skin. After a mace gave the Fallen King a stalemate, Luling grinned back. Next, it's my turn, I guess. Luling threw his staff in his hand in a club twist, then immediately rushed forward to maneuver it. Next, the corners of the bigwigs' mouths couldn't help but twitch. The mouth shape even changed from A to an O. It's too violent. This is a mage? Who's a good guy mage sticking his face in the air and swinging his staff out of a stump? As Luling finished a set of small combo moves, the fallen king's blood level was directly bottomed out, with just over 1,000 blood left, and Luling's blue was running out. He just kept dimensional tear on and couldn't suck it up despite having ad very quickly. And when the fallen king saw Luling stop moving, he immediately understood that Luling was out of blue, and the resentment of being pressed and beaten for a long time immediately came up. Damn humans! Next, meet my wrath. The fallen king was about to pounce when he saw a burst of light blue holy light surge from Luling's body once again. Immediately afterward, Luling's staff poked him in the face again, followed by a slow orange glow. Boom! A fireball spell exploded close to his face, blowing the fallen king right into a puddle of broken flesh. Joking aside, Luling had an all-around nurse standing behind her, so how could she be worried about a lack of blue? And Lin Baichen was dumbfounded as he looked at the fallen king whose head and feet were 20 meters apart and pinched himself in some disbelief. Brother Luling, I finally realize why you dared to just bring a priest down to the copy. At this moment, the guild executives watching from outside were also collectively silent. Luling's performance had numbed them all. What makes a mage so fierce? Who said mages hold back in the early stages? Who said that? Stand out. That's the real lawman. Only after a long time did Lin Tianxiong slowly speak. This sun, in the future, will surely soar to the heavens. Everyone nodded secretly in their hearts, and when they looked at Luling again, their eyes were already incomparably attentive, and Xin Miaoyu was even more excited beyond words. Great, Wanwan is fine. What's this kid's name? I want to thank him properly. After saying that, he couldn't wait to walk to the exit of the secret realm teleportation formation and wait on it. Along with a blue light illuminating, the three of them, Luling, also managed to return to the guild. Just after landing, Xin Miaoyu excitedly went up to hug Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, it's great that you're okay. You scared Mom to death. Lin Tianxiong also walked over at this time, his tone slightly excited as he went up and patted Luling's shoulder. Little friend Lu, it's really thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, Mr. Lin's pair of sons and daughters would have perished here. Luling, on the other hand, just smiled faintly and said, these are the things I should be doing. If it wasn't for me, Lin Wanwan wouldn't have entered this secret realm. The humility made the many executives behind him stop nodding. Excellent heart, plus superior strength. This Luling is definitely great talent. And naturally, Lin Tianxiong couldn't change his mind just because of a few excuses from Luling. Little friend Lu, a great favor is not appreciated. From now on, you are the benefactor of my Heavenly Phoenix Guild. If you need anything, just ask. Lin Tianxiong had already resolved to completely pull in Luling, and was also directly throwing out his sincerity. This promise, though seemingly polite, is extremely valuable. Lin Tianxiong, as the guild's president, his words were tantamount to showing, from now on, your Luling's business is my business, and whoever wants to touch you is at war with me. In Jiangcheng City, who doesn't know that a promise from Tianxiong is worth 1,000 gold? As for Luling, he was slightly surprised in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't have much to say about it. He was currently not familiar with Lin Tianxiong. He just felt that Lin Tianxiong was a strong person who was still upright and had a good head on his shoulders, an object that he could temporarily attach himself to, without waiting for him to answer. Shan Miaoyu, who was full of excitement, also came over and came up and took Luling's hand, saying, good boy, you saw everything you did in the secret realm. Thanks to you this time, Wanwan was able to come out safely. Don't say anything. In the future, if anyone comes after you in Jiangcheng City, just call me by my name. After saying that, he pulled Luling for a while to thank him. Then, Shen Miaoyu directly pulled on Luling and ran to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild's treasure room. Shen Miaoyu's thanks then came much more intuitively, pointing to a room of good equipment that started at least 1 million, and then arrogantly patted her chest. Take your pick. Pick two you like and take them away. Luling had intended to refuse, but since Shen Miaoyu was just too enthusiastic, he could only reluctantly pick it out. Chapter 16 Reward. Epic Trinket. Traveling to the new secret realm. After looking all the way around, Luling couldn't help but smack his lips. Why else would you say that the ceilings of professionals with and without backgrounds are just worlds apart? Pick a piece of equipment out here, put it outside that can be the existence of the head can be grabbed. The Heavenly Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, had a full room. All kinds of purple and gold equipment were everywhere. Luling watched for a while, but was somewhat helpless. The stuff here is good, but there's almost nothing I can use myself. Either the level limit is too high to take and fit, or the profession is not the right one or doesn't fit your fighting style. Just as Luling was about to leave, a piece of equipment in the corner suddenly caught Luling's attention. Jewelry beaded necklace. Grade, epic, purple. Level limit, 30. Wearable occupation, mage. Bonus, plus 50 points of spell strength plus 15% strike rate. Trinket effect, beaded lotus. Your spell skills can deal bludgeoning damage, but the initial bludgeoning damage is 150%. The moment she saw the effect of this trinket, Luling instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. This one's good. This is so good for you. It's a godsend. Spells can storm, adding the double damage of his own face. This one skill must not directly destroy the sky and the earth. Moreover, he still had a true damage skill like dimensional tier, so even an enemy with high magic resistance wouldn't be able to carry such an explosive output. Luling thought and immediately picked up the trinket. Shen Miaoyu also saw Luling's fondness at a glance and laughed bashfully. Like this one. Ha, take it. Want to see more? Luling was not an insatiable person, and immediately said that there was no need to look. And when Shen Miaoyu heard this, her heart became more and more fond of Luling, and with a laugh she pulled him out. When Lin Tianxiong outside saw that Luling had actually brought out only one piece of equipment, his heart's evaluation of Luling went up a notch. Not bad. In the face of so many treasures, actually only take one, showing that he is not an insatiable person, is indeed a remarkable guy. After Luling thanked Mr. and Mrs. Lin Tianxiong, he immediately ran off to practice, and his heart was even more relieved. With the enchantment of this trinket, I'm afraid that his output is unmatched in the same class. Even assassins who were famous for their high damage could never match him. This, coupled with the high damage immunity provided by Melee Specialist and Rune Energy Guardian, makes his frame comparable to that of a tank. Wouldn't such a perverted mage just sweep the world? Therefore, it is imperative that you hurry up and brush up to level 30 and fit this trinket before the entrance exam. For the next 2 days, Luling directly soaked in the secret realm and quickly brushed up to level 20. And in just 2 days, the entire Heavenly Phoenix Guild's advanced secret realm speed ranking was dominated by Luling alone. This caused his name to spread quickly, and everyone knew that a super fierce mage had appeared in the guild, solo speeding through the C-rank secret realm in 3 minutes. Looking at his level 20 panel, Luling let out a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, he was level 20, and was able to head to the real copies to brush up on the monsters so that the martial spirit points would stack up faster. Luling thought to herself. During this period of time, he had already completely figured out the martial god system. As long as you successfully melee kill your enemies, you will be able to earn a steady stream of martial arts points. Martial arts points can be exchanged for rewards and also for raffle times. Moreover, after accumulating a certain level of Wushan points, you can also upgrade the system's mall, as well as increase the probability of the prize pool. In the past 2 days, he had drawn all the raffle times he had accumulated before, but nothing useful came out, only obtaining some more common materials and potions. Just when he was planning to seek help from the guild to apply for an entry qualification for a C-rank secret realm, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Tianxiong. Luling picked up the phone. Little friend Lu, a new secret realm has appeared on the outskirts of Jiangcheng today, and the predicted opening time should be at 12 noon. Are you interested? Lin Tianxiong's words instantly ignited Luling's interest. A newly appeared secret realm. There's going to be a lot of good treasures in here. This was a much more generous reward than the copies that had already been cleared. Not only are there all kinds of hidden treasure chests, but the explosion rate is also several times higher. Most importantly, the person who passes the copy first will inevitably receive a mysterious reward. Such rewards were all-encompassing, and it was unknown how many heaven-defying items had been opened. As Luling thought, he immediately inquired about the details of this secret realm. Through Lin Tianxiong's words, he learned that the level of this copy wasn't high, the entry limit was locked at level 40, and the specific information about the demons was unknown. However, through analysis, it is highly likely that the boss of this secret realm is French. In other words, Luling could definitely harvest a wave of treasures he could use if he succeeded in his first pass. Lin Tianxiong then asked Luling if he was interested in representing their Heavenly Phoenix Guild to go. Luling naturally agreed. Things like secret realms appearing were very random and counted as a great chance, and the level is stuck right at the limit of what Luling can handle, so it's a stroke of luck. After promising Lin Tianxiong, Luling stopped messing around with applications and went directly to the equipment selling area of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Using the silver level trinket exchange coupon in his hand, he exchanged it for a blue recovery ring commonly used by mages. This ring accelerates blue recovery while providing 20 points of mana, making it a jack-of-all-trades trinket. After equipping this ring, Luling's bonus attack power is already close to 200. A shot of Flata without violent attack can hit a high damage of 500 points, and the skill is even more has broken 1,000. If you equip the pearl necklace, the output, I'm afraid that it can catch up with the damage of some warriors of the first turn. After buying some more basic potions, Luling set off directly to the address provided by Lin Tianxiong. The location where the secret realm appeared this time was in a forest on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. There were already quite a few people gathered here when we arrived. More importantly, the figure of the official professional organization of Huaxia appeared at the scene, which indicated that the copy in front of him definitely had a secret core appearing. Copies with secret cores present are able to repeat the challenge after being cleared. Moreover, the rewards of a copy with a secret core will be about a third or so higher than one without. The upper level of this secret realm is 40, and the source energy strength is C, which means that you must be a minimum of level 20 to enter. Anyone who is not level 20 or over level 40, please leave. Don't try to enter the copy. It's also for your safety. A middle-aged man who looked rather imposing said, and since Luling was stuck right at the edge of the level where he could enter, coupled with his status as a senior member of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, he naturally managed to enter the copy. Chapter 17, New Copy. Creepy Forest. In addition to him, the Heavenly Phoenix Guild had also sent 4 people who were exactly level 40 to accompany them. Lin Wanwan was only at level 17 at this point and hadn't yet reached the entry standard, and Lin Baichen was also stuck at level 19. Therefore, Luling became the lucky one that the Heavenly Phoenix Guild brought to eat experience this time. All 4 of them had experience pickup turned off, so this time, when they entered the copy, the experience of the demons they killed, Luling was able to eat them with pleasure. Soon, 12 o'clock arrived. Just as Luling was planning to enter the copy, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces. It was none other than the pair of dogs, Su Yuntian and Yao Ningning. They were similarly followed by a few attendants, looking like they were sent by the Su family to bring Su Yuntian to brush up his levels. Seeing them appear, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Luling's mouth, and something else suddenly came to his mind. Previously, Su Yuntian had openly put down harsh words to let himself die. Although he, Luling, was not a person of great treachery or evil, he would not tolerate others being so arrogant as to want his own life, and he himself was still talking about compassionate means. Perhaps, in this copy, can make Su Yuntian never be able to regenerate this mind? Luling thought, but no expression still appeared on his face as he slowly followed behind and entered the copy. Entering the reality copy for the first time, Luling only felt that it was very different from the simulated secret world. The most intuitive feeling is that all the scenery here is much more realistic in the distance and close up. It was midday, so the woods didn't look eerie, but you could vaguely see a few wisps of white fog surrounding the lush, sky-high trees. The sunlight refracted on the fog through the gaps in the trees, like a white-orange wheel of light that was as languid as a sunset, giving the whole scene an indescribable beauty. However, Luling always had an uncomfortable feeling, probably due to the psychological effect of knowing that there were many demons hidden around him. As he was thinking about it, odd noises rang out around him. Be careful, a lot of demonic chi has suddenly appeared around us. It's most likely a demonic horde. One of them suddenly spoke out. He was a priest with a detection-type skill, plus a higher spiritual power, so he took the place of the assassin in the scout position. At those words, the 4 of them pulled out their weapons, and Luling also carried his staff in his hand. Sure enough, behind the shadows of the trees, a group of extremely bizarre goats had suddenly appeared. They all had a human face. Their bodies were full of twisted and ghastly meatballs, and they also had a number of octopus-like tentacles, which looked incredibly disgusting. Demon object, demon black sheep, normal, rank, 28, attack, 198, blood, 3,500. There were 30 or so such sheep. With a shrill cry, the demonic black sheep took the lead. Luling reacted extremely quickly and immediately waved his staff to meet a demonic black sheep that tried to sneak up from behind. Boo! Luling's staff went straight out with a bludgeon. In an instant, it smashed out 1,000 points of mixed damage. These 4 had all seen Luling's previous outrageous maneuvers, so they weren't particularly surprised. But it was still extremely impactful to watch a mage slamming his staff at monsters up close. Although this large group of demonic black sheep looked very fierce, it was not a difficult task for Luling and his group, and they were eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Along with the last black goat being eliminated, Luling's level directly soared to level 24. The group of goats also dropped several materials, and Luling gave them all directly to the few people beside him. Since you've got the experience, you naturally can't take all the stuff yourself, or else what are people here for? As Luling was thinking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The fog around them, it seems to be getting thicker and thicker. The few people beside him also sensed that something was wrong, and their faces became grave. There's something wrong with the scene here. My spiritual perception can't penetrate these mists. Everyone be careful. The priest who had just been there said solemnly, but as soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred, only to see many irregular cracks suddenly appear on the entire ground. The twisted and dark luster instantly dividing Luling's few people. Phew! the figure of the priest who had just spoken suddenly disappeared. Immediately after that, the remaining few people all disappeared one after another. Only Luling was left alone. Alarmed, Luling was busy retreating a few steps, then bent down and examined the black crack on the ground. After feeling it carefully, Luling was shocked to realize that this black crack actually contained a strong spatial fluctuation. This indicated that these black cracks were in existence similar to a portal. Could it be a hidden secret? Or is this copy divided into two parts? Luling's heart was incomparably surprised, but before he could practically come to a conclusion, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Luling looked back, only to see three panicked figures suddenly running out of the fog. The three of them all had wounds on their bodies and looked terrified. They were startled the moment they saw Luling and immediately pulled out their weapons to slash towards Luling. Luling frowned and got up to dodge away, then bellowed, "What do you want?" Luling's words calmed the trio down a bit, and after glancing back, they said nervously, "Sorry little brother, here, the demons here, they're too scary, they will become human." Before the words fell, an extremely bizarre hissing sound came from the mists behind him. "Incoming! Run!" The three of them were immediately scared by the voice and immediately ran away, completely unable to care about saying much to Luling. Luling frowned and pulled his weapon out. An odd sound of footsteps approached. Then, only a human with an extremely twisted running posture was seen running out of the mists. His mouth opened to a terrifying angle and hissed as he lunged towards Luling. Luling immediately stepped out of the way and dodged, then directly swung his staff and heavily slammed into the body of this strange man. Boo! -1009. The high amount of damage caused the strange man to let out a hiss of pain. The skin on his body cracked, and several sections of disgusting tentacles burrowed out of the flesh and blood, drawing towards Luling. But Luling was faster, backhanding another mace over the weirdo's head, followed by a fireball straight to the face. Boom! Boom! Two explosions in a row made the surrounding mist dissipate partially, and the head of the strange man was directly blown apart by the fireball, and the headless body spun around in place twice before collapsing straight to the ground. After killing the strange man, Luling then crouched down in front of his corpse and studied it, and instantly discovered a horrible thing. Where is this a human being? It's a monster in human skin. Looking at the disgusting pile of blood and flesh in front of him, Luling couldn't help but feel a wave of revulsion. The demonic creature didn't explode any materials and only provided Luling with a wave of experience value. After exploring the surroundings some more, Luling gradually felt that he had gone a little off course. The fog grew thicker and thicker, covering almost the entire forest, and even the sun, which was originally clear in the sky, began to disappear at some point. Chapter 18, Hidden Treasure Chest. Creepy mist suit. This kind of fog is very unusual. Not only can it shield the spiritual perception, but the effect of blocking the line of sight is extremely strong, and Luling is somewhat unable to distinguish the direction. Along the way, he met quite a few of those monsters in human skin, and Luling solved them all one by one. By mistake, he found a small, bare hill where he planned to rest for a while. Just as he stepped on it, he stopped a roar coming from down the hill, like the sound of some kind of beast. Luling frowned, pulled out his staff and jumped, but soon his eyes lit up. A hidden treasure chest. Then the one making the noise must be the treasure chest's guardian monster. This will be good luck. But without waiting for him to do so, the other side of the fog suddenly panicked and ran out three silhouettes, 2 men and 1 woman, right into the attack range of the treasure chest monster. Ow! The demonic creature shaped like a werewolf roared furiously and charged straight up to bite one of them. The man who was bitten was supposed to be a warrior, and caught off guard, he could only wield his long sword in his hand and swing it randomly, but he couldn't do any damage to the werewolf. The werewolf even found the right opportunity to directly open his mouth again, and in one bite, he tore open the man's throat. Blood splashed like a fountain, and soon there was no sound. Such an atrocious scene caused the remaining man and woman to be so stunned that they actually sat on their asses. Luling frowned as he watched, pulling out his staff and stepping forward quietly. It's not that he is more kind, it's just that he originally wanted to open this treasure chest as well, and that man and woman have no grudges, so he doesn't have to wait for the monsters to finish killing them at all. And the man and woman immediately stood up excitedly when they saw a figure suddenly come out of the fog. But after they saw the staff in Luling's hand, their eyes dimmed once again. What's with the mage? What's the point of having a mage here? The only warrior in their squad had been killed in seconds, so what use would a mage be? Both of them were a little disappointed in their hearts, and the woman couldn't bear to see Luling sent to his death, so she opened her mouth and shouted, "Hey, don't come any closer, just run away. This monster is level 38. You're not good at soloing it as a mage." However, Luling did not listen, but directly directly towards the werewolf ran. The man and woman were instantly dumbfounded. It was the man who reacted first, tapping the woman's shoulder to urge her on. Go, 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 take advantage of this little cutie. help us hold off the demons while we run. Old Ding, a level 30 warrior, was seconded by this monster in 2 bites, and he, a mage, is probably dead in 1 bite. The woman sniffed and bit her lip, a very hesitant expression on her face, but finally shook her head. No way, he came over here to save us, and it would be too much if we gave up on him. After saying that, he directly set a few buffs towards Luling. The man also let out a dark sigh, and with an extra longbow in his hand, he aimed a few arrows at the demon. The werewolf also noticed Luling and threw the mangled body in his hands away, opening his bloody mouth, then hissed towards Luling. No, why is he still approaching? Don't want to die? The archerman who was shooting arrows and pulling monsters frowned when he saw Luling still approaching the werewolf, but in the next second, he simply stared in disbelief, only to see the staff in Luling's hand suddenly emit a burst of orange-yellow light, followed by a heavy fling onto the werewolf's head. It was followed by a ball of fire that exploded, directly blowing that werewolf away. Holy, what kind of operation is this? Mages can still play like this? The man was taken aback and watched dumbfounded as Luling, reckless as he was, not only didn't pull away from his position to pull the demon, but instead took advantage of the situation and stepped forward to swing his staff and start beating up the werewolf. The staff in Luling's hand came with 3 light effects of blue, white, and orange, dazzling like a shooting star in the fog. The weapon, which was meant to be used for casting spells, had returned to its origin in his hands and turned into an irregular blunt weapon with great killing power. Luling had added quite a few more points of agility after upgrading, and now she was afraid that her speed was faster than most professions, except for some of the assassins who extremely eat agility. No one in other professions is afraid that they will point much agility before level 100. I have to say that the effect is still good. Luling can now 3 times in 2 seconds. Flat A interspersed with the push attack of the combo is still very good, with the fireball magic combo, making his second damage is horrible. After Luling gave it a go, that werewolf's blood level dropped instantly, and only about 1/5 of it was left. The archerman also reacted and instantly looked at the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill, but the greed in his eyes only appeared for a second before disappearing. He watched as Luling plunged his staff into the werewolf's body, and then lifted it up with both hands. Then, the werewolf's body exploded like a firework, and a hot, fiery beam of light shot up into the sky, directly dispersing the mist in the air. Too violent. This mage, where is this a mage? This is a mage god. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the eyes that looked at Luling had taken on a hint of reverence. As for Luling, after resolving the werewolf, he searched the ground and found a green-gray drop, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Not bad luck. The treasure chest monster dropped something. With that in mind, he walked towards the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill. Bronze hidden treasure chest. Is it open? Luling chose yes. With a golden light, the treasure chest slowly opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Misty Mist Set Top Thin Mist Robe Crafting Book *1. Congratulations, you've obtained the Misty Mist Set Bottom Cloud Scroll Trousers Crafting Book *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Fine Grade Item Cloak of 1,000 Faces *1. Luling looked at the 3 items in front of him and smiled with satisfaction before putting them into his backpack. 2 gold-ranked equipment crafting books, plus a blue functional item. This treasure chest was opened well, and it happened to be all things that Luling could use. After collecting his things, the archer who had just come forward with a smile on his face and said to Luling, "This little brother, it was really thanks a lot just now, haha." Luling didn't pay much attention, just nodded politely. These two, although they had the intention of running away at first, ended up coming back to help themselves. It wasn't much help, but it wasn't a cold face either. And the man, seeing Luling's appearance, seemed to be a little embarrassed as he rubbed his hands together and said, "Dude, are you a lone wolf? Why don't you team up with us? It's good to have more people to take care of each other, isn't it? By the way, my name is Chen Lu. What's your name, little brother?" Chen Lu said smilingly. He actually has his own selfishness. Originally, when they came in, they were still a squad of 5, but they were killed by monsters until there were only 2 left, and they were both brittle back row professions. If they were to rely on the 2 of them to survive all the way to the end of the copy, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult. That was why Chen Lu was thinking of pulling Luling along with him to form a team, so he might even be able to mix up some favors. Chapter 19, Talent Upgrade, Elemental Awakening. Unexpectedly, Luling only smiled faintly after hearing his words and rejected Chen Lu's request to form a team. With Luling's strength, he didn't need the help of these 2 people at all, so why did he have to share his experience and loot equally for no reason? And as soon as Chen Lu heard this, his heart became a little anxious. If it were any other copy, it would be team or no team. But right now, the danger level of this copy was still very high. He didn't have confidence that he could survive until he passed the level. If you don't find a big leg to hug, it's not a big deal to make a trip for nothing, but it's a big deal to lose your life. Therefore, he also went out on a limb, clenched his teeth, and spoke again. "Little brother, why don't we do this? I still have a few good high-grade materials and potions here. Consider it as paying to hire you, and on the way we'll turn off the experience pickups, and any loot that pops out from fighting monsters will be yours. How about that? These words made Luling a bit interested, stroking his chin and pondering for a moment. Like this? That's something to think about. Chen Lu was also very knowledgeable and directly took out the materials from his backpack. These are materials that he has saved up to sell when the price goes up, sort of his old money, but at the moment, for the sake of a small life, one can only endure the pain. And after Luling saw the pieces of materials he took out, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Third order cloud veil. This would be just right for building that vestment that was opened in the treasure chest. Just by bringing along 2 people, they could obtain over 100,000 Chinese coins of materials for nothing. This deal was still a good deal. However, since the other party was so sincere, one couldn't squeeze the other party too much. With that in mind, Luling took away only the 2 materials that could be used to create the thin mantle robe and pushed the rest back. Alright, I'll agree to team up for the sake of your sincerity. Experience pickups can be left off as well, but I have first pick of the loot. No problem? Luling smirked. Chen Lu was overjoyed at his words, and busily nodded his head in agreement. No problem, little brother. When he finished, he pulled in the priest woman who had just been there. By the way, this is also my teammate. Her name is Autumn and she's a level 29 priest. What's your name, little brother? Luling briefly introduced herself. However, when Chen Lu heard that Luling was only a level 26 mage, his eyes instantly widened. What's wrong? Luling asked suspiciously. Chen Lu was busy waving his hands and said, It's fine, it's fine. How could he not expect that Luling, who had just been as fierce as a god of war, was actually just a level 20 plus mage? However, after associating it with Luling's terrifying performance just now, his heart at least felt a little more secure. I really didn't expect that it was actually just over 20 levels. I don't know which power's demonic genius this is again, Chen Lu thought in his heart. Autumn was a more social person, so she didn't interact with Luling too much. The 3 of them thus formed a makeshift squad and continued to explore towards the depths of the secret realm. On the way, after several battles, the 3 of them became slightly more familiar with each other. Chen Lu and Autumn were also the first to see someone who could play the mage profession so brutally, and their hearts were extremely impressed with Luling. And, after learning that Luling was still just a kid who had just graduated from his senior year of high school and hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, they went straight to silence. Is this right? The 2 of them were in their 20s, and they wanted Luling, an 18-year-old kid, to take them flying. And the kid was a mage. Mages as a profession can be inferior until the first turn ah. And yet, Luling was able to lead them to slam the monsters in the secret realm. Is that right? It's a real people pleaser. And at this moment, in a corner among the copies, Su Yuntian revealed an evil smile as he felt the power brought about by the level up. Finally level 20. Now, I don't believe that damn Luling can still compare to me. Su Yuntian laughed freely and directly changed into the weapon that his father had prepared for him and excitedly experimented with it. When I get out, it'll be your time to die. Luling. Su Yuntian laughed wickedly as a bold idea came to life in his mind. And at the moment, Luling was concentrating on the traces on the ground. He had been separated from the ones from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild for a long time, but strangely enough he couldn't find the spatial rift that had appeared on the ground earlier no matter what. Along the way, Luling killed quite a few more terrifying demonic creatures and gained a general understanding of this secret realm. The demons in this secret realm were all rather disgusting. The numerical values were good, and the various layers of mechanics really cost Luling a lot of money. This, combined with the limitations of the scenario, makes the actual difficulty of the secret world should be able to reach the B level. Moreover, Luling had wandered around for most of the day and froze without finding the slightest thing related to the boss, so he guessed that the location of the boss room should be in one of the hidden locations, such as the spatial rift that had just appeared. After searching for a while, Luling also felt a bit tired, so he brought Chen Lu and the 2 of them to find a safer place, intending to rest for a while. Just after sitting down, Luling was idly bored and opened the system panel to draw a few rounds. Maybe the newbie protection period is over. I didn't even get a single lint in the first couple draws. This caused Luling to almost turn his back, and immediately used up all of his remaining draws. With the carousel rolling over and over again, the shipment was finally made in the last 2 rounds. Congratulations to the host. Acquired purple collectible talent upgrade card, beginner, *1. Congratulations to the host. Acquired the purple collectible A-rank skill void relocation leap. After 2 rounds of purple in a row, Luling's heart was finally relieved. I didn't dishonor my title as Jiangnan's little Aoguang. What is this talent skill upgrade card though? Luling opened the item description. Talent upgrade card, primary, can directly raise the level of a talent class skill, but only up to level 3. One-time consumable props. Oh, that's not bad. Raising the talent level directly once would save a lot of source stones and ignore the level limit. Luling immediately became interested and directly used this talent upgrade card. Out of his current 3 talents, the most useful one would be the spell energy blade talent. Not only did it add damage, but it also had a special mechanism, so the first choice would naturally be it. As Luling thought, he directly upgraded this talent. Your natural skill Blade of Spell Energy has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Blade of Spell Energy LV2. Each of your attacks will deal additional magical damage worth 120% of your spell strength, which can be bludgeoned. Extra attribute, Manifestation Hardened Magic. You can inscribe an enemy with a special attack attached to it on this talent by defeating the enemy with the attached special attack. Current wearable slots. 2. New effect Elemental Awakening. Consume 20% of your current mana to actively turn on. Lasts for 3 minutes after turning on. The magic damage attached to the Blade of Spell Energy comes with random elemental attributes. This effect gives power. It's worthy of being an SS rank talent. Chapter 20, Acquiring Divine Skills. Leading to the second area of the replica. Luling was greatly satisfied after seeing the results. Although the blue consumption was a bit higher, every attack would come with an elemental attribute, which was a pretty sick effect. Think about it, not only is the A high damage, but it also gives you a lightning paralyze frost slow down or something. How disgusting is that? Not bad. It's worth it. Luling smiled and looked at the other prize. Skill book, Void Leap. Studyable occupations, any occupation, grade, A, type, arcane. Effect, performs a space jump in the specified direction that is invincible for a short period of time, disappears instantly and then reappears at the specified target point, and strengthens the next attack, dealing 150% damage. This skill CD and jumping distance are determined by spell strength and physical attack power. Current CD, 10 seconds. Current jumping limit distance, 3 meters. After reading the skill description, Luling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Isn't that a flash? It's an active displacement skill, and it has a small invincibility frame? This skill is a god skill for any profession. It just so happened that he had another skill bar after level 20. He thought and directly equipped this skill. That's a huge increase in one's mobility in combat, and one's operational ceiling has expanded quite a bit. Not bad. Those dozen draws weren't counted as a waste. Both rewards boosted myself quite a bit. Luling smiled and laughed. Shenlu and Autumn on the side were both surprised to see him suddenly smile as he sat there. What's wrong with elder brother Lu? Shenlu whispered suspiciously. I don't know. Maybe geniuses are weirder? Fall creeps back in. Just as he finished speaking, Luling suddenly jerked up in a start and looked in the direction behind him. Boom! A loud noise came from the center of the replica and a huge deep pit suddenly appeared. Countless black lines suddenly appeared on the ground, all converging towards that direction. That's probably the boss room there. Luling's heart was shaken, and he immediately called up the two of them and rushed in that direction. He hadn't forgotten what he was here for. He's here to steal the first pass of the copy. Soon, the huge commotion attracted almost everyone in the copy, and only a few weak professionals who only wanted to make some money were still searching at the edge of the copy. By the time Luling arrived at the place where the sound was made, the scene in front of him couldn't help but make him smack his lips. A huge deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit there was a huge black tree that was hugged by 10 people. The tree's appearance was extremely bizarre, with its branches writhing like tentacles and many twisted human faces vaguely visible on its trunk. And at the top of the tree, there were a number of humans who had become dry corpses. Luling also quickly found the 4 people who came in together with the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Luckily, they still had a breath left in them, but they were so thin that they looked like they had been sucked dry. Not being able to think about it, Luling was busy going forward and managed to free a few people. The few people who were saved all looked like they were going to die at any moment, and when the priest on the side, Autumn, saw this, she busily stepped forward and threw a few life-healing type skills, which made them a little better. This time, I'm really thankful to little friend Lu. Cough cough cough. I can't imagine that this damn demonic creature is so vicious, surprisingly disguised as a treasure chest to squat on us. Not only that, they will also skin humans to disguise themselves, so little friend Lu should beware. The priest from before said to Luling with a pale face, and then briefly talked about their experience. It turned out that this secret realm was indeed as Luling had guessed, and the boss was in the hidden area. And this hidden area is in the cave underneath the forest. In the underground caverns, the demons were much more numerous and qualitative, and the abilities were all bloody and brutal and bizarre. These 4 people also planted their heads when they were almost to the boss room, and were dragged over by the boss to absorb a vicious wave of life force. If it wasn't for Luling's timely rescue, then I'm afraid they would have ended up the same way as the dry corpses hanging on the trees. Guan Shirin, who heard this, was also slightly startled and couldn't help but look at the huge tree in the deep pit, only to see that the tree was indeed surrounded by a number of oddly shaped magical creatures. From the looks of it, the boss of this copy should be this strange giant tree in front of him. However, the tree's roots were underneath the pit, while the trunk extended all the way to the ground. So if you wanted to defeat the boss, I'm afraid you'd have to go down there. Seemingly seeing Luling's thoughts, that priest struggled to stand up, then pointed to the pitch-black traces on the ground not far away and said, "To get into the cave part below, you have to enter through this strange crack in the rock. After entering the rift, one can randomly appear in a cave. However, the demons down there are all very strong. Are you sure you want to go down, little friend Lu?" Luling sniffed and looked at the ground in the direction of his finger, then replied, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." After saying that, he began to study the several dense black traces on the ground. These things seemed to be the same kind of spatial cracks that had sucked these four away when Luling had just entered the secret realm. But for some reason, at this moment, these black traces didn't half react. Is it because it's too close? Luling guessed, while he was planning to walk a little farther to try. Autumn, who was standing behind Luling, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Luling, who heard the commotion, was busy turning around to look, only to see Autumn's face reddened as she pointed at the black traces that kept twisting on the ground, a very embarrassed expression on her face. "Oh, it's activated? What are the conditions for activation?" Luling was just about to ask when he noticed with a sharp eye that there was an inconspicuous red mark at Autumn's pants. Could it be blood? The corner of Luling's mouth twitched as he took a dagger and slashed his hand, dripping blood onto the black marks on the ground, and sure enough, he sensed a spatial fluctuation. That's true, but is this any blood at all? Luling searched for it and looked at Autumn with an odd expression on his face, then silently took off his jacket and handed it over. Seeing that Luling had noticed her predicament, Autumn's face turned even redder, and with a periodical thank you, she put her jacket around her pants. She also didn't expect it to come at this time. Now that we're here, there's no reason not to go down, Luling thought and looked up at the two Chenlu. Are you guys going down with me? If you don't go down, stay up there and look after them for me. Chenlu, who heard this, revealed some hesitation. To be honest, he didn't really want to go down there. These four level 40 experts around him had nearly lost their lives. Chenlu was not confident that he could have better luck than them. He was originally thinking of just trying to get by and see if he could get some rewards. But before he could answer, Autumn spoke first. Why don't I walk you down? Autumn seemed to be a bit shy, and after she finished speaking, she immediately looked at Luling nervously, fearing that he wouldn't agree. Chapter 21, Encountering Su Yuntian, the despicable and shameless young master, and she said this out of a woman's intuition. By Luling's side, Autumn felt very secure, plus she did want to follow Luling down to brush the monsters and upgrade. Luling looked over at her and nodded after 2 seconds of thought. That's fine, Chenlu. You just take them to find a place to rest and recuperate. With their strength, there shouldn't be any small monsters that can threaten their lives without meeting a boss. After saying that, he waved his hand towards Autumn, signaling her to follow him. The two had only just gotten close to the traces on the ground when they felt a strong attraction coming from them, and their bodies were instantly sucked into the black crack on the ground. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black around him. Luling lit a torch, which was barely visible. They were truly transported into an underground cave. The cave was spacious, very airtight, and somewhat out of the ordinary. Normal naturally occurring caves must have many small air vents, but right now there was nothing here, only a path ahead that led to other holes, as if someone had dug it from the inside. Luling observed for a little while, and then led Autumn forward. It didn't take long for Luling to spot a group of humanoid magical creatures that were coiled together and seemed to be perched. The head of these demons only has a mouth. Other than that, there are no other 5 senses. The limbs are very thick, looks very scary. Demon Dark Hunter, Elite, rank 36, attack 256, blood 7,500. It was a group of elite monsters. Luling held his breath and was just about to observe for a while when he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps. On the other side of the cave entrance, a group of woefully out-of-shape professionals ran head-on. They seemed to be running for their lives, not noticing that they were about to face something even more terrifying. The group's footsteps immediately startled the resting Dark Hunters, who rose from the ground in unison and let out an odd hissing sound. The sound echoed continuously in the gaping cavern, instantly startling the group of fleeing professionals. It's over. There are monsters here too. Panic spread quickly through the crowd. The Dark Hunters, on the other hand, rushed into the group like ghosts, killing several humans in an instant. Just as Luling was planning to strike, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd. Isn't that Su Yuntian? Luling froze, then immediately sneered. Su Yuntian's face was equally flustered at this time, and Yao Ningning beside him was so scared that she screamed, itching to stick to Su Yuntian's body. At this moment, Su Yuntian was also cursing in his heart. If he hadn't been separated from those guards of the Su family, how could he have been reduced to such a sorry state? It was the fault of the stupid woman beside him that she had to make a fool of herself to look at that black mark on the floor. Su Yuntian thought, looking somewhat annoyed at Yao Ningning, who was so frightened that she almost cried out. At this time, a dark hunter roared and then pounced on Su Yuntian, scaring him so much that he was busy dodging to avoid it. However, this dark hunter was unforgiving, and after adjusting its stance, it once again lunged towards Su Yuntian. Now he couldn't retreat, and he was about to be pounced upon by the dark hunter. At the moment of crisis, Su Yuntian was busy grabbing a young girl beside him and pushed her towards the dark hunter. The young girl who was grabbed by Su Yuntian's pretty face was white, as if she couldn't believe that Su Yuntian, who was a grand young master, would actually act in such a way. Recalling Su Yuntian's pretentious appearance earlier, the young girl's heart was resentful beyond measure. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. The dark hunters were already close at hand. He was afraid that he would have to be accounted for here. The young girl closed her eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not appear. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw an incredibly handsome teenager in front of him, gazing indifferently at the dark hunter. He also had a staff in his hand, and it was this staff that held the dark hunter dead center, preventing him from moving. The visitor was none other than Luling. Su Yuntian, you're really a scum, Luling said with a cold smile, and then directly blasted the dark hunter in front of him with a fireball spell. The young girl's eyes were wide with disbelief as she watched Luling carry his staff upside down and just meet a large group of dark hunters face to face. He's a mage? Why is he fighting demons? But the next scene directly caused the young girl's mouth to close in shock. The situation is reversed when Luling joins the fight. The dark hunters who had originally slaughtered humans with abandon were suddenly ravaged like chickens in front of him. The staff was wielded in a tiger-like manner. Where was the aura of a mage? Instead, it was like a raging god of war. Flat A. Fireball. Fiery beam. Luling's fight was filled with violent aesthetics, and he soon fought a barrier for the group of humans. The people who were able to catch their breath all looked back and were instantly stunned by Luling. This is a mage? How can a mage be so fierce? This damage is too explosive, isn't it? Soon, the dark hunters who had originally beaten this group of people into submission were beaten by Luling in less than 10 minutes with his own strength, and even gave birth to the idea of escaping. Seeing that the crisis was finally over, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuntian straightened his messy hair and instantly regained the arrogant demeanor of the Su family's great young man and walked in front of Luling. Not bad, you did a good job. When you go out, Su family, it's you. Su Yuntian had planned to say some pretty words first, then reveal his identity and lure the other party over to act as his bodyguard. But to his surprise, he nearly screamed out in surprise when he got a good look at the man's face. Luling smiled wistfully and looked at the stunned Su Yuntian. LOL. What about your Su family? Are you planning to silence me when you get out? However, Su Yuntian's reaction was also extremely fast, and he immediately grunted in displeasure and said, so it was you. No wonder you didn't make the first move. You're just waiting for the critical time to come out so you can live up to your hero addiction. Right. In order to make a spectacle of yourself, you let these innocent people die in vain. You're such a selfish person. Saying that, Su Yuntian's face blazed up and said righteously. This comment almost amused Luling. Leisurely. Yeah, young Su, you can't have forgotten what you just did, can you? And that's how you talk to your savior? Luling said, his eyes looking towards the girl who had just been pushed out by Su Yuntian to die. The girl's face was still white, but the look in her eyes towards Su Yuntian had already taken on a touch of indignation, obviously harboring a grudge over what had just happened. Seeing Luling's eyes signaling, she hesitated for a moment somewhat hesitantly, but in the end, she resolutely stepped forward. Chapter 22, Luling's Plan. People don't believe this man's words. Just now, he pushed me towards the demon himself. He's the one who's the most selfish, the girl said, immediately relating what had just happened. The crowd's eyes instantly changed as they listened. That's a big no-no in a team. To die at the hands of a demon, that could be said to be a lack of skill, but death at the hands of a fellow soldier is a serious matter. It would drastically destroy the sense of trust between the entire team, causing the overall atmosphere to be all weird. Su Yuntian also did not expect that the girl just now actually did not die, and all of this was also discovered by Luling. His heart could not help but flash a trace of panic, but soon, he calmed down. He is a member of the Su family, so what if I did? Could this group of people still kill themselves? Anyway, it's safe now. So he's still afraid of a fair? When the Su family's bodyguards find this place, it won't be a matter of minutes to take down these weaklings? Thinking about it, Su Yuntian's tone hardened. So what if it is? Do you guys dare to take a shot at me? Do you dare to make enemies of the Su family? That was a good reminder to the crowd. Indeed, Su Yuntian, no matter what, is still a member of the Su family. They alone could not afford to offend the Su family. And Luling sneered. This was something he had anticipated long ago, and hadn't intended to use this matter to make Su Yuntian how he was. Luling's plan was for Su Yuntian to be spurned and stop piling up with people. That way, he had a chance. In the dark, Su Yuntian could have said before that he wanted to ruin Luling's career as a professional. Let him have no way to take the college entrance exam. If it wasn't for the appearance of the principal, I'm afraid that at the end of the trial that day, he, Luling, would have been poisoned by Su Yuntian. For this kind of person, Luling naturally wouldn't have any compassion. As she was thinking, the girl suddenly pointed at Su Yuntian and said coldly, "In that case, there's nothing we can say. We are all a group of commoners. We don't dare to travel with young Master Su, so please make yourself at home." These words caused the young master temperament Su Yuntian to immediately become offended. Is this to kick him out? Then he's really leaving. It's just a bunch of pariahs. Do you really take yourself seriously? He's an S-ranked swordsman. Does he need the help of a bunch of pariahs? Su Yuntian thought indignantly, completely forgetting how he had just been chased all the way here. After his eyes scanned the circle, Su Yuntian gave Luling and that young girl a deep look, and then left angrily, walking towards the outside of the cave. At this moment, the hatred for Luling in his heart reached its peak, and at the same time, he also felt a hint of fear for the strength that Luling had displayed. After thinking for a few moments, Su Yuntian decided that after he went out, he would find someone to kill Luling, so as not to have a long night's sleep, even if he would offend the principal as a result. Seeing Su Yuntian leave, Yao Ningning struggled for a moment and still decided to stay here. The monsters he just met, Su Yuntian barely had any power to fight back, while Luling was able to kill them all with his own strength. The difference in strength between the two was clear at a glance. For the sake of her own little life, Yao Ningning could only pull down her face and pile on the smiles as she walked over to Luling's face and greeted him. Unexpectedly, Luling didn't even bother to pay attention to her, directly treating her as heir. Although Yao Ningning, who had been left out in the cold, was incomparably angry in her heart, there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Luling was contemplating how to slaughter the brat Su Yuntian while not being discovered. As he was thinking about it, Luling suddenly thought that when he had just opened the treasure chest, it seemed that he had opened a fine-grade prop, which could come in handy at this moment. Luling thought and immediately opened his backpack and took out that prop. Props, Cloak of 1,000 Faces. Grade, fine. Effects, when worn, it can completely change one's appearance and scent, and can simulate the scent of a specified creature, but the effect will be destroyed when attacked. Oh, now that's something. Luling sneered and took it back into his backpack. He wouldn't make a move on Su Yuntian directly. If he was caught with something, then the trouble would be even bigger. So, it is necessary to use some other external forces. For example, some of the powerful magical creatures here. Thinking of this, Luling's mind already had a bold plan. He directly whispered a few words to Autumn, then quietly moved to leave the area. After walking out of the cave where the group of people had just stayed, Luling directly put on the 1,000 Faces cloak and recustomized his appearance. The weapon in his hand had also turned into a long knife, and there was absolutely no way to see any consistency with the previous one. Then, he began to pursue the direction that Su Yuntian had left. Besides, on Su Yuntian's side, he who left alone could not help but feel some apprehension in his heart. To say that the unusual level 40 copy, that with their own strength, not to say horizontal walk, but also should be self-protection. But the demonic creatures in this copy were truly perverted, with all sorts of bizarre abilities coming out of the woodwork, and terrifyingly strong tracking abilities. Even a level 40 professional would have some trouble dealing with it solo, not to mention him, a person who was only level 20 or so. Therefore, Su Yuntian instantly planned to find a safe place to live for a while, and wait for the Su family's group of bodyguards to find themselves before considering the matter of going to fight the boss. Su Yuntian, who had made up his mind, immediately followed the route in his memory and soon found an extremely hidden-looking cave entrance. It was surrounded by aisles, not even a shadow of a demon in sight, and seemed perfectly safe. This is it. Su Yuntian was satisfied with his discovery, and immediately drilled into this ultra-small cave. Luling, and those damn ES. You wait for me. On the other hand, Luling traced the traces left behind by Su Yuntian all the way and soon found the place where he was hiding. Looking around, Luling immediately let out a cold smile. This Su Yuntian IQ is indeed touching. This place in front of me is very hidden, but there is a fatal problem. That means there's no place to run when you're in danger. The cave entrance is just that big. If this is discovered by the demonic creature, it can only fight to the death inside. There is no way to run. Originally, Luling was worried that he had attracted monsters and what would happen if Su Yuntian ran away, but now it's free of that worry. Thinking about it, Luling immediately memorized the location, and then directly used the simulation function of the Thousand Faces cloak to simulate Su Yuntian's aura. After doing this, Luling began to walk towards the surroundings, intending to bring some new friends to have some fun with the Su family's young master. Wandering around, Luling soon found a dark hunter's camp. This camp was a bit bigger than the one just now, and it was filled with nearly 20 dark hunters. Now, this was enough for Su Yuntian to have a good drink. Luling sneered and instantly threw a fireball towards those dark hunters. Chapter 23 Boss Battle versus the Twisted Alien Eclipse Cypress. His long-range damage would be attenuated to only 1/10 of its effectiveness, so the fireball was almost indistinguishable from scratching an itch. But being attacked, all the dark hunters instantly woke up. They roared and lunged towards Luling. Luling wanted exactly this effect, and immediately led this group of dark hunters towards the direction of the cave where Su Yuntian was staying. Along the way, Luling turned around and threw fireballs every now and then to make sure that the hatred of that group of monsters was always on her. The aura on his body was simulating Su Yuntian's. It was only necessary to wait for the dark hunters to arrive at the place before Luling lifted his transformation. Then the group of demons would directly target Su Yuntian. After all, in their eyes, it was Su Yuntian who had attacked them. Luling couldn't help but reveal a bad smile as he thought. Soon, the group of monsters reached the cave where Su Yuntian was. The uninformed Su Yuntian was still secretly sulking at this moment. I can't imagine that damn woman betrayed me too. Humph. Thanks to this young man who treats her so well on weekdays. Forget it. Anyway, after all the fun, this kind of goods are only worthy of being reduced to playthings. That said, that Lin family's girl from before had a pretty decent flavor. As Su Yuntian was thinking, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from outside the cave entrance. What's the bee movement? Su Yuntian froze, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Before he could poke his head in to see what was wrong, a hideous face appeared in the doorway. This was followed by an angry hiss. Su Yuntian's complexion immediately became terrified. A cry for help had not finished. It was directly pounced on the ground by the dark hunter. Pity the poor young master of the Su family, but he ended up dead. Listening to Su Yuntian's miserable screams gradually diminish, Luling smiled faintly, took the Thousand Faces cloak back into his backpack, and walked as if nothing had happened towards the hole in the hole where the group of people had just stayed. Seeing Luling come back, Autumn looked at him with some blush and whispered, "What took you so long to go to the bathroom? I was just about to go out looking for you." Luling just laughed and casually made a few perfunctory remarks, then continued exploring towards the front as if nothing had happened. After that, they didn't meet any more very large-scale magical creatures along the way. They were all ordinary monsters around level 35, and they didn't even meet any more elite monsters. However, it did allow Luling to find another hidden treasure chest, only this time his luck wasn't that good, and only opened a boot crafting book, and some not-so-precious materials. It seems that the set given by this copy should be the one in his backpack. The top, bottom and boots were all in place, so all that was missing was the headdress. Gold level sets are only 4 items, but diamond level sets are said to be 6 items, and the effects of the sets are more diverse. Soon, Luling brushed all the way to the bottom of the deep pit from before. The bottom of the pit doesn't seem very big when you look at it from above, but when you wait until you get to the bottom you realize that this boss battle area is still huge. It was the size of 2 soccer fields. Usually bosses with large areas for such boss fights are not small in size. At this time, there were already quite a number of professionals standing one after another down below, and the small monsters around them were all pretty much cleared, so everyone was preparing to start the boss battle. The rules will be different for the unclassified copy of the boss battle, and are based on the amount of damage and the final kill to determine the reward, which is kinda fair. After waiting for a while, the giant tree in the center of the sinkhole suddenly stirred. Only countless green spores were seen splitting out of the huge trunk, and the dried corpses hanging from the trunk fell to the ground, and those robes instantly attached themselves to the dry corpses, causing those dry corpses to twitch violently, as if some kind of mutation had occurred. The possessed dry corpse gradually rose up from the ground, and its body burst open in a heck of a lot of ways, becoming a monster similar to a giant cannibalistic flower. After these derived monsters shook off the slime from their bodies, they immediately ran towards the professionals. This should be the mini-monster session before the boss fight. All of the professionals were staring at each other, immediately gripping their weapons in their hands before meeting these monsters. There weren't many high-level professions present, almost the vast majority of them were level 30 or lower, so it seemed a bit overwhelming to deal with. The melee professions were very self-conscious about moving forward to the top, allowing the long-range professions in the back row to output, and the priests got to work, returning blood and buffs to those who were in bad shape. Seeing this, Luling also carried his staff, intending to go forward and have a big fight, but he was stopped by an older man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Hey, you're a mage, aren't you? Why are you going forward? Go to the back and throw skills to output. This uncle's profession is a knight, which belongs to as a tank-type profession. And the uncle's words quickly attracted the attention of many people, and immediately someone frowned in dissatisfaction. What's a brittle skin like you doing running ahead? You want to die? Just hide behind and throw your skills. What kind of mage is this? My 5-year-old son knows that mages have to hide behind the output. Look at you. You just graduated from high school, right? Someone around the room soon spat. Seeing this, Luling didn't bother to retort, and was just about to rush forward for 2 seconds to shut these people up when a sudden change occurred, only to see that a vine seedling suddenly appeared underneath the feet of the uncle who had just stepped in to dissuade Luling, followed by a cannibalistic flower monster instantly breaking out of the ground. The thick vines entangled the uncle to death, and it looked like they were about to swallow him in one gulp. At the moment of crisis, Luling directly jumped into midair with a void-folding leap, and raised his staff in his hand to direct a heavy blow that ruthlessly smashed on the monster's mouthpiece. The high amount of damage instantly caused the monster to let out a high hiss, switching the target of its attack to Luling, and a dozen vines instantly shot out with electricity. A look that would run Luling through. It's over. The lad's dead. The crowd was shocked, and they all thought that Luling was going to be stuck directly into a sieve. However, Luling just smiled coldly and made a silky little walk, directly avoiding most of the vines, while the rest of the vines stabbed at Luling's body. They only dropped a blood skin. Luling directly ignored the wounds on his body and bellowed, directly chanting a fireball spell ahead of time, and then stabbed his staff violently into the monster's mouthpiece. Boom, boom. Minus 2098, minus 865. The fireball spell stacked with the passive effect of the explosive staff and instantly dealt nearly 3,000 points of explosive damage. This time, there was also the increased damage from the void leap, and it directly killed this dryad cannibal flower in seconds. This maneuver instantly stunned those few warriors around them. Why is this mage so violent? This is still fragile? How do you go up against the monster's damage and give people seconds? The knight uncle, who had just been saved, also reacted and immediately walked to Luling's side to help him resist the surging monsters. Little brother, thank you so much for just now, but you're a mage. Is it really okay to fight like this? Chapter 24 Mage Rushing Face Output? Upon hearing this, Luling just smiled slightly and said, who says that mages must hide in the back row and throw skills to output? I think I'm fine like this. I can resist and fight. Isn't this much more trouble-free? A comment that left the older man instantly speechless. When you think about it, it does seem to make a bit of sense. The performance that Luling had just given, not only did he maintain a high output while also having mobility, his body looked pretty tough as well, and he was indeed quite a bit stronger than a traditional mage. If an ordinary mage were to come, then I'm afraid that I would be in a bad way in the situation just now. And Luling no longer kept a low profile, directly opened his natural skill spell Energy Blade Elemental Awakening, and went up with a set of lightning 5 consecutive staffs, only to see several elemental fluctuations instantly flashing up on the explosive staff, with each attack being able to have an elemental effect attached to it. Scorch, Frost, Lightning Chain. Luling, who had turned on his elemental awakening, instantly transformed into a merciless output machine, directly taking on 7 or 8 cannibal flower dryads by himself. With a high frequency of flat A's, several elemental effects were quickly stacked on those dryads, and Luling's blue gradually sucked up, and a 20% max life value shield was put on his body. Arcane Siphon is a really powerful skill, especially when it comes to clearing monsters, and it allows Luling to do almost no damage. Paired with Voidfold Leap, it makes Luling's survivability a terror. Soon, the 7 dryad cannibal flowers in front of Luling's eyes wailed and died. Such an explosive scene that almost left the entire audience of professionals dumbfounded. Did I read that right? That's a mage? A mage soloed a bunch of monsters? Holy, this dude is kind of strong and scary. Can a back row profession like a mage be that fierce? He's afraid that even a top-tier warrior can't match his aura. Too brutal, too brutal. This dude's damage is scary high. No way. I'll have to add him as a friend later and let him take me to brush the monsters. Who says mages can't be big brothers? For a while, the crowd was in awe. Luling, on the other hand, looked as if she had done something trivial, with a breezy face. Soon enough, those dryad cannibal flowers in the periphery were almost all cleared by the professionals, and everyone set their eyes on the demonic giant tree in the center of the sinkhole. At this moment, the horrible plant that had sucked up countless amounts of blood and flesh finally revived. The boss words were gradually visualized. Twisted Alien Eating Cypress. Level, 40, Gold Boss. Attack, 503, Mixed Damage, Blood, 30, 000. Skill, Devouring Flesh and Blood. generating magic vines, mysteriously contaminated twisted creatures, beasts, or a plant. With a long, sharp cry, the entire giant tree suddenly began to swell, its roots growing in reverse like tentacles, and finally breaking out of the ground, waving wildly in the air. And in the center of the tree trunk, a mouth suddenly cracked out, then gradually tore apart, gradually turning into a huge mouth. Its color also gradually turned from black to dark red, a color and texture as gruesome as a twisted mass of flesh and blood. The twisted human face also began to wail incessantly, as if it were a pair of horrible eyes. Here we go. Everyone was shocked, and immediately they were ready to meet the battle. A level 40 boss with a full 30,000 drops of blood was very rare. Even an ordinary level 40 professional would be afraid that it would be difficult to defeat this kind of boss alone. Accompanied by a roar, the hearts of the crowd were shaken, and they raised their weapons and began to fight. The first to attack the monster were those long-range mages and archers, but the long-range damage fell on the body of this boss as if scratching an itch. It was surrounded by a number of rooted vines all around its body, blocking at least half of the spells. Seeing this, the warrior rushing ahead immediately shouted, "Cut those roots around the boss first, otherwise there's no way to output at all." Before the words left his mouth, he was instantly pierced through by several vines, hanging fiercely in the air. The crowd was shocked. What a strong attack! Even a profession like a warrior can be killed in seconds. This damage is too high. That wasn't all. After the impaled warrior convulsed a few times, he gradually turned into a dry corpse. At the same time, the alien eater cypress, which had lost a bit of blood, was slowly bleeding back. It can absorb life force. Pay attention to your stance. Those roots have an attack range of about 3 meters. Prioritize clearing out a vacuum zone. Luling judged the situation at a glance and calmly commanded, "There's no way around it. The boss off first sight usually have very powerful bonuses. That's why they're extraordinarily difficult to deal with." Luling didn't dare to be careless and responded very seriously. The crowd sniffed and came to their senses, immediately following his words. Luling, on the other hand, managed to approach the boss's body by virtue of his high movement speed and the high mobility of the void leap, followed by a direct staff draw. Boo! After a muffled thud, the xenophagus cypress hissed in instant agony as it was hooked up to sizzling warning. Fire damage seems to be more restrained against it, with a scorching effect that is 1.5 times as effective as the original. Luling noticed this immediately and grinned. The output skills he commonly used now were all fire attribute spells, and with dimensional tier, a divine skill for beating meat, that output would have to be terrifying, he thought, and immediately started his show around the boss. The trunk of the alien eclipse cypress had a number of twisted human faces that appeared to be its eyes, and this became the primary target of Luling's attack, only to see Luling running 2 steps and jumping up to fling fireballs. Bobo all shoved his staff into these people's faces before detonating them, instantly knocking out nearly 7 to 8,000 blood from the boss. It puts the boss into a berserk state. This confused the warrior tanks in the back who were still slashing at the roots. This is still a mage? What kind of omnipotent king is this? We can't even touch the boss, but you're going to give the boss a second stage? And Luling see boss berserk, not only not afraid, but more and more courageous, directly opened the elemental awakening. The staff instantly sparks with lightning, so that Luling looks like a heavenly god-like majesty. By this time, those roots blocking the attack were pretty much chopped up, and the professionals were busy moving forward to attack along with Luling. In an instant, the scene was bustling with all kinds of skills hitting the body of the boss in unison, with swords and swords, long shots and short cannons, interspersed with quite a number of skills with various effects attached to them. The professionals who could enter this copy were no more than level 40 at the highest, and didn't have any fancy skills, so they relied more on strength and numbers, so it causes the combat to look rather plain and unassuming. But Luling's presence is out of place with the others. While other mages were still throwing 2 skills at the back and waiting for a while to regain their blue, Luling was like a perpetual motion machine and never stopped attacking. Chapter 25, Oops, Luling got the MVP. The staff swung faster than a warrior's long sword in his hand. Each attack came with 3 types of damage as well as an elemental special effect, and he also smashed 2 fireballs every now and then. When the fight is in the heat of the moment, they will directly turn on the flame beam, directly to the face of the scorching of the alien food cypress. Such an exaggerated fighting style caused the crowd of professionals to be more and more shocked the more they watched. Luling's attacks not only can come with various limiting effects, but also has a surprisingly high damage. Boss's flatta he doesn't even bring to avoid. Dropping a bit of blood a skill to recover up. Don't even need milk. The boss's skills couldn't even touch the corner of Luling's coat. All of them were dodged by his invincibility frame of less than a second with void leap. How confident does that have to be? He's practically a Superman. The hearts of the crowd of professionals went numb. Strong is a mage? No, the strong one is Luling. He's the one who explained how a mage should be played. Being in a fighting state, Luling was very hyper and had gotten into the swing of things. The values and mechanics of this boss are truly disgusting. But sadly, My values and mechanics are above yours. Who said melee mages are trash? Melee mages are supermodels. The more Luling fought, the more energized he became. The staff in his hand was about to swing out of the stump, and soon the boss's blood level was below half. At this point, Luling's output alone had reached a terrifying 70%, and he was still only a 26th level professional. It had to be said that Luling's presence greatly boosted the morale, and the professions couldn't help but raise their spirits when they saw such a fierce mage on their side. And those priests also knew their stuff. There were at least a dozen kinds of increased buffs on Luling, and they didn't stop the whole time. Generally, this kind of big brother treatment can be enjoyed by warriors or assassins, because only these professions can top the front while eating pressure and output, and Luling directly used his strength to prove that mages were just as capable. Finally, under the efforts of the crowd, the twisted alien eclipse cypress let out a deafening roar, and the vine branches on its body twisted wildly before it finally collapsed unwillingly. Luling directly collected the first kill with a fireball spell, and the reward for the cross-level kill instantly allowed him to rise 2 levels. At the same time, an ethereal and stirring bell sounded in his ears. Copy, Eerie Forest. First pass completed. Boss battle best contributor, level 28 mage, Luling. The crowd of professionals were once again shocked as the broadcast sounded. What? A mage that fierce? And you're telling me he's only level 20-something? I'll believe you when you say he's level 50. Whose genius is this? For a while, Luling's identity instantly became the talk of the town, and the rewards for clearing the copy have all become secondary. Luling, on the other hand, was transported to a mysterious space the moment the broadcast popped up, surrounded by mist like a fairy court. A brilliant golden treasure chest was right in front of him. This would be that mysterious reward for the first pass copy. Luling also couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart and went up to open this treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the following item. Tattered Scroll *1 Mystic Relic *1 Legendary Grade Jewelry Sage's Stone Crafting Book *1 Legendary Jewelry. That's a great treasure, and it sounds like it should be a mage class. Luling picked up that production book and observed it, but he couldn't help but stare. The current trinket is locked to the hidden profession. You can't view it. Locking down hidden professions? This is he lucky or unlucky? Luling couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he could only put it into his backpack for now and study it later. Then, Luling picked up the remaining 2 props. From the text description, these 2 things should be props used for opening hidden copies, but one's level wasn't enough to activate them. It wasn't a troublesome thing to do, just need to find a higher ranked seer professional to help break it. Generally, the lowest price for a hidden copy token can be sold for 1,000,000 huaxia coins, which is not bad for Luling. After putting the things away, Luling also took the initiative to exit this reward space. When they reached the outside, the crowd of professionals already had a hint of reverence in their eyes when they looked at Luling. People always respect the strong wherever they are, and Luling has conquered them with strength. At this time, the copy had already been cleared, and the teleportation light pillar appeared in front of them, and Luling, as the professional with the highest output in the boss battle, could independently choose a piece of the boss's drop item and received a title enchantment. This title increases Luling's burst rate by 20% when he comes back in for that copy. Looking at the self-selected treasure chest in front of him, Luling didn't hesitate to redeem the headgear from the Misty set, the Grey Mist Law hat. He already had the crafting books for the rest of the set, and now all that was missing was a headdress to activate the effects of this set. It was a gold-ranked mana set, which Luling could just use. After redeeming the rewards, Luling collected some more materials that those professionals had specifically left for Luling, and then he planned to leave this secret realm. Just as he went out, he suddenly realized that there was a middle-aged man with an iron face standing at the door, and he was followed by a number of high-level professionals with terrifying auras. And beside the man, a white cloth was covering him, and underneath the white cloth it was vaguely visible that it should be a human form. Luling only took a glance and recognized it, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Yuntian, this kid's life is really good. Yes, that pile of stuff on the ground covered by a white cloth was Su Yuntian's remains. Originally, Luling was thinking that if he died in a place like that, the Su family shouldn't be able to find him, but I did not expect that the Su family's few bodyguards this all brought out to Su Yuntian. That's quite a dedication. Actually, this incident was purely coincidental. Those Su family bodyguards immediately panicked after Su Yuntian accidentally entered the underground cave. After some non-stop searching, they finally learned the way to enter the underground cave area. When they came down, Luling and the others were just in time to start the boss battle, and before the group of bodyguards sniffed and rushed over, one of them suddenly wanted to use the restroom. Since there was nothing more suitable near the cavern, he took a few more steps and happened to find a small hole similar in size to a toilet. Having just gone in to release a portion of it, the man immediately noticed a surprisingly mutilated body on the ground. Upon further scrutiny, there was actually something on the corpse that belonged to his own young master. This can be the Su family bodyguard to panic. Also cannot care that he just poured a bubble on it. Directly will bring the body out. After identification, it was found that it was actually really Su Yuntian's body. My own young master is dead, and in such a tragic way. It's all over now. The group of bodyguards, each with a face like ashes, took Su Yuntian's remains all the way out of the cave, just as the copy passed. They then went out and contacted Su Yuntian's father, Su Yanyi, the Su family's family head, at the first opportunity. Chapter 26 Underground Deathmatch. Su Yanyi, who had just arrived, was enraged, and immediately ordered the blockade of the entire replica area, determined to find out the murderer who had brutalized his son. But after calming down a bit, Su Yanyi also realized that this kind of wound on his son's body was 80% the work of a demon. Therefore, this matter can't really be blamed on others, but only on those few bodyguards for their poor guarding. After letting out a deep breath, Su Yanyi seemed as if he had aged 10 years and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to carry Su Yuntian's body down. Contact Prof. Gu of the Capital University for me, and at the same time, prepare 3 more heavenly rank source energy stones, Su Yuno said breathlessly, and these words were also heard by Lin Tianxiong, who was at the side. The Lin family, which was the Su family's mortal enemy, naturally stole the news of Su Yuntian's murder. After laughing for a while, he forced himself to come to Luling's body. Little friend Lu really hasn't let me down. It's quite a rewarding harvest this time, Lin Tianxiong said smilingly. Naturally, what he was referring to was not the rewards that Luling had personally received, but the matter of taking the first pass of the copy as the representative of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. After the first pass of the duplicate, if there is any core left, it will go to the person who passed the duplicate first, that is, the professional who ended the boss at the end, or contributed the most in the boss battle. And the value of this core was very great. It meant that in the future, if a professional wanted to brush this copy, they would have to pay an entrance fee to the core holder, but want to build it into a sustainable refreshing copy. This is an individual cannot do, must be relying on the guild such organizations to run, in order to the copy of the core of the maximum value. Although it was said that a portion of the tickets had to be turned over to the Chinese professionals organization, the profit it could bring in was still quite substantial. Luling naturally understood this, and just smiled faintly and said, I'm just lucky, too. Lin Tianxiong sniffed and appreciated this young man in front of him more and more. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but sigh. If he had a son as good as Luling, how good would it be? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but give Lin Beichen a look of disdain in his eyes. Poor Lin Beichen had a puzzled look on his face and could only weakly look at Luling. After hearing the 4 people under him report on Luling's performance in the copy, Lin Tianxiong was even more surprised. He had originally thought that Luling was thinking that he had brought these 4 level 40 professionals with him in order to capture the first pass in a crowd. However, he didn't expect that Luling would directly take down this level 40 mysterious realm with his strength alone. It wouldn't be too much to call such a person a demon. No way. Reward. It has to be a good reward, Lin Tianxiong thought, and was just about to open his mouth when he realized that Luling had already chatted with his own daughter at some point. Moreover, her daughter Lin Wanwan's face still had a touch of redness, that kind of young girl's sense of shyness, and an old fox like Lin Tianxiong naturally understood what it meant. In an instant, Lin Tianxiong felt like the sky had collapsed, but the thought that it was a golden pig that was arching his own cabbage made him feel better again. Forget it, let the young people do their thing. Lin Tianxiong thought helplessly, rubbed his head, and didn't mention the reward again, but desperately needed time to compose himself. After waiting to chat for a while, Luling then felt a bit hungry, so he logically accompanied Lin Wanwan to have a dinner together. After the meal, Lin Wanwan suddenly had something to do and went home. Luling had planned to go home as well, but was pulled back by Lin Beichen. Brother Lu, you say, are we good buddies? Lin Beichen suddenly looked at Luling with both eyes glowing. Objectively speaking, I guess not, Luling said in a serious manner. No way, Brother Lu, at least we are comrades who have shared the same life and death. How can you say that? Lin Beichen immediately changed into a crying face. Luling couldn't help but feel amused and said, all right, something's up. Lin Beichen immediately laughed when he heard it, changing his face extremely fast. It is a pity that he does not go to perform Sichuan opera. Good buddy, I'll recognize you as my buddy from now on. Here's the thing, after listening to Lin Beichen pouring out his bitterness for a full 20 minutes or so, Luling's expression became more and more wonderful, and at the back, he even had the urge to kick Lin Beichen off. It turned out that this kid had actually signed a contract for an underground deathmatch because he had helped out a girl in his class. However, he himself was a tank profession, and was completely unable to fight in 1v1, which was why he put his crooked mind on Luling, wanting to have Luling join him in a 2v2 match. That's the way things are. I don't dare tell Pops about this either. If he finds out, I'll be finished, Lin Beichen said sheepishly. It was true that he was a son of the Lin family, and he went to play this kind of game. If Lin Tianxiang knew about this, wouldn't his nose get all bent out of shape? If Lin Tianxiang knew about this, his nose would be bent out of shape, and it would be considered that Lin Tianxiang had a good temper if he didn't break his legs. After secretly spitting for a while, Luling was also thinking seriously. First of all, it's not very good to just run away from this kind of tournament, because behind the underground deathmatch tournament, there are still quite a few powerful forces standing, and they will never allow someone to sign a tournament and not execute it. There were so many things involved behind the scenes that even if Lin Tianxiang came, he would still feel a headache. It would have been fine if the match contract had not been signed, but if it had been signed, it would have been unjustified. It's hard to rule this kind of competition illegal when you say he's illegal. After all, if reporting really worked, then they wouldn't have a long history of hundreds of years. So, I'm afraid this match is still a must. After pondering for a moment, Luling finally decided to agree to Lin Beichen. For one thing, with his current strength, he could easily defeat even against level 40 plus opponents. Secondly, Lin Beichen is not a bad person, plus he is Lin Wanwan's brother, so there is no harm in helping. And Lin Beichen was overjoyed after seeing Luling agree, and immediately excitedly went up and hugged Luling. Good brother, I'll call you brother from now on. The race is tomorrow. I'll pick you up then. Don't worry, after the fight, my brother will definitely thank you properly. After saying that, he happily bid farewell to Luling and left the place in a huff. Looking at his distant figure, Luling smiled helplessly. Lin Beichen really didn't look like a young master at all. Who knows, he's the young master of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild if he doesn't say so himself. The next morning, Lin Beichen arrived as promised, riding a handsome little motorcycle. Since you can't fly yet, getting a vehicle is necessary. After loading up Luling, the two soon arrived at the hottest underground deathmatch arena in the area. This kind of competition is similar to underground black boxing, only not as bloody and brutal as black boxing. Chapter 27 Blood Slaughter Brothers. There are two types of deathmatch matches for professionals. Most of the first will stop when one side admits defeat, and only in a few cases will there be an accident. And more pertinent to underground black boxing matches would be the second type, which is known as a life and death match. There are no rules, no restrictions, and the winner is the one who comes out alive. This gray industry is always the most popular with civilians, and who doesn't like to see two towering professionals bloodying each other in the ring? After the two of them walked into the arena, Luling was immediately invited backstage. Inside a gilded office, inside sat an incredibly ruthless-looking middle-aged man with a lurid-looking extra-long scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his forehead to his jaw. Oh, Mr. Lin is here? Have a seat. Seeing that his identity had been recognized, Lin Beichen was a bit stunned, while Luling quickly thought of something and his face became a bit more grave. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the man in front of him was 80% here to knock on the bamboo pole. He wanted to use Lin Beichen's contract as a handle to gain benefits from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. As expected, as Luling expected, the scar-faced man said immediately after a few polite words, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for Mr. Lin to come and participate in this kind of competition, right? Why don't you inform President Tianxiang and let him come and talk to me? If something happens to Mr. Lin in my place, there's no way I can explain it, don't you think so?" He laughed when he finished. Luling just wanted to remind, but he heard Lin Beichen reject it outright. "No, you can just pretend I'm just a normal person. Finish the contract and we'll leave," Lin Beichen said with a resolute attitude. The scar-faced man also didn't expect Lin Beichen to be so decisive, and after a moment's pause, he lost his smile. "Good, Duke Lin is really bold. Come on people, take Mr. Lin and his friend to prepare for the match." As soon as the words left his mouth, several people with masks immediately appeared and respectfully led Luling and Lin Beichen away. Only after they left the office did the scar-faced man reveal a sinister smile. "The little pussy is pretty smart, but since he's landed in my hands, how can he expect to get better without spitting something out? Humph, arrange the blood slaughter combination for them as opponents. I'd like to see how Lin Tianxiang is going to come and beg me after the two little brats lose." Walking out of the office, Luling also slightly surprised. I cannot imagine Lin Beichen on the surface seems to be a bit out of tune, but in fact in the big right and wrong is not ambiguous. I think that's what's called being wise beyond your wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Beichen's thoughts were actually quite simple. That is, it must not be discovered by father, or he'll get his ass kicked. After the two followed the staff over to register, they went straight to the parlor to wait. On the other side of the room, in a dimly lit room, there was a body lying on the floor, with two men like beasts. "Brother, it's true that it's better to sleep in a pile of corpses. That said, we haven't been out exercising in a while, and we're getting a little itchy." One of them stretched his block and yawned. The other man laughed and picked up the conversation. "How can there be someone who can rival our blood slaughter brothers in this tiny Jiang city? Even though we've suppressed our rank using suppressors, it's still not much of a thrill. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a light knocking at the door. "Gentlemen, the boss has scheduled a new match." On the other hand, the two who had been chattering in the parlor for almost half an hour were also finally notified of the match. "The opponent for our match is a combination called Blood Slaughter? This combination doesn't seem to have much of a record," Lin Wanwan said with some doubt. "Isn't this better? If you arrange too strong an opponent and you lose, you'll be in big trouble. At that time, the person in charge here will definitely take advantage of this matter to go to Chairman Lin and extort a fortune," Luling said casually as she sat on the couch. Lin Wanwan scratched his head, wanting to speak. Soon, the two were taken to the preparation area. Coming up next, a 2v2 match. It's the newcomer duo, Lu Chen vs Blood Slaughter. Along with the host's rousing voice, there was a chorus of responses from the audience on stage. This Lu Chen team is a freshman team that just registered. It consists of two energetic young men. They are Mr. Lu and North Star. Let's give a round of applause to these two brave young men. Accompanied by the chants of the audience, Luling and Lin Wanwan slowly stood on the competition stage. Luling was not too fond of this kind of fight being surrounded by on-the-spot crickets, but Lin Wanwan seemed to be quite used to this feeling, smilingly waving his hand in greeting. The two of them had quite a high face value. One was warm and sunny, and the other was cold and indifferent. Such a combination was quite eye-catching, and it instantly caused many people in the audience to talk about it. And their opponents are the Blood Slaughter group, consisting of a pair of blood brothers, the older brother, Shao Fury, and the younger brother, Shao Demon. And by the time their opponents came out, the originally enthusiastic crowd was suddenly quite quiet. This is the two who beat their opponents to death alive last time? Aren't they the life and death ring contestants? Why did they run here? Holy, these two are both pervert-level characters. Now those two little brothers are in danger. The appearance of the two caused the audience to murmur, as they all seemed to have heard of the Blood Slaughter brothers. Their words were naturally unclear to the two Luling who were on the field. However, Luling could feel that lingering, thick murderous aura on his opponent and frowned for a moment. These two have, on their backs, definitely carry a lot of lives. I'm afraid these two are not simple, Luling thought and whispered a reminder to Lin Wanwan. Without waiting for them to continue their discussion, the referee had already appeared in the center of the competition stage. The match is 10 minutes long and ends immediately when one side concedes. Prepare both sides. Both sides sniffed and pulled out their weapons. Luling's side was the standard lineup of a tank with a mage, while the Blood Slaughter brothers had a double warrior lineup. Objectively speaking, Luling's side's chances of winning were definitely greater. It would be extremely difficult for a warrior to go around a tank to slice a mage. As for the output of the mages, most of the warriors were not very good at carrying them. Plus there was no long range on their side, making it easy for the mages to hide behind and output them at will. With a yell from the referee, the match begins. To the surprise of everyone in the room, the two sides had set up the same stance. Luling, a mage, was actually standing with Lin Wanwan. This unusual scene immediately made everyone frown. Could it be that this handsome young mage was a total rookie? This kind of standing position, he is simply washing his neck and waiting for the opposite side to cut off. Chapter 28, Berserkers? 2 fireballs in seconds. And when the Blood Slaughter brothers on the opposite side saw this, they also revealed a cruel smile. Whoa, brother, that mage boy across the street is a dumbass, isn't he? Ha ha ha. Instead of trying to run away, did he approach us of his own accord? I can't wait to see his head explode. Shao Demon stared at Luling with a face of morbid excitement. After saying that, he instantly turned on an acceleration skill, Blood Dash, and with a wild dash, he ran towards Luling. At this moment, the crowd in the viewing gallery also murmured, and this mage is so stupid. How can he stand with a tank? That's right, that tank teammate won't be able to stop the opposite side when we cut him later. Those Blood Slaughter brothers can both be berserker professions. Looks like there's not much suspense in this match. The eyes of the crowd that looked at Luling once again took on a touch of contempt. Luling, on the other hand, just smiled coldly and carelessly looked at Shao Demon who was running wildly towards him. A berserker? It's just a toy for me. I'll show you what a melee mage is. Luling directly turned on Elemental Awakening, while a Voidfold Leap started the displacement. However, the direction he displaced was Shao Demon's side. The crowd was shocked at the sight. This mage saw the opposite side of the warrior over to cut him. Not only did not run, but also took the initiative to cross the displacement up? This is crazy, right? Did he try to kill himself? But before the audience could curse out, Luling directly blocked everyone's mouth with practical actions, only to see Luling jumping face first with a flash, and then swinging his staff was a headbutt. The staff that had turned on the Elemental Awakening was full of special effects, and it greeted Shao Demon's face with rushing electricity. Shao Demon also didn't expect the mage kid on the opposite side to dare to be so wild. He actually jumped to face output. Caught off guard, he was hit head-on by Luling's staff. Boo! A gut-wrenching muffled sound rang out as Luling directly knocked out 1,000 points of high damage. That's still the damage without bludgeoning. if it wasn't for the fact that the Berserker's basic panel's double resistance was just fine, plus the fact that Xiao Demon had a piece of damage immunity equipment on him. Luling's shot of flat A would have directly given him seconds, but even so, Luling's blow still knocked out most of his blood. Moreover, the staff came with an elemental special effect, lightning, which instantly caused him to experience a great stiffness. His body was simply unable to dodge. In panic, Xiao Demon immediately turned on the Berserker Divine skill, Fighting Frenzy Strike. This skill deducts 20% of his current max life while drastically strengthening his attacks and comes with a high lifesteal. Moreover, the moment it was turned on, it also dispelled all of its own negative statuses and gained a certain amount of toughness. Paired with Xiao Demon's natural skill Berserker's Rage, the lower the blood the higher the agility and strength, causing Xiao Demon to instantly move up a notch. This state was the Berserker's strongest state, and even a professional several levels higher than him would have to hold off at the moment. Xiao Demon, who had opened a series of enhancements, was incomparably shaken in his heart, actually being forced to do so by a mage sticking his face in the air. It was truly a strange shame, and Xiao Sha, who was still in the distance, was also startled. He knew his brother's strength very well. Even with a level limiter on his body, he was able to deal with enemies 10 levels above him without losing, and now it was being beaten by a brat. The opposite side was still a brittle mage. Just as Xiao Demon's axe was about to slash at Luling, Lin Beichen precisely released a taunt and simultaneously turned on motivating battle cry, applying damage immunity to Luling and himself. Xiao Demon, who was about to cut down Luling, was momentarily unable to dodge and was taunted by Lin Beichen. His body instantly stiffened and ran uncontrollably towards Lin Beichen's side. And how could Luling let go of this good opportunity? Taking the opportunity, he ruthlessly added 2 heavy blows, and then directly pushed his staff against Xiao Demon's waist, and the fireball spell was instantly released. With a boom, Xiao Demon was directly blown away. The blood level fell to single digits. Seeing that he was about to be scalded to death by the scorching attached to the fireball, the rescue priest by the referee's table immediately stepped in and lifted Xiao Demon's blood back up with a single skill. It also means that Xiao Devil is out. The crowd in the audience was shocked. What the hell? This mage actually gave the Berserker a second by sticking his face in the air? That Berserker didn't even get an A out and was carried away by a mage? Is this really a mage? It's too much. The one who was even more shocked was Xiao Sha, but he knew his brother's strength the best. At one time, they were also powerful existences that caused a bloody storm in other cities, and now they were beaten up by 2 brats who were no more than teenagers? That guy across the street. What the hell kind of monster is that? Shocked, Xiao Sha was also incomparably angry. It had always been only the 2 of their brothers who had crippled others, but today they had actually almost been crippled by someone else, and a mage boy at that. Can this be tolerated? Xiao Sha roared furiously and opened 2 enhanced skills at the same time, then threw a flying axe directly towards Luling. This was one of the few skills of the Berserker that could attack remotely, and although the damage was not high, it could inflict a crippling effect on the enemy, which was naturally appropriate for sticking people. But what everyone didn't expect was that Luling didn't dodge or flash. Instead, he stored up his fireball spell in place. Why doesn't this kid dodge? Although the damage of this skill is not top-notch, but after a solid hit, it can also dry out a small half-tube of blood of the brittle skin and once you're slowed down and stuck, wouldn't that Berserker just hack a mage to death? Just as the axe was about to fall on Luling, his figure directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the wildly running Xiao Sha. Why is Void Migration called a god skill? It's this invincibility frame of less than a second. It creates infinite possibilities. Xiao Sha, who was running wildly, also did not expect this mage boy to actually dare to take the initiative to flash to his body. His heart became even more furious, and he raised his axe towards Luling's head. If this axe were to be used by other brittle professions, there would be nothing to do but wait for death in place. However, Luling was still fearless, and directly smashed the stored fireball spell on Xiao Sha's body. The 2 sides exchanged moves, and surprisingly, it was the Berserker Xiao Sha, who was a melee mad dog, who suffered a loss. The axe slashed Luling first, but it only left a wound on his shoulder, cutting away about less than a fifth of Luling's blood. Instead, Luling's shot of face-storing fireballs had blown away half of Xiao Sha's blood. The terrifying damage caused Xiao Sha's heart to lose its color in horror, and he immediately turned on his defense boost skill. At this time, Lin Beichen also slammed up with a fearless charge, but directly Xiao Fury dodged it with a twist. And by the way, he also solved Lin Beichen's taunt in seconds. This kind of micro-manipulation caused Luling to be slightly surprised even as he watched. If a level 30 Berserker could operate that skillfully, there was no way he could only be at this level, right? Chapter 29, Tool Blood Slaughter Brothers, building the creepy mist suit. Moreover, the opposite side's skills were a bit too much, almost as many as his own skills as a mage, which was really very strange. But doubtful or not, Luling's hand movements remained unheeded, and a flat A carrying 2 characteristics ruthlessly smashed into Xiaoxia's waist, instantly causing him to feel a stiffness in his body. This time, the elemental attack that came with it was frost, and paired with scorching morning, Xiaoxia immediately felt his status drop quite a bit. That wasn't all, as Luling slammed another flat A into his back, stacking another layer of water immersion effects on him. In the end, Luling even directly opened Dimensional Tear, pressed his staff against Xiaoxia's body, and opened Flame Beam against his face. The powerful impact immediately caused Xiaoxia to feel a sharp pain, and he spat out blood in a single gulp. The priest on the referee's table was already prepared, and when he saw that Xiaoxia had fallen into a state of near death, he immediately went up with a set of healing. This was what prevented him from perishing under Luling's fiery beam, and the referee froze for a good 10 seconds before coming back to his senses and declaring a winner. The winners of this match are the Lithan combination. The audience on the stage still hasn't come back to their senses for a long time as the host's voice rings out. After a long time, the crowd then gradually applauded. It's too wonderful. I can't imagine that mages can actually fight like this. It's really a small knife pulling an ass and opening eyes. Indeed, who says that mages can only output obscenely at the back? This little brother's mage play is beyond words. So fierce. That's right. I think those 2 berserkers are just bullying the weak, and once they meet the fierce ones, they fish. Luling's exaggerated maneuvers instantly convinced many of the audience, and everyone began to ask for information about this handsome mage. However, Luling, who had won the match, had long since left with Lin Baichen, which caused many spectators who were planning to recruit Luling to sigh in their hearts. Now that I'm done fighting, that deed can be voided, right? In the office of the underground deathmatch supervisor, Lin Baichen didn't have the heart to say to the scar-faced man sitting across from him. The scar-faced man ignored him and instead stared at Luling with an astonished look. This match was more like Luling coming over to abuse the food than it was a duo match. He could be very clear about the strength of that Blood Slaughter brothers, even though the current paper level was 30. But these 2 brothers are both genuine first-turn powerhouses. Because of some special reasons they put on the level limiter and came here to fight in the underground deathmatch. Not to mention level 50, even a level 40 professional wouldn't be able to take much advantage against these 2 brothers. And this kid in front of me can actually fight 2 with 1. The strength is as terrifying as this. For such a demonic genius, the scar-faced man didn't dare to offend him, and immediately changed into a smiling face. Although it was said that Luling was not considered a strong person in his eyes, he was afraid that Luling was some kind of young master from a top mansion who came out to play, and he didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. I can't imagine that the 2 of you are so strong. It's my eyes that are clumsy. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Lin, since you've already fought a match for me, the contract is naturally nullified, the scar-faced man said with a grin. After giving the 2 men a sum of money each as a bonus, the scar-faced man told them to leave quickly. This would be a problem if things were to wait for the 2 Blood Slaughter brothers to slow down and come to the door, and Luling also thought of this, so he took Lin Baichen and left directly. After coming out, Lin Baichen also pulled Luling as a thank you, and then patted his chest. Brother Lu, from now on, your business is my business. I don't dare to say anything else, but if you get beaten up, you'll definitely call me. Such a statement that invited laughter also managed to make Luling laugh out loud, shaking his head but not saying anything. But Lin Baichen had recorded this matter deeply in his heart. At the same time, Luling's status in his mind skyrocketed and soon reached a status similar to that of a big brother. After that, there was nothing more to do, so Luling directly excused himself and ran off alone to the Jiangcheng Professionals Union, intending to head to the replica to brush up on his leveling. Just before taking 2 steps, Luling thought of a gold rank suit that he had previously swiped out of the eerie forest that seemed to have not been built yet, so he temporarily changed his destination. Previously, Lin Tianxiong had promised to give him a complete set of equipment. It wasn't that Lin Tianxiong had forgotten about this moment, but rather, Luling had taken the initiative to honor this promise when he turned 1, because most of the equipment in the early stages is relatively easy to obtain. You can just brush yourself up. Lin Tianxiong naturally agreed with his mouth full. Soon, Luling arrived at the Heavenly Phoenix Guild headquarters. At this time, Luling was already a celebrity in the guild. After listening to Luling's request, the receptionist in charge of the guild didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately asked the president for instructions. To build a whole set of equipment? It looks like this kid didn't gain much from that copy in the eerie forest. Lin Tianxiong laughed and said, "Fine, let him go to the Blacksmith Association and look for Master Zhao. I'll make a call with him." The head of reception immediately told Luling about this news. Luling also didn't expect to just build a transitional set of level 30 gold equipment. The president even directly used his relationship to let the president of the Blacksmith Association to build it. The president of that Blacksmith Association, Zhao Wuji, was a third-turned professional, a 6th-ranked master blacksmith. This life class profession is different from the combat profession in that each professional gets an affiliated life profession at the first turn. The choice of this life class career is based more on your attributes at turn 1. For example, a profession with high spirit and low strength would not be able to choose a profession like blacksmithing, which eats physical strength, and not enough spirit to make subsidiary professions like enchanter and seer optional. Although life class professions had no direct combat ability, they were still very desirable once you leveled up. I wonder what kind of life class professions I can open up with this panel when I turn 1. As Luling thought about it, he moved directly to the Blacksmith Association, which was not far from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a strong metallic odor mixed with the smell of molten iron. After explaining his intentions, the receptionist rushed to find Zhao Wuji, the president of the Blacksmith Association. "Kid, are you the genius Lin Tianxiang mentioned?" Zhao Wuji's face was flushed, his voice was like a bell, and his entire body looked like a dynamite barrel that would explode at the slightest point. However, his attitude towards Luling was quite good, and there was no difficulty in his tone. Only a pair of eyes as sharp as eagles had been surveying his body with a hint of scrutiny. After a while, Zhao Wuji suddenly nodded his head darkly, and his eyes took on a touch of appreciation. Luling laughed and humbly said a few words, incidentally complimenting Zhao Wuji without a trace. It caused Zhao Wuji to burst into laughter. All right, we'll talk again when we have time. It seems Lin Tianxiang has found a good son-in-law. Nice, not bad. Chapter 30 Eerie Mist Suit. Su Yuntian who came back from the dead. Zhao Wuji's last sentence caused Luling to freeze, not reacting for half a day. Nice son-in-law? Mr. Lin? As Luling was thinking, he heard Zhao Wuji's loud voice urging him on. All right, don't ink the gibberish. Kid, give me what you want to build. I'll personally open the furnace and beat it for you. After saying that, he stretched out his big hand towards Luling. Luling, who was interrupted in his thoughts, didn't bother to think about it anymore and took out his set of crafting books along with the materials and handed them to Zhao Wuji. After Zhao Wuji took it, he walked into the workshop specializing in ironwork without looking back, and then a burst of hammering sounds rang out. Half an hour later, Zhao Wuji then walked out with a cigarette in his mouth, carrying a set of equipment in one hand. Take it, boy. Don't forget to go back and tell old Lin that this labor will cost a few bottles of good wine. After saying that, he waved his hand at Luling, signaling him to leave. Luling thanked him again, put the equipment into his backpack, and left directly. This set of equipment was also of the gold rank, with a level restriction of 30 or more, so he couldn't wear it right now for the time being. It won't take long though. After killing that copy boss earlier, Luling's level had come to more than level 28, and was already very close to level 30. With that in mind, he went directly to the local stationing location of the Chinese Professionals Union and used his identity as a senior member of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild to directly apply for a level 40 secret realm entry permit. After 2 days of leveling, Luling also managed to break through the level 30 mark. Luling, occupation, magician. Current level, 30. Talent skills, mastery of all laws LV1, S, blade of mantra LV2, SS, mantra guardian LV1, A. Equipped skills, mana transformation LV1, dimensional tear LV1, arcane siphon LV1, void leap LV1. Profession specific basic skills, fireball LV3, flame beam LV2, life, 1350, mana, 3000. Physical attack, 27, plus 585, spell strength, 195. Physical defense, 20, spell defense, 24, strength, 15, constitution, 15, spirit, 40, agility, 25, current strike rate, 10%. This unit has been blessed with the divine blessing melee specialist. Looking at his terrifying data panel, Luling nodded and put on the equipment he had already prepared. First up is the Tricky Mist Suit. At 2 pieces, this set has 70 points of spell strength at bonus time, plus 10 points of defense each for physical spells. And after putting together a 4-piece set, you get a qualitative leap. The first is that the bonus has been raised to 100 points of spell strength, followed by an additional 50 points of double resistance bonus. Most importantly, a special effect was gained. Set feature Eerie Mist. When attacked, there is a 20% chance that the Eerie Mist will be triggered, reducing the damage of the attack by 70%, and the mist will remain for a period of time. When Eerie Mist is active, damage taken is reduced by 50%, and any attack will have a special effect that weakens the opponent's overall defense and ignores half of the damage reduction. This equipment is very comprehensive in its characteristics, providing both defense and boosting output, making it a good transitional set indeed. Luling was very satisfied and equipped the beaded necklace that he had previously obtained on his body again. This piece of equipment allows for spell skills to generate blitzes as well, plus provides quite a bit of blitz rate, raising Luling's output to an extremely terrifying level. At level 30, the mage profession was also starting to gradually gain strength, while the route that Luling took directly boosted the mage's strong output ability to the extreme at the same time. It also effectively makes up for the mage's vulnerability of having a brittle body and being afraid of being plastered. It could be said that at this stage, Luling was truly invincible at the same rank, even if it's a SSS ranked profession. I'm afraid that it can't do anything to a mage with high face-to-face second damage who still can't slice and dice. After updating a wave of equipment, Luling also went straight to the Professionals League, intending to challenge the higher difficulty copies. His goal now was simple: to complete a turn before the college entrance exam. The staff member in charge of reception saw that Luling had come again and greeted him with a smile. "Little brother Lu, are you here to brush the level 40 Demon Abyss copy again? A few days ago you were able to refresh the solo racing list again." However, Luling shook his head and browsed through the copy information section for a while, finally selecting a copy labeled with a rank difficulty. "I'm going to challenge this copy." The staff member sniffed and was outright dumbfounded. "Little brother Lu, this is a level 60 copy. You have to be at least level 45 or above to brush it alone. It's usually a place for level 50 first turn professionals to practice. You're only less than level 30. Soloing this copy could be life-threatening." Instead, Luling smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I know my own strength. Get me a permit. Are you sure you want to do this? This copy is really dangerous. Even amongst level 60 copies, this is in existence at the top of the difficulty list. Why don't you consider switching to another copy, or find someone to team up with to paint it?" The staff continues to try to admonish Luling. However, Luling just smiled faintly and was adamant about choosing this copy. Seeing this, the staff had no choice but to apply for an entry permit for Luling. After signing the agreement, Luling headed directly to the duplicate portal, and this scene was seen by quite a few professionals in the hall. That kid, a level 30 professional, dares to challenge Howling Canyon? What madness! Another dumbass from nowhere who went there in a fit of brainstorming. 80% of them brushed a few low-level copies and thought they were good again. Ha ha! The crowd cast a look of disdain at Luling. Who would believe that a level 30 professional could single-handedly brush a level 60 copy? And not long after Luling had just left, a familiar figure appeared in the middle of the hall. Surprisingly, it was Su Yuntian. He was followed by several level 60 professionals, along with a double experience aura on their bodies, and walked towards the reception for the permit with a bitter face. "Get me a group permit. Copy choice Howling Canyon." The staff member, still thinking about Luling, froze at his words and subconsciously tried to say something. However, when he saw the level 60 professionals following behind Su Yuntian, he instantly understood that this was some big family bringing their young master to practice. After quickly going through the formalities, Su Yuntian led a group of people towards the Howling Canyon portal without looking back. So how did he come back from the dead? This goes back to the end of the copy that day. Su Yuntian, who had died in the copy, was brought back to his home by his father, and then the head of the Su family personally went to invite a 7th turn priest, with all of the Su family's harvest for nearly 5 years, in exchange for a single strike from the other side. Chapter 31, Conflict. Su Yuntian's change. The profession of priest has a very unique branch called Soul Summoner. This branch has only one special skill, and that is resurrection. As long as the body is sufficiently intact, plus the time of death is no more than 3 days, it is possible to resurrect the dead at the cost of consuming some of their life force. And Su Yuntian's luck was good. The remaining part of the corpse was just enough for that 7th turn priest to use this ability. Only then was Su Yuntian able to retrieve a small life. However, a professional could only be resurrected once in their lifetime, which meant that if Su Yuntian died again in the future, it would truly be a godsend. Even the Su family, because of this matter, the family industry are greatly shrunk. At least it will take 10 years to slow down, and the one who started it all, Luling, just took less than 10 minutes. Su Yuntian, who had been reborn over, also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and he categorically decided that the group of demons definitely did not find their way up here on their own. Someone must have set him up, but due to the lack of clues and evidence, Su Yuntian could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, forced to swallow this bad breath. And this incident also made Su Yuntian completely wake up and understand one thing: strength, that's the absolute word. Therefore, as soon as he recovered from his injuries, he immediately headed to the path of leveling. With the help of countless bottles of double experience potions, along with the help of a dozen or so high-level professionals from the Su family, Su Yuntian had unexpectedly rushed to level 30 in a short period of time. On the other hand, Luling had just entered the copy when he heard a mournful and prolonged howl. This was followed by countless responses. the sounds echoing continuously in the empty canyon, making it seem particularly bizarre. This copy is a very special copy. It's hard in one way, and that's that there's only one scene in the entire copy. In other words, all the demons and boss off this copy were in this canyon below that was no more than a few kilometers. This means that once you start swiping, you have to fight all the way to the end until you kill the boss. The space inside the canyon was also very narrow, and the long-range class professions had little room to pull their weight. This, coupled with the special nature of the demons here, makes this map known as a soloist's nightmare. But that's not really hard for Luling. His own fighting style didn't require any large space to pull it off, and with his own range, those conditions that restricted long-range professions didn't exist for him at all. Let me just try and see how much of a boost I can get from this new kit. Luling grinned, and immediately entered the interior of the canyon and began to slaughter through the entrance. The demons here are of the spectral type, inherently immune to physical damage by 50%, and only spell damage hits for full damage. Normal warrior-type professions or assassin-type professions are afraid to be helpless when they meet them, but Luling was different. He was a mage. Was there a lack of magic damage? Looking at the piles of white spirits in front of him, Luling immediately lit up his staff, and then ran wildly towards the countless monsters. I have to say that the bead necklace really doesn't improve the mage's output by half a star. Luling's limit damage from a single fireball spell had now reached a terrifying 4,000 or so. This damage was almost half the life value of the vast majority of first-turn warrior-type professions. If he didn't have a high damage immunity skill or equipment on him, then Luling could kill a full-blooded warrior in seconds with a flat A plus 2 shots of fireball now, as long as a bludgeon came out. The demons here were all generally at level 45 or above, and their blood quantities were only 10 or 20,000 points, so Luling killed them quickly. Combined with the fact that arcane siphon had been providing a constant stream of blood and blue duel recovery, it made it possible for Luling to brush for a full 10 minutes, with his status almost always still full. The main thing was that the demons here were all pure magic damage. It hardly even dropped much blood when it hit Luling's body. The high level of magic immunity provided by this blessing of the melee specialist is truly terrifying. Just as Luling was brushing his brush, a gloomy voice suddenly came from behind him. Luling? After Luling blew the monster in front of him into ashes with a fiery beam, he turned his head to look at the person who had spoken and couldn't help but show a slightly surprised expression. Su Yuntian? So quick to bring him back to life? Looks like the Su family does have some skills, and this guy's level has actually reached level 30, so it's me who underestimated him. Luling thought this in his mind, but his face remained unveiled. It's you? What can I do for you? Luling spoke faintly, and Su Yuntian sneered and said, Get lost if you know what's good for you. I'm brushing monsters today. I don't have the time to pay attention to you. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Luling smiled without anger at his words, hugging his arms. The corners of his mouth curved into a trace of mockery. I should be the one to say that, right? I'm brushing up nicely here. Why should I give up the monster to you? I'd like to see how nonchalant you're going to be. The moment these words came out, it instantly made those few Su family bodyguards behind Su Yuntian unhappy. Do you know what our young master's status is? How dare you talk like that? But before the words could fall, they were stopped by Su Yuntian reaching out his hand. After a real death, Su Yuntian had more or less changed. Luling, I'm too lazy to talk to you, so just tell me if you're going to let it or not. Su Yuntian's face became more and more grim, and his eyes even took on a bit of beast-like viciousness. Luling laughed and shook his head contemptuously. If you were brushing a monster and suddenly a bunch of people came out and told you to get lost, would you let it? Su Yuntian, let me advise you, don't take yourself too seriously. As soon as his words fell, he saw Su Yuntian suddenly rise up, pulling out his longsword and slashing straight at Luling's neck. This was an attempt to put Luling to death, but how could Luling be afraid of him? What he was waiting for was for Su Yuntian to take the initiative. In the middle of the secret realm, striking out at other professionals was a violation of the Chinese Professionals Convention. Such behavior will be directly recorded in the file, and from then on, it will be blacked out by the Huaxia Professionals Union. No longer able to enter the secret realm, just as Su Yuntian's weapon was about to chop down, he was stopped by the Su family members beside him. Young master, think twice. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man of some age, and he held Su Yuntian's knife-wielding hand. Young master, there's no need to offend the professionals union for this kid. The man exhorted Su Yuntian in a low voice. If it was placed before, then Su Yuntian chopped it. Anyway, the Su family has plenty of ways to make things right for Su Yuntian, but these days, the Su family had almost turned over all the family money they had saved over the past few years in order to resurrect Su Yuntian. At this critical juncture, if he offended the professionals union again, then the Su family head would definitely be burnt out. To Luling's surprise, after Su Yuntian heard this, he did not clamor for Luling to be killed on the spot as before. Instead, He thought very carefully for a moment, and finally slowly put his weapon back. Chapter 32, A Duel of Life and Death. The questioned Luling. Luling, don't think that this young man is afraid of you because he's not moving you right now. If you weren't in the middle of a secret realm right now, you'd already be a corpse at this point, Su Yuntian said with a cold smile. While Luling heard this, he only snorted. Su Yuntian is growing a brain, but not much He also didn't think about the huge gap between the strength of the two and the tricky Mist Forest copy. Just now, if Su Yuntian really chopped over, then Luling can have a reason for self-defense. When the time comes, there is naturally no need to say who will be a corpse. Seeing Luling reveal a mocking expression, Su Yuntian's face became even more gloomy. The previously pent-up resentment and suffocation suddenly exploded at this moment. Luling, don't be complacent. Your life will be mine sooner or later. Take it if you dare. As Su Yuntian said that, he even directly opened the professional panel and sent out an invitation for a life and death duel towards Luling. You have received an invitation to a duel. The invitee is Su Yuntian. Would you like to accept? Seeing the prompt that popped up, but Luling smiled even more happily. He was worried that there was no way to remove Su Yuntian. This kid actually came up here on his own to seek death. Since you're the one who doesn't want to live, it's not my fault. Luling sneered and immediately accepted the invitation to this duel. Accepted successfully. The time of the duel will be in 3 days, and the type of duel will be life and death duel. Seeing Luling agree, Su Yuntian sneered and looked at Luling with a look of viewing a dead person. He didn't know about Luling's previous first pass through the eerie mist copy and the first kill of the boss, and thought that Luling was just a somewhat special mage, though powerful. They were unable to jump out of the hierarchy and had no way to enjoy the large amount of resources as they did. 3 days was enough time for him, Su Yuntian, to reach level 40. A level 40 swordsman with a top match outfit would be afraid of a mage? So, 3 days from now, it will be Luling's death. After figuring this out, Su Yuntian didn't bother to talk nonsense with Luling anymore. After giving Luling another vicious look, he left the place with a group of Su family members. Luling, on the other hand, just smiled faintly, not putting the duel with Su Yuntian in his eyes at all. The current Luling was afraid that his actual battle power had already exceeded the vast majority of first-turn professionals. How could he be afraid of a level 30 swordsman? In 3 days, even if Su Yuntian didn't even sleep, he would at most brush up to level 40 or below. It still wouldn't be a match for Luling. So, this duel, the ending was already destined to be nothing more than a massacre. After Su Yuntian and the others left, Luling continued to brush up on the demons. With his new equipment, Luling fought even more recklessly. The shortcomings of a mage could not be seen on Luling, while the strengths of a mage were played to the fullest by Luling. Other mages may also have to think about dodging skills versus their own skill hit points in combat, but Luling was not at all bothered by this. His own body plate was not brittle, plus a bunch of perverted talent enhancements, making Luling definitely more flavorful than a warrior in melee combat. And this issue of skill hits, there's even less to say. Luling was directly disliking the staff to throw skills at people's faces, so what's the point of having any room to dodge? Along the way, Luling quickly arrived in front of the boss of this copy. It was a pitch-black evil ghost of gigantic size, with a dense grievous aura that had almost turned into substance, its hideous face constantly emitting a burst of mournful howling sounds. It makes you shudder. Luling had already read the strategy before he came here, and he directly made the first move, pulling the boss while cleaning up all the small monsters around it. If you don't, then when you beat the boss down to half-blood, it absorbs these mini-monsters. While restoring your own blood, you will also enter the second stage, Evil Ghost Liberation. Based on the number of minions absorbed, its strength would then be nearly doubled, and even a first-turn professional would get a headache. And Luling directly first-hand will be cleaned up the surrounding monsters, and then rush to kill the boss before they refresh, is the perfect way to pass the strategy. But it was something that was nearly impossible to accomplish if it was for a single professional, so not many people had succeeded. As expected, as the guide said, the bosses that couldn't turn on the second type of form were indeed a lot better to fight. Under Luling's terrifying second wound, the evil spirit turned into a puff of dense black smoke and dissipated into the canyon. Professional Luling has successfully cleared the platinum level copy of Howling Canyon. Time, 13 minutes and 8 seconds. A shocking broadcast message appeared in the hall along with the teleportation beam. The crowd looked up in shock. Which one of the big boys is here to challenge the speed brush list again? 13 points. That's pretty close to the record. Yeah, and this guy is a single brush. He's on the single brush list. You guys look at number 2 on the leaderboard. This dude's name is Luling, a level 30 mage? Looking at Luling's profession symbol, as well as the large level 31, the crowd were all dumbfounded. Not, he's a level 30 mage soloing and he's still at the second spot on the list? This guy's not open, is he? The crowd said somewhat incredulously. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Luling was still delayed by Su Yuntian for a while in the middle, I'm afraid that his clearance speed would have been a few points faster. After a few moments of silence, the crowd immediately demanded to see the video of Luling's copy. I'd like to see how he, a level 30 mage, managed to beat the copy in 13 minutes. That's it, that's bull asterisk. Maybe he's found some kind of speedy shortcut? Better take a look. The professionals in the room all chimed in. The sound quickly drew out the head of the professionals union. After hearing the crowd's description, the person in charge also frowned. Looking up at the speed pass leaderboard, the second place on it was indeed an unfamiliar name. Something wrong with the timing system? The person in charge, Wang Yen, looked at the staff. No, Minister Wang, the entire system has no problems at all, and no abnormalities were detected when this person entered the copy. The staff member in charge of this piece stammered, obviously also incredulous about a level 30 mage soloing a level 60 copy. This is still really weird. Wang Yen pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry everyone, I'll pull up the replay of this person's fight to check it out. If he really achieved this by improper means, then I will pursue the matter to the end." Wang Yan's words caused the professionals present to quiet down quite a bit, and everyone's curiosity rose at this incredible event. Soon enough, the replay of Luling's fight was transferred to the big screen. Chapter 33, Skill to Amaze and Transform into a Speed-Passing Fiend. From the moment he entered the secret realm, Luling directly carried his weapon and bore forward, without any intention of observing the terrain. This reckless maneuver soon caused many professionals who were also mages to secretly shake their heads. This person has enough vegetables, mage soloing without even looking at the terrain. How are we going to pull it off later? This is going to die if the pack is surrounded. He definitely used some trickery. But before the words fell, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The only thing that could be seen on the screen was Luling carrying his staff, and then he rushed towards the demon's face, even handed off a displacement skill on the way. This man is a cutie. What kind of mage brushes monsters like this? Everyone present thought as much. Without waiting for them to spit, a scene that made people's jaws drop appeared. Luling directly copied the staff and swung it on the demon. That powerful blow. Where was the mage like? It's meaner than a warrior. Then an even more shocking scene occurred. The crowd was silent, all of them staring at the screen with stunned faces at Luling's arrogant stance as he waved his staff. 2 rounds of flat followed by a skill, and a level 40 plus demonic creature was killed in seconds just like that? Sticking a staff in a ghost's mouth to cast a spell. What is this? Physical exorcist. This is. Holy, remote can't save the blue stars. Questioning, dismay, gradual understanding, enjoyment. Luling's operation was like a visual feast, causing everyone present to have a new perception of the mage profession. The original mage. I can still play like this? Mage can also top front cool mess kill? Did our mage, playing wrong again and again and again? The crowd stared thoughtfully at Luling's frantic pounding in the screen, and for a while no one questioned it anymore. The eyes of the crowd were even more fiery when they saw Luling's perfect operation when he challenged the boss at the end. This is a true god. I didn't realize he could replicate the perfect maneuvers from the Raiders. Yeah, how cool would it be to have such a great god in the team? One person directly tops 3 professions. If we could play copies with him, wouldn't we just take off? This person's words immediately woke up the crowd, and they immediately began to search for Luling's figure. But at this moment, Luling had long since left the professionals' union hall and set off on his way home. Before leaving, he also stopped by to redeem his rewards for being on the list, 50,000 Huaxia coins and a bronze level equipment. Since Luling currently couldn't use it anymore, he simply exchanged it for Chinese coins altogether. I can't imagine that the rewards given by this leaderboard seem to be okay. If you go through the single brush list of every map, it seems to be quite a big amount of money. Luling calculated, and a smile appeared on his face. Or simply use the money to buy a new house, so that mom can live more comfortable. Do not have to walk so far to work every day. Luling thought to herself. He still didn't know that his performance just now had caused the professionals' union site to explode, and countless people were searching for him. After returning home, Luling gave her mother the harvest of the day, while saying her thoughts. Hearing that her son was actually so understanding, Mu Wanru also shed tears of emotion. After resting at home for the night, Luling rushed directly to the hall of the professionals' union early the next morning. But what he didn't expect was that after he had just entered the hall of professionals, the many professionals who were still calm suddenly turned their heads towards him in unison. is this the new single brush ranked great mage from yesterday? It seems to be him. I remember his name is Luling. I was there yesterday when he registered to enter the duplicate. The crowd suddenly became excited, and in an instant, countless low-ranked professionals flocked to Luling's body and sent friend requests towards him. Great God, can you take me to paint the Misty Manor today? I'm missing a boot for my Mystic set. I'll give you all the other materials except this one. Step aside. Great God, look at me. Take me through the forest of mist. I'll introduce my cousin to you. She's beautiful and has a sweet voice, and she's got a great figure. Luling was instantly confused by this sudden scene, and the prompts from the profession panel were constantly ringing in his head. You have received a friend request. You have received a friend request. You have received a billion friend requests. Frightened, he was so busy that he directly turned off his friend privileges, and then flashed out of the crowd with a void relocation leap and ran to the duplicate check-in window. Entry permit for Nightmare Mountain, please. Luling passed the professional identity card in his hand to the staff member in a straight cold sweat, and then looked back. Countless pairs of expectant and wild eyes were staring at him. Fortunately, this staff was quite conscientious and helped Luling finish registering in 3 or 2 passes. He was then able to get away and enter the secret realm directly. Transported to the secret realm, Luling then breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Ever since he was young, he had been most afraid of facing this kind of scene, and he really didn't know what kind of madness that group of professionals had gone through. But it's just a single brush of a level 60 copy. As far as this is concerned, Luling didn't know that the video of him soloing Howling Canyon yesterday had already been uploaded to the forums by quite a few professionals. The violent aesthetics of the fighting style and delicate micromanipulation, coupled with his handsome appearance, made it once the subject of much discussion in the forums. After adjusting his state, Luling directly pulled out his weapon and began his solo brush journey. The difficulty of this copy was quite a bit lower than the one from yesterday, and Luling was only here to get the rewards of the single brush list for that map, not to level up or brush materials. So, after 7 minutes, he then directly did away with the boss with 3 staffs and teleported back to the professionals hall again. This time, he learned to be smart, and before he went out, he directly put on the cloak of 1,000 faces to disguise his image. As expected, the crowd squatting outside didn't notice the disguised Luling. After walking quickly to the processing office, the leaderboard behind him refreshed, and Luling's name was once again at the top. Copy of Nightmare Mountain. Single brush first pass list record has been set. First place, Luling, profession, mage, time, 7 minutes, 35 seconds. By the time the crowd was startled, Luling had already entered the next copy. Throughout the day, Luling was frantically challenging the copies with small maps, accomplishing one anticlimactic speed pass after another. By the end of the night, Luling had already speed passed more than 2/3 of all the lower-ranked copies, and all of them had broken records. The staff responsible for this piece is numb. The afternoon that the leaderboard on the cool jumping broadcast, want to hide the identity of Luling have no hide. In other words, what kind of god is this kid? Why is a level 30 plus mage hitting level 50 copies as easy as cutting up a melon and chopping up vegetables? And what is he doing with all these crazy challenge copies? On the other side, Luling was contentedly looking at the bank card in her hand, a full 1 million or so Chinese coins, plus those rewards he had gotten himself earlier, as well as the subsidies from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, was completely enough to buy a nice house in the center of Zheng City. Chapter 34, The Duel Begins. Crushing Su Yuntian. This way, Mom wouldn't have to get up so early every day to squeeze in public transportation to work, and it would be a lot easier for her to go to the guild headquarters with the professionals union. As he was calculating, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hey, Luling, busy? The call was from Lin Wanwan, and her tone was laced with a bit of worry. I heard that you and Su Yuntian are going to have a life and death duel. What's going on here? Luling froze, hesitated for a moment, but still told the matter in full. Lin Wanwan acted furious after hearing this. Su Yuntian is also too much. Obviously he was the one who was unreasonable in the first place. Why should you have to compromise? Then, Lin Wanwan said with worry once again, then you have to be careful. Su Yuntian's level has risen quite fast in the past few days, so if it's not possible, you can just cancel the duel. I'll help you out with the breach of contract curse. Lin Wanwan's words slightly warmed Luling's heart. From her words, Luling felt a sense of being cared for after a long time. It's okay, I've got it under control. Thanks for your concern. As Luling thought, he smiled slightly, and his tone couldn't help but soften a few points. When Lin Wanwan heard this, she couldn't say anything else, and could only beg Luling to be more careful, and to look for her if she needed anything. After the two of them chatted a few more times, Luling hung up the phone. A day passed in a flash. Luling watched the countdown to the duel on the panel get closer and closer, a cold smile faintly at the corner of his mouth. After Lin Tianxiong learned that Luling had signed a life and death duel with someone else, his heart was also impatient, and he sent someone to pick up Luling early in the morning. Little friend Lu, are you sure it's okay? Realize that once a duel has begun, then there is no way to return to reality without a winner and a loser. Even if you concede in a duel, you'll be burdened with a curse and never be able to level up again. Lin Tianxiong frowned and said, a hint of concern mixed in his tone. Luling, however, just smiled bashfully and said, it's okay, I won't lose, Chairman. Seeing that Luling had said so, Lin Tianxiong had no other way but to secretly pray that Su Yuntian really couldn't beat Luling. Otherwise, he would really lose such a son-in-law with extraordinary potential. And Lin Wanwan and the others were also worried. After all, this kind of duel, once you lose, then your entire career as a professional will be ruined. On the other side, Su Yuntian was equally confident. After these 2 days of frantic leveling, he had directly broken through the level 40 mark all the way, and had a full set of top-quality equipment. Moreover, the Su family was even more directly and boldly brushing out 2 top-tier talent skills and several S-rank skills for Su Yuntian. It could be said that at this time, Su Yuntian's battle power had been pulled to its fullest. Luling, your dog's life will be taken by this young man. Su Yuntian smiled grimly, determined to win this duel. Soon the time came. Both sides were pulled into an interdimensional space at the same time. They will decide the winner here and put in the ability to return to the real world. Once a life and death duel was opened, then only if one side died would the winner be considered. Of course, you can also choose to admit defeat. However, after admitting defeat, your level will be locked at level 1 forever, making you a complete and utter invalid. Moreover, admitting defeat will also deduct 30 years of life expectancy and will earn a very humiliating title. Cowards. With both sides pulling out their respective weapons, this duel was officially opened. Luling, I will let you know that I, Su Yuntian, am the true genius. Bastards like you, who are like wild dogs, only deserve to be trampled under my feet. Su Yuntian roared hideously as he sheathed the long sword in his hand, chopping towards Luling with a sharp edge. The moment he did so, he opened his warrior-type enhancement skill, Combat Mind Stream. At the same time, a Juha chop was directly chopped out, and in an instant, it reached the side of Luling's neck. The speed of this knife was strangely fast. If it was chopped solidly, then Luling would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. There was a damage bonus for attacking such a fatal part, and with Su Yuntian's extremely high attack power bonus for that weapon, I'm afraid that this slash would be able to cut out 3,000 or 4,000 damage. However, Luling only smiled faintly. Just at the moment when the blade was about to touch him, Luling directly flashed to Su Yuntian's side with a void-folding leap. He had added a lot of agility in order to be able to counter these assassin warriors at times like this. After dodging out of the way, Luling immediately began to build up her strength, and her staff looked like it was about to smash on Su Yuntian's body. However, Su Yuntian's reaction was beyond Luling's expectations, only to see Su Yuntian suddenly make a sideways turn, dodging Luling's staff, and at the same time unleashing a displacement skill, Residual Shadow Shun Flash, narrowly dodging Luling's staff. You think you're the only one with displacement? Die. Su Yuntian, who had successfully dodged Luling's attack, looked exceptionally pleased with himself, and with a loud shout, his long sword once again attacked. S-rank skill, 1 cut 1,000 strikes. This skill does a lot of damage and is a lock-on type skill, and Luling had just handed over the displacement. There was no way to dodge at this moment. Just when Su Yuntian thought, with a face of excitement, that he had taken this battle, he was shocked to find that a strange mist suddenly emerged from Luling's body. The 20% probability of triggering the spooky fog. I can't believe I triggered it on the first try, so it seems that my luck is indeed very good. Luling looked at Su Yuntian with a smile, and the staff in his hand was already on top of him. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the damage of the fireball spell that had been stored up was simply explosive. Even without a blitz, it exploded with nearly 3,000 high damage. Su Yuntian, on the other hand, was wearing platinum-level equipment and had 8,000 points of blood, so this hit didn't succeed in taking him out in seconds. However, such a high amount of damage also caused Su Yuntian to be shocked in his heart. What made him even more fearful was that the knife he had just used to cut 1,000 strikes had actually scraped off Luling's blood skin, and after Luling threw a skill, his blood instantly returned to full. There was also an extra layer of shield on his body. How can this be fought? Why can he be so strong for a punk mage? Why? Su Yuntian's heart roared furiously, and a scowl spread across his face. Not caring about the pain, he immediately adjusted his posture and attacked towards Luling once again. However, Luling had triggered the set effect at the moment, and Su Yuntian's attacks couldn't hit Luling at all. It's hard to hit, and when it does so little damage. So what's the point? And Luling's attack landed on him as if he had been hit by the 100 tons king. The 3 types of damage were mixed together, and with 2 skills they hit Su Yuntian with only 1/3 of his blood remaining. After a few exchanges, Su Yuntian had gone from the initial confidence to anger, and finally fear. It was horrible. Not only could it not be hit, but the output was higher than his own. Even the speed was no match for his own. Chapter 35, Complete Abuse. The Su family's revenge. This mage is horrible. Su Yuntian was somewhat unable to support himself. The emotion of fear was spreading rapidly in the bottom of his heart, quickly making him lose his mind somewhat. I'm dying. I'm dying. No, I can't die. I'm the youngest member of the Su family. How can I die at the hands of a loser? In his panic, Su Yuntian had completely missed the mark. When he was about to be killed by Luling's staff, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and lost his voice. I concede. I concede. With this shout of his, the entire space instantly emitted a bright light. Immediately after that, Su Yuntian suddenly disappeared in front of Luling's eyes. Professional Luling has won this duel, and is rewarded with the title Junior Duelist. That wasn't the end of it. Luling's mind once again resounded with the system's beep. Congratulations to the host. Completion of the hidden achievement. The narrow path is won by the brave. Won in a duel with a warrior-type profession. System reward, primary talent upgrade card *1 primary skill upgrade card *1. Subsequently, Luling's figure also disappeared into this foreign space. The people gathered outside were all relieved to see Luling return in one piece. On the other side of the Su family, after Su Yuntian was teleported out, the equipment on his body was all automatically unbound due to the level drop. Originally, when the many servants of the Su family saw Su Yuntian come out alive, they all thought that he had won the duel and opened their mouths intending to congratulate him. However, the fast-eyed ones saw the iron color on Su Yun's face and immediately shut their mouths wisely. Yuntian, you! Su Yun was in the end a powerhouse close to the 4th turn, and as soon as he saw this situation, he immediately understood what was going on. This was admitting defeat in a life and death duel, being stripped of his rank by the will of the heavenly Tao, becoming a wastrel. For a moment, Su Yun only felt the blood pouring out of his body as a monstrous rage rushed to his heart. Those present were silenced and did not dare to make a sound when they saw that he was as horrible as an enraged lion. Only after a long time did Su Yun squeeze out a few words through his teeth. Tell me, who the hell is that guy? On the other hand, the atmosphere on Luling's side was 10,000 times better. Everyone congratulated Luling for successfully winning the duel, and at the same time, they had the good sense not to ask who was dueling with Luling. After those executives left, the only people present were Lin Tianxiong's father and daughter. Little friend Lu, the person you're dueling with this time, is that Su clan brat? Lin Tianxiong asked smilingly, seeming to be in a very happy mood. Seeing that Luling was a bit strange, Lin Tianxiong took the initiative to explain. Little friend Lu doesn't know. My Lin family and that Su family are world enemies, and that Su family's contemporary family head and I, even more so, have an unshared hatred for harming my son, Lin Tianxiong said, and his face became a few points uglier, and a trace of sadness showed in his eyes. Originally, Wanwan had a younger brother, but due to that Su Yun's conspiracy, it caused Miaoyu to remain in battle despite being pregnant with her 6th child, which eventually led to a miscarriage. Mythical she also lost her fertility in this way. If it is not because that Su family relationship skimming too clean means this dirty, this revenge is something I've always remembered, Lin Tianxiong said, and a hint of hatred flickered in his eyes. But soon, he regained his smile. Nowadays, little friend Lu is also considered to be a good relief for me. Don't worry, if that Su family dares to trouble you, just call me, Lin Tianxiong said, patting Luling's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. And Luling was also slightly shocked, but he didn't realize that there was such a past between the two families. No wonder when Su Yuntian died earlier, only President Lin in the room dared to laugh. As Luling was thinking, he suddenly heard a thunderous bellow from outside the guild. Where is the little thief Luling? Come out and die. All the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were shocked as they ran outside to take a look, only to see Su Yun with a fierce face. He was slowly floating in the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. He came here to avenge his son. The second was that Luling's talent was too terrifying, and one must not let such an enemy of the Su family grow unchecked. He has to be snuffed out before he can develop. Therefore, he had planned well in advance, and at the first moment Luling came out, he would strike directly, never having half a bit of nonsense. Luling froze at his words and subconsciously looked at Lin Tianxiong. Speak of the devil and he'll come. As for Lin Tianxiong, he also did not expect the Su family to come to the door so quickly, and with a frown, he immediately said to Luling, just stay in the guild, I'll go out and meet him. After saying that, he also rose up in the air and flew directly outside. Seeing Lin Tianxiong come out, Su Yunyi let out an angry grunt and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. I only want that Luling's life. Get the hell out of here. The moment these words came out, the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were all offended, but before they could seize, Lin Tianxiong directly struck out. Lin Tianxiong was a 194 level 3 turn warrior, a move that carried the might of 1,000 pounds, immediately causing Su Yuntian, who had been caught off guard, to suffer a great loss. Are you going to go to war with my Su family? Su Yuntian was shocked and said with a gloomy face, like a viper. Lin Tianxiong sneered and said, you're going to kill my son-in-law. Is it hard for me to be nice and make amends to you? Cut the crap. You want to fight, then come at me. I'd like to see if your Su family can really just cover the sky in Zhangcheng. These words shocked everyone. Son-in-law? When did Luling become the Lin family's son-in-law? Once Lin Wanwan heard this, her face instantly turned red into an apple, and subconsciously sneaked a look at Luling, only to find that Luling was also looking at her. Of course, Luling very sensibly thought that this was nothing more than a pretext, after all, to find an excuse so that these people from the Su family could give up beating themselves up. As for whether it will be true, Luling hadn't thought about it, and once Su Yuntian outside heard this, his heart was appalled. Lin Tianxiong, this thief, is really willing to spend money. He even lost his daughter in order to bring that kid into the fold. If it is other things are okay, if it involves that precious daughter of his, this is really going to go crazy. With the strength of the Su family now, I'm afraid that I can't do anything about them yet. The suffocation in Su Yuntian's heart reached the extreme at this moment, but as the head of the family, he can't just think about his own feelings. For the sake of the family's survival, Su Yuntian knew that this time, his son was afraid that he would be wasted for nothing. After staring fiercely at Lin Tianxiong for half a day, Su Yuntian grunted angrily in unwillingness and raised his hand to signal everyone in the Su family to go back with him. The crisis was left unsettled, but the words that President Lin said were heard by everyone, so much so that the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild had a strange look in their eyes when they looked at Luling. Luling, on the other hand, said innocently, it's none of my business. Chapter 36. Arriving at level 50. The first turn quest opens. With the storm subsiding, Luling's life once again returned to normal. 2 weeks had passed in a flash, and there were only a few days left before the college entrance exams began. Luling had managed to brush up to level 49 in that time. It was only one level short of the first turn, and the time left was enough for Luling to do the transfer quest. Reaching the first turn even before the college entrance exam was a point that even many of the sons of the gentry could not reach. What's more, I'm afraid that Luling's actual combat power has already exceeded his own level by about 20 levels. Not only that, the system also released a quest when Luling was about to reach level 50. Advancement tasks. 1,000 enemies killed through melee combat. 2. Defeat a level 60 enemy of any type. Mission reward. Washan Mall advanced to the second level. New types of prizes added to the prize pool. It seemed that the system's rewards increased with one's level, which was quite reasonable. Soon after, Luling managed to brush up to level 50 amongst the copies and opened his transfer quest. Professional Luling has successfully reached level 50. Please go to the Professional Sanctuary Mage for transfer. A message popped up on the career panel, causing Luling to smile. Finally, it's level 50. You can turn 1. Every time a professional transfers, there is a probability that he or she will be able to open the advancement of a hidden profession. But the vast majority of professionals are hard to meet and are forced to transfer into a type that is the same as their original profession. After gathering up the drops, Luling directly left the secret realm and headed straight for the occupation sanctuary, arriving at the mage tower, which symbolized the mage profession. Luling also successfully received his own transfer quest. With a flash of light, a line of small letters slowly appeared on the huge crystal in front of Luling. The transfer task has been opened. Current progress, Stage 1, 0%. Stage 1 mission, clear a level 60 secret area of S difficulty once. Completion opens the second stage of the mission. Looking at the oracle in front of him, Luling was momentarily stunned, and then a wave of ecstasy could not help but flood his heart. A transfer quest of this difficulty definitely opens up the front of a hidden profession. Ordinary transfer quests were basically some passes through level 40 secret realms or level 50 secret realms, and his transfer quest was actually to clear the highest difficulty level 60 secret realm. According to the theory that the higher the difficulty, the rarer the hidden profession, one has definitely opened a very powerful profession. He thought, and without any further hesitation, immediately returned to the Occupier Alliance's secret realm registry. There were only 2 level 60 replicas that could be rated S in Jiangcheng City. One had a special opening time and could only be entered at night. The other has no restrictions, but the Alliance states that you must enter in a group. This is because this map is one of the few illusion-type copies. The demons inside are almost all very good at illusion, and the fewer people there are, the easier it is to get hit. I don't know how many single-brush professionals have been crippled. The League had no choice but to make such a rule. However, the number of people who could single-handedly swipe an S-rank copy was also very few. and high-level professionals wouldn't think of coming to a low-level copy to swipe something. After asking a mouthful of questions, Luling was also a bit guilty. It seemed like he didn't really know who to look for when he was looking for someone to team up with, right? Lin Wanwan, Lin Baichen and their levels were a bit low, so they were afraid of danger if they went in together. And besides them, Luling didn't seem to have any friends who could brush the secret realm together. Why don't you ask Chairman Lin to send 2 people to accompany you to brush up? Just as Luling was getting tangled up, the front desk staff couldn't help but open their mouths. Little brother Lu, it's really not that I think you don't have enough strength, but this secret realm, he's really evil. Before quite a few level 60 or 70 people went into solo brush and didn't come out alive. Otherwise, you go to the group hall over there and find some people to enter with? During this period of time, Luling's single brush broke several times more records than the half year of last year combined, causing almost all of the league's front offices to remember such a single brush maniac. But because of this, they would never dare to let Luling go solo in this S-rank secret realm in front of them. If this allowed a genius like Luling to fall, then they were afraid that they would be scolded to death by their superiors. Luling was worried about whether or not to give Lin Tianxiang a call to ask for help. When he suddenly heard him say this, his eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, that's right, almost forgot. I think there's a group hall here. With my strength, I should have no problem getting a few random people in there to make up the numbers, as long as they don't hold me back, and pass the level. Luling thought and immediately ran to the other side of the processing office. The group hall was a system that was spontaneously created by the professionals, similar to a talent market. You can find teammates of similar level on it to enter the secret world together. However, most of the people who would go up here weren't very strong, so professionals with a little bit of strength wouldn't choose to come here to find a teammate. However, Luling doesn't need her teammates to be strong, she just needs them to be obedient and not be, and it's not very difficult for Luling to brush her copy alone, he thought, and immediately posted a recruitment message. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect that someone would start chatting privately with Luling as soon as it was sent out. Brother, you have this name. Are you that single brushless Luling god? Brother, look at me. I have a full milk pack, a must-have pastor for the home. Take my brother. There are so many things people can do besides healing. Luling had created a fervor in the local forums even before, and everyone was curious as to what this teenager, who had dominated the list of N secret realms, was really like. But Luling would use the cloak of 1,000 faces to simulate a different face each time, so he was hardly ever caught. This kind of mystery made the name Luling instantly recognizable. Now that he saw that there was suddenly a person also named Luling in the group hall, and his profession was still a mage, he instantly aroused the attention of many people. Luling also didn't expect such a thing to happen and couldn't help but hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. After handpicking a few people whose speeches were fairly normal and whose levels were said to be passed, Luling directly told them to come and gather at the professionals' hall. After a few people had replied, Luling immediately cancelled the recruitment, or else the private message would really blow up. About 10 minutes later, the guys arrived here. Luling had recruited a total of 4 teammates, 2 men and 2 women. There's a priest, a warrior, a tank, and an assassin, respectively. The 5 basic professions together are the best squad configuration, but actually, with Luling's output, it's more than enough to carry 2 milkmaids. 2 of the men were in the tank profession iron armored swordsman and the warrior profession giant axe warrior, and the 2 females were the sanctuary priest and the shadow assassin. All 4 were professionals who had already completed their first turn, and their overall strength was quite manageable. These few people were incomparably surprised when they saw that the legendary great god Luling was actually just a teenager, the great god of the road. So young? Chen Feng, the giant axe warrior, was surprised. Yeah, I thought the road god would be an older man, but I didn't realize it was a little brother. Pastor Chu Yao laughed. Chapter 37 S-Class Copy. City of Illusory Dreams. What an afterthought. Heavily armored swordsman Luo Zhong was the oldest and lamented. Only that assassin glanced at Luling with some surprise, a bit of arrogance hidden in his eyes. Luling didn't say much. He just asked about their skills and then went straight towards the registration office. After obtaining the team's entry qualification, Luling brought a few people into this S-rated level 60 copy without stopping. Just as he entered, Luling realized that he had been saddled with a debuff. Nightmare Kiss. The unit's mental resistance will be weakened over time, -20 every half hour. When this effect has only one layer, it cannot be removed by purification-type skills. This is a debuff unique to this copy and why it's almost impossible to solo. The name of the copy is called the City of Illusionary Dreams. It is a large copy. That is, just running from the entrance to the boss room will take about 10 or 20 minutes, not to mention having to fight monsters in between. The disgusting thing about this copy is that after the Nightmare Kiss stacks up, you'll be directly killed by the boss's illusion-type skills when you take on the boss again. That's why it's important to bring priests to provide continuous purification for everyone so that this effect stays around 1 tier. Luling had already memorized this copy of the guide and didn't continue to check it out too much, so he directly led the crowd to start walking inside. At the beginning of the place to come in is a bare valley road. Go forward and you can see the main building of this copy, the city of Phantom Broken. Just as he was about to step within the mountain path, Luo Zhong suddenly stopped Luling Dao. Luling-chan, why don't you let me go ahead? It's almost time to reach the first brush area. As for Chen Feng, he also walked up to Luling's body, and he had the same intention. The normal brushing formation is that the mage and priest are one in front of the other, standing behind the tanky warrior, while the assassin is in a free position, ready to support the front row or protect the back row. But Luling shook his head and said, "Don't worry about me, you two just protect the priest, the assassin can help me make up the output." When he finished speaking, he simply continued walking forward. The three of them looked at each other, all a bit at a loss for words. They had also only heard of Luling's name, but they didn't know Luling's specific fighting style. That video released earlier had long been given a total ban on distribution by the Professionals Union, so the number of people who knew about it was actually very small. It couldn't be helped. After all, Luling was the Thai, and a few people had no choice but to obediently do as they were told. Only the assassin frowned. Soon, the five met the first wave of monsters. Bakumo Apostle, normal, rank, 53, attack, 620, magic damage, blood, 9,800, special attack, hallucinogenic. The unit's attacks have a probability of stacking a layer of disillusionment, and after accumulating 5 layers, it will be directly controlled by strong control for 10 seconds, and all damage taken during that time will be treated as real damage. It was something akin to an illusory man, its body twitching and flickering constantly, its entire face a single large, dark mouth. They wandered aimlessly like zombies, occasionally letting out a shrill cry. Sure enough, it was an S-ranked copy. Even the small monsters were so difficult to deal with. The crowd thought to themselves. But before Luo Zhong could open his skills to pull the monsters, he saw Luling charging directly towards the group of monsters with his staff. Luling-chan, danger, come back quickly. The two front rows were instantly anxious, and were busy voicing a reminder. Xu Yao, on the other hand, reacted even faster and immediately threw 2 buffs on Luling while opening her domain skill. Just as she was about to throw skills to save Luling's life, the movement of casting spells in her hands suddenly stopped. The 2 front rows in front of them were also instantly confused and looked at the scene in front of them incredulously. Luling, a mage, jumped right up and smashed people with his staff, and the damage wasn't normally high. These 2 staffs directly smashed a small monster to death, not to mention that he had an additional shield on his body. At this time, the 2 front rows also reacted, and were busy moving forward to cover Luling, while helping him clear the monsters that were flanking him. Then came the bigger one. Luling was like a god of war possessed, directly rushed into the group of demons single-handedly, opening his bow left and right. A staff froze in his hands as ferociously as a lance. Each staff was a heavy blow like thunder, slamming out with different elemental special effects, and that face-melting fireball was like a death wish, pointing at whichever monster it hit, and that monster would simply explode in place. This terrifying and efficient output frequency directly dazzled the trio behind them. No, it's not. Who's the mage here who plays like this? Is this right? It's so fierce it's almost impersonal. Soon, under Luling's strong output, the group of demons were all cleared out. I finally realize why Great God Luling is a mage, yet he can solo the secret realm. Feelings he's such a mage. Chen Feng, who held a huge axe in his hand, smiled helplessly and bitterly as he looked at Luling with admiration in his eyes. In the battle just now, he, as a warrior, had killed a total of 4 or 5 monsters, and the rest had almost all been finished off by Luling alone. Even Luling hadn't transferred yet, and the skills he used were the 2 most basic ones for a mage, Fireball and Flame Beam. But he went in hard and alone to finish killing for that group of monsters. If it wasn't for that characteristic of thinking this copy, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very difficult for Luling to solo it, right? After seeing Luling's ferocity, several people obeyed what Luling said, and the priest's main milk was thrown to him. Chen Feng even directly changed into a shield set, transforming into a second meat shield to escort the priest. In his words, the other Luling god didn't even lack this output from him, so he might as well go the whole hog and be functional. Luling also laughed in his heart. These teammates were all pretty good at what they did, and the atmosphere between the team was okay, which made Luling very satisfied. That previous talent upgrade card, Luling, had already been used, still upgrading Spell Energy Blade. Not only did the damage of the Spell Energy Blade, which had risen to the 3rd level, increase again, but its accompanying skill, Elemental Awakening, had also evolved. With the current Elemental Awakening, the attributes awakened were chosen by Luling himself, and the effects of each attribute could be stacked. Once stacked, an elemental blast would erupt, with different effects depending on the attribute, such as Ice attribute, Water attribute, this is control, fire attribute is damage. This further stabilizes the output while still pulling full functionality, and it really does deserve an SS ranked talent. After resting for a little while and collecting all the loot, the crowd continued on their way. Chen Feng and the others were very understanding and waited for Luling to finish picking first before dividing. Half for Luling and half for the few of them. Aoguang and Chu Yao naturally had no problem with it, but that assassin, Lu Han, was a little less happy. However, she only muttered something darkly and didn't say anything directly. Chapter 38 Robbing the Loot? Lu Han of the Inverted Big Dipper. Soon, the few people walked out of the valley road and arrived at the gates of the city of illusory shattering. From here onwards, various elite-level magical creatures will appear inside, and most of the battlegrounds are relatively narrow and complex, testing the team's ability to work together. The city of Phantom Shattering was huge, almost the size of 1 or 2 counties in the real world, and it was divided into 4 areas, 3 brush areas and a boss area. The boss off this copy are rather special, to be precise. They should be counted as having 2 bosses. However, the 2 bosses' blood levels were shared, and if one of them dropped blood, the other would follow suit. After walking into the city gates, several people also immediately felt like they were being stared at by something, a hair-raising feeling arising from the bottom of their hearts. Nightmare Twins gaze, you've been targeted by an evil and terrible being. Everyone had an extra buff on their status bar. Only Luling didn't take it seriously at all. This buff doesn't really do anything practical, and only works when one's mental defenses are very low, with phantoms of the Nightmare Twins constantly spawning around them, and they can completely ignore it because the disillusionment tier on them stays at 1 almost all the time due to the presence of a priest. Gradually, as you follow the road forward, the city begins to reveal itself. The city of Shattered Illusions is somewhat of an 18th century-ish English city, but its grotesque architecture makes it feel like you're in some parallel time in the future. This mismatch of classic and ultra-modern intermingling makes the city of Phantom Shattering seem particularly mysterious. However, as a city, it seemed a little too quiet, which made the atmosphere around it quite a bit weirder. Say, have you all read the rundown on this place? Walking down the road, Chen Feng finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He is a chatterbox and very hard to keep quiet. Of course I've seen it, haven't you? Chu Yao said with a smile. I see the cheats are generally hard to remember. As Chen Feng was speaking, Luling suddenly made a gesture for him to be quiet. He immediately and obediently shut up. It's a thigh, and thighs have to be listened to. However, naturally, Luling didn't tell him to be quiet because he thought he was being noisy, but because up ahead was the first brush point of the city of illusory shattering, the Misty Trail Army Barracks, only to see countless faceless soldiers wearing strange armor standing in front of a building just like statues, and a huge figure that was at least 3 meters tall was sitting in the middle of them with a dozing look on his face. Luling had read the strategy guide and knew that this was the elite monster of this area, similar to the Little Commander, the Misty General. The values of this elite monster were quite good, and it wasn't too difficult to deal with it in single combat. But this guy has a group buff type skill that strengthens all the surrounding monsters by nearly double and boosts their life force, which is pretty nasty. Later, you guys are in charge of pulling the small monsters. You just need to pull. I'll go and kill that elite monster first, then come back and clear the small monsters with you guys. That guy is alive and can give this group of soldiers a lot of bonuses and is also immune to the first death. Pay some attention when you go over there. These guys are sensitive to sound but not so good with their eyes. Make good use of that. Luling explained briefly, arranging the tactics in the process. All 3 nodded. Only Lu Han frowned slightly, looking impatient. Luling naturally noticed this, and his eyes went slightly cold. However, he naturally wouldn't have a fit on the spot. Right now he was already less than 10 meters away from the group of demons. If that elite monster wasn't prioritized, then such a dense and difficult demonic creature would still be very tricky. After slightly calculating the distance, Luling directly started storing his power in place, while signaling Chu Yao to buff it. After waiting for Chu Yao to bestow blessings on it, Luling then directly jumped onto the elite monster's face with a void-folding leap, followed by a staged fireball. With the increase in Luling's legal strength, the maximum distance of the void-folding leap was already 7 or 8 meters, and the CD was even just a little over 8 seconds. The bonus damage has also become 180%, which can nearly double the damage of Luling's first skill after he's finished shifting. Stacked with the active effect of Dimensional Tier, the damage of this fireball was pushing 8,000. In an instant, that elite monster was hit hard, letting out a roar and turning on group reinforcement at the first opportunity. However, under Luling's instructions, Aoguang opened the group taunt 1 step ahead of it, directly hard controlling that group of small monsters for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were enough time for Luling to do away with that elite monster. It was only after Luling smashed the fireball, he immediately turned on his elemental awakening and switched to the fire element. The effect of the fire elemental is that it will detonate directly after stacking a full layer, dealing a percentage of damage to the target's lost life value. This is equivalent to a decapitation effect, and Luling, whose agility was already high, coupled with the buff given by Chu Yao that also added attack speed, caused him to swing wildly 5 times within 2 seconds, instantly stacking up the elemental effects, minus 3098, minus 3655, dash, accompanied by another fireball smashing against the Misty General's face. Its huge body directly exploded, instantly transforming into a field of black broken pieces, in less than 5 seconds, directly killing a level 58 elite monster in seconds. This was Luling's terrifying strength. After resolving this elite monster, the group bonus of the Misty Trail Legion instantly disappeared, and their combat power was greatly reduced, and they were soon cleared out by Luling with a few people. Luck was on his side this time, as the elite monsters popped out one of the materials with the lowest popping rate, the Misty Trail Badge, one of the materials that could be used to synthesize a certain diamond level set, and Chen Feng's trio very knowingly handed this to Luling. Since this was one of the materials of the spell system, Luling thought that he might be able to use it in the future, and was about to take it when he was interrupted by Lu Han. "Slow down. I'll take this thing," she said, brutally walking over to Luling's side and snatching the Misty Badge away. Luling froze slightly, then her brows furrowed. "Wouldn't you ask if you wanted it? What's the point of grabbing it with your hands?" Before Luling could say anything, Chen Feng spoke up indignantly. Instead, Lu Han simply ignored him and instead walked over to Chu Yao, who was dividing the loot, and directly took a share. This action made Chen Feng even more upset. Didn't you take that misty metal already? Why are you still coming over to share these basic materials?" Luo Zhong and Chu Yao both looked at her with surprised faces, and Luling was getting a little upset in his mind. In the few battles just now, the other few performed well, but this Lu Han could be said to be useless. Not only does it completely disregard the back row, it even mends damage poorly. Aside from killing a couple of headshots of experience from my own hand, it arguably did 0 good. She said she wanted the material, so say it nicely and she might give it to her herself. But this person not only looks like a natural, but also both want and want. Really confused about the size of the king? Chapter 39, Entering the Boss Area. Nightmare Twin. It's like she's the main sea brother leading the team. What's wrong with me taking more? Make it sound like I didn't contribute. You 3 have killed as many as I have? It wouldn't have been fair for you guys to split it just now, but I was just too lazy to spray it. And Lu Han, who heard this, spoke directly in displeasure. This anticlimactic statement caused Luling to directly sneer. "You're an assassin, going to match heads with tanks and heavy warriors and priests? Are you kidding me?" Luling said coldly. Lu Han heard Luling's words and bristled in disdain. "Is there a problem with distributing them by headcount? Make it sound like they're doing me a favor. If it wasn't for the fact that you do enough damage, who cares about teaming up with you?" Luling's performance just now in the end made Lu Han a bit intimidated, and at this moment, he only dared to mutter in a low voice. Luling, on the other hand, was directly exasperated and laughed. Chen Feng and the 3 of them were a bit of a dish, but at least they listened to the command and knew how to cooperate. And this Lu Han is a real dish without realizing it. Brainless and fun-loving. These words could infuriate Chen Feng, pointing at Lu Han's nose and cursing. "How dare you say that? An assassin sleepwalks through a fight. Have you ever looked at the back row? You have a lot of heads and you're great. How much output did you hit? Wasn't that all the road gods crippled ones? And you ran over to make up for the useless damage? And lick your B-face and call on it? You really don't look at your own level." A word while Lu Han said irritated, even directly pulled out the dagger. Chen Feng looked at her with an angry smile and said, "What? Do you still want to make a move? Am I not telling the truth? What did you do besides grabbing monsters and experience on the sidelines? That's why God Lu is so nice. If it were me, I would have kicked you out long ago." A word said Lu Han rage incomparably, immediately made a gesture to do it. The mouth also cursed and grumbled ceaselessly. "What's wrong with robbing your monster? Who cares? Do you know how many people out there want to take me but can't? You're a punk, and you dare to call my bluff. It was the law that saved you, or else I would have killed you on the spot." And Luling was fed up with this stupid bee. He directly stepped forward and snatched back the Misty Badge with one hand, then said coldly, "Get lost, put everything down, and then get yourself out of the secret realm obediently. You better not make me do it." Such a selfish and stupid person. Of course Luling wouldn't let her follow her to mix experience and materials anymore. And as soon as Lu Han heard this, he immediately froze, and then became even more furious. "Good, you're awesome, aren't you? You wait for me. It's just a bunch of garbage. I don't even care. You guys wait." After saying that, she cursed and threw those things she had just taken on the ground, and then gave a fierce look at Luling's few people and exited the secret realm. "It's really cheap, and it gives her the material from the previous wave for nothing," Chen Feng said with a cold snort, then picked up the item on the ground and handed it to Luling. "Great God Lu, it's fine. you're so strong. One less of her will be able to take us through the secret realm. And instead of picking it up, Luling waved his hand and said, take these and divide them among yourselves. The sentences that Chen Feng had just scolded were still quite painful. Plus on this journey, the three of them had cooperated quite well and were quite understanding. It was mainly the contrast with a dumbass like Lu Han that made Luling feel a lot better about the trio. After such an event, the atmosphere of this small team was a bit dull. But fortunately, with Chen Feng as a living treasure, it didn't take long for the crowd to once again burst into laughter. With Lu Han missing, the speed at which Luling and the others brushed the monsters remained almost unchanged. Relying on Luling's perverted damage and superior commanding ability, the crowd made their way through and soon arrived in front of the replica's boss. The boss of this copy is a double body named Nightmare Twin. They have the appearance of what looks like two giant eyeballs, with a twine-thick tissue of flesh and blood holding them together, and they look frightening. After briefly arranging the tactics, Luling directly led a few people to start the battle. Tactics are still with Luling as the absolute core. The three only need to follow Luling to help pull monsters to make up for the damage, so that Luling can output more efficiently. With a piercing scream, the center of the Nightmare Twins' body, the pupil portion of the massive eyeball began to glow a dark purple. This was the precursor to their upcoming skills. If the disillusionment effect on their body was stacked, then all of the Nightmare Twins' skills would directly ignore defense and multiply their damage tenfold. However, the disillusionment effect on several of Luling's people never went up and stayed at one tier, so this skill was able to be eaten directly and hard by relying on the priest's domain. Taking advantage of the skill's forward swing, Luling also directly just turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tier, and began to store up a fireball. Along with an ear-piercing sound, a dark purple twisting ripple spread out towards the surroundings with the Nightmare Twins at the center. This is a ranged control skill. Anyone hit by this ripple will be subject to a slowing effect. All movements including spellcasting will be slowed down by 30% for 30 seconds. Luling directly used Void Folding Leap to dodge it, and approached the Nightmare Twins in the process. The staff in his hand fiercely smashed on one of the eyeballs, and the fireball spell that had been stored up for a long time suddenly erupted. Boom! Minus 8,072. A flash shot plus a fireball took out a full 8,000 points of damage from the Nightmare Twins. Although the Nightmare Twin wasn't known for its defense, it was at least a level 60 platinum boss, and to be able to deal this damage against hundreds of double resistances was enough to see the terror of Luling. This effect was very effective. Directly the Nightmare Twins flew up in pain, like a crazy python madly twisting and banging around. Seeing that he couldn't hit them for a while, Luling switched his element to Lightning Elemental, and at the same time drank 2 magic potions, briefly boosting his blue return speed a bit and increasing his mana strength by a small amount. Another difficult thing about this boss is that they can fly, and after hitting Half-Blood, these two things will directly separate. This makes it a lot harder to kill, and they also have a rather special property, which is that both eyeballs must be struck together or they are counted as null and void. If you kill one of the eyes alone and don't kill the other in the allotted time, then they will simply regain a small amount of their life value and resurrect at the same time. However, Luling also had an early response. Since I have to kill them both together, can't I just use my lightning form to electrocute them one by one? When you're bloodied, you'll get a fireball from one of them, and then you're done. Seeing that they were still flying around in the sky, Luling was also impatient and directly had Luozhong control them down with a shot of group taunt. The cooldown of the group taunt skill was still quite long, taking half an hour, but it did work well, and the Nightmare Twins immediately dully crashed towards Luozhong on the ground. Naturally, Luling would not miss this opportunity and directly swung his staff and knocked over. Chapter 40 Passing the Secret Realm. Platinum Grade Staff of Eternal Phantasmagoria. The bursting staff carries wisps of electricity. Each heavy blow comes with an arc of electricity bouncing off it, along with a paralyzing effect. With just a few flat A's, the Nightmare Twin was flying a bit out of the way, and its blood level was dropping fast, and it was going to enter stage 2 with another hit of around 5,000 blood. Seeing this, Luling also jumped straight up and fired a fireball, directly knocking the Nightmare Twins down to half-blood. The Nightmare Twins, who had recovered from the group's taunts, instantly went berserk, and they could sense that the human in front of them was nothing more than a weakling who didn't even have the strength of a first turn. At least it was a platinum-level demonic boss, but it was actually beaten by a weakling. Could this be tolerated? Accompanied by a bizarre emerald green flame, the Nightmare Twin directly entered the second stage. There was a ring of flame attached to the back of the two huge eyeballs, the bloodshot whites of the eyes, and the gradually crimson pupils, making them as horrible as demons in hell. The Nightmare Twins let out a roar in unison and crashed straight towards Luling. The Nightmare Twin at this stage could not only deal mental magic damage, but physical damage was just as scary. Seeing both eyeballs flying towards him, Luling however revealed a smile. That's what he wants. As long as there wasn't too much separation between the two eyeballs, then Luling would be able to take it right down with a burst. As for the damage, Luling's body is no more brittle than the average tank. Several types of damage immunity skills, plus the continuous recovery of arcane siphon, make it extremely difficult for Luling to be seconded while still having a high range. Not to mention the fact that there's a nurse behind her doing her best to lift the blood. Luling then began to show off his maneuvers, a variety of positioning to avoid rushing, but also catch the back swing to hit a set of fierce. That fierce and furious look where like a mage? Simply the god of war. Soon enough, the Nightmare Twins had lightning elements stacked on their bodies, and Luling jumped straight up to catch a high aerial spin with an ascending dragon. The staff with a bright purple halo drew a nice arc in the air, hitting the two huge eyeballs one after another. Almost simultaneously, they detonated the lightning marks on the Nightmare Twins. With a thunderous roar, the Nightmare Twins were subjected to a wave of high bursts along with a brief period of stiffness, and Chen Feng and Luo Zhong didn't let go of this opportunity. Although their output is more limited, stacked together they are very substantial. This wave of staleness then directly knocked a lot of blood off the Nightmare Twins. Stage 2 Nightmare Twin resistance was increased substantially, and if any other mage were to output it, it might actually have to scrape the bottom of the barrel for a while. But this damage from Luling was just too explosive, plus he has control. You only need to grab a set of opportunities to get a steady wave of output, and the functionality pulls right through. After swinging after the Nightmare Twins for a few rounds like this, they let out a mournful hiss in unison and turned into a puff of smoke, dissipating into thin air. Congratulations to the host, completing Ascension Task 2, gaining 50% Ascension progress. Reward randomized divine effect props *1. Professional Luling has completed the first stage of the transfer mission. Two elevated tones in a row rang out in Luling's head, causing him to grin. The three people on the side were even more excited beyond words. The experience provided by killing the Nightmare Twins alone was enough for them to brush up on low-level copies for quite some time. Then came the even more delightful unboxing. All copies after level 50 will not drop items directly when you pass them, but will drop a treasure chest. The treasure chest might open up all the drops from that boss, or it might only open up a bunch of scraps. It all depends on luck. As Zhongqing's little Yu Huang, Luling naturally opened this treasure chest himself without any hesitation. Luck was pretty good, dropping 3 crafting books straight away, along with a number of materials, and a Nightmare Twin memento. It's not useful, but some collectors will pay for it, and the price is usually not low. After all, the pop rate is rather touchy. This wave of harvest was still possible. Just this one copy, Luling had at least 1 million extra huaxia coins of materials on his body. That's not counting the crafting books and those special items that drop from boss treasure chests. Picking up the 3 crafting books and looking through them, Luling realized that there happened to be a platinum rank staff among them. Staff of Eternal Dreams Crafting Book, Grade, Platinum, Introduction. Crafting book used to create platinum level weapon Eternal Illusion Dream. Can consume Source Stone *100, Nightmare Fragment *5, Illusion Core *5 to create. All of these materials were dropped by the previous demons, and that Nightmare Fragment was dropped by the Nightmare Twins. No more, no less, exactly 5. I was just thinking about getting a better staff, and this one is good enough to last me until I turn 2 or even 3. No surprise, Luling thought with satisfaction and put this crafting book away, then handed the remaining 2 crafting books to Chen Feng and the others. This, the great god of the road, won't you take it? Chen Feng was directly dumbfounded. Directly taking out the 2 platinum level equipment crafting books and splitting them, was this surely not a dream? The thigh that had brought them through the secret realm before. It would be nice to leave some crumbs for him. Luling, on the other hand, said with a disinterested expression, these 2 copies, one is warrior equipment and the other is priest equipment. It's useless to me. You guys take it, it's been hard on you all the way over. With these words, Chen Feng suddenly had the impulse to almost kneel down on the spot and kowtow to Luling. This is simply a saint. Not only did he take them through the secret realm, but he also shared things and didn't have any racket at all. Where do you find a lap like that? Xu Yao and Luo Zhong were also moved by this. Hard? It's not hard at all, okay? If just taking a beating and throwing skills to pull monsters is considered hard work, then they were simply not human beings before. The 3 looked at each other and suddenly bowed in unison towards Luling. Great God Lu, thank you so much. Not only did you take us through the secret realm for free, but you also shared such a valuable item with us. Don't say anything. If there's anything you can use me for in the future, just ask. Although I'm not as strong as Great God Lu, I'm still capable of taking a beating to make up the numbers. Chen Feng and Xu Yao said heartily, and Luo Zhong's eyes were glittering with emotion. Luling didn't expect just such a simple move, but it made all 3 of them instantly moved, and his heart couldn't help but be a little amused. He finally figured out why the job market doesn't get a good rap. However, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Although these 3 people's strength is not top-notch, they are still barely strong. Maybe there is something else they need in the future? Luling has always been you honor me 1 point. Then I will return you 1 point. For the 3 people's thanks. He also just laughed and did not say anything more. However, under the strong request of the 3 of them, Luling still took quite a few more trophies before leaving the secret realm. Chapter 41, Second Stage Transfer Quest. Wushan Mall Upgrade. After returning to the professionals' hall, Luling and these 3 added a friend to each other, and then went directly to the professional sanctuary to receive the second stage of the transfer quest. After arriving at the profession sanctuary, Luling quickly made his way to the mage profession sculpture, intending to take on the second stage of the quest. Occupant Luling first stage transfer quest has been completed. Second stage quest is being generated for you. Stage 2 quest, find the item Sage's Stone. Current quest progress, 0/1. After seeing the second stage of the mission, Luling instantly froze. The Sage's Stone? Isn't that the same thing that was opened from the divine treasure chest in the Forest of Mist? Luling thought, and immediately took that production book out. A blinding red light flashed, and the crafting book that had been blocked and hidden was actually visible. Sage's Stone Crafting Book. Grade, Legendary. Introduction, Hidden Profession Exclusive Item. Can be created with Sacred Salt *1, Fallen Mercury *1, Chaos Sulfur *1. Luling was instantly confused. He did have this Chaos Sulfur. He had dropped one from the boss in the Eerie Mist Forest earlier. But where to find this Sacred Salt and Fallen Mercury? I don't think I've ever heard of either of those things. After thinking for a moment, Luling immediately thought of someone Lin Tianxiong, as a third-turned professional and the president of an A-ranked guild. His insights and experience were very extensive, so maybe he knew about these 2 things? Thinking about it, Luling immediately called Lin Tianxiong. He then heard good news and bad news. Sacred Salt? I think I remember it from the guild. I forgot where I plucked it in from before and never sold it. If you want it, just go ahead and get it, and I'll talk to the person in charge. As for Fallen Mercury, it's something I don't think I've ever heard of. Tell you what, I'll ask for you later. Luling thanked him and then hung up. Since Lin Tianxiong had promised to help him look for it, he could simply finish the system's quests first, which was just short of 300 to 500 small monsters. As Luling thought, he immediately returned to the professionals' hall and entered the secret realm once again. Why else would you say that geniuses aren't scary, but hardworking geniuses are? This month Luling almost no days idle, are soaked in copies of the crazy brush monsters. Rapid accumulation of wealth at the same time the level is also a rapid increase. Soon, after an afternoon of frantic leveling, Luling successfully completed the system's advancement quest. Congratulations to the host. The advancement task has been completed. The martial god system is being upgraded. System upgrade completed. Achievement completed. Go 1 step further. Successfully upgraded the martial arts mall to the 2nd level. Reward, number of lucky draws *3. 500 wushu points. Oh, this can actually complete an achievement? Luling couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. During this time, he gradually became quite clear about the system's functions. This achievement system, similar to a hidden quest, will reward you for reaching it and will unlock a shard on the achievement page of the system panel. It seems that after the shards reach a certain tier they can open up some hidden function, but Luling has only unlocked 4 achievements at the moment, so there's no way to find out for now. After opening the 2nd ranked martial god mall, Luling realized that the items available for sale on it had increased quite a bit. All kinds of strange and weird props, as well as some rare materials. These things that would cost millions of huaxia coins if placed outside, but only require a few hundred martial god points here. Also, the 2nd order Vulcan Mall has a very abstract item on the shelf. Worldwide blessing bags, priced at 999 Vulcan points apiece. It's considered very expensive in the mall. Universal blessing bag, randomly obtain a mysterious prop from the other world. It may be able to destroy the sky and the earth, or it may only be able to pass the eye. It all depends on your luck. Items opened through the bag will be permanently listed in the God of Wushu Mall, but there will be a limited number of purchases. This description gave Luling a happy look. Isn't this just a blind draw box? It just so happens that Luling has accumulated quite a few Wushan points, so there's no harm in buying 2 lucky bags to play with, he thought, immediately redeeming 2 fortune bags. Purchase successful. Does it open immediately? Luling chose yes. After a joyful sound effect, 2 golden dots of light popped out of the 2 lucky bags. Congratulations, you've obtained the prop magical dice *1. Congratulations, you've acquired a strange undergarment *1. Hearing the beep in his head, Luling almost spurted blood from laughing. No, what the hell is this lady's underwear? Why is there such an abstract prize? Luling forced a smile and took the thing out for a look, instantly blushing with old age and stuffing it into his backpack. Ahem, children should not be children should not be children. Luling dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his head and looked at another prop. Magical dice. Introduction, shake him and maybe something magical will happen? Disposable props. Aha, what's this for? that's a bit of a generalization, isn't it? Luling thought suspiciously, picking it up in his hand and shaking it in his hand a few times. Piecemeal. Strange sounds rang out as the dice spun frantically in his hand a few times, ending in a 3. Luling was wondering what would happen when he saw the dice suddenly turn into a golden light and drill into Luling's body. Immediately afterward, a buff was added to his status bar. Magical Dice's Lucky Gift, plus 20% luck. 30% increase in all attributes. Lasts for 30 minutes. Dice review, 3 points. Sloppy. Oh, Luling was greatly curious and was pleasantly surprised. The increase is so big, and it also adds the lucky attribute, and that's just a 3-point bonus. If this shakes out to a 6, won't the bonus take off? Nice. That's a pretty interesting prop, Luling thought with a smirk. This lucky attribute, which actually increased the burst rate, was said to also affect the blast attribute, but this claim was not confirmed in any way. After fiddling around for a while, Luling bought 3 more magical dice, intending to find a chance to practice and see what the other points would do. It's not an expensive thing to sell, 250 Vulcan points apiece, but it's limited to 3 in a 7-day period. When Luling was going to throw another one for fun, he thought better of it and simply waited for the next copy to use it. After placing these 3 magical dice into his backpack, Luling then used the 3 rounds of complimentary draws in his hand. I also wonder what goodies the prize pool will give when it's upgraded. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a system beep. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a B-grade collectible. Fallen Mercury *3, the prize pool that had just been upgraded didn't bring Luling anything good, but it did happen to bring together the last ingredient that Luling needed. Chapter 42 Talent Advancement. Rare Hidden Vice Profession. Is this good luck or bad luck? 1 material came out of 3 shots, and the other 2 draws were straight up gross. But just this one material is what one currently wants. It's hard to judge. Luling smiled bitterly and put the Fallen Mercury into his backpack, heading directly to the middle of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, intending to gather the materials early and turn in the quest early. Since Lin Tianxiong had greeted him, Luling quickly obtained the sacred salts and with them, he headed to the Blacksmith Association. During this period of time, Luling helped the president of the Blacksmith Association collect materials quite a few times, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. However, this trip to the Blacksmith's Guild wasn't to have Zhao Wuji create the Sage's Stone, but rather to have him help create that platinum-grade weapon, the Eternal Phantom Dream. The Sage's Stone, you must build it by yourself. There is no way for others to decipher this crafting book. After explaining his intentions, Zhao Wuji also agreed painfully. Weapons with crafting books can actually be crafted by getting enough materials together. It's just that the profession of blacksmithing is able to enhance the attribute values and special effects of weapons by means of forging. Legend has it that when one reaches the 12th rank of Divine Blacksmith, they can forge scrap into top-grade metal with their bare hands and can multiply the attributes of weapons of all classes by several times. This kind of profession is the tank class profession transfer. A high probability of appearing is also considered to be one of the more common professions. After handing over the materials and crafting book to Zhao Wuji, Luling also began to study this Sage's Stone. After nearly an hour of fusion, Luling finally managed to craft this Sage's Stone. Sage's Stone, low level, grade, legendary. This item must be worn to unlock its function and can be advanced by replenishing materials. Current advancement progress, 0%. Looking at the description on it, Luling cried and laughed. You have to wear it to activate the effect? So it's just an ordinary stone now? This stuff is really messing with people's minds, he thought, and could only helplessly put the strange stone that kept changing colors into his backpack. At this time, Luling's new weapon was also built, and Zhao Wuji walked in carrying a very dazzling and colorful-looking staff. Take that, boy. I won't charge you this time. Next time remember to bring me 2 bottles of good wine. Zhao Wuji's voice was still loud, but his face was smiling. Luling took the staff and immediately checked its attributes. Eternal Dream, grade, platinum, equipable profession, mage, bonus, plus 200 spell strength plus 20 points / second blue return speed plus 20 spiritual attributes. Special effect Illusory Echo. When equipped with this staff, each spell cast will have an echo effect and stack a layer of illusory mark on the target. Echo effect repeats 10% of the spell's damage and inherits its accompanying special effect. Each layer of Mark of Illusion cuts the target's magic resistance and spirit resistance by 5% and, when stacked, forcibly drags the target into an illusion for 3 seconds. If the target's spell resistance is below 50 points and spirit is below 30 points, it will not be able to voluntarily release any skills during the period. After reading it, Luling was very satisfied. With control and defense reduction, these 2 attributes were already very powerful, and it actually had a wounding effect, so it was indeed a good staff. After Luling thanked Zhao Wuji, he headed to the middle of the occupation sanctuary, placing that Sage's Stone in front of and behind the mage statue. It instantly lit up with an ancient glow. Professional Luling. The second stage of the transfer task has been completed. In transit, transfer successful. Unlocked secondary profession, alchemist, new talent being drawn. The voice in his head couldn't help but make Luling suck in a breath of cold air. Actually awakened an extremely rare hidden profession, alchemist. This profession is different from the side professions of blacksmith, apothecary. It is the only sub-profession that can be used directly in combat. The talents that come with this profession are all A rank to begin with. It belongs to one of the very strong hidden professions. Extraction successful. Your current talent is S-rank mastery of all laws being fused for you. Fusion successful. Your current talent skill is SSS ranked. All elephants return to dust. All images return to dust. Talent effect. Compatible with any spell type skill without changing the mana source. And your skill bar is +3. Possesses the active effect reversal technique, which, when activated, marks all units within its perimeter and applies a reversal effect to them, reversing the results of their next operation. The skill cannot be immunized. After reading the description of his talent, Luling was directly shocked. It's too counterintuitive to have the results of the operation reversed. This effect can turn a priest's healing effects into damage, can turn damage effects into healing, and control right into domination. It's a god skill. Moreover, his original talent effect was also fused in together, which was equivalent to having an additional talent skill with a mechanism that could be described as terrifying for nothing. This can definitely turn the tide in the midst of adversity if used correctly. Without waiting for Luling to return to his senses, the mage statue in front of him suddenly erupted with a wave of pure blue energy. Acquired profession exclusive skill, Alchemy LV1. Occupation exclusive item, Sage's Stone, has been placed in the backpack. Upon hearing that, Luling immediately checked what this alchemy did. The effect of alchemy is quite simple. Its principle is to understand and analyze an object, and finally transform it into a physical state through the Sage's Stone. In other words, as long as the materials are provided, alchemy can transform them into various props or more precious materials. Moreover, alchemy has a wide range of effects. Not only can it transform objects, but it can even transform life force. Through alchemy, it is possible to convert blood and blue levels to each other. This is still a level 1 effect. How terrifying it could be if it was raised to full level, Luling couldn't even imagine. He had expected it long ago, and this transfer would definitely bring a big boost. But I didn't realize that the boost was a bit too much. Until the time he left the occupation sanctuary, Luling was still constantly pondering over which scenarios he could be utilized in with this new occupation of his. The next day, when Lin Tianxiong learned that Luling had actually switched to the hidden profession of alchemist, he also revealed an expression of incomparable dismay. Little friend Luling, did you really switch to alchemist? This side occupation, but it's stronger than most people's main occupation. After you reach the third turn to fuse your main and secondary professions, I'm afraid that just by lighting up your profession, you'll be able to get quite a few top powerhouses to follow you. Chapter 43, Meeting Lu Han again. Standing up for Lin Wanwan. Speaking of which, Lin Tianxiong's eyes towards Luling were no longer mere admiration, but an amiable and very affectionate look. This feels like elders looking at their own brilliant offspring. Luling only felt a strange sensation all over her body. He was about to say something to break this awkward situation, but suddenly he heard Lin Tianxiong laugh. By the way, did you see Wanwan when you came here? She's been thinking about you a lot lately. If you're free, please take care of her for me. When I go to college in the future, I won't be able to be with her every day, Lin Tianxiong said, letting out a pretentious sigh. Luling didn't grasp the meaning of his words and scratched his head somewhat incomprehensibly. Lin Wanwan isn't that kind of vase either? The president is being overly concerned with that. With her abilities, I'm sure she won't suffer anywhere she goes. After a few words, Lin Tianxiong sighed a silly child in his heart, and didn't continue to say anything, but talked about the college entrance exam with Luling. Speaking of this, Luling suddenly remembered something. It seems like the professional who reaches level 50 before the entrance exam can be exempted from the exam to be bailed out in advance, come to think of it. But this is not a few days away from the college entrance exams. Why did not I see any university to recruit themselves? After hearing Luling's question, Lin Tianxiong laughed and said, regarding this issue, Huaxia has long had a policy that strictly prohibits all universities from accepting students privately before the college entrance exam. All professionals must be tested on their own level before they can choose whether or not to bail out directly. You scored so well in the awakening trial. I'm afraid that there have been many good schools waiting to recruit you for a long time. Well, any favorites? Luling thought about it, and it seemed that he hadn't really considered this aspect. But there's no rush. We'll naturally see what happens on the college entrance exams anyway, and we'll just decide which school to go to then. The two of them were chatting when Luling suddenly received a phone call. An unfamiliar number. After picking it up, a somewhat familiar voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Luling? Is it convenient for you to come over right now? Wanwan and I have run into some trouble. The person on the other end of the line sounded a bit anxious and panicked. After pondering for a moment, Luling immediately recognized this person. This voice, it's Lin Wanwan's best friend, Su Xiao, that tank girl who had teamed up with herself in the awakening trials. After asking about the location, Luling pacified the other party for a bit, then hung up the phone and told Lin Tianxiong about the matter. As soon as Lin Tianxiong heard that his precious daughter had actually run into trouble, he immediately wanted to go there himself. But just as he reached the door, the secretary suddenly came up and whispered for a while. Lin Tianxiong frowned after hearing this and revealed a hopeless expression. "Little friend Lu, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the scene for a while. There's a major problem with one of the secret realms that the guild operates, and as the president, I have to travel to deal with it. I'll trouble you to rush over first to check the situation, and if you need anything, just call Chu Shanha's phone directly. You should have his number, right?" Chu Shanha was the principal of Luling High School, and as his favorite student, he naturally had contact information. Luling nodded his head immediately, and after Lin Tianxiong patted his shoulder somewhat apologetically, he hurriedly left. It seems that this time the matter is really serious. Otherwise the chairman would not show this kind of expression. Luling thought darkly. He then directly took a car and headed to the address Su Xiao had given him. 10 minutes later, Luling arrived, a lower-ranked secret realm entrance. A long way away, Luling saw a group of people gathered together, and in the center stood a somewhat familiar figure cursing, while Lin Wanwan was explaining something with a red face. Approaching to take a look, the guy who was cursing was actually a familiar face. Wasn't it that assassin Lu Han who only robbed monsters before? As soon as Lin Wanwan saw Luling appear, she immediately ran to Luling's side as if she had met a savior. A pair of deer-like big eyes watery, as if the next second will cry out, "Let a person incomparable pity." Without waiting for Luling to ask what was going on, that Lu Han also recognized Luling and sneered as she stepped forward. "Who did I think it was? So it's you. Humph, just in time. Let's settle the previous score today. It just so happens that you and this are still together, right? Don't even think about leaving today." Luling's face was cold, and immediately, he erupted an appalling aura and stood in front of Lin Wanwan. "Watch your mouth. With a dirty mouth like that, your boyfriend has a UTI?" Lu Han's face changed dramatically when he said this, as if he was poked and prodded with anger. Good. I see you really want to die." She cursed and immediately dialed a phone number, then instantly changed her face to a sobbing voice and burst into tears at the person on the other end of the line. Taking this opportunity, Luling also opened his mouth to ask about what happened. Lin Wanwan whispered what had happened, and then skimmed her mouth in resignation. As it turned out, Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao had formed a small team and went to the secret realm to practice together with a few of their previous high school classmates. While the crowd was struggling to kill the boss with great difficulty, Lu Han suddenly jumped out from the shadows and directly snatched the boss kill. If you are taken away and killed by a professional who is not part of the group, you won't share a single bit of experience. Reacting to the situation, Su Xiao immediately went up to question Lu Han, but in return was counted down a pass. "You guys are losers yourselves. You can't get the heads. Why are you running to talk to me? If you're capable of doing so, you guys go grab them when I brush the monsters." Willow Han said condescendingly. This could make Su Xiao's few people angry. Lu Han, on the contrary, even more energetic. Open mouth is a bunch of crooked reasoning. Angry at these simple little girls' tears are about to fall down. And after going out, Lin Wanwan had wanted to properly reason with Lu Han. Unexpectedly, Lu Han saw Lin Wanwan look so beautiful, the heart will immediately rise a nameless jealousy. Directly the first to complain, "A rake," said Lin Wanwan. Several people want to rely on the number of people to rob their own boss. Did not rob it, still annoyed to take action against themselves. It was even a direct rumor that Lin Wanwan was the kind of person who relied on selling her flesh to get a belt. Looking innocent on the surface but a bad woman behind her back, which was why her rank was so high. A statement that was made as if it really happened. And Lin Wanwan, who had a very gentle character, couldn't say anything offensive to retort at all, and was almost in tears. After hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Luling was also on fire. Robbing monsters is a very disgusting act, and this Lu Han actually created rumors, or he even created this kind of rumor that defamed people's innocence. This made Luling instantly get really angry. Lin Wanwan is usually really kind beyond words. A pair of soft eyes can always inexplicably let Luling born a kind of protective desire. Coupled with this period of time together, Lin Wanwan was extremely kind to Luling, which made Luling already regard her as a close friend. And at this time, she was being bullied like this. So naturally, Luling would not stand idly by. Chapter 44 Nya Family Young Master. Luling fought 1 against 2, just in time. At this time, Lu Han's call for help was finished, and just as he turned around, he saw a pair of eyes as full of killing intent as the god of death. Luling directly erupted a powerful might, and the overwhelming pressure caused Lu Han to instantly feel like he couldn't breathe. Listen up or you apologize to my friend, or else, I'll beat you until you're willing to apologize, Luling said coldly, and a direct duel invitation was flung over. The crowd of onlookers were also astonished after Luling lit up his professional label, and then they all revealed their contemptuous gazes. He's a mage? Daring to ask an assassin for a one-on-one fight? This kid is crazy, isn't he? This is not the way to save a beauty. Hey, another stupid kid who was overwhelmed by beauty. Isn't this looking for death? However, Luling ignored these people's words and instead coldly stared at Lu Han before revealing a provocative smile. How? Weren't you brave when you started the rumor just now? Now you're an ostrich again? I'd like to see how you're going to make me look good, Luling said, grunting coldly. Of course Lu Han didn't dare to take this duel. She had followed Luling into a copy once before, and as much as she didn't want to admit it, it was indeed unlikely that she would be Luling's opponent. However, hearing this, Lu Han's heart was still a bit upset, and just as he was about to open his mouth to retort a few words, he saw Luling directly walking towards the registration office of this secret realm. Only Luling pulled out his professional identity card and handed it to the receptionist, then slowly said, "Because my friend's reputation is involved, I'm requesting to pull up the record crystals from the boss room just now to investigate." The receptionist had a difficult look on her face, and was about to find an excuse to politely refuse, when she suddenly saw that on Luling's identity card, the column of the guild was clearly marked with the words Heavenly Phoenix Guild, Senior Member. The receptionist froze, then swiped Luling's identity card, and the results of the search directly surprised him. Within the city of Jiangcheng, the man in front of him was the record holder of the entire 30 copies of the Speed Pass list. The Huaxia Professionals Union had even labeled him as a key object of concern. What does this label mean? It meant that this person was in existence that had a great possibility of becoming a strong party in the eyes of the Professionals Alliance. How can the identity of such a person be simple? The receptionist was busy pulling up the footage of the period of time that had just passed and connecting it to the screen. Lu Han did not expect the staff here actually directly compromised, so that the things that just happened will not be able to hide. In a panic, she immediately tried to stop the staff member, but was stopped by Luling, and her gesture made the crowd a little skeptical. Soon, the video of the boss room was pulled up. On the screen, Lin Wanwan's group was fighting hard against the boss, while Lu Han appeared nearby only when they were about halfway through the fight. This woman didn't join the battle at the first opportunity, but waited for Lin Wanwan and the others to beat the boss down to silk blood, and then directly jumped out with 2 skills to grab the boss's head. There's no point in playing it any further when it's put here. The people around them also instantly reacted to what was going on. It was clearly this woman named Lu Han who grabbed the monster first. She still has the face to come out and bite back. This skin is thicker than a city wall, and when Lu Han saw that things were lost, he simply stopped pretending, and once he clenched his teeth, he viciously looked at Luling and sneered, "Even if I robbed the monster, what can I do? Are you going to kill my old lady again? Tell you what, it's an honor for you losers to be robbed by me." Against all odds, the speech instantly stirred up anger in the hearts of many melon eaters. This kind of bad behavior is inherently frowned upon. It's not a violation, but it's unethical. Imagine how hard it must be for you to fight a monster for half a day and have it taken away by someone else with a single slash, without a single ounce of experience to share? The crowd had begun to turn their spears and vociferously criticized Lu Han. Just then, an arrogant shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Who dares to scold this young man's woman?" The crowd followed the voice and saw an arrogant and domineering dilettante walk in from outside, followed by 2 middle-aged men around level 50. As soon as Lu Han saw this man, she immediately changed into a pitiful look and ran to the man's side, making a show of crying. "Young Nya, you have to do it for me." The man known as Nia Xiao didn't pay any attention to her at first, but instead looked at Lin Wanwan with a lustful look, and his throat rolled twice. A moment later, he then remembered what he was here for and coughed twice before looking at Lu Han. Lu Han, on the other hand, added more fuel to the story, and when it came to Luling wanting to go one-on-one with him, he intensified his tone even more fiercely, while his eyes also glanced resentfully at Luling. After hearing this Nia Xiao snorted coldly and walked to Luling in large strides, lifting his head to stare at Luling disdainfully. Since Nia Xiao was about just under 1 meter 7, he looked as small as a sun in front of the 1 meter 8.5 Luling. What, Luling, right? This young man is the young president of the Aotian Guild, the young master of the Nia family. "Nya Ma, if you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently, kowtow to me 3 times, and then hand over that little beauty behind you to me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll leave you all alive," Nya Ma said, sneering and towing the line. "Otherwise, this young man will break your legs." The words made Luling directly laugh in anger. Where is this thug from? If you didn't know, you'd think it was some kind of top luxury family. Aotian Guild? Luling didn't even seem to have heard of this one. As long as there was a guild with a little bit of strength in Jiangqing City, it was impossible for Luling to be completely unimpressed. I'd like to see how the Nye family's youngest wants to break my legs? Thinking about it, Luling sneered. Upon hearing this, Nyema arrogantly revealed her profession panel. A turn 1 A-rank warrior. Judging from the equipment on his body, Nyema's strength should be considered a decent existence in the same rank. With the sound of a blade being sheathed, Nyema arrogantly pointed at Luling. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, he directly sent a one-on-one invitation towards Luling, and Luling didn't take it. Seeing this, Nyema smiled triumphantly and sneered. What? Are you afraid of this young man and don't dare to accept it? Luling slowly shook his head, as if looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. Since we're going to fight, then it's better to settle it all together. You're all in this together, Luling said, slowly pointing at Lu Han behind Nyema. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers were shocked. This kid is crazy. A mage who actually wants to go one-on-one with a warrior and an assassin? Doesn't he know that assassins are the most restrained mages? Plus a warrior. How could this win? The three of them were of similar levels, which definitely didn't have a single chance of winning. The way Luling acted like a pussy instantly caused a surge of anger to well up in Nyema. Lu Han, who was behind him, also took the opportunity to mock in a fox-like manner. Aigu, you want to pretend to be 1 against 2? So you can make excuses if you lose, right? That's really smart. Knowing that you'll lose, you intentionally find a good excuse in advance, right? With that, he looked Luling up and down in disgust and smiled disdainfully. Chapter 45 Gambling Fights. The winner deserves to be a man. You're really trying hard to pretend in front of that little vixen. Luling sneered, and just to look filled with killing intent instantly caused Lu Han to tremble and shut his mouth. He wasn't going to bother fighting with this stupid woman anymore. As the saying goes, a man's word is good. Just beat someone half to death, then he'll talk better. That's the way to deal with stupid people like Lu Han. And Nyema sneered and said, fine, since you're so afraid of losing, then this young man will let you off the hook as well. As he said that, his eyes twinkled and he smiled lewdly as if he had thought of some good idea. How about this? How about we have a betting match? If you lose, hand over that little beauty behind you and accompany this young man for a quickie. How? Luling sneered and shook his head. If you're going to bet, how can it be fun if you don't bet bigger? Weren't you going to break my legs earlier? How about this? Whichever of us loses will have all 3 of his legs broken. What do you think? Luling's tone was cold, and the words he said made all the men present tremble. This bet is a little too big. Nyema's aim was to get Lin Wanwan, so how could she possibly agree? Just as he wanted to refuse, Lu Han behind him agreed with a face of excitement. A promise is a promise. Don't you dare renege. Lu Han smiled maliciously, as if he had already met Luling's miserable appearance of having his 3 legs broken. He had just laughed twice when Nyema smacked him in the face with a mouthful. Stupid woman, who made you promise? Nyema was incomparably angry and cursed. Lu Han, on the other hand, covered her face incredulously and looked at Nyema in horror. He actually hit me. Obviously last night he said I was his woman. Without waiting for her to continue saying something, the impatient Luling directly spoke out. Okay, that's settled then. You're all in this together. After that, he went straight to the reception and rented an arena. There was nothing Nyema could do, but she could only glare fiercely at Lu Han and grunt angrily. In front of so many people, he could not pull his face to break the contract, and it would not be good for others to say that he was afraid. Soon, the few people arrived within an arena. This kind of arena was generally used for experimenting with new skills and practicing teamwork to simulate combat, and it was naturally inferior compared to places like the underground deathmatch. Not only were the facilities not as good, the grounds were much smaller, and extremely unfriendly to long-range professions like mage archers. Before going on stage, Lin Wanwan was still a little worried and quietly slipped something to Luling. I've already notified the people from the guild. They're on their way here, so you must be careful later. This thing can help you in a critical moment, Lin Wanwan whispered. Luling took a look and realized that it was actually a very top-tier prop, a second-order substitute life puppet. It's worth enough to sell in the tens of millions. It also serves a simple purpose, which is that when used, it can resist a fatal attack. It can save a life at a critical moment. A second-order substitute life golem, corresponding to a professional level of 100, could be used by anyone who did not exceed 100. If Lin Tianxiong didn't know a great power who could make this kind of prop, there was absolutely no way to get his hands on it. Luling froze for a long time, and a warmth welled up in her heart. After thinking about it, he put it away. although it was absolutely impossible to use it against those two guys. Luling subconsciously didn't want to worry Lin Wanwan. Seeing Luling accepting it, the worry and guilt in Lin Wanwan's heart dissipated a bit. Drumming up her pink fists and clenching them hard, she gently shouted cheers for Luling. Luling smiled slightly and suddenly reached out to touch her head. I won't let them bully you. After Luling finished speaking, he only left to shy and stun Lin Wanwan in place, looking at his magnificent back gradually walking into the competition stage. This duel also attracted a lot of spectators to watch, but almost none of them favored Luling. Warriors and assassins have too much of an advantage in this kind of solo fight, and Luling was planning to fight 1 against 2, something that was nearly impossible to do. Seeing Luling on stage, Nyema gave a cruel smile. Let's see if you can still laugh when I beat you into a eunuch in front of that little beauty. As he said that, he directly drew his large sword and looked at Luling with a face full of grimness. Beside him, Lu Han had the same face of hatred, staring viciously at Luling. If it wasn't for him, how could Mr. Nya hit me? I blame this damn kid. And that. The hatred in Lu Han's heart was so great that she couldn't wait to dismantle Luling on the spot. With a shout from the referee, both sides rioted almost simultaneously. To everyone's surprise, Luling actually didn't choose to pull back and release his skills, but instead took the initiative to move forward and meet Nyema and Lu Han. Is he crazy? A mage posting up to die? The crowd in the audience was shocked, completely unable to imagine that Luling would actually make such a stupid move. Lu Han had seen Luling fight before and knew how terrifying he was after getting close. In an instant, he turned on 2 acceleration skills, intending to kill Luling with a single move before he could release his spell. Competing with an assassin like me for speed? You're really looking for death. Seeing that Luling was about to enter within the range of his backstab skill, Lu Han revealed a disdainful sneer. As long as he could successfully activate his skills, he would only need 2 or 3 slashes to do away with this stupid bastard. She was thinking smugly, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, but the next second, she couldn't stop laughing. Luling's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Han froze for a second, and suddenly felt a cracking sound coming from his back, accompanied by hot air currents. Without having time to turn around, Luling struck her directly in the back with her staff. Powerful energy instantly erupted as a fireball spell exploded directly against Lu Han's body. The horrific damage instantly caused Lu Han to let out a mournful scream, flying out enough to roll on the ground a dozen times before collapsing on the ground without moving. That's still the damage that Luling did without any other skills on and without storing up power. If another dimensional tier or elemental awakening had been activated, this blow would have directly killed Lu Han in seconds, and she would have owed half a tube of blood to Luling. The scene blew up even more in the eyes of the audience, only to see Luling suddenly appear behind Lu Han like a ghost, and then smashed Lu Han in passing like he was brushing a small monster. That calm look, and disdainful eyes, as if it was as easy as just mending a pawn in passing. An assassin who was actually kicked to death by a mage like a wild dog on the side of the road. All the spectators were shocked. Even the priest in charge of the rescue froze for several seconds before reacting, and busily threw a few skills to Lu Han, who fell to the ground not knowing if he was dead or alive. And Nyema was shocked in her heart. His agility wasn't as high as Lu Han's, so he ran a little slower than her, clearing the whole thing. This is a mage? Is that woman too weak? Chapter 46, Luling's Blitz. The college entrance exam begins. Nyema was horrified, and didn't dare to be careless. Directly a set of warrior trifecta was thrown towards Luling. Reinforcement picks up the charge and adds a jumping chop at the end. With this set, at least half of the blood of a brittle profession like a mage could be cut. You only need to pick up 2 more skills to speed kill a small frag straight away. However, Luling didn't even have the intention of dodging, and directly ate the 2 skills hard. These 2 skills directly saw the tricky mist special effect on Luling's body, and together with Mana Energy Guardian's immunity, it made Luling almost drop a blood skin. Nyema was outright confused. This mage is not right. He's not even dodging his skills. He's charging towards me? What's this about? Without waiting for him to react, Luling laughed and raised the staff in his hand, a spinning upward pick that struck Nyema hard in the middle of his legs. This hit was a flat A, but Luling had turned on Elemental Awakening. The mace carried a fierce flame and struck Nyema solidly in a vital area. A muffled thud came, and all the males in the room involuntarily clenched their legs as they felt a vague wave of pain. The hot, sharp pain caused Nyema's eyes to instantly blacken, and he couldn't even cry out, covering his crotch in pain and directly fainting. The injury fear on this one is more than a bludgeon. A burnt smell gradually wafted out. This is really a roasted chicken. Nyema is afraid that after this, he can no longer call himself this young man. After doing this, Luling winded up spinning his stick in a flower and took his staff back into his backpack. Just 2 roadside dingoes. I thought it was something. Waste. Luling spat out a sentence contemptuously, then turned around and left in a dashing manner. Not a single person spoke, the crowd was still reeling from the shock. At this time, those two Nyema's attendants under the stage also reacted and immediately stepped forward to stop Luling. "How dare you beat my young master like this? Don't go. You must pay for this today." The two men spoke in annoyance, attacking towards Luling with one left and one right. Instead, Luling just smiled faintly and coldly, staring at them with disdain. But before Luling could make a move to return the favor, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. "Which ungrateful one dares to touch my daughter?" The voice was as loud as a thunderclap, instantly shocking these two, subconsciously looking up, only to see that there was a red-haired woman floating in the air, staring downward with a furious expression. The terrifying aura that erupted from her body was as horrifying as Ashura. As soon as the words fell, the red-haired woman's body instantly exploded, transforming into a red lightning bolt that sped down, instantly sending the two attendants who wanted to strike at Luling flying out. The person who came was none other than Shen Miaoyu, the wife of the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, who had a meeting with Luling. The terrifying pressure of a third-turn powerhouse silenced the silence of everyone present, and after Shen Miaoyu had knocked those two attendants away, she flew to Lin Wanwan's side with an anxious face and asked eagerly, "How's it going, girl? You're not hurt, are you? How did they bully you?" Lin Wanwan told the whole story. After hearing this, Shen Miaoyu was furious and was about to make a move on that Nyema when she realized that he had already covered his crotch and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Shen Miaoyu looked at Luling and suddenly felt that this son-in-law was even more agreeable. There wasn't much to say after that, and when Nyema came to her senses and learned that the one she wanted to dabble with was actually the eldest miss of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, she almost pissed herself in fear. One said that it was all Lu Han's doing. It's none of his business, he was just tricked. Given that Luling had already beaten him into her, Shen Miaoyu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him anymore, and after giving him a kick to fly out, she began to look for trouble with Lu Han. After Lu Han learned of Lin Wanwan's origin, she was also scared on the spot and her legs went limp, crying and kneeling on the ground for half an hour to apologize, and only then did Shen Miaoyu let her go. "Xiao Lua, this time it's really thanks to you arriving in time, or else Wanwan would have really been bullied by those two bastards. Come over to the house sometime in the future, ha. Auntie will cook for you with her own hands," Shen Miaoyu said smilingly as she took Luling's hand, her kindly appearance a world away from just now. However, when Lin Wanwan heard about her old mom wanting to cook for Luling, she suddenly showed a look of desire to speak, which made Luling feel a bit strange. He didn't care too much about it though, he just politely said it was all my doing. Meanwhile, inside the Ministry of Education in Jiangqing City, at a conference table, what do you guys think about this first place in the awakening trial? At the head of the table, the Minister of Education thoughtfully took out a list and addressed the crowd. "From my point of view, this kid is 80% lucky. Just by virtue of that divine blessing of his, he is destined to become no powerful professional. This blessing is completely contrary to his profession. The front may still be able to play some strange effects, but once the first turn is over, his shortcomings are going to be exposed. I'm afraid that it will be hard to become a great success. In comparison, I do think the kid in second place has more room to dig in and consider keeping him." Soon, someone else picked up the conversation and said. The others basically thought deeply and strongly agreed with this person's point of view, but only a young woman sitting at the end of the table showed a thoughtful expression. The Minister of Education sniffed and after a few seconds of slight reflection, he spoke. Then, "These are the tentative places for the province's guaranteed places this time?" He finished and handed out the list in his hand. There were about a dozen names on this list, but there was no Luling in it. The crowd had read it and then began to discuss it. Several days passed in a blink of an eye, and the day before the college entrance exam came. Today is the day for all seniors to take their grade tests. After the rank test, it was the major colleges that came to recruit those outstanding students whose strength was amazing and strong enough to be guaranteed admission. Early in the morning, Luling went with Lin Wanwan to the rank test center in Jiangqing City. After completing the level test here, if you are a non-guaranteed student, then you will be distributed according to the strength of the examination room, and the entrance examination will be held tomorrow. Those students who were recruited in advance by the major colleges were able to skip the college entrance exams and just wait for enrollment. As the first place winner of the awakening trial in Jiangqing City and even the entire Jiangnan province, the matter of Luling being guaranteed a place was almost a nail in the coffin. Even Lin Tianxiong thought that with Luling's strength, it was something that would definitely be fought over by all the major academies. Upon arriving at the grade testing center, it was already packed with students. Nervousness spread across everyone's faces. After all, it's kind of one of those fateful life-defining turning points. If you can get into a good university, the opportunities and resources you can reap inside are naturally far beyond what you can achieve alone. So the ability to get into a great college becomes an important factor in determining the height of the ceiling for the vast majority of civilian professionals in the coming years. At the scene, There were quite a few high-level professionals who were sizing up the students with various scrutinizing gazes. These people were all professors from the major universities in Jiangnan province, and they had come here in order to recruit outstanding students who had superior strength or amazing potential. In addition to the confirmed list, all remaining guaranteed spots will be decided on the spot by these professors. Chapter 47, Nobody Cares? After enduring a queue of about half an hour, it was finally Luling's turn. Name, rank? The teacher in charge of registration asked, opening his mouth without looking up. But when he heard Luling's rank as well as his occupation, he immediately raised his head in shock. A 53-level first-turn mage? This is properly a top student who is going to be bailed out early, he thought, looking over at the group of those admissions teachers sitting by the registration area. Unexpectedly, those enrollment teachers only glanced lightly at the roster, and surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of wanting to come over. This confused the teacher in charge of registration. It was reasonable to say that these enrollment teachers shouldn't say how enthusiastic they were about this kind of talented player, but they should at least show some concern, right? Why are they not reacting at all? The registration teacher scratched his head and had no choice but to continue with the process. After testing that Luling's rank was true, the registration teacher told Luling to head to the side and wait for the examination room to be distributed. Of course, he didn't know that almost all the universities in Jiangnan province had researched about Luling's details. After all, as the first-place winner of this year's Awakening trial, many academies naturally wanted to recruit him. However, when they saw the divine blessing attached to Luling's body, they dismissed the idea. A mage who can only melee? What's the difference between that and a pistol with a range of only 1 centimeter? Isn't that pure trash? You may still be able to rely on this blessing's damage increase to swipe points in the early stages, but when it comes to the later stages, when the damage of professions like warriors and assassins is up, how can he, a mage, fight? Do not stick to the face. No damage. A stick to the face. That assassins and warriors do not score a second to kill the mage? You have to know that a mage's body plate is the most fragile of all professions, and there are almost no life-saving skills. The same long-range profession. Archers at least have some displacement and means of preservation. The mage can be a pure turret. On the battlefield, that's all about being careful all the time, or you'll immediately die a violent death. As for the blessings on Luling, he was destined to have extremely limited achievements in the future, and I'm afraid that he will start to show his fatigue after one turn. One could only say that Luling had wasted that nice talent of his and such a divine blessing. No academy was willing to take the risk of bailing out a genius who would most likely become a waste to enroll. Therefore, these academies then didn't pay any more attention to Luling's movements afterward, and seeing that there was no academy coming to take the initiative to recruit himself, Luling also looked a bit surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it, but directly followed the words of the registration teacher and came to the area next to him to wait for the examination room to be distributed. Lin Wanwan completed her registration a bit earlier than him, and as a level 41 priest, there were quite a few second-rate universities that came over to invite her to enroll early, but she rejected them all. She only wants to go to the same college as Luling, so she is waiting for Luling's choice. Even if in the end Lin Wanwan didn't manage to get into the same university as Luling, then at least she would have to be in the same city. That is what she thinks. But surprisingly, there hasn't been a single college admissions teacher to come by. Soon, Luling's name also appeared in the distribution of the examination room. Coincidentally, Luling and Lin Wanwan were actually assigned to an examination room. It's fine, Luling, since those colleges don't come to you. I'm sure that with your ability, you'll definitely get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Seeing that the entire rank test was about to end, and there still wasn't any academy to recruit Luling, Lin Wanwan opened her mouth to comfort him. Upon hearing this, Luling, however, just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. With his intelligence, he had already roughly guessed why this was. The fact that he was burdened with a divine blessing that was completely contrary to his profession caused those in the colleges to cross himself off the attention list early on. There is no excuse for this. In that case, one doesn't need to have any psychological burden. Just show your strengths in the entrance exams and all doubts will surely dissipate. Once he had memorized his exam location, Luling went straight back to his new home. The house has been bought. In the Tianfeng Guild around a high-grade small area. Is Lin Tianxiang personally for Luling maneuver? Location, floor and so on have no say. Since it was a ready-made house and had already been renovated, Luling didn't need to spend time waiting and could move in straight away with just a few minor additions. By the next day, Luling arrived early to wait at the examination center. The entrance exam for professionals is divided into 3 parts: culture, copies, and real life. The culture is well understood, and the main test is whether the student's knowledge of the professional and tactical assignments in combat are up to snuff. This subject is not considered a heavy part of the grade, and the main purpose of studying it is to be able to work better as a team and to know the types of magical creatures and their roots. As the name suggests, the exams in the duplicate class are for students to clear specific duplicates and be graded based on their performance. The purpose of this section is to train professionals to respond to demonic invasions without information and to utilize their own abilities. The subject of practical combat is even more straightforward, and is about battles between professionals. Of the 3 subjects, the one that scores the most points is the replica course, which contains a lot of content. It includes the ways of dealing with various types of magical creatures, how to deal with unexpected situations, and the cooperation between some professionals. There is no need to say much about the cultural exam. As a school master, Luling only used less than half an hour to hand in the paper and left the exam room. This test is not difficult for Luling. Full marks are inevitable. Soon, in the afternoon, it was the replica trial test that all the candidates feared the most. I don't know how many students who had fair grades on weekdays and excellent scores in written exams fell down. Traveling to a completely unknown copy without a hint of a guide was a great test of a professional's abilities. Why is the mortality rate so high with the new copies that are appearing? It is because of its uncertainty. Every shortcut written on the guide has cost countless lives to explore. Even high-level professionals often flopped, let alone their fledgling students. However, Luling didn't feel any nervousness at all. Joke, even the real copies he had taken the first pass. How could this kind of simulation be difficult for him? Unlike the Awakening trials, students were allowed to team up before entering this copy of the gauntlet. Each team can have no more than 5 people. The larger the squad, the lower the percentage of points scored, with the exception of the chaplain profession. After pondering for a moment, Luling found Lin Wanwan. Since Su Lin Bachan and the others were at another examination center, Luling only took Lin Wanwan with him and formed a 2-person squad. Although the scoring efficiency would be reduced a bit, it was harmless to Luling, who had absolute confidence that he could stand out in this exam. As he was about to register the team, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. This beautiful woman is looking for someone to team up with? I'm a level 48 assassin, guaranteed to take a flyer. Want to consider teaming up with me? Both of them were stunned and looked at the voice, only to see a man in a flashy dress gazing at Lin Wanwan with what he thought was a very deep look in his eyes. Chapter 48, Strange Birthpoint. Deadlands, no need. You find someone else, Luling said casually, but the man froze, followed by an instant frown. I'm asking this beautiful woman, what's it to you? Where did the poor bastard come from? Is your rank as high as mine? How dare you meddle? The man seemed to be very dissatisfied with Luling's words, and immediately said in a displeased manner. However, he did not expect that Lin Wanwan, after listening to his words, frowned and said in a cold tone, his words are my words, we don't need any other teammates, please leave. The man who said the words was even more upset, stared viciously at Luling for several seconds and put down harsh words. Good. Don't let this young man meet you in the examination. When he finished speaking, he let out an angry grunt and whisked his sleeve away. His words were loud and attracted the attention of many students. Among them, a few girls who knew the man kindly reminded Lin Wanwan, this student, you have to be more careful. He's the young master of the Xia family in Jinling, so beware of him laying his hands on you in the copy. The Xia family in Jinling? Luling sniffed. Jinling City is the neighboring city of Jiangcheng City, and it is not surprising that it was divided into the examination together. Since he was the son of a powerful family, why hadn't he been bailed out early? It's reasonable to say that just by relying on resources to pile up, one can also pile up to level 50. However, he didn't care too much about it, and after politely thanking him, he pulled Lin Wanwan to register. 2 students in a group are assigned to the same birth point when they enter the secret realm, and all the points earned by the squad will be shared partially with the teammates according to a certain percentage. After registering, there was nothing more to do but wait for the simulation copy to open. After a few minutes, an old man with white hair stood in front and after clearing his throat, he spoke in a deep voice. Silence all candidates. The replica examination will begin immediately. I am Xiao Dongshan, the chief examiner of this examination. After entering the copy, remember the following. No offending props may be used, and candidates may not initiate fights with each other. After saying some rules of the test, Xiao Dongshan signaled the teacher below to open the entrance to the replica. With a flash of light, a huge portal appeared in front of the students. The students walked into the portal one by one with nervousness and apprehension. Opening his eyes again, the first thing Luling did was to look towards his surroundings. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast expanse of golden color, with undulating sand dunes stretching all the way to the horizon, like a sea of sand color. The desert? Luling continued to look around and didn't spot any buildings in sight. Looks like this mock-up copy was unexpectedly big, Luling thought secretly in his mind. But yes, after all, it was a copy of the entrance exam, so naturally it wouldn't be that simple. This copy had entered at least a few thousand candidates. If it was too small, then wouldn't it be a casual pass? When he was planning to find a direction to walk in first, Lin Wanwan behind him suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Luling looked back and realized that the sand behind him was suddenly flooded with an eerie surge. There's a demon? Luling took his weapon out directly. A few moments later, the place that was originally moving differently suddenly calmed down. Immediately after that, the sandy surface on Luling's left-hand side suddenly flew up with gravel, and a thick monster burrowed out of the ground. The monster looked like a huge earthworm, with a huge round mouth at the top that kept dripping with foul-smelling saliva. After drilling out of the ground, it hissed frantically, then twisted like a python and rushed towards Luling. If it was an ordinary mage, he would definitely not be able to react to this moment and would definitely be swallowed in one bite. But Luling was no ordinary mage. His agility was a sub-plus point and his reaction was extremely fast, dodging this attack with a dodge. At the same time, Luling followed the force of his feet, and with a look back at the moon, his staff slammed heavily into the demonic creature's body. Demon Deathworm, rank 35, attack power 259, physical damage bonus, blood 5000. This monster's level wasn't high, only 30 or so. Although it looked scary, it only had 5,000 points of blood, and was directly killed by Luling with a single flat followed by a fireball. With a loud bang, the deathworm's body was then directly blown off by the fireball. If it wasn't for the fact that its mouth was too disgusting and Luling didn't want to dirty his staff, I'm afraid that if this fireball was shoved into its mouth and blown up, it would have been able to directly blow its head to pieces. After killing it, Luling gained 3 points. It seems that a demonic creature of this level would only be considered a pawn level when placed in a copy. Luling couldn't help but smack his lips. Although it was said that this kind of level was nothing more than a small monster that could be mended with his hands to him, it wasn't a good deal for those students who had an average level of 30 or 40. Without waiting for Luling to think more, he suddenly felt a sudden rustling sound coming from his surroundings. This sound he had just heard. It was exactly the sound of this deathworm moving. Judging from the dense amount of sound, I'm afraid there are at least 20 to 30 of these big guys around. Lin Wanwan also realized this, and without hesitation, she opened her skill, Healing Boundary. This skill not only restores the life value of teammates, but also imposes negative effects on all hostile creatures that enter the boundary, making it an extremely useful skill. In addition, this skill had another effect, that is, it could sense all the enemies that entered the boundary. It can also barely be used as a detection skill when the enemy is dark. A total of 23 demons have come within range of the boundary, and I have briefly tagged them. After a month of training, Lin Wanwan had unconsciously become an outstanding priest, and her coping strategies made even Luling nod slightly. It wasn't the first time that the two of them worked together, and soon, Luling killed several deathworms under the ground according to Lin Wanwan's guidance. And at this moment, the pupils of Xiao Dongshan, the examiner who was inspecting the entire examination room, shrunk violently. What's going on? How is it that 2 students were born within the Deadlands? He stared at the 2 Luling in the screen and asked in an eager tone. The staff member beside him was also shocked at the news. The deadly domain. But it was the most dangerous zone in the entire examination copy. The demonic creatures inside were much higher than the other areas in terms of both level and battle power. This area is used as a hidden area in the examination copy, similar to the existence of a challenge level. It's usually only some higher ranked squads that choose to enter it, for shocking high scores. If those 2 students weren't strong enough, they would have been killed in an instant. This is clearly unfair to them. But before the staff could pull up the data, they heard Xiao Dongshan exclaim in a low voice, "Ha, this kid is actually that strong? Alone against more than 20 deathworms without losing? This weapon of his, he's a mage?" This discovery could make Xiao Dongshan incomparably surprised. His voice quickly drew a number of examiners to him. Without waiting for the crowd to ask questions, Luling did an act that shocked them all. He actually took the initiative to drill out of Lin Wanwan's domain, towards the deathworms underneath the desert. He stuck up. If he was bitten head-on by 3 or more deathworms, even a level 40 warrior would be seriously injured, let alone a brittle mage like him. What's he up to? Looking for death? An examiner frowned in confusion. Chapter 49 Deathworm Swarm. Unusual copy. But soon, Luling gave the answer with practical actions. Directly Luling plunged his staff directly into the ground, followed by a deathworm that was lurking under the sand like a fish. Luling clutched his staff with both hands, and with a roar, he actually directly picked the entire deathworm into the air. Then, he leapt high into the air and slammed his staff down hard on the deathworm. The deathworm twisted its body frantically, but was surprisingly unable to break free from Luling's grip. With the staff swinging down, this deathworm was directly smashed into pieces of meat by the tremendous force. Such an unbelievable scene shocked all the examiners. This thing is a mage? The examiner who had just said that Luling was looking for death. At this moment, his mouth grew wide as if he was about to eat a fly. He himself was a second-turn mage, but even if he were to be in there, he would never be able to take care of his enemies in such a brutal manner as Luling did. This is not over. solve this. Luling more and more ferocious. In Lin Wanwan's skills assisted, actually will be the rest of those deathworms one by one from the sand out to finish. The brutality of the image made these examiners unable to tell who was the challenger for a while. After resolving these demons, Luling gently breathed out and grinned. It's true that this kind of battle is more enjoyable. Hiding in the back as a throwing monster, completely unable to reflect the majesty of the master of the law. These 20-odd deathworms provided Luling with a total of over 60 points, and Lin Wanwan followed suit and rubbed in nearly 30 points. The rankings of the two instantly skyrocketed and soon came to the top 3 positions. At this time, in the waiting area, there were quite a few professionals who were watching the battle were all stunned, looking towards the two names that suddenly appeared on the leaderboard and wondering, strange, who are these two people? Why didn't the guide give a single shot? A mage and a priest. Are they that fast at brushing monsters? They've actually made it to the top 3? Forget about that mage. What's up with that priest? Isn't the first place winner, Wang Boo Boo Boo, a lone wolf? Could it be following that kid in second place? The crowd instantly murmured. Not only them, even the guide who was in charge of broadcasting the exciting operation of the high school exam was also confused and was busy asking backstage, what's wrong with these two? Did they cheat? Why can't I find where they are? Radar shows no large-scale fighting in the outer regions. Ha! The man on the examiner's side hadn't even recovered from the shock yet, and was busy conveying to the guide what he had just seen. After hearing that there were actually 2 students who came up and were born in the hidden area, the guide was even more confused. But when he heard that a mage, with a priest, 2 solved 30 deathworms, he directly yamafroze on the spot. How is this possible? The monsters in the hidden area were all level 30 or 40 ya. There was no way he, a mage, even with his first turn strength, would be able to tackle more than 30 demons in such a short period of time. However, the entire hidden area was without broadcasting privileges, and the guide was incredibly curious in his mind, but he could only stare dryly. On the other side, after Luling brought Lin Wanwan towards the surroundings to explore the area, no more monsters were found for the time being, but here comes a new problem. They appear to be lost. Both were road warriors with a poor sense of direction, and with an environment like the desert, they quickly got lost. Looking around at the almost identical scenery, Luling scratched his head. At this point, there is no other way but to head in one direction, and with a bit of luck, we might be able to find other areas. The group of examiners in the supervisory room, after seeing the direction in which the two of them, Luling, were advancing, they instantly sucked in a collective breath of cool air. What are they doing? Actually heading towards the deadly domain boss? What exactly is the origin of these two people? Could it be that the design of this replica has been leaked? The examiners were all dumbfounded by Luling's maneuver. This is also too arrogant. A mage with a priest, heading towards the most difficult boss area in the entire Chinese college entrance exam? No one answered, and the crowd stared at the screen with dead eyes, confused for a moment by Luling. It took a while before an examiner spoke up. No, that deadly domain boss. It's a level 60 platinum boss. It's all for those top students to team up and challenge for extra points. How can 2 people possibly brush it off? Maybe they don't know what they'll meet if they go in that direction. The examiner, Xiao Dongshan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at Luling's profile thoughtfully. Level 51 first turn mage, but has a record of clearing a level 60s copy. This son is not simple. Luling on the other side didn't know that the direction he was casually pointing to happened to be the boss area of this hidden area. At the moment, he was wondering why the more he traveled in this direction, the fewer monsters he met. Am I going the wrong way? Is this actually near the edge of the replica and soon to be out of bounds? Luling thought depressedly in his mind. If that's the case, it's going to be a disaster. The time it takes to walk up a round trip is enough time for someone to brush up to the boss room. By the time he passes, I'm afraid there won't even be any hair left. How can he grab the first place? As he was thinking, Luling suddenly heard an extremely loud and clear growl. The voice seemed to be coming from the front, carrying a sense of unspeakable oppression. Luling's mental attribute was extremely high, and he instantly perceived some information from the roar. This spiritual pressure. It's a level 50 or higher demonic creature. This discovery made Luling shudder and laugh. This kind of high-level monster, even if it wasn't a boss, it was definitely a relatively powerful elite monster. It means that the direction you are going is fine, but by the sound of it, it can't be that someone has already gotten there first, can it? No, I have to hold on to it. Luling thought in his heart, directly pulling up Lin Wanwan's small hand. He then accelerated the speed of his feet. Lin Wanwan was a bit shy by the suddenness, but quickly thought that Luling should have discovered something. Then he hurriedly increased his speed with all his might, and at the same time threw a wind elemental blessing under his feet to accelerate the two of them. The examiners sighed in their hearts when they saw that Luling actually went straight in the direction of that death domain boss and even sped up. It's a pity. I was quite optimistic that this kid would get a high score, but I didn't expect him to be so unlucky. Yeah, although he has a few skills, he definitely won't be a match for the Death Domain boss. Only the examiner Xiao Dongshan's face revealed an elusive smile. Absolutely not? Oh, what a find this time. This kid, Jiangnan University, must take it. On the other side, the more Luling walked, the more wrong he felt. A large area of Yardon landforms gradually appeared around them, with some bone fragments remaining on top of the layers of stacked rocks, and the surroundings were very silent, completely invisible to any creature. Chapter 50 versus the copy boss. Mages slaying evil dragons. This place looks like a tomb in the desert, revealing eeriness everywhere. After following the curved and prolonged stone road inward, Luling gradually came to the center area of this landform. What he didn't expect was an oasis in the middle of the place, a few trees, some water, plus a few patches of grass on the ground that were sparse but still vibrant, and on top of this meadow was perched a huge creature the size of 2 trains. Luling was instantly enough to recognize him. It's a subdragon. Arachnids are the giant lizard dragons with wings in the west. Their strong body is the basis for them to ride. As a descendant of the most powerful ones of the demonic dragon race, his strength should not be underestimated. The moment Luling discovered it, the dragon also sensed the intruder's aura and snapped its eyes open. A pair of golden vertical pupils staring Luling dead in the face. After a few moments of silence, it let out a terrifying roar, and the wings behind it slowly incited, its huge body rising up into the air, and then it swooped down sharply, slamming towards Luling like a cannonball. As it sped along, this huge dragon opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Luling in one gulp, but Luling's reflexes were faster, dodging the attack with a void-folding leap a second before it was almost ready to bite. Afterwards, Luling directly turned on the flame beam, stomped his feet, and wielded his staff to ruthlessly slam into the back of the giant dragon. The dragon suffered pain and became even more furious, and after flying into the air again, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The coverage of this dragon's breath was extremely wide. Not only Luling, but also Lin Wanwan behind him could not retreat. Luling's pupils shrunk violently. He could sense that this time, even he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to receive the attack, not to mention Lin Wanwan behind him. In a flash of lightning, Luling's mind suddenly flickered and immediately opened his new talent after his transfer. All things returned to ruined reversal technique. Just before the flames were about to touch Luling, a brilliant golden ripple shot out electrically, instantly covering the giant dragon's body. A mark identical to Luling's occupational label appeared on its forehead. Then the magic happened. The 2 people who were completely covered by the dragon's breath not only didn't lose a single drop of blood, but even got a lot of blood back. This scene shocked those examiners once again. What's going on here? A bug in the analog copy? Everyone was astonished beyond belief and rushed to investigate the data, only to find that everything was normal. Only Xiao Dongshan showed a surprised expression. He noticed what Luling had just done, and it seemed that he had turned on a ranged skill of some sort, and then managed to immunize himself against this attack. This kid actually has this kind of ability? How did he learn the skills of a priest as a mage? Could it be that he transferred out of his hidden profession? Xiao Dongshan was in the end a senior professor of Jiangnan University, and instantly analyzed what had just happened. On Luling's side, the situation was still critical. The giant dragon soon realized that the dragon's breath was unable to cause damage to the 2 humans, and immediately stopped spraying, then hovered in the air, seemingly puzzled by what had just happened. Taking this opportunity, Luling immediately observed the data of the giant dragon. Demon Boss Rockflame Aaron. Level, 60, Platinum Level Demon Boss. Attack Power, 980, Mixed Physical and Legal Wounds. Blood Quantity, 90,000. Special Characteristics, Dragon Bloodline. Incomplete. This unit has 42% immunity to both physical and magical damage, and control duration is halved. Looking at the panel attributes of the giant dragon in front of him, Luling couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. A level 60 boss would have nearly 1,000 damage, which was a bit scary, and it has a full 60,000 drops of blood, plus that damage-free trait. I'm afraid that its true strength has already far exceeded that of a normal platinum-level boss, and is directly approaching that of a diamond-level boss. The more powerful the demonic bloodline of a boss of the same level, the higher its own rating. A level 60 platinum boss was definitely a lot stronger than a level 60 silver BOSSS, but despite this, the eye is not unbeatable. Luling quickly adjusted his mindset and entered a focused battle mode, and the huge dragon that had been hovering in the air for a while gradually began to get impatient, a pair of golden vertical pupils staring dead at the 2 Luling. After letting out another deafening roar, the giant dragon swooped in sharply, a pair of sharp claws grabbing towards Luling's head. It was very clear that of the 2 humans in front of it, only Luling was a threat to it. so it had to be prioritized, and when Luling saw it charging again, he immediately turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tear while shouting, "It's now!" Lin Wanwan instantly understood and immediately threw out 2 balls of light of different colors, increasing Luling's speed and defense, and after Luling's speed was increased, he dodged to avoid this claw strike, and then he struck his staff hard on the dragon's tail. This time, it came with a frost attribute that slowed down the enemy by 5% with each layer, and after a full layer, it could freeze the target for a full 5 seconds. However, magic creatures like Aaron are extremely resilient, so I'm afraid this effect will be greatly reduced. And the giant dragon, seeing that it was once again being teased, became even more furious and stood directly on the ground, and with a swinging tail back, it threw itself over. Luling used Void Fold Leap again to avoid it, followed by another flat A shot plus a fireball spell. This one struck a bludgeon. It directly knocked out more than 8,000 blood from the dragon. That wasn't all. Luling rode the attack gap and suddenly pulled out a magical dice from his backpack. After placing it in his hand and shaking it, the dice turned into a stream of light and drilled into Luling's body. Points this time, 5. Gain increase, luck increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 100%. Duration, 20 minutes. Ignore all controls for the next 30 seconds. Dice review, close. The most amazing side, attributes are directly doubled, and that's just the effect of 5 points. Looks like we really picked up a treasure this time. Luling grinned, only to feel endless power surging through his body, and when he moved again it was simply like lightning. With the high bonus from the magical dice and Lin Wanwan's increase, Luling instantly transformed into Superman and directly began to whip this giant dragon like a bullfight. Although there were 60,000 drops of blood, Luling's doubled damage was too terrifying. As long as there was a blitz, a single skill would be enough to knock out 10,000 drops of blood, and having an 80% luck bonus makes 2 out of 3 attacks from Luling a bludgeon. If it wasn't for the dragon's outrageous resistance, I'm afraid that Luling would have already killed it. But even the dragon that was immune to half magical damage and half physical damage was gradually unable to hold out under Luling's terrifying damage. Finally, with a wail that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the dragon was frozen by Luling before a vicious fireball spell was shoved down its throat and exploded, killing it for good. The dragon's body was truly terrifying. Luling had already shoved his staff into its mouth to throw a skill, and this didn't even blow its head to pieces. Only a few wounds appeared in its mouth. Chapter 51, The Savior Luling. After defeating this giant dragon, Luling was also directly rewarded with 100 points, instantly becoming the number 1 on the current leaderboard. Even Lin Wanwan, who was only an auxiliary and had shared but 33 points, had become the second place at this moment. After defeating the Deadly Domain's boss, Luling realized that a portal had appeared in the middle of the oasis at some point, and the group of examiners in the invigilation room were all numb. This mage kid, he actually did defeat the Deadly Domain's boss with just 2 people? The strongest boss of the entire copy was actually single-handedly swiped by a person with a priest? Who let him in for the college entrance exam? If he doesn't get a guaranteed admission, are those college people blind? The staff examined the data over and over again, attempting to find a trace of Luling's cheating. How could they not believe that someone could be this strong? Must have cheated. Xiao Dongshan was also shocked at this moment. He also didn't expect Luling to actually be able to defeat the Deadly Domain's boss with such ease. In that case, it seems that he had underestimated this kid who was full of secrets. On the other hand, after Luling brought Lin Wanwan through this portal, he instantly arrived at an odd relic. The overall environment of the ruins looked like it was in the middle of a rainforest, and a number of lush, sky-high trees could be seen in the distance. And in the ruins, a number of bizarre totems with strange shapes can be seen. This should be the hidden copy of the examination copy, right? Luling looked around and muttered. He didn't wait to observe for a moment longer before he heard a human scream from a short distance away. The two immediately saw in the direction of the source of the sound, and could vaguely see several flashes of light of very different colors. Luling, want to go check it out? In the end, Lin Wanwan was still too kind. Seeing that someone seemed to be in danger, she immediately wanted to go up and take a look, but after thinking about it, she turned her head to Luling. Luling, on the other hand, after a moment of slight contemplation, finally decided to go up and take a look. It's not so much that he's kind, but he remembers that completing an effective rescue in the middle of a test can add points to the score. After the two of them followed the sound and rushed over, they found that it was 3 students around level 30 or so who were being surrounded by a group of strange things. Demon, Bronze Guardian, rank 30, attack 280, physical, blood 5,000. Luling fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually a group of rare mechanical demons. This kind of thing belongs to the category of magical creatures that were created by demons, and it's considered a relatively rare contraption. But the monsters in this hidden secret realm, how come they're even lower level than the monsters in normal copies? Luling thought with some bewilderment. At this moment, he didn't know that he had killed his way back to a normal copy from a hidden copy, and he'd be damned if the level of this monster could be high. Seeing that all three of them were going to be beaten to death by the monster, Luling couldn't care about thinking and was busy pulling out his weapon and rushing forward. The desperate third student was about to close his eyes and wait for death, but suddenly felt his soon-to-be zero life value suddenly skyrocketed, and an additional accelerated life recovery effect appeared on his body. Then, they saw a handsome teenager carrying a staff, flashing to them like a ghost and blocking the attack for them. Afterwards, the teenager directly swung his hands round, and with just a flat A, he directly smashed all of the group of bronze guardians around him. The eyes of the three instantly widened wider than copper bells. That wasn't all, as the teenager was seen leaping high into the air again, frantically pounding one bronze guardian in the head with the staff in his hand like a gopher. That hardened metal shell was as fragile as glass in his hands. Each staff could crack a bronze guardian's head. Finally, the teenager disliked his staff in the face of the last bronze guardian, and a fireball spell blew it straight to pieces. Much thanks to this battle. Oh no, brother mage. Luling's unbelievable operation directly made all three of them confused, and for a while, they didn't even know how to address Luling. But judging from the vestments on Luling and the blue and purple staff in his hand, he should be a mage. But who's a mage that fights monsters like that, jumping up and hitting the demon's head with his staff, and smashed it directly? What is this otherworldly mage version of the Norseman? It's getting stronger and stronger? Luling, on the other hand, was a little disappointed at the moment. He remembered correctly that saving lives did add up to points, but the points were very small. 3 guys, only 6 points for him. It's not as bad as brushing 2 monsters yourself, but luckily, this group of bronze guardians also provided Luling with a dozen points or so, which made him feel better. After seeing these small monsters resolved, Luling was just about to go up and ask questions, but suddenly he heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from behind him. Hey, you guys are losers. I told you to pull monsters for me. Where did you go? A warrior covered in top gear walked over impatiently and froze directly after seeing Luling. Luling did not recognize this person, but only felt that the face was very beaten and somewhat familiar. This warrior with top quality equipment was none other than the young master of the Jinling Xie family, Xie Wushuang, who had tried to team up with Lin Wanwan outside earlier. After seeing that the person coming was the uneducated brat outside, Xie Wushuang directly sneered after seeing that the person coming was the uneducated brat outside. Oh, I can't believe I actually met him. Kid, I told you, don't let me run into you in the test, or I'll make you regret offending this young man, Xie Wushuang said arrogantly. Unexpectedly, however, when Luling heard it, he just looked at him with a strange face. I know you? Faced with his harsh words, Luling scratched his head, half expecting to have seen this guy in front of him somewhere. The words caused Xie Wushuang to become furious beyond measure, thinking that Luling had said this on purpose, and instantly feeling that he had been belittled. Okay, I'll let you get acquainted. Xie Wushuang snorted angrily and angrily nuzzled at the few people following behind him. Give the old man a beating. Whoever beats him to death, this young man will directly give him 2 million Chinese coins. Upon hearing these words, the lapdogs behind Xie Wushuang were instantly dumbfounded. Although it was said that actively striking out at others in the middle of an examination would be penalized, but this is different from the awakening trial. The penalty is nothing more than a point deduction. Anyway, they're just here to be a sidekick, so if they get a few demerits, the big deal is to brush up a bit more later on. The 2 million Chinese dollars was something they wouldn't necessarily earn in most of their lives. Moreover, if one were to gain Xie Wushuang's appreciation because of this matter, then in the future, would it be any worse? Those few dog-legged men looked at each other and all of them revealed greedy smiles. Chapter 52, Completely Crushed. Clown Xie Wushuang. The college entrance exams are supposed to be the gateway for these students to step into society from school. It is essentially a microcosm of society, giving students a preview of what society is really like. Looking at the several people who were gradually approaching, Luling frowned. A word of advice. You'd better not do that. Before the fight started, Luling still kindly reminded them, but where would a few people who had already been swept away by money care? Seeing this, Luling had no choice but to pull out his staff. The smiles on those few people's faces became even more rampant after they saw that Luling was actually a magician. Ha ha ha, I advise you to stand still honestly. I have quick hands, Grandpa, so I promise it won't be painful. That's right, if you insist on resisting, don't blame us for torturing you a little longer. Several people were mostly melee professions. Killing a brittle mage at this distance would not be an easy task. Even if Luling was a higher level than them, there was no place to pull it off. As usual, he would be dunked to death by them. Luling sniffed, but only revealed a faint cold smile. After these few people saw that Luling didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to surrender, they directly pulled out their weapons and swarmed up. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan hurriedly put on a shield for Luling, although she knew very well in her heart that these people would never be a match for Luling. It's useless. With your strength alone, even if you were given 3 priests, you wouldn't be able to resist for long. Those few people saw this and sneered. Soon, the warrior who rushed at the front had reached Luling's body and raised the weapon in his hand high. Brush! With a slash, the damage that jumped out made a few people freeze. -108. How is that possible? A warrior slashing a mage. Actually slashing a mage with only 100 or so blood? Is this a joke? Without waiting for these people to react, Luling directly sneered. You guys started this. After saying that, he then directly pulled out his staff, and then with an arrow step rushed forward and swung the staff viciously round to whip on the warrior who had just struck out at Luling. Boo! -6,847. The high amount of damage nearly killed the warrior outright, but Luling clearly had no intention of letting him go, and directly turned on the flame beam. The top of the staff suddenly lit up with a crimson glow, followed by an intense and incomparable stream of light shooting out. That warrior was swung away by Luling's staff, and before he had time to scream, he was directly burned to ashes by the flames in the air. This scene instantly shocked everyone beyond belief. No, something's not quite right with this mage. Is it? This fighting style. This is a gross mage. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Luling sneered and struck out. After turning on Elemental Awakening, Luling's attack damage went even further. This time, he didn't even need to mend his skills. A single flat A could kill an enemy in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the few people who had just struck out at Luling were instantly killed in seconds. This could directly shock Su Yuntian into confusion. Why is this mage so fierce? He was killed by a group of warriors and assassins? How can this be? But he quickly thought that this was in the examination copy, and even if he died, he wasn't really dead. Thinking about it, Su Yuntian immediately resumed that arrogant look, stretching out his finger to try to let out a couple of harsh words. However, he didn't expect Luling to look at him without even glancing at him, and with his hand, he knocked on him with a staff, directly giving him seconds. This scene happened to be relayed to the real world, and Su Yuntian instantly became a clown. No, this guy is really sick in the head, isn't he? That dude even said he doesn't know him, and he's still insisting on picking on people. Yeah, laughed my ass off and ended up being killed in seconds straight away. It's really funny. The crowd mocked Su Yuntian's insouciance, but more people were the point of concern was that Luling, a mage, why was he able to take care of these people so brutally? This paste faced 2 staff directly second. Is it the legendary physical super? Luling's strength instantly caused most of the audience to marvel. And aft, our Luling had finished with this group of inexplicable guys. He went straight back to the ones he had just saved. Hey, can you guys tell me why this hidden copy is less intense than the normal copy content out there? Luling scratched his head in confusion and opened his mouth to ask. These 3 had long since become numb, and even their speech was a bit shaky. They're all still in the outer area ing small monsters, and this dude went straight in and punched the hidden copy through and out? You should know that once you enter a hidden copy, you cannot actively return to a normal copy without defeating the boss inside. And the Luling in front of him, with only a mage, actually directly beat the hidden copy. However, after associating it with the powerful, godlike performance he had just given, the 3 suddenly felt it was very reasonable. Strongman, is it possible that this is the normal copy? One of them said weakly. Luling was slightly surprised to hear that. Is that so? I told you, that level 60 subdragon in there. If it were any other candidate, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to beat it. But why is my birth point in a hidden copy? Luling murmured suspiciously. His words caused the Roadrunner trio to instantly jolt. Not level 60 Aaron? This dude just went in with a priest and soloed it? What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? How can they compete with the big guy in front of them? The 3 men were straight up winded. After pondering for a while, Luling didn't bother to pursue the reason for it. The boss had already been done away with anyway. It was imperative that you still had to go ahead and take care of the bosses in your normal copy, and take the points in hand. With that in mind, Luling immediately called up Lin Wanwan and asked for directions before heading directly towards the center area of the replica, which was the boss area. Looking at Luling's distant back, the trio of passersby swallowed their saliva and glanced at each other, then unanimously let out a bitter laugh. With such monsters around, do they still need to think about any bosses? It was better to honestly brush the small monsters and pass. On the other side, after Luling had walked for about 7 or 8 minutes, He could feel that the intensity level of the surrounding magical creatures was also gradually getting higher. It was still 2 or 3 staffs to smash one to death, but it was much stronger than the bronze guardian he had just met. He didn't run into anyone else along the way, and Luling wasn't sure if he was going in the right direction. While pondering whether or not he should continue on, Luling suddenly sensed that someone was staring at him from behind. With that grim and sharp gaze, the other party was definitely an assassin profession, and the talent and level were definitely not low. Luling's mental attribute was very high, and he instantly perceived that person. However, he didn't launch an attack towards that person at the first moment, but intended to observe what the other party was trying to do. Xiao Yuer, who was hiding in the tree, was also startled when she saw Luling suddenly pause. Chapter 53, The Third Examination. Luling, who became the meat and potatoes. Has he already found me? Xiao Yuer was incomparably shocked, but after a few moments, she regained her composure. I should be overthinking myself. As a top assassin with SS rank talent, it was absolutely impossible to be discovered in front of a professional of the same rank. Xiao Yuer was thinking about it when she suddenly realized that Luling's figure had disappeared. Before he could be surprised, a cold touch suddenly came from behind him. Luling's eyes were cold as he raised his staff and pressed it squarely against her back. Say, who are you? Why are you following me? Due to Xiao Yuer's talent, it caused Luling to not be able to see her appearance clearly either, only feeling that the other party resembled a murderer from a certain Shinigami elementary school anime. Discovered, Xiao Yuer instantly panicked and subconsciously retreated, but forgot that she was in a tree, and immediately lost her balance. Luling was also stunned, and his hand subconsciously reached out to pull the other side with one hand. In an instant, the two men's eyes came to meet in a deep stare, but because Luling was so tall, there were few places to land on, and when he reached out, he went right through her armpit and pulled on a certain important piece of clothing of Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer was confused on the spot, a strange feeling surging through her heart, directly causing her face to redden like a burning cloud, and Luling sensed a hint of something wrong. This feel, what the hell is that? Without waiting for him to think carefully, Xiao Yuer, who reacted to the situation, was busy opening her skills and disappeared in a few dodges, directly escaping in an instant. After running wildly for a full 10 minutes, she then stopped, recalling that strange feeling just now. Xiao Yuer's face turned even redder. I can't believe that guy gave. Luckily he didn't see my face. On the other side, Luling was even more confused. What the hell just disappeared? What's wrong with him? I was trying to help him. Luling scratched his head, only feeling a little weird, and without thinking too much about it, he directly jumped down from the tree. This little episode wasn't on Luling's mind as he led Lin Wanwan to the copy's boss very quickly. Even the level 60 hidden copy boss Rockflame Subdragon was not a match for Luling, and the boss in front of him, which was only level 50, was naturally resolved by Luling with ease. After resolving this boss, Luling's points were once again increased by 60 points, directly causing everyone else on the leaderboards to lose their desire to chase after it. What kind of people are these? I've been working hard to brush a small monster, and when I look up the sky is falling. We're almost 100 points away. What's the point of playing? In the end, in the eyes of the unbelievable crowd, Luling took the first place in this examination with an unbelievable score of 202 points. This achievement had broken the record of the whole of China, and instantly attracted the attention of the senior management of the Chinese Ministry of Education. At this time, Luling was still completely unaware that all the information about him had been collected within half an hour by the senior management of Huaxia and was being researched. After coming out, Luling paid a little attention to the leaderboards, and only after seeing that his score was leading the third place by a cliff, did he nod his head in satisfaction. Now, that should be a good college to go to, right? Luling thought to herself. In the evening, when the results were just tallied, it instantly caused the Ministry of Education in Jiangnan province to cause an uproar. The Minister of Education stared expressionlessly at the report in his hands, which showed all of Luling's performances throughout the entire examination. The large, piercing letters on the report sent a shock through the minister. It was very quiet in the meeting room and no one spoke. Is this what you call hard to make it big? A level 50 mage with a straight priest soloing a level 60 Rockflame Aragon. Such a super genius was not actually recruited and bailed out by us in advance? Releasing such a top genius directly into the college entrance exam. Our entire Jiangnan Province Ministry of Education has been disgraced. It was the minister who was the first to break the silence, and his tone of voice was imperious and angry, and it was not hard to hear his displeasure. The official who had said during the previous meeting that it would be difficult for Luling to become a great man was already sweating profusely, somewhat afraid to look the minister in the eye. Everyone else in the room was silent, too, and none dared to pick up on this. Only the young woman at the end of the line said, "Things have come to a head. It's better to think about how to keep him in our Jiangnan province. Although it is said that our Jiangnan University ranks third in China, this is his hometown after all. Maybe we can start with that and try to recruit him to JNU, the woman said, dropping a large pile of information. It was full of Luling's secret realm records, with a list of all the forces that Luling had come into contact with over the past month or so. These words made the Minister of Education's face look a little better, and he picked up the information and gave it a cursory glance. Very well, I want a viable program. You can feel free to ask me for any resources you need. Make sure to do your best to keep this genius. I'll leave this matter in your hands. The minister turned to the young woman. The woman nodded softly. The atmosphere in the meeting room then got a little better, and the minister let out a long breath and slowly sat down. Luling was still unaware that those officials of the Ministry of Education who had previously treated him with immense contempt had now regarded him as the meat and potatoes. He was pondering whether or not to travel to the capital to attend Qingbei University, the #1 university in China, if he got in. Although it was true that Qingbei University was the #1 institution in China, the sphere of influence in the capital was something Luling was completely unfamiliar with. As a commoner's child, it would be difficult to make a name for yourself in the capital after graduation without enough power to back you up. Therefore, he was considering whether or not to stay in Jiangnan province, prioritizing development in Jiangnan province before considering other cities. In fact, Lin Tianxiong had also suggested this. Developing in Jiangnan province, the role that Lin Tianxiong and the Heavenly Phoenix Guild could play in the resources that they could provide was definitely more than studying in the capital. And Luling himself had an idea long ago. He couldn't spend his entire life clinging to other people. Sooner or later, he would have to break out on his own to establish his own power. The third battle session was conducted in a way that resembled a simulated secret world. Both sides connect to an area to fight and are scored based on the outcome of the fight. In this case, 20 more points are fixed for a battle victory, and no points are deducted for a loss. Everyone fights 3 battles, and the final score is based on total points. The test of this subject is more of a test of personal ability, the ability to fight as a professional. If the previous section was more conducive to teaming up, then this section is where the lone wolf professional eats it up. All professions are required to participate in this subject, except for the priestly profession, which does not participate in this subject, but is changed to something else. It can be all about individual strength, and there's nothing to be gained by winning or losing. Luling naturally didn't bring fear. After all, in the same class, he was just invincible. What assassin, warrior, ranger? It was all the same to him. The difference was whether it was 1 second or 2. At the same time, this test was also the test with the largest number of spectators, because it was like a fight, and it was still very interesting to watch. Chapter 54, Strong Enemy, SS Grade Hidden Profession. After saying a short goodbye to Lin Wanwan, Luling went directly to the waiting area. At this point, those teachers who knew the inside story, when they looked at him again, their eyes had become completely different. This was a super genius who had broken the Huaxia record, a bull who had the ability to do away with a level 60 platinum peak boss at level 51. Maybe in another decade or so, they teachers will have to look up to him. Luling didn't care about the stairs, but started drawing prizes in the system. Previously, although those bosses don't drop experience and materials, but the system rewards are still there. That subdragon provided quite a few martial arts points, and 3 draws, combined with some saved up from earlier. It's just the thing for a 10-round draw. There was nothing else going on at the moment, so Luling just started smoking. Congratulations to the host. Acquisition of common props. Congratulations to the host. Acquisition of common props. The first 5 rounds are some useless props. Luling does not care. After all, the general 10 consecutive draws. The good things are in the back. Sure enough, the last 3 shots came straight out of the hidden stash with the familiar boosting sound. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a purple collectible. A ranked skill arcane heavy strike. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the golden collection. S-rank skill star realm seal. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the hidden stash. Legendary equipment fusion card. Equipment fusion card? Luling's heart fluttered and he busily took it out and looked at it. Props equipment fusion card. Quality, legendary. Introduction. 2 pieces of the same type of equipment can be fused to generate a new piece of equipment. The new equipment can inherit all the qualities of the previous 2 pieces of equipment, and the bonus has been enhanced. This card is a one-time item, and the fused equipment class must not exceed the class of this card. This thing is a bit interesting. Luling got interested. This thing looks like it's pretty average, but when you think about it, it's very scary. Being able to fuse 2 pieces of equipment together, like your necklace, one provides bludgeoning and one provides bloodsucking, and you give them together. One piece of equipment provided blitz and bloodsucking. This was only in terms of basic attributes. If those equipment traits were counted, it would be even more terrifying. Not only do you get to free up an extra equipment bar, but you get to pick the direction according to your needs, which is still a scary increase in combat power. However, there was no need to use this thing at the moment, as the only thing on Luling's body that was legendary was the Sage's Stone, which he didn't know what it was for, except for the staff, which was of a higher class. Better to just have a handful of them all I want later when there's too much gear to choose from. Luling thought and put it in his backpack. As for the remaining two skills, one was a pure damage skill and the other was a control skill that came with silent control, both of which were just fine for Luling, so he learned to equip them both. It's still worth the 10-shot draw, Luling thought smilingly in his mind. At this time, the examination had almost begun, and all the candidates only needed to enter into the simulation space. Then they could directly match their opponents and continue after the fight until the end of the 3 matches, accompanied by the examiner explaining the rules clearly. All the candidates nodded their heads one by one, and then entered the simulation space after the present. This test is actually also a bit of luck. If you meet a weak opponent, then the combat score will be more or less higher. But if you meet opponents who are strong, then it's bad luck. However, this is also for the average student. Luling couldn't wait for his opponents to be stronger. Otherwise, how would he brush up on his battle scores? Soon, along with a distorted light, Luling's figure appeared in a place covered in a blue halo. In front, there was a person who had also just entered this space. The man was dressed in a black suit with a knife at his waist, while a knife was carried on his back as well. After only a slight hesitation, he instantly locked onto Luling with his sharp eyes. That kind of killing intent that was like substance was by no means something that an ordinary person could possess. Luling just smiled slightly when he saw this. Oh, looks like an interesting opponent has been lined up. The spectators outside couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cool air after seeing the two in this fight. Look guys, it's the first and second place in the current score ranking. They've actually been grouped into one arena. Is it that hidden profession double-edged sword Saint Lingfeng? This is going to be great. Yeah, it's rumored that the first place winner is a mage who doesn't seem to be very good at beating warriors in single combat. I really want to see how he, a mage, pulls off a swordsman. Countless spectators showed immense anticipation for this battle. On Luling's side, the exchange of words had already begun when the two sides met at eye level. They were both waiting for the time when the other side would take the initiative to reveal their cracks. It's a mental game, and once you're caught up in your opponent's rhythm, there are so many ways to suppress their play, thus forcing them to reveal more cracks. But to the crowd's surprise, after both sides exchanged eye contact for a while, they unexpectedly stormed in the same body shape at the same time. Hey, why is that mage running towards the front? Is this some kind of snakeskin maneuver? Is he trying to trick his opponent into handing over his skills? How is this cheating? How can a mage's agility be higher than a warrior's? And that's still a swordsman profession that majors in speed. He's definitely looking for death. In my opinion, that mage has fried too many fish. He really thinks that he can outlast a warrior. If he plays like that, he's going to suffer big losses. The crowd was very shocked by Luling's initiative to maneuver forward, and murmured. Both sides were fast and collided almost instantly. When the clash of weapons rang out, both sides surprisingly fought evenly. This was a surprise to the audience, but that wasn't all. Luling quickly pushed aside Lingfeng's blade and directly used his newly learned skill, Arcane Heavy Strike. Arcane Strike effect rapidly inflicts a single 300% of spell strength damage with a pummel effect, with a probability of inflicting a shock effect. This skill is a mutated skill. This skill was exclusive to the system, and all of its attributes fit Luling perfectly. Comes out fast, has no back and forth swing, requires no chanting, and will be treated as a melee attack as well. This trait allowed Luling to strike Lingfeng first before he could draw his second blade. The powerful concussive effect caused Lingfeng to instantly fly backwards. This blow directly dealt over 6,000 points of damage, causing Lingfeng's heart to be horrified. He had just turned on a reinforcement skill before charging. Against the 30% damage immunity plus his double resistance, he was actually able to deal 6,000 points of damage. And this guy in front of him was as terrifying as that? However, he was equally experienced in combat, and he adjusted his position in the air in an instant, directly drawing the knife that was on his back. As an SS rank hidden profession, he hadn't yet utilized his true strength, and Luling immediately chose to capitalize on his victory after scoring a hit. Chapter 55 Winning. The high school examiner. A direct shot of arcane migration chased him down while using the second skill he had acquired, Astral Seal. In an instant, a bright purple light appeared at the top of Luling's staff, and several chains shot out electrically. This skill is a control class skill that does moderate damage, but the effect is really incredibly nasty. First, enemies hit by the chains will be directly silenced and a 20% slow will be applied. If you are successfully chained for 3 seconds by the chains, then you will also be subject to confinement plus easy damage. The effect of being vulnerable is that the damage taken will increase exponentially. This skill was very overbearing, and if you didn't react extremely quickly, then once you were hit by the chains, you would almost certainly be imprisoned. But Lingfeng was indeed worthy of being an SS rank swordsman, and actually did react the moment Luling cast her spell. Stuck at the limit of time for the chains to hit, his body flipped violently in the air, instantly transforming into a residual shadow and stabbing at Luling. The the dual swords suddenly erupted with two different kinds of light, and in an instant, they chopped at Luling. This was Ling Feng's true killing move. Once he activated dual blade mode, his damage would be directly doubled and he would receive a series of high bonuses. Moreover, these two knives, one was magic damage and the other was physical damage, and if one was hit by both knives at the same time, then they would be stacked with seals that directly dealt real damage. However, Luling only smiled faintly and directly raised his hand to throw out a skill, directly replacing defense with offense. Ling Feng was shocked in his heart, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. In this way, he had definitely earned it. The warrior's defense panel was higher than the mage's, and with the addition of his terrifying dual blade characteristics, he was bound to be able to directly kill Luling with a single move, and he himself, at best, would be replaced with a serious injury. But unfortunately, Ling Feng did not realize that there was still a divine blessing in Luling's body, 80% melee magic immunity. It allowed Luling to directly be able to ignore that magic attribute blade. The skills of both sides hit each other in an instant, and with a violent explosion, their figures were instantly engulfed in flames. When the smoke cleared, the two were facing each other, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The viewers who saw this were completely stunned. Luling, a mage, was actually able to spar in melee combat with an SS-ranked swordsman, and by the looks of it, he didn't lose the slightest bit. What's going on here? Why is he, a mage, not drawn in the same style as everyone else? But just then, a scene that shocked them even more appeared, only to see Ling Feng unexpectedly slowly kneel down on one knee, revealing a pained expression. Luling, on the other hand, flung his staff around in a faint manner, then took a step towards Ling Feng. In this exchange, it was actually Luling, who was a mage, who won. This scene was too unbelievable. A mage had actually relied on melee combat to defeat a top-tier swordsman head-on. At this moment, Ling Feng was also shocked in his heart. As the person who had just received Luling's attack, it was only then that he realized Luling's terror. This is a gross mage. This is a ING hexagonal warcaster. You need speed, you need damage, and you have a meaty body. Even if it was a level 40 tank profession that ate the double blade chop move he had just made, he would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die, and he was acting as if nothing had happened. Scary as hell. In reality, Luling wasn't as well off as he appeared to be. That move just now was indeed carelessness on Luling's part, not realizing that the other party was actually hitting for real damage, and he was almost seriously injured by the two knives drying him out. But the good thing is, he has a super BT side hustle. At the moment of crisis, Luling directly converted a portion of his mana into life value, plus a close-to-face fireball spell in his hand drew a lot of blood for himself. That's what made it seem like nothing was wrong. If he didn't use alchemy to transform his life value, then he would probably be seriously injured right now. The guy in front of me does have a few things going for him, Luling thought in his mind. But however, Ling Feng was still no match for Luling. Looking at the slowly approaching Luling, Ling Feng's heart was relieved and his cold face gave a bitter smile as he said, "What is your honor's name?" Luling was slightly stunned, but he still gave his name. After hearing this, Ling Feng stood up with great difficulty and then clasped his fists. "I'm the one who lost. In this battle, I lost with conviction. Brother Lu, I'll see you again." When he finished, he simply surrendered. With a stream of light, Ling Feng's figure instantly disappeared. The battle came to an end. The audience outside had looked completely dumbfounded, and surprisingly, not a single person spoke. It's too strong. This mage, relying on melee combat, he directly defeated an SS-ranked swordsman. This operation was too outrageous. The mage's shortcomings, not a single one of them could be seen in this man. He's going to be a powerful man in the future. And the group of examiners also had extremely grave faces. The previous copies proved that Luling's ability to brush monsters in boss fights was extremely good. I didn't realize that this guy was so powerful even in single combat. You have to know that a properly operated turn 1 SS-ranked swordsman can break hands with a level 60 or even level 70 mage in single combat, and Luling actually used only 3 rounds to defeat his opponent. This strength was too terrifying. Luling also felt a surge of soundness in his heart. Since he had become a professional, he had not met an opponent who could push himself to such an extent. After this battle, he suddenly felt that he had comprehended something in his heart and had a newer step in understanding his fighting style. Soon, along with the fluctuation of the portal, Luling was about to welcome his next opponent. The opponents after that were not as strong as Ling Feng, and Luling killed them directly in seconds with little effort. For a mage who was hitting the output close to the face, all of these people looked extraordinarily confused and were completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Soon, Luling's 3 battle scores came out. The the first was the highest, and the next two were near-crushing performances, with all combined scores infinitely closer to perfect. Once the score was tallied, it made all the examiners suck in a breath of cold air. The cultural score is full. The copy test score is more than 200 points, plus this actual combat score. Luling's final total score had already broken the record of the Huaxia Professional's higher education examination. It's so strange that such a genius wasn't recruited early. Soon, as the examination ended, countless candidates walked out of the examination room area with different expressions. Luling and Lin Wanwan also followed the crowd. He was about to walk towards Lin Tianxiong's side when a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A sexy imperial lady suddenly stopped Luling, the pair of good-looking eyes under the black-framed glasses staring hotly at Luling. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Luling?" The woman cleared her throat and said in a very eager tone. Luling froze, then nodded. The woman was so happy to hear that she actually went straight up and pulled Luling. "Great, Mr. Luling. I'm a professor from Jiangnan University. Is it convenient for you to talk now?" Chapter 56 Gangnam University's Recruitment. Top Benefits. Luling frowned and said slowly after pulling the woman's hand away. "Not now, next time." After saying that, he directly led Lin Wanwan away. Jokes, before he came over to him before he took the test, then maybe Luling even had a good listen to what the other would say. But now, with Luling's achievements, even Qingbei University would welcome Luling, so why should he waste more words with these people? If you want to blame them for belittling themselves before. And the woman froze for a while when she saw that Luling was actually so dry and direct, before smiling helplessly. "Elder Xiao, it seems that he still has some grievances against us." The woman spoke into the other end of her cell phone. Soon, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. "It's normal to have a grudge, that's why I'm telling you to prepare yourself. Make sure he feels our sincerity and apology, and walk him through some privileges if necessary. Beyond the portion given by the academy I'll pay privately. We can't let go of such a good seedling at Jiangnan University," the woman promised, then immediately chased after Luling in the direction he had left. On the other side, Lin Tianxiong saw the two of them come out and immediately greeted them with a smile and patted Luling's shoulder. "Good boy, this time it's really opened my old man's eyes. An unbelievable score close to a perfect score, not to mention Jiangnan province, even the whole of China hasn't seen it for a long time. Now, the hundreds of top colleges in the 9 states of China are at your disposal." He finished with a few loud, bright laughs, and Luling was humble enough to say a few words for the help Lin Tianxiong had once given him. Luling had seen it in his eyes. Although Lin Tianxiong was always saying strange things, Luling could still feel that he was genuinely treating himself as a junior. The two of them had not spent a lot of time together during this period of time, perhaps even longer than the time that Luling and Lin Wanwan had stayed together, and they had more or less gotten to know each other. As he was talking, the voice of the imperial sister who had just come from behind him suddenly came again. "Mr. Luling, please wait a moment, give me a chance." The woman's voice took on a bit of urgency this time. All three of them turned back at the words, and the woman first politely gave Lin Tianxiong a greeting, and then once again looked at Luling, her eyes filled with sincerity as she spoke earnestly. "Mr. Luling, I know you're holding a bad opinion of our Jiangnan University right now, but we really came to you in good faith." Luling sniffed, her eyes blinked, and she said faintly, "Oh, sincerity? What sincerity?" When the woman saw that Luling's attitude seemed to have changed slightly, she couldn't help but be pleased and immediately pulled out something in her pocket. "Mr. Luling, I'm sure you're also a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush much. We can guarantee that if you agree to attend our academy, tailor a legendary weapon for you before you graduate. Moreover, once you enroll in the school, 3 pieces of diamond-grade equipment will be given away immediately. That amount is the maximum bottom line the school board will give me." The woman's words were so direct that Luling couldn't help but be a little surprised. In negotiations, this is a very stupid behavior. Coming up and throwing out the biggest chips straight away will cause you to lose the initiative straight away and only be passively led by the other side. If you meet someone with a big appetite, then you will have to pay at least a third more to secure a deal. And the woman's move, although it was indeed incredibly stupid, but it also allowed Luling to truly feel a trace of sincerity. 1 legendary weapon, 3 diamond weapons, that's a very frightening amount of money. And it was also tailor-made, which meant that there had to be at least one figure close to the level of a divine artisan in Jiangnan University to dare to make such a promise. As for the reason, Luling could more or less guess it. As a high school student in Jiangqing City himself, he possessed such heaven-defying strength, yet he hadn't been guaranteed a place in any of the universities in Jiangnan province. This is tantamount to a major dereliction of duty on the part of the Ministry of Education in Gangnam province. If it is not handled properly, then those in Jiangnan province, the Ministry of Education senior, at least for several years in other provinces in front of their colleagues to raise their heads. But if that one academy had left itself behind at this juncture, it would have been a different story. However, Luling didn't care about these game struggles between the top echelons. He was weighing them in his mind. Should I stay in Gangnam province? Or should I go to the provinces to fight for my life? Seeing Luling show an expression that she was thinking, the woman's face was happy, knowing that there was a door. She immediately struck while the iron was hot and threw out the olive branch again. As long as you agree to enroll, the next 4 years of tuition will be completely free. Not to mention that the academy will definitely tilt its resources in your favor as well. In addition, our Jiangnan University's mage department is the strongest in all of China, so I'm sure it will be able to provide you with a lot of help on your way to growth, the woman said. Suddenly saw Lin Wanwan on the side and added busily, "Of course, you're welcome to bring a few classmates if you want." Luling sniffed, but didn't care very much. Lin Wanwan's cultural achievements are also very good. The second examination and all the way to follow their own. The score is also enough to rank in the top 10. Want to enter Jiangnan University, simply do not need to use the relationship. According to this, that Jiangnan University can give the sincerity is still quite obvious, at least on the surface of the welfare. Give very sufficient a legendary grade equipment. 3 diamond grade equipment. If the characteristics were strong enough, it could be used until turn 4 or even turn 5. That still appeals to Luling. After thinking about it, he didn't answer right away, but turned to the woman. Tell you what, how about letting me go back and think about it for a while, and I'll give you an answer in the next few days? The woman's expression was stunned as she sniffed, and she could only let out a bitter smile. After leaving each other a number, the woman simply excused herself and left. Once the woman left, Lin Tianxiong smiled and rubbed his chin, saying, "To actually make Jiangnan University put down so much blood to recruit you, now you've really become the meat and potatoes." Xiao Lu. After laughing and joking around for a while, Luling suddenly looked positive. "So, President, do you think I should go to their academy?" Lin Tianxiong nodded his head after a moment of slight contemplation. In fact, according to strength, Jiangnan University is clearly inferior to Qingbei, but there's a very important point, and that's their ace majors, which are very different. Although Qingbei is said to be known as the cradle of all professionals, it focuses more on cultivating high-end top-notch, warrior-type professions that can quickly change the situation with one's own strength and are more tolerant of mistakes. It's really not as good as a few other academies when it comes to training for professions like mages or archers. And Jiangnan University has another nickname, the Royal Academy of Mages, just because of its mage training process and its skill sets paired very well. They also only have this one ace major, plus the ones I told you about before. I think you could use some serious consideration. Chapter 57, Black Dragon Society. Assassin girl Xiao Yuer, he said and smiled again. Of course, it's just a suggestion, and you're the one who makes the final decision. In response, Luling was non-committal and fell into deep thought. After a night of consideration and her mother's advice, Luling finally chose to agree to Jiangnan University's enrollment. After learning this news, the people from the Ministry of Education in Jiangnan Province breathed a sigh of relief. List Luling's name as a key cultivator. Prioritize him for any scholarships or secret realms in the future. If something like this happens again after that, we don't have to do it. Know what I mean? The Minister of Education of Jiangnan Province rubbed his eyebrows and said in a cold voice. The people in the seat were silent. The incident was over, and Luling was about to embark on his new life. There were still a few days of vacation left after the college entrance exams ended, and after Luling took care of the house, she left a large sum of money for her mother. Jiangnan University is in the capital city of Jiangnan Province, which is still some distance away from Jiangqing City, but it's all in one province, so it couldn't be farther away. Listening to her mother's ramblings, Luling couldn't help but smile knowingly. After a few days, Luling set off for his new school with Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao. After a day of traveling, the three of them arrived at Kanglin City, the city where Jiangnan University was located. This place is more prosperous than the city of Jiangchang, but still has the flavor of Jiangnan. Upon arriving at Kanglin City, the one who came to pick them up was the woman Luling had met before. Seeing Luling again, the woman gave a very pleasant smile. Hello again, Luling-san. To introduce myself, my name is Guan Qingzhu. I'm a professor in the magic department of Jiangnan University, she said, gently ruffling the crushed hair next to her cheek. Luling was a bit surprised because Guan Qingzhu looked like he was at most 27 or 88 years old, and he was actually a professor-level figure. So it seems that she must be superior in some way. As if he could see the doubts in Luling's mind, Guan Qingzhu smiled faintly and said, I'm a professor who specializes in the research aspect of professions. My strength is definitely not as good as those professors who teach combat law. After chatting some more, Guan Qingzhu brought the three of them together to the middle of Jiangnan University and thoughtfully helped them with the enrollment procedures. She then pulled out another set of keys and handed them to Luling. This is the dormitory specially prepared for you by the academy. The specifications are the same as the professor level. It has already been cleaned. You can live in it tonight." As she said that, she glanced at Lin Wanwan on the side again and revealed an intriguing smile. "Of course, it's no problem if you want to stay with your classmates. You just need to register your information tomorrow." With these words, Lin Wanwan blushed on the spot and subconsciously looked at Luling. Luling naturally did not realize what is not right, and in his heart he thought that men and women are different. And Lin Wanwan, a young lady, is certainly not willing to squeeze together with himself. After hearing some more matters from Guan Qingzhu, Luling bid farewell to Lin Wanwan and headed straight to his dormitory. After arriving, Luling realized why Guan Qingzhu had said he could bring someone over to stay. Jiangnan University even directly distributed a villa of several hundred square feet to Luling. Looking at the luxurious and elegant villa in front of him, Luling smiled helplessly, thinking that I'm afraid that this is better than the average teacher. It seems that Jiangnan University does pay enough attention to himself. After moving the luggage inside, Luling went straight to rest. The commencement ceremony is the day after tomorrow, and the official start of classes is still about a week away. So tomorrow you can start by going to the local professionals union to see if there are any copies to paint around here. After the night had passed, the time came for breakfast the next day. I had just gotten up and washed up when the bell rang at the door. Luling opened the door and realized that someone had actually brought her breakfast. It was also a special treat for Luling, with all 3 meals being delivered to his door by the cafeteria staff exclusively. If there is anything you want to eat or avoid, just tell the 2 men at the door. This is not a school visit. This is a vacation. Luling wanted to laugh a little, and took the breakfast after thanking them towards the 2. After having breakfast, Luling went straight to the professionals union near the academy. The professionals union was not the owner of the replicas. They were only responsible for managing the registration and strictly controlling all secret replicas, and at the same time, they would be responsible for a certain amount of repair and maintenance. The real holders of these copies are still the same big local guilds. Of course, it's not that the League of Professionals itself doesn't have copies. It's just that most of these copies are in the hands of the official Chinese government and have other uses. Just after entering the door, Luling saw a group of people surrounding a black silhouette, seemingly starting some kind of conflict. "Little, if you don't pay back this money today, you'll just wait to be sold abroad by our Black Dragon Society." From a great distance, Luling heard an arrogant to the point of shouting. Luling didn't want to care about this kind of thing and was planning to go around, but he suddenly realized that the figure surrounded by the big men was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. As she was wondering, the girl suddenly pulled out a dagger, a few teardrops hanging on her delicate face, and gritted her teeth. "Don't bully yourselves too much. Dad is dead and I've paid back the money. What more do you want from me?" At those words, the big man at the head sneered and said, "That was the principal you paid back. Now we're asking for interest. If you know what's good for you, pay up, or else. These brothers of mine have a lot of experience with little girls like you." After saying that, the group erupted into a burst of exaggerated and obscene evil laughter. The girl who heard this became even angrier, and her voice trembled a little. "Interest? Your interest is more than the principal? If it wasn't for you guys, Mom wouldn't be dead. You assholes." The black-clothed girl's eyes were red, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. Her emotions instantly lost control, and she even directly pulled out her dagger and stabbed towards the man at the head of the group. In the nick of time, a big strong hand suddenly gripped the young girl's wrist. "Calm down a bit. If you break the law, it will only get worse for you." Luling's calm voice rang out, instantly causing a wave of surprise to well up in the young girl's heart. It was as if his voice had some kind of magical power that made the burning hatred in the young girl's heart gradually subside. "It's him? The guy I met in high school. Why is he here?" This young girl's mind was racing with thoughts as she reached up and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was none other than the assassin girl, Xiao Yuer, who had a chance to meet with Luling in the copy test. Luling didn't recognize her. It was only after hearing Xiao Yuer's words that something suddenly touched his heart, which led him to step forward and stop her impulsive behavior. Judging from his intuition, Luling thought that this young girl didn't look like a bad person. Chapter 58, The Unknown Black Dragon Society. The group of big men were also stunned when they saw a person they didn't recognize suddenly kill out, and then immediately revealed a sneer. "Aigu, where did this stupid kid come from? He's not even hairy yet, and he's still trying to save a beauty like others? What a laugh. Ha 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 ha." The big man at the head laughed recklessly, and the crowd behind him echoed him. Luling didn't say anything, but only sneered faintly twice. "Just a bunch of hooligans and landlubbers. What is bullying a weak woman? If you're capable, go make money on your own. Don't engage in these crooked ways." Luling spoke faintly. From the conversation just now, it's not hard to tell that the group in front of us should be a bunch of black loan lenders. However, the interest rate on black loans is higher than the principal amount, so this group of people is a bit too unethical. Unexpectedly, however, Upon hearing these words, the big man in the lead instantly changed into a grim expression. Kid, are you tired of living? Even dare to meddle in our Black Dragon Society's affairs? Luling smiled coldly and said, I don't want to care about your business. If there is a need, you can find the police station to solve the problem, and it seems to be illegal to use violent means to collect debts in private, right? In reality, there is no way to do away with this behavior completely. But Luling had said so. If Dahan continued to strike, wouldn't he be treating the laws of China as if they were nothing? The big man had obviously thought of this as well, and after staring hard at Luling, he laughed angrily. Good. You're a good talker. Don't let me catch you in the act. After saying that, he greeted the little brother behind him and was about to leave. As he was leaving, he once again viciously said towards the girl in black, Next time we meet, you better have your money ready or, he said, grunting coldly, before leaving. After these people had left, Luling shrugged his shoulders and planned to leave there as well. Xiao Yuer looked at him with a complicated expression, a trace of gratitude spreading across her face. Thanks for helping me out. Luling sniffed and just smiled faintly and said, You're welcome, it's just a favor. After saying that, he intended to leave. It wasn't so much that he was trying to get away with it. It was just because he couldn't bear to see such a group of hooligans ruin the girl. Moreover, the girl mentioned that all her family members died because of those hooligans, which made Luling feel pity. When Xiao Yuer saw this, her heart could not help but be moved by it. I can't imagine that there are really such righteous people in this world, she thought, and couldn't help but look at Luling's back. On the other hand, after leaving the scene, Luling went straight to the registration office of the secret realm. After finding a level 70 secret realm, Luling directly began today's leveling journey. His current strength was like a fish out of water even in the 70 level a secret realm, and he soon managed to defeat the boss. After a few swipes, the time had come to noon. After fighting monsters all morning, Luling was also a bit hungry, so he planned to go get something to eat. Just as he left the house, Luling perceived several shadowy figures spying on him, and his brows could not help but frown. But he quickly recovered and left the area as if he hadn't noticed anything. Not long after they left, the group of people who had previously called themselves the Black Dragon Society quietly followed them. Boss Chen, it's just a brat. Is it necessary for so many of us to go together? On the way, the little brother asked the big man in disbelief. The big man glanced at him and cursed without a good reason. You're the smart one. It's called steadiness. Understand? He said, sneering, then explained. I just scoped it out. That kid's strength is quite strong. At the top and bottom of the first turn, to be on the safe side, it's natural to bring a few more brethren. The scolded junior instantly didn't dare to say anything, and concurred. Soon, under Luling's deliberate efforts, the few people followed them to a very secluded place. The big man took one look and instantly decided that this was a good time to strike, so he immediately had his men catch up with the vehicle that Luling was traveling in, intending to strike. Just as he moved forward, he realized that Luling had actually gotten out of the car. Now the gang was instantly happy. How dare you get off in such a place? It's really a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. A few people thought, and instantly stepped forward to surround Luling. However, Luling did not show the dismayed expression they expected, but instead had an inscrutable smile on his face. Are we all here? Looking at the group of fierce hooligans around him, Luling said easily. The big man froze and subconsciously looked around. It's empty around here. There's absolutely no place to hide, right? Since there was no backup, why would he, a mage boy with no more than first turn strength, dare to be so arrogant? And when Luling saw that they didn't answer, he stopped asking and instead just pulled out his staff. He himself was quite averse to this kind of semi-triad lending group. Plus these guys were so unaware of their own lives that they were actually thinking of blocking themselves. It would be a shame not to teach them some deep lessons. Thinking about it, Luling used a flat and pretentious tone to faintly say to the Black Dragon Society crowd, You're all in this together. Luling's arrogant expression instantly angered this group of Black Dragon Society people. X is but a first-turn mage. What's so crazy? Grandpa, I'll do you in 2 cuts. In an instant, the group pulled out their own weapons and attacked towards Luling with angry curses. Facing the surging Black Dragon Society crowd, Luling sneered and directly waved his staff to meet them. Such a perverse scene instantly caused the Black Dragon Society crowd to snicker. Really looking for death? Instead of thinking about how to escape, he's charging towards us? This kid has lost his head. The Black Dragon Society crowd screamed and looked at Luling like a clown. Luling didn't bother to talk nonsense, and directly turned on the elemental awakening. Then he swung his staff towards the one closest to him. The man simply didn't take it seriously, sneering at Luling, not even blocking it. How much can a mage's flatta hurt? But he soon paid the price for his hubris, only to see the staff in Luling's hand as if it was 1,000 pounds, and with a bang, he instantly smashed that person away. The rest of the Black Dragon Society was shocked at the sight. What the hell? Isn't this a mage? Without waiting for them to react, Luling had already closed in and killed the crowd like a ghost. Each staff could smash one person, and once hit by Luling, one would be seriously injured without dying. The brilliant and incomparable staff was at the moment like the legendary weapon of the Monkey King. If you graze it, you will be injured. If you touch it, you will die. Luling's incomparably strong melee combat ability directly beat the crap out of this group of Black Dragon Society people. What kind of mage is this? This is clearly a god of war. What was even more terrifying was that this group of people saw that they were unbeatable and wanted to pull away, only to realize that Luling's speed was even faster than theirs. You can't even fight. You can't even run. Those who were sensible had already begged for mercy on their knees. After all, they were just street gangsters, and it was impossible to expect them to have much tenacity to fight. The leading one was also shocked in his heart. No, isn't this kid a mage? It doesn't seem right. He was just thinking about it when he saw Luling with a smile on her face and a flash of her figure. In the next moment, a blue and purple staff was infinitely enlarged in his field of vision. Chapter 59, Class President Selection. Forced to open for business Luling. Boo! And then there was no then. The big man was originally a level 60 warrior, but he was also put over by Luling's direct staff. After 7 or 8 minutes, the ground was already full of wailing remnants. Looking at the mess on the ground, Luling just lightly stepped over them and walked over to the person who was the leader and slowly bent down. Remember, if I see you again in the future, then you'll be waiting to be reincarnated, Luling said indifferently, then directly kicked the leader, who had just woken up and was still half dead, into unconsciousness. After doing so, he then took off. Only after he left did the group lying on the ground dare to climb up. Boss, what to do now? This kid seems a bit raw. One of the minions on the ground shuddered, and a hint of fear surfaced on the face of the Hanyu he called boss, but it quickly turned into resentment. Go first. Sooner or later, I'll make this kid pay. He was also incredibly depressed in his heart at the moment. The beating that Luling had just given him had really made him lose face as a big brother in front of his little brother. The most annoying thing is that one doesn't seem to be able to retaliate. Mainly, who would have thought that he, a mage, would fight so brutally and unreasonably? On the other side, Luling was in a much more relaxed mood after beating up the group. It's really soothing to punish the evil and the good, Luling thought in his mind. As to whether he simply got off on punching people or on doing good, God only knows. After taking a car and returning to Jiangnan University, Luling went straight to the dormitory. In the following 2 days, Luling, apart from accompanying Lin Wanwan around the school, was soaking in the secret realm to practice leveling up, and his level soon rose by another 2 levels to reach level 54. After the opening ceremony was held, Luling was assigned to one of the higher-ranked mage classes. Interestingly, Guan Qingzhu happened to be Luling's counselor. It was said to be a tutor, but in fact it was more like a housekeeper who specialized in solving all kinds of life problems and academic issues for Luling. After 2 days of familiarization, a class president selection contest was also opened in Luling's class. Luling hadn't been interested, but the teacher had put his name directly at the top of the list. He had no choice but to be forced to run in the election. In the Academy of Professionals, class presidents aren't selected by some speech canvas. Instead, it's all about strength. So, this selection is really a strength-finding test for the class. The above students are the candidates for this class president selection. Are there any more students who want to participate? Class teacher Wang Li looked at the crowd of students on the stage after reading the list. This class brought together elites with an average level of around 40, so it could be said that everyone was the pride of the heavens. Seeing that the crowd had no comments, the teacher nodded once, and then immediately summoned the students to the martial arts arena. As a first-class university, the facilities of the martial arts arena here are much better. Not only is the venue larger, but it can simulate a variety of environments for training. After arriving here, Wang Li first explained to the crowd about the battle between mages and what details they needed to pay attention to. Then, it was straight to the topic of the day, the class president selection contest. Chen Yi, Wan Cheng, you two come first. Wang Li glanced at the class's grade registration form, then called out 2 names. The 2 whose names were called obliged and then went up to the stage to begin the fight. It had to be said that the battle between the 2 traditional mages was still rather boring. It was basically just 800 meters away from each other. You throw a fireball, I'll put an ice pick, depending entirely on the frequency of skill output to suppress the opponent. The alignment was also pitifully small. Watching Luling was a bit sleepy. The teacher also noticed the absent-minded Luling, and a trace of displeasure instantly flashed in her eyes. She didn't know about Luling's true strength and fighting style. She only knew that Luling was a highly ranked student. Are you so arrogant because you have some skills? Humph. I'd like to see how this guy will fight later. Wang Li's heart flashed with a wave of displeasure, and she had already arranged a script in her mind. He'd have Luling come up for a fight later and pick his brains. If he listens to the teachings, it's fine. If he doesn't listen, then we can take this opportunity to rub his sharpness well, Wang Li thought in her mind. After a while, this first battle was finally over. Seeing this, Wang Li immediately sent Luling up to the stage, and then called the student with the second highest rank in the class up. Both sides quickly took their positions and the match was about to begin. With Wang Li's order, Luling's eyes flinched and his body instantly stormed, charging straight towards the other party. His move immediately made Wang Li frown. In a fight between two mages, extra alignment is a deal breaker. Mage's agility is not high. It is difficult to rely on instant reaction to avoid skills. More are relying on advanced position to gain advantage. If you're running around randomly, it's easy for that opponent to use skills to anticipate. And even if you don't hit, you can still suppress. Luling's move was tantamount to a delivery. His opponent was also stunned, and quickly reacted, throwing a few wide-range skills towards Luling. It seems that this guy is just a high level. His combat experience is really bad. This person thought darkly in his heart, and an expression of disdain could not help but grow on his face. However, the expected situation where Luling was forced to scramble by this set of skills did not occur, only to see Luling's body suddenly disappear and then reappear. Having already passed through the fire net formed by this skill, Luling's movement speed was extremely fast, and in just a few seconds he had closed the distance between the two of them by 50 meters. Everyone present was shocked. He actually has a displacement skill? Wang Li was also a bit surprised, but her face soon turned cold again. Luling looked even worse in her eyes. It's stupid to light up at the beginning when you clearly have this kind of skill that can turn the tide of battle. Also, he's a mage. Why does he have to run up and get in someone's face? Wouldn't a warrior on the other side of the room blow it up? Without waiting for her to continue criticizing Luling in her mind, the situation on the field changed instantly. Luling's opponent was also shocked after seeing Luling actively handing out displacement to dodge the first wave of skills. However, he quickly reacted and once again threw a set of skills to block Luling's alignment. This time, Luling didn't choose to dodge, but directly met this pile of skills and charged hard. Is he crazy? The students in the arena all looked at him in shock and thought in their hearts, but the scene in which they imagined Luling being viciously blown away did not appear, only to see Luling calmly walking out of that pile of skills like nothing. Not even a drop of blood had fallen from his body. Never forget that his divine blessing is a blessing that makes him immune to all magical attacks below his level. Chapter 60, Provocation from the Warrior Department. It wasn't because he didn't want to take damage. It was simply because Luling didn't want to be slowed down and wanted to end the fight quickly. This wave of skills were pure damage skills without any control effects, so Luling simply ignored them directly. Soon enough, he had run to a position no more than 5 or 6 meters in front of his opponent. Another void relocation shot followed, and instead of releasing a skill, Luling used the end of his staff to gently elbow his opponent, then simply put away his weapon. What's this for? The crowd was instantly confused, staring blankly at Luling on the stage. However, without waiting for them to speak, Luling's opponent suddenly flew high into the air, and a mournful, miserable scream escaped from his mouth. And then no more. Luling's opponent directly smashed a large pit in the floor of the martial arts arena and collapsed there without moving. He had exactly single digits of blood left, and that was after Luling had taken the initiative to turn off the blade of spell energy and accurately calculated the damage. Otherwise, when Luling knocked down the staff with his full strength, this buddy was afraid that he would owe Luling a tube of blood. Seeing that the match was over, Luling unhurriedly stepped forward and opened his talent Wanxiang Returns to Dust, applying a reverse seal to himself. This was followed by another swipe of the staff on the man on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Li was instantly shocked and furious. What are you doing? The game is over. As she said that, she directly released a skill, trying to shock Luling away. But Luling pulled up the man on the ground without any panic and dodged in a flash. Don't get me wrong, I'm saving him, Luling said, dropping the opponent in his hand. The student who was directly pumped full of blood by Luling's reversal of a mace was also busy stopping Wang Li's behavior, and then looked at Luling with a face of awe. He had just felt, literally, like he was going to die. If it wasn't for Luling's mercy, then with that attack just now, I'm afraid that I would have been directly killed in seconds. After learning about the situation, Wang Li was also shocked. In that case, the clown is herself instead? How can Luling be so strong? And she has the ability to heal? There was some embarrassment in her heart, but in the way of the teacher's face, Wang Li still intended to say a few words about Luling, but without waiting for her to speak. Those students on the stage who were participating in the class president selection said, "Teacher, I'm withdrawing from the selection. I think I'm still too weak. Sensei, I'm out too. After watching this student's battle, I think I should sharpen my skills again." The crowd of students looked at Luling on the stage with a face full of horror, and expressed their withdrawal from this class president selection. With a monster like that, what's the point of fighting? What kind of mage is this guy? He's clearly a Terminator robot. He can't fight, and he can't run away. The damage is also frighteningly high, and it seems to have a recovery ability. How can we fight? Luling's operation just now directly made this group of Heaven's Pride lose the courage to compete with him. Pride? What's pride got to do with life? Luling, who saw this scene, also sighed helplessly and could only be forced to become this class president. After this game, Wang Li couldn't wait to approach the head teacher and complain about Luling's abnormality. However, when she learned that Luling was the first place winner of this year's college entrance examination, the man who dared to slay the dragon alone and wildly slashed more than 700 points, she completely shut her mouth. In the days that followed, Luling had classes during the day and accompanied Lin Wanwan at night, and the days were simple and cozy. Of course, he wasn't idle either, thundering through copies several times a day, accumulating wealth while brushing up on his experience as well as earning some martial spirit points in the meantime. 3 months passed in a flash. On this day, Luling had just gotten out of class when she suddenly heard a cacophony of voices coming from the doorway of the classroom. A bunch of punk mages. They don't think they can find our boss for a one-on-one fight, and they're still reneging when they lose after not being as skilled as the others? What a laugh. That's just it. It's just a bunch of clowns who only dare to hide in the back and throw skills obscenely. What kind of big brother are they pretending to be? If it wasn't for Master Qin being too lazy to find a door to fight, your mage department's first place was taken by our warrior department a long time ago. Luling sniffed and frowned slightly. Just as he walked up, he realized that a guy in his class, who was quite strong, was lying on the ground, obviously seriously injured, and to the side was a circle of the class, gathered with angry faces in front of an indifferent man. The man was accompanied by several other incredibly arrogant people, who could be seen to be from the warrior department by the departmental emblem on their chests. Seeing something wrong, Luling also walked up. During this period of time, he could be said to have completely and utterly conquered the class with his strength, and everyone was in awe of him, and Luling was not a difficult person to get along with, and gradually he also mingled with these classmates, and became a legendary class president of incomparable prestige in their hearts. Seeing his classmate being beaten up like this, as the class president, Luling naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing, and immediately walked up and asked. This question caused Luling's face to go cold as well. It turned out that it was because the girlfriend of the man on the ground was being harassed by some student in the warrior department, and that's why he came to the door to argue about it. However, he was directly seconded and severely injured by a person named Qin Song from the warrior department. Those students from the warrior department had long been displeased with the mage department, and they even took this opportunity to ruthlessly mock a wave. It would have been normal for this kind of verbal friction to occur, and there are some people at every university, more or less, who like to use their different careers to stir up confrontation. Luling had always disdained arguing with these people. Only extreme losers get their kicks by belittling others, and that's because there's nothing else people like them can do but that. But this time was different. As their class leader, Luling had the obligation to seek justice for them. Thinking about it, Luling just gave a look filled with a murderous aura, and instantly made the incomparably jumpy and arrogant few people shut their mouths. After helping the person on the ground up, Luling directly used alchemy to heal him, and then looked at the few warrior department students who had just spoken. Who beat him up like that? Luling's tone was cold and carried a majesty that could not be refused. Those few students were also frightened by the aura and shivered as they uttered a name. It's the class leader of our warrior department's class S, Qin Song. Luling snorted coldly and nodded, and immediately got up, intending to meet that so-called strongest freshman of the warrior department. I was just about to leave, but I was pulled back by that classmate. Squad leader, you have to be more careful. That Qin Song, he's very strong, at least a level 60 warrior, and he's switched to a hidden profession. The man who had just woken up after being saved by Luling said with a grave expression, his tone very weak. Luling was slightly stunned, then nodded. The students in the mage class all looked at those warrior students with the same hatred, and then followed in Luling's footsteps. Chapter 61 A Testament. The strongest freshman battle between the two factions. After passing through several school buildings along the way, Luling arrived in the middle of the warrior department. After inquiring, Luling quickly found the strongest class in the warrior department, Class S. Pushing open the door, Luling saw an indifferent young man expressionlessly holding a huge barbell in one hand. At the same time, he was able to maintain a stable position and read a book with his other hand. His face had an odd scar that looked like it had been caused by some kind of beast tearing it apart, making his entire person look filled with an evil aura. This person was the warrior known as the strongest warrior in this class of Jiangnan University, Qin Song. Seeing the suddenly intruding Luling, Qin Song's face didn't have much of an expression. The muscles on his body that were filled with explosive power shrugged slightly as he slowly placed the barbell on the ground. are you here to challenge me too? After a long time, Song looked at Luling expressionlessly and said without any concern, although he didn't make any other movements. The aura emanating from his body was like a dormant beast, causing a kind of mage class student to shudder. But Luling didn't react in the slightest. He lightly moved his wrist and coldly said, I'm here to get you in trouble. As soon as those words came out, the smell of gunpowder in the air instantly intensified. The people from Warrior Class S instantly stood up and looked at Luling's group with unkind eyes. Song was a bit surprised, then quickly thought of something, and a sneering smile appeared on his face. Oh, you're here to avenge that punk from this afternoon? The moment these words came out, those in the mage class couldn't help themselves and opened their mouths to angrily rebuke. Ling is here to reason. It was clearly you people who hit without explanation, and now you're insulting us like this. Do you really think that we in the mage department are all just people who eat rice? That's right, class president. As long as you say something, I'll admit it even if I have to carry a disciplinary action. I'll fight these assholes to the death today. Those classmates of Luling's were so furious that they couldn't wait to get into a fight right now. Of course, they were now on the side of the warrior department's classroom, so they were definitely at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Plus it was completely unfavorable to mages if they fought in close quarters. Their chances of winning are actually pretty slim, but even so, there was still not a single person who was afraid, and all of them looked at Luling with determined eyes. Song sniffed, but snorted a laugh as if he was watching some funny joke. So what if I just hit it? Those who are weak are trampled on powerlessly. With that strength, he doesn't even have the qualifications to have a conversation with me. So who is he to come over and reason with me? Song said without a care in the world. When Luling heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, yeah, then you'd better pray that your strength backs up your words. Otherwise, I'm going to show you what it's like to be trampled. I'll be waiting for you at the sparring ground at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'd like to see how strong the so-called strongest warrior freshman is. After Luling finished speaking, he directly led his classmates away. Those from the warrior department wanted to block them, but they suddenly felt an extremely sharp aura erupt from Luling's body, which actually forced them to be unable to move. Even felt a pang of fear rise from the bottom of his heart. It was only after Luling walked away that the group recovered and were breathing heavily. Only Song, who was sitting in the center of the room, was not affected by anything, and muttered to himself with interest. Interesting. The news that the strongest of the two departments had made a date to fight quickly spread throughout Jiangnan University, instantly causing a buzz. In these few months, the freshmen could be described as crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and it was unknown how many strong and incomparable wizards had appeared, and discussing who among them was the strongest turned into a kind of hobby for the seniors at Jiangnan University. Have you heard? That low-profile and mysterious senior high school student from the mage department took the initiative to make a date to fight that crazy genius from the warrior department today. Really? Is that the hidden profession warrior who hit the top 30 of the rankings in 2 months of enrollment? For a while, the news spread throughout the entire academy like snowflakes. Lin Wanwan naturally learned of this news and immediately approached Luling. Of course, she hadn't come to persuade Luling to give up this fight, but to see if there was anything she could do to help. After hearing the cause and effect of the incident, Lin Wanwan also acted very angry. That guy is so bossy too. Lin Wanwan huffed and puffed, then looked at Luling with some concern. In the end, he pulled out a whole bunch of top-tier increase props from his backpack, including some life-preserving props that were hard to find for thousands of dollars. Not that I'm worried you can't beat him, but you can't be too careful, Lin Wanwan said with a smile, then pushed these things in front of Luling and looked at him with a pair of big cute eyes blinking. Luling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What a $1,000 lady. Is this the bottom line of the clan's holy maiden? This big pile of stuff put on the body. Even by himself at least have to fight for 10 minutes, right? Of course, Luling didn't mean anything else. She simply found it funny. After calming Lin Wanwan for a while, he studied Song. This kid has made a name for himself in the last few months. Not only has he defeated several seniors, but he also won the 30th place in Jiangnan University's singles challenge ranking, becoming one of the few geniuses to make it to the list in his freshman year in the past few years. This person's level was above 58, and his occupation was the SS rank hidden occupation, Blood Demon Warrior. This profession was very similar to the berserker that Luling had stumbled upon before, yet it was quite a bit stronger than the berserker. Both had similar fighting styles, the kind of mad dog fighting that exchanged injury for life. Moreover, this Song was said to have had a strange encounter, had a lot of good equipment on him, and possessed 2 very powerful skills. After roughly understanding his strength, Luling had a general countermeasure in mind. On the other hand, the school's senior leaders were informed of the incident. These 2 little guys would actually fight? That Luling is usually quite good-natured. How could he clash with Song? M.O. Bai, the president of Jiangnan University, couldn't help but cock an eyebrow after hearing the news. The head instructor scratched his head and told the story. M.O. Bai couldn't help but laugh for a moment after hearing this. I can't imagine that Luling is still a sentient fellow with a strong sense of justice, he said, thinking slightly for a moment, then said, in that case, tomorrow you personally go to the site of their duel to supervise it. Don't let them have any accidents, especially Luling. There's so much potential to be explored in this kid, especially with his unique fighting style. It's well worth studying. The director of instruction nodded immediately after hearing this. Luling was a good seedling that they had spent a lot of money to dig up at Jiangnan University, and Qinsong was just as good a newcomer. Chapter 62 Elite? The fight is elite. They played for fun even if, to move to the real thing that is naturally not possible. Just like that, a night passed, and the time soon came to the next day, when the much-anticipated interdepartmental showdown was about to begin. The students had privately opened their plates long ago. From the odds, the crowd seemed to think that Qinsong could win. This was normal. After all, Qinsong had been in the limelight for the past few months, while Luling didn't seem to have much of a track record to show for it, except for the high school entrance exams, which were a revelation. Together with the comparison of their professions, Qinsong clearly had an advantage over Luling in single combat. Along with the appointed time approaching, Luling and Qinsong both came to the scene successively. I will prove to you that our warrior department is the strongest vocational department in Jiangnan University, and you, in turn, will become nothing more than a wild dog defeated at my feet. As soon as he came up, Qinsong directly sneered and let out harsh words. Luling, however, just smiled faintly and wagged her finger towards him contemptuously, then took the lead on the field without looking back. He had never cared for victory in words, strength, that was the true power of speech. Luling's performance made Qinsong feel incomparably irritated, and with a cold smile, he also followed suit and jumped onto the martial arts arena. As the two of them took the stage one after another, a mountain of shouts erupted from the viewing gallery. Go for it, Boss Qin, dry up that group of mages, show them who's the strongest. Go Qinsong, the warrior department is the number one. Qinsong is the real newcomer king. There were quite a few students from the warrior department in the audience, and at the moment, they were incredibly united. And naturally, the freshmen from the mage department were not willing to lag behind, shouting out Luling's name. Although Luling hadn't made any earth-shattering maneuvers in the past 3 months, anyone who had taken a practical class with Luling knew that. This guy, he's the real monster. Both sides were quite confident in their respective combatants, so the atmosphere was quite hot for a while. Luling, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest and continued to leisurely look at Qinsong. With the referee's whistle, both sides instantly rioted and began to run up and down the field. The group of warrior lineage people taunted after seeing that Luling didn't release her skills to block Qinsong's sudden advance in the first place, but instead followed and rushed towards Qinsong. You guys look at that dork across the street. He's actually running towards Boss Qin. Isn't that guy a mage? Is he going to die or surrender? That's right, a mage dares to stick it in Boss Qinsong's face? You're tired of living, aren't you? Ha ha ha. On the mage department's side, there were also quite a few people who didn't recognize Luling who eagerly looked at this scene in the field. Isn't this kid called the strongest freshman in the mage department? How come he doesn't even know the basics? What's the point of running towards the opposite face at this time? This kid can't be falsely fat, right? He can't fight with just his rank? If he loses, our mage department won't be able to hold its head up in the future. Some of the unknown students couldn't help but complain. However, those who had seen Luling fight unanimously revealed a wry smile. Laugh. That's right. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Who says mages can only throw skills from a distance? This will show you what it means to be a real mage. On the field, Qinsong was similarly surprised by Luling's behavior, but he was extremely well educated in combat and didn't have any intention of taking the enemy lightly, but instead became more stable. In his experience, those who dared to go off the beaten path were either that, or there's an absolute powerhouse that can subvert the formula. Judging from these two waves of previous contact, Luling, while annoying, is by no means. Qinsong thought in his heart and concentrated even more, his mind already beginning to speculate on Luling's true intentions. By the time a few seconds had passed, the distance between the two sides was less than 50 meters, and they would soon be fighting each other in short bursts. On Luling's side, he unhurriedly turned on his elemental awakening, and then chanted the Star Realm seal in advance. In fact, Luling was still quite restrained against this kind of berserker, because the thing that annoyed the berserkers the most was the professional with strong explosive ability. And Luling, as it happens, is such a person. His second damage is just too high, plus the frequency of his attacks is also extremely high, making his spike ability very strong. This, coupled with the fact that he has plenty of range as well as control of his own, makes him a crushing no-brainer for berserker, whether it's a tug-of-war or a burst encounter. Just moments before the end of Luling's chant, Qinsong also launched an attack. He has a very versatile fighting style and will use different tactics depending on the enemy, but overall, it's still more on the rigid and hard side. After all, its occupation is special and its agility is limited, so it's easier to gain an advantage by doing it for real and gradually dragging the opponent into their rhythm. But Luling's movements were even faster, so fast that they exceeded Qinsong's imagination. Before he could unleash his skills, Luling went ahead and used the Star Realm seal to firmly lock onto his body. The silencing effect was instantly activated, directly interrupting Qinsong's skill. Then, Luling directly dashed towards Qinsong in a flash, and then raised the staff in his hand high. Is this guy crazy? He's actually going to engage Boss Qin in close combat? Doesn't he know that Boss Qin's face-to-face doesn't defy any profession? In my opinion, it's a complete fool. He's still thinking of pretending to be a bully? Wait for Boss Qin to kill him. Yeah, a mage and sticking his face in with a warrior? It'll be honest when you get killed by 2 slashes later. Seeing this, those from the warrior department mocked, but the expected scene of Qinsong opening skills to directly kill Luling did not appear. Instead, Luling waved his staff and actually directly suppressed Qinsong. A brittle-skinned profession that focused on long range had actually suppressed the top melee profession, Blood Demon Warrior. Face to face? What kind of behavior is this? The audience was instantly confused and shocked as they looked at Luling, who was attacking Qinsong with a wide-open barrage on the stage. This doesn't seem right. Is that what the script says? And at that moment, Qinsong was also appalled. Luling's fighting style was something he had never seen before. Just sticking his face over 2 moves. As a warrior he actually suffered a big loss. Sticking his face for damage completely changed, but as a mage Luling's staff was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, hitting him with a bludgeon every time. And it also came with real damage, and he counterattacked with a few pummeling attacks, but he froze without knocking out much blood from Luling, and even the damage dealt was returned up by Luling in less than a second. With the silencing effect of the Star Realm seal in place, Qinsong hadn't been able to release his skills to strengthen himself, and for a while he suffered. Luling, on the other hand, seized this opportunity and poured out his firepower with all his might. He, who had already turned on his elemental awakening long ago, frantically stacked his passives, interspersing a few arcane heavy strikes among his flat A's from time to time, and then finally wrapping things up with a fireball spell. In just a few seconds, it was directly going to knock Qinsong's blood bar out. One must know that Qinsong was a level 60 warrior, plus he was wearing a set of platinum level equipment with extremely high defense attributes. In terms of tankiness, he was almost comparable to half a turn 1 heavy tank. Chapter 63 Victory. Mythic Trinket Fragments? Even so, he was still beaten to silk blood by Luling within 3 seconds. It was enough to see the horror of Luling's damage. Just as Luling was about to add the final blow, the silencing effect of the Star Realm seal finally ended. Qinsong hurriedly opened his natural skill at the first opportunity, followed by 2 more reinforcement additions. The more the Blood Demon Warrior's talent is turned on, the lower the blood level is, the greater the benefit will be. When turned on, it becomes immune to control effects for a short period of time and gains a true shield of 50% of the life value already lost. Also, there will be a huge reinforcement based on the current blood level. The less blood you have, the higher the enhancement. In an instant, Qinsong directly gained several hundred points of attack power and several dozen points of strength, and while his attack power increased, he also gained a huge amount of life draw, and the 2 enhancement skills he opened backhand. One was a fixed damage immunity and the other was a short time increase in attack speed, both of which were prepared for a direct burst that would take out the opponent in a wave of seconds, and he just had less than 1/10 of his blood, so the increase he received was maxed out. Theoretically, this moment was Qinsong's strongest state. Qinsong's attack power in this state had already broken 1,000. Casually 2 slashes could do away with a brittle skin of the same level. However, Luling didn't have any panic, but instead revealed a premeditated smile. Enhancement? I'm waiting for you to turn it on. Luling then directly struck an arcane heavy strike articulated with a flame ray, instantly sending Qinsong flying. The moment he pulled away, Luling flashed in the opposite direction, and then started pulling with his high movement speed, and when Qinsong saw this, he let out a cold laugh. Run? You want to run now? I'll see how you, a mage, can outrun me. As he thought about it, he immediately let out an angry cry and sped towards Luling with his large sword. On the other hand, Luling was very skillful in utilizing her agility higher than Qinsong's, and skillfully made some adjustments in her movement, which even made Qinsong not even able to touch the corner of Luling's clothes for a while. In the end, it was easy to slash Luling a few times, only to find that the damage wasn't good either. Moreover, Luling's blood was almost full in seconds, which made Qinsong directly freeze. What's going on here? Why is his defense resistance so high, and actually has an active recovery ability? Is he also some kind of hidden profession? As he was thinking about it, he completely failed to realize that his control-free time had passed, and Luling waited for this moment. Earlier, he had stacked quite a few layers of elemental seals on Qin Song's body and never detonated them, just so that he could control him again after he turned on his shield, only to see that Luling, who had been pulling in a small range, suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth grinned, and his backhand was a powerful and heavy blow. This time the attack comes with a frost element. It can hard control for 3 seconds after stacking. Qin Song had been chasing, and at this moment, he simply couldn't dodge in time, and was directly swung at by Luling's frontal staff. The tremendous force caused Qin Song to have the feeling of almost vomiting blood, as if he had been hit by a dump truck. His body directly rose up in the air and flew backwards. Oops. Qin Song's mind only had time to flash such a thought, and in the next second, he saw the staff in Luling's hand zoom infinitely in his field of vision. Boo! With a muffled sound, Qin Song was then knocked out directly by Luling's staff. The concussive effect attached to the arcane heavy attack caused his body to involuntarily convulse, and when he fell to the ground as if he had an epileptic seizure, his posture was really a bit indecent. The audience below the stage was silent, all watching this scene unfold unbelievably. Luling actually killed Qin Song? Wasn't he being chased and beaten up in the last second? Why did the polarity reverse in a split second? What's going on here? Only those who were strong and had a high enough spiritual attribute could see the difference. What a terrifying control of the battlefield. All of this is happening within Luling's calculations. Has Luling been controlling the tempo from the very beginning? And what's with this melee ability of his? Why is he so fierce for a mage? Those spectators who saw the situation clearly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, marveling in their hearts. And at this moment, a beep suddenly sounded in Luling's head. Congratulations to the host. Completion of the hidden achievement. Things don't happen in threes. Successfully defeated 3 special-turned warrior-type professions. Reward, Tattered Mythic Trinket *1 Random Unseen Secret Intelligence *1. These 2 pieces of news caused Luling to be slightly surprised in his heart, and then immediately smiled. I can't believe there's a windfall? A tattered mythic trinket? That sounds like a good one. Luling was greatly satisfied and was busy collecting the reward without moving. However, there was no time to check it out at the moment, so Luling could only place it in his backpack first, and then walk down to the martial arts arena. It was only then that the referee declared the result of this bout. The winner is Mage Department Class S student Luling. With the referee's words, the audience was in an uproar. Actually lost? Boss Qin actually lost? Or lost to a mage boy? There's definitely something wrong. That guy must have cheated. Unlike the indignation and incredulity of the warrior students, the mage students could be said to have stood up fiercely. Oh, what freshman is the strongest? I think it's just like that. Being solved in less than 10 minutes by our mage department's schoolmates. It's really funny. These words instantly provoked the dissatisfaction of the warrior department students, and both sides immediately started a war of words with the theme of greeting their respective loved ones, and it intensified, with a tendency to turn from a literary fight into a martial arts fight. Luling naturally didn't care to beat his opponent after beating his mouth and whatnot, and directly dodged and ran away. He was more concerned at the moment about what kind of good treasure he had just been rewarded with. Returning to his dormitory, Luling immediately took out the 2 rewards from his backpack and surveyed them. Broken pocket watch, grade, mythic, mutilated, plus, none. Special property ×0, active use opens up a strengthened state. No cooldown on all skills for 5 seconds, but blue consumption increases by 20%. One of the remnants of a mythical trinket that contains a portion of a terrifying power. It's a broken pocket watch with only a second hand, and the casing is engraved with a series of odd patterns that seem to be of exceptional quality. But when it was turned over, it was in pieces, and you could barely make out a watch. After checking out the effects of this watch, Luling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That's some powerful effect. 5 seconds of infinite firepower. Very suitable for a profession like a mage that relies on skills to hit output. Imagine how terrifying it would be if you could throw fireballs or use void leap infinitely. No matter if it was an outburst or running away, it would be considered a divine skill. Although it didn't have any attribute bonuses, it still didn't stop this thing from being powerful. Is even a fragment comparable to the effect of an epic trinket? Chapter 64, Intelligence on the New Secret Realm. Luling couldn't help but feel a surge of fire, and he was busy replacing it with a silver-ranked trinket and equipping it on his body. Although his attributes were slightly reduced after switching out the trinkets, Luling was sure that his combat power was definitely multiplied. If he had this skill when he was just dueling with Qin Song, then Qin Song wouldn't have been able to open his blood demon form and would have been killed by himself in seconds. And this thing can still synthesize stronger trinkets, so I really don't know how sick this pocket watch is in its full form. Luling thought, turning over the other reward. It was a strange paper with a bunch of unreadable writing on it. When Luling took it out, the system's boosting tone sounded in his head once again. Is this information being accessed immediately? Luling froze, then chose yes. The paper instantly erupted with a burst of golden light, then turned into a stream of light and drilled into Luling's head. Searching for anomalous space point near host. Search complete. Information has been generated for the host. Level 70 mysteries? Type of mystery realm, strange space, type of monster, spirit creature. Secret location, 15 kilometers east of the host. Time of awakening, 1 hour later. Oh, you can actually predict in detail the time and place of the appearance of the secret realm and its level? That's not bad. Luling was very satisfied and immediately pulled up the map. According to the map, 15 kilometers to the east is a park forest area. That's good. At least there won't be any casualties. Luling thought in his mind and immediately began to prepare, since he had already learned of the upcoming secret realm in advance. Then Luling naturally wouldn't let go of the lucrative first pass reward. After packing up some useful props, Luling was just about to set off to explore first, but he suddenly received a phone call. On the other end of the phone was the classmate who had been injured by Chinsong before. Probably after learning about Luling's victory over Chinsong, he had called over specifically to thank himself. After Luling made some perfunctory remarks, she was just about to hang up the phone when the man suddenly said something strange. By the way, class president, someone just came to the classroom to look for you. It's a very proper girl, seems to be from the assassin department side? When Luling heard this, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Assassin? You don't seem to recognize him? Or a woman? Luling thought about it for a while before putting it behind him. The first order of business was to go ahead and capture the secret realm's first pass reward. Let's talk about other things afterward. About 20 minutes later, Luling then arrived at that park. At this time, inside the park, some aura from the demon world could already be faintly felt. The people from the Huaxia Professionals Union had also received news of the anomaly and had already rushed to the scene. Luling observed the scene for a while, and as there was nothing very noteworthy, he simply waited. The information given by the system didn't have any information about the secret realm's grade, so whether it was an S-rank secret realm or a D-rank secret realm, there was no way of knowing anything. But judging from that strong foreign space fluctuation, I'm afraid it's definitely not simple. After about 20 more minutes, an intense and blinding light suddenly erupted from above the park. The entire sky was colored a treacherous gray-blue. Above that layer of clouds, a pair of huge lifeless pupils of eyes were suddenly opened. With a strong spatial distortion, an irregular spatial crack appeared in the center of the park, faintly flickering with a gray-blue halo. The secret world is open. Soon enough, someone from the Professionals Union entered it, while setting up a cordon around the perimeter. Seeing this, Luling immediately stepped forward and presented his identity card, and then entered as well. The unexplored secret realm. Any Chinese professional without a criminal record was qualified to enter, but no one would be held responsible for any accidents inside. The appearance of a new secret realm was always accompanied by great danger and opportunity. Luling had a slight understanding of the secret realm because of the system's intelligence, at least knowing its upper limit level and demon type. After passing through the twisted gray-blue portal, Luling opened his eyes to find a huge ancient city shrouded in darkness before him. The location of strange types of mysteries is often in broken otherworlds. These types of secret realms drift through space and time like debris, and only very few of them will collide with the real world to form a secret realm. The ancient city in front of Luling was of this type. There is nothing counterintuitive about the old city from the outside. The only thing of note was that the ancient city seemed to be built all out of some sort of bronze-like metal. It is very majestic in its overall style, and I think it would be spectacular if you look down on it. After observing for a while, Luling directly pulled out his weapon and headed towards the city gates. It looked like this should be a medium-sized secret realm, quite a bit smaller in scale than the previous city of illusory dreams. While he was planning to explore a bit further, Luling suddenly realized that a strange buff had appeared on his body. Time of reversal. The flow of time in the area will randomly change. This headless description made Luling look a little confused. There will be a change in the flow of time? So how would this affect you? Is it possible to go out and realize that 500 years have passed in the world? Luling was wondering when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. It was too late to think about it, and he immediately pulled his weapon out, then looked around warily. However, nothing unusual appeared in the vicinity, and only the dark bronze walls glowed with a cold light. Luling was about to walk farther away to take a look when a pair of eerie eyes suddenly opened up on the wall. They were lifeless eyes with blue-gray pupils and an odd pattern that was creepy. Luling subconsciously looked into those eyes and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in her brain. Oops, it's an illusion attack? Luling was horrified in his heart and was about to make a move, but the pair of eyes on the wall suddenly disappeared again, as if nothing had happened. Such a bizarre scene caused Luling to raise a 12th degree of vigilance and slowly walk towards the bronze city gates. For the next period of time, the entire bronze city did not move in the slightest, as if it was just an ordinary building that had been buried in the river of history. But that feeling of being alone, of being forgotten by the world, always made Luling feel that something was wrong. After entering the city gates, what greeted us was a large grey ruin, and the houses on the streets looked like they had been trampled over by Godzilla. All of them turned into smithereens. Luling went up to check it out, and there was nothing of note. Just then, an eerie voice suddenly came from Luling's ears. It was an extremely grand and ethereal bell sound, causing Luling to be instantly alerted and then look in the direction the sound came from. Chapter 65, Entering the Secret Realm, the Weird Bronze City. His vision was obstructed, causing Luling to be unable to see clearly what was making the sound. He hesitated for a moment, and was about to go check something out when the ruins of the originally quiet and empty streets were suddenly filled with countless more bizarre green points of light. In the next second, those photoelectrics let out a wailing sound of extreme pain, like there were millions of humans being slaughtered in the streets. Afterwards, the light spots gradually became larger and larger, and even transformed into countless blurry silhouettes that flew towards Luling in a hurry. Demon objects, grieving souls. Rank 55. Attack, blood. The flying dead souls brought with them a mournful scream that made Luling shudder. However, he quickly reacted and immediately swung his staff to attack towards those undead souls. The staff carried wisps of electricity, instantly knocking the undead that rushed at the front straight apart. However, after the attack, Luling remembered that these were spirit-type creatures, and that he had to use real injuries to kill them completely. As expected, the passive damage from Dimension Tear alone did not kill the undead spirit that had just been killed, and it quickly transformed into a ball of green ghostly fire before reviving. Seeing this, Luling didn't hesitate to turn on Dimensional Tear, and then took the initiative to launch an attack towards this group of undead souls. With Dimensional Tear's damage boost, more than half of Luling's damage was turned into real injuries, and he quickly wiped out the group of undead. What made Luling somewhat concerned was that these undead souls were actually rare in human form, not those strange and weird creatures of the other world. However, Luling didn't dwell on it for too long, as he once again heard the sound of a bell in the distance. On the other hand, at the other gate of the Bronze City, 5 professionals of some age were fighting a group of extremely ugly-looking monsters. Captain, something's not right. We've been exploring this town for half an hour and we haven't found anything. And what's even stranger is that the secret realm has been open for so long. Why are there still no other professionals coming in? The warrior man in the front row gasped and said to a voluptuous woman behind him. The woman held a staff in her hand and unhurriedly released a ranged skill that dispersed a large swath of monsters before saying, "I'm afraid there's a problem with the organization's rating this time. The actual grade of the secret realm is much higher than S rank, and it's likely to be the legendary realm of the end. This space is very unstable, and I can sense special creatures rapidly appearing and disappearing almost every moment." After hearing the woman's words, several people were shocked. Aren't we dead then? The man who had just spoken was shocked. The woman shook her head and didn't answer him, just let out a silent sigh. The realm of the end was a bizarre secret realm that was even more terrifying than an SSS-class secret realm. Each final realm is a terrifying place capable of ignoring the rules of reality, and what kind of dangers can lurk inside is beyond human imagination. It was as if the monsters inside were all level 100, yet only level 30 or lower professionals could enter, making it an almost certain death realm for professionals. There are only a handful of endgame realms that have been fully breached so far. Therefore, this explorer squad of theirs was afraid that they would all die here today. The woman, however, could not show any pessimism, or the squad's morale would instantly be incredibly low. Now, one can only hope for a miracle. The woman looked away with some concern. On the other hand, Luling had been walking in the direction of the sound for 10 minutes, but never saw any building that could emit the sound of a bell. He vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong, but didn't notice anything unusual. Just then, Luling suddenly vaguely heard a crisp explosion. That's the sound of a fireball spell. Luling thought in surprise after carefully identifying it for a while. More tinny noises followed, and it sounded like there was a fierce battle going on over there. Luling didn't think much and immediately ran wildly towards the front, and the exploration team that was resisting was in a crisis at the moment. There were too many monsters, and there were quite a few undead creatures in the middle, and they simply didn't have a few true wound skills to completely kill those undead. Just when several people were in despair, the woman standing in the center of the group suddenly noticed Luling's figure. She was rejoicing, but she suddenly noticed the equipment on Luling's body, which appeared to be that of a mage. This is a problem. It would be fine if it was a warrior or an assassin or something, but it's a mage. I guess he doesn't have any true wound skills on him either. Moreover, in this situation right now, for him to come over as a mage is just sending him to his death. the woman thought to herself, sighed, and was about to open her mouth to ask Luling not to come closer. But in the next second, she was directly shocked by Luling's maneuver and couldn't help herself, only to see that Luling actually took the initiative to run towards the group of demons. She didn't even release her skills in advance, as if she didn't see the piles of demons. The warrior and tank at the front also discovered Luling. The two of them were instantly startled. Then the warrior couldn't help but open his mouth and drink. "Hey, are you crazy? You're a mage. What are you doing running over here? You'll die." However, Luling turned a deaf ear and continued to run in the direction of the demons. The warrior let out an anxious ouch and had no choice but to drink the few blood pills in his backpack, and then he intended to rush over to save Luling, but without waiting for him to move, Luling made a direct assisted run and suddenly leapt high into the air, holding his staff high in both hands. What's this kid gonna do? Jump up and kowtow to those demons? Or is this kid looking for a way out, planning to jump into the mouths of the demons to get a step to the stomach? That warrior was instantly confused, completely at a loss as to what Luling was trying to do. In the next second, layers of electricity flashed up on Luling's staff, and the tremendous power instantly killed a demonic creature. Then, Luling was like a demon god in hell, furiously waving the staff in his hand, smashing one of the demons around him into mush. This scene was so visually striking that it directly made the 5 people in the exploration squad look dumbfounded. Isn't this guy a mage? The 5 men gave a stunned expression in unison. On the other side, Luling was surprised after killing a demonic creature. All of these dead demons actually had a dried up human corpse inside their bodies. Although it was a bit thinned out by Luling's staff, it was still possible to tell what the human looked like. Could it be that these demons were all made by humans? Luling couldn't help but have such a thought flash through his mind, but now wasn't a good time to study the problem. With so many high-level magical creatures, it was still a bit overwhelming for Luling to deal with them alone. The strength of the level 60 demons here was far stronger than those copies that Luling had once brushed through. So, it's most likely an S-rank copy, Luling thought darkly in his mind. On the other side, the 5 members of the exploration squad also gradually came back to their senses from the shock and immediately went forward to help. Chapter 66: The Impossible Land of Despair of Getting Out. With the assistance of these 5 people, Luling managed to kill most of the demons and gained a huge amount of experience value. Leveling up again, Luling had reached level 55 at this moment. After resolving the last demonic creature, the leader of the exploration team then had the effort to speak. "Hello, my name is Lin Ming. I am the captain of the D-rank exploration squad of the Chinese Professionals League. May I ask who you are?" Lin Ming said, suddenly feeling that something wasn't quite right. Luling looks too young. He looks like a college student who hasn't graduated yet. However, the fighting strength and calmness he displayed was not like a level that a student could reach. Could it be that this guy is actually an old man who uses a disguise? A very abstract idea suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's head. Luling was also slightly surprised when he heard this, never imagining that these people were actually a regular exploration team of the Professionals Union. He thought it was a team of civilian professionals who'd followed in after him and wanted a piece of the action. But it's good that it's an official team. At least you don't have to be too defensive about them backstabbing themselves, Luling thought, and then said his name. After hearing that Luling was actually just a freshman at Jiangnan University, the 5 members of the explorer team were directly petrified collectively. "Not, you're so fierce, you're telling me you're actually a student who just turned 18? Where does this make us look bad?" Shocked, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a crucial question. "By the way, how long after the opening of the secret realm did you come in?" Luling froze and hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I happened to be in the neighborhood, and the secret realm had just opened not long ago, so I came in." "What's wrong?" Lin Ming added after hearing this. "So you've been exploring the secret realm for how long?" "It hasn't been long, has it?" "Less than 20 minutes, I think, and I only came over when I heard you guys fighting," Luling replied with some confusion. Unexpectedly, however, several people's faces changed after hearing this. It's true, the flow of time in this secret realm is different in every area. Also, the closer you get to the boss, the faster time passes. "How the hell are we going to get out of here?" Lin Ming muttered, his tone somewhat disheveled. Luling's mind was sharp, and after listening to her words, combined with the strange sights he had seen before, he instantly analyzed the situation. The difficulty of this secret realm lay in the fact that they weren't sure just how much faster the flow of time in the boss area was compared to the outer areas. If the ratio was exaggerated, then they would not be able to get out for the rest of their lives. Let's say that Luling and his party defeated the boss in 10 minutes, while 10 years or even 100 years had passed outside. Then they would be physically forced to spend several years the moment they returned to reality. This kind of price was so terrifying that it was like a magic spell. Luling also realized the seriousness of the problem and frowned slightly. Just as Luling was thinking about it, the pocket watch that was rewarded by the system before suddenly flickered slightly twice. Luling froze and held it out, only to see the originally gray dial above. The stagnant second hand suddenly turned on the rotation. This meant that its active effect, 0 of time, was on. Why is that? I didn't use it, did I? Such an amazing scene made Luling feel a little strange, but in the next second, Luling realized that 2 new buffs had appeared on his status bar. Broken Reunion, you are holding the Broken Mythos trinket, which senses the scent of its kind and is desperate to reintegrate. The unit will ignore any temporal distortion. 0 of time, Retrospective Covenant, stimulated by the power of homology. Time has been distorted. The current equipment skill 0 of time will be turned on indefinitely. Looking at these 2 buffs, Luling directly froze. He then came to his senses and was shocked. Could it be that this fragment of one's pocket watch is of the same origin as the boss in this area? Or perhaps the boss of this secret realm? It also possessed a piece of mythic grade trinket fragment? This discovery came as a bit of a surprise to Luling. With the existence of this buff on his body, he would ignore the time distortion. So wouldn't that mean that only he would be able to enter the boss area to defeat that boss? Calmly, Luling began to think about it. After thinking about it, it seems to be true. The few people behind him were obviously not able to follow along. First of all, time flowed differently, and it was highly likely that the kind of situation that Luling had previously envisioned would occur. Secondly, Luling's own time flow is normal to the outside world because of this buff, whereas they are affected to speed up their own time flow. This would make Luling look like a snail in their eyes, which would create a serious reality cut, and there would be no way to fight together. After figuring this out, Luling then directly approached the captain, Lin Ming, and then stated his guesses and preconceptions. Of course, he didn't expose the fact that he had a mythic grade trinket fragment in his possession. A piker is not guilty of harboring a crime. If it was possible to conceal it, then it would be better for Luling to conceal this matter as much as possible. Lin Ming was also astonished in his heart after hearing this. Are you sure? Won't you be killed by the boss if you go in alone? This is a level 70 secret realm. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, and still spoke with some distrust. That was right. After all, Luling was all still considered a child, and it was definitely hard to believe in facing a place that was even more terrifying than the legendary SSS secret realm. But Luling blocked her mouth with just a light sentence. If I don't go, aren't we just as stuck here? Luling asked rhetorically. Lin Ming thought about it as if that was indeed the case, but to have them dang several members of the Orthodox Explorer squad waiting on the periphery, letting a kid who was no more than 18 or 19 years old, and also a mage with bottom-of-the-barrel single brush ability, go in alone to single-handedly fight the boss. This couldn't be promising by any stretch of the imagination. There was no other way. Lin Ming could only pin all his hopes on Luling. After learning some information through Lin Ming, Luling set off alone in the direction of passing through the boss area. Judging from the location, the secret realm's boss should be in the center of Bronze City, within that huge building that resembled a royal palace. The magical creatures that appeared here had no rules, and the only common characteristic was that they were all undead-type creatures. So, the final boss of this secret realm, will it also be an undead-type creature? While walking, Luling couldn't help but think in his mind. After several battles, Luling finally arrived at his destination, before the vast and majestic-looking royal palace. This style of construction was by no means the style on the blue planet. It should also be left behind by some otherworldly, extinct civilization. Chapter 67, The Other Self. However, Luling deduced a general story from the traces of the buildings along the way. The true owners of the Bronze City should belong to those humans, who should have suffered an attack from some kind of giant monster, which led to the destruction of quite a few buildings in the city. And the reason why there were both beasts and people among those dead souls was probably because the people of the Bronze City had managed to kill some of the invaders in their resistance as well. But how exactly did the city end up being destroyed? And how did these long-dead men and beasts come back to life as undead souls? And why this place has this weird time warp is another mystery. But intuition told Luling that this should all be related to the final boss of this secret realm. Entering through the doorway of the Great Hall, one's eyes were greeted by an extremely luxurious and lavish mural. The painting seemed to tell of the ruler's great achievements, and Luling didn't bother with archaeology, just concentrating on searching for the boss. But after looking around, there didn't seem to be any signs of living things here. Just as Luling was puzzled, the interior of the royal palace suddenly resounded with that bell sound once again. Afterwards, an incomparably bizarre circle of blue-gray ripples suddenly spread out, as if a stone had been thrown into the calm water surface. Looks like it's in there. Luling's heart shook as he immediately prepared for battle. After slowly entering the inner hall, Luling immediately realized that above that throne, there was a figure sitting. I've found it. Luling immediately pulled out his weapon, and then intended to attack. But after he took a closer look at the man on the throne, he suddenly felt like the blood in his body was flowing backwards. That face, that outfit, and that gesture. That person turned out to be Luling himself. Luling sucked in a breath of cool air, then fixed his eyes on it. Absolutely right. The face you see in the mirror every day. What the hell is this? Luling was instantly puzzled in his mind. The one in the seat hadn't changed since the moment he'd just walked in, so it couldn't have been after seeing himself that he'd become corporeal. Does it mean it's a blindfold? But what's the point? Without waiting for him to continue thinking, above the throne, the other Luling finally moved. You must be in awe. Ha ha ha. Why, would I be what you are? Surprisingly, the Luling on the throne actually spoke, and it all sounded exactly like Luling himself. Without waiting for Luling to reply, the mirror image above spoke again. I've been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. Finally I have waited. The other one who carries the shard of God. Luling on the throne laughed that weird laugh. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will properly replace you and become the supreme one of this world. You should be honored. After all, you are but a dusty being, yet you have given your all for the great rooters. Luling was shocked after hearing this. What does this mean? That crazy guy up there is going to replace me back in the real world? How is this possible? A boss in a replica could never break the limitations of the heavenly Tao and appear in the real world. As if sensing Luling's doubts, the fake guy sneered. As long as I kill you and devour you, then I am you. Naturally, you can go out. But when that program is successfully implemented, it won't need to be so troublesome then. The fake Luling sneered, then laughed louder and louder, ending with a classic villainous laugh. Luling's heart flinched. Something vaguely unpleasant. The program? What are they up to here? This guy doesn't look like he's from the other world. Rather, it's more like a guy from the demon world. Could it be that they had found a way to break the heavenly Tao's bonds? This is not a good thing, Luling thought in his mind. But at the moment, it was still necessary to take out this imposter first. There's only one way Luling can get out of here today. Apparently, the other guy thought so too. The two pulled out identical staffs and then stormed off at the same time. Boo! The two staffs clashed together at the same time. Then, the two of them moved in perfect synchronization, as if Luling was making moves against a mirror. Such opponents are very difficult to deal with. All of the skills that Luling had on his body were also on the opposite side, and he also had some skills that Luling didn't have. However, after exchanging a few rounds, Luling still found a problem. Opposite. There doesn't seem to be a melee specialist as a divine blessing. Moreover, he was only mechanically imitating Luling's combat style and could not understand the significance of what Luling was doing. If it wasn't for the fact that that imposter would use some other skills, plus a significant increase in value, I'm afraid that he would have been killed by Luling. However, in response to this, Luling had also thought of a countermeasure. Since the opponent didn't have the blessing of being a melee specialist, wouldn't it be fine to just trade hard with the opponent with magic damage? Anyway, he was 100% magic immune, and this imposter wasn't. Thinking that, Luling immediately changed his fighting style and began to focus only on offense, completely disregarding defense. Sure enough, this strategy was very effective. Under Luling's completely life-threatening style of fighting, that imposter soon took several skills in a row and was seriously injured. Damn, the human body really doesn't work well. The imposter Luling, who was knocked away by a staff, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and half-kneeled on the ground, saying sorrowfully, if the body were not still dormant, only the consciousness could be invested. A weak fellow like you can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. Luling, on the other hand, just laughed coldly, and without saying a word, he stepped forward and delivered a whirling roundhouse slam, directly sending this imposter flying out and slamming hard into the wall of the royal palace. Looking at the opponent who was gradually twitching, Luling was thinking that the battle was over when the imposter Luling, who was gradually no longer moving on the wall, suddenly twitched. Then, there was a solid monster that was completely condensed from energy that broke out of the body. The monster leapt towards Luling like lightning, but was dodged away by Luling's quick eyes. Beast of Time, replica. Rank, attack? It was an extremely odd beast, rather like the strange beasts of the mountains and seas in ancient Chinese mythology, and it could actually display the information bar now. Luling was taken aback, but after taking a look at it, his mind became even more puzzled. It doesn't show anything but the name? And this isn't the format of the information for magical creatures. What the hell is this guy? Luling was puzzled in his mind, but he suddenly realized that the bizarre beast in front of him had opened its mouth to a very exaggerated angle, and then instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. So fast. Luling was startled in his heart, and almost relying on his instinctive reaction, he used the void relocation leap, narrowly dodging the attack. The beast, on the other hand, hissed and ran towards Luling once again. Its hideous mouth was tinged with a sneer, making Luling instantly realize who this guy was. The imposter just now. Chapter 68, Second Mythic Ornament Fragment. Is this his original body? No, it's an alter ego of his main body? Luling also entered the state, using the Void Migration Leap again to dodge the attack while thinking in his mind. There are buffs on the body now, so all skills are on no cooldown. So, there's no need to worry about defense at all, just counterattack after dodging the attack. Luling thought, and the staff in his hand didn't bring a pause, replenishing an arcane heavy strike after each use of void relocation. Also pinpoint the gaps in the behemoth's attacks and use your flat A to maximize the damage. Under such a high frequency of attacks, that giant beast soon became somewhat unable to withstand it, and its body, which was condensed by energy, began to loom up. Humph, you wait for me, damn human. When my father recovers, it will be the day you are buried. The giant beast finally let out an unwilling roar and gradually dissipated into a burst of distortion. Dangling, a hard object fell to the ground. Luling put away his staff and went up to pick it up, noticing that it was a thin piece of iron that seemed a little. The minute hand on the dial. Luling's heart shook, and he immediately pulled out the broken pocket watch. As soon as the pocket watch appeared, the minute hand instantly buzzed as if it had been guided in some way. Then, it flew instantly into the pocket watch like an unusual piece of iron being sucked up by a suction stone. Just a moment before the two collided, Luling clearly heard a bell ring. That's exactly the sound that was heard at the very beginning. Did that sound come from this thing? Luling's mind was filled with countless doubts, but without waiting for him to continue thinking, the entire secret realm suddenly shook violently. Copy, reverse time domain. First pass completed. Boss battle key contributor, level 55 mage Luling. This secret realm was once affected by a special force, but has now returned to normal, and the reward for the first pass has been increased. Afterwards, Luling was once again transported within a space filled with white light. The first pass? This is a bit too easy. This boss is not even as strong as the previous eerie mist forest. However, thinking about how difficult it was to enter the boss area, Luling felt a little more reasonable. Besides, it was because the ability on himself was extremely special that boss wasn't able to completely copy himself. If it were anyone else, facing an opponent with a higher value than himself and all of his own abilities, it would be hopeless to win. Soon, a gray-blue treasure chest appeared in front of Luling. After Luling opened it, there was actually only one thing inside. It was a prismatic token with an ancient and atmospheric shape, on which several five-clawed golden dragons with different demeanor were carved. East Sea Dragon Palace Token. Introduction. The holder can enter the hidden copy. East China Sea Dragon Palace. East China Sea Dragon Palace? Isn't that a mythical place? How can there be such a hidden copy? So where does this thing open? Are there really dragons in there? Luling was shocked. After playing with the token for a bit, Luling put it into his backpack and then exited the reward space. The normal rewards for the copy only gave some experience points and nothing for the rest of the items. This made Luling feel a little depressed. However, harvesting a key to a hidden copy and a mythic trinket fragment wasn't a loss. This time was still quite thrilling. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to have a fragment of a mythic grade trinket that was homologous with the power of the secret realm, I'm afraid that he would have really been trapped and died inside this time. Moreover, there were still quite a few places in this copy that one hadn't explored. Maybe there were some secrets buried in other areas of that bronze city? Luling thought. On the other side, the exploration squad that stayed in the outer region also learned of the news of the secret realm's first pass, and the 5 of them were instantly shocked. He actually defeated the boss all by himself? The warrior said with an incredulous face. When he finished, he smacked himself hard in the face. A mage who was only level 50 or so had single-handedly brushed through the final secret realm, which was even more difficult than the SSS-ranked secret realms? This is incredible. Lin Ning also took a deep breath. She had long felt that Luling must be extraordinary, but she had never thought that it could be extraordinary like this. The final mysteries cracked by the whole of China were extremely rare, and most of them relied on countless geniuses and heroes fighting for their lives. But now, an 18-year-old teenager had cracked a final mystery realm all by himself. This person will surely be able to become a cross-genre character in the future. Lin Ming was overwhelmed with emotion. However, the most important thing for her right now was that they survived. It's good to be alive. On the other hand, after returning to the real world, Luling suddenly felt a twitch in her body. Then, the pocket watch he was equipped with suddenly detached and then levitated in front of him. Chronological key, broken. Grade, mythic, mutilated, plus, none. Special property ×0. Active use opens up a strengthened state. No cooldown on all skills for 5 seconds, but blue consumption increases by 20%. Special property 2 Shackle of Time, when active, briefly alters the flow of time around you for 1 second, with a multiplier related to your spirit, and at a fixed cost of half your mana. A broken mythic trinket that longs to return to wholeness wails. After flickering for a while, the pocket watch floated silently in front of Luling's body. The words were changed, and an extra skill was added. Luling was also the first to notice the abnormality, and immediately took the watch in his hands, thinking in amazement. This thing is called the key of chronology. It looks like it's more than just a piece of jewelry. Luling also didn't know too much about mythic grade equipment, as this kind of thing was just too rare. Legend has it that mythic level equipment forged by humans themselves cannot be advanced, and those mythic grade equipment that were forged by a true god or created by the will of the world were able to gradually upgrade through some specific conditions to eventually reach the true god artifact level. However, the records in this regard were few and far between, and Luling had only flipped through a few relevant ancient texts in high school. The current level of the strongest equipment circulating among humans was still only legendary. After studying the skill for a bit, Luling then equipped it on his body once again, intending to find a chance to experiment with what exactly the effect of the skill was. At this time, the members of the exploration team behind them also managed to find the portal and return to the real world. That debuff that could change the flow of time disappeared after Luling defeated the boss. After coming out, the 5 people from the exploration squad saw Luling at the first moment and were busy excitedly coming forward. Little brother, it's really thanks to you this time. That warrior shook Luling's hand with an excited face and thanked him repeatedly. Chapter 69 Invitation. Chinese Professionals Union. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd all be dead in there this time. Several other people were also emotional, and they all expressed their gratitude to Luling. In the face of the several people's thanks, Luling scratched his head and finally gave up on saying what was really in his heart. In fact, he was only passing by to save a few people in passing. After several people surrounded Luling and thanked him, they dragged him to the makeshift professionals union camp on the side. When the person in charge of the camp directly sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing that this secret realm was the legendary final secret realm. However, when he heard what several people described, that Luling single-handedly entered to solve the boss and managed to bring them back to kill them, he was even more directly dumbfounded. Level 50 Mage, soloing the final level secret. How do these niche words fit together? But after all, he was the head of the official professionals organization. He quickly adjusted his emotions and immediately gripped Luling with both hands. Little comrade, this time it's really thanks to you. Don't worry, our Chinese Professionals League will never treat you poorly. I'm going to talk to your principal about the reward, the man in charge said, grinning. After hearing that there was a reward, Luling also came to be a bit interested, and immediately made a few polite remarks. After the two of them chatted for a while, Luling took his leave first. He still planned to go back to school to test his new skills. When he left, that person in charge immediately darted over to the computer desk and shouted at the staff member sitting there, quickly, investigate this little brother's information and see if he has joined the guild. The man froze, subconsciously. Minister Chen, don't you want to upload the secret realm information first? The person in charge known as Minister Chen glared at him impatiently and said, it's not like the secret information will run away. But if we go late, that little brother will really run away. That looked like meeting Miss Gao's piggy bank as impatient. See, the bottom of a group of staff cannot help but sweat. Soon, Luling's registration information was found. Upon seeing that Luling had already joined the guild, Minister Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly regained his smile. It's okay, if there's a guild, there's a guild. If we succeed in pushing such a genius into the alliance, it would be a great achievement. After saying that, he patted the staff member in front of the computer, signaling him to continue uploading the information, while he himself darted out, intending to personally make a trip to Jiangnan University. On the other hand, Luling, who had returned to the school, was surrounded by a large group of mage students just after entering the school building. Great God, Luling, can you sign an autograph for me? Now those warrior faculties won't have the face to come and snipe at us anymore. God, Luling is the strongest among the freshmen. Yeah, I was so annoyed by those guys the other day. Let's see what they have to say now. The students instantly surrounded Luling, talking about me. Their faces are all excited in reverence. It's obvious that these two departments were really at odds with each other before. As for those students in Luling's own class, they were very dutifully blocking in front of Luling, stopping those students who wanted to rush over. Seeing this, Luling couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement, and directly left with a void migration leap. What he didn't know yet was that the news about his victory over Qinsong had already spread. The forum's video of the battle between the two had even directly dominated the entire hot search. The crowd was in awe of Luling's visually impressive drawn-out fight, while his meticulous tactical thinking garnered praise from a group of professors. After escaping from the crowd of students in the mage department, Luling went straight to Jiangnan University's training room. This was a place specialized in testing skills, not only with absolutely safe walls, but also with various props that could be used for testing. After Luling casually found a room, he immediately began to experiment. When he turned on the second active skill that came with his equipment, a magical scene happened. Only everything 3 meters around Luling, including the light, became slowed down. Luling tried tossing out a coin. After the coin was detached from Luling's hand, it started to become incredibly slow. It was like 0.1 times the speed of the video. What an amazing skill. Not only can this effect be used as a control, but maybe there are some other uses for it. Luling was instantly thinking. However, it also has an obvious flaw, which is that the blue consumption is a bit too high, and it doesn't last very long, about as long as it takes to slow that second down by about 10 times. In other words, as long as one stepped within 3 meters of Luling's side, then 1 second in everyone's perception would be 10 seconds for Luling. He would gain 10 times the acceleration. This effect, when used well, was something that could definitely turn the tide of battle. After another experiment, Luling's blue bar was simply empty. It's good. It's just a little too consuming, but it's always a very creative skill, Luling thought in his mind. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Luling picked it up and saw that it was Guan Qingzhu calling. Luling, where are you now? On the other end of the phone, Guan Qingzhu's voice sounded a bit agitated. She had received a call from the principal today, and had just learned on the front foot that a new secret realm had appeared near the academy, and it wasn't long before she heard Luling directly first pass the news of the secret realm. Moreover, this secret realm wasn't an ordinary secret realm, it was a final secret realm. This is a heavyweight full of news, definitely one that will go down in school history. Therefore, Guan Qingzhu didn't even ask the principal how he planned to reward Luling. After learning of Luling's location, Guan Qingzhu immediately sent someone over to pick up Luling and followed him to the principal's office. It didn't take long for the two to arrive inside the principal's office. Just after entering the door, Luling saw someone who looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the head of the professionals union who had just been outside the secret realm? Luling looked at him with some confusion. If it's just about the reward, then you should just make a phone call, right? Why did you have to come here in person? Seemingly seeing the doubts in Luling's mind, Mo Bai, the president of Jiangnan University, laughed and said, Mr. Luling, this time you've done our academy a great honor. This is the minister of the Kanglan City Alliance, called Chen Jinha, Mo Bai said, standing up and smiling as he went forward with his hands behind his back to introduce himself. Luling had some doubts in her mind, but she politely greeted him. The two of them praised Luling some more, and then they finally started talking about business. It's like this, Mr. Luling, I wonder if you have any intention of coming to work for our Chinese Professionals League? Chen Jinha rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, his eyes looking forward. Chapter 70, Joining the Alliance. Mysterious map fragment. Don't worry, for a genius like you, we will never treat you poorly, he added. Luling sniffed. Thank you for Minister Chen's favor, but I already have a guild. Hey, having a guild doesn't hurt. We won't force you to join a specific guild. Besides, you're still in school, so naturally you can't work full-time. Even if I say yes, will your principal still let you, a high school student, come straight here? He said, looking over at Mo Bai with a grin. Mo Bai also smiled slightly and said, it's just a titular part-time job. Minister Chen is very optimistic about your abilities and has come to me specifically to blow off steam. It's a good way to get some exercise. Luling-san can think about it. Luling's heart was also moved when he heard this, although neither of them mentioned any treatment. From the fact that Chen Jinha was so eager to run to the school to find himself, it was enough to conclude that he definitely wouldn't give himself less. However, Luling valued the status more than the treatment. This is an organization that represents the official government of Huaxia. The things that can be accessed are worlds apart from the general public. Furthermore, this identity was still of great help to Luling in walking everywhere. It would still be nice to just join titularly and help out with quests or wanted missions or whatever when you have time. Luling thought for a moment and agreed to Chen Jinha. Chen Jinha was delighted at his words and laughed, stepping forward and patting Luling's shoulder. Good. A young hero like Mr. Luling will become a great man in the future. If you're free tomorrow, you can come to the Kanglan City branch and pick up the Alliance's identity card. In the future, with this identity card, you can receive resource benefits, as well as a number of other services at Alliance branches across the country. Plus, if you're up for it, you can make some extra money on internal assignments. After he finished speaking, he pulled Luling to encourage him some more. Then he left contentedly. As long as he succeeded in pulling Luling into the Professionals Alliance, then there was still the fear that he would run away later. Once he graduates, then doesn't it make it much less difficult to officially recruit him? When Chen Jinha left, Mo Bai also laughed and cursed. This old Chen, just enrolled students are on his mind. He really can't walk away when he sees a good seedling. After saying that, he looked at Luling again. Right, Luling student, it just so happens that you're free at this moment. Let's talk about the matter about equipment. Mo Bai stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. Luling was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted to the fact that Mo Bai was talking about what Guan Qingzhu had mentioned earlier, about the welfare policy for Luling's enrollment. 3 pieces of diamond-grade equipment, and 1 tailor-made legend-grade equipment. This legendary level equipment can be not in a hurry. It's better to get it after one completes the second turn, and these 3 diamond-level equipment can be gotten now. Do you have a set in mind yourself? Or are you planning on casting weapons or something? Immobile stroked his beard and said, but I think with your current strength, it's better to cast your body's defenses or trinkets first. Luling also thought so, but the diamond sets are all 6 pieces to make a complete set, so there is no hurry to collect them now. So he said, I'm going to upgrade the defenses I have on me first, but there's no need to rush. I haven't met the right suit yet, so let's wait. Upon hearing this, the principal told Luling to contact the director of instruction directly when he needed to, or to go directly to Jiangnan University's collection library to pick one out. After some more deliberation, Luling took his leave first. After leaving the principal's office, Luling was just about to go back to the dormitory when he suddenly heard a shout coming from behind him. Wait, I finally found you. Luling turned around and realized that it was the assassin girl that he had met once before. Xiao Yuer was also incomparably depressed. Ever since the last time Luling helped her, she had been wanting to find an opportunity to thank him. However, several times when he went to the door, Luling happened to be absent. As a result, I just happened to be passing by after class today, only to run into this guy again. Looking for me for something? Luling looked at Xiao Yuer, who had jogged all the way over and was still slightly out of breath, and asked with some confusion. Xiao Yuer, on the other hand, pursed her lips, suddenly a little shy. I wanted to come by and thank you for stepping in and stopping those bad guys for me, she said. Remembering the scene of her first meeting with Luling, her face flushed a few points. By the way, buy you dinner by the way. Luling was a bit bewildered, thought about it, and was just about to refuse. Xiao Yuer, however, suddenly took out a strange map from her backpack as if she had thought of something. Right, this thing, it might be useful to you. Consider it as your reward for helping me deal with the Black Dragon Society. As soon as Luling saw the thing, he only felt that it looked a bit familiar, so he picked it up with his hand. Taking a closer look, Luling instantly recalled where he had seen this thing before. Wasn't the tattered scroll that was opened out of the first past treasure chest in the forest of Tricky Mist before exactly the same as the thing in front of him? Luling instantly became interested and took out the tattered scroll from his backpack, placing them together. Sure enough, this is something that could be right. However, it seems that these two together are not a complete roadmap, and there should be a piece missing on the far right. Xiao Yuer was also taken aback when she saw this. She didn't expect Luling to actually have a map fragment as well. Where did this come from? After fiddling with it for a while, Luling asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer's expression dimmed for a moment, and her tone lowered a few points. It's something my father left behind before he left. It's also what caused Mom and Dad to both die. When Luling heard this, a wave of apology welled up in his heart, and he immediately stepped forward to comfort Xiao Yuer. By the way, there should still be a part of this thing. It was in Dad's hands before, but now it should have been snatched by that Black Dragon Society. If you're interested, I'd love to help you go scouting and exploring. Xiao Yuer quickly adjusted her emotions and returned to normal, then said to Luling. In fact, this was the real reason why she would give this fragment to Luling. On the one hand, it was true that I wanted to thank Luling properly. On the other hand, she wanted to use this fragment to avenge her parents, and Luling's strength, as well as the background behind him, became one of her targets. But even if Luling was unwilling to take on the Black Dragon Society, it didn't matter. She had already prepared her backhand anyway. Chapter 71 Deal. Help Xiao Yuer take revenge on the Black Dragon Society. If Luling didn't agree to deal with the Black Dragon Society, then she would immediately release the news that the Black Dragon Society had the remnants in their hands, and then destroy the Black Dragon Society at all costs. Regarding the news about this fragment in Luling's hand, Xiao Yuer was currently the only one who knew about it, so she had long ago utilized this thing to hook the attention of several underground forces. Xiao Yuer's father had been studying these two pieces of debris for nearly a year, and had quite a bit of research information on hand, which would be one of the bargaining chips she would use for revenge. If she could, Xiao Yuer would prefer this opportunity to fall into Luling's hands. She was just worried that Luling would actually be willing to risk her life for this. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, Luling fell into deep thought. In fact, Luling had already guessed Xiao Yuer's motives the moment she finished speaking, but he didn't feel any aversion to it. A girl who wants to avenge her parents, even if it's a little more egregious, isn't incomprehensible. What kind of organization was the Black Dragon Society? Luling had seen it before, not afraid, but just considering if it's worth it. After thinking for a short while, Luling still agreed to her request. Give me all the information you can compile on the Black Dragon Society tomorrow and I will help you get your revenge. But as payment, I'll take the remaining piece of map debris as well. Luling was direct and very dry, and Xiao Yuer was slightly shocked when she heard this, not expecting Luling to see the small plans in her heart so quickly. But since he could agree, Xiao Yuer was still very happy. Luling was as kind as an angel compared to those man-eating underground forces. It was always much more comfortable for Xiao Yuer to get along with him. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll come see you tomorrow. The corners of Xiao Yuer's mouth couldn't help but rise a few points as she tilted her head to look at Luling Dao. After parting with Xiao Yuer, Luling was also extremely interested in this strange map. The map does not express any information related to the destination, but from its landmarks, it appears to be a coastal area, and the maps show the way to navigate mostly on the sea. It is a pity that the most crucial piece is missing, otherwise the professors of Jiangnan University might be able to see some hints. Luling thought. Soon the night passed. Early the next morning, after Luling had breakfast with Lin Wanwan as usual, Xiao Yuer looked for her. Her face was topped with a large dark circle under her eye, and there were still some bloodstains on her body, as if she had been through a vicious battle. I figured out where those guys hid the debris. Also, these are the general information on the Black Dragon Society, which I compiled last night. Xiao Yuer's voice was very tired and somewhat weak as she handed Luling several pieces of information in her hand. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan at the side was busy releasing a healing spell on her body. And this is? Only after Lin Wanwan finished treating Xiao Yuer did she open her mouth to ask with some doubt. From Xiao Yuer's eyes, she could tell something different. This was a woman's intuition. Luling paused, realizing that he didn't really seem to know what Xiao Yuer's name was, so he had to simply tell the story of how he met Xiao Yuer, as well as the Black Dragon Society. Lin Wanwan's brows were also slightly furrowed after hearing this, and when she looked at Xiao Yuer again, her eyes took on a bit of pity. After receiving those materials, Luling nodded and said to Xiao Yuer, "It's been hard work, go rest first, and when you've recovered, we'll discuss what to do. Here's my number, memorize it." After Luling finished speaking, he gave out his cell phone number. Xiao Yuer took note of it, and with a complicated expression, she thanked Lin Wanwan and Luling, then left. "Do I need to ask my father for help?" Lin Wanwan looked at Luling, who was deep in thought, and inquired. Luling shook her head gently. "This organization isn't that strong, and it's an underground force, so it's best not to get involved with the guild. My purpose is only that scrap, so I'll make my own arrangements." Hearing this, Lin Wanwan nodded obediently, and on Luling's side, he had already begun to scheme. From the information, the strength of the Black Dragon Society really couldn't be ranked in Kanglan City, and could only be considered a second-rate underground force. The leader of this organization, however, seems to have quite a powerful network of contacts, which must be noted. The Black Dragon Club is not only involved in the lending industry, but also has dealings with foreigners, and has done a lot of illegal activities. After just a few brief glances, he was able to conclude that the people of this entire organization, I'm afraid, were not good things, and killing them all could be called a good deed. In that case, there is nothing for Luling to take into account. After waiting for the evening, Luling quietly left Jiangnan University and arrived at a suburb outside Kanglan City. Xiao Yuer, who had rested for a day, had already waited there. "What's the plan?" Seeing Luling appear, Xiao Yuer inquired in a low voice, but unexpectedly, Luling just shook his head lightly and said, "There's no plan, we're just going to go in and hard rob." Hard rob? Xiao Yuer was dumbfounded. Luling's image in her mind was that of a cold-faced wise general who shouldn't be able to bring down the Black Dragon Society completely through a series of intriguing young plots. Or does it serve its purpose without bloodshed? Seeing that Xiao Yuer was a bit confused, Luling opened his mouth to explain. "I've analyzed it, and if your intel is perfectly fine, then just the two of us should be able to rush in. It's the fastest and least troublesome way. As for your vendetta, we can do this," he said and brought his mouth closer to Xiao Yuer's ear. The sudden close contact made Xiao Yuer blush slightly. After listening to Luling's plan, Xiao Yuer's complexion couldn't help but look strange for a few moments. "This, really good?" Luling smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong with helping you get your revenge without getting us into trouble? And taking this opportunity to eliminate some of the scourges?" Xiao Yuer sniffed and could only nod her head. Taking advantage of the night, the two were soon on the move. The location of the debris is in one of the Black Dragon Society's human trafficking dens, where they rely on various methods to sell orphans, disabled or physically challenged civilians abroad. This kind of behavior is simply deranged, and yet they never get caught. The guards inside weren't that strong, topping out at just a few level 60 guys. Since hardly anyone would come to a place like this, the guards' vigilance was very low. Chapter 72, Infiltration, Open Robbery, Operation Fishing. Ha ha, old me a pair of K, eat them all. Old 6, now you owe me 300. Inside the house, a couple of guards were leisurely blowing up gold flowers with a couple of bottles of beer around them, and outside the door, there were 2 dozing fellows standing perfunctorily by the courtyard gate. After observing the situation inside, Luling then directly made a wink towards Xiao Yuer. He was planning to give the guy standing guard outside a head start before feeling his way in to make his move so that he could carry out his plan B plan. Xiao Yuer instantly understood and immediately turned on her talent, transforming into a weird ball of dark shadows to touch over. For some reason, Luling always felt a sense of déjà vu after seeing Xiao Yuer turn on this skill. On the other side, Xiao Yuer had already quietly circled around behind the 2 men. The dagger in her hand had already been sheathed, stabbing down instantly with a sharp aura. The cut was so crisp and clean that the 2 guys who were dozing off instantly fell limp. After settling the 2, Luling then directly led Xiao Yuer to touch the front of those guards' lounge. After observing the situation inside, Luling then directly began to store up his fireball spell in place. Before making his move, he had long ago put on the Thousand Changes veil, simulating his own appearance into a strange one. With the buildup of this fireball spell, the people inside were finally hearing voices, but without waiting for them to issue a question, Luling struck out. He directly entered the room with a void leap through the wall, and then instantly fired his long-stored fireball spell. With a boom, it did away with one of the guards straight away. The sound soon attracted those inside, but by the time they rushed out, the entire room was completely devoid of living souls. This could directly stun the few Black Dragon Society members who came out at the sound. Not good. It's headed for that place. The guards watching from the inside were quite resourceful and immediately thought of the other party's purpose. There are several important treasures of the Black Dragon Society hidden in this lair. We can't afford to lose them. The men instantly ran back. Only they didn't notice that one of the corpses in the room suddenly gave a wry smile. By the time the men ran back to the room responsible for storing the treasures, the guards inside were long dead. The door to the treasure vault was open, and the things were gone. This is finished. Several people instantly despaired, and then looked at each other with a crying expression. What to do? Should we tell the boss? One of them said periodically. Just as he finished speaking, someone cursed angrily. Don't you tell him and wait for him to find out and come get us? When he finished, he made a direct phone call, and Luling, who was hiding outside the window, heard it clearly. That fragment was already in his hands, and he had also unexpectedly harvested a bunch of other precious props, and he hadn't left at the moment precisely because the person Xiao Yuer wanted to take revenge on was the boss in the mouths of the group of guards, the second in command of the Black Dragon Society. Now it was just a matter of waiting for them to finish their call, then going down to do away with these people, and finally killing that second in command of the Black Dragon Society, and then they could just leave. After the group of people finished their calls, Luling also did not hesitate to repeat his trick, and with a void relocation leap, he went through the wall. The group of guards who didn't have time to react were then all knocked unconscious with a mace each. Of course, the face he was wearing now was prepared beforehand by the top brass of another organization with similar power to the Black Dragon Society. In this way, once these juniors woke up and told what they saw, they could directly make the Black Dragon Society turn their spearheads against them. Even if they were found to be fake, it didn't matter. Anyway, none of them had seen Luling's real face tonight. Even if they were traced, it would be hard to find out Luling's head. After resolving the group of minions, Luling waved at Xiao Yuer who was hiding in the shadows. Later I will disguise myself as this man on the ground and wait for my signal to strike together, Luling commanded in a low voice. Xiao Yuer nodded in understanding. Soon, the scene was taken care of by Luling. After about 10 minutes, there was a harsh sound of brakes outside the door. Dry Lin Yan. How do you guys watch the field? What a bunch of losers. Before the person could be seen, a chorus of curses came from outside the door. Luling, who was disguised as a junior, was busy stepping forward in fear and said, Big brother, it's all my fault. It's my subordinate's unfavorable work. Nonsense. If you don't blame you, do you blame me? The second in command of the Black Dragon Society, Blade Dragon, walked in cursing, followed by a mouthful of thick spit on the ground. Tell me, who did it? I won't kill him, he cursed, and at that moment, Luling also revealed a wry smile, quietly stepped forward, and softly said, Actually, it was your father I did owe. The Blade Dragon sniffed and instantly froze, then immediately became furious, but before he could strike, Luling's staff had smashed into his body, hanging onto the astral seal directly after an arcane heavy strike. While silencing him, Luling shouted directly towards the darkness, It's now! Swoosh! A sound that cut through the air came from Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer directly threw out all the skills on her body in a single burst within 3 seconds. However, these damages were still a bit insufficient in front of the Blade Dragon who was already level 69, plus he was still a tank-type profession. Xiao Yuer didn't even reach half-blood with this wave of damage. Soon, 3 seconds passed, the silencing effect of the Star Realm seal ended, and Blade Dragon was finally able to release his skill. You two looking for death? Dare to touch old me? Blade Dragon grimaced, his triangular eyes red, like a horrible wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days. Although he was a tank class, it wasn't that he was completely pure tank. That did damage. It might be a bit of a disadvantage against a nimble one like an assassin, but against a mage, that close range was a definite advantage. Seeing Luling waving his staff again, the Blade Dragon let out a fierce laugh. Brat, just now I was careless and didn't flash. This time, I opened my skills. Let's see if you can still scratch me. After saying that, with a loud shout, a shield and damage immunity immediately appeared on his body. After opening his skills, he slammed another fearless charge directly into Luling, clearly wanting to take care of one before the other. However, Luling did not dodge, but instead stored up skills in place. This operation can be directly Blade Dragon look at the smile. So it's a stupid guy. You're a small mage. Aren't you waiting to die when you're close by my open skill? Not only are you not running, but you're actually storing up skills? What an idiot. With that, he laughed and rushed towards Luling, intending to directly kill him with a slash after toppling him. A mage who was a dozen levels lower than himself would never be able to block the Avalanche Mountain heavy slash. But just as he was about to get his hands on him, Luling revealed a cold smile. Chapter 73, The Origin of the Map. World-class replica. Stupid? I hope you still think that way after eating my set of skills. Luling thought, and directly circled around behind the Blade Dragon with a void migration, followed by a fireball stacked with a flat A, and finally an arcane heavy strike to finish it off. Within a short span of a second, 3 layers of elemental passives had been added to the Blade Dragon's body. Minus 5,601, minus 3,988, minus 5,132. Blade Dragon's blood bar instantly dropped, directly being ed by Luling's set of combos with less than a tenth of its blood left. If it weren't for the fact that Blade Dragon had a skill on him, fight to the death, that provided 3 seconds of high immunity while he was bleeding. He was just straight up seconded by Luling this wave. This was a straight up you to Blade Dragon. No, where's my blood? Where's my blood? Isn't this a mage? How come he almost gave me a second in the face? Without waiting for him to react, Luling landed another flat A, followed by a direct detonation of the elemental seal on his body. Frost Elemental, freeze. Blade Dragon instantly felt a piercing cold, and then realized that he couldn't move. At this moment, he also felt a bit scared, and he was busy opening his mouth with the intention of begging for mercy. But Xiao Yuer wouldn't give him that chance, and with a direct move to cut his throat, she sent him to hell. Blood gushed out wildly like a fountain, splattering crazily above Xiao Yuer's delicate and pretty face. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. It was only after the body of the saber dragon was stabbed into a hornet's nest that the fire of hatred in Xiao Yuer's eyes gradually dissipated. Dad, Mom, I've avenged you, Xiao Yuer murmured in a low voice and could no longer hold back, losing her voice and crying. All the grievances and discontentment that he had suffered these days were given vent to after he had handily slain his enemy. Seeing this, Luling sighed, but still went forward and patted her shoulder, softly comforting her. Xiao Yuer, on the other hand, obediently buried her head in his chest and cried even more violently. Luling froze, and wanted to push her away, but in the end, he couldn't bear to do so, and could only let her have a good time. It was only after a while that Xiao Yuer raised her head with reddened eyes and gave Luling an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mess up your jacket. Luling smiled helplessly, but didn't say anything. Since the people had been killed and the things robbed, there was no reason for them to stay here. After leaving, Xiao Yuer looked at the side of Luling's face several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. When the two were planning to part ways, Luling suddenly said, after I recover this map, we'll go over it together? Xiao Yuer froze and subconsciously shook her head. This is already yours. How can I? Before the words fell, Luling directly interrupted. Alright, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get the remaining 2 map fragments. This hidden secret realm, after I figure it out, let's go together. We'll just split it proportionally. After saying that, without giving Xiao Yuer a chance to refuse, she directly waved her hand and turned around to leave. Looking at Luling's distant back, a complex look once again appeared on Xiao Yuer's face. What a righteous and warm person like the sun. On the other hand, after returning to her dormitory, Luling put all 3 pieces of debris together. Miraculously, once the 3 pieces of the map were placed in order by Luling, they instantly transformed into a whole. Meanwhile, the word for this thing has been updated. For Sea's Dragon Palace Map East Sea. Introduction. Pursuing this map, you can go to the world-class hidden copy of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Oh, East China Sea Dragon Palace? A world-class copy? Luling instantly froze, then pulled out the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace token that he had previously obtained in the secret realm. What a coincidence! You just met him by yourself? Luling cried and laughed, and then immediately began to consult the information about the Dragon Palace. JNU has a website of its own, where past studies of replicas as well as professionals are placed for students to refer to when needed. World-class copies. This kind of copy is not as unusual as those copies, is an abnormal space generated by the invasion of otherworldly forces into reality. World-level copies are native secret areas that came along with the birth of Blue Star. According to legend, it usually contains a portion of exotic treasures that carry the scent of the creator god. Such copies are all extremely difficult to find, plus the entry conditions are generally extremely harsh, and the number is very rare, so the records about them are also few and far between. After looking around, Luling didn't find anything useful. It seems that one would have to ask those professors who specialize in secret realms about all of this, I'm afraid, in order to have some access to it. As Luling thought, he made a direct call to Guan Qingzhu. He remembered that Guan Qingzhu was this kind of academic research professor. After the phone was connected, Luling briefly described the information about this map, and then a gasp could be heard from the other side. What? Dragon Palace? A roadmap to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? This is a very important project in the country. You actually have a whole sheet? That's incredible. Luling had no choice but to snort and say that this was also something that was open from the copy's God's gift treasure chest. However, Guan Qingzhu didn't seem to care where Luling got it from. Instead, he was excited to tell Luling about the relevant research information about the Dragon Palace. It turns out that the Four Seas Dragon Palace corresponds to 4 different seas around China, and the creatures, guards, and building types inside are all different, but it does exist. It is said that the official hands of Huaxia have the map of the Dragon Palace in the 2 southwest seas, but because of the lack of tokens, thus making it impossible to enter it, one can only make an inference from the periphery. Legend has it that there is a piece of equipment buried in each of these 4 secret realms, and if someone puts it all together, they will obtain a mythic supreme treasure that truly transcends mortal goods. After listening to Guan Qingzhu's introduction, Luling also stroked his chin thoughtfully. It sounds like it's pretty generalized, but presumably it means that if you put together all those pieces of equipment in the Four Seas Dragon Palace, you'll get an advanced mythic level suit? It's hard not to. Luling suddenly thought of a mythological story he had heard in his previous life, but after thinking about it, Luling smiled and shook her head. Right now it's not even clear if I'll be rank enough to enter. If this Dragon Palace secret realm didn't restrict the level, then one wouldn't be able to snatch those top powerhouses of the 7th and 8th revolutions. He was thinking about it, but suddenly he heard Guan Qingzhu say, by the way, here's something else that's interesting. These 4 Seas Dragon Palace have different level restrictions, of which the West Sea and South Sea correspond to the 3rd and 4th turns respectively, and the North Sea Dragon Palace should be limited to 5 turns of strength or less in order. It was once recorded in an ancient book that the day when the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas was opened was the day when the Heavenly Immortal Court was revealed. Chapter 74, the Su Xiao who stepped on Luling to pretend to be a pimp. As soon as Luling heard this, he immediately became interested. In that case, then the East Sea Dragon Palace, wouldn't it be limited to 2 turns of strength up or down? With his current strength, it didn't seem like he couldn't go in and explore a bit, he thought, and immediately hung up after a few perfunctory words. Since the level restriction was around turn 2, he would have to make a good level rush this month. Thus, Luling directly then ruthlessly and heavily spent money to buy quite a few bottles of double experience potion. This double experience potion, after the first turn of the profession, is a daily limit to take, and it requires a second order double experience potion. And after the second turn you need a 3rd stage experience potion, and after the 3rd turn it's 4th stage, and so on, all the way up to the 6th degree. The reason why the cap was that there were only 6 ranks was because after the 7th turn, professionals would no longer be able to use double experience potions. As a matter of fact, most professionals don't use this contraption anymore after the 5th turn. This was because after the 5th turn, if you used a double experience potion again, you would gain an experience decay debuff. Not only is the potion expensive, the effect is not ideal, so naturally not many people will use it. But right now, Luling was naturally not there yet. After spending hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins in one breath, even Luling couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. His current level was 59, and these potions were enough to last him until he was around level 70. However, for the sake of the Dragon Palace's secret treasures, the effort was worth it. So, for the next month or so, Luling was directly soaked in the secret realm. After a period of frantic leveling, Luling had also directly broken through the 70 level mark. Just in time. The semester is half over and soon it will be summer vacation. Luling had planned to take Xiao Yuer and Lin Wanwan along with himself to explore this secret realm, but after thinking about it, he decided to find a few more people in Jiangnan University. Naturally, he wouldn't release the recruitment privately, but approached the principal directly. When the principal heard that he had the complete roadmap and tokens of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea in his hands, he nearly jumped straight up from his chair. Where did you get it? Mo Bai said as he looked at Luling incredulously. With Luling's character, He naturally wouldn't use such things to seek his happiness, but this news was a bit too shocking. This was a legendary world-class secret realm. The treasure that countless Chinese professionals had failed to find even after years of exhaustion would actually appear in Luling's hands. It was coincidental to say that Luling was able to collect this set by sheer luck. The Shaodong treasure chest plus the accidental acquaintance with Xiao Yuer, which led to Luling putting together that map and thus learning the role of that Dragon Palace token in his hand. After being shocked for a moment, Mobai also let out a deep breath, realizing that this would be an excellent opportunity. Not only can you explore more of the Dragon Palace, but you can use it to exercise your students. You should know that the secret rewards of the first pass are extremely generous. Moreover, the experience given by the monsters in there was as much as twice that of a normal secret realm, he thought, and immediately rose to his feet, speaking in a consultative tone. Student Luling, how about this? Our academy will fund this trip and at the same time spend money to buy some entry slots from you. What do you think? This was exactly what Luling was thinking about, so he agreed without hesitation. If it was just Luling's own strength alone, then this journey would still be a bit troublesome, but if it was Jiangnan University that stood behind it, then things would be much easier. After some negotiation, in the end, Mobai managed to obtain a number of slots from Luling at a price of 100,000 Chinese coins plus 2 materials of the 4th rank or above a person. In addition, the 3 pieces of diamond-grade equipment that had been promised to Luling also happened to be packed for him as well. These 3 pieces of equipment were chosen by Luling himself after some thought. They were a trinket ring, a light armor and a belt. The light armor and belt were 2 pieces from the diamond level set abyss, which was just enough to activate the first rank of the set effect, providing 100 points of mana strength to Luling. The ring, on the other hand, was a ring called the Star Ring, and its main function was to drastically increase Luling's mana recovery. With the presence of alchemy, mana is blood, and besides, the blue consumption of the key of the sequence is still quite high, so you still need to get a blue recovery ring. After possessing these 3 pieces of equipment, Luling could be said to have gained a wave of all-around minor enhancements, taking his strength to another level. The current Luling, I'm afraid that the average second-turn professional would only be crushed in front of him. After discussing the matter, a trace of joy flashed through Mobai's heart. As the first academy principal in the history of China to officially enter the Four Seas Dragon Palace, this could definitely add a strong color to his resume. With that in mind, he immediately gave the order to start a selection process within the academy immediately, and then personally internalized a few students with excellent qualifications. And after Luling finished agreeing with the principal, he also notified Lin Wanwan and Xiao Yuer at the first opportunity. The departure date given by the principal was 3 days later, the day before the summer vacation. Although she couldn't go home on vacation, Lin Wanwan was still very happy to be able to explore the new secret realm with Luling. Just as she was about to tell her best friend Su Xiao about this news, a sneering voice suddenly came to her ears. "Oh yo, isn't this our Miss Lin? What, are you going out to catch a guy again? Planning to win a spot in the trial?" Lin Wanwan froze at his words, and his face instantly looked a few points worse. "Chen Shooting, don't you go too far." The woman known as Chen Shooting laughed and looked at Lin Wanwan with a contemptuous look before saying, "What's wrong with me going overboard? Hit me if you can." "Oh, if it weren't for the fact that you have a few moments of self-awareness, I would have made it impossible for you to hang around in the chaplaincy," she said, sneering, then slowing down. "I told you a long time ago, obediently listen to my mom. What's wrong with following Mr. Su? Do you have to pretend to be innocent?" Hearing this, Lin Wanwan's face also turned completely cold, and that Chen Shooting also revealed a displeased expression when she saw this. "Humph, I'm telling you, don't give your face away. Young Su just said that if you obey him, then you'll get your share of the hidden copy exploration quota this time. If you don't agree, even if you win first place in the selection, Su Xiao has a way to make you obediently get out." As soon as the words fell, a cold laugh came from the doorway. "Oh, is that so? I'd like to see. What kind of skill does your what's his name, Mr. Su, have that can make Wanwan get the hell out of here?" Chapter 75 A Rough Beat. The intramural selection is complete. Luling walked in through the door with a cold face. Chen Shooting only felt that this person looked incomparably familiar, but for a moment she couldn't recall exactly who it was, so she snorted coldly and said, "Where are you from again, country bumpkin? What's your business when I'm talking to Lin Wanwan?" Hearing this, Luling couldn't help but feel amused. As Wanwan's friend, can't I stop you from bullying her? Also, that hidden copy exploration quota you mentioned was released by the academy today, right? Who are you to decide on a candidate? As soon as the words fell, Chen Shooting smiled smugly and said, "Just because I'm Xiao Su's woman, Mr. Su, and who is that?" He can make decisions for the academy? Luling looked at her like she was a little cutie, like looking at her. As the person holding the token, he, Luling, was the one who had the most say in this operation. Even the Jiangnan University side didn't dare to disagree with Luling on the candidate. She was nothing more than a gold-digging snobbish woman, yet she dared to speak out of turn? Unexpectedly, Chen Shooting actually nodded her head fussily and said, "That's for sure. Xiaosu is an unrivaled presence in Kanglin City," she said, glancing disdainfully at Luling again and snickering. "Not someone a redneck like you can match up to." The reason why Chen Shooting said this was because Luling's dress, at a glance, did not look like the son of any rich and noble family, which was why he dared to speak out of turn. After hearing this, Luling only felt even more amused. You can say anything in Kanglin City? Even the city lord of Kanglin City wouldn't dare to say such words, right? This was really interesting. Luling would like to meet this Su Xiao. What kind of god is he? As for the stupid woman in front of me, there's not much to say. Although the quota was indeed sold to Jiangnan University, the academy naturally had no problem with Luling wanting to refuse to travel with certain people. This, too, can be seen in the list of insiders. Like Qin Song, who had a dispute with Luling before, did not appear in the finalized list this time. Thinking about it, Luling didn't bother wasting any more saliva with this woman and just used a caring little cutie. After giving her a look, he took Lin Wanwan's hand and left the place. While the two left, Chen Shooting revealed a smile. She couldn't wait for Lin Wanwan not to agree to Su Xiao's request. After all, Lin Wanwan did look better than her. If she really became Su Xiao's woman, then she's bound to fall out of favor in the future. That was why, when the two had just left, this was why she did not do anything to dissuade them. After waiting for the two to leave, Chen Shooting's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of jealousy and hatred before she pulled out her cell phone and dialed the number of that Su Xiao she spoke of. Then, she added fuel to the fire by recapping what had just happened, and also emphasized the words of both Luling and Lin Wanwan, revealing her disdain for Su Xiao between the lines. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shooting once again revealed a resentful expression. "Wait for it, little. I'm going to make you and your redneck boyfriend all regret making an enemy of me." On the other hand, after Luling left with Lin Wanwan, he opened his mouth to ask about Chen Shooting and that Su Xiao. After hearing that what's his name, Su Xiao, had been trying to make Lin Wanwan his woman, Luling's heart couldn't help but rise with a hint of displeasure. Of course, he didn't even notice himself that this emotion is called jealousy. I'd like to see what kind of handyman this Su Xiao is that he can make even Jiangnan University have to listen to his orders, Luling said with a faint sneer. Soon, 3 days passed. Luling didn't pay too much attention to this selection. Anyway, the only people he wanted to bring with him were Lin Wanwan and Xiao Yuer. The others were irrelevant as long as their strength didn't drag him down. What he valued more was the hard power of Jiangnan University, which could directly arrange all the preparations for him. And this was the important reason why Luling decided to cooperate with Jiangnan University. Along with the end of the selection process, the candidates for this quest were decided upon. 35 in total. Most of these people were sophomores or freshmen with a minimum level of 55 or higher. If it was just an ordinary secret realm, then this configuration would undoubtedly be able to walk sideways in it. But this time, the place they were going to explore was a world-class secret realm comparable to an SSS-class secret realm, and might even surpass it. So whether it's a heavenly opportunity or a desperate journey, all is still unknown. Of course, Luling hadn't forgotten Chen Shooting, who had put down harsh words for him earlier, and the omnipotent Su Xiao that she spoke of. After a cursory check of the list, Luling did not find Chen Shooting's name, while that Su Xiao, on the other hand, managed to make it into the list. However, it didn't matter whether it was earned by strength or achieved by power. With just a light sentence, Luling directly removed the name Su Qing. When Su Qing learned of this news, he instantly stormed out. In order to obtain this quota, he had used a lot of his family's connections and resources in exchange for a quota. A secret realm of this level was definitely an opportunity that could not be missed. That's why Su Qing was determined to obtain it in his heart. However, the sudden news directly caused Su Qing, who had originally had a spring in his step and was planning to make a big splash in this secret realm, to instantly be dumbfounded. Why, didn't we have a deal? My name was added by the vice principal himself. In the faculty office, Su Qing forced down his anger and unwillingly yelled lowly at the faculty director in front of him. It was important to know that for this place, Su Qing had smashed a lot of money and resources to the Dean of Academic Affairs, and only then had he managed to get on the vice principal's line. Yesterday he had patted his chest and assured Su Qing that there was absolutely no problem, but today this happened. Isn't it obvious that he is playing with Su Qing? And that Dean of Faculty also looked a little embarrassed, wiping the sweat from his forehead and said, "I'm not sure, but this is what the principal himself ordered us to say, so there's no way we can disobey." As he said that, he suddenly thought of something like that and came close to Su Qing's ear. Supposedly, this incident has something to do with a freshman named Luling, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Su Qing couldn't help but stare at his words, his brows furrowed. The name seemed to ring a bell, but I forgot where I'd heard it before. However, since he dared to spoil Su Qing's good deed, then Su Qing naturally wouldn't let him go. Anyway, I've never heard of any powerful noble family whose surname is Lu. It's 80% that it's a genius poor boy from nowhere, who has reported his illegal operation by some unknown means, the current principal, M.O. by. But he hates this kind of backdoor behavior the most, which is why he cut himself out. That's the way it must be, Su Qing thought, unable to help but gnash his teeth, the anger in his heart finally finding a place to vent. Just wait, don't let me catch you, or I'll make you beg for your life, Su Qing thought hatefully. Chapter 76, The Lost Palace in the Deep Sea, East Sea Dragon Palace. On the other side, Luling secretly smacked his lips as he looked at the private dirigible that had been arranged. It had to be said that Jiangnan University's efficiency was still unrivaled, and soon the group was properly arranged to the starting point on the map, the East Prosperous Sea of China. The principal himself led the trip, accompanied by teachers of all elite levels, and a number of academic professors traveled with him, in order to study this ancient and mysterious place. After a day's journey, the group arrived at the starting point of the trip, the easternmost port city of China, Donggang City. The landforms and customs here are so different from the southern province that if it weren't for the mission, I'm sure it would be a very nice summer vacation spot. After arriving at the place, the professor in charge of the sea trip this time also started the route arrangement. This kind of thing Luling didn't understand, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Luling and these people hadn't even turned 3 yet, they wouldn't have to use any transportation at all, and they would just need to rely on the suits that came with the ability to fly. By the time the course was arranged, it was evening. Luling's hands were holding an ancient book about the Dragon Palace's records, and he was studying it intently. This is currently the most detailed and the most clear information about the Dragon Palace mystery record in Huaxia. It was mentioned in the ancient books that after arriving at the Dragon Palace city and using the corresponding token, one would be able to open the Dragon Palace and thus enter a new world. This was followed by a number of other unrelated accounts. It's worth noting that the ancient texts also mention that the Dragon Palace is underwater, but it appears that inside is a special area where air exists, sort of like a space rift that's been collapsed. This is completely different from a normal secret realm. After studying it for a while longer, Luling simply put down the information in his hands and then rested directly. Early the next morning, the group set off by boat, just out of the sea. The rocking boat and rough waves let the crowd experience what it's like to wrestle with the sea. According to the route map, if there were no accidents on the way, then they would arrive directly at the place marked on the map early tomorrow morning. Luckily, the rest of the day was beautiful, except for a small wave of storms we hit at the beginning. After a night of sailing, the crowd from Jiangnan University finally arrived at the location marked on the map. This is already part of the deep sea region, and there are no islands around at all. As far as the eye can see, the horizon of water and sky can be seen at a glance, which is a magnificent view that cannot be seen on land, so that the group cannot help but feel relaxed. Soon the preparations for the launch were made. The professor in charge of logistics distributed a prop that could breathe underwater to each person, and after the people used it one by one, they drilled into the water one by one. Just entering the water, Luling was surprised to find a huge reef of a very strange shape, like a giant snake slithering and coiling. Or is it a giant dragon? Going down in that direction, Luling soon reached the bottom. On top of this huge reef, there were countless strange patterns that converged all the way to the top of the dragon-shaped reef. Following the grain upwards, Luling soon made a new discovery. On top of the head of that dragon-shaped boulder, that is, in the middle of the 2 dragon horns, there was a strange concave mark. This should be the place to put the token to activate the secret realm? Luling immediately thought of this, and then directly pulled out the token from his backpack and put it on. Sure enough, the moment the token touched the groove, the entire seabed suddenly produced a violent vibration, rumble. Then, an incomparably loud and clear dragon roar sounded. In front of Luling's body, an irregular distortion suddenly appeared. Subsequently, this spatial distortion gradually transformed into a greenish-black vortex. World-class replica East Sea Dragon Palace has been opened. Those who hold the Dragon Palace token can obtain the blessing of the East Sea Dragon King once. After the sound of the dragon's roar, a beep sounded in everyone's head. It's really on. Excellent. This will be an important milestone in the study of the secret places of Chinese history, Mo Bai said with relief. Afterwards, he immediately organized all the people who could enter the secret realm, and together they headed under that water. Those who were overranked or weak in combat stayed outside as receivers. All of you, be extra careful when you go in. Remember, life comes first. Don't give up your life in vain because of greed or bravado. Before leaving, Bai said to these students in a serious manner. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, and then rushed towards the vortex that had cracked, revealing a gaping hole with an excited expression. The others were afraid that they had never seen a secret realm of this level in their entire lives, and they get to be the first to enter it as explorers. How could that not be exciting? On the other side, at this moment, Luling had already been sucked into the secret realm by that strange vortex. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luling couldn't help but be stunned by the sight in front of him. Turquoise blue jewels adorned the surroundings, countless beautiful bas-reliefs were carved into the walls, and all sorts of weird but magical sea plants or creatures were everywhere. This is an extremely grand palace. Everything looks extraordinarily dreamy and deep, truly as light and strange as the legendary underwater wonderland. Just as Luling was reveling in this beauty, he suddenly heard a rush of voices from behind him. Clickety-clack. Luling looked back and realized that it was actually several huge crabs and lobsters. They all held weapons in their hands and were clad in an odd layer of armor. Yuan and asterisk percent, who are you? Why are you trespassing on the Dragon Palace's important land? These strange aquatic creatures spoke a language that Luling did not understand at all and asked, with the intention of meeting directly at arms at the drop of a hat. Although he couldn't understand them, he could sense from their tone that they weren't friendly words, and Luling was ready to fight. $Yuan and percent. If you don't say it, we're going to do it. Seeing that Luling didn't respond, this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were also impatient and directly let out a burst of neat roar, then raised the weapons in their hands high and rushed towards Luling. Shrimp soldiers / crab generals, general, rank, 77, attack power, 1233, blood level, 52,000, special species, non-magical and non-animal. After roughly scanning the words of these guys, Luling also instantly reacted and directly flashed out with a void relocation leap. This was followed by an arcane heavy strike that ruthlessly slammed into the bodies of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Chapter 77, The Wacky Fetishes of the Shrimps. Although these were two completely different looking monsters, their attributes were actually identical. Their resistance was very high, and the arcane heavy strike that could have killed monsters of the same rank in seconds actually only knocked out most of their blood without killing them in a single blow. Luling froze slightly, then immediately added a fireball spell. In an instant, the intense heat directly swept over these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and the high amount of damage directly took away what was left of their blood bars. Boom! After an explosion, several reddish shrimp soldiers and crabs were lying on the ground in an instant, and the smell of steaming seafood was still in the air. Such a fierce attack was also causing the few shrimp soldiers and crab generals that were still alive to feel a bit scared, and their mouths were constantly shouting a language that Luling couldn't understand. But having already done it, Luling would no longer have any mercy, and directly and cleanly resolved the few remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Strange, this is the first time I've ever seen a copy where all the gargoyles talk. However, reasonably speaking, this is a secret area of the Chinese land in any case, so why can't any of these guys speak the Chinese language? Luling's face looked odd as he rambled for a while. Then he came forward and began to check if any treasures had fallen from these guys. After searching for a short while, except for a few crab legs and shrimp pincers that were still steaming, surprisingly, no materials had dropped. Is it just bad luck? Luling thought with some depression. Just then, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by several points of light landing on the ground. One of them happened to be a point of light right next to Luling. This is those guys out there, right? Luling was busy walking towards the point of light that had just landed near him. As he approached, he realized that this person who had been teleported to his side was actually Lin Wanwan. And after Lin Wanwan, who opened her eyes, saw Luling, a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. She then immediately asked with concern where Luling had just gone. After Luling briefly stated what he had just seen and heard, he led her and started to continue walking towards the interior of the palace. This place was really too big, and the architectural style was also quite ancient, so much so that Luling had no idea which location this place was. The two walked together in this somewhat silent palace, and vaguely, Luling sensed a strange sense of prying eyes. His spirit value was very high, so he was more perceptive than any other profession, but after looking around the room, it didn't seem to reveal anything suspicious. Strange, is it an illusion? Luling frowned a little in confusion. What he didn't know was that a pair of timid eyes were staring unblinkingly at him from one of the wells he had just passed. Is this that father once mentioned human? No horns or tail, how strange. After Luling walked with Lin Wanwan for another short while, he immediately heard a loud noise coming from the corner in front of him. It's that group of shrimp. Luling was instantly alerted, then pulled Lin Wanwan to look around for a wave and hid in a side room. It was filled with a peculiar scent, but it was empty. Through the window, Luling could see outside. Sure enough, a group of shrimp soldiers that looked stronger than they had just been were pressing a few humans towards the main hall. Shrimp soldiers / crab generals, elite, rank, 78, attack, 1350, blood, 60, 000, an elite force more powerful than the usual shrimp and crab soldiers. Although those few people Luling was not too familiar with, they were all students of Jiangnan University and their strength was not bad. There were even a few sophomores in there who were over 80 levels. After observing for a while, Luling's face suddenly looked a bit strange. What is it about the way these shrimp and crabs kidnap people that makes them look so much like some kind of weird erotic play? But only slightly stifling a laugh in his heart, Luling quickly straightened up. Although it was said that they were not considered friends with those people, but at least they were alumni of the same school, so naturally they could not turn a blind eye to them. And Lin Wanwan also instantly understood Luling's thoughts in a second. Her delicate little hand instantly pulled on Luling's coat corner, then quietly cast an increase holy light. After the first turn, Lin Wanwan's ability was even stronger, and although it wasn't a hidden profession, the magnitude and comprehensiveness of the bonuses were spot on, making her a very well-rounded milkmaid. Feeling that his mana strength and physical attack had simultaneously skyrocketed by an early 100 points, Luling was slightly surprised. It seems that this little ninny is improving at a fast pace. He couldn't help but think dark thoughts in his mind. That wasn't all, only to see that after Lin Wanwan chanted in a low voice for a while longer, several more buffs appeared on Luling's body, and his combat power was directly increased by a quarter. On the other side, despair filled the hearts of the group of captured students. This is too much bad luck. Not even 2 minutes after landing, he was caught by a group of giant king crabs and oversized Boston lobsters. These guys' shells are literally harder than iron, and the value is still high. Their group of Jiangdi elites actually didn't last more than 10 minutes under this group of aquatic crops. What a disgrace! And, even after being defeated, they actually looked at themselves with a very mocking look, and they had also tied them up in an extremely humiliating position. At this time the hearts of this group of students were incomparably sad and angry, all thinking one thought: if you can still get out alive, you have to eat hard for 10 days and a half months of lobster and crab feast. Right at this moment, the shrimp soldier walking at the very end of the line suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and just as he turned around, he saw a blue-purple staff with a sound of breaking air, ruthlessly smashing into its head. Boo! The enormous force directly slapped it fiercely away. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the back in unison, only to see Luling carrying his staff with a faint smile on his face. He was looking at those shrimp soldiers with a provocative face. Those students were instantly ecstatic. Great! We're saved! No more crabs in the hot pot. However, after they took a good look at the equipment and level on Luling's body, their joy was instantly wiped out. A mage, or a mage whose level wasn't even as good as theirs. It's all over. The kid came alone. It's a gift. Several people's eyes instantly dimmed, as if they had already anticipated their own misery in their hearts. Those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals also seemed to feel that Luling was a bit pretentious, and they raised their weapons in their hands, smiling fiercely as they surrounded Luling. Those guys were good, and the buddies who were tied up knew what they were doing. Not to mention a mage being surrounded by a face like this. That's a warrior. He would have to kneel. Moreover, Luling's level wasn't as high as a few of their warriors. How could this have a chance of winning? But the next scene instantly made them stare in disbelief, only to see Luling, like a heavenly god, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. The staff in his hand was accompanied by several types of light, and his swift and powerful strike directly struck a sonic boom in the air. Chapter 78, Giant Shell. Danger? Opportunity? Boom! Boom boom boom. With several consecutive flat A's, Luling's speed was like a ghost. The few people who were tied up didn't even see much, and the few shrimp soldiers who surrounded them were directly smashed out. Such a violent scene directly stunned those few students. This is a mage? That wasn't all. Luling, after knocking away the few shrimp soldiers that came close to him, once again, he stomped hard, and then leaped up high, directly charging towards the several shrimp soldiers and crab generals responsible for escorting them with a round of force split huashan. With this strike, Luling directly turned on all of his increased type skills and used arcane heavy strike, only to see his body slam down as hard as a meteorite impact. The staff in his hand was simply as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It made those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals see the shadow of their deceased friend in a trance. Boo! The tremendous force directly smashed a huge crack in the crab general's shell. The scene was so visually intense that it directly confused the students who were tied up. This is a mage? Who's a mage that jumps up and hits people with a mace? Not. Isn't this damage a bit too much? I just exhausted myself chopping half a day without leaving a mark on the crab shell, and he just dry cracked it with his staff? Is this really still human? Without waiting for a few people to react, the situation on the field changed again. Those few shrimp soldiers saw that Luling was so ferocious, and even directly teamed up to release a wave of skills, only to see their mouths simultaneously shoot out water columns with a strong impact like a high-pressure water gun. If he was accidentally hit, he was afraid that his body would be directly shredded by the laser-like water column. But Luling's reaction was even faster, and he directly flew up and kicked the shrimp soldier closest to him. Using the reaction force, Luling took a few steps back slightly, then turned on 0 of time, putting all of his skills in no CD mode. It looked like those torrent rays were about to hit Luling. However, he made an elegant dodge, and then directly used the void leap to pass through the firepower. I should say the hydrodynamic network. He then pulled a nice club twist in the air and slammed his staff down hard on a shrimp soldier. Boom, boom, minus 16,002, minus 19,567. A flatter shot followed by an arcane heavy strike directly knocked out more than half a tube of blood from the shrimp soldier. Then, without stopping for a second, Luling turned on the lightning elemental awakening and detonated it directly on the shrimp soldier's body. The effects of the advanced spell Energy Blade have evolved once again. Each element attached when detonated will be ranged damage. Furthermore, this damage is also able to attach an additional layer of elemental effects to the enemies in the wave. In an instant, the field was filled with electricity, and the blue-white lightning was like the power of divine punishment, directly killing several shrimp soldiers and crab generals that had just had their marks hung by Luling. The few Jiangnan University students who were tied up were completely numb. Is this still a mage? No. Is this still a human? So fierce. If the few of them were to face each other, I'm afraid they would only be killed in seconds, right? What about the sudden urge to switch to mage? A song suddenly drifted up in the minds of several people. If I had it to do over again, I'd take the mage. Soon, the few remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals couldn't resist the ferocious Luling, and were directly smashed into seafood fragments with his staff. After finishing off all the enemies, Luling was also relieved. Sure enough, this elite monster is still a bit stressful. However, this kinda seems to be the lowest level of small monsters in the Dragon Palace, and they are all so difficult to deal with. How awesome must those of higher and stronger rank be? He thought, stepping forward to untie the students. The few students who were saved were so excited, tearfully hugging Luling's thighs, shouting that they wanted to give their bodies to each other, associated with the posture they had just been ranked in. And then taking a look at the rough appearance of those brown men, a chill ran through Luling's heart. Is this payback or revenge? In return, you should at least be a pretty girl to say ah. Once the few had recovered a bit, Luling opened his mouth to ask about their experience. In fact, there is no special experience. These unlucky eggs just entered the Dragon Palace, has not come to rush to see a few eyes on the encounter with the group of elite shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and then be chased to run. Right. I did notice something strange. In the same place where we were teleported in, we can see an exceptionally large shellfish creature that seems to have a glowing pearl in its center. It should be good. One of them suddenly clapped his hands and said. After hearing this, Luling became a bit interested and asked, in which direction? After thinking about it, the man pointed towards the other side of the Dragon Palace, following the direction of his finger. It should be on the other side of the Dragon Palace's outer perimeter. After thinking for a moment, Luling still decided to take a look over there, although it was difficult to know from this person's mouth what exactly it was. But where there was a vision, there must be something fishy. Whether it was a chance encounter or an abyssal hell, it would depend on luck. After making up his mind, Luling spoke his mind, and as a result, these guys all showed fear and shook their heads like a drum. No go, no go. You don't know, senior. The environment over there is completely different from this side. One look and you know it's not a good place to go. Yeah, just looking at it makes me feel menacing, so it's better if we don't take the risk. Several people, obviously frightened by what had just happened to them, expressed reluctance to go back. Seeing this, Luling couldn't force himself, so he took Lin Wanwan with him and went in that direction. When these few people saw that their schoolmates were all so brave, they couldn't help but feel a few feelings of embarrassment in their hearts. But when they thought of the horrible atmosphere they had just experienced over there, they instantly felt that it was still important to stay alive. After parting ways with those unlucky seniors, Luling continued to lead Lin Wanwan to explore the Dragon Palace. Along the way, he could see a lot of very simple and ancient buildings and decorations, and throughout the secret realm, he couldn't feel the breath of any demons at all, so Luling felt incomparably novel. It was also true that those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals just now weren't considered to be magic creatures, and Luling didn't know what those guys actually counted as. Could it be that world-class secret realm, the reason why there aren't any magical creatures in it? Is it because the creatures here, like us humans, are of some native race that appeared together at the birth of the world? A thought suddenly popped into Luling's head. Thinking carefully, Luling realized that it wasn't really impossible, but why humans lived outside and they could only live in this kind of secret realm was another mystery. Just as he was thinking about it, an odd black shadow suddenly appeared at the end of the road in a flash. Luling was instantly alert and pulled out his staff, but the shadow seemed to be just passing by, appearing for less than a second before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Luling once again sensed that odd sense of prying eyes. Chapter 79, Trials. The Dragon Palace Secret Stash. But unlike last time, this sense of voyeurism was more direct and naked, without any concealment. This feeling suddenly gave Luling a strange delusion. He is like the youthful and innocent girl walking alone on the night road, who is now being stared at by a perverted uncle. This time, Lin Wanwan also sensed the abnormality and subconsciously pulled Luling's hand. Feeling the warm touch in her hands, the uneasiness in Lin Wanwan's heart dissipated a bit. The good thing was that the feeling didn't last long before it disappeared. Luling looked around suspiciously, but still had nothing to show for it. Seeing this, there was nothing else he could do but to continue to walk ahead of the others. Right after their silhouettes disappeared down this road, the shadow of a green-colored dragon suddenly appeared on the roof of the house next to them, and then gradually transformed into a green-clothed girl with horns. It's actually really human. Sister White really didn't lie to me. He. That teenage boy just now is so handsome. I want to touch his head. A blush suddenly appeared on the green-clothed girl's face, revealing a florid expression. But a moment later, she returned to normal, covering her mouth with a light laugh before disappearing into a dragon shadow once again. On the other side, Luling and Lin Wanwan still gradually realized that the surroundings and decorations had indeed changed greatly. The overall tone became somewhat somber. If that side just now gave the impression of a shallow beach with a clear bottom, then this side was an unfathomable deep-sea area. The reliefs on the frescoes were a bit caracal in any case, and the lamp slaves had become unmistakably evil in their stylization. Luling noticed this and couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is this? If it was one civilization, then the overall architectural style should not have differed so markedly? He was thinking about it when he suddenly spotted a huge black shadow floating in the distance. That would be the giant shellfish creature that the man just mentioned, right? It looks like it's quite a bit bigger than expected. A wave of amazement also surged in Luling's heart, pulling on Lin Wanwan in that direction. He ran for a good 10 minutes before he reached the bottom of that huge shell. After getting close, the feeling of covering the sky, even Luling couldn't help but feel a trace of trepidation in his heart. This thing is too big. If it rolls over, it's probably going to crush itself into a meatloaf. Luling thought in his mind, but it doesn't appear to be a living thing, just lying still, like a giant white reef that never floats. After observing for a while, Luling but realized that he didn't see any huge pearl. This piece of shell didn't move at all, just lying motionless. Just as Luling was planning to knock twice to see what happened, a light laughter suddenly sounded behind him. What do you want by surrounding someone's palace? A somewhat demonic and coquettish voice rang out, instantly provoking Luling to snort. He quickly turned back, then immediately pulled out his staff and attacked towards the owner of the voice without hesitation. It was actually able to appear behind him without a sound. This was definitely a top-notch assassin. However, at this distance, even the assassin profession didn't necessarily have a higher burst damage than Luling. But to Luling's surprise, his powerful strike was actually blocked by a small and slender figure with one hand. Ha, that's quite a rush, little brother. First you sneak around outside someone's palace, and now you want to make a move on them. That's a bit too impolite, isn't it? The man said, just lightly pushing Luling's staff, but it made Luling feel as if he had been slammed by a train. What are you? Luling was shocked in his heart and immediately used the force to pull back a few steps, staring at the woman in front of him as if she were an enemy. The woman wore a dark green robe with a pair of jasper-like horns on the side of her forehead, and a tail was vaguely visible along the hem of her long skirt. Oh, that's something I should be asking you. If it wasn't for the fact that you two were born handsome and didn't have half an evil aura on you, I'm afraid I would have already torn you apart and fed you to the fishes by now. The woman spoke with a smirk, but there was a hint of imperceptible chill in her tone. Luling also sensed the woman's abnormality at this time and couldn't help but smack his lips. Seeing Luling's somewhat surprised expression, the woman suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly, pausing before saying, Okay, no teasing. I didn't mean any harm. I am the eldest daughter of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, named Aoli, and I am the owner of this side hall. You're humans from outside, aren't you? Aoli smiled, a hint of curiosity flickering in those regal eyes. Seeing her self-description of her identity, Luling was slightly surprised in his heart, and after thinking about it, he then briefly introduced himself as well. I do not know why, in front of Aoli, although he called himself the eldest daughter of the Dragon King, but Luling always felt that she did not have much of that belongs to the dragons dignified and domineering, but it is something like a snake like a demon. As if he could tell what was on Luling's mind, Aoli glanced at him with a smile on his face, then turned around and signaled for them to follow. Come with me. Luling froze and looked at her suspiciously, wondering what this demonic woman who called herself the Dragon Lady was taking them to, while Lin Wanwan, who was on the side, asked directly out of the blue, "Where are you taking us?" When Aoli heard this, her body shape lurched, then she turned back and smiled sweetly. Of course it's to fulfill the test that father left behind. After some explanation, Luling then learned, in order to enter the main hall of the Dragon Palace in the center, you must first complete the 4 major trials left by the Dragon King of the East Sea in the 4 side halls on the outskirts of the Dragon Palace. Only those who have completed the 4 major trials are qualified to enter the Dragon Palace to meet the Dragon King, and after entering the Dragon Palace, as long as you pass the Dragon King's trial, you will be able to choose any one of the wondrous treasures in the Dragon Palace's treasure trove to take away. As we all know, in the ancient myths, the treasure trove of the Dragon Clan, it's all full of the most extraordinary treasures that are rare in 1,000 years. This kind of reward instantly excited Luling. This trip was worth it. If we could successfully pass all the trials, wouldn't that mean that we would all be guaranteed to obtain a treasure that was most likely of mythic grade? This alone makes a world-class copy worthy of its name, he thought, and immediately nodded to Aoli. Good, in that case, then I am willing to accept the trial. Upon hearing this, Aoli nodded with a light smile, and then led Luling around the huge shell in front of him to a land that looked incomparably morose. There was something unusual about the color of this land, like it was formed by mixing in a large amount of dried blood, always giving off a creepy feeling. And after Aoli brought the 2 of them here, he signaled them to wait for a moment, and then slowly walked to the middle of the land. Chapter 80, Prison of the Dragon Palace. Forbidden Abyss. Along with her footsteps, a circle of very odd patterns gradually appeared on the ground, like some kind of magic formation, yet more intricate. These lines spread outward in a regular manner, and the ink-like colors kept wandering across the earth, looking strangely beautiful. When all the patterns were revealed, Aoli used his toes to gently point at the starting point of all the patterns, which was the center of this weird formation. Boom! A dull thud came from the ground, and the entire earth trembled a few times in response. Subsequently, at the front of the formation, a pitch-black, gigantic crack had suddenly split open. Here is the place of trial I guard, the Forbidden Abyss. Those imprisoned inside are all the demons that Father captured before, as well as some evil spirits that have offended the East Sea. This trial is actually very simple. You only need to go down to the deepest part of the Forbidden Abyss and take out the night pearl that Father placed there. Then you will be considered to have passed. Aoli introduced with a smile. Along with the opening of the Forbidden Abyss, Luling could already hear an angry roar, interspersed with a number of mournful howls. Although he didn't know exactly what it was like down there, Luling could already feel the strong demonic aura. The things underneath this were definitely all a bunch of powerful demonic creatures that could rival ordinary secret realm bosses. However, at this moment, Luling didn't have the slightest emotion of fear. After exchanging a glance with Lin Wanwan, Luling then nodded at Aoli and said, "Are we ready for this to go down?" Aoli laughed, his delicate fingers pointing at the huge crack that was too deep to see the bottom, and said, "Jump, jump." Luling almost thought she heard wrong. Aoli nodded and said, "The Forbidden Abyss is divided into many layers, and between each layer there are seals left behind by Father, and there is no way to go down or come up in any way when the seals are not uncovered. So just go ahead and jump." Luling sniffed and looked down a bit skeptically, but finally nodded. He then directly took Lin Wanwan's hand and leapt down. The feeling of freefall is amazing. Fear mixed with a relieving thrill that gets the adrenaline pumping. In fact, even if there wasn't any seal, Luling couldn't die from the fall. He had the divine skill Void Relocation Leap. Just by shifting horizontally a second before landing, he could directly cancel out all the impact of the fall. So, just to be on the safe side, he slightly adjusted his angle in the air and wrapped Lin Wanwan in his arms as he did so as to ensure that he could carry her along with him for the displacement. Being hugged by this sudden hug, Lin Wanwan's face swished red, and the lingering cold wind made her body couldn't help but tremble, burying her head in Luling's chest. The smell of Luling's body was very nice, and this feeling that they were the only 2 people left in heaven and earth with each other made Lin Wanwan a little lost in thought. Luling didn't notice at all that Lin Wanwan was rambling in her arms, and instead stared down tightly. They had been free-falling like this for nearly 10 seconds, but they still hadn't seen any ground, so it was obvious just how deep the crack was. But it was good that Aoli didn't lie to them. After about a few more seconds of freefall, Luling suddenly felt an invisible resistance stopping him alive and then bouncing off. Moreover, a number of additional protruding stone strips had appeared at the edges of the crack, forming a treacherous section of the path. Leveraging on this force to make a vigorous leap, Luling managed to hold Lin Wanwan and stood on top of the side steps. Just as he stood up, he heard a growl from the darkness above the cliff face. Then, a large black shadow instantly pounced on Luling with a gust of fishy wind. Ancient red-blooded demon tiger, elite, rank 80, attack power 2000, blood quantity, 75,000. An evil beast from the ancient times, rumored to have a trace of the poor man's blood. This was a type of demonic creature that hadn't been seen in textbooks at all, and its terrifying aura definitely had the power to rival that of a platinum-level boss. This was just an elite monster. I'm afraid that what's going to greet Luling below is definitely a vicious battle. Luling's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment he heard the sound, he gripped the staff in his hand. The moment the red-blooded demon tiger's large mouth was about to bite him, Luling directly launched one hand and violently jerked it away with a sweeping strike. Aoli, who was watching the battle from above, was instantly startled. "Ha, strange, shouldn't this young boy be a warlock? How could he have such a strong physique?" she murmured, unable to help but curiously zoom in a bit on the crystal ball in front of her. On Luling's side, the red-blood demon tiger didn't seem to have suffered much damage after taking the staff from Luling. After stabilizing his stance in the air, he pounced on Luling again with a stomp. Taking advantage of this opening, Luling released Lin Wanwan in his arms and opened Dimensional Tear and Elemental Awakening. The waste then lashed out, and after swinging the staff around in a circle, it once again ruthlessly smashed into the face of the red-blooded demon tiger. This maneuver was very powerful. It was practically a 1-2 punch, and the effect was very good, hitting the red-blooded demon tiger's weak spot exactly where it should be, causing a high amount of damage of nearly 20,000 points. It's a shame about this one. If it had come out of a blitz, it might have hit 30,000 plus. Luling was also getting into a state of mind, and he looked at the red-blood demon tiger with battle intent, thinking to himself, that red-blooded devil tiger was also directly hit honestly by these 2 times. No longer daring to attack rashly, it began to pace from side to side constantly, attempting to confuse Luling and wait for it to reveal a crack before quickly attacking. However, Luling was not moved in the slightest, which caused the red-blood demon tiger to gradually begin to get agitated. Just then, an even louder hissing sound suddenly came from the boundless darkness of the cavern behind it. The sound was very odd, and by no means an unusual creature. That red-blooded demon tiger unexpectedly showed a hint of scorn after hearing this roar, but it wasn't willing to give up the prey before it, and let out a growl all the same. After a brief moment of silence, the creature inside let out another roar, followed by a shaking of the ground. The sound got closer and closer, and at the edge of that darkness, a huge head suddenly poked out. With just one glance, Luling recognized the creature in front of him. This is actually an augur. Ancient Ice Devil Jiao, Elite, Rank, 80, Attack Power, 2,600, blood quantity, 67,000. Originally an ordinary snake, it was affected by the demonic world and became a completely corrupted demon. Jiao is not a dragon or a snake, but more like a four-unlike creature in between. It was rumored that the augur dragon was feathered from a snake and had a terrifying power comparable to that of a dragon. However, this thing in front of him was a demonic creature, far from the augur in the mythological records. Perhaps it was because the battle between the red-blooded demon tiger and Luling had disturbed its beautiful dream. The Xian Ice Demon Jiao appeared to be exceptionally angry at this moment. Chapter 81, Subduing the Dragon. Reaching the bottom of the Forbidden Abyss. This Dragon Palace's prison really is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Luling couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, secretly spitting in his heart. The appearance of the Xian Ice Demon Jiao caused the original situation to change once again. All 3 parties were alerting each other, and no one dared to make the first move. Finally, the injured red-blood demon tiger was the first to hold back. Only a growl was seen, and then it lunged at Luling. As for Luling, he had also already been ready to start, and the moment the red-blood demon tiger moved, he directly opened a series of strengthening skills, and then stored up his fireball spell. The fireball technique had been successfully advanced after being upgraded to have more branching ways of using it. Lin Wanwan also reacted, and busily applied a buff to Luling while opening her holy healing domain. The effect of this field is a continuous recovery, and will also provide immunity to one attack for a friendly in range, which will continue to reduce damage for that friendly when triggered. With a buff on his body, Luling directly made the first move after he finished storing up his power. With a void leap, he dodged behind the red-blooded demon tiger, and then smashed his staff on its back in the air. Instantly, the fireball spell exploded against his face. The incidental effect of this fireball spell was catapulting. It will automatically claim the enemy after the explosion and catapult towards the surrounding enemies again, while the damage is reduced upon ejection. The accompanying burning effect is unchanged. The damage of this fireball spell was extremely high, almost instantly emptying the red-blooded demon tiger's blood bar. At the same time, the Xian Ice Demon Jiao also moved. Its huge body was extremely agile, like an ice-blue lightning bolt scurrying out, and in the blink of an eye, it took a bite on Luling's head. However, this attack was directly countered by Lin Wanwan's domain effect. Luling, on the other hand, took the opportunity to turn on the active effect of the timing key. In an instant, all of Luling's skills transformed into no CD mode. Having turned on infinite firepower, Luling directly transformed into the professional world's #1 Godspeed, seamlessly using Void Relocation Leap to stack Arcane Heavy Strike. Every time it appeared, it was a staff that heavily smashed into the body of the Xian Ice Demon Jiao. The Xian Ice Demon Jiao tried to counterattack at first, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Luling's coat. Flash! You can't catch it! The corner of Luling's mouth smiled coldly, and the staff in his hand once again erupted with a blinding light. Along with the fall of the last arcane heavy attack, the body of the cold ice demon Jiao was already stacked with 7 layers of elemental power. Boom! Along with the fire elemental on the cold ice demon Jiao being detonated by Luling, the huge amount of damage directly emptied its blood bar instantly. The cold ice demon Jiao hissed in agony, then twisted its body frantically and kept hitting the stone wall on the side, emitting muffled sounds. Seeing that it wasn't dead yet, Luling wasn't ambiguous, and directly went up and pressed the huge ogre's head with one hand, and then copied his staff to deliver 2 heavy blows. Boom boom! This time the cold ice demon Jiao was also completely lulled to sleep and fell to the ground without moving. Luling dragged the bodies of the red blood demon tigers back along with him, and then searched through their bodies. Demonic creatures of this level would usually burst out with some materials unless they were extremely unlucky. After searching carefully, Luling did find 2 unseen materials amongst their corpses. Second Order Ice Demon Augur Blood *1. Second Order Magic Tiger Red Teeth *1. Although these 2 materials had never been seen before, Luling's intuition told him that they were definitely not mortal. After collecting the materials, Luling once again explored towards the bottom. After walking for a while, Luling realized a problem. The cliff wall of this abyss actually had many interconnected caves, and it was unknown what had corroded them out. Although the cave was said to be more spacious, there were quite a few magical creatures, and it was easy to get lost as it was curved and looked all the same. And those rocky paths outside the cliff face are intermittent. One carelessness will fall down. Walk up for 10 minutes for fear that the legs will be weak. Along the way, Luling met quite a few demonic creatures that he had never seen before, as well as some strange creatures that weren't even considered demons. This place was like an ancient exhibition hall, where all kinds of creatures that survived the last epoch were locked up and exhibited one by one. Soon, Luling killed his way to the first layer of the seal. It was an extremely thick stone monument with quite a few rune-like things carved on it, and a thick layer of chains was wrapped around the monument. Just as Luling was wondering how to uncover the seal, Aoli's voice suddenly came to his ears. Just touch it with your blood and you can go on down the line. Oh. Luling froze, then immediately walked up and did as he was told. Can that guy actually see me? He's so far away from the ground. While cutting his finger, Luling thought. Soon, along with the blood seeping into the stone monument, the chains on the monument began to make a creaking sound. A moment later, the invisible force that was blocking Luling disappeared. Continuing downward, the path on the cliff face became more rugged, and Luling could sense that the number of demons hidden in the cavern had become even greater. The battle along the way made Luling also feel a bit strained up. Fortunately, there was a nurse by his side who could restore various statuses. After uncovering several more seals one after another in this manner, Luling finally arrived at the bottom. After several hours of intense fighting, Luling's people were almost numb. However, the experience value given by these demons was also really high, directly allowing Luling to ascend more than 3 levels in a row. After seeing the long-lost ground, Luling let out a long breath in his heart at the moment. It's finally the end of the line. He was planning to rest for a while before going to look for that whatever night pearl, but an odd sound suddenly came from the front. Luling instantly tensed up and got up, pulling out his weapon before looking in the direction of the voice. Puffing, a very petite creature ran merrily along. This little thing looked very much like a kitten, and its size was no different from that of an ordinary domestic cat, with a pair of large eyes blinking very adorably, appearing unusually human and harmless. Seeing that it was such a thing, Luling relaxed a little and was just about to walk up to take a closer look when he suddenly heard an air-breaking sound coming from behind him. Luling reacted almost instantly, and with a limited void relocation leap he flashed to the side. In a flash of lightning, the creature that attacked Luling instantly let out a low roar, and surprisingly made a second push in the air, chasing towards Luling. At the moment of crisis, Lin Wanwan instantly threw a skill at Luling. Luling, who originally intended to dodge again, grinned at the corner of his mouth and directly gave up dodging, raised his staff with both hands, jumped up and smashed towards the black shadow with a force-split huashan. Boo! The blow accurately intercepted the attacker in the air, and the staff struck it hard on the head. The accompanying concussive effect caused a slight distortion in the space around it. The assailant seemed to be hit hard by the blow and let out a wail of pain. Chapter 82 Obtaining the Night Pearl. Proceed to the North Hall. Luling fixed his eyes and realized that the one who had sneaked up on him was actually an even larger looking cat, but with white fur. Ow! Don't fight, don't fight. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Seeing Luling raise the staff in his hand again, that big white cat actually spat out human words, while also falling to the ground and retreating backward with fearful eyes, vividly resembling a young girl who was about to be raped. The atmosphere instantly became a bit strange, and instead of letting his guard down, Luling went straight up and roughly pressed it to the ground, followed by a surge of energy from his staff. After placing his staff on the big white cat's head, Luling then began to ask questions. After some calm talk, torture, Luling then realized the large white cat in front of him was not a prisoner, but an extinct blue star native demonic beast. The kitten just now was the older sister of this big white cat, and the two sisters were here to guard the night pearl from those demons who would take it away. If it wasn't for the fact that my sister recognized you as humans who didn't open the stone tablet here, you would have died long ago. The big white cat grunted, while at the same time stroking his head from time to time, with a big bag on it that had been knocked out by Luling. At that, Luling was not polite and ruthlessly ruined its head. Under the leadership of the two cats, Luling finally saw the legendary night pearl. It was a non-stop softly glowing bead, very round and ornate, just big enough to hold in one hand. Night pearl rare prop. After use, you will be immune to any negative effects for half an hour, and at the same time, you will receive 100% blood recovery and blue recovery. The prop is a reusable prop, but needs to be recharged in advance. Looking at the words, Luling couldn't help but smack his lips. He thought it was just a decoration. I didn't realize it actually had such a wonderful use. After getting the night pearl, Luling just wanted to ask the two cats how to leave, but he heard Aoli's voice in his ears again. Not bad, teenage boy. I can't believe you really fetched it. Stand there and don't move. I'll bring you up. As soon as the words fell, a strange gray and green circle appeared underneath Luling's feet. This is a space spell? A space spell skill that can take people teleporting? Luling was slightly surprised in his heart. This kind of skill was generally a high-level skill that could only be acquired by mage-type professions above the 5th turn. Could that dragon lady be a mage as well? Luling thought in his mind. He then felt his body suddenly sink, and his eyes instantly blurred. Opening their eyes again, the two of them, Luling, had already appeared above the ground. Then, I'll count you guys as passing here. Aoshua covered her mouth and laughed softly, then swept Luling up and down with a kind of autumnal eyes and patted his shoulder, saying, well, you can go somewhere else to be tried. However, I can remind you that those other siblings are not as nice as I am, so be careful. After she finished, she smiled again, then actually reached out and touched Luling's cheek. For some reason, Aoli's smile always made Luling feel a chill on his back, like he was being stared at by something horrible. After bidding farewell to Aoli, Luling continued walking in the direction she had pointed out. According to Aoli, the Dragon King of the East Sea had a total of 6 heirs. Apart from the 2 dragonesses who stayed with them because they were too young, the remaining 4 guarded each of the 4 corners of the Dragon Palace. There is a trial site in each of these 4 corners. If you want to get the secret treasure of the Dragon Palace, you must complete these 4 tests. However, it is said that the town guards of the other places are not good characters. After a period of trekking, the two left the West Hall guarded by Ao Shui and were heading towards the North Hall. The scale of the Dragon Palace was indeed quite a bit larger than imagined, and after walking for about half an hour, Luling was able to see the North Hall marker that Ao Shui had mentioned, the corpse of a strange-looking giant beast. The carcass looks a bit like a rhinoceros, but with wings on its body and a bird-like beak. After a few glances, Luling continued to step away. That kind of stuff is better left to the professors. I don't know what happened to them, but I haven't met the other ones so far. As Luling was thinking, he suddenly detected an aura of danger. There are enemies. Luling was instantly alert, pulling out his staff and gripping it in his hand. At the same time, a large number of weird fish-headed soldiers suddenly emerged from the originally empty palace corridors. These soldiers had sharp mouths and fangs, and a pair of eyes that bulged out and were covered with blood, making their appearance look very creepy. To say that the group of shrimp soldiers were barely watchable and a little bit cute, these fish-headed soldiers were purely and simply standard villainous looking. Seeing this group of fish-head soldiers surrounded, Luling no longer hesitated, and directly struck a powerful split smash. Boo! This was a great sight for the group of fish-headed soldiers. They originally looked at Luling in a long robe and holding a staff, and thought that he was the kind of long-range brittle skin that was easy to bully. But he didn't expect Luling to be so raw, coming up and directly smashing one of his brethren into fish head sauce. And immediately after Luling resolved one fish-headed soldier, he launched an attack towards the second fish-headed soldier. It was at this time that the group of soldiers reacted, raising the weapons in their hands and angrily attacking towards Luling. However, their fighting strength was a few points worse than the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, so naturally they were no match for Luling, only to see Luling as if he was in the realm of the 5 suns. A staff in his hand was wielded with a tiger's wind, smashing a fish-headed man away with each stroke, and those fish-headed people's attacks didn't work on Luling in the slightest. Just as Luling was about to pummel all of these fishman soldiers to death, a sharp cry suddenly came from the air. Enough! Stop! Luling followed the voice and realized that a youth in a black and red robe was floating in the air. Black hair, red pupils, head with horns, this should be the guardian of the North Hall of the great Prince Aochi. Since it was the Prince of the East Sea who was guarding this place, it would be better not to create a conflict with him for the time being. With that in mind, Luling stopped his hand. Seeing this, Aoblaze let out a cold snort, and then gestured, signaling for all those fish-headed people to back off, before slowly landing in front of Luling. Who are you? How did you get into this dragon palace? Quickly tell me, or else this young man will kill you with one slap. Aochi's character is indeed as irascible as fire, and there is no trace of the temperament that a prince should have. When Luling heard this, his brows frowned and his tone was a few points colder. I'm here to conduct a trial. May I ask where the North Hall's place of trial is? Luling directly and selectively ignored Aochi's question and asked nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, Aochi sniffed, but suddenly smiled wryly. Chapter 83, 9 Scales? The second token arrived. Oh, trials? Oh, it's because you want what that old man left here, right? As he said that, he even spat out a dark black scale directly from his mouth. Luling froze, then looked at him in confusion. According to what Ao Shui said, this token should be placed in the place of trial. Why would it be in Aoki's hands? Seemingly seeing what Luling had in mind, Aochi smiled proudly and said, this young man wouldn't bother to watch over some broken trial for that old man. If the ceiling boundary here wasn't too powerful, this young man would have run out and gotten away with it a long time ago. And let me ask you, what age is it out there today? These words directly confused Luling. What's the answer to that question? The 21st century? That said, this guy talks like a cranky bastard, but he's literate, like an ancient man. Does this guy think it's still ancient out there? Seeing that Luling didn't answer for half a day, Aochi was also a bit impatient and flew to Luling's side in a flash. I hadn't noticed earlier. Why are you boys dressed so strangely? Could it be that the dynasty has changed nowadays? Aochi stared at the clothes on Luling's body and his expression changed. Little mud skippers. No way. I have to ask that old man to go. Why did he suddenly let me guard the secret realm in this bird pariah palace? Could it be that there's a big change in the outside world? Saying that, he even directly slapped that pitch-black scale towards Luling's body. He then hurriedly flew towards the main hall of the Dragon Palace, leaving behind only a confused Luling. Looking at the black scales in his hand that emitted a dark purple glow, Luling couldn't help but stare. Material, 19 scales. Divine material. Legend has it that it's the scale on the forehead of the ancient beast Candle Join, possessing the powerful ability to change the sky and the earth. What the hell? What's going on here? You got a free card? You don't even have to enter the trial site. You just get it for free? However, this was a good thing. At the very least, it didn't require Luling to bother. Luling cried and laughed as he put the scales into his backpack, then walked directly in the direction of the South Hall. From what he had just said, Luling had also roughly deduced the situation of the entire Dragon Palace. By the looks of it, I'm afraid that the era in which the Dragon Palace existed was even longer than what Luling had originally guessed, and it was highly likely that it was before this era. And I'm afraid that the reason why the Dragon Palace has become a world-class replica also has something to do with the great calamity between the epochs. However, I'm afraid that we still have to wait until we meet the owner of this Dragon Palace to find out exactly what's going on. Meanwhile, in another section of the East Hall, Xiao Yuer looked at the petite and lovely girl in front of her and asked incredulously once again, "So you really are a dragon?" The girl sniffed, beamed, and grunted as her little hand pointed to the dragon's horn on her head. "Of course it's true. I am the daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea, the princess of the entire East Sea," the girl said, suddenly jumping up and climbing onto Xiao Yuer's back again, a pair of cute big eyes blinking in anticipation. All right, you keep telling me stories. If it's a good speech, I'll give you this thing," the girl said, smiling and pulling out the turquoise blue hairpin from her sleeve. Xiao Yuer secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After she entered the secret realm, she encountered a group of giant piranhas of more than 80 levels and was about to be buried in the belly of the fish, but she was suddenly saved by this little girl. Before he could ask what was going on, this little girl started pestering herself to tell her a story. Xiao Yuer was dumbfounded on the spot, and in the end, under the girl's urging, she had to start memorizing the Andersen fairy tales she had read as a child. Unexpectedly, this little girl acted as if she had never heard of it before, and actually listened with great interest. Looking at the fantastic and deep sea at the top, Xiao Yuer secretly sighed and began to worry about Luling in her heart. I hope he's okay. No, it has to be okay. On the other hand, Luling also managed to enter the southern hall. I'm afraid that this south hall is the most normal place among the 4 Dragon Palace side halls. Not only are there no oddly shaped marine soldiers, but the architecture is quite elaborate and quaint. and guarding the South Hall is the second prince of the Dragon King, that is, Aoki's younger brother, Aoli. This Aoli's character can be much stronger than his brother. Looks like an elegant and sensible look. After hearing that Luling was a human and had come here for a trial, Aoli immediately brought Luling to the South Hall Palace to drink tea. It seems like Ao Shui is purely trying to scare me. This person in front of me is much stronger than her anyways. At least he seems quite friendly. After listening to Luling's experiences along the way, Aoli couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Big Brother's nature has always been reckless, but is not a brutal person. I think it must be these days bored for a long time. There is some resentment in the heart, Aoli said with a smile and took a sip from his teacup. Luling, on the other hand, took this opportunity to ask about things related to the Dragon Palace. After Aoli heard this, he suddenly paused and revealed a helpless smile. I'm sorry, Brother Lu, as much as I wanted to tell you, the things about the Dragon Palace can never be told. We are the ones who should have been turned into dust, and it is already against the heavens for us to live on. The exact cause of this is complex and not something I can explain in a few words, he said, taking another sip of tea, then slowly stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Alright, Brother Lu, please follow me, I will lead you to the place of trial. When Luling heard this, he couldn't pursue the matter to the end and only nodded his head to follow his pace. After passing through the South Hall, the three came before a somewhat strange body of water. This is the place of trial that I am guarding, Aoli said, stretching out his hand and pointing to the hollow in the waters. There is a strange fish from the west living in here, and the thing you seek to try is in her habitat. But since you can't pass underwater, I'll give you a hand. As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a small handful of eerie ghostly blue flames emerged from his palm. This is my innate true fire, the aquamarine true flame. It will help you fight underwater. As soon as the words fell, two streams of pure blue flames drifted into the center of the two men's brows. In an instant, Luling felt that his spell strength and maximum mana value had increased quite a bit. Oh, yeah, is there actually something that amazing? Should this be considered a special professional ability, or is it an artifact? Luling was amazed in his heart and couldn't help but think. After thanking Aoli, Luling directly led Lin Wanwan headlong into the waters. Just after entering the water, a piercing coldness swept through his body, but it was quickly dispelled by the aquamarine true flame. Chapter 84, South Hall Trial. Battle against the sirens. What was even more amazing was that after the two of them entered the water, the clothes on their bodies actually didn't get wet at all, and there wasn't much resistance to their movements, rather like being in a magical zone of gravity-defying power. Soon, after swimming downstream for a short while, Luling sensed the scent of a creature. It was an extremely evil and hostile aura. The aura was mixed with quite a bit of demonic aura, like a combination of a demon and another unknown creature. With an eerie ringing sound, a bizarre black shadow suddenly sprang out from the group of reefs under the water. Siren, elite, rank, 80, attack, /blood. It was a mermaid-like creature, but quite a bit uglier. The lower part is a rough-scaled fishtail, while the upper part is a monster figure somewhat similar to a human. That huge mouth had countless tiny teeth, and a pair of eyes only the size of green beans were gazing evilly at Luling. It's also so different from the mermaid image in the story. Luling couldn't help but spit in his mind while pulling out his weapon. After observing Luling and his duo for a while, the siren launched an attack without hesitation, only to see its mouth steeply open to an exaggerated level, followed by a bite towards Luling. The speed is so fast that I'm afraid it's hard to dodge if you don't turn in your skills. If this was an unusual mage, I'm afraid that if this bite went down, it would only obediently turn into fish poop. However, Luling didn't have the slightest intention of trying to dodge it, but instead, the corner of his mouth grinned and directly followed the force of its bite and stabbed the staff hard into the siren's mouth. Is this human crazy? Isn't this rushing to make himself eat? The siren's heart instantly flashed with a trace of doubt, and when he was about to swallow Luling in one bite, he suddenly felt that the staff in his mouth suddenly erupted with a shocking amount of energy. This was followed by an incomparably hot sensation. Boom! Luling shoved his staff directly into the siren's mouth and cast a burst fireball spell. Explosive Fireball is an advanced version of the fireball spell, capable of dealing damage twice, and the second damage will have a greater range and will detonate a burning effect. The damage done to the siren by this hit was immense, instantly blowing out several huge wounds in its mouth. Utilizing the counterforce, Luling directly flipped over, then swung his staff at the siren's body once again. But soon, Luling realized a huge problem. The burning effect won't last in the water. He had originally thought of using the fire element to quickly cut down the injured siren, but I forgot that this time, it was in the water, and there was no way for the burning effect to stack up. This freeze, but the siren found an opportunity to take a vicious bite on Luling's shoulder. Just as it was planning to bite Luling into two pieces over this, it suddenly realized that there was a film of light on Luling's body blocking its attack. It was Lin Wanwan's holy healing domain. The timing of this shield set of hers was perfect. stuck at the exact moment when the siren was about to attack Luling. Not only did the bite not cause any damage to Luling, the siren was also shaken instead, causing a short stiffness. Luling also came back to his senses, and immediately an astral realm seal was locked onto the siren's body. This instantly dumbfounded the siren, who had wanted to use her natal skill charm, and was directly smacked in the mouth by Luling's vicious staff. Sharp pain mixed with saltiness flooded into his brain together, and the siren instantly became furious. But the rage also can't do anything with Luling. After being silenced, he couldn't gather magic power to attack Luling at all, and could only let Luling beat himself madly like pumping a gyroscope. Finally, the silencing effect of the Star Realm Seal could be considered over. The sea demon also instantly erupted, intending to directly decapitate this damned human in front of him to vent his hatred, only to see the siren instantly emit an ear-piercing soundwave that covered a range of 50 meters around him with the naked eye. It's called Siren Spike, and it's a sinister ranged instantaneous control skill that forcibly stuns enemies that hit for 2 seconds. Luling also did not expect this guy can actually TM in the water with soundwave skills, plus this move is really too fast. Inadvertently hit. Seeing that he had scored a hit, the siren instantly smiled spitefully. It directly used its strongest offensive skill, Spear of Sea Erosion. This skill needed to consume a portion of the siren's life force to release, and once it hit the enemy, it would directly deduct the life force, and it applies a Tidal Curse effect. Tidal Curse generates a constant mental attack that affects the enemy's sanity while indirectly being siphoned off mana lifesteal to feed back to the siren. This effect could be described as very overbearing, and once struck, one would definitely be passively drawn into the rhythm of the siren's battle. Seeing that Luling was about to be hit by this move, Lin Wanwan, who was on the side, let out a cry of surprise and directly went forward to hug Luling's body, using her own petite body to block this blow for Luling. Her normal defense was a far cry from Luling's. This blow could be life-threatening. As expected, the Spear of Sea Erosion directly stripped Lin Wanwan of a small half of her life value. At the same time, all of her attributes were drastically reduced, and she instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Luling was shocked, and the first moment he recovered, he struck an arcane heavy strike to force the siren back, and then pulled Lin Wanwan, who was about to fall into a comatose state. At the moment, she was in a very bad situation. Her life value was still draining away, and she was going to die completely after triggering the Tidal Curse 2 or 3 more times at most. Seeing the eager face of Luling, Lin Wanwan barely managed to squeeze out a smile, then directly reached out and covered Luling's mouth. "Don't say it. If you get hit, then we'll die together as usual. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a priest." When she finished, her hand dropped feebly, and she fell into a complete stupor. Luling hugged her reproachfully, then he changed his eyes to a cold look and charged towards the siren once again. Anger didn't overwhelm Luling's mind. Instead, he was calmer than usual. The siren must be killed before the 2 tidal curses, otherwise Lin Wanwan's life would be in danger. Thinking of this, Luling instantly disappeared from his original position, and then directly appeared behind the siren, and directly struck an arcane heavy strike with the attribute of lightning. This blow not only came with a paralyzing effect, but also a strong shock, directly causing the siren's entire body to start trembling uncontrollably. That wasn't all. Luling directly turned on all of his enhancement skills at the same time, followed by activating the 2 active effects of the Key of Chronology, accompanied by a violent sound of rotating pointers. The time within 3 meters around Luling was directly slowed down tenfold. In other words, for the next 10 seconds, Siren was going to passively take the crazy beating from Luling's infinite firepower mode. Chapter 85, Killing the Siren with Fury. Unexpected Harvest. Although Luling's blue bar was almost at the bottom at the moment, with the 300% blue recovery speed that was automatically activated when the blue level of the star ring fell below 30%, plus alchemy directly converted his life value into mana, making his mana instantly back to full. This set of outbursts captured the siren at its weakest point. It completely did not expect Luling to actually have such a terrifying ability, and a touch of fear had been brought into its eyes. 1 down, 2 to go. Luling swung his staff frantically as if he was pumping iron, slamming it heavily on the siren. With each attack, the siren's blood level would drop by a fraction, while also enduring the concussive effects that were stacked up in layers. For Luling, he was hitting 24 arcane heavy strikes in 10 seconds, but for the siren, it was taking more than 20 arcane heavy blows in a single second. More than 20 layers of concussive effects were stacked on top of each other, shattering its internal organs almost instantly. If it wasn't for the strong body of the Siren clan, I'm afraid this would have directly turned into a puddle of broken meat. But even stronger, he couldn't withstand a beating like that. Accompanied by Luling's roar, the siren's head was instantly smashed like a watermelon, and his body began to gradually sink after twisting helplessly for a few moments. Blood directly stained the waters, causing Luling's vision to become blurred. It's a good thing that he pushed Lin Wanwan out in advance, otherwise it would have been really troublesome to find her at this moment. After finding Lin Wanwan again, Her life value was already less than 1/10, but the effect of the curse had also disappeared due to the death of the siren. In fact, Luling could have used the reversal effect of Wanxiang returning dust to add blood to Lin Wanwan. However, the number of times this skill could be recharged had already been used up in the Forbidden Abyss. Luckily, nothing happened to Lin Wanwan in the end, otherwise Luling was afraid that he would really have to blame himself for this for the rest of his life. After checking her physical condition, Luling breathed a sigh of relief and picked her up in a hug, then floated upwards. Anyway, the siren had already been killed, and the token would just be taken later. After drilling out of the water, Aoli was nowhere to be seen, and Luling didn't care about this, but placed Lin Wanwan on a piece of gentle ground. Looking at the clothes on her body that were soaked because of the spear of sea erosion, Luling was silent for a while before he still stretched out his sinful little hand. Of course, he wasn't trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but he was worried that Lin Wanwan would get cold as a result. After changing his clothes, Luling wiped the sweat from his forehead, and with a reddened face, he put the soaked clothes into his backpack before getting up and jumping into the water again. After some searching, Luling finally found the token in the cave. Material, Tidal Core, a divine material with a strong water element, which can be added to equipment to obtain the water element and a random trait. It was a strange ball of water that kept flowing, emitting a faint ghostly blue light. After putting it into his backpack, Luling returned to the shore. Lin Wanwan hadn't woken up yet, so Luling had no choice but to pick her up and walk in the direction she had just come from. Just within a few steps, he saw Aoli standing in front of him with his arms folded, looking at Luling with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Brother Lu, for successfully obtaining the token and returning." Aoli smilingly walked up and arched his hand. After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, he conjured up a very delicate little pill bottle out of thin air. "This companion of yours seems to have been injured by that strange fish, right? This is a bottle of exorcism, which can completely eradicate the cold poison from that strange fish." Luling froze, then immediately picked it up, clicking on the word information to take a look. It was a bottle of healing potion with quite good effects, which at least had to be bought for 100,000 huaxia coins a bottle when placed in the present. The Dragon Palace is really full of treasures. Luling sighed, intending to give the medicine to Lin Wanwan, but realized that she was in a coma at the moment, and was afraid that it wouldn't be too good to eat. "What can we do about this?" Seemingly anticipating this, Aoli smiled and handed over a bowl of fresh water. "That, Brother Lu, I have some other chores to do, so I'll take my leave." After handing over the water, Aoli was also very knowledgeable and left straight away. Luling froze for a moment before he reacted, his old face double red again. "I can't imagine that I would have stumbled upon the plot of this dog-blooded ancient romance drama. There was no way around it, and under Luling's operation, the medicine was finally fed smoothly." After that, Luling took Lin Wanwan to rest for a while in the same pavilion where she had tea before. Only after Lin Wanwan woke up did he bid farewell to Aoli, intending to head to the last side hall. Lin Wanwan's face had been incredibly flushed after waking up, probably because she saw herself wearing Luling's clothes, and Luling is also interested in not mentioning this stubble. After all, the body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Absolutely no shame. The two had just walked towards the east hall for a short while when they heard a familiar sound coming from the front. Xiao Yuer then walked over holding a little girl who looked to be 8 or 9 years old. All four of them were stunned, and then Xiao Yuer immediately revealed an expression of delight. But when she saw the Luling shirt on Lin Wanwan, she was instantly stunned, and then a trace of loss crossed the corner of her eye. Luling was equally surprised. He didn't expect to actually meet Xiao Yuer here. In this way, after some exchanges, the three of them also learned what had happened to each other. After hearing that Xiao Yuer only used half a book of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales to obtain a token from the East Hall, Luling also couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. What kind of thing is this? He had worked himself to death going down to the Forbidden Abyss to subdue dragons and tigers, and battling sea demons in the water. And you end up drinking tea and telling a few stories and you get a token straight to hand? But spiteful as he was still glad that Xiao Yuer was fine. After chatting for a while longer, Luling then learned that the third prince of the East Sea, who originally guarded the East Hall, had given this duty to his own sister because he was too lazy. It was also the little girl, Ao Xiaobai, who was following Xiao Yuer. After getting his hands on the token of the Eastern Palace as well, Luling planned to head directly to the Dragon Palace proper to see what this Dragon King who ruled the Eastern Sea was really like. Ao Xiaobai also revealed a surprised expression when he heard that Luling had actually gathered all the tokens and was planning to head to the Dragon Palace. "I can't believe you managed to get the token from Sister Snow and Brother Blaze's side." Luling scratched his head and laughed bitterly once again. "Is this good luck or bad luck for yourself?" However, it had all been put together. It seemed unnecessary to dwell on this issue. The priority was still to hurry to the Dragon Palace's main hall, complete the Dragon King's trial, and get that treasure in hand. he thought, and looked towards the magnificent building located in the center of the Dragon Palace, which towered over the clouds, and some anticipation showed in his eyes. Alright, let's set off now. I'm sure that the Dragon Palace proper should be able to answer quite a few of our doubts. Luling turned back to the two. Chapter 86, Entering the Palace. Turtle Prime Minister and the eccentric Dragon King. But unexpectedly, Aoguang suddenly shook his head and said, "It won't work. These 4 secret treasures can only grant you permission to enter the hall alone. If you don't pass Father's test, there's no way for you to leave hero." Luling sniffed and said with slight surprise, "What? Only one person can go in? Why?" Aoguang spat out his tongue and said, "I don't know. It was an order left by Father. Only those who have all 4 tokens on their person at the same time will be able to pass through the door of the main hall without any problems. No one else will be able to cross over." She said, and added with a smile as she tugged on Xiao Yuer's coat, "Whether you'll lose your lives or not I don't know. But anyway, Brother Blaze once tried to tear down that door but was so shaken up by the spells attached to it that he broke the skin on his tail. So Sister Xiao, you just have fun accompanying Xiaobai outside. Just let this big brother go about the test." Luling was helpless in his heart when he heard this, and once he turned around, he met Lin Wanwan's worried and concerned eyes, so he had no choice but to say a few words of comfort. "Forget it, one person is just one person. That Dragon King of the East Sea, if it was just to make things difficult for the testers, then it didn't matter how many people went, there should be another hidden agenda." As Luling thought to himself, he relieved the worried 2 daughters and asked them to accompany Xiaobai outside. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, Luling set off alone on his way to the Dragon Palace's main hall. After crossing over from the edge of the East Hall, an extremely majestic and magnificent verdant stone road suddenly appeared in front of Luling's eyes. Each stone tile on this path is carved with an elaborate floral pattern, making it particularly pleasing to the eye. As he followed the path all the way, he could vaguely see a few glimpses of the Great Hall, and a huge door. That should be the door to the main hall of the Dragon Palace that Aoguang had mentioned. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Luling came to this door. It was indeed even more shocking to see it up close, but Luling didn't linger here too long and collapsed straight away. Upon entering the door, the decorative style inside changed once again, shifting from elegant and unassuming to majestic and brilliant. The content on the reliefs is also no longer some scenic portraits, but some large scenes similar to the treatment of water and sea depictions. Just within a few steps, Luling heard an old and powerful voice coming from the front. "The visitor, is he the one who has come to be tested?" Luling froze, then answered truthfully. Seeing Luling reply, the voice inside spoke again. "In that case, come into the hall." Then, there was no movement. Luling only felt secretly amused, saying that this Dragon King was really good at posing. Shaking his head, he once again walked towards the hall. "But I don't know. At this moment, within the Great Hall, where is the shadow of any Dragon King?" The old man with only one turtle body and human face sighed in his heart and stroked the beard on his chin. "The door of the Dragon Palace is finally open, and I don't know what this present person will look like." On the other side, Luling climbed the long stairs while secretly spitting at the dragons. "You think you can fly, but you don't know how to think about us mere mortals? What's with the long stairs?" Just as he was thinking, the steps in front of him finally disappeared, and 2 huge pillars appeared in front of Luling. Then came the grandiose doors of the temple, towering and magnificent. Although it looked a bit forlorn at the moment due to the lack of careful maintenance, Luling could still imagine how glorious this place used to be. Looking at the empty hall, Luling was about to open his mouth when he once again heard that pale voice. "Not bad. As the first human race to come here in millions of years, it does have a few extraordinary qualifications then." Luling subconsciously looked around, but still did not find the figure of the owner of the voice. "Strange, I've come inside the palace. Why am I still hiding and not showing my face?" Luling thought suspiciously. Unexpectedly, however, a slight stinging pain came from the back of his foot in the next second. Luling subconsciously looked down and instantly froze, only to see a very miniature-sized grandfather staring at himself with a displeased face. He had a turtle shell on his back and a wooden walking stick in his hand. The white hair and delicate beard made the little old man look not only immortal, but also a bit cute. "Humph, a human descendant. It's a bit too rude." The little old man paused his cane on the ground with some irritation, then cleared his throat. "To introduce myself, I am the Prime Minister in charge of the internal and external affairs of the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea." Prime Minister Turtle. Luling suddenly flashed a burst of eccentricity, as if he had remembered something extraordinary. If he remembered correctly, it did seem that this thing was only mentioned in Journey to the West or some other kind of novels, didn't it? But the thing is, all these fictional stories were only in the world before Luling crossed over. There is no such thing as a similar story on this present blue planet. But maybe it's just a coincidence, or maybe it's better to hear what he has to say first. Luling thought and immediately saluted, then said, "Dare I ask this? Mr. Turtle Prime Minister, where is your Lord Dragon King? This trial of mine, and how should I proceed? The Turtle Prime Minister sniffed and a strange look flashed across his face, not knowing whether to say it was sadness or helplessness. Strike that. Originally, those who enter the Dragon Palace are required to go through a test before they can be rewarded by the Lord Dragon King, but now the Lord Dragon King when the Turtle Prime Minister said this, he was suddenly speechless, and the expression on his face became a bit ugly. Luling was shocked to see this. Can't it be that you've come at such a bad time? The Dragon King has just died? Then it's really a sin. It's a sin. As if he could tell what was in Luling's mind, the Turtle Prime Minister glared at him fiercely, and then continued by pounding his cane on the ground a few times. He doesn't know what evil spirits have influenced him recently, and his whole person has become incomparably eccentric, so much so that he often does things that old man can't understand. And Your Honor has not been to the court for a long time to take care of political affairs, though there are no political matters to attend to. After hearing this, Luling's expression became even more odd. What's wrong with you? It's a bit rude to say, but it does look like it from the description of the Turtle Prime Minister. Thinking about it, Luling's face became even stranger. The Turtle Prime Minister, on the other hand, saw this and his face became even more displeased, and he was about to say something when he suddenly heard an odd ringing sound. Boo! Both of them froze. This sound, it's kind of like, someone smashed something? Luling thought suspiciously, and the Turtle Prime Minister also seemed to understand something, secretly sighed and waved his hand at Luling and said, "You wait here for a while, I'll go and see what's going on." Just after taking 2 steps, the Turtle Prime Minister stopped again, then turned his head once more to look at Luling, seemingly pondering something. A moment later, the Turtle Prime Minister suddenly spoke again. "Never mind, you're coming along for the ride. Those things Lord Dragon King was fiddling with seem to be things of the present. Perhaps you can be of some help." His tone was not to be trifled with, and Luling thought better of it and followed. Chapter 87, The Truth About the Dragon Palace? The Legacy Clan? After passing through the front hall, it seemed that inside was where the Dragon King usually drank tea, and further inside was the bedchamber. After passing through a door, the man and the turtle stopped in front of an incomparably luxurious house. However, what surprised Luling was that the door was labeled with a very incongruous, and even can be said to be somewhat bizarre thing, an anime poster. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a poster for a teenage anime. Luling's brain instantly went down for 2 seconds, then he looked at the Turtle Prime Minister with a strange expression. Seeing this, the Turtle Prime Minister asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong?" Luling shook her head, but in her mind she was already becoming violently curious about the situation at the door. Click! The door suddenly opened. Inside poked out a disheveled head. The dragon's horns on his head were extraordinarily thick, his face was full of stubble, and his hair hadn't been taken care of for a long time, so it looked a little scruffy. "Is it Little Turtle? What can I do for you?" The man's voice was magnetic, and even if it was a very everyday conversation, it wasn't hard to hear that it hid a superior's majesty, but paired with this dignified appearance, it felt incomparably bizarre no matter how you looked at it. The man also noticed Luling, and after scanning his eyes twice in slight surprise, he immediately revealed a somewhat sizzling expression. You're the one who came in from outside, aren't you?" After the door opened, the man came up instantly and enthusiastically, then held Luling's hand, his eyes shining with hope. "Yes, you are?" Luling was also directly confused. He could not connect this cool middle-aged man in front of him who looked like a fat handsome uncle with the East Sea Dragon King who ruled the East Sea with supreme majesty no matter what. "I am the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aoguang." "Oh, great. Little friend, you come in and sit down." The man's self-introduction directly made Luling nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. "That's true. What's with this look? You're bored, so you let yourself go?" Turtle Prime Minister was also confused by the situation and was about to speak when Aoguang patted his shoulder and revealed a bright smile. "It's okay, little turtle. Just talking to him, please. I'll be up for dinner later." After saying that, he cheerfully pulled Luling into the middle of the room and then closed the door. After entering the door, the messy scene that Luling expected did not appear, and there were no suspicious paper balls or anything like that on the ground. Inside it was very spacious and fairly tidy. It was just that within such a classical bedchamber, there were actually quite a few electronic devices from the modern era, a PS5 console, a computer that looked well equipped, and a full half-shelf of teenage manga on the bookshelf. The fact that these things would be in the room of a mythological figure did give Luling a very cutting feeling. Seemingly noticing Luling's line of sight, Aoguang laughed out loud. "Come on, young man, we're not primitive. It's normal to have a bit of a hobby after being bored here for so long. Speaking of which, Luling couldn't help but be a little confused. Before listening to Ao Shui their meaning, the Dragon Palace should be completely closed to the outside world these things and from where to get. Were they not the first humans to enter the Dragon Palace? Thinking about it, Luling couldn't help but voice the doubts in his mind. Aoguang smiled very appreciatively and said, "Sure is a smart one, but be prepared for the next words," Aoguang said, and the expression on his face became quite serious. Seeing this, Luling's heart also slightly began to tense up. Actually, these things are not products of your era. Rather, they are things left behind by the humans of the previous epoch before you. Aoguang's first words directly shocked Luling. Something left over from the last epoch? These girly comics and PS5 consoles are fossilized artifacts that are older than dinosaurs? Of course, the last epoch is naturally not as long ago from now as your human history records. About 3,000 years or so have passed since the day of destruction. In order to avoid the purging of the heavenly Tao, we have already survived in this alien space for such a long time. Aoguang said, looking a bit frustrated. However, he quickly recovered and with a wave of his big hand, a picture similar to a holographic projection appeared in front of Luling's eyes. The image is of an overhead view of the city, and there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, nothing at all different from the present. But upon closer inspection, Luling realized a problem. There are no buildings related to professionals, there weren't any guild symbols, none of the professions that flew in the sky, and not even the profession sanctuaries that were present in every city. This is the human race of the last epoch, Aoguang said, revealing a nostalgic look. After looking at it for a moment, he spoke again. You're smart, you should be able to spot the anomalies, right? Luling nodded uncomprehendingly, then voiced his findings. That's right, unlike the last era, your human race's transcendent title has changed from cultivator to professional. The power systems of the two are completely different, and the strength they can display is also very different. I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I can sense that the power of your era is related to the creator gods. So, this might be an opportunity to perhaps break this civilization cycle with the help of your power, so that our dragon race can return to the real world. Aoguang's words were like a heavy hammer, causing Luling to instantly have an epiphany about many things. So, are all those world-class copies on the blue planet actually relics from the last epoch? The reason why the Dragon Palace had to hide in this form in the other dimension was also because it was hiding from something? The will of heaven? But what kind of existence is the demonic realm that has been frequently invading the real world? Was there a constant invasion of demons in the last era as well? Looking at Luling, who was in the middle of thinking, Aoguang also revealed a smile. Actually, it wasn't by chance that Luling was able to obtain that Dragon Palace token, but rather, he had a strange aura of heavenly opportunity in his body. That power was so mysterious that even Aoguang couldn't tell what it came from. But what can be ascertained is that Luling's body is likewise buried with even more unknown secrets, so much so that he was able to invoke the Dragon Palace token that Aoguang had discarded in the midst of that bewildering otherworld. Judging by the timeline of the last epoch, you will soon welcome the cleansing of the heavenly Tao, ushering in the moment of the end of your epoch. How about it, Junior? Do you want to cooperate with our East Sea Dragon clan? Aoguang's voice roused Luling from his thinking state. Chapter 88 Dragon Palace Treasure Trove, the Temple of Mythological Weapons. He settled down, then let out a deep breath and said, "Tell me more about the last epoch in detail." After coming out of Aoguang's chambers, Luling's complexion was somewhat complicated. He also didn't expect that just by placing a copy, he had actually learned something so extraordinary. According to Aoguang, within 100 years, the whole world will gradually see a collapse, and countless other worldly creatures will swarm in, slaughter all of the human race or whatever other blue star race they are. After this, the will of heaven would send down divine punishment, removing all the surviving creatures along with those otherworldly visitors, and then reset the blue planet to begin the next epoch. The reason for this is not clear to anyone. After organizing the chaotic thoughts in his head, Luling looked towards Aoguang, who had already finished shaving and straightened his hair at the side. I can't imagine that the king of the East Sea Dragon is actually extraordinarily handsome in terms of looks, although the appearance of the incarnation is a bit older, but it is also considered to be a very stylish uncle. Of course, Luling still had a hard time connecting this face of his with the portrait of the Dragon King he had seen in his childhood is all. They were planning to head to the middle of the Dragon Palace's secret treasure vault at this moment. In Aoguang's words, since he wanted to cooperate, he had to show some sincerity. Luling, who had successfully passed the 4 trials, was naturally unquestionable in terms of strength, and with his potential that could be described as terrifying, allowed Aoguang to instantly identify him as a partner for the Dragon Clan. However, at present, with Luling's strength, wanting to save the day in the great calamity is still far from enough, so Aoguang also did not rush to tell Luling his plan. Instead, he intended to gift Luling with a few handy treasures first, and wait until Luling's strength had grown. There isn't really a specific time until the otherworldly invasion. It could happen any time in the next 100 years. Therefore, Luling had to have enough power before the invasion began in order to start implementing Aoguang's plan to bring several other dragon kings back to the real world together. After passing through the main hall of the dragon palace, what came into view was a very quiet garden. The garden was planted with countless exotic flowers that Luling couldn't name, and from the looks of it, they were absolutely extraordinary. It was worth mentioning that in the center of the garden stood several tombstones, causing Luling to be slightly concerned. After entering the garden, a trace of sentimentality also surfaced on Aoguang's face, but he did not say anything more, and instead led Luling straight to the edge of a secluded pool. Here is where the secret stash of my East Sea Dragon Palace is located. Every time it opens, you need to trigger the spell with my blood. This is a collection of divine treasures, but whether or not you can take it out depends on your skill. Aoguang laughed. Then with a wave of his big hand, a few drops of blood flew into the pool, outlining a demonic red pattern. Then, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the water pool. Well, go inside, and when you find a divine weapon that can share your heart, I will naturally bring you out, Aoguang said with a faint smile. Luling nodded, then jumped right into the vortex. After a moment of distortion, Luling managed to enter this magical treasure trove. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were weapons or medicinal herbs that were considered to be of the highest quality all over the place. Various kinds of artifacts emitting transcendent light were arranged in an orderly manner in the huge treasure trove in front of them. Luling used his spiritual power to probe and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Around him, no less than 5 pieces of mythic grade equipment or weapons had been detected. The ones that could be placed here were top-notch legendary equipment at the very least. Moreover, Luling could also detect several other heaven-defying existences lurking in the depths of the treasure trove that surpassed mythic grade weapons. At this moment, Luling was also excited. This trip is definitely not a loss. The things here, if you take any of them out, they are all priceless treasures. The increase in combat power is not just a half a star. Maybe, this haul could lead directly to a graduation weapon. After just a few steps, Luling suddenly realized that there was a strange hole on the top of the treasury. The hole appeared to be so abrupt that Luling couldn't help but look at it more. After walking over, Luling realized that there was a stone platform underneath that cave entrance, and it seemed that something had once been placed on it. The stone platform had a circle of very familiar patterns, and underneath there were 4 characters that Luling couldn't understand, but he could tell from its form that it should also be an ancient Chinese script. After studying it for a while, Luling still didn't have much of a clue, so he just got up and left. In fact, if he walked up to the stone platform and took a closer look, he could still find a few tiny monkey hairs, as well as a few small seal script inscriptions. Dinghai Divine Needle, cast by Dayu, now stored in the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, weighing 13,500 tons. After strolling around a few times, Luling still didn't find any mythic grade equipment that could resonate with him, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. The treasures that can be stored here are all equipment with spirituality, all cast by ancient great powers. After thousands of years, they have long since transcended mortal goods. Therefore, if you want to use them, you have to get their approval, or else you won't be able to use these divine weapons properly. And the more powerful the divine weapon, the more difficult it was to catch the temperament of its chosen owner. This is what Aoguang said before he came down. His general meaning is that the really good treasures down here all depend on fate, depending on whether that thing recognizes you or not. Otherwise it's a waste to take it. Although it was said that those legendary grade equipment didn't have this kind of restriction, Luling felt that since he had come all the way here, it was only natural to run for the best. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts and tribulations these days? As Luling was thinking, he suddenly realized that something behind him was emitting a slight buzz. Luling immediately became interested and turned back to check it out. This might be some great treasure that has come to him or her of its own accord. Just as Luling was searching for it, amongst the neatly arranged equipment, a ragged-looking stick suddenly flew straight up, followed by a hard knock on Luling's head. Luling instantly froze, then subconsciously grabbed the wooden stick. A strange stick. Rank, bonus, +1 spirit +1 spell strength. A stick that looks a little old. Perhaps it will do some magic? Looking at this strange phrase, Luling was instantly confused. What the hell is this? What's with the sudden flying and knocking me over? Does this stick recognize me? Also, why does it not show its rank? Just as Luling was puzzled, he heard Aoguang give a gulp, and then Luling was forcibly teleported back to the ground. Clueless Luling was even more clueless, looking dully at Aoguang and then at the wooden stick in his hand. Chapter 89, End of the Quest. Working with the Dragon King. Could it be that this old Dragon King is heartbroken about his baby and has deliberately made such a show to fool himself? Luling suddenly thought sadly. Aoguang scratched his head strangely when he saw Luling's appearance. What's wrong? Didn't you already resonate with the divine soldier in the treasure trove? Why are you crying in mourning? Luling was instantly speechless and had the urge to smash this wooden stick hard on his face. Unexpectedly, however, Aoguang instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air after seeing this wooden stick. Boy Rondidan, why are you giving this out? Luling froze, not caring to spit out Aoguang's broken Jiangnan dialect. His eyes instantly filled with hope. Could it be that this thing is actually some very powerful treasure? Aoguang shook his head. Luling was about to curse, but he heard Aoguang say, although I don't know exactly what this thing is used for, it was once a weapon used by one of the heavenly powers of the initial era. The reason why I ended up in the Dragon Palace is still because when I was young I had pacified the waters of the immortal realm and the Lord of the Immortal Court rewarded me. When Luling heard this, although he didn't quite understand what the Immortal Court and the initial era meant, it seemed that this thing in his hand was quite something, and he also came to have some interest. Does this thing need to be activated in some special way? As Luling was thinking about this, the system in his head suddenly stirred. Congratulations to the host. Activate the hidden achievement. Lord of the Extreme Imperial Soldier. Possesses and receives recognition of an Imperial Soldier. The system awards 3,000 Wushin points and 10 lucky draws. Immediately afterward, this wooden stick suddenly erupted with an extremely lurid aura, and then actually scurried into Luling's left arm, transforming into a black tattoo. What the hell is this? Luling was taken aback, then looked at the extra tattoo on his hand in amazement. It appeared to be a portrait of an immortal with a blurred face, but its body was surrounded by countless weapons of different categories, looking mighty and extraordinary. Aoguang was also taken aback, but at least he was a Sea Dragon King. He thought for a moment and analyzed the situation. I'm afraid that this thing is close to becoming an essence. Aside from not being able to speak, it should possess a fairly high level of intelligence. Currently, you're still too weak to presumably use it, which is why it's fused within you in this manner. Once a treasure of this grade recognizes its owner, it is a heavenly chance. Not only can no one else take it away, not to mention, maybe it will even bring you something. Aoguang said smilingly and patted Luling's shoulder. With an expression of a young boy with a promising future, I'm optimistic about you. Luling looked at this tattoo on his hand and instantly had a feeling of crying and laughing. Why does it sound so unreliable? Is it really true that the old Dragon King got something to swindle himself? But when you think about it, even the system spoke. This thing should indeed be a treasure. If the Dragon King could tell that he had the system in his body, what was the point of working with Luling? Well said. Luling also kind of accepted this result. Heart presses a sigh, then asked about how the Dragon King should contact himself in the future. Aoguang laughed and said, as long as you are in the middle of the East Sea, I will be able to sense your aura. But in order to facilitate communication, I will give you another good treasure. With that, an indigo dragon scale was thrown out. Luling took it as soon as she could and surveyed it curiously. These are the precious scales on my body. Aoguang's sentence almost gave Luling a fright that made him jump. On him? Wouldn't that be pieces of his skin? Luling felt a wave of nausea at the thought. Aoguang was not happy to see this and said, you still don't like it? Don't be ignorant. This thing can not only accelerate the speed of your cultivation, but also save your life at a critical moment. From now on, if you look for me, just speak into it. If it glows, it means I heard you. When Aoguang finished, he let out a cold snort. Where was there any semblance of the majesty of being a Dragon King? Once Luling heard it, he willed to look at its words. Jewelry, Dragon King scale. Bonus, gain 150% experience gain plus 1000 mana plus 320 spell strength. Special property Dragon Might, plus 20% damage to creatures of special races. Will be immune to 1 death while wearing this trinket. The effect disappears after triggering. That's a nice treasure indeed. I'll have to take it reluctantly then. Luling coughed and thought darkly in his mind. After receiving this dragon scale, Aoguang waved his hand, signaling that Luling could go and do his own thing. If you want to leave, you just need to come back over to the Turtle Prime Minister. After leaving these words, Aoguang directly disappeared in place. On Luling's side, after he went out to meet up with Lin Wanwan and a few others, he found those dispersed Jiangnan University students and professors in the Dragon Palace one after another. After a few more days of research, the group passed through the transfer door opened by the Turtle Prime Minister and returned to the real world. After some corrections, Luling and the others returned to the middle of Jiangnan province. Regarding the information obtained in the Dragon Palace, Aoguang told Luling that there was no need to inform the Chinese officials now, because the otherworldly invasion has not yet begun at this time, so that information is particularly troublesome to verify, coupled with the fact that the process and content of each invasion is different, so there's no way to prepare anything in advance. And in the pre-invasion period, there will be very significant signs around the world, so you can just wait until then to give all the information to the officials. At this time from the summer vacation has passed most of the time. Luling is planning to go back to the city of Zhengqing to see his mother, but suddenly received a call from the principal again. After arriving at the principal's office, he only saw Mo by smilingly getting up and patting Luling's shoulder, saying, "What an important addition to our cultural research field with this trip to the Dragon Palace. I have to thank Luling-san for this." After a few compliments, he cleared his throat again, then picked up a document from his desk. "By the way, I've come to you this time for another matter. At the beginning of the next semester, there will be an exchange tournament for young professionals with other countries, which will be held in Arcane City. There are a total of 3 teams from China this time, and our academy is one of them. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in participating," he said, smiling as he handed the document in his hand to Luling. Luling thought about it, but took the document. Above is an official correspondence notification along with a brief description of the teams participating in the tournament. However, what made Luling pay the most attention was the fact that it mentioned that if he won the championship on behalf of Huaxia, then he would be able to receive a huge reward. Not only does it directly subsidize 2 million Huaxia coins, it also gives 3 pieces of 4th order materials, plus a chance to explore a copy. Chapter 90 Reaching Level 100. Open the second turn quest. This copy exploration opportunity, but it covers the whole of China within the whole of China. The copy that has been explored by the Chinese officials. Even those world-class copies that are not open to the public can be accessed. Luling immediately became somewhat interested, and immediately inquired about the specifics of the match. After learning the details, Luling immediately agreed to the principal to participate in this match as a representative member of Jiangnan University. The principal sniffed and was very satisfied. He was very clear about Luling's combat power. Among the same class, I'm afraid that the whole of China couldn't find a few people who could fight with him against each other. After going through this world-class copy quest, Luling's strength had been further enhanced, and it was feared that none of the freshman students in the entire Jiangnan province would be his opponent. After taking this match, Luling also started to plan his schedule. I'll go home to visit my mom for the next 2 days, then I'll go straight to Lin Tianxiong. Use your connections to see if you can find 2 high-level secret areas with lots of experience to brush up on, and try to reach the second turn before school starts. At that time, Luling's career would be further upgraded, and her battle power would definitely be enough to handle that match. Having made up his mind, Luling quickly took action. After bringing Lin Wanwan back to Zhengqing City together, Luling first stayed at home for a few days to properly accompany his mom, and then he directly looked for Lin Tianxiong. As the president of an A-ranked guild, Lin Tianxiong's hand of human resources was still very much in place, and 2 phone calls helped Luling to fix this matter, and also sent Luling a few bottles of double experience potion along the way. Now with the Dragon King scales and double experience potion, Luling's leveling speed was like a rocket, instantly soaring. For the next few days, Luling soaked in the secret realm, his level growing by leaps and bounds. Soon a week passed. Luling managed to brush up to level 98, just a little bit short of breaking through to the second turn. But on this very day, when Luling was brushing the monsters, the strange wooden stick that had previously been integrated into his body suddenly reacted. Just as Luling was about to kill the secret boss with a swing of his staff, he suddenly felt a sizzling sensation coming from his left arm. He then heard an ethereal and muffled sigh. Kid. Luling froze, then immediately reacted. Could it be that strange wooden stick calling him? Luling was busy looking at the tattoo on his arm, and it was really emitting an eerie glow. Boy, I'm too weak now. Find me some food. Food? Is it really this thing talking? Really becoming? Luling was taken aback and looked at the tattoo on his hand in amazement. Only the immortal on the tattoo was radiating light, while those weapons around him remained dim. Find some weapons. The better the weapon the better. The voice sounded in Luling's ears again. Only this time the tone seemed even weaker, and the voice became more and more distant. Finally, the voice disappeared completely, and the abnormality in the arm faded away. Weapons? Is the food this guy is talking about? Weapons? Luling analyzed in astonishment. However, now that this strange guy is not moving again, there is no place to ask even if you want to. There was no way around it. Luling could only put this matter aside for the time being, and then continued to brush up on his leveling. After 2 more days, Luling managed to brush up to level 100 and officially started his second turn quest. Transfer task has been opened. Current progress, 0%. Task 1. Pass the S-Class 120 level secret world once. Task 2. Participate in a secret first pass of no less than level 100. Mission 3. Successfully repel a demonic invasion and obtain the core of the demon realm. Special quest. complete a level 130 demon boss kill. There didn't seem to be anything special about this transfer quest, but there was an additional special quest. This special quest is actually similar to a reward quest. If you complete it, the attribute boost after transferring will become higher, and there is a probability that you can obtain a hidden effect, but if you don't complete it, that won't affect the normal transfer. After picking up the quest, Luling began to fret a bit. This first task is not difficult, but the main second and third tasks are a little bit not so good to accomplish, because to get a first pass copy, you have to explore the kind of secret areas that have just appeared. The frequency of this kind of event wasn't that high, plus there was a level requirement, which was what made it difficult for Luling, and the third quest was even harsher. The probability of a demonic invasion event appearing was even lower than the probability of a secret realm appearing. Coupled with the fact that demonic invasions usually just appeared and would be dealt with by the Chinese Professionals Alliance, it was still very difficult to successfully repel one and obtain the demonic core dropped by the invasion. Wait, Chinese Professionals League? Luling suddenly remembered something. He was also a member of the Chinese Professionals Union now. Why not take a look in their internal missions? Maybe just the right secret realm would appear? That's a lot more likely than walking down the street by yourself and waiting, right? Luling thought, and immediately set off to the Jiangcheng City's Professionals Union branch. Previously, Wan Yan had helped Luling get an identity card, which could come in handy at this moment. After arriving at the local branch, Luling showed his identity card and immediately shocked the staff in charge of door access. This incomparably young-looking teenager in front of him was actually a red-level reserve member? The color red, but it's the highest level of the reserve grade. If it wasn't for the very top geniuses, it was absolutely impossible to obtain an identity card of this level. And this level of identity card is the one that has the authority to pick up or access all the information in the Wasia mission. After freezing for a few seconds, the staff was busy helping Luling get a temporary pass and an alliance armband ready for him, and then pointed him in the right direction. Soon, Luling arrived at the mission hall, where quite a few professionals had already gathered, and all of them looked grave, as if some big problem had arisen. Luling's appearance also startled a wave. The crowd looked a little surprised after seeing his red armband. However, Luling didn't pay any attention to this, and instead went straight to the quest acceptance screen, and then browsed through it. The ones at the bottom were very simple quests, such as whatever chasing down level 50 wanted criminals and level 30 secret explorations. Luling directly crossed over these quests, then looked straight to the S-rank difficulty quests that could be taken by level 100 professionals. Soon, Luling found a quest marked in red, Demon Invasion. Going to Gangbuk City for demon extermination and resisting demon invasion. Note, this mission is an ultra-high risk level mission, and cannot be taken by professionals below level 100. This is it. Luling immediately became interested and immediately clicked in. Chapter 91, The Heavenly Punishment Squad. After taking a quick look at the quest description, Luling grinned outright. This was an extremely rare invasion, as this invasion took place in a secret realm that had just appeared. As it turned out, it was a group of demonic clans that possessed a high level of intelligence that had hidden themselves in a level 30 secret realm, and subsequently bypassed the will of the Heavenly Tao and came into the real world. Although their true strengths were all suppressed, they were still able to crush the second-turn professionals, and the level limit of the secret realm was forced up to around level 100 by the efforts of many experts. It's still hard to first pass, but it's a lot better than that 30-level limit from before. The difficulty factor of this quest was high, but it perfectly satisfied Luling's 3 transfer quests, so he immediately chose to take it. But just a second before Luling was about to receive this quest, a large prompt popped up on the quest interface. This mission has been taken by an A-rank team and the mission has reached its maximum number of personnel. Luling froze, then smiled bitterly. No, is it that bad? What's going on here? He just finished the mission a second before he did, and he's taken up all the quest slots, no matter how many? Just in time to find a secret realm where you can directly complete 3 transfer quests in one breath, and you've actually been cut off? The depressed Luling was just about to give up, but suddenly thought that Wan Yan had said that his authority seemed to be quite high. Maybe find out where that squad is and talk to them. Add yourself one? As soon as he said he would do it, Luling immediately started the inquiry with his identity card. As it turned out, he really found out that this mission was taken by a squad called Heaven's Punishment, and they happened to be in Jiangcheng City. There are doors. Luling was busy sending a private message to that Heaven's Punishment squad leader. Unexpectedly, the other party actually replied immediately. But however, the reply was a rejection. I'm sorry, but our squad is full and there are no plans to replace the mage. Looking at the message, Luling sighed helplessly. After thinking about it, he decided to give it another try. So, Luling was ruthless and directly offered a high price of 100,000 Chinese coins. This price, but just to buy a place in the team, if set out will certainly be scolded wrongdoer. Obviously, the captain of the Sky Punishment Squad was also very puzzled. Do you want to take this mission that badly? Luling told the other party about his transfer quest, and then went on to add, don't look at the fact that I haven't turned 2 yet, but my combat power definitely exceeds that of my class by some. You can rest assured of that. The other party seemed to be thinking about it as well, and after about 10 minutes, that's when he replied, then come over here and try it first. A location was then sent over. Luling took a look at the place, which happened to be in his neighborhood, and rushed straight to the place. After arriving, Luling contacted the other party again, and then saw a very ably dressed woman waving at him. After seeing Luling, the woman looked very surprised while frowning without a trace. Luling is too young. This was not a plus condition amongst the professionals. Being young means being inexperienced, and in many moments of crisis, one will not know what to do. But for the sake of 100,000 Chinese coins, the woman still led him into a training room. As soon as he entered the door, Luling perceived 2 unkind gazes sweeping his face. A closer look revealed a somewhat older man, still wearing his mage robes. Looks like he's upset that he's taking his job. It couldn't be helped, so Luling didn't show any hostility and just nodded towards the man with a smile on her face. Instead, the man just gave a faint cold snort, seemingly disdainful of Luling. Indeed, Luling's appearance was too childish, and this student-like appearance was naturally incomparable to these old professionals who licked blood from the tip of the sword all day long. And when the woman who brought Luling in saw this, she coughed lightly and then said to Luling, as you can see, our squad is actually no longer short of manpower, and they are all existences that are a bit higher in rank than you, so it's really difficult. But since you insist on trying, let's make it a simple one-on-one match, the woman said, walking over to the man in the mage's robes and then introduced herself. This is our squad's mage, level 105 second turn arcane mage, Wang Zhou. We won't bully you either. As long as you can match him evenly in single combat for more than 10 minutes, I'll likewise let you replace him on this mission. How's that? This condition was indeed still fair, but for Luling, wanting to defeat this guy was just a matter of smooth sailing. However, Luling naturally wouldn't say it so facelessly and just nodded. Seeing Luling agree, the woman suddenly smiled a little embarrassed again. That, before he could finish his sentence, Luling slapped a bank card on the table. In here is 100,000 Chinese coins. Whether I can participate in this mission or not, it's all yours. Luling's heart was quite confident, so he dared to say this directly. But these words in the eyes of Wang Zhou, but it became a manifestation of people's stupid money. What an ungrateful brat. I'll teach him a lesson. Wang Zhou sneered as he walked into the middle of the arena stage. And then there was something else in his eyes. Maybe this is a chance to get some more money out of this kid? He thought greedily, completely oblivious to the expression of disdain that flickered across Luling's face. Seeing Luling so quick and dry, the woman was also quite surprised. Looking at Luling's uncharacteristically young face, the woman wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything, and only sighed darkly. Forget it, there's no need to think about this kind of young master, she thought to herself. Soon, Luling also entered the arena stage. In the eyes of the crowd of the Sky Punishment Squad, this was definitely a battle without suspense. As companions who had carried out several missions together, they were very clear about Wang Zhou's power. In this kind of battle between mages, it was simply an unbeatable existence. Luling, on the other hand, was just a young professional who hadn't even completed his second turn. No matter if it was from paper strength or combat experience, he was too far behind. Just as the crowd was thinking this, the battle on the field began. After the referee announced the start, Luling instantly turned into a shadow and charged straight ahead. Such a foolish display naturally provoked a burst of contempt from the crowd of the Sky Punishment Squad. Doesn't this kid know that in a one-on-one fight between mages, trying to get close to the other person is revealing a break? The priest in the group said dismissively. Chapter 92, Professional Civil War Illusory God, obtaining qualification to join the team. And Wang Zhou thought the same thing. A sneer appeared on his face. Kid, looks like you're a total rookie. Let me teach you properly how a mage is really supposed to fight. He arrogantly laughed, and then directly raised his hand to deliver several secret art rays, perfectly blocking off all the locations where Luling could dodge. I have to say, this guy does have a few tricks up his sleeve, and this wave of spells was released in an excellent position. No matter which direction Luling dodged in, he would be hit. Just when everyone thought that victory and defeat had been decided, events suddenly exceeded their expectations, only to see that Luling actually directly made a flash and passed through this wave of spellfire coverage unharmed. The crowd was stunned. The tank in the group then spoke with some surprise. He actually has displacement? Could it be that this kid is also an arcane mage? That's not right. I can't feel any arcane aura from him at all. This kid should just be a normal mage. All of this actually had to do with the S-rank talent that Luling had brought with him when he first awakened his profession. That talent called Mana Mastery not only provides Luling with an additional skill bar, and it also allowed Luling to ignore the level restrictions and some of the occupation restrictions and learn skills from all the mage branches. This talent has now been fused and upgraded into a more powerful talent, but the effects are not changed at all. Wang Zhou was also slightly shocked by his hand, but he quickly reacted and raised his hand to make a rune prison move. This is a single control skill with a strong restrictive effect, not only blocking all acceleration effects after it takes effect, but also prohibiting the use of displacement skills. Luling had just finished his displacement, so this skill was definitely a must-hit. As long as he controlled Luling, he would be able to directly take Luling away with a wave of bursts. Just as he was thinking this, Luling revealed a wry smile. 0 of time opens. All of Luling's skills have a cooldown of 0, only to see him react instantly, directly avoiding the rune prisoner with a limit-timed void relocation leap. How can this kid still use displacement? Don't his skills have to cool down? The priest stared blankly at Luling, who was as unpredictable as a ghost on the field, and said with great confusion, "I'm more curious as to why he's so obsessed with closing the distance than that. With this range, it should have reached all types of mage attack distances long ago, right?" The young girl who had been sitting in the corner and hadn't said anything suddenly spoke up. These words instantly froze the crowd, who then unanimously looked into the arena. Right, the most notable feature of the mage profession is the super long attack distance. Why is Luling so bent on trying to draw closer? And at that moment, Wang Zhou on the field was horrified in his heart. Luling actually used 2 displacement skills in just 3 seconds? Doesn't he have a CD? Just in the small moment he froze, Luling actually performed 3 void relocation leaps again, directly bringing the distance to within a few meters. Afterwards, he finally summoned his staff, and after pulling a beautiful club flower, he directly swung towards Wang Zhou with a powerful swipe. Is this kid crazy? He's really going to hit someone with a cane? Seeing this scene, everyone present was directly confused, but in the next second, they saw an extremely shocking scene, only to see the staff in Luling's hand smashed into Wang Zhou's body without any obstacles. Afterward, Wang Zhou quickly flew backwards as if he had been slammed by a train, directly transforming into a human missile. He ruthlessly smashed into the wall. Minus 10,621. Silence, deathly silence. The crowd looked at Luling, who was smiling lightly on the field, as if they had seen a ghost, and their brains went straight down. What did they just see? A mage with a flat A to the face, directly hitting 10,000 damage? Is this still human? What kind of weird path is this? Even an assassin would have to have an enhanced skill on for a slash to deal that much damage, right? Moreover, Wang Zhou's body was specially equipped with a defensive trinket that prevented cuts, and he would receive a high amount of damage immunity when he was attacked in melee combat. In other words, this damage was even dealt by Luling, topping off the damage waiver. In fact, if not for the fear of accidentally killing Wang Zhou, if Luling opens 2 skills, I'm afraid that this staff smashed in this kind of brittle skin occupation can directly knock a 20,000 damage, even if you wear defensive equipment on your body. A second turn mage, at most, is only 18,000 or 19,000 blood. If Luling went all out this time, I'm afraid Wang Zhou would still owe him a few thousand blood. A full 7 or 8 minutes passed before the people present reacted. What kind of mage is this? This is a Terminator T-800. Not to mention Wang Zhou, even if he put a tank on it, how many times could it withstand Luling? Moreover, this guy's defense didn't look as if it was low. He had just been hit by a few rounds of Wang Zhou's energy balls and had almost lost a blood skin, and it was back to full strength in an instant. It's horrible. When the crowd looked at Luling again, there was no longer any contempt or disdain at all, but instead, they brought a hint of admiration with them. In the world of professionals, strength is the only word. The probability of survival will definitely be greatly improved by teaming up with stronger people to enter a copy. Besides, Luling didn't seem like the kind of person who was bad to get along with. By the time Luling came out outside, the woman who had picked him up earlier, the captain of the Heavenly Punishment Squad, after calming down her shocked mood for a while, letting out a deep breath, she then walked over to Luling's body, extending her small, not-so-tender hands and smiled. Introducing myself, my name is Lin Na, level 209 second turn Iron Blood Warrior, and the captain of the Heaven's Punishment Squad. Please take care of me for the rest of this time. Regarding the matter of Luling temporarily joining the Sky Punishment Squad, it was settled. No one is jumping in to object anymore. The strength displayed by Luling was simply too terrifying, and was definitely stronger than Wang Zhou's output. All things considered, having Luling on board is not a bad thing. After discussing the time with Luling, Lin Na took the team's priest to heal the unlucky Wang Zhou. when she thought of the harsh words Wang Zhou had put out at the beginning, and then saw him in this wretched state now. Lin Na's face couldn't help but look odd. You want to properly teach someone how a mage is supposed to fight, only to be killed in seconds by a flat A? Now I'm afraid I can laugh at him for 6 months. Lina thought darkly in her mind. In fact, it was also true that Wang Zhou was careless. If he had responded with his full strength from the start, or realized Luling's terrifying melee ability earlier, then he shouldn't even have been beaten so badly. Of course, winning certainly won't win over Luling, but at least the excuses can seem adequate and reasonable not. Chapter 93, Entering the Secret Realm. Rare Profession Summoner? After bringing Wang Zhou to be treated, Lin Na began to plan the mission itinerary. Soon, a few hours later, she had thoroughly mapped out her itinerary for this mission. As an A-ranked squad of the Huaxia Professionals Alliance, they had already accomplished quite a few high-difficulty missions, and had even accomplished ultra-high difficulty missions. So, there is still full experience in this aspect of war preparation. As for Luling's side, after a brief explanation with her mother and the others, she set off after Lina and the others. It was already the evening of the same day when he arrived in Jianbei City. As soon as they got off the bus, the group hoofed it to the location of the mission. The scene had been completely blocked off, and quite a few members of the Huaxia Professionals Union were conducting research and estimation at the scene, while organizing the useful intelligence. After Lina stepped forward to receive the detailed information about the mission, she distributed it to each member. Luling also took a copy and began to study it. The event was more appropriately described as a riot than an invasion. That group of demons was hiding in this secret realm with premeditation, waiting for the real world to successfully connect to the secret realm before waiting for an opportunity to launch an invasion. But there is still no way to confirm exactly what they are trying to do. The goal of Luling and the others this time was to successfully head through the secret realm and bring out the core of the demon realm inside, so that this secret realm would return to normal. At the same time, there were quite a few low-level professionals from various forces in the secret realm, so if they encountered them, Luling and the others would be obligated to rescue them. Once she understood the general situation inside, Lina looked up at the crowd with a gleam in her eye. Well, anyone else have questions? The crowd shook their heads. So, off you go. Seeing this, Lin Na waved her hand and directly led the crowd to the entrance of the secret realm. With the flash of a distorted halo, the crowd managed to enter the secret realm. Just after entering, what met his eyes was the blood-red sky, and the huge irregular space vortex in the distance. The vortex was a mixture of red and purple colors, and its dark appearance, as if it was a huge pupil, made people feel suffocated. Just as she entered, the youngest girl in the squad summoned her weapon straight away, and then began to chant. There was something strange about the staff in her hand, and you could vaguely make out a totem of an odd beast inscribed on it. Along with the end of the chant, several emerald green birds appeared out of thin air beside her, and then began to swirl around her without stopping, with slightly shrill cries coming out of their mouths. Scout the perimeter and find the enemy, the young girl whispered to the flock of birds, then gave a sharp wave. The birds caught again, then circled up into the sky, scattering in all directions in an instant. After doing so, Lina then signaled the crowd to move on, and Luling recognized the young girl's occupation. It was an extremely special branch of mages called summoners. However, while the summoner's transfer requires the base profession to be a mage, but strictly speaking, they were actually more of an independent profession, and their fighting style was very different from that of other mages. The number of this profession was very rare, plus it was extremely difficult to mold, so very few people would choose to switch to become a summoner. Thinking of this, Luling couldn't help but look at that young girl a few more times. Before they set off, Lin Na had everyone make a brief self-introduction, so Luling remembered her name, Mu Xiaoqing. At the time, she had only stated her rank, but she hadn't realized that she would actually be a summoner. Seemingly noticing Luling's line of sight, Mu Xiaoqing also turned her head to gaze at Luling for a few moments. Soon, the crowd hadn't taken a few steps before Mu Xiaoqing suddenly revealed a surprised expression. 2 pale falcons have been killed. There are enemies nearby. When she finished speaking, she immediately began summoning again. Summoned this time were a couple of ghost wolves, speed-type summoned creatures that could barely act as scouts. Accompanied by her command, these few ghost wolves instantly let out a low growl, and then went over in one direction. They were extremely fast, like a white lightning bolt, and Lina sniffed and made a direct gesture, then summoned her weapon. There were 5 people in this squad including Luling. Notably, it wasn't a mage or a priest who acted as the command seat on the battlefield, but rather Lina, who was the captain. Generally speaking, the command position is mostly held by the back row, because warrior tanks and other professions need to be at the front to eat the pressure. The mage, priest, archers and other professions in the back row, on the other hand, were able to observe the battlefield situation well enough to determine the team's next move. However, since Lina was able to serve as the captain, she must have some notable strength in comparison. The rest of the group reacted at the first sign Lina made. Tank Uncle Wei Zhong raised the tower shield in his hand, and Preceptor Priest Meng Zijing also raised his staff in his hand and opened his exclusive domain. Soon after, Mu Shaoqing pointed in the direction where the ghost wolf had just disappeared with a serious face and said, "There are about 24 demons, all of which are ranked around 100 levels, but their actual fighting strength should exceed their own rank. They use dark attribute attacks. Should we lure them away or go up and destroy them?" she said, looking over at Lina. And after a moment of contemplation, Lina said decisively, "Have Ghost Wolf bring them over. This number and level of magical creatures is just enough for us to assess the strength of the Secret Realm's monsters." After saying that, she quickly scanned the crowd and finally rested her gaze on Luling. "All hands, prepare for battle. Brother Luling, you will serve as the main output and I will assist from the side." After she gave the order, she quickly moved out of the way. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have been directly blindsided. A warrior who actually gave the main attack position to the mage in the team, and even let him take the front? Isn't that a death wish? When Luling heard this, he understood in his heart that Lin now was trying to estimate her approximate combat strength by observing her fight, which was very important for the subsequent coordination. The demons weren't exactly terribly scary anyway, so it was a good time to test them out. With that in mind, Luling nodded, then stood directly next to Lina, looking at his fearless expression. The other three in the group revealed somewhat odd looks. I really don't know what he was thinking. A good turret outputter had to go to the face of the hard to fight the monster. Could it be that Luling has some strange fetish? Just as a few people were secretly speculating in their minds about the twisted hobbies hidden underneath Luling's handsome appearance, a few injured ghost wolves ran back with a group of large-sized magical creatures. Chapter 94 Ogre Troll? 3 staffs to teach you how to be. Seeing this, Mu Shaoqing was busy dispersing the strange thoughts in her head and immediately threw out a healing spell, returning blood to the ghost wolves. Summoner actually has a pretty comprehensive skill set, with not only output skills, but also increase skills. Most of the partial increase skills are only available to summons, though, or else the strength of the profession would be too perverse. Seeing that the demons had arrived, Luling also revealed a serious expression. Since Lina wanted to see her strength, let her have a good eye-opener. Thinking that, Luling immediately made a move. Panic Ogre, common, rank, 100, attack power, 4,000, blood quantity, 80,000. It had to be said that the panels of these trolls were very high, and I'm afraid that this blood volume and attack power could be compared to 120 level monsters. But then it all makes sense when you think about the fact that they are suppressed in rank. So what exactly do they want? Do they simply want a wave of invasion? Soon, accompanied by a terrifying roar, this group of ogre trolls also discovered the existence of Luling and the others, instantly viewing them as prey and began to hunt excitedly. These days, it's a nice treat for them to have access to fresh prose. That fresh flavor was much more delicious than those demonic creatures in the demon world. The very moment they rioted en masse, Luling also began to move. He only saw his figure flashing, and with the super high agility, he scurried out towards the troll like a bolt of lightning. Priest Meng Zijing was also stunned, and then immediately stacked several layers of buffs on him. Preceptor priests were different from Lin Wanwan's kind of holy healing priests. Preceptor priests focused more on combat increases and had relatively poor recovery abilities, and most of the Ragnarok priest skills are single or designated to a few targets, with little in the way of wide-range AoE recovery. However, their increase ability was the strongest of all the priest branches, and could almost instantly increase a professional's attributes by 50%. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Luling also revealed some excitement. It's a very pure, burning desire to fight. He had grown to enjoy the feeling of swinging his staff hard at monsters and throwing spells against his face. Soon, Luling rushed to the side of the group of trolls and raised his hand to launch a long-prepared projectile fireball spell. On his way to burst forward, he had already turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tear, and although he didn't have the damage boost from Void Migration, this fireball was still not to be underestimated. With a loud boom, the fireball instantly exploded, and the powerful explosion instantly caused the leading troll to be seriously injured. And after the fireball exploded, it splintered into several smaller fireballs that bounced off the other trolls on the side. Although the damage of the fireballs ejected was not high, they came with a burning effect. That's not all. Before that troll could react, Luling directly made a move to find the moon under the sea, and the staff with powerful fire elemental fluctuations heavily smashed on its chin. The powerful force directly caused this troll to feel its entire cranium emit a crisp cracking sound. Immediately after that, Luling directly jumped in place, followed by a beautiful turn in the air, directly ending with a bit of arcane heavy strike downward slash. In an instant, a violent concussive effect swept through this troll's entire body, and it didn't feel a thing as the skull literally shattered for Luling with a single stroke of his staff. The unconscious troll just collapsed straight to the ground, bleeding from its 7 orifices, making it look even more hideous. 3 staffs, directly killing an 80,000 blood demonic creature in seconds. Despite having the priest's bonus and the increased damage from attacking the head, this is still very scary damage now. This scene directly caused all the members of the Sky Punishment Squad to be shocked once again. What kind of damage is this? A direct hit? 3 staffs in a second? I'm afraid it would have to be level 130 or above to do that kind of damage, right? He, a first-turn professional who had just leveled up to 100, just watered it down like that? Is this right? After freezing for a few seconds, the crowd reacted and busily stepped forward to cover up Luling. Wei Zhong directly pulled the group of monsters with a group taunt, and then turned on shield reverse mode to help Luling hold back the trolls. Mu Shaoqing, on the other hand, immediately summoned 2 different types of summons and immediately stepped forward to help Wei Zhong spread the output. This is where the summoner's strengths lie. This profession is able to take the place of the position when needed. Lina also took the initiative to turn on her motivational battle cry, and then went up with her greatsword to help Luling stop some of the trolls. In fact, their help was more or less superfluous. Luling's agility was extremely high, and he was also meaty, which, coupled with his explosive melee damage, made it so that these trolls could barely even touch him a few times, and it was so hard to hit. Those blood Luling deducted were instantly filled back up with alchemy, causing him to wander through the trolls as if he were a harvester, waving his staff frantically. Looking at his dashing figure, the few people in the Sky Punishment Squad were all directly stunned. This mage, isn't it a bit too fierce? Why is he carrying a staff and chasing monsters? This style isn't right, is it? And Lin Na was completely dumbfounded. Remembering the harsh words she had said earlier to appease Chen Zhou, she directly laughed bitterly. Who the hell is leading who? Such a raw mage. Just pair it with 4 milkmaids. Soon, under Lu Ling's maneuvers, the group of trolls were directly and mercilessly massacred. Snap! After smashing the last troll to death, Lu Ling wiped the unknown liquid splattered on his face, then fished out a bottle of second-order magic potion from his bag, twisted the cap off the bottle, followed by a drink. How about it? With this output, I am indeed a qualified mage, right? He grinned and said to Lina. Lin Na smiled bitterly at his words and said that this is too modest. It's not impossible to directly make you the captain, she thought, not replying to Lu Ling, but just silently addressing the crowd behind her. From now on, Brother Lu Ling is the squad's main output position. Is that okay with everyone? The crowd was silent, just nodding silently. Nonsense. After seeing him so raw, who has the nerve to say no? After briefly tidying up the battlefield, the few people continued onward. Along with the crowd getting closer to the interior of the secret realm, the environment around them gradually began to get weirder. Several people could often hear strange noises, sometimes like someone shouting hysterically, sometimes like someone wailing in unbearable pain. And the magical creatures encountered on the road were gradually higher in level and more densely distributed. This caused the traveling speed of the Sky Punishment Squad to slow down. Chapter 95 Rescue, the Farmer and the Snake? But fortunately, with Lu Ling's joining them, this made it possible for them to fight a little hard, but no one was too seriously injured. After taking care of another group of demons, Lu Ling and the others finally had a slight buffer. All the demons around them had just been cleared out by them. Just as they were planning to take a break, Mu Shaoqing suddenly changed her expression and said to Lin Na, "My summon appears to have found some humans. They seem to be injured." After saying that, he pointed in one direction. Lina sniffed and sighed darkly, then immediately clapped her hands and called everyone up, then briefly explained the situation. Rescuing the low-level professionals trapped in the secret realm was something they were supposed to do, so everyone had no problem with it. And Lu Ling, usually one-person single brush copy, but also has long been accustomed to the high intensity of continuous fighting, body completely without any feeling of fatigue. Mu Shaoqing then began to walk in front to lead the way. Soon, they spotted a group of not-so-well-disguised people. It was obvious that they had tried very hard to hide themselves, but it still looked like they were having a rather average effect from the outside. The people inside were also the first to spot Lu Ling's few people, immediately revealing gazes of surprise. "You're members of the Chinese Professionals League, right? That's great. We're saved," a girl who looked to be in her mid-20s said with an excited look on her face. What followed was that more people came out of their hiding places one after another, gazing excitedly at Lu Ling and his group. Even though he said that he was only here to work part-time and complete the transfer task in passing, but at the same time, being thanked by so many people with sincerity, Lu Ling still felt a slight sense of accomplishment. Lina obviously wasn't dealing with this kind of situation for the first time, and quickly began to arrange it, with that smooth and relaxed look, worthy of being the captain of an A-rank squad. However, just then, a discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd. "No, what are you guys up to? Why are you so late? Do you know how much I am worth? You guys are moving a little too slowly." aren't you?" A man who looked close to his mid-30s walked in, disgruntled. Judging from his dress, it was easy to see that this person should be a self-confessed elitist. His grumbling tone was completely devoid of any joy at being rescued. Instead, it was all resentment. What's even more bizarre is that several people have come out in support of this kind of counterintuitive statement, and as soon as the man saw that there was someone behind him, he spoke even harder. "Not that I'm saying, this rescue speed of your professionals union is too slow. It's a shame that we usually pay so much tax to you guys. You're unreliable when it comes to critical moments." He spoke with the air of a successful man with a successful career, his mouth sharp and vibrant as he criticized Lina and the others for their lack of work. Lina frowned and got a little upset in her heart, but it wasn't the first time she had encountered this kind of thing, so she naturally had her way of dealing with it. But without waiting for her to open her mouth to speak, Luling, who had heard it from the side, instantly let out a sneer, and then stood in front of that man. "Oh, so, how do you want us to make it up to you?" Or, Luling was also direct and dry, directly replacing a slightly sarcastic smile as he asked the man leading the group. The man froze when he heard that, and then immediately the picture was gone. "Humph, of course we should be compensated. After all, as an official team of Huaxia, it's a serious dereliction of duty for you to do so. You shouldn't want us to spread this matter out either, right?" the man said, and actually started to threaten on. Luling, on the other hand, followed his words and pretended to be surprised. "Of course I don't want to. What shall we do to please you, then?" The man sneered at that. "Oh, I can't believe you're quite enlightened. How about this? How about you fight a first-rank material for each of us and then escort us out, and we'll let it go?" he said, slapping his forehead again and adding, "By the way, you'll have to turn off the experience pickups on the way, and you'll have to give us all the experience from the monsters you encounter. These little requests, they shouldn't be too much, should they?" the man said in a serious manner, as if he felt that what he said was very reasonable, and it was even still a big advantage for Luling and the others. Hearing this, even the best-tempered Mu Shaoqing couldn't hide some of her anger, especially when she saw that man looking himself up and down with a very obscene gaze. She instantly wanted to have a fit, and Luling's action was faster than him, directly laughed, and then it was a foot directly kicked that person over on the ground. "What a face to give you, saving your life, and you still have the nerve to say such things? Could it be that I'm your father and owe you from a previous life?" Luling finished and summoned his staff with a sneer, then stared at the man on the ground like that. "He has no worries. The big deal is to beat up the kid. Go out and report it. Anyway, Luling is only a part-time temp, so he's not afraid to dock his paycheck." And this talent was confused for half a day after being kicked over by Luling. Returning to his senses, he instantly became furious, and then immediately tried to climb to his feet, opening his mouth to curse. "I think you really don't want to do it. Do you know who I am? Can I lay you off with a word?" The words were answered with a loud growl. Subsequently, a large group of demonic creatures suddenly appeared around, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Seeing this, a hint of an impish smile immediately surfaced on Luling's face, and he came closer to the person who had just been there, patting his shoulder and pretending to be puzzled. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you." That person looked overbearing and arrogant in front of Luling's group of humans, but in front of this group of demons, he was terrified, as if he was going to pee his pants in the next second. Both of his legs were already shaking like chaff. Hearing Luling's words, he instantly looked as if he had remembered something, and ordered at Luling with a feigned composure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "What are you still waiting for? Why don't you go repel this group of demons?" Luling was directly happy, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at him, then directly picked him up with one hand and directly dragged him in the direction of the demon. "Sir, we have just gone through several battles, and at this moment we are already powerless to fight again. I see that you are speaking with a great deal of energy, so you should be quite strong, right? How about I trouble you to help resist for 10 minutes while we recover?" Luling said in a serious manner while dragging the man like a dead dog. After saying that, he made a move to throw the man in front of the group of demons. Chapter 96: Strange Change Regeneration. Manipulated Professionals. Seeing that the group of demons was about to rush in front of him, the man was also completely scared to piss at the moment, and instantly squealed like a killing pig. Don't throw me over. I'll die." Under the extreme fear, the man no longer had the arrogant flair that he had just had, and directly said with a sniffle and a tear, his eyes full of fear, and underneath his crotch, a large puddle of foul-smelling liquid had long since piled up. Luling shook him off in disgust, then turned her head to look at the group of charging demons. Lina and the others had already engaged the demons, but they were simply too numerous, and Lina alone could not completely stop them. Seeing that several demons were about to bypass Lina's and the others' defense line and start attacking those low-level professionals, Luling stepped in. Directly Luling transformed into a blue-white lightning bolt and instantly appeared above of those magic creatures. The staff in his hand erupted with a shocking energy, and then smashed down heavily. Those few people who were almost killed by the demons were stunned and froze as they watched Luling, like a heavenly god, smashing a demon to death with his 4 staffs. Afterwards, with Luling's joining in, those demons could no longer advance by half a step, and were all stopped by Luling alone. His divine stance directly stunned those low-level professionals. This little brother, so strong. Yeah, with just one person's strength, he stopped so many demons. He doesn't even look as old as us. What kind of monster is this? Soon enough, someone noticed something even more wrong. It's not right. Look at that little brother's weapon and body equipment. He seems to be a mage. Ha, a mage? How can a mage fight like that? Didn't you see him stick his face directly to a monster in 3 seconds? He's really a mage. I saw his profession symbol when he just released his skills. There's no way to fake that thing. He really is a mage. This discovery shocked the crowd even more. There was no way for them to connect Luling's ferocious appearance with the mage who was hiding in the back and calmly commanding, no matter what. Soon, with Luling joining them, the group of demons was all but wiped out. After ruthlessly smashing the last demonic creature to death, Luling retrieved his weapon, and then recycled the materials that had burst out of them one by one before walking back into the middle of the camp. The man who had just said that he would make Luling lay off with a single word had lost his starting prowess at this time. But instead, he could not wait to bury his head in his pants, and his heart was filled with fear. Luling also noticed the guy, and with a sneer, he walked towards him. He's the one who hates guys like that. People save you, that's a favor. But this person is not to make as if it is a matter of course. This kind of self-conscious shabby, Luling naturally will not let him apologize on the end of the matter. Walking slowly to his side, Luling lowered her body and looked at him with a smirk. Mister, do you still want to report me now? A hint of coldness was revealed in Luling's voice, causing the man's instant chills to stand up. Thinking of Luling's brutal appearance just now, as well as his stance of shoving his staff into the demon's mouth to release the skill, the man gulped instantly, then squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry. No, I was just kidding. Ha ha, how could I report you guys? Yeah, that's not a very funny joke. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm rather rigid. Luling faintly sneered, then directly kicked him over, then said, get lost. People like you don't deserve to be rescued by others. You can also try to reason with me again, but I'm going to use it to reason with. Next, Luling said, directly summoning his staff, then looked at the man on the ground with a sneer. The terrifying aura that erupted from his body directly caused the man who was still trying to beg for forgiveness to instantly pee in fear, stumbling up and running. I'm rolling, I'm outta here. The man's heart was incomparably fearful. He truly felt the killing intent on Luling. He'd still rather run outside and hide than get killed right now. After the man had left in a mess, Luling then glanced salaciously at the guys who had just stood up to support the man. After they saw what Luling had just done again, their hearts were filled with fear, and at this moment, they couldn't wait to smack their own 2 big mouths on the spot. What do you have to do with those 2 extra words? Luling was also too lazy to chastise them one by one, and just said faintly, I hope everyone will cooperate well with the rescue efforts and not make some unreasonable noise. Where would those people dare to say half a word? They all nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. After this was settled, the rest of the group settled down quite a bit. Actually, most people are still quite normal. The kind like that man just now is still a minority. After all, at the very least normal people know that the first thing they do after being rescued is to be grateful, not to think about how to make a buck. Soon, the crowd was led by Lina, who organized their formation and continued to march towards the front. Lina's intention was to find a more suitable and safe place to house these people before they continued their exploration. That place just now was actually not bad, but it was still dangerous due to the sheer number of magical creatures spread out in the vicinity. So, Rina came up with the idea of bringing these people back to the same place they had killed all the way here before. The distribution of magical creatures in that piece was a bit less, and they were basically all killed off, so it was still quite safe compared to here. When they reached the place, Mu Shaoqing left behind a few more summons before Luling and the others left. After exploring some distance deeper into the secret realm again, Luling sensed that something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that for this mission, the number of people labeled on the Alliance was more than 80 slots, but they had gone for so long without meeting any other professionals who had come in to rescue them at all. Just now, after they had gone 2 round trips, they had actually explored about half of the entire secret realm in its entirety. With over 80 people, how can they all be crammed on the other side? Just as Luling was puzzled, Mu Shaoqing suddenly called out, "There's someone up ahead. Looks like he's hurt," she said, an odd expression creeping onto her face. Something doesn't seem right. Those people, it seems like they've been hit by an illusion? Lina frowned and said, "Illusion? There's no mention in the intelligence about the fact that the demons here can use illusion magic." Never mind. Let's go over and take a look first. After saying that, she immediately led the crowd in the direction that Mu Shaoqing had guided them to. Chapter 97, Infiltrating Reality. the true purpose of the demons. This matter was indeed a bit odd. Generally speaking, if there were magical creatures in the secret realm that could use powerful illusions, then they would definitely be discovered during the initial exploration. This trait is so obvious that it's completely impossible for it to be hidden. Soon, Lin Na's few people rushed to the location Mu Xiaoqing had mentioned, and sure enough, they found a few people who were behaving very strangely. I saw them as if they had lost their souls. Their faces were blue and stagnant, and they were wandering around as twisted and aimless as walking corpses. Lina took a look and her face instantly changed. These people are from the Alliance. They're coming in on a rescue mission, just like us. With that, he pointed to the armbands on the shoulders of those people, and sure enough, they were the same as those of Luling and the others. That's odd. Surely they wouldn't be good enough to cause walkers here. What the hell is going on? With a sudden vague uneasiness in his heart, Luling stopped a few people from going forward and then summoned his weapon. Through spiritual perception, Luling could keenly perceive that the few of them carried a faint demonic aura. It was impossible to perceive a demonic aura in a normal professional's body in any way. They must have been affected by something. Just as Luling was cautiously planning to go up and check things out, those few people suddenly turned their heads around in perfect synchronization, gazing straight at Luling. A moment later, they suddenly covered their heads and shouted like crazy, then rushed towards Luling in unison. These people's eyes glistened with an eerie black color. Even the white parts of their eyes were completely drenched. In a flash of lightning, Luling reacted extremely quickly, and instantly swung out a staff, directly knocking away the person who had rushed up first. Subsequently, the crowd of the Heavenly Punishment Squad also reacted and immediately moved forward to support Luling. However, what surprised them was that these people were still able to unleash their respective occupational skills even though they didn't seem too lucid, but the skills were released without any pattern, completely like a beast fighting on instinct. These people were all second-turn professionals who were no lower than level 100, and for a while it really put Lina and the others in a bitter battle. No way, we can't hold back any longer, or else we'll be finished off by them. Lina's body had been stabbed several times by the assassin from the opposite side, and the accompanying bleeding effect caused her to feel a wave of weakness in her body. This DE buff was something that priests couldn't dispense with, and there weren't many skills on Meng Zijing that could touch the negative effects. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, except Luling, whose expression did not change in the slightest. After just a few waves of exchanges, Luling confirmed one thing. Although these people still had vital signs, they couldn't feel any spiritual power outward in the slightest, which meant that their consciousness was feared to have disappeared, and now manipulating them as an unknown life form. Since it wasn't human, then Luling naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Without waiting for a few people to respond, Luling took the lead and attacked. Move to kill the heart of the Luling under the hand will have no worries. All skills open the case. Brittle occupations only need 2 staff can be killed in seconds. Along with the battle entering the white-hot stage, the demonic aura on these people's bodies became more and more dense, and the strength of their flesh changed as well, with their blood volume directly increasing by quite a bit. But even so, they were still no match for Luling, only to see Luling frantically slaughtering through the crowd, quickly eliminating most of them, leaving only one alive for observation. Soon the battle was over. After Luling used the Star Realm Chain to imprison the last person in place, he gave Mu Xiaoqing a wink. Mu Xiaoqing instantly understood what he meant and waved her staff to summon 2 gray snakes, firmly controlling the man. Looking at this guy with an incomparably hideous face, Mu Xiaoqing sighed, then walked up and pressed his head, and followed suit and closed her eyes herself. Cheng's life class occupation is a treasure connoisseur, with a high mental attribute and the ability to subtly detect the interior of objects or creatures. She's examining the man's body and may be able to find out why he's mutated. Seeing that Luling seemed a bit confused, Lin Na opened her mouth to explain. Luling sniffed and was slightly surprised. This profession was also a hidden life profession. Although the rarity was not as good as his own alchemist, it was still a rare existence. This profession is characterized by a great ability to take information and is barely able to use it in combat. Because of the detection technique used by the treasure connoisseur, the word seen would be more numerous and detailed than an ordinary person. Soon after, Mu Xiaoqing opened her eyes once again, and her expression became somewhat grave. His body is filled with demonic aura and he can't perceive any fluctuations in his spiritual power, indicating that he has lost himself and has been made into a puppet. Also, I noticed that the fear was very strong in this man. At those words, Lina's face also became quite grave. Made into puppets? These demons, what the hell do they want? When he said that, Luling, however, seemed to have some clues. It was because he recalled what he had encountered earlier, in that final level secret realm. The final boss of that secret realm seems to have attempted to behave like this as well. However, he was trying to return to the real world in place of Luling by taking on Luling's appearance and then killing him. Maybe, the demons here, the purpose is the same? Luling shuddered and thought about it. It wasn't really impossible. He had felt strange when he met those low-level professionals before. Obviously that location was surrounded by demons, so why were those people able to hide there well undetected? Perhaps, this is exactly what those demonic creatures in the secret realm are doing on purpose. When I read the information earlier, it was stated that these demons that invaded this time were a highly intelligent race, and they seem to have some kind of conspiracy brewing, or else they wouldn't have done such a laborious thing. Luling spoke his thoughts, as well as about the strange demonic creature he had met earlier, and immediately drew shock from the crowd. Of course, the point of their focus appears to be a bit strange. You actually went into the final level secret realm and got out in one piece? Lina said in surprise. Only Mu Xiaoqing revealed a thoughtful expression. If they want to disguise themselves as humans, there shouldn't be any need to launch an invasion, right? It shouldn't be discovered so quickly if they just hide well in the secret realm like this, right? Mu Xiaoqing said, her face suddenly changing. That's not right. I'm afraid the real target of these demons is not those low-level professionals. They are targeting those of us who came in to rescue them. When these words came out, the rest of the few people were shocked. But soon, Lina realized what she meant. These demons are trying to take us over, and thus blend into the human world? Lina frowned. The remaining two were shocked. Chapter 98, Human Purgatory. The Terrifying Devil's Cave. Then what should we do? Isn't going over to the boss area now just falling right into the trap of those demons? Meng Zijing said with some uneasiness. At those words, Luling then gave his opinion. We were already falling into their trap after we came into this secret realm, so we don't need to think about that. Instead, the only chance, that of defeating the boss, is our only way out. When Meng Zijing thought about it, it was indeed true, but his heart was still a bit uneasy. Still, now that he had learned this key piece of information, it would be helpful for the rest of the quest. At the very least, they knew what kind of purpose those demons in hiding were holding. After some more discussion, Lina finally made her decision. Now that the maximum number of people the secret realm can hold is also full, even if we send in more people, their numbers and strength won't be any stronger than ours. We'll start by documenting what we know so far and give it to the group of low-level professionals, while leaving a record of all the places we pass through. That way, even if we end up failing, the professionals coming behind us will be able to learn this information. Lina was a bit pessimistic, but it was really the most important thing to do at the moment. Several people nodded in agreement, then immediately divided up the labor and began to implement it. Mu Xiaoqing had previously left a few summons on the side of those low-level professionals, so it was easy to notify them. It just took a little more time. Rina, on the other hand, began to continuously make stay crystals with messages. Soon enough, the message was completed, and it was time to enter the boss area and explore. Lina took a deep breath and her gaze became resolute. Little Meng, Little Chang, Big Brother Wei, we fought side by side no less than hundreds of times, so I won't say any more words of cheering. I believe we will be able to survive this crisis again. After she finished speaking, she nodded towards all of them, and then looked towards Luling, and her gaze gradually softened a few points. Brother Luling, you're still young, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. Later if something really happens, I hope you can run away at the first time. Don't be reckless. Luling was a bit surprised, not expecting her to say something like that. Listening to her, she meant that she was asking herself to leave them alone and just run away when she was in a desperate situation? This kind of words that shakes the military's center of gravity just came out like this? However, after seeing that the other members of the Heavenly Punishment Squad all did not change their faces and looked like they agreed, Luling was also slightly shocked in his heart. I didn't expect that the cohesion of their squad was quite strong. It seems that they had gone through quite a few moments of danger before. However, I'm afraid that it would be really difficult for him to leave his comrades behind and escape alone. He thought, grinning, and said, "Do I look like some kind of glutton for punishment?" Lina froze and was about to open her mouth when Luling interrupted. "Don't worry, even though we don't have any very deep bonds between us, since we're members of a team, we shouldn't give up on anyone." At those words, Lin Na was also slightly stunned, with some feelings in her heart. This kid, should I say mature, or middle child? Since Luling had said so, there was no reason for her to continue this topic, and after giving Luling a deep look, she began to deploy the exploration route. After they came in, there had been maps drawn all the time, and by now they had already been drawn. Aside from those edges, the boss area should be one of those 3 unexplored areas up ahead. After a little planning, a few people set off. The A-rank squad was indeed very experienced, and the direction of travel that Lina had set out, as well as the stations they had drawn up, were all very well stated. Soon, several people entered a new unexplored area. The surrounding demonic aura gradually thickened, and a few odd growls could be faintly heard. As they walked, an odd odor suddenly began to fill the air. Meng Zijing's face instantly changed when he heard it. Not good. It's the smell of blood in corpses. There are tons of human corpses nearby, he said to the crowd. Meng Zijing's life profession was perfumer, which was very popular with female professionals, although it hardly helped in combat. As a result, he has an unusual sense of smell. And when Mu Xiaoqing heard that, she immediately summoned a few more Zongcui falcons and began to search carefully along the surroundings. Maintaining a summon to explore for a long period of time was mentally draining, so Mu Xiaoqing wasn't scouting all the places around her all the time. Soon, the Zongcui falcon noticed the abnormality and transmitted it back to Mu Xiaoqing's mind, only to see Mu Xiaoqing's cheeks instantly turn white. And then she actually covered her small mouth with an expression of wanting to vomit, obviously seeing something extremely horrible or disgusting. After a slight reprieve, Mu Xiaoqing then reached out and pointed in a direction before gasping for air. That direction. Lots of them, bodies. She was still trying to describe it when she remembered the scene she had seen in her head and felt another wave of nausea. The crowd all looked grave, and then looked in the direction she had indicated. A few blades of grass were pushed aside, and a scene that looked like an inferno on earth came into view. A whole field full of mangled human corpses, broken limbs, white bones, flesh and blood, some of which had begun to rot, while others were still bright red. All kinds of dirty organs interspersed with already blackened stains of aged blood almost stained the ground a dark red. This color, Luling had only seen it on adult meat cases in slaughterhouses. How many lives had to be piled up? Each of these bodies was gutted and twisted in a pile over a meter high, and next to these mangled bodies, there was a neat row of intact human structures. Bones, muscles, internal organs, skin. These were arranged on a wooden shelf as if they had been made into specimens, and they were chilling. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone's complexion changed. Although, the number of humans who die at the hands of demons every year is huge, but it is extremely rare to die such a miserable death. Most unintelligent demons, after killing humans, eat them as food, because the flesh of a professional can be much more delicious than the creatures of the demon world. But in the situation at hand, these corpses were clearly not for consumption, but more like they were being used by the demons for research. Are they learning about the human body structure? Are they really planning to infiltrate the human world? Could this have anything to do with the otherworldly invasion that the Dragon King talked about? Such a thought popped up in Luling's mind. Just as he was thinking about it, Mu Xiaoqing let out another shocked cry. Everyone be careful. There are demons coming. They seem to have spotted us and seem to be encircling. The crowd reacted instantly and immediately prepared to meet the battle. Chapter 99, Strong Enemy. Demon God Race, Fallen Giants. Green. Use the summon to find the weakest bearing. Let's break out. Lina remained calm and collected, giving orders in an organized manner, but without waiting for Mu Xiaoqing to reply. The crowd heard an oddly loud laugh. Run? Where to run? Oh, I was worried about finding a new experiment. I can't believe you little rats. You actually came to the door by yourselves. As soon as the words fell, a 3 or 4 meter tall giant kicked off a nearby tree and walked out with a grim smile. His surroundings exuded a violent aura, and his naked upper body was carved with countless odd black scars. Fallen Giant, Elite Chieftain, rank, 120, in the middle of heavenly suppression. Attack, blood, 110,000. Among the 12 demonic clans in the demon world, the giant clan representing the violence of disorder. The black scars on their bodies are the symbols of the royal clan. It's actually the fallen giant race. Luling's pupils shrunk, his heart incomparably shocked. The fallen giant race is one of the 12 great demon god races of the demon realm. The so-called demon god races are actually the 12 great demon god dependents in the demon world today. These 12 races are also the top 12 on the list of magical creatures. The fallen giant clan, however, was the 9th-ranked powerful existence in the list of demonic creatures. This kind of demonic creature usually didn't appear in the secret realm easily. Even if it appeared, it was basically a 4th or even 5th turn level secret realm. And now, in the middle of a secret realm that was nothing more than a second turn, there was actually an elite leader level fallen giant? Luling's heart was incomparably puzzled, while the expression on his face began to grow cautious. The fallen giants, known for their powerful dark elements and terrifying giant strength, have a flesh as strong as fine steel, a race of magical creatures whose physical abilities pull full weight. Legend has it that the leader of the clan of fallen giants, the demon god Titan of Night, possesses the terrifying monstrous power of destroying several cities with a single punch. The rest of the few people also saw the giant's words one after another, and they were all surprised for a moment. Without waiting for them to continue thinking, the fallen giant suddenly let out a cold laugh in disdain, then directly reached out his hand, summoned a small black hole, and threw it towards the sky. In an instant, the powerful attraction directly took Mu Xiaoqing's summons that were hovering in the sky directly into the black hole, turning them into puddles of blood. Mu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, let out a muffled grunt. Her face instantly paled, her feet softened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. When her summons were killed, it was a direct percentage deduction of spirit value and blue amount. This hit just now almost drained her directly. There's no need to look. Mole crickets, with me here, none of you will escape. It's better to be a good boy and maybe leave a body in one piece. The fallen giant smiled teasingly and walked towards Luling and the others with unhurried feet. In the face of such a strong enemy, Luling did not have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, a surge of exuberance emerged. Ding! Detected a powerful enemy ahead of the host. Defeat with melee combat will be rewarded by the system. At that moment, a beep suddenly came from Luling's mind once again. Oh, it's been a while since I received this kind of system mission. Luling grinned, then directly launched his feet and charged straight towards the fallen giant. The remaining few people in the Sky Punishment Squad naturally knew that they had to fight to the death, so the moment Luling moved, they very silently launched their attack. Wei Zhong bellowed and put a layer of Oath of Guardianship on everyone, a skill that allowed him to absorb some of the damage on his teammates and prevent them from being cut. This was followed by Lina's motivational battle cry. The priest's bonus aura also quickly fell on Luling and Lin Na, while Mu Shaoqing stood back and started drinking potions. Luling's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the fallen giant's feet, and directly swung his staff towards his ankle. You're a mage? Did you come here to die? Ha 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 ha. The fallen giant looked at the robes on Luling and laughed disdainfully. Let's see this grandpa stomp on you. As he said that, he lifted his big foot and stomped towards Luling. The powerful force even caused the air to be squeezed out with a sound of thunder. The average person would be afraid that their lungs would be spewing out of their mouths if they were hit by this kick. But Luling was prepared for this, and with a single void move, he flashed behind the giant, and without stopping at all, the staff in his hand slammed fiercely into the giant's waist. Ugh, damn it, you damn bug. How dare you humiliate me? Since the giant was too tall, Luling's blow was slightly off, and it happened to hit his butt, and that sharp pain instantly made the giant rage, only to see him roar furiously. A small black hole once again appeared in his hand, raising his hand and grabbing towards Luling. This came with a powerful absorption force. If one was caught, I'm afraid that the end would be no different from those summoned objects of Mu Shaoqing. However, the very first time the giant made a move, Wei Zhong bellowed, raised his tower shield and crashed in with a fearless charge. His shield was flickering with light at the moment, and the moment it hit the giant, it forced the demonic chi in his body to stop. This is somewhat similar to a silencing effect, but only works if it hits before the opponent casts a spell. Unlike silence, where as soon as it hits the opponent then the skill is forced to be cleared even if it has been released. Lina also seized the opportunity to attach Dragonflame to her greatsword, and then slashed at the giant's body with a heavy slash. This wave was perfectly coordinated, causing Luling to dismiss his intention of opening Zero of Time and directly build up his fireball spell in place. The fallen giant, who had suffered heavy blows one after another, became even more furious and turned back to his body, then slammed his backhand onto Wei Zhong's body. The punch carried a tremendous amount of power and heavily smashed Wei Zhong away. Even with several damage immunity skills turned on, the huge amount of damage still caused Wei Zhong to spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, clearly injured. Lina, on the other hand, took this opportunity to slash at his body with two more swords. At this time, Luling's fireball spell was also fully stored up, and he directly jumped up and smashed his staff on the giant's neck, and then unleashed a fireball spell against his face. Boom! The force from the powerful explosion caused Luling to flip over in the air before landing on the ground. This blow directly blew up the fallen giant by a full 10,000 blood. If it wasn't for the giant's resistance being too high, I'm afraid that the extreme damage of this hit could have been multiplied by several times. Only a roar could be heard from the fallen giant, his hands waving haphazardly in the air. Obviously he was really injured and was in an extreme rage at the moment. He also didn't expect that a human teenager who was a mere level 100 could actually deal that much damage. Caught off guard, it actually hurt him. Chapter 100, Saving the Day. Desperate times still require Luling. A few moments later, when the smoke from the explosion cleared, the fallen giant's eyes had filled with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth. Little worm, I'm going to bruise you to the bone. After saying that, he directly pounded his chest, and a burst of intense black light erupted from his body. This was the natural skill of the fallen giant clan, called Dark Titan's Wrath. The effect was similar to that of a berserker's skill, and the lower the blood level was the higher the bonus gained when it was turned on. It's just that the move has no negative effects at all, doesn't require a blood deduction to turn it on, and has no after effects whatsoever. And after turning on the Dark Titan's Wrath, their dark attribute skills would also be strengthened, although it was suppressed by the Heavenly Dao level. At this moment, the fallen giant's strength was still far beyond the level of a level 120 demonic creature, and it was feared that it had to be more than 140 levels strong. This was infinitely close to a third-turn professional. Luling also didn't dare to be careless, and at the first moment, he turned on all the increased skills on his body. During this time, Luling's A-rank talent Mana Energy Guardian was also upgraded, gaining a new active effect that, when on, it will fix 50% of the damage taken to be offset with mana until either the skill duration ends or Luling's blue bar bottoms out. This active effect is still very powerful, and can directly double Luling's candor. Combined with the lifesteal shield provided by Arcane Siphon, it made Luling's body several times tougher than the average mage. However, in this current situation, facing a fallen giant that was 20 levels higher than himself, I'm afraid that if he took a hit, Luling would have to be seriously injured even if he didn't die. So, it's still a matter of winning with speed. Luling thought darkly in his mind. He still had 2 killer tricks in use at the moment, and those were the 2 active effects of the natural skill inversion technique and the key of time sequence that had yet to be used. Either catch him shading him when he releases his heal, or use the reversal effect to just slam dunk a wave of output. Luling instantly thought of 2 options, then his feet began to move. In fact, to maximize output, it would still be the first option that was more prudent, but the risk was still high considering that he wasn't sure of the fallen giant's reaction speed. Without a reversal technique, it would be really dangerous to take a punch yourself. At this moment, the fallen giant swung out with a direct roar of fury, which was dodged by Luling's advance prediction. On the other hand, those other demonic creatures following the fallen giant, seeing that the fallen giant had really moved on, didn't dare to watch the show from behind, and attacked towards Lin Na and the others. Seeing that Luling's side was alone against the fallen giant, Lin Na's few people were also anxious. "What should we do, Captain? I'm afraid it's too bad for Luling to face the fallen giant alone," Mu Xiaoqing said with some anxiety as a burst of golden light erupted from her hands, adding a wave of attributes to the surrounding summons. She wanted to force an opening so she could provide some help for Luling. However, the strength of this group of demons was too overpowering, making it impossible for her to distract herself from helping Luling during the battle. "Captain, it can't be done. At this rate, he'll really die," Mu Xiaoqing said to Lin Na with some impatience, and after struggling to cleave through a demonic creature, Lin gasped and looked over at Luling with a very complicated expression. From the current situation, I'm afraid that the only way for them to survive is for them to break out while Luling is holding back the strongest fallen giant. But the conscience in Lina's heart made her put the idea behind her in less than a second. Since they are a team, they will never give up on anyone. For some reason, Lina's mind suddenly remembered what Luling had just said. "Well, damn, I'm old enough to be crazy again." She suddenly gave a bitter laugh and muttered. Afterwards, one could only see Lina suddenly pull out a peach-colored dagger and suddenly stab towards her chest. In an instant, a pink light erupted directly on Lina's body. Mu Xiaoqing froze, then immediately covered her mouth in shock. The commotion soon attracted the attention of Meng Zijing and Wei Zhong, who cast a puzzled look at Mu Xiaoqing. Captain, she used that thing again." Mu Xiaoqing stammered. "Ahem. I'm afraid we're all going to die here if we don't use it. Besides, aren't you here?" Meng Zijing said breathlessly. The high intensity of the spell casting left him with a feeling of weakness. "Hurry up, cover the captain to kill out. Otherwise that kid is going to suffer. Don't hide it. If you have any big moves, hurry up and use them." As he said that, he pulled out 2 bottles of dazzling potions from his backpack, and after taking a heartfelt look at them, he threw one to Mu Xiaoqing. On the other side, Luling also noticed the plight of the few people behind him. However, he didn't have the time to worry about it, because the fallen giant in front of him was the most difficult to deal with. If Luling had already finished his second turn at this point, then he would absolutely 100% be able to beat this guy into a twist. But he was still just a peak first turn professional at the moment after all. The difference in attributes in all aspects was still too much, if it wasn't for the fact that in the exchange just now, Luling managed to shake out a 6 with the lucky dice. I'm afraid that he would have had a hand in his life preservation skills by now. This battle was definitely the toughest one that Luling had encountered so far. Not only was the enemy's level quite a bit higher than his, but they were also a truly top-notch race amongst the magical creatures, and had a lot of combat experience. So Luling simply couldn't find much of a chance to turn the situation around. Just as Luling made another void relocation leap to avoid the fallen giant's dark stranglehold, a cracking sound suddenly sounded behind him. Luling turned around and saw Lina's body erupting with a demonic pink light. Her eyes red as she held up her greatsword and swung it down. The slash slashed heavily at the fallen giant's shoulder, directly bludgeoning out more than 10,000 points of damage. The fallen giant was so preoccupied with ripping Luling into 2 pieces that he didn't notice Lina, who was charging violently at him. Caught off guard by such a slash, he immediately let out a muffled grunt of pain. Luling froze, then immediately reacted. This was a perfect opportunity to make a move. He only saw his eyes flinch, and without hesitation, he opened all of his skills. Zero of Time opens, the Yoke of Time opens, Dimension Rip opens. Several different special effects were instantly attached to Luling's staff, and it smashed heavily on the fallen giant that was slowed down tenfold like a meteor. What followed was a set of silky smooth combos that had been practiced countless times. The staff flew up and down in Luling's hands, and for a while, it actually danced out of the shadows. All sorts of damage instantly hit the fallen giant's body, directly eating away most of his blood. Along with the end of the shackle of time, the star necklace on Luling's body triggered, restoring quite a bit of blue for him. Chapter 101 Victory. Mythic Weapon Awakening. The fallen giant, who had already been stacked with several elemental passives, was now twitching his body like a pendulum, feeling the damage of several stacked together. Without waiting for him to make any reaction, Luling, who had already recovered quite a bit of blue, directly leapt high into the air, and then used what was left of his blue to strike an arcane heavy strike. Boom! The four elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder instantly erupted, directly emptying the little blood remaining in the fallen giant in an instant. With a flash of lightning and a howling wind, the fallen giant wailed piteously and his head exploded like a watermelon, and his body stood still for a few convulsions before finally collapsing helplessly. Congratulations to the host. Use melee combat to defeat a strong enemy. Reward, 5,000 Wushan points. Advanced melee weapon *1 issued by the system. Luling breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the lifeless body of the fallen giant on the ground. The corpse shimmered with a burst of pitch-black light, which instantly energized Luling. By the looks of it, it looks like there's a drop. Luling went forward and casually turned over the body, and sure enough, he found that among the black light, there was a pitch-black colored dagger lying quietly. Dagger of Dark Erosion. Class, Legendary. Bonus, plus 1800 points of physical attack power plus 10% strength plus 10% speed. Special property Dark Devouring Poison. When using this weapon to deal damage, it will add the special effect Dark Devouring Poison to the enemy, weakening their healing effect, blinding them for 3 seconds, and deducting 1% of their current life value per second. It's an exclusive drop from the Fallen Giant race, a weapon from the Dark Eclipse series, but unfortunately it's a dagger. Luling thought regretfully, and was about to put it away before going to help Lina and the others when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his left arm, followed by a strange scene. The moment Luling's hand had just touched the dagger, the weapon actually directly turned into a black light and disappeared into Luling's left hand. This sudden scene caused Luling to freeze. Then he immediately remembered getting that wooden stick in the Dragon Palace earlier and subconsciously looked at the tattoo on his arm, only to see the tattoos flicker with a dark glow once more. And unlike last time, this time one of the weapons around the immortal glowed with an ethereal light with it. Well, it's a bit hard to eat, but it's barely enough for a good meal. Nice, kid, wait for me to digest it. It was that odd voice from last time again. Luling once again froze, then immediately laughed bitterly. Not, this thing really eats weapons. Ha, I just got a legendary weapon and it's gone. There's no place to talk about it. I'll have to ask this guy what's going on when it wakes up later. Luling stood up somewhat dejectedly and drank 2 magic potions before rushing towards Lina and their side. With Luling joining them, the remaining demons could no longer withstand Lin Na and the others' attack, and were cut down in droves. By the time all the demons were cleared, almost everyone in the Sky Punishment Squad's crowd was injured, but luckily none of them were in danger of losing their lives. And at that moment, Lina suddenly collapsed to the ground, her expression pained as she gasped for air. Seeing this, Mu Shaoqing, who was on the sidelines, busily stepped forward and hugged Lin Na. Captain, is that coming? For some reason, Mu Shaoqing's face suddenly turned red with a swish, and she said in a blushing tone. Luling froze and immediately stepped forward, intending to use Reversal Warlock to heal Lina, but was stopped by Mu Shaoqing. The captain isn't injured. It's the aftermath of her prop use. Mu Shaoqing's face was so red that it was dripping, and her small hand gently pushed Luling. I'll take care of it. You go over and rest with Big Brother Wei and the others for a while first. Luling was a bit confused, but Mu Shaoqing wasn't the type of person who was unreliable, and Lin Na's face was also red and glowing at the moment, not quite like the expression of someone who had suffered some serious injury. It was just that she kept looking at herself with a very strange look, and this look, Luling always felt that she had seen it somewhere. There was anticipation, longing, and a few moments in those eyes. Lust? It had to be said that this appearance of Lin Na was still very attractive. The flavor of a mature woman came out, making Luling couldn't help but blush in his old face. At this time, Meng Zijing walked over and patted Luling's shoulder with a strange expression. Ahem, brother Luling, I'll explain later. Anyway, you come over first, Shao Chang. She can handle it. After saying that, he pulled Luling towards the distance. Luling scratched his head and had no choice but to follow him out of here. As he was walking, Luling came to his senses. He remembered where he'd seen that look before. When I watched the study material in my previous life, the female lead actress in it seemed to have shown this kind of look. As he was thinking about it, a moan of pain and pleasure suddenly came from behind Lina. After about 10 minutes or so, a deflated Lin Na was helped back by Mu Xiaoqing. The careful Luling noticed that on Mu Xiaoqing's fingers, there were still a lot of water stains left. Several people were very sensible and did not ask about the situation the two had just been in, but went about their business as if nothing had happened. Instead, Lina walked over to Luling's side and sat down, while nonchalantly taking the dry food Luling was baking. Don't get me wrong, I just used a certain prop with side effects because, that's why. Lina was a little embarrassed and tried to explain, but seemed a little at a loss for words. Luling said that you might as well not say anything. It is better to pretend that nothing has happened. Why do you feel that it's getting darker and darker? After a few awkward conversations, Lina was also finally unable to top it and went over to rest, holding her back. After a long battle, everyone was exhausted and it was already getting dark, so it was better to rest in place for the night. Seeing this, Luling had to take over the heavy responsibility of guarding the first night shift. When everyone went to sleep, Luling suddenly felt a sizzling heat on his arm, and then once again heard that odd voice. Finally seeing the light of day again. Accompanying the voice, a twisted black ball of light flew out from Luling's left arm, and then slowly landed in front of Luling. What's your name, kid? This black light mass flickered slightly for a few moments and seemed to be looking Luling up and down. Luling froze and looked at the talking mass of light with some surprise, then gave his name. So, what should I call you? Or rather, what the hell are you? Luling asked curiously at the black mass of light. After hearing this, that light mass laughed and then said, I am one of the 3 great ancient gods of millions of years ago, Soldier Lord Qi. Luling was instantly shocked at his words. Qi, although the blue star of this world does not have a mythological record of Qi Yu, but there was odd in the previous life. This is the fierce man who stood with Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang in the Central Plains, called the Demon God. Legend has it that he is the master of all armies in the world. I never thought that I would need it. However, didn't the Dragon King say that this is a weapon? Could it be that Qi Yu deposited his soul here after his death? He was thinking about it when he heard it again. The first weapon built, but the master did not give me a name. You can call me Master Tai. Those words almost made Luling spit out a mouthful of water straight away. Nima, can you not talk like that? Scare me like I've got some ancient god's inheritance or something. And Mr. Iron? Why don't you call yourself Old Iron? However, legend has it that Qi Yu is an unruly and brutal king. If he really met, I'm afraid that he could not get any benefits. Chapter 102 Qi Divine Soldier. Earn a lot of money Luling. He was just thinking about it when he heard the black light mass let out a soft cough, followed by a fury. I see that you have a fair qualification and excellent Qi on you, so I'll reluctantly give you a chance to become my follower. How about it? As long as you agree, I promise to make you a party of this world. Luling sniffed and immediately let out a cold laugh. Would you be able to talk to me if I hadn't brought you out and fed you a weapon? And followers. It's good that I didn't force you to follow me. You even got an inch on me. The black light mass sniffed and its aura instantly weakened. I say, you little doll, why are you so ill-mannered? At least I am also counted as your ancestor generation figure. Stop. The first one, I'm a person and you're a weapon. We're not the same species, and the second, I'm a descendant of the Yan Huang tribe. It's not the same faction as you guys are. Luling directly and mercilessly interrupted his tirade. Gotta have it. I'm afraid of you, Master Tai. In this way, in the future, as long as you are willing to find some food for me to restore your strength, I will help you. How? The black mass of light said helplessly. Once Luling heard this, he pondered for a moment and finally revealed a distrustful expression. So what are some of your skills? As soon as Master Tai heard this, he instantly became energized. Hey, I say, you kid, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? You're so rude. Wait, Master Tai will show you his hand. After saying that, he directly turned into a burst of black light and drilled back into Luling's arm. Then, Luling felt a hot power drilling into his body along the tattoos on his arm, and at the same time, a voice rang in his ears. First Order Mythic Grade Weapon Desolate Ancient 10,000 Soldiers has been fused successfully. Current fusion level, 20%. First Order Mythic Weapon Bonus, full attribute plus 25%. Afterwards, Luling's left arm was suddenly covered by a dark red energy that extended all the way to his shoulder, turning it into a dark red color. Wisps of blood red shimmered brightly, spreading from top to bottom to Luling's palms, pulsing like veins. A ball of pitch-black energy gradually coalesced in Luling's palm, churning incessantly and finally forming a dark red dagger in his hand. The blade of the dagger glistened with black light, and the overall shape was very simple, yet it gave off a cold and evil feeling. Barbarians, Dark Thorn. Class, Mythic First Order. Bonus, physical attributes plus 20% speed plus 100 points. Attachment, Master of all soldiers. The moment this weapon touches an enemy's weapon, it will disable the opponent's weapon characteristics and duplicate them. Each duplication can be used for 10 minutes, and must be duplicated again after it is used up. Dagger form exclusive characteristics. Each attack will deal 2 damage, 75% each time, and both attacks can trigger attack effects. Luling instantly sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the words of the weapon in his hand. What a strong trait! Not only can you directly disable the opposite side's special effects, but you can also directly snatch them for your own use. The name Lord of 10,000 Soldiers really wasn't just a name for nothing. Humph, now you know how powerful you are, Master Tai? As if seeing Luling's shocked expression, Master Tai let out a gleeful laugh. However, Luling soon realized a problem. It's powerful, but a dagger? There's no way to cast a spell with it, so it looks like there's no way to use this yourself. Besides, the attribute bonus it gave wasn't as good as the staff that was being used right now. Thinking about it, Luling asked, Comrade Old Iron, can you change anything? Master Tai smiled triumphantly once again at his words. That's natural. All kinds of weapons, I can change, but have to need you to find a handful for me to eat, and I'll be able to change when I do. The better the weapon you make me eat, the more powerful the one I turn out. When Luling heard this, he immediately became interested, and immediately took out his staff, then said, Is this edible? Master Tai froze, then immediately said, Eating is naturally possible, but this thing is a magic weapon. If you want to use a weapon, why don't you pick one that's handy? Isn't this thing only for casting spells? Luling laughed and said that being able to eat is a good thing. He was busy handing him this staff and then said, I'll explain it to you later. Just eat it and then change it for me. Master Tai sniffed and was incredibly puzzled, but still did what Luling asked. With a flash of black light, the staff in Luling's hand instantly disappeared. A moment later, a black and red scepter reappeared in Luling's hand. Barbarians and Soldiers, Jedi Method. Class, Mythic First Order. Attribute bonus, plus 20% spell strength plus 3,000 points of mana plus 380 points of spirit. Attachment, Master of all Soldiers. The moment this weapon touches an enemy's weapon, it will disable the opponent's weapon characteristics and duplicate them. Each duplication can be used for 10 minutes, and must be duplicated again after it is used up. Staff form exclusive trait. When casting a spell, it can forcibly interrupt the enemy's current action and apply a spellbreaker. Break the law. Spell defense reduced by 20%. Release skill increased forward swing. Consume mana plus 10%. I'm going. This bonus and this feature. It's too sick. Now you can even nauseate the opponent with your flat A's. Not only does it block the characteristics of the opponent's weapon, but it also lowers legal resistance and even forcibly increases the opponent's skill forward swing. This is simply a divine weapon against moves. Luling looked at this newly acquired weapon and thought joyfully in his heart. At this time, Meng Zijing, who was in charge of guarding the second shift, also yawned out, then patted Luling's shoulder. Brother Lu, you go and rest. Fortunate. Ha, Meng Zijing said with a smile. After that battle just now, the relationship between Luling and the Sky Punishment Squad had gotten a lot closer. Several people's tone of voice also added a few more points of intimacy and familiarity. Obviously really will be Luling as their own people to look at. Luling sniffed and nodded, then got into his tent and began to rest, having just laid down, but finding it somewhat difficult to sleep. Luling chatted with Master Tai. When asked about his experience, Master Iron was straight up old and tearful. Ahem, I think that back then, Master Tai was also one of the key members who followed his master to conquer the world. Although the master lost in the end, he was one of the 3 strongest people in the world at the time. Since my master's death, I, Master Tai, stayed at my master's grave to keep his spirit for him until those guys covered in fog and white flowers appeared. When Master Tai said this, he paused, and his tone was a bit grumpy, like a pissed-off little old man. Those guys claim to be some kind of immortals, nonetheless saying that I am some kind of great evil weapon, trying to forcefully suppress me. I had lost most of the mana in my body by that time, which allowed those old white-furred birds to get their hands on me. After that, they locked me up in the sky, and then they brought me to the water again. Master Tai rambled on about a number of previous bumpy experiences. Chapter 103, Cute Loli? Unknown creatures of the magic realm. Luling ignored all his nonsense and just extracted the key information. So, Master Tai and Chi's existence was still before the Dragon Palace era? Those immortals, they should be the heavenly court mentioned by the Dragon King, right? But it sounds like the Iron Master is not a good thing in the eyes of the heavenly court, right? Why would it be given as a reward to the Dragon King? As Luling thought in his mind, sleepiness gradually came over him. Without realizing it, he fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that Luling woke up. Mu Shaoqing and the others also all looked like they had just gotten up not long ago and were sitting around eating lunch. After a night's rest, the crowd was in much better shape. Once she finished eating, Lina addressed the crowd. Everyone should be okay? If there is no need for further rest, then we will continue our journey in the afternoon. On this day, the Sky Punishment Squad crowd once again explored a new area. There were no powerful demons such as the fallen giants in here, but there were still a number of fairly high-ranked enemies. After completing the exploration of this area, there was only one last area left unexplored in the entire mysterious realm. That is, underneath the huge spatial rift when they had just entered the mysterious realm. There, it's the boss area. After resting again, the crowd headed towards the final boss area. You guys said, even a demonic creature like the fallen giant is still just an elite leader. What kind of does the boss have to be? Can we really fight? On the way, Meng Zijing asked weakly. Lina laughed and said, it's just that you can't beat them. What can you do? It's been 2 or 3 days, and still no reinforcements have been sent outside. This means that the limit of this secret realm's capacity is a professional of our level. If the bosses here could ignore the heavenly Dao suppression, then we would have died long ago. Lina said, sighing. It's just a shame that the second squad that came in is the only one left. Us. There was a moment of silence when this was said. In the same area they explored yesterday, several people found a larger research site. It held over 30 professionals, all of whom have been killed. Those demonic creatures seem to be conducting some sort of experiment, trying to take over the professionals through consciousness invasion, but all of them failed without exception. And those experiments that failed, all of them died miserable deaths and were used for demonic research on human bodies. The place where they had met the fallen giants before was also a slaughterhouse used to dispose of failed products. The ultimate purpose of these demons, why they would go to the trouble of entering the real world, is a mystery. After entering the boss area, the Heaven's Punishment Squad did not meet any demons, and the surroundings were silent, like a land of nothingness. After walking along the route for a long time, they did not find any shadow of living things. Strange. After coming in, the view here is very open, but I froze and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Even Green's bird can't sense the devil's breath. Could it be that the boss isn't even here? Or has it already run away? Meng Zijing said in wonder. As he was speaking, Luling suddenly stopped in his tracks and instantly looked behind him with alertness. Several people immediately pulled out their weapons and looked back together as well. Only a bunch of grass suddenly moved where they had just passed. Then a very cute little cartoon monster poked out. The crowd all froze, momentarily confused for a second. That thing, why does it look so much like a hat? Just as the crowd was in disbelief, the little monster moved, and a powdered, pink-furred loli poked its head out. The crowd was even more confused. But soon, Luling heard Master Tai's surprised voice. Hey, this little girl has such a strong aura on her. Luling was stunned after hearing this, but quickly understood what Master Tai meant. This little girl is a demon? She's a little too cute. Luling had never seen a demonic creature that looked so much like a human. Just as he was about to tell the several people from the Sky Punishment Squad, little Lori unexpectedly burrowed straight out of the grass and came towards them with a hop and a skip. You guys are here to play with me? The pink-haired loli smiled playfully, then tugged on Luling's coat. Luling froze and was about to say something when he realized that this little guy in front of him actually had words to check. Rank, attack, / blood, extremely dangerous creatures. This look directly startled Luling. This thing, I can't believe it doesn't show the values at all? Even its name doesn't show up? It can't really be a super high-level demonic creature that ignores the heavenly Dao suppression, can it? Could she be the final boss of the secret realm? Luling secretly gulped, and his heart couldn't help but beat some drums. Seeing Luling ignoring herself, the pink-haired little loli beamed, then revealed 2 small tiger teeth. If you don't play with me, I'll eat you. But her milky expression looked like she was pouting. Seeing this, Luling could only harden his head and stabilize her first, immediately chatting awkwardly with him. The Heaven's Punishment Squad and their group were all confused, somewhat at a loss for words as they looked at Luling and this pink-furred loli. Fortunately, Luling's emotional intelligence was not too low, and soon coaxed her into being very happy, directly pulling up Luling's hand. He, you're so good looking, and kinda funny, I'm going to take you back. Lori's words made Luling shiver coldly. Take it back? Back to where? To the devil's world? Some cold sweat instantly broke out on Luling's face, but now wasn't the time to spoil her fun, so let's just go with what she said for now. Luling already had a countermeasure in mind, and very skillfully glossed over the topic. The crowd of the Sky Punishment Squad stared blankly as Luling snubbed this pink-haired little loli as she drifted away, face in the air. He's seduction? Mu Xiaoqing's jaw was about to drop in shock, somewhat confused as she looked at Luling, who was gradually walking away. The few people on the side also had odd expressions on their faces, forcing them to hold back their laughter. On the other hand, Luling kept talking to Lori on the way and got a lot of useful information. Strangely enough, it was clearly the first time they had met, but this pink-furred loli was acting very close to Luling. It was learned through conversation that her name is Poki and she does live in the demon world, but she says that she is not a demon. In Porky's own words, she is what she is, and no clan is what she is. During the conversation, Porky also mentioned that he had a couple of older sisters, and a couple of younger sisters, and the Poki that appeared here was not a full body, but just an alter ego with a consciousness. Chapter 104, Transformation completed. Second turn mage. Because it's boring to stay in the demon world all the time, that's why she's bent on running away to the human world to have some fun. The reason for coming here was also because only Poki and her sisters had the ability to be able to shield the will of the heavenly Tao and forcefully open the portal between the magic realm and reality. So yeah, I'm sick of going out every day and seeing some big ugly guy. Still, there's a few good-looking ones among those guys called Demon God. Yo, they're the only ones in the demon world who can barely fight Poki. Hee. After the conversation they had just had, the relationship between Luling and Poki had gotten a lot closer, and at the moment she was rambling and spouting off about her life in the demon world. After hearing these words, Luling only felt a shock in his heart. Regarding Porch and her sisters, this is a powerful being that mankind has not known at all. From her words, one could tell that they were at least in existence on the same level as a demon god, and they also possessed powers that could resist a certain degree of heavenly Tao suppression. That would explain it. What the otherworldly invasion is really all about. And this incident was nothing more than a part of the demonic creatures, taking advantage of the fact that Poki wanted to sneak off to the human world to play, thus trying to force their way into the human world. And these demonic creatures didn't seem to have a way to bypass the will of the heavenly Tao, which was why the secret realm was forcibly blocked by the heavenly Tao. If these demons hadn't followed her, then Poki would have really been able to throw her conscious body into the real world. However, from the way Poki was acting, she didn't seem to have any great animosity towards humans. Seeing that the relationship between the two of them had gotten a lot closer, Luling tentatively asked if he could be allowed to return to the real world first. But unexpectedly, Poki smiled sweetly and said, "Sure, actually, I was only teasing you just now. If I really brought you back to the demon world, you'd be dead in a flash. With your current body, you can't resist the demonic aura over there at all." "Oh," Poki said, playfully sticking her tongue out, then grabbed Luling's hand, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "Actually, I don't want to stay in the magic world at all, but if I slip into your world, my sisters will be upset. Also, those pesky ugly guys will follow like heels, and they'll make a mess of your world," Poki said, suddenly opening his mouth and biting gently on the edge of Luling's palm. This sudden move caused Luling to be a bit overwhelmed, subconsciously wanting to draw back her hand, but she was stopped by a strange feeling. A very heartbreaking feeling suddenly surged into his heart, and looking at the pinkish head in front of him, Luling ghostly placed his other hand on Poki's head and gently rubbed it. Poki seemed to enjoy the sensation and let out a comforting purr. Luling only felt an incomparable surprise in his heart. That strange emotion came from absolutely nowhere, so that he couldn't even bring up the slightest thought of wanting to hurt Pochi. After a long time, Poki let go of her mouth and smiled sweetly once again as she looked at the teeth marks on Luling's palm. "Well, call those of your kind. It's time for you to go home." As she spoke, an odd scarlet seal appeared in her hand, only to see the seal flashed a few times, and immediately afterward, the huge spatial crack in the sky unexpectedly began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an extremely amazing aura erupted from Pochi's body. A red light emanated from her surroundings, and her figure began to fade, as if it was about to be wiped away by a pair of magical hands. "Don't forget me, oh, brother Luling." Poki playfully waved his hand toward Luling, then disappeared completely. A copy of Calamity Forest, Demon Invasion, has been completed by the first pass. Because there is no boss battle, the boss reward will not be given out. The first pass reward has been rewarded to the backpack of professional Luling. 2 prompts in a row made Luling freeze in place, but what concerned him even more was that he had just, not at all, told Poki his name. So how did she know? Along with a deafening sound, a huge vortex appeared at the top of the entire secret realm. All those offending magical creatures that had followed Pochi into the secret realm were all directly erased from existence by this vortex. This demon world invasion has been repelled. Demon World Core *1 has been released to the backpack. Lina and the others also heard the first pass broadcast, and they all couldn't help but stare, before letting out wacky laughs one after the other. Not really, the color seduction succeeded? Brother Luling's charm is a bit too much, isn't it? I'll have to blow a year on this. First time I've seen a first-pass copy like this. A few people couldn't help themselves after all and started to laugh. Along with the end of this abnormal invasion, the crowd returned to the real world through the portal. As soon as they came out, the people of the Sky Punishment Squad reported the information they had learned in the secret realm to the top echelons of the Professionals Union, which immediately drew their attention, and Luling submitted the information he had learned from Poki along with it. The discovery was nothing less than a bombshell. In the demon realm, there were actually several existences that were not demonic creatures, but whose strength was equal to that of a demon god, and they were able to shield the will of heaven and force a portal to the real world? This is not good news for humanity. The general invasion of the demon world, that requires the demons to consume a huge price and to top off the debuff, in order to force the creation of a special secret realm for use in connecting to the real world. Moreover, even if the invasion was successful, it would only be a matter of snatching that area of the real world to the demon world. But the portals created by these mysterious creatures are potentially able to bring magical creatures directly to the real world. The casualties and losses that would result would be horrific. After all, not all of the humans were professionals who could fight. There was still a large percentage of life professionals. After learning of this news, the senior management of China immediately set up a special organization to start researching and preventing this. However, all of this had little to do with Luling for the time being. After first passing through this secret realm, Luling's second turn quest was also completed, and after he said goodbye to Lin Na and the others, he headed directly to the Professional Sanctuary. Professional Luling has completed the transfer quest. Current progress, 100%. The special task has been completed. Attribute rewards have been stacked. After submitting the quest, a bright and dazzling light erupted from the mage sanctuary. A 7-colored halo then flew into Luling's body. Hidden profession, Strange Mage, has been successfully transferred. The promotion path of the professional Luling has been changed. Oh, you've actually switched to a hidden profession again? Luling looked at his profession icon with some surprise, and sure enough, it had changed. Chapter 105, Provocation. The ghostly Su Qing, behind the mage icon, which was originally navy blue, there was an additional 7-colored mark that emitted streams of light. Odd mage trait, converts all attribute values into mana proportionally. For each level up, you can learn one additional exclusive skill of Strange Artist. Attribute points raised after upgrading increase, but free attribute points decrease. After reading the skill introduction, Luling immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This career is kind of awesome, though for others, it might boost in general, but it's definitely a top-notch fit for yourself. He himself was already able to convert mana into attack power, and now he was able to convert attributes including attack power into mana. This was going to stack up later. Infinite nesting for a bit. You can really become a numerical monster yourself. Moreover, this hidden profession had a sequence of its own, with its own exclusive skill branch. It's definitely an immensely powerful profession, he thought, immediately intending to test it to see how much his current limit damage had increased. But without waiting for Luling to carry out the test, he immediately thought of something. When we were in the secret realm before, it seems like the system rewarded a legendary grade weapon to me. I was so busy fighting monsters at that time that I forgot about it, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to take it out and look at it, Luling thought, rummaging through his backpack. Within a short time, a long sword emitting a brilliant golden light appeared in Luling's hand. This can directly look at the Iron Master's eyes are straight. Just from the sound alone can be heard. This old boy's saliva is afraid to afloat all over the place. Hey, road boy. Ahem. This thing, is it for Master Timey? The frequency of the black light mass flickering became much faster. Enough to see Master Tai's excitement. Luling laughed and said, why else would you take it out? AI. Then Master Tai, I'll be polite. Master Tai hemmed and hawed and immediately turned into a black light, devouring the weapon outright. Successfully devoured legendary weapon *1 weapon advancement progress plus 32% current progress, 61%. A message came to Luling's mind. It turned out that Master Iron, as the lord of all weapons, was able to gradually become stronger by devouring other weapons. All that was needed was to keep feeding Master Tai various weapons. Then he would be able to keep advancing and eventually return to his heyday. In the days that followed, Luling brushed a few more secret realms in Jiangqing City. Then after accompanying his mother, he returned to Kanglan City once again. Before you know it, it will be the start of the school year. After reporting to the school, Luling went to the principal's office. Mo Bai was looking for Luling this time for the upcoming Young Professionals competition. Mr. Luling, I haven't seen you for a while. Your strength has grown very quickly. What's the new career change? Just as he entered the door, the principal looked at Luling with a smile on his face. He was a peak 7th turn powerhouse, so he could naturally perceive Luling's current general level now. A vacation directly rushed to level 30. It's really a one-in-a-million genius. I'm afraid that Luling had already met the graduation requirements by her sophomore year. Principal Mo was just thinking about it, but he almost spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard Luling laugh and say the profession he had transferred to. What? Strange magic mage? You actually switched to this profession? Mo said in astonishment. Luling was a bit surprised and nodded, saying, "What's wrong, Principal? This profession is weak?" Mo shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Weak is not weak. It's just that this profession, it's very difficult to achieve greatness. His upper limit is the highest among almost all professions, but likewise, the lower limit is also ridiculously low." "Oh, like this? Principal, can you tell me more about it?" Luling came to be interested and sat down and said. He had also tried to check the information about strange artists after he had switched, but found that there didn't really seem to be many powerful people in this profession that existed. The principal sniffed and sighed, picking up his cup of tea. The profession of the curious mage is one of the rare all-rounders, with an assortment of skill sets that cover almost all effects. However, the excessive skill set has led to a profession that is very difficult to play consistently, coupled with a very low numerical bonus for upgrades and a brittle template itself. So it leads to the fact that it's very easy for a chiropractor to become four of a kind. It's both bulky and brittle, and it doesn't cast spells as far as an unusual mage, Mo said, taking a sip of tea. However, the opposite is true if the profession of a chimera is put to good use. Everything depends on your personal maneuvering. After saying that, the principal laughed, then pushed a statement forward. "Okay, down to business. The schedule is set for this one. The schedule is here. Take a look." Luling sniffed, took it and looked at it, then nodded. "Then, for the next few days, stay at school and train," the principal said, giving Luling an appreciative glance, becoming more and more satisfied with this fellow. After Luling hummed, he chatted with the principal about other things for a while before getting up to take his leave. He had just left the principal's office and was about to go back to the dormitory to take a look around when Luling was suddenly called by a guy who looked like a dog's leg. "You're Luling?" The man stopped Luling's way with an unpleasant face and said with a cold snort. Luling frowned and nodded. "Something?" The man raised his head condescendingly and said, "Not to be denied. My young master is looking for you." The gesture was as if Luling had committed a capital offense if he didn't go. Seeing this situation, Luling's heart was also a bit upset. "What the? Young master? Finding a servant to come here and treat you like? How dare you?" Thinking about it, Luling sneered and said, "Who are you? And who is your young master? Why should I go?" After saying that, he intended to leave directly. Unexpectedly, once that person saw that Luling actually dared to refuse, he immediately became furious and immediately reached out towards Luling to grab him. Luling also had a cold face, then held that hand of his and said in a bad tone, "What do you mean by that?" The immense force directly caused a cold sweat to emerge on the man's forehead. Just then, an arrogant and domineering voice came from the distance. "Stop it! You even dare to beat up my Su Qing's men? I think you're really tired of living." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a somewhat familiar-looking person appear by Luling's side. When Luling thought carefully, he immediately remembered who this person was. Wasn't this the same Su Xiao that the woman in Lin Wanwan's class had mentioned earlier? The one who had only a hand in Kanglan City? Luling remembers that this guy really found a relationship to mix a place to go to the Dragon Palace, and the result was Luling's sentence removed the name. Chapter 106, Threats, Retaliation, Kanglan Eastern Suburb. After thinking about it, Luling also secretly felt amused. So as soon as he let go of the dog's hand, he then looked at Su Qing blandly and said, "What's the matter with you? Summarize it all for me in 20 words. I'm not bothering to talk to you." This blandly pretentious look immediately made Su Qing furious. "Humph, this young man has been looking for you for a long time. I have yet to settle the score with you for the last time." Luling laughed and said, "Settling scores? It's just as well that I still want to settle this score with you for harassing Wanwan on weekdays." "What? You want to fight me one-on-one?" Luling said, taking half a step forward, the terrifying aura on his body instantly causing Su Qing to involuntarily shiver. Before he came, Su Qing had specifically investigated this guy and knew that he had a few skills. Even Qin Song, who was known as the #1 freshman, was defeated under him, although he didn't want to admit it. In terms of strength, Su Qing thought that he really wasn't a match for Luling. However, as the Su family's youngest, he had the means and connections, so naturally, he wouldn't personally go into battle with Luling. Thinking that, Su Qing suddenly smiled impossibly and said, "With you? You're also worthy of fighting with this young man alone? This young man came here this time to inform you of," he said, a grim smile appearing on his face. "If you don't want Lin Wanwan to have no peace in the future, then come obediently to the eastern suburb outside Kanglan City tonight. If you don't come, there's going to be a lot of work later," he said, grinning wickedly, before adding again, "By the way, don't even think about telling the school about this, or You'll regret it. Luling looked at him expressionlessly, a wave of disdain welling up in his heart. That's it? He thought that this so-called Su family's eldest young man would have a few means and skills. He never thought that he would actually use Lin Wanwan to threaten him. Let's not mention that Lin Wanwan was a member of the Lin family, and was usually surrounded by a number of bodyguards. Just the mere matter of informing Luling in advance was extraordinarily ridiculous. If suddenly secretly murder, perhaps still work, but Luling knows, then naturally will not let Lin Wanwan be harassed by this guy in front of her. Still, this might be an opportunity, and it would be nice to be able to take advantage of it to get rid of this dogpile once and for all. Luling thought and gave a sarcastic smile. Oh, asking me out to the eastern suburbs? That's a notoriously gray area. You're not looking for someone to silence me, are you? Su Qing was startled in his heart, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Humph, is this young man that kind of person? I'm telling you, you'd better obediently give this young man over. Otherwise, in the future, the friends around you, the friends around Lin Wanwan, don't want to have a good life. There's always a time when you're not there, isn't there? Su Qing said, once again regaining that sinister expression. Luling secretly snorted in his heart and said, okay, I won't see you tonight. After saying that, he left the place straight away. Sure enough, this kid does not have good intentions. 80% is to find a good person wants to waste their own. Since he had already determined that he was harboring evil intentions, then Luling naturally would not be merciful. Soon the time came to evening. After Luling changed his clothes, he went directly towards the outside of Kanglan City. The eastern suburbs is actually not remote. On the contrary, he is a very famous entertainment place. There are quite a few black casinos in there, as well as some of the windy places that men love to go. Being an area controlled by underground forces, there are almost always several bloody incidents every night. However, there are definitely not many good ones who would voluntarily go over there to play. So the police department rarely sweeps the eastern suburbs on a large scale. More often than not, it's the ones who go in and grab a couple of minions back for the sake of performance. The reason for this is that the bosses here are more perceptive and know what to do and what not to do. Although it was an underground force, the behavior was quite a bit more moderate. Plus the constraints on his men were stricter, which allowed him to live in a translucent manner. There was no way around it. This darkness was something that couldn't be eradicated, and even if it was dispersed, it wouldn't be long before similar organizations and people would reappear again. After about 10 minutes, Luling arrived at his destination. There were drunken men and scantily clad women everywhere, and even though it was nighttime, it was still lively. From time to time, unbridled laughter or shouts of chagrin beyond measure came from the alley. People with status naturally wouldn't come to this kind of place to seek entertainment, so more often than not, it was the lower-class professionals who came here to spend money. Naturally, Luling had never been to a place like this before, and after searching for some time, he found the address Su Qing had given himself. It was a small, somewhat rundown-looking casino that was already filled with people. Although it looked a bit unorthodox, Luling could still tell from the number of chips on the card table that the boss behind this place was probably a person with some power. Just after entering the door, Luling noticed a few lines of sight sweeping over her body. After that, several men in black stood up and walked directly towards Luling. You're the one Xiao Su is looking for? The long-haired middle-aged man at the head said expressionlessly. Luling nodded blandly and asked rhetorically, you're his hired thugs? Anyone else? Do you want me to wait? Such an arrogant attitude caused a few black-clothed men to instantly reveal a displeased expression. The long-haired uncle let out a cold snort and looked around for a few moments, then rushed to the side and waved, and several people instantly approached towards Luling. Luling also let out a cold smile. His hands had already flickered with black light, and he was ready for a big fight. However, several people did not directly make a move with Luling, but after surrounding him, they signaled him to enter the inner hall of the casino. Doing it directly in the lobby could be more trouble than it's worth. Luling thought about it, but still followed a few people. Once through the center of the casino, they came into a somewhat darkened aisle. The aisle stretched underground, surrounded by an unknown pungent odor, and was obviously not a good place to be. Soon, Luling followed them to a somewhat dim, but very empty warehouse. At the end of the warehouse, there was a rusty iron frame that was completely grayish-brown, making it impossible to tell whether it was bloodstained or rusted. After arriving here, several people revealed sardonic smiles, and their gazes towards Luling took on a bit of cruelty. Can we do it now? I'm in a hurry, Luling said with some impatience. He had just scoped out a few people. All of them were first-turn professionals, and he was afraid that it wouldn't take a minute to deal with them, and he would be able to beat them all up. The long-haired man sneered, so eager to suffer death? Oh, just wait. Young Su said he'll break your arms and legs himself. As he was talking, he saw Su Qing covering his nose in disgust and walking down the stairs. Asterisk. What's that smell? It's disgusting. I mean, it's a little dirty in here, right? Chapter 107, the Black Dragon Guild boss who was dumbfounded by the mace. He was accompanied by a man with a black dragon tattooed on his face. Xiao Su, big brother, the man has been captured. Seeing Su Qing appear, the long-haired man hurriedly greeted him, changing his expression to one of respect. The man he called his elder brother gave a hum and looked at Luling like a dead man. Kid, it's an honor for you to die at the hands of our Black Dragon Society, the man said indifferently, then waved his hand, signaling a few people on the side to do it. And Su Qing couldn't care less about the dirty environment here, immediately revealing a cruel smile. However, the expected appearance of Luling kneeling down in terror and begging for mercy did not appear. Instead, he gave a sneer. Then, only a black light surged out of Luling's hand, and a staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The long-haired man who came over to the side with the intention of tying up Luling saw this and sneered. Actually thinking of resisting? You really don't know how to die. Saying that, he gave the staff in Luling's hand another mocking look with a sneer on his face. It's just a mage. Wouldn't be thinking of breaking out from here, right? Brothers, take it easy. Don't give this kid a direct death. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the remaining few, and turned around himself with the intention of going to put that torture device in order. Unexpectedly, however, the next second, several sounds of blunt weapons striking flesh, with bones breaking, came from his ears, only to see Luling waving her staff like a bolt of lightning, almost instantly putting the few people who had rushed up to her on the ground. By the time the long-haired man turned around when he heard the sound, the men were already lying on the ground without moving. The three people present were instantly shocked and looked incredulously at Luling, who was leisurely twirling the staff in his hand. This is a mage who just turned one? The Black Dragon Society boss turned his gaze towards Su Qing. Su Qing also froze. He knows that Luling has a few brushes, but did not expect Luling has not brushes. Is ing 9-toothed nail rake killing 7 level 70 or 80 first-turn professionals in an instant? Is this a human being? The long-haired man also reacted, and immediately let out a furious cry, summoning his own long blade, before attacking directly towards Luling. The strength of the long-haired man could be quite a bit stronger than the few people just now, being a 90-something level peak first turn. However, the time he lasted in Luling's hands was not much more than the ones just now, only to see Luling carelessly a staff will. It will directly the long-haired man's knife tapped away, and then a staff smashed in the chest, directly let him fainted without saying a word. Boo! The tremendous force slammed the long-haired man's body right into the wall. Now Su Qing was dumbfounded as well. He was very clear about the strength of the long-haired man just now. It was already very close to a second-turn existence, and Luling was only a student who was just a sophomore. Even if his strength was not bad, he was at most at level 70 or 80, but the long-haired man couldn't last around in front of him? Just as he was incomparably confused, the Black Dragon Society boss on the side stepped in. Kid, die for me, Black Dragon Society boss Kulong bellowed, and a huge machete instantly chopped towards Luling's head. The incomparably sharp aura caused Su Qing, who stood back and watched, to feel the illusion that he was about to be sliced open. That's right, how could I forget about him? This Black Dragon Society boss is a level 140 powerhouse. He's close to being a third-turn warrior. It's easy to kill a small mage, isn't it? Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and a grim smile appeared on his face once again. I said, how dare this kid have the nerve to come over here with a promise? Oh, I thought I had some skills, but I'm still going to be hacked to death here? Su Qing snorted and looked at Luling, his eyes filled with disdain. If you want to blame it on the fact that you're just a lowlife with no background. He was just thinking about it when he suddenly saw a scene that shocked him beyond belief. In the face of that powerful slash, Luling even raised his hand and blocked it with that not-so-sturdy-looking staff. Moreover, Luling actually backhanded Kulong and shocked him away. At this moment, Kulong was also incomparably shocked in his heart. This mage boy in front of him could actually block his full-force strike against his face? Although he didn't turn on his strengthening skill, the bare damage of this knife was at least 10,000 to 20,000, and that kid was actually able to directly block it? While he was in a daze, he saw Luling's ghost-like figure flicker, and then appeared directly in front of him, raising his hand and slamming his staff over. This time, Luling was using arcane heavy strike and had turned on elemental awakening. Kulong came back to his senses and was busy setting up his sword to block, while intending to unleash the active skill attached to his weapon, Dragon Shaking Slash. But when I tried it, I realized that this weapon characteristic was actually blocked. Without waiting for him to react, Luling's second staff had smashed over. The powerful attack, that strong concussive effect, caused the sword in Kulong's hand to nearly fall out of his hand. Damn it! What kind of monster is this kid? Kulong thought with suspicion in his heart, and also did not dare to take Luling lightly at all. After blocking Luling's attack again, Kulong didn't hesitate to turn on several reinforcement skills, and even fished out a few bottles of potions to drink. It was obvious that he had already treated Luling as an opponent of the same level. Kulong, who who had opened his skills, was finally no longer being chased and beaten by Luling like a whisking dog, and the pent-up frustration in his heart was released. This brat made a big fool out of me. He must be killed. Gradually finding his senses, Aoguang cursed in his heart and his eyes became cruel. Luling saw this, but only smiled slightly. In fact, he hadn't even used his full strength just now, in order to test his new weapon, how effective it really was, and the results were very satisfying to him. The bonus has been increased by not a single star, and it is powerful in all aspects of performance, and the effect of breaking spells is very significant, which can effectively give Luling the upper hand in sparring. In fact, the most important thing was the attribute bonus provided by the strange mage, and the values were simply exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. Both legal strength and physical attack had increased by nearly 2 times compared to before. In terms of numerical value alone, they had completely crushed all professions of the same level. Not to mention, Luling also had a skill set that could be considered perverse. Seeing that Aoguang was getting progressively more serious, Luling also put away his playfulness, intending to settle the battle with a direct wave. Although he was completely unafraid of Aoguang at the moment, considering that it would be too late, it would be better to take care of this guy first, and then take care of Su Qing's problem. With that in mind, Luling directly turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tear, followed by a direct fireball spell that slammed over. The damage from this hit rose almost exponentially, instantly blowing Charon away. Boom! Luling blasted out over 10,000 points of damage with a fireball spell to the face. Chapter 108 Winning. Borrowing a knife to kill. It was a hit against Charon's double resistance, plus he had a bunch of bonus skills turned on. If it was a normal state, then I'm afraid that Luling can directly deal 30,000 to 40,000 damage with this hit. In an instant, the violent explosion coupled with the burning effect directly knocked down nearly a third of Aoguang's blood level. That's not all. In the instant after the explosion, Luling made a void relocation leap and pursued directly at the speed of light. He made a magnificent turn in the air, and then once again struck Aoguang's waist with an arcane heavy strike. This directly triggered those elemental passives that Luling had stacked earlier. Several different elemental effects directly exploded. After the talent evolution, the Elemental Awakening nowadays could come with 3 different elements per flat A, and skills were able to detonate elemental seals now. In this way, Luling's burst damage directly reached a point that could be considered terrifying. In an instant, the 3 elemental seals of fire, lightning, and water exploded, directly controlling Aoguang while dealing a high amount of decimating damage. Purple thunderbolts roamed around Aoguang's body like a python, accompanied by bursts of flames, causing his blood level to directly bottom out. At this point, only a few seconds had passed, and the original evenly matched situation changed instantly. Su Qing only saw a dazzling burst of light erupt from Luling's body, and then with a blink of his eyes, Luling had already sent Aoguang flying through the air without even being able to fall. After taking this set of damage, Aoguang was already dying, and all the shock and anger in his heart turned into fear. He was really feeling it at the moment. He was going to die. "Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want." Seeing Luling slowly carrying his staff, intending to come up to make up for his mistakes, Aoguang stumbled up and fell to his knees with a flutter of fear. "Oh, really?" Luling really stopped and looked at him with a smile. "It's true. What do you want? Money? Or equipment? Or power? It's all yours. Whatever I have, I'll give it to you." Aoguang at this moment also truly experienced that fear between life and death, and in his heart, he immensely regretted taking this order. Just lecturing a little mage in college? This is a gross little mage. It's a vicious wolf, and Luling was going to just do this guy. He had known what the Black Dragon Society was like for a long time, and what kind of good guy could their boss be? But now, Luling suddenly thought of a good idea. "Yeah, I want you to do something for me." Aoguang was overjoyed at his words and immediately crawled a few steps forward, then said, "What is it?" "I'll do it." Luling smilingly took a bottle of recovery potion from his backpack and threw it to Aoguang on the ground, then turned his gaze to Su Qing, who was dumbfounded on the side. "I want you to help me kill that guy." This statement instantly froze Aoguang on the ground, but soon, he gritted his teeth and stood up, then drank the healing potion in one gulp. "I'm sorry, Xiao Su. I was also forced to do so." Aoguang directly raised his knife, then with a heartbeat, he charged towards Su Qing, who was already stunned. Although Su Qing's family is considered powerful, but if not, I'm afraid he'll have to die now. And by killing Su Qing, there was at least a chance to run away. If he could escape outside of China before the Su family caught him, then he might even be able to pick up a life. Anyway, he wasn't too weak, so he could still make a living even abroad. Aoguang thought, directly rushing over and pressing Su Qing to the ground with one hand, then deeply exhaled twice. It was at this time that Su Qing reacted, immediately breaking into a fit of rage. "Coronel, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that my Su family will hunt you down?" Su Qing said in shock and anger. not in the least bit confused about his current situation. Seeing Kulong's hazy face, Su Qing thought that he was afraid, and immediately intensified his scolding. Coronel, you've thought this through. Your entire Black Dragon Society was supported by my Su family. You're nothing but a dog of my Su family. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you will definitely die a miserable death. Luling didn't say anything either, just quietly watched the two perform, and when Kulong, who was still feeling guilty towards Su Qing, heard this, his face suddenly turned cold, and then he directly stomped on Su Qing's stomach, and without saying a word, he raised his large sword and slashed down. He, Kulong, was a ruthless outlaw who didn't care about moral issues, not to mention the fact that it was just a partnership. This Su Qing didn't beg himself, but actually scolded him instead? Isn't he looking for death? Su Qing wasn't as perverted as Luling, his own strength was only 60 levels or so naturally he couldn't carry the 140 leveled Kulong's knife, and he instantly received his box lunch. Until he died, he couldn't believe that these two people in front of him actually dared to actually make a move. After resolving Su Qing, Kulong looked towards Luling, who was unchanged, and asked tentatively, "So what, little brother, can I go now?" Luling didn't say anything, just made a gesture of invitation. As if amnestied, Koron immediately followed the stairs and fled the place, eyeing Kulong's departing back. Luling smilingly pulled out his cell phone, then dialed a number. "Hello, Minister Wang? I want to talk to you about something." After that, there was no need for Luling to worry about anything. Poor Kulong was jailed before he even escaped Kanglin City. The Su family was also furious. Without saying a word, he will be directly killed. Simply did not listen to Kulong's defense. The matter ended here, and Luling was completely unaffected. It was worth mentioning that all of Kulong's wealth, which he had accumulated for most of his life, had all been pocketed by Luling. Although it wasn't all of them, at that time, Kulong still gave all of his equipment as well as props and potions to Luling. I'm afraid that pile of stuff adds up to 5 million Chinese dollars. Although it was ill-gotten gains, it was given, so Luling smiled very grudgingly. In the days that followed, Luling stayed at the school to participate in some training, occasionally having mock matches with seniors. His terrifying strength was quickly recognized by the group of participating players. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and it soon came to the opening day of the Young Professionals Exchange Tournament. This game is not a major international event, but it is very important. The face of each country is at stake, so no team comes in with a no-nonsense mentality. Those who were able to participate in this competition were all top young talents from various countries. After the opening ceremony, Luling also had a general judgment and understanding of the young professionals of each country. In terms of paper strength, they, Huaxia, were definitely the strongest presence among all the participating teams. However, among those participating teams, there were a few teams from other countries, causing Luling's heart to vaguely have some bad feelings. Chapter 109, the Grand Tournament begins. Provocation by the Sakura Nation players. The next day, the competition officially began. There are two types of games in this tournament: individual elimination and team points. The individual elimination tournament system is very simple. Between the same level, starting from the first round of the draw, whoever wins advances to the next round, and whoever loses is eliminated, until finally the champion is decided. The team points tournament is based on colleges, where each college puts together a team and earns points by playing against each other. After 3 rounds, the team with the most points is the winner. As the drawing of lots began on stage, the audience in the auditorium began to boil. This kind of 1v1 match-on is often the most visually appealing and watchable match. That's why the number of people who showed up was very high. The crowd wanted to see who was stronger in this battle between young talents from all over the world and these young dragons from China that had not yet come out of the water. Soon, the results of the draw came out. Luling's opponent was a player from the Sakura country named Jun Noda, level 120. By the looks of it, they should be seated on the Sakura Nation side as well. The strength looks good, Luling thought darkly in his mind. Soon, Luling came to wait on top of the ring that corresponded to his number. After a while, a short Sakura Nation man then appeared as well. Seeing that his opponent was only a mage whose level was even lower than his own, Nodatsu Jun immediately revealed an expression of disdain. "They are really weak. Is this kind of strength good enough to come over and compete?" Jun Noda said dismissively. What he didn't know was that Luling wasn't a third-year student like him, but a freshman. After the referee saw the two men on the stage, he walked straight to the center of the stage, and then began to pronounce the rules of the match. Nodatsu Jun had a look of impatience on his face, as if he didn't give a damn about Luling or this match. Waiting for the referee to finish reading, this Noda Toshi, however, suddenly did something that shocked the audience in attendance, only to see him slowly aiming at the scoreboard of the tournament, the national flag of China, and comparing a middle finger. This scene immediately made the Chinese audience present unable to hold back and jumped up to curse. What's the meaning of this little life? Are you tired of living? Damn it! If you're capable, don't leave after the competition. I'll kill you if I don't. I shucks. This dog thing, how dare he do such a thing? Who is his opponent? I'll press 30,000 on this little day's opponent here. X's, IN, at hashtag N $%. Too sharp a word for your own good. For a moment, the anger of the crowd was all ignited together. However, when they saw Jun Noda's occupation label and rank label, and then Luling's occupation label and rank label, the crowd fell silent for a moment. A level 130 warrior fighting a level 100 mage? How could this have a chance of winning? What kind of matching mechanism is this? But while the crowd was upset, it didn't disrupt the game. On the other side, the referee also gave that little day a hard stare, then said unhappily, "Player Noda Toshi, watch your words and behavior, and the next time you do that, you'll be handed over directly to the tournament team to deal with." When he finished, he signaled for both sides to pull away from each other. That Noda Toshi acted even more arrogantly after hearing the referee's words, directly raising his head to Luling in a flurry of international hand gestures of mockery. "You Chinaman, I advise you to surrender now. Don't cry home to your mommy later when I beat the out of you. You Chinese are trash, an inferior race that deserves to be stepped on by our Sakura Empire." Noda Toshi's mouth kept spitting out trash talk. That arrogant and bossy look was very beat up, and he was dancing around like a monkey while saying it. Seeing this, Luling's heart was also moved with real fire, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Fine, jump, I'll break your legs later. Let's see if you're still jumping." As the saying goes, a man's words are good when he's about to die. You'll talk better when I've beaten you to near death. With this thought in his mind, Luling slightly moved his body, and then flashed a cruel smile at Noda Toshi. Toshi Noda doesn't know what he's about to face. Yet, at the moment, his heart was still YY that this heroic act of his that defied the powers that be would definitely be appreciated and recognized by the academy after it was spread back to the Sakura country. Maybe even find a few pretty schoolgirls who admire them for that reason, or appear directly in the Emperor Sama's field of vision. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and a very sickening smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the referee bellowed loudly, "Game on!" Accompanied by this shout, Luling's figure instantly stormed, transforming into a bolt of lightning that rushed straight towards Noda Jun on the opposite side. This maneuver immediately confused the audience in the auditorium. Isn't this kid a mage? Why didn't he just put his skills in place to pull that Sakura Nation guy, but instead rush towards him? Isn't this a pure giveaway? Could it be that this kid has been bought and paid for? Does he want to lose to the opposite side on purpose? I shucks, if this loses, it's a pure disgrace to our Huaxia. The audience instantly exploded, expressing their disbelief at Luling's move. There were even a small number of people who directly and angrily called Luling an absolute traitor, accepting money from the opposite side and planning to directly lose to the Sakura Nation. And at that moment, Toshi Noda reacted. Looking at Luling who was speeding towards him, he immediately revealed a sneer. "Baka, all the people in this Chinese country really have bad brains. I'm an assassin. How dare he, a mage, punch me in the face? What a life," he said and laughed out loud, then immediately drew his own dagger and rushed towards Luling with a face of excitement. In Toshi Noda's mind, he had already envisioned the next script, sprinting over first, followed by a close face and a hard tease of that stupid Chinese mage, and then finally a clean slash to finish that guy off. Afterward, you can enjoy the look of these Chinese people's angry teeth, but there is nothing you can do about it. Noda Toshi thought, already beginning to smile like a victor. "Foolish Chinese, you'll immediately become a pedal for me, Noda Jun, to become a supreme powerhouse. I'll show you that you Chinese were born to be stepped on by us Sakura Nation people." Noda Jun laughed like a mad dog and ran wildly towards Luling. Both of them ran towards each other, and soon the distance was close to no more than 10 meters. Just as Noda Jun was planning to show off a good wave of his stance, he suddenly realized that the Chinese kid on the opposite side had disappeared quite abruptly. "Nani?" Noda Jun was instantly confused and subconsciously looked around. But soon, he sensed a hot and heavy aura coming from behind him, only to see Luling grinning as he raised the staff in his hand and was slamming it heavily towards Nodatsu Jun's back. Chapter 110, One Move and a Second. Tool Sakura Nation. In a flash of lightning, Noda Toshi was scared into a cold sweat, and immediately used several life-saving skills in a row while attempting to unleash displacement to avoid the strike. His instincts told him that if he was hit by this, he would die himself. This scene also shocked the crowd in the audience. What the hell is this kid doing? A mage going into close combat with an assassin? And he even took the initiative to engage in displacement? Are you out of your mind? But soon enough, the field of play shocked the crowd once again. Toshi Noda, who is an assassin, is actually trying to escape in a very sorry state? What the hell is this? At this moment, Noda Jun was also shocked in his heart. Luling's speed was too fast. If it wasn't for the fact that his major attribute point was agility, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't have been able to dodge the strike. With the flash of a shadow, Nodatoshi's figure appeared 5 meters away, and Luling's staff slammed heavily on top of the floor of the arena. Boom! Only to see the earth crack instantly, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The entire ground was smashed through by Luling's staff. A large pit with a diameter of 3 meters instantly appeared in the center of the arena, and the cracks were still spreading to the surrounding area, as if there was a residual force that hadn't been eliminated. Everyone was instantly confused. What the hell is this? Is his power attribute that strong for a mage? I don't know who said it weakly. Looking at the huge deep pit on the field, the crowd felt a little hairy in their hearts. Wouldn't it really kill you to hit someone with this? And a quick flash of hindsight passed through Jun Noda's mind. But soon, he smiled wryly once more. What a stupidity. Chinese, you're showing your flaws. He hemmed and hawed, then immediately shifted to Luling's back in a flash, and raised his hand to stab down. According to Nodatoshi's thoughts, Luling had definitely used all his strength in that blow just now. At this moment, he was in an awkward situation where the old power had just gone and the new power had yet to be born, and there was absolutely no way for Luling to resist the attack he launched at this time. After all, he's still a stupid guy. Not even a hair of this great master's head, Nodatoshi thought triumphantly in his mind. He had already anticipated Luling's horrified expression, along with the surprised expressions of those in the audience, but the truth was far beyond his imagination. Only to see Luling turn his body the moment he did so, and then easily blocked the violently stabbing dagger with the staff in his hand. When the sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and Luling stuck one hand in his pocket with a bashful smile, saying amiably with a taste for educating his grandchildren, "It seems that your strength is not as tough as your mouth." Do all of you Sakura Nation people love to brag about being powerful so much? Luling's smile, at the moment, was as terrifying as a demon. Noda Jun was instantly startled in his heart, and immediately tried to use the weapon's attached skill, Poison Fong, to directly pierce through Luling's defense, but at this point, his weapon had been directly suppressed by Master Iron, turning it into a scrap iron with no added value. How come? Noda Jun was horrified in his heart and subconsciously tried to escape again, but he was directly pressed down with one hand by Luling. Afterwards, the staff in Luling's hand immediately flashed with purple electricity, and after flinging a nice-looking arc in the air, it hit Toshi Noda hard. Boom! Zip! Noda Toshi, who had been swung out, was instantly like a jerk, jerking wildly in the air from the electricity, shaking his body like a pendulum. No way, how could I lose to a Chinese mage? Nodatsu Jun's mind was filled with endless doubts, and with 2 black eyes, he fainted. His unconscious body hit the edge of the arena hard, and then sat helplessly on the ground like a puddle of mud. A scent of burnt mixed with a hint of tawdry odor gradually filled the air. In the audience, there was a dead silence for a few seconds before a monstrous gasp erupted. "I'll go. It's so violent, so addictive. Is this really a mage? This fight is too relieving." Seconds, what's there to say? The trash of Sakura Nation. Let's see if you're still barking now. Still pretending to be a pussy? Ha ha ha. This mage is really fierce. No wonder it dares to charge straight to the face. This damage, it's too powerful. Which Academy's player is this? The referee was similarly shocked and froze for a while before coming forward to announce the result of the match. The match is over. The winner is the freshman player from the Jiangnan University team, Luling. With just one strike, he directly killed an assassin who was a dozen levels higher than himself. This maneuver shocked almost everyone in the tournament group. On the side of the Sakura Nation's representative team, their jaws even dropped. Nodatoshi was the best of their team. How could he be kicked to death like a wild dog on the side of the road? This result made them instantly dissatisfied. "We want to protest. This Chinese guy is definitely cheating." Right, with Nodokuin's strength, how could he be defeated so easily? There's definitely something wrong with this Chinese person. Several Sakura Nation players yelled in a broken Chinese language, but their move was nothing short of clownish and ridiculous, and the tournament team gave a look of disdain when they saw it. This kind of thing naturally wouldn't cause any controversy, and these Sakura Nation people who had opinions were all dumbfounded after the tournament team presented the evidence, but although they compromised on the surface, they remained privately indignant about it. "Baka, don't ever let me run into this Chinese kid on the field, or I'll make him pay." Inside the Sakura Nation's players' lounge, a man who had dyed his hair a fiery red color and had a delinquent look on his face said angrily. Upon hearing this, a man with a sinister face next to him spoke out to interrupt. "Yamamoto-kun, don't be impulsive. We will avenge Nodokuin's death, but we must make it so that the Chinese side can't pick a single thing out of it. For example, an accident," the man said, giving a devious expression. At this time, Luling didn't know that he had already been missed by this group of Sakura Nation people who couldn't afford to lose. In front of his terrifying strength, several matches in a row were directly killed in a single move. The violent aesthetics of his fighting style and his identity as a mage quickly made the audience remember this handsome young man from Jiangnan province. For a while, Luling was appreciated by many people and even set up a fan club. He didn't care about these things, but Lin Wanwan looked a bit abnormal. The reason for this is probably because most of the members of Luling's fan club are teenage girls who are youthful and pretty and are all crying out to marry him. The first day of the individual tournament quickly came to an end, and Luling directly won all of his matches, and even created the ultimate legend of not exceeding 3 minutes in each match. Chapter 111, Lilia, the Blood Maiden. The next day's individual competition is the semifinals, and after the finalists are decided, there will be a day of team competition before the individual finals, and after the individual finals comes the team finals. For the team competition, Luling had nothing to say. His teammates were basically people he didn't know, and to say that there was more cooperation was definitely impossible. And his main purpose for coming to the competition was to win the individual competition and then collect the reward. Before coming here, Luling had communicated with the Dragon King and gotten a few names that might be able to be used as targets for solicitation, as well as their locations. Luling's idea was to prioritize going to those places mentioned by the Dragon Palace after obtaining the entry qualification for the world-class secret realm, in an effort to pull in a few more allies for humanity. This would greatly enhance the resistance of the human side in the event of an otherworldly invasion. Looking at tomorrow's schedule, Luling rubbed his brow and let out a secret sigh. The daily schedule is almost double that of today's, so I'm afraid it's going to be another pretty tough day. However, with his strength nowadays, among all the contestants, he wouldn't be able to find a few people who could fight with him is all. After resting for the day, Luling got up early and was planning to go out to have a breakfast when she realized that Lin Wanwan was already standing at her door with 2 breakfasts. Wanwan, this early in the morning, why did you come over? Luling was a little puzzled. It's not for the sake of our big schoolmaster Lu not to be starved? And by the way, to check if you're secretly doing bad things. No, this is your favorite. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Wanwan's tone was angry, and her puffed-up appearance was very cute. For some reason, Luling always felt that her words sounded a bit sour, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. That's really a lot of trouble for Miss Lin. I'm flattered. You haven't eaten yet either, right? Come in quickly, Luling said smilingly, and then immediately opened the door, followed by a gesture of invitation. The two of them enjoyed breakfast together after a bit of banter. Looking at Luling's contented appearance, a wave of warmth and happiness spread through Lin Wanwan's heart. It looked like the guy was still happy with it, and it wasn't worth getting up early in the morning to stand in line. But then again, this would. I can't believe it's been so long and I didn't even notice my feelings. What an idiot. And this guy is still dabbling with women all over the place. It's really pissing me off. As Lin Wanwan thought about it, a shy anger suddenly welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but raise her pink fist to gently hammer Luling twice. Luling, who was having a good time eating, was suddenly confused and puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Wanwan grunted but didn't say anything, only looking at him grudgingly for a few moments. Clueless Luling was even more clueless. After having breakfast, Lin Wanwan accompanied Luling to the middle of the arena. Today's game will be much more intense, and the intensity is not at all on the same level as yesterday. The average number of games per player has increased, not to mention the fact that those who have made it to today are essentially elite-level players, so naturally it's not the same as yesterday. Soon enough, Luling's first match was lined up. The opponent of this matchup was a player from a beautiful country named Lilia, who looked to be of mixed race and very pretty. She had the same all-around winning record in yesterday's match and was a special hidden profession, so it looked like she would be a formidable opponent. Soon the two were standing on the playing field. After the referee announced the start of the match, Luling and Lilia's figures instantly disappeared in place, only to see that Lilia's hand suddenly had a huge black scythe, and at the interface between the scythe handle and the scythe blade, a blood-red eye was open. Her delicate porcelain doll-like face did not have the slightest expression, like an emotionless machine quickly rushing towards Luling. With just one look, Luling understood Lilia's occupation. It was an extremely rare bloodline-type hidden profession. Bloodline. This profession was not the strongest profession, but it was one of the professions with the most demanding awakening conditions. This profession, only a very few people with a special bloodline had a chance of being able to awaken. One of the most notable features was the magnificent ruby red eyes, as well as the pointed ears and slightly longer tiger teeth. The huge scythe, on the other hand, was a companion weapon that only S-rank or higher blood clans would obtain upon awakening, and it was said to be able to gradually evolve by sucking blood, although it was not clear about its specific weapon rating. Such an unbelievable characteristic, as well as the fact that it could grow indefinitely, doomed it to be absolutely extraordinary. In an instant, the distance between the two of them rapidly closed, and it was already at the point of a short fight. Lilia took the lead and raised her giant scythe, delivering a swift chop towards Luling's neck. The sickle blade carried a gust of red halo, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and it was about to chop Luling in the middle. At the critical moment, only Luling's body quickly leaned back, perfectly dodging the knife in an almost inhuman position. This heavy-bladed type of weapon is one where the gaps between each attack are huge, and at the first opportunity, Luling swung his staff and heaved it towards Lilia's body. Luling's speed was extremely fast, and the staff arrived in front of Lilia's body almost in the blink of an eye, and it looked like it was going to ruthlessly smash on top of her petite and lovely body, but it was suddenly blocked by a red light. Only Lilia's eyes suddenly erupted with a flash of red light, and she yanked the giant scythe back with one hand, while manipulating a red magic formation with the other. This is what makes the profession of the Bloods so terrifying. Possessing strong melee combat abilities, he is also able to use various types of unique blood magic and is able to draw blood from a distance through magic for renewal. It's over, Lilia said with an indifferent face as her scythe and staff simultaneously erupted with a dazzling light, instantly blocking off all of Luling's dodgeable space. Seeing this, those spectators from the beautiful country all revealed proud looks. That Chinese kid, who was boasted to be incredibly powerful, now seems to be nothing more than that. In front of Lilia-sama, it's actually too weak to last even a single round. That's right, obviously a mage. But you have to fight Lilia-sama in melee just to make a name for yourself? What a way to find death, a few blondes said with a sneer on their faces. But the next second, their faces were instantly slapped. Only a trace of a smile appeared on Luling's face, and with a direct void migration leap he flashed behind Lilia. Lilia, on the other hand, had predicted that Luling would use this move. Surprisingly, holding this huge scythe that was longer than his height with one hand, with a very smooth turn, he chopped the scythe towards Luling who was behind him. Chapter 112, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Gentlemen are also troubled. At the same time, on her left hand that was controlling the spell, several blood bats condensed from red energy instantly transformed into several red lightning bolts and attacked towards Luling. To everyone's surprise, Luling actually didn't have the slightest intention of trying to dodge. Instead, he raised his staff in place, intending to resist this wave of offense. Why doesn't great god Luling dodge it? That red bat looks like a very powerful magic attack at first glance. It might even come with some nasty special effect. Yes? Could it be that the other side reacted too quickly for the great god Luling to react? I know that blood bat. It's a skill unique to the blood clan profession. Once it hits a wound on the body it will bleed all the time, and the blood will be absorbed by Lilia to strengthen herself. The audience on stage also expressed their dismay at Luling's move. They had also watched several of Luling's matches, and with this level of attack, with Luling's speed, he would definitely be able to dodge it, right? But in the next second, the situation on the field was instantly reversed. The blood bat and the giant scythe hit their targets successively, but the difference was that the blood bat was a direct hit on Luling's body. The giant sickle, on the other hand, was blocked by Luling using his staff. However, the bloodbat follow-up skill effect did not happen on Luling. Even the red light on the giant scythe dimmed quite a bit after coming into contact with the staff. But don't forget, Luling's body had a divine gift of super strong magic resistance enchantment. A flash of surprise passed through Lilia's eyes before she tried to pull back slightly and attack again. But naturally, Luling would not let her have her way, and with a slight smile, he directly sent an arcane heavy attack that ruthlessly smashed towards Lilia. Lilia had no choice but to force her scythe forward to resist this attack. At the same time, she also turned on two of her skills in a row, Reverse Decapitation Echo and Blood Shock. This skill is a common skill for warrior professions. The effect is to briefly increase their own defense, and at the same time, when attacked, they will automatically cut back at their opponents, causing a certain amount of damage. However, this damage is generally not very high, so Lilia turns it on mainly to increase her double resistance and to use it with her second skill, Blood Shock. This is a skill that strengthens attacks, attaching a layer of Crimson Chaos to all of Lilia's attacks. The effect of Crimson Chaos was so disgusting that it was able to reverse the blood and mana in Luling's body to a certain extent. If you are in poor physical condition, you will directly burst your own blood vessels once you exert force or unleash your skills. But the scene that surprised everyone happened again. Luling directly ignored the effects of these two skills and directly slammed his staff heavily on top of Lilia's weapon. The powerful force was accompanied by several elemental fluctuations, and surprisingly, it directly caused Lilia's blocking stance to be forcibly lifted. Lilia, who was a warrior-type profession, actually failed to block this blow from Luling, who was a mage. It was important to realize that of all the professions, the warrior class was the profession with the highest blocking benefit. There is no one. Normally, a warrior's strength attribute could definitely reach more than several times that of a mage of the same level. As for the blocking skill, as long as the strength attribute was higher than the opponent, even if it was any better, it wouldn't be forced to break down the frame. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Luling's power attribute, on that strike just now, surpassed Lilia. In fact, This was largely attributed to the incidental effect of the skill Arcane Heavy Strike. Shock. After several skill upgrades, Arcane Heavy Strike had become Luling's favorite skill to use. The use of Arcane Strike on the face not only can be accompanied by a variety of attack effects, its skills come with the shock effect, but also can force the enemy to reduce the power attribute of the judgment, and cause stalemate. If the opponent's power attribute is judged to be below Luling's, then the shock effect will forcefully break the opponent's blocking effect and cause a huge amount of stiffness. That was the case with that one just now. Although Luling had barely tapped the strength attribute, the increase in physical attack power would passively boost the strength attribute. With Luling having just turned on several skill enhancements, it caused his physical attack power to instantly reach a terrifying point, and along with it, his strength attribute also directly skyrocketed. Lilia, who was directly broken through the block, was also incredibly shocked in her heart. This was the first time someone had managed to beat themselves to this point in close combat. The opponent was even a mage profession. Good strong man. Lilia's heart was horrified beyond measure, and Luling's handsome face was deeply imprinted in her mind. At this moment, Luling had an unruly smile on his face. His arrogant appearance was as magnificent as a monarch, and the domineering aura emanating from his body instantly caused Lilia to have a strange feeling towards him. Just as Lilia rose up in the air, Luling did not chase after her again, but instead stood still, and then pulled Lilia, who was about to fly out backwards, by the hand. Lilia, who had been attacked, was currently suffering from a disturbance in her body's mana. Her feet were floating, and she almost fell to the ground when she didn't stand still. And Luling also reacted extremely quickly and very gentlemanly wrapped his hand around her waist. In an instant, the two of them looked at each other, and the air was suddenly filled with a slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Lilia's heart suddenly began to pound wildly, looking into Luling's deep eyes, and for a moment she was actually a little lost in thought. It was a marvelous sensation she had never experienced before, and a quick blush rose to her cheeks. So powerful, and so gentlemanly. This man in front of me, it seems like those in the book. Oops, is this what a heartbeat feels like? He would do this because of what? Lilia couldn't stop her mind from making wild guesses at the moment, and her beautiful eyes shyly swept over Luling's body. Seeing this, Luling also cursed in his heart why his hands were so fast, and busily pulled Lilia up, then touched his nose as if nothing had happened. That, you lose, Luling said a little awkwardly, and was about to say something to break up the strange atmosphere a little, when she heard Lilia hum softly. That's right, Dad once said that when you meet someone you like, you should boldly show it. Lilia looked up at the somewhat embarrassed Luling, and immediately began a self-raid. Then, only Lilia suddenly placed the weapon in her hand at Luling's feet, and then made a strange move. She dropped to one knee and took Luling's hand and pressed it to her cheek as she did so. Luling was confused, and so was the audience in the room. The players from the beautiful country, on the other hand, were even more confused. It's a ritual unique to the Bloods. It indicates a willingness to submit to the other, and is usually used as a sign of love. Known as the strongest genius girl of the Blood Clan in 100 years, the Blood Clan Princess Lilia, who holds the name of Frost Blood Rose, actually in public, to a Chinese boy, made the ritual of showing love to a blood tribe? This instantly struck those contestants from the beautiful country as if they were struck by lightning, and Luling was taken aback. I don't know what this gesture represents, but I'm afraid it's by no means common social etiquette, judging from the shy and strange look in Lilia's eyes. Somewhat flustered, she drew her hand back, and Luling coughed lightly twice at the referee, while looking sheepishly at Lin Wanwan in the audience. Chapter 113, Hidden Crisis. Team match begins. The referee, who was stunned by Luling's maneuver, only reacted at this time and was busy announcing the result of the match. The winner of this match is Luling of the Jiangnan University team. Hearing this, Luling was like a great pardon and couldn't wait to head towards the stage, leaving Lilia to look at his back with a slight loss. In fact, it wasn't that the Luling just now didn't want to chase after him to make up for it, but at that time, the mana and blood in his body had begun to be disorganized due to being hit by the shock of blood. If you force yourself to go up and fill in, you're likely to get hurt. He had just wanted to just pull a handful of Lilia and wait for the depressed mana and blood in his body to recirculate before making up for it and taking the victory. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. As he walked off the stage, everyone in the room looked at him a little less favorably. In the onlooker's perspective, Luling first showed his strength in a very gentlemanly manner, defeating Lilia before saying something. Then Lilia went straight to her pouty knees and begged for stickers. However, it is the nature of a young man to have a good time in fresh clothes, and there is really nothing to be black about. Just after getting off the stage, Luling saw Lin Wanwan with a smiling face. For some reason, Luling's back suddenly felt a lot of cold sweat emerge. Our great god Luling is really charming, openly flirting with a beautiful girl from the Blood Clan on stage, and even let people directly show their love on the spot. Lin Wanwan said with a smirk, and although there was nothing strange about saying that the sentiment sounded like a common flirtation, Luling always felt a sense of foreboding. Wanwan, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. Luling sweatily chased after him, and the two of them left the scene one after the other. After scrapping for a full 20 minutes, Luling was able to get Lin Wanwan back to normal, and couldn't help but let out a long breath of air, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Hey, strange, why did I get so flustered when Wanwan gave me that look? It seems like we're just friends, right? Luling suddenly thought suspiciously. In his mind, his current status was still not worthy of Lin Wanwan, who was born into a wealthy family, so he had always referred to himself as a friend. But Luling wasn't exactly a little cutie either, and thinking of Lin Wanwan's odd behavior on weekdays, as well as the emotion just now that was clearly called jealousy, his heart seemed to feel something. But before he could come up with a reasonable explanation, his second match began. On the other hand, Lilia also returned to the beautiful Nation Players Lounge. That teenage girl's shyness that she had just experienced had completely disappeared, and she once again returned to that expressionless, robot-like state. Ignoring the looks of her teammates with intense curiosity as well as a bit of displeasure, she sat alone in the corner of the. From his backpack, he pulled out a copy of the English translation of That Boy is Handsome and read it. It was only when she was reading that the uninviting air about her tightened up a bit, and the expression on her face occasionally shifted a bit. Except that today Lilia was not fully immersed in the story, as she usually was, but every now and then she recalled the sometimes gentle, sometimes arrogant face. On the other side, Luling once again won 3 matches in a row, and that strong strength managed to make him the center of attention in the tournament, and into the favorites to win the championship. Everyone marveled at Luling's various outrageous maneuvers. A profession known for its brittleness took on a completely different luster in Luling's hands. Every single one of his maneuvers was unrepeatable and unbelievable, but this kind of operation, which was like suicide in the eyes of the onlookers, allowed Luling to win one battle after another. Gradually, there were quite a few mages who saw Luling's fighting style as a new age trend for mages and tried to start imitating it. However, the purpose of doing so is predictable. After smashing his staff into his enemy's face once more and blowing up a fireball spell close to his face, Luling continued to win all of his matches for the next day with a clean sweep. He has managed to make it to the finals where he will compete with 7 other top young professionals from around the world for the title. However, the date for the individual finals is the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow will start with the group stage of the team competition. Although he doesn't have much cooperation with his teammates, Luling will still represent Jiangnan University as a substitute. At this time, in the middle of the local Chinese professional league branch, a middle-aged man clad in battle robes was standing in the minister's office of the division, staring at the probe report in his hands. It was a long time before he put down the report, rubbed his brow, and sighed. This is already the 6th unusual Heaven's Wrath invasion. Why do such high-profile demonic actions happen so often? On the opposite side of him, Kanglan City's Alliance Division Minister Wang Yan was similarly stony-faced and shook his head, saying, although the exact cause is unclear, judging from the predecessor mutation of the Heaven's Wrath invasion, the next invasion will most likely take place within Kanglan City. We are currently on secondary alert. That middle-aged man just sighed silently at those words. In the face of a heavenly plague-level invasion, what could they do even if they knew about it in advance? There was nothing they could do to stop the invasion unleashed by such demon god-level creatures. Let's just hope that the research over at the headquarters in the capital will make a breakthrough soon. On the other hand, at the Young Professionals competition, the time quickly came to the next morning, and the race scene was even more lively. If the individual competition is a stage for professionals to show their individual strength, then the team competition is the perfect opportunity to test the cooperation between these outstanding young professionals. Compared to the exquisite micromaneuvering in the individual matches, the team matches often shine more in the waves of brilliant coordination. The kind of atmosphere that makes people unconsciously heat up their blood is nothing less than the favorite, and most immersive, match of the bottom professionals. Moreover, the main purpose of this exchange tournament is also an opportunity for various countries to show their muscles to each other, as well as to train young professionals. Being an excellent professional, naturally, one could not get around team fighting. After all, facing the invasion of the demon world as well as going down to the duplicates, both required team fighting. Although it was said that some strong professionals preferred to go it alone, this kind of lone wolf, too, was definitely not as efficient as a good team of professionals, and the chances of survival were far less than that of a team. After a short introduction, it was soon time for the draw. In the first 2 rounds of the group stage, college teams from the same country will not run into each other. That's why these games today are again being teased as an early simulation of the World War III session. After the representatives of the universities had gone up to the stage and finished drawing lots, Jiangnan University was also lucky enough to be in one of the strongest groups. Only 1 or 2 of the colleges in the same group were fringe teams. The rest were strong national elites. The first tier of college teams, Chapter 114 Strong Enemy, versus Sakura University. After the schedule came out, the captain of the Jiangnan University team let out a bitter smile before placing the form in front of the crowd. Well, It looks like we're going to have a tough group stage this year. The first match against the Sakura Nation team, he said, sighing darkly, then rubbing his brow with a headache. This team is the representative team of Sakura University, the #1 university in the Sakura country, and although their team's individual strength doesn't make it into the top 3, their teamwork is very strong. Last year I remember that Capital University, the second-ranked university in our country, narrowly lost to them, and I've heard that this year they have 3 new very powerful freshmen on their team, so I'm afraid that their overall strength is going to be above ours. When these words came out, the crowd of the Jiangnan University team was somewhat silent. Although Jiangnan University was the third-ranked university in China, its hard power had a considerable gap with the second Capital University and the first Qingbei University. If the Capital University is all close, then I'm afraid the probability of them being able to win after facing each other can't be high. If it were any other country, it would be fine, but it was Sakura's team. If we lose, we'll be spit on. Maybe even the reputation of Jiangnan University will suffer. But not to mention this, it was Jiangnan University itself that absolutely had no way to accept losing to a team from Sakura Nation. For a while, the atmosphere in the team was a bit heavy. At that moment, Luling opened his mouth with a smile. No need to worry, we're going to win. Luling's words instantly caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. Those Sakura Nation freshmen, I watched a couple of their games too. Unsurprisingly, they should be no match for me, Luling said, placing his hand on the schedule. If I can forcefully split the battlefield and hold all the lower class cadets, including these 3 freshmen, by myself, you seniors, you should be able to take care of the rest, right? Luling smiled and looked up at the crowd, a touch of strong confidence in his tone. Captain Chen Tian froze, then immediately nodded. That's natural. In fact, we've fought them before. Those few brats from the opposite senior class are old foes, and they'd never be able to do us in single combat. But Senior Luling, their teamwork is really strong. We've tried to forcefully split the battlefield before, but the results were poor. Moreover, their underclassmen players in this year's class are all very strong. Are you sure that you can handle it alone, Luling-senpai? A few of the remaining people had a few moments of distrust in their eyes. Although the strength shown by Luling was indeed strong, it was only in a one-on-one fight. A team match is completely different from a one-on-one match. There are so many factors that can affect the outcome of a battle that every battle is full of uncertainty. At this time, Lin Wanwan, who had been standing beside Luling and hadn't said anything, suddenly opened her mouth. Seniors, I believe in him. Luling is someone who would never talk big, so please listen well to his plan, Lin Wanwan said gently but firmly. When the crowd heard this, they were still a bit hesitant in their hearts. However, once they thought of those heaven-defying performances that Luling had shown, coupled with the fact that the situation today was indeed uncertain, if they lost to the Sakura Nation, then they would indeed be drowned in spittle. Since no one has a better plan, might as well listen to Luling's idea? After Captain Chen Tian was silent for a moment, he finally looked at Luling with a hopeful look, and Luling didn't make a fuss, directly speaking the tactics he had just modeled in his head with the crowd. Everyone present revealed a shocked expression after hearing this. Senior Luling, are you sure you want to do this? Only after a long time did Chen Tian come back to his senses and looked at Luling with a surprised expression. Do you have a better idea? Don't worry, just leave it to me. Even if you lose, I'll take the blame. What are you afraid of? Luling laughed. The people heard that this was indeed the case. Chen Tian hesitated for a while, and finally also clenched his teeth and said, all right, just as Senior Luling said, the command of this battle will be yours. After the deliberation, the people took stock of the characters in the opposing team that they needed to pay attention to, and in the process familiarized themselves with the opposing team's lineup configuration. After another half an hour, it was also the turn of the match between Jiangnan University and Sakura University. The attention this fight received was enormous, but most of the knowledgeable spectators were not too favorable to Jiangnan University. The freshmen of Sakura University this time are too strong. I'm afraid that other than that mage at Jiangnan University, no one else can compare to Sakura University. And with their second and third years having similar strengths, plus the fact that Sakura University's teamwork has always been top-notch, I'm afraid that this battle will be lost by Jiangnan University, and it will be an ugly loss. In the audience, a professor-like person observed the situation on the field and sighed darkly. On the side, a man who exuded majesty couldn't help but frown even as he sniffed. What bad luck this time, actually letting those brats draw Jiangnan University. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to be another controversy, he said, grunting irritably as he continued. If the little devils take on our capital academy, we will definitely make them lose big time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the professor who had just been there, however, also shook his head and said, no, in my opinion, I'm afraid that this time, the representative team of Sakura University, even our Kyoto University will find it difficult to win. At most, the victory will be evenly divided, and even our losing chance will be greater. Maybe only those demonic monsters from Seibei can strike together to secure a victory over Sakura. These words immediately shocked the middle-aged man. Elder Nye, is this true? The man said somewhat incredulously. The professor known as Elder Nye, however, just smiled helplessly and shook his head without answering. Soon, both teams were already standing on the field. Just as soon as they met each other's eyes, the smell of gunpowder between them instantly rose. There was nothing to say on Jiangnan University's side. As long as one was a Chinese, when the opponent was from the Sakura country, they would automatically activate the bloodline enchantment, and the anger value was directly 200%. On the Sakura nation's side, the main target of hatred was still focused on Luling. It was because during the individual match earlier, Luling had directly beaten their academy's noted Jun in half, and he hadn't fully recovered until now. Being beaten like this by a person whose rank was lower than theirs, and who was still in a restrained profession, was a very serious shame for these people from Sakura University. Therefore, they had to ruthlessly defeat Jiangnan University, where Luling was from, in the team competition, which would be able to wash away this shame. Chapter 115, Luling's Young Conspiracy. Ifu, Baka, Luling, and Jiangnan University, you wait for death. I will show you the true strength of our Sakura country. Before the match even started, Gen Yamamoto, the red-haired delinquent on Sakura Nation's team, let loose with a direct message. Luling sniffed and laughed, pulling out his ears with a disdainful face, and said, "Where did the flies come from? It's really noisy, dealing with a bunch of monkeys. I feel like I'm enough on my own. Otherwise, why don't you guys just go together?" Luling said, hooking his finger with a provocative face. This arrogant stance instantly caused everyone in the Sakura University team to instantly become angry. At that moment, a boy with a somber face and a soft face like a woman stepped forward and spoke in a raspy voice. Luling sang, "I hope your strength is really as powerful as the rumors say, or else, don't blame me for not being able to kill you by accident." He finished with a sudden sickly smile. This was one of those 3 top-strength freshmen from Sakura University this time, Kazamasuke. His profession was a hidden profession of the assassin lineage called ninja, a rare profession that only a small number of people had awakened in the Sakura kingdom. The specific abilities are very varied and quite a bit tougher than an unusual assassin. Upon hearing this, the other people behind Jiangnan University couldn't sit still, and they all stepped forward and started to show the language art of China, directly spraying these several baga. There's no point in talking too much. Let's see what happens in the match. Perhaps unable to stand it anymore, the captain of Sakura University viciously dropped these words before leading the people in his team towards the pre-battle preparation area. Soon enough, both sides arrived at the designated spot, and the referee nodded his head and declared the start of the match after confirming that there were no mistakes. As soon as the battle started, both sides immediately started running, while the long-range professions threw up skills towards each other, all thinking of suppressing each other. On Sakura University's side, both fighters and assassins ran straight to the center of the arena, trying to seize the center line position before they could slowly advance towards the opposite side. Their running skills were really good. Almost all of them were under the cover of their side skills, which made it impossible for Jiangnan University's mages and archers to put their skills to block them. But on Jiangnan University's side, the only one who took the lead in charging forward was Luling. The rest of the fighters and assassins were not traveling fast enough, and seemed to be about to just give up on the center line to grab it. When the captain of Sakura University took a look, he immediately revealed a look of contempt. In his eyes, Jiangnan University's move was definitely a sign of inexperience. At this time, if they do not grab a good position in the center line in time, then they can only passively wait for their own side of the attack, and the pullable space will continue to be compressed by their own side. In this way, with Sakura University's excellent suppression ability, they would soon be able to gradually break them down and take the victory in this battle. As for Luling, who rushed the center line alone, in his eyes it was just a clown who went up to them to give away his head. A mage, coming up to grab the center line with a few warriors and assassins? What's this if not a gift? Even if he, Luling, was strong, with his own strength, how could he possibly be able to outfox 5 or 6 people whose levels were higher than his profession and who were restraining him? If this Luling doesn't get killed, he'll be considered victorious. The captain of Sakura Academy was thinking about it, but suddenly he heard a loud bang coming from him. Looking up, he realized that it was Luling who had run to the centerline position and fought with those warrior assassins. He's just a clown. He thinks he's so powerful. I'm afraid Jiangnan University can just surrender after they kill him. The Sakura University captain let out a cold smile and stopped paying attention to that side, and instead began to direct the back row of the team, slowly advancing towards the front. But soon, he realized a problem. Almost all of the melee professions on his side had gone to grab the center line, leaving only 2 tanks to guard the back row. and the other side left all the melee profession in the back row together slowly advance. This way, they are bombarding each other. It seems that they can't be bombarded? Opposite the 4 tanks and 4 warriors to that station like a wall. The party's skills simply cannot hit in, even if they hit in, but also cannot blow the pain of those thick-skinned tanks. And the opposite side of the back row in the case of not needing to consider the defense and positioning. The output efficiency is not half a star higher than their own side. They didn't remotely support Luling, who was in the front. They just still bombed the back rows one after another, so their side couldn't hold up a bit. At this rate, I'm afraid that by the time they reached the center line, their blood level would definitely not be as high as the opposite sides, and even a bad one might even result in attrition. Just as the captain of Sakura Academy was a bit impatient, intending to urge those fighters on the front line to hurry over and put some pressure on the opposite side, he was directly shocked with his jaw dropping, only to see that in the center line area, Luling, with his own strength, was frantically chasing after those warriors and hammering them hard. The few assassins, moreover, had already been directly done away with by 2 of Luling. At this moment, the hearts of those few assassins were shocked and angry, with a constipated look on their faces. It wasn't that they didn't want to go and cut Luling, but what had just happened was too unbelievable, causing them to be completely afraid to mess up on it again now. When they just met Luling head-on, those assassins went straight up and tried to take Luling away in a wave. However, Luling was not the least bit flustered and went straight for a mace, nearly giving those assassins all of their skite. That wasn't the end of it. That Kazama assistant wasn't convinced and wanted to try again, only to be struck by Luling with an arcane heavy strike, which directly knocked the life-saving skill substitute out of existence. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, I'm afraid that he would have died directly under that staff from Luling. As a result, these few assassins could only glare at Luling, the mage. They couldn't do anything about him. Luling's reaction speed was too fast and his pursuit ability was extremely strong. It wasn't that they didn't want to be harassed, but once they were caught by Luling, it was probably a small life. As a result, the 8 of them were hardened and held near the center line by Luling alone. In fact, Luling was not as relaxed as it seemed. In that set of assassinations just now, he had also used all his strength, which had skillfully defused the attack and taken advantage of the situation to counterattack. He then unreservedly exerted his various abilities, directly bluffing those few little devils from making any rash moves. And that was his original plan. Utilizing this opportunity of the opponent trying to grab the center line area, he forced the opposite front row professions to be firmly held in place, and waited for the Jiangnan University crowd to reach the center line, definitely in better shape than the opposite side. Jiangnan University's mage and archer departments are the best in China and even the world, plus they have a numerical advantage, so when it comes to the official face-to-face fight, the balance of victory would naturally be tilted toward Jiangnan University's side. Chapter 116, The Insidious Kazamatsusuk, The Poison of the Yagyu. The plan was implemented very smoothly, and the entire match had fallen into the rhythm of Luling alone. Seeing that the crowd of Jiangnan University's team behind them was getting closer and closer, Kazamatsusuk and the others were also starting to panic. Baka, no way, we must forcefully get rid of this Chinese kid, otherwise we'll be finished. Kazamatsusuk let out a low curse and spoke to several assassins on the side together. They just tried a couple more waves to single-cut Luling and still couldn't do it. Luling's single combat ability was too terrifying, and there was no way for them to break through from Luling's hands in a short period of time. But if they didn't solve Luling as soon as possible, the others from Jiangnan University would be the ones who would have a hard time when they arrived at the center line. Therefore, Luling must be nullified at all costs, Kazamatsusuk thought, and a few touches of ruthlessness appeared on his face. The several assassins on the side instantly broke out in a cold sweat when they saw this, and were about to say something when they suddenly realized that a handful of bittersweet engraved with a strange incantation had appeared on their bodies. Wind, Kazama-kun, what do you want to do? One of them said in horror. Several of them only felt that their bodies were getting stiffer and were gradually losing control of their bodies. Humph. For the sake of the glory of Sakura land, please, sacrifice yourselves, Kazamatsusuk said viciously, his hand-changing spell seals, directly and forcefully manipulating the bodies of several people. This is also one of the skills of the ninja school called puppetry. The effect is the ability to briefly manipulate targets struck by special bidders, with the prerequisite requirement being that those people have a lower mental power than Kazamatsusuk. Puppetry doesn't last very long, and naturally the combat power after being manipulated will be quite a bit lower than in person. There were quite a few limitations beyond that, but at the moment, Kazumatsusuk only needed a few tools who weren't afraid to die to create an opportunity for his next move. Accompanied by Kazamasuk's command, those manipulated assassins ran towards Luling's direction disoriented, their eyes completely devoid of any semblance of color. The manipulated people were all fighting for their lives, no longer thinking about defense, but instead attacking towards Luling's vitals with their knives. Seeing this, the few warriors also immediately seized the opportunity and directly rushed towards Luling. In an instant, Luling was in a crisis. However, he was not the least bit flustered, and after quickly observing the battlefield, he immediately reacted. Although he had consumed a lot of life and mana earlier, Luling had not surrendered any of those critical skills, so he wasn't worried at all that his life would actually be in danger. After dispatching all of his companions around him, Kazamasuk himself had a hardened expression on his face, and began chanting under his breath. Next, he would use his most powerful current move to completely crush Luling. Stupid Chinese, go to hell! Kazamatsusuk's mind cried out frantically, his face flashing a sickly red color. Those few assassins manipulated by puppetry didn't play a big role, and after Luling took the initiative to turn on Zero of Time, a few waves of Voidly plus Arcane Heavy Strike cleared it all right off. Just as Luling had just forced back those few warriors, he saw a black shadow rush towards him. Go to hell! Kazamasuk shouted maniacally, and the dagger in his hand with a touch of dark green oil light, like lightning, then stabbed at Luling's body. This slash had the attribute of being undodgeable and was able to forcibly slow down the locked target by 50%. Pust! The sharp blade instantly disappeared into Luling's abdomen. Everyone in the room was shocked, and the referee was more than ready to make the rescue. And Kazamasuk, who had successfully stabbed Luling in the middle, laughed wildly. Wail and die. Damn Chinese pigs, this is my SS rank hidden profession exclusive skill. Yachi's poison. Once poisoned, even a ninth-turn priest cannot dispel it, because this is an intense poison that targets the soul. You can only watch in horror as your life fades away. Saying that, a twisted smile once again appeared on Kazamatsusuk's face, as if he had already met Luling's expression of agonized fear. His heart was immensely enjoying the thrill of being able to sway the lives and deaths of others. Unexpectedly, however, Luling suddenly lifted her head and smiled slightly after listening. Yeah, that sounds awesome, but it doesn't seem to be working for me, Luling said, a playful smile crossing the corners of his mouth as he gently stroked the place where he had just been stabbed. He looks like this. Where does he have the tragic appearance of having been poisoned? His face was rosy and shiny, and he looked doubly refreshed. As it turned out, right at the moment he was stabbed, Luling decisively turned on the reversal technique, originally intending to reverse the damage of the slash. Unexpectedly, however, the reversal technique had directly reversed the effects of this Yagyu's poison. Originally, Yachi's poison was real damage that deducted 3% of max life every second, plus a bunch of debuff stacks. Now it had become a divine buff that returned 3% of Luling's maximum life value every second and gave him a bunch of speed up and damage-free gains. For Luling, blood quantity was blue quantity. Now he could completely let go of his hands and fight without having to worry about his range. The duration of this skill was very long, and when Luling glanced at it, it had a duration of half an hour. Kazamasuk froze right in his tracks at the sight. No way, how can you be okay? This poison comes with paralysis plus vulnerability. Why are you completely unaffected? Luling laughed and didn't explain, but instead playfully raised the staff in his hand and slowly walked towards Kazamatsusuk. The audience was also all confused. How come Luling looks so much more alive after being stabbed? Are all mages that sick? With a muffled thud, Kazamasuk flew towards the edge of the tournament stage in despair, hitting the protective barrier hard and fainting. The few remaining Sakura Nation warriors were also scared less. Other people were not sure, but they knew how terrifying Kazamasuk's 8 gifts of poison really was. When they were in the Sakura Kingdom, they had seen with their own eyes that Kazamasuk, who had just leveled up to 100, had used this move to directly up a 130 boss, and when it comes to this, it's actually just ineffective? This man is a monster, isn't he? They almost all lost their will to fight, and watched dumbfounded as Luling moved his body and came towards himself with a fierce smile. The talent Blade of Spell Energy has gained a new attack effect, Yaki's Poison. Just as Luling was planning to go up and kick all of these guys off the field, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Oh, it's actually been expanded? Luling thought with some surprise. However, there was no way to study it at the moment, so Luling didn't pause for too long before continuing to charge towards those few fighters. Chapter 117 Victory. Turning the tide with one's own strength. After witnessing Luling get hit by a shot of Yachi's poison and give back to Kazamasuk for a counterkill, those few fighters no longer had the courage to fight against Luling, and were carried away by Luling in 3 tries. After resolving these few people, the situation on the field began to completely favor Jiangnan University's side. In the audience, that Professor Nia from Capital University from before couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air even after watching Luling's performance. This son, is as terrifying as this. This battle was actually turned around by him with his own strength. Elder Nya murmured in shock, and he couldn't help but bring a bit of depth into his eyes as he looked at Luling. No, after this match, we have to say hello to that kid Mobai and let him come over to our capital university to exchange and study a bit. The middle-aged man on the side couldn't help but speak out as well. At this moment, the Sakura Nation captain on the stage was also shocked in his heart, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. 8 people, including Kazamasuk, all assassins and fighters, actually failed to beat one mage, Luling, and even carried away all by him. A mage? This kid is a human being? He's a plug-in, isn't he? Why did you get hit by Kazamasuk's shot of Yachi's poison and nothing happened to you at all? The captain of Sakura University was also numb in his mind, and he couldn't help but look at a girl in the center of the group. As things stood, there was only the field of Kota-senpai to rely on, and perhaps there was still a chance of victory, he thought, and immediately changed to the girl's side and whispered something. On the other hand, Jiangnan University's side, after witnessing Luling's heaven-defying operation throughout, their morale directly exploded. Holy cow! Schoolmate Luling is too fierce. One person directly took on 8 people from the opposite side, and he even took them all down. Those staff swings are too much of a good thing. No way, we can't lag behind either. Brothers, work harder. Let's rush up and destroy the opposite side with a wave. A few seniors instantly charged towards the opposite side of the Sakura Nation battle team as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, shouting. After the round with Luling, the two sides of the crowd also began their final showdown. Lin Wanwan dropped several buffs on Luling at the first opportunity, causing his skill cooldowns to speed up while boosting his attributes in all areas. Soon, all the skills on Luling's body were able to be unleashed again, except for the reversal technique, which was still on cooldown. Just as the two sides were about to make short work of each other, Luling suddenly noticed the priest in the opposite camp, surrounded in the center. The aura emanating from her body immediately made Luling realize what was going on, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a bad smile. Is it actually an SS-ranked priest profession? Humph, that'll turn you into a poisonous milk. Luling smiled slightly and opened 0 of time without hesitation. In addition to allowing Luling to enter CD-less mode, Timeless 0 actually had a built-in effect, which was that it would directly turn all of Luling's skills that were still on cooldown directly into good ones. This also includes the natural skill that cannot be acted upon with 0 of time, the inversion technique. The moment that priest was about to raise her hand to release the domain, Luling directly hit her with a reversal spell. Then, a bright white light instantly swept across the entire Sakura Nation team. However, they were as if they had been suddenly struck with a muffled stick, and each of them had a face like gold paper, and they spat out a mouthful of blood when they opened their mouths. Baka, Oda schoolgirl, what are you doing? The captain of Sakura University cursed directly at the priest girl. Just that one time, they were instantly set with several kinds of debuff. What slow down reduce healing easy to hurt dazzle awe. Also, each one of them also took a high wave of real injuries. This is all because of the field of Oda. The girl known as Kota was also confused. She had absolutely no idea what was going on, and at the moment, she also looked a bit at a loss for words. On the other side, although Jiangnan University didn't know what was going on, they naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity, and immediately went on the offensive, intending to end the match in one breath straight away. After that, the battle was without suspense. Jiangnan University was above Cherry Blossom University in both numbers and condition, and its main fighting force had all been wasted by Luling alone by a third. The rest of the brittle skin naturally can't withstand the wolves and tigers of Jiangnan University. In fact, the most exaggerated or Luling, that carry the staff to see who swing who look, simply more than the god of war god Ah. His damage was high and fast, and it was multiple mixed wounds, so even a tank couldn't carry a few of his staffs. Luling, who rushed into the crowd, was like a cart in zombies. God stops God. There was no one who could block his advance. Soon after, accompanied by a burst of skill shuffling, the Sakura University crowd was suffocated and unwillingly crushed by all, losing the match. Until the end, their best teamwork didn't come into play, and that forward-pressing tactic was a joke, and the blowout has caught the attention of the entire field. Among them, Luling, who had the most outstanding performance, instantly became the talented young man in people's mouths. But Luling himself didn't care about these things. After defeating Cherry Blossom University, Jiangnan University's morale had increased greatly, and with Luling, a pervert-level character who was good with both his brain and fists, the rest of the colleges were naturally out of the question. Soon enough, the first 2 rounds of the group stage of the team competition had ended, and Jiangnan University had directly occupied the first position in the group, and the line was absolutely secure. The remaining 2 Chinese universities are also dominating the first place in their respective groups. This exchange match, it is possible that the final 4 will become a friendly match between Chinese universities. After the match, Luling rubbed his 10,000 tired body and sighed in satisfaction. It had been a long time since I had a painful fight like today. The amount of martial spirit points earned in just one day today was more than the previous month combined. Nowadays, the martial god Mall can already exchange all kinds of low-ranking materials, plus Luling's secondary profession of alchemy, directly allowing Luling to find a way to get money. Just through alchemy, exchange the cheapest materials in the martial god Mall, and then use alchemy to transform them into the most expensive materials sold in the same level, earning tens of thousands of huaxia coins in minutes. Nowadays, Luling's pockets are also gradually bulging. Usually used for upgrading skills and buying potions, and other money is completely enough, and can even save a lot. While calculating whether he should go out and have a good meal after the dismissal, Luling suddenly realized that there was an extra young girl in front of him. Wine red hair, eyes as magnificent as rubies. Wasn't this the same Lilia, the blood maiden she had fought against before? Chapter 118, Crisis. The demon god strikes. Invasion of heaven's wrath. Only to see Lilia thumping her small steps to Luling, first bending down and performing an elegant dress-lifting salute. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a box of something very expensively packaged and handed it over. "This one, for you." Lilia's cheeks blushed slightly, but her tone was still as raw as if she had accomplished her task. She placed the item in Luling's arms without any further ado, followed by another curtsy, and instantly disappeared with another small step. The whole process didn't take more than 2 minutes, and Luling was outright confused. Picking up the thing in his hand and looking at it, the box is wrapped with gold silk, the appearance of rose-red unknown material, looks introverted luxury. I am afraid that this box will not be less than 5 figures. Scratching his head, Luling took the item back into his room and unwrapped it to read it. Inside was a bottle of red wine without any label, but it was easy to tell from the texture of the bottle that it was absolutely extraordinary. Luling was not a person who knew about wine, and after surveying it for a while, he put it down, still confused in his mind. What does that mean? Does she want to make friends with me? Or does she see my ability and wants to recruit me? Luling was puzzled and had no choice but to put the matter aside. What he didn't know was that in blood ritual, presenting a bottle of red wine made by one's own hands was likewise a gesture of goodwill. If the parties are young and of the opposite sex, then the move represents an invitation to a date. How Luling would never have thought. As the first person to receive Lilia's personally brewed wine, he has been how many people's hatred. After resting for the night, Luling also had a rare chance to stay in bed for a short while. Today's game is near noon, so you can get there without going so early in the morning. It was only when it was close to noon that Luling arrived at the site of the competition. The rest of the match wasn't much to write home about, as Luling took the final victory without much difficulty. In a one-on-one situation, I'm afraid that Luling's current extreme battle power could directly break bread with a level 150 professional. As long as the opponent wasn't the kind of existence with very special abilities, then Luling was able to fight with him. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, it was the last day of this race. What will be decided today is the winner of the team competition. But on the morning of that day, when everyone was gathered at the arena, a sudden change occurred. As the race team was about to pronounce on today's schedule of events, a huge twisting crack suddenly appeared in the sky. An intense demonic chi scattered in all directions from within that crack. A few of the strongest members of the Chinese Professionals Union instantly changed their faces when they saw this. This is a demonic invasion. Something's not right. This aura is more like a secret realm rift. But how did the secret realm rift suddenly appear here? Several Sixth Revolution powerhouses frowned, staring somewhat incredulously at the crack in the sky. On the other hand, several Qingbei professors who were sitting in the audience instantly stood up and looked up in shock. This is heaven's wrath? The devil realm has actually forcefully unleashed the heavenly wrath? What exactly do they want? Nope, this aura isn't of a high level. It's coming for those kids. Quickly contact the tournament team and the alliance to evacuate those contestants immediately. A professor with a white beard snapped, while a powerful aura erupted from his body, then rose up into the air. I'll have to make a move to stop it. Otherwise, at this rate, the heaven's wrath boundary will soon take shape, and those children will be taken directly to the edgeland. You guys hurry up and get the people out of here. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed into the sky, and in his hands, he began to condense a weird spell formation. This sudden riot caused everyone to panic, but fortunately, because of the competition, the scene was filled with experts, and there were countless strong people of the 6th and 7th revolutions. The efficiency of the Chinese Professionals Union was indeed not low, as it quickly received the information and began to organize the evacuation. Under the arrangement of the Professionals Union, all the contestants and spectators were evacuated in an organized manner. But just then, a few unsuspecting foreign professionals had bad thoughts. Right now, It seems like a good opportunity to pit China against us. If we can get a few of their young talents killed, it would be a great thing for us." A few foreign professionals with shady faces suddenly began to conspire and started to deliberately slow down a bit, even deliberately creating some trouble. On the other side, Luling also frowned after seeing the crack in the sky, because the very moment it appeared, Master Tai issued a warning. "Kid, run far away. The guy who came up with this is not a guy to be messed with. By the looks of it, he's trying to take you little brats by force." Just as the evacuation was going very well, a loud thunderclap suddenly came from the air, only to see that around that crack, quite a few red demonic thunders had appeared at some point, and a powerful force of pressure erupted from the crack. The white-bearded professor who had cast the seal in the air instantly paled, and the staff in his hand, which had been mostly outlined, instantly dispersed. Nasir, the demon god of the demon clan? Has he gone mad? To actually force his hand by directly resisting the will of the heavenly Tao? "Aren't you afraid of falling here?" Professor Whitebeard said with an ugly face towards the air. In the next second, more red demonic thunder appeared, and for a time, the wind and clouds changed. Thunder rolled in the air, and the entire sky was colored with a dark red light, as if the end times were coming. Ha. Fallen? Even if I only have one breath left, a mole-like human like you, dare to say that you can make me fall? This honored one has come today to let you know. Prepare to be destroyed. The demon realm will soon be truly revived. A voice that was arrogant and filled with an evil aura rang out, and in just a few words, it caused an uncontrollable emotion of fear to arise in all the humans present. Then, the crack in the air instantly erupted with a blinding light, directly tearing through the space of this area. Dense cracks spread like a spider web, instantly enveloping the entire arena. There were quite a few low-level professionals who were directly shaken to death by the demonic aura brought about by this wave of spatial cracks. There was also a portion that was directly sucked into the spatial rift and completely disappeared. Seeing this, Professor Whitebeard immediately gritted his teeth and began to exert his ability, using his powerful sealing power to diligently fill the spatial cracks. Granny drop. How did this demon god locate himself so precisely in the real world? Even at the risk of being injured, they still want to forcefully open the heavenly condemnation invasion. What exactly do they want to do? Professor Whitebeard thought suspiciously in his mind as he frantically sealed the rift. Chapter 119 Its Space Rift. The Mysterious Portal. On the other side, Luling and the others, who had not yet evacuated in time, also felt a burst of intense discomfort, and then realized with horror that something was wrong with their bodies. Their bodies were suddenly much heavier, as if gravity had suddenly doubled, and it pressed down on them. What the hell is going on here? What the hell? Captain Chen Tian muttered under his breath at this moment, looking up at the sky that had completely changed color. It all happened so fast and without warning that everyone was a little disoriented. Luling, on the other hand, felt a vague uneasiness in her heart and subconsciously looked at her hand. Could it be that this is all about the pink-haired girl I met earlier? Did she leave her mark on me? Luling's heart was a little lost in thought, and a very inexplicable emotion suddenly surged up. Just then, Lin Wanwan on the side exclaimed, pulling Luling back from his thoughts, only to see that a pitch-black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a spatial crack not far away, and was grabbing onto Lin Wanwan's arm, pulling her towards the crack. Seeing this, Luling immediately pulled out his weapon and ran towards Lin Wanwan without hesitation. He was seen jumping up and slamming his staff down hard, but it didn't do the slightest bit of good. At that moment, the spatial cracks around them widened once again, and the crowd only felt the squeezing sensation on their bodies become even more intense. Luling, come back quickly. It's going to be dangerous if we keep going like this. Chen Tian somewhat anxiously shouted at Luling. He had intended to step forward to help, but just as he took a step out, he was nearly sucked directly into the spatial rift. However, Luling turned a deaf ear and gritted his teeth, once again erupting an astonishing aura as he continued to try and smash that black tentacle. But that black tentacle was as immovable as a mud building, and after Luling smashed it a few times it actually didn't cause a single damage to it. You know, I'm afraid that these few hits just now must have added up to 100,000 damage. I can't believe I couldn't even get a single wound. At this time, Lin Wanwan was also about to run out of strength. Her face was pale as she held Luling's hand and shook her head at him. No way, Luling, if this keeps up, you'll pull in too. The attraction here is getting stronger. You'd better run. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Luling. I'm not giving up on you. Luling's face remained flat, but his tone and eyes grew more resolute. When Lin Wanwan heard this, her heart was touched, but she also secretly made up her mind and directly pushed Luling away. Lin Wanwan was about to say something, but she felt the black tentacles on her arms snapping, and her already exhausted body could no longer support it, and was directly pulled into the spatial crack. Am I going to die? Lin Wanwan's mind went blank, and the second before she closed her eyes, she vaguely saw a figure swooping over and hugging her. Right at this moment, all the spatial cracks in the entire arena suddenly widened several times. In an instant, a number of contestants were sucked into the rift. By the time Lin Wanwan opened her eyes again, she was already in the middle of a forest. Luling was guarding her side, and in his hands he was roasting a piece of meat from an unknown animal. Seeing Lin Wanwan wake up, Luling was also relieved. Just now, the attraction emanating from the spatial cracks around them had instantly become stronger, and even if they didn't rescue Lin Wanwan, I was afraid that they would have difficulty escaping. But what greeted them after being sucked in was not death, but such a forest that looked somewhat inexplicably bizarre. The color of the sky was blood red, and the trees in the forest were clear and gray, a color like the dying of life. Even the leaves of the trees were equally so. A large row of rolling mountains could vaguely be seen in the distance, and Luling had tried to contact the others, but realized that there was absolutely no way to communicate with the outside world. There was no other way. Luling could only bring the unconscious Lin Wanwan to find a place to recuperate first. But within a few steps, Luling spotted a few creatures that looked somewhat like wild boars. The creatures are not magical and have no words to show for it, but rather look like a few common animals. Luling went straight to work slaughtering a few without saying a word, to be used for feeding. After seeing Lin Wanwan wake up, Luling directly explained the current situation briefly, and then began to check Lin Wanwan's physical state. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan was not in any serious trouble and would be fine with just a good rest. Just as the two of them were planning to take a good rest before exploring their surroundings, a violent explosion suddenly rang out from the woods behind them. It was followed by a long, gut-wrenching hiss. Instantly alert, Luling immediately summoned his weapon, then found a higher tree to go up and look towards the source of the sound. Only about 1,000 meters back, a battle seemed to be taking place. After Luling jumped down, he hesitated for a while, and eventually planned to go over and take a look. Because before being sucked into that spatial rift, Luling saw quite a few contestants being sucked in together as well. So there's a good chance that what's fighting over there is human as well. The situation is not clear at the moment, so perhaps one can learn something useful from other people. Luling thought and immediately told Lin Wanwan what she had seen, and although Lin Wanwan was a bit weak at the moment, she stood up without hesitation. As a priest, it was naturally incumbent to learn that someone needed help, not to mention that it was Luling's decision. The two of them immediately rushed in the direction of the source of the sound. There were still noises coming from that direction every now and then during the road trip. Soon they reached their destination. Fallen gray trees and corpses could be seen everywhere on the ground. All creatures of indistinguishable species, most of which had their heads chopped right off or their bodies split in two. And in front, a cool young man holding a sword in one hand was protecting a young girl. Both of them were carrying wounds on their bodies. Obviously they had just fought a bitter battle. He didn't wait for Luling to go up and strike up a conversation, but then he heard an odd growl from the middle of the woods. After that, it was a few sentences of extremely large-sized weird beasts that rushed out. Barbarian animal, rank, 120, attack power, 2985, blood quantity, 100,000. An ancient creature, with a faintly demonic aura, yet not a demonic creature. Finally having words to read this time, Luling immediately opened their panel to check it out. However, this kind of creature was something that Luling had never heard of at all, which caused his brows to furrow. However, right now is not a good time to study them. It's better to wait until after this them is resolved first. Luling thought and immediately summoned his weapon. On the other side, the sword-wielding teenager's face was also a few shades heavier after seeing these giant beasts. Chapter 120 Exile. Borderlands. He had just decimated nearly 20 monsters, and there were actually that many at the moment. Looks like we're really going to die here this time, the teenager thought with some unwillingness in his heart, and was about to give up his life to fight another battle. But suddenly he heard a sound of breaking air coming from behind him. He subconsciously looked back, only to see a handsome Thane in a mage's robe carrying his staff upside down, running towards the group of giant beasts at high speed. Danger! These monsters are strong, the teenager subconsciously yelled out. But the next second, his words were caught in his throat, only to see Luling suddenly waving the staff in his hand like a heavenly god, going up to deliver a heavy blow. The tremendous power directly whirled a giant beast away. Boo! A muffled sound of a blunt weapon striking came, instantly knocking a large chunk of the behemoth's blood down. With one strike, Luling did not stop at all and made a turn, perfectly dodging the pounce of another giant beast, and in the process, he spun his staff around in his hand and slammed it heavily. This time Luling used arcane heavy strike. The giant beast flew directly backwards as if it had been hit by a missile. It let out a mournful hiss in the air and ruthlessly crashed through 7 or 8 large trees before collapsing heavily on the ground. A look of shock surfaced on the young man's handsome face. followed immediately by a thoughtful expression. The mage profession also has such a terrifying melee combat ability. Is it that Jiangnan University's tyrant Luling? The teenager muttered, and then immediately rushed to Luling's side, joining the battle together. That young girl who was protected by him also reacted and began to release her skills, providing a layer of increased buff for Luling and the teenager. Under the combined efforts of the two, the group of behemoths was quickly wiped out. After smashing the head of the last behemoth with his staff, Luling stopped moving, raised his hand to lightly wipe the blood spots on his face, and turned his head to look at the sword-wielding teenager. You're also from China, aren't you? Also brought here by that spatial rift? Luling asked. The teenager nodded softly and gave Luling an odd look. He had just seen why Luling's battles always generated hot debate whenever he fought. It's too violent. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that it was a bit gory. Who's the good guy mage who uses his staff against his face to crack the monster's head like a watermelon? If I were to face this guy, I'm afraid my chances of winning won't be much better than those monsters. The teenager thought and nodded, then introduced himself. My name is Su Yuntian. I'm an older-level participant of the Qingbei University team, and my profession is Shadow Swordsman. After Su Yuntian finished speaking, he pointed to the young girl beside him and continued his introduction. Her name is Yunbian Meng. She is also a student of Qingbei University, and her occupation is a priest. Luling nodded and also introduced himself to Lin Wanwan. Students of Qingbei College. No wonder he can kill so many behemoths by himself. Looks pretty strong and doesn't look like a treacherous person. Luling thought darkly in his mind. He then inquired about the place. Su Yuntian sniffed, but sighed, and a few more unsightly looks were added to his handsome face. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that this is the legendary borderland, the place where the real world is caught between the real world and the demon world. Su Yuntian's words caused Luling to be a bit shocked. The borderlands, that's a horrible place known as the edge of hell. All the borderlands are bound to be populated by extremely powerful magical creatures, as well as a number of terrifying existences where magical creatures are combined with real-world creatures. However, these were not the point. The point was that once one stepped into this place, it would be extremely difficult to return to the real world. This is because all borderlands are actually anomalous spatial points created by spatial collisions that, not only is it extremely unstable on its own, but its location changes frequently. Even if there were high-level professionals who were able to exert the power of space, they would not be able to establish a spatial portal at all due to their inability to locate real space. Even if it was hard to establish a spatial portal, there was still a half chance that one would be transported into the middle of the demon realm. That was even more of a place of 10 deaths. However, situations like mistakenly entering a fringe land usually only happened in those mega-secret realms. They were staying fine in the real world, so why were they suddenly pulled in here? Could this be the precursor to the otherworldly invasion that the Dragon King spoke of? Luling's heart was suddenly puzzled and he couldn't help but frown. Seeing Luling's ugly face, Su Yuntian comforted. There's no need to worry too much about the status quo. We were brought here this time by demonic creatures forcibly using the Heaven's Wrath invasion. Moreover, even if it's an invasion of Heaven's Wrath, it's absolutely impossible to ignore the laws of Heaven's Tao and teleport us to a place that's too strong. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that the only ones who were brought here are those professionals who are above level 100 but below level 150. Perhaps the Academy can reverse localize us based on the residual demonic aura of that demon god and find us soon. Luling secretly sighed, and in his heart, he also understood that there was no other way for the time being, so he could only hope for this. After the two exchanged some more information, Luling also learned more about this place. Su Yuntian arrived here a little earlier than Luling, just teleported over to the landing location is still quite far from here, also after some exploration, which arrived in this forest. But unexpectedly, just after arriving, he encountered a large group of savage beasts. The girl with Su Yuntian, Yun Rumeng, was well-versed in ancient literature and history, and her explanation for this kind of giant beasts was that they might have once been some kind of ancient creatures living in the blue planet. Maybe it is a coincidence. Maybe it is the epic change, which appeared in this borderland, and finally because of the infestation of the demonic creatures into the present appearance. While several people were studying it, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from not far away again. The four were instantly alert, each pulling out a weapon. Are those behemoths here again? Yun Wuming said somewhat nervously. Luling, however, suddenly shook his head and said, it's not that giant beast just now. It's a group of much smaller sized things, but the demonic aura on their bodies is very dense. I'm afraid it's a group of demonic creatures. And, perhaps, intelligent demons, Luling said, surveying the surroundings, and after realizing that there was no place where he could hide, he directly said to Su Yuntian, "We'll have to be proactive. There's not a lot of them. We should be able to deal with them." Su Yuntian's face stared and nodded. The two of them also stopped talking nonsense and directly ran towards the direction where the sound had just been made. Chapter 121, Finding the Way Home. Because of his profession, Luling's own spiritual power was very high, and just now, it was just an ordinary detection spell. He had already detected the approximate number of these unknown creatures and the strength of the demonic energy in their bodies. Coming to a downhill area with slower terrain, the two did find a group of humanoid-type creatures gathered around the corpses of several giant beasts doing something. Tyrannical ogre, normal, level, 110, attack power, 2698, blood quantity, 95,000. Originally one of the most common magical creatures, infected by an unknown aura, a highly intelligent race of magical creatures with the ability to devour creatures to gain evolution. As expected of Luling, these guys were really a bunch of demons. According to the information on the words, they should be trying to devour the corpses of these giant beasts. Su Yuntian and Luling glanced at each other and immediately planned to strike first. The two of them then directly scurried out from their hiding place, and without saying a word, they launched an attack towards the group of demons. However, although the words indicated that this group of magical creatures possessed the ability to devour other creatures in order to evolve themselves, the group in front of us didn't have any special abilities. Totally the kind of low-level magic creature that relies on panel data for simple attacks. Without any effort, the two of them directly killed most of the demons, leaving only 3 shivering on the ground, staring at them with a face of fear. "Why did you leave a few of them down? Are you still planning to ask questions from the mouths of demons?" Su Yuntian opened his mouth in some confusion and asked. Luling laughed and nodded, saying, "Since it's not the kind of demonic creature that hunts by instinct, it's bound to feel fear. Having emotions and the ability to think would be a weakness. We don't have anything else to do here anyway, so we might as well give it a try and maybe we can actually ask something. And these guys are pathetically weak. Big deal. We'll just kill them when we're done asking." Su Yuntian heard the words, although he felt that it was a bit outrageous, but when he thought about it carefully it did seem to have a few points of truth. "By the way, Brother Luling, have you noticed? The experience value provided by these few magical creatures seems to be somewhat abnormal." Su Yuntian suddenly stroked his chin and said, after Luling tied up the last Storm Eater demon, he nodded and said, "I've also noticed that this kind of magical creature is only about level 110, but the experience value it provides is not in any way lower than that of a level 130 magical creature. Maybe it's because they're more special." After saying that, Luling lifted his hand and pulled the 3 demons a few steps forward, the immense strength causing them to not be able to put up any resistance in the slightest. For some reason, the eyes of these few demons always carried an inexplicable fear when they looked at Luling. This sense of fear was not something that was generated later in life. Rather, it was like a memory that was engraved in their genes, just as if Luling was their natural enemy. After bringing these 3 demons back, Luling directly began his interrogation plan. Surprisingly, these few demons actually understood what Luling was saying, and were able to react to his words with some nodding or shaking of the head. However, there was no way for them to express themselves in a way that Luling could understand. It's a pity. If they could talk, they might be able to get more information about this place, and then maybe they could find a way to escape. As Luling was thinking, he suddenly felt a tingling pain coming from the back of his hand and subconsciously looked over. Only on the back of his hand, at some point, a small tooth mark appeared, which was emitting a faint pink glow. "This is," Luling instantly remembered. Wasn't this the mysterious pink-haired loli that he had met earlier in the secret realm? Bachi bite? What's going on here? Luling was puzzled, but he suddenly heard a strange and trembling voice. Please spare us, my lord." Luling instantly froze, and the one making the noise was actually the tyrannical eclipse demon in front of him. "You can actually understand them yourself?" Luling was astonished, and busied himself with questioning. Sure enough, under the effect of this strange wound on his hand, he could really understand these demons. Luling instantly became excited and immediately threw out all the doubts in his head. What exactly is this place? And where did these demons come from? Is there a way back to the real world? It turned out that these 3 magical creatures actually did give useful information. "Yes, my lord, there is. In that direction over there, there's a place called Strange Valley, and there are rumors that there are spatial anchor points that can connect to other places. If you climb the tallest mountain next to the Valley of Monsters and fetch that artifact, you can use the spatial anchor point to escape this place. However, the rumors also mention that there is a very powerful creature guarding the vicinity of that spatial anchor point, and that it will kill whatever dares to come near it." One of the tyrannical eclipse demons stammered. When Luling heard this, he instantly became interested. "I can't imagine that there is actually a way to get out of here. This is really the sky is the limit. If you can't wait for help, at least there's a way back, Luling thought, and immediately asked for more information about the strange valley. But other than knowing the direction of the strange valley, and the general appearance on that side, these tyrannical ogre demons didn't have any more information to offer. According to their words, the surroundings of the strange valley were all treacherous places, with at least 4 or 5 great evil things inhabiting that neighborhood. For a weak demonic tribe like them, running over there was tantamount to suicide. Speaking of which, Luling did remember one more thing. By the way, have you ever seen humans like us? And when did you guys come to live here? And why did you guys act so scared when you just saw me? Luling stroked his chin and threw out the questions one by one without any panic, then looked at the 3 demons. Unexpectedly, their reply really surprised Luling. It's amazing that they don't even know that the demon realm exists, and it indicated that they had never even seen a similar creature before Luling, having been dealing with other different beasts for so long. As for why they were afraid of Luling, they said, in Luling's body, there was the aura of the creator. Luling froze after hearing this, then immediately thought of something. The creator. Could it mean the one who created this borderland? Is it Porky? As Luling thought, he immediately revealed the bite mark on his hand that was still emitting a pink halo and inquired. The result was really as Luling expected. The creator's breath in their mouths was exactly this bite mark on Luling's hand. Chapter 122 Survivors. This discovery could shock Luling severely. To be able to open up a space where living creatures can survive. I'm afraid that only a true god can do such a thing, right? Is Porky actually that powerful? Moreover, the point in time at which this space appeared might even be several epochs ago? This was all a bit too astonishing. After carefully organizing the information he had obtained, Luling returned to Lin Wanwan and the others. He first told the story about the strange valley, and the spatial anchor point, and then added some information related to this borderland. However, he didn't say anything about the wound in his hand or about Porky. Anyway, there was no way to test it at the moment, and compared to how to escape from here, there were mysteries about Porky that would be better to wait until they got out and then take their time to study them. Luling thought so. Lin Wanwan's several people's expressions also perked up directly after learning that there was a way to be able to return to the real world. In that case, why don't we take a look around the Valley of Monsters first? And if we can deal with the monsters inside, how about we just use that spatial anchor to try and get back? After pondering for a moment, Shinichen said to Luling in an inquiring tone. Luling meant exactly that. Instead of waiting dryly in place for that ethereal rescue, it would be better to take the initiative and do it yourself to be a bit more at ease. After discussing the details, several people then determined a plan to set out to explore the strange valley ahead first, and if the danger factor wasn't too great, then they would just take the artifacts and try to leave directly. If the risk factor is too great, then try to find the other professionals who were sucked in here together and make a plan. After the talk, Luling got up and came back to the 3 tyrannical eclipse demons. Originally, he had planned to kill them directly, but looking at their clear and stupid eyes that were different from the other demons, Luling thought about it and just let them go. They haven't done any cannibalism anyway, they're just a few animals at best. As for being retaliated by them, with Luling's strength, I'm afraid that one person would be able to destroy a nest in a group. As a matter of fact, these tyrannical eclipse demons didn't have half a mind to retaliate at all. Because of that mark, Luling was like a divine messenger in their eyes, so how could they dare to think of resistance? The 3 demons kneeled on the ground and kowtowed until Luling's figure disappeared before they dared to get up and return to the tribe with palpitations. On the other hand, after confirming the direction of the strange valley, Luling's group set off straight away without stopping. There was no shortage of food here, and in addition to the magical creatures, there were a number of blue star creatures that were a bit stranger looking, but could still be used for food. Plus, being in the middle of a forest, there is no shortage of various plants and ferns, so you only need to solve the problem of drinking water to live here. And water. This thing for as a mage Luling as much as possible. Just a little bit of mana consumption. He was able to learn all the non-hidden professions skill branches, and naturally, the elemental mage's skills were able to be used as well. Following this direction all the way forward, during which they encountered quite a few strange creatures that had no record in the books, making several people's impression of this place become even more special. After walking for an unknown amount of time again, several people were also tired and planned to stop and rest for a moment. Guys, something's not quite right. The days seem a little too long here. As they sat down to eat together, Yunwoming looked strangely at the sky and said, "We must have been walking for at least 6 hours or more, with a 2-hour break in between. Even if it was just light when we came in, it should be dark by now. Could it be that this place is only daylight?" She spoke with some curiosity. After some discussion, several people did not come to a reasonable conclusion. However, this kind of thing wouldn't affect them, so a few people didn't intend to necessarily look into it, and used it more to pass the time as an after-dinner talking point. After resting again for an hour, the group continued to set off towards the mountain range that lay beyond the forest. According to those few devils, the location where the strange valley was located was exactly in the middle area of that mountain range in the distance. It was an area shrouded in gray mist all year round, with many demonic green vines like poisonous snakes, and a number of small magical creatures and creatures lurking within. And at the edge of the strange valley was the snow-capped holy mountain. And according to the original words of those demons, at the top of the holy mountain, there was a divine artifact that could change the sky and the sun buried. As long as one held that artifact, one would be able to pass through the strange valley and travel to other worlds. A few people were walking on the road when Luling suddenly sensed the aura of other humans again, and immediately stopped and looked in a certain direction to the left. Lin Wanwan and the others thought that Luling had found another monster and immediately took out their weapons, a hint of wariness instantly surfacing on their faces. But Luling waved his hand and said, "I sense the scent of humans around us, outnumbering us by 7. After saying that, he directly indicated the direction. In a place like this, one more person is always more care. After all, they are the same human. They still need to be united. So, they immediately headed in the direction of those guys. However, having said that, Luling was still very cautious and said to Su Yuntian, "Brother Shen, you shouldn't come over with us, in case there is a clash. We have a better chance of winning if one of us cooperates with the other to make a move." Su Yuntian froze, then immediately understood Luling's thoughts. If they were professionals from the same Chinese country, then naturally there wouldn't be any conflict in such a place. But if it was a professional from another country, then they couldn't really guarantee that those beast-like assholes would not do something else. After all, there were 2 such beautiful girls in their group, and in a place like this, where there were no laws to restrain them, there might be people who would have evil thoughts because of it. Thinking about it, Su Yuntian nodded his head, and then immediately made a flash and jumped onto the tree, directly turning on his skills to hide his breath. The shadow swordsman profession is somewhat similar to the assassin, both going for high sensitivity and high offense. Though he couldn't match an assassin in sneaking, he could still do it by simply hiding his scent. Seeing this, Luling led the 2 women to continue walking in the direction of those people. Pushing through a patch of bushes, there were indeed several people sitting around a campfire eating and drinking, with a few bottles of wine on the ground. As soon as they met, Luling couldn't help but frown. These guys' sense of vigilance is too poor, and they're actually grilling and drinking in a place like this? Are they camping? He was running into their faces, and he hadn't even realized it yet? If this were to be replaced by a demon that was good at hiding, wouldn't they be finished? Chapter 123, Conflict. Unrestrained ugly humanity. Luling thought and coughed lightly, walking towards a few people while looking closely. What disappointed him a bit was that these people were not Chinese. They were all foreign professionals. 2 of them looked like bear countrymen, and the rest were all dark-skinned elephant countrymen. It was only then that the few people who were drinking and blowing off steam realized Luling's presence. However, the few elephant countrymen actually froze for a few seconds instead of pulling out their weapons to be on guard the first time. The 2 Bear Nation men, on the other hand, were the first to pull out their weapons, and stood up and loudly questioned something in Bear Nation. Luling wasn't proficient in foreign languages and only knew a beautiful Mandarin, so he shrugged his shoulders and gestured for Yun to come over and translate. In the previous chat, Su Yuntian had mentioned that Yun Beiming was actually a very good academic professional and was proficient in multiple languages. At this time, the few black people this time staggered to their feet and looked over towards Luling's side. However, their focus was also not on Luling, but rather Lin Wanwan and Yun Beiming beside Luling, only to see that the eyes of those black men instantly showed a few lustful glints, recklessly sweeping up and down on the 2 women's bodies. Then, in unison, they made a few strange noises and stood up, heading this way. "The 2 ladies are so beautiful. Would you like to do something pleasurable with us? I promise my brothers and I will make you feel so good." These blacks came up and said in a teasing tone, and that look instantly made the 2 women show a look of disgust. Luling's face went cold when he saw this, and those 2 Bear Nation people sniffed, and their expressions were a bit displeased. Since these few blacks were speaking the beautiful national language, there was no need for an interpreter for Luling to understand, and the black men seemed to want to not only verbally harass, but even walk up and physically harass. Luling's face became even colder and he stepped forward and blocked the 2 women. The few blacks seemed to have just realized Luling's existence, and they were all stunned. Then they glanced at each other, all revealing contemptuous gazes. Where did the Chinese kid come from? Is this trying to be a flower protector? Oh, have you grown all your hair? Hey, Chinese pig, Get your ass to the side or don't blame us for smashing your stinking face. These few black people immediately said to Luling with disdain. As for Luling, he sniffed and let out a cold smile as he also directly pulled out his weapon. After seeing the staff in Luling's hands, as well as the robes on his body, those few blacks instantly laughed exaggeratedly. A mage boy. Chinese, are you going to beg for mercy on your knees? Do you know that it won't take us 2 seconds to kill you from this distance? One of the blacks teased. Yun Ruiming's face also turned a little white when she heard this. She had been living in a honeypot since she was a child. Where had she seen this kind of unreasonable bully? It was not surprising that she was a bit nervous for a while. The black men, who had also noticed her nervousness, all smiled playfully and then began to scare her. You know what? In this kind of place, there is no such damn law as you're Chinese. We kill you, but no one will come to sanction. Oh, be smart, girl, and cooperate with us. Otherwise, when we use brute force, your little body won't be able to withstand our tossing. Oh, ha 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 ha. As the several people spoke, they all erupted into a fit of laughter, as if the 3 Luling people were already fish and meat on their chopping boards. After laughing for a while, the black man at the head of the group also got a little impatient and turned to Luling again. Chinese boy, if you don't want to be chopped into pieces by us, kneel down obediently and lick our toes, then get off your ass and watch. Maybe we can still leave you a dog's life. As he said that, he was about to go forward and shove Luling, but before he could touch Luling, he heard a cracking sound, and then a long knife appeared next to his neck, only to see Su Yuntian with an icy face holding a knife stood at the side of that black man, with some killing intent in his eyes. Say that again, if you can, Su Yuntian said coldly. He had heard all of the conversation just now, and at this moment, he was furious in his heart, wishing to slaughter this black man on the spot. However, he was also a relatively kind child since he was young, and with his prominent family lineage, few people would normally offend him, and even in the secret realm he was never provoked by others. So far, he hasn't killed anyone. Luling was slightly surprised to see this. If it were him, I'm afraid that the blow just now would have directly cracked the skull of the black man in front of him. Where would he still be talking nonsense with him? Unexpectedly, the black man had a knife on his neck, but he was still arrogant. Chinese boy, chop if you have the ability. See how the brothers behind me will treat you after you're done chopping. They'll break your arms and legs. Before the words fell, he saw Luling rushing up like a ghost, raising the staff in his hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and smashing it heavily on the black man's head. The powerful force even directly hit with a sonic boom. It instantly smashed the black man's head like a watermelon. On weekdays, during sparring sessions or matches, Luling basically wouldn't use his full strength, and this time, he was really motivated to kill. The body of the black man whose skull had been smashed shook a few times, the immense force prompting him to stumble a few steps to the side before collapsing heavily on the ground. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. The black men looked at the headless body on the ground with incredulity, then screamed shrilly, "Damn Chinese scum! How dare you kill Ravi?" With that, they pulled out their weapons in unison and looked at Luling with a face of shock and anger. Luling, on the other hand, sneered and said, "As you say, there is no law here. Even if I kill all of you, who will come to bring down sanctions on me?" After saying that, Luling's figure once again rioted and charged straight towards those several blacks. Su Yuntian also reacted after a short period of shock. Luling is right. There's no law here. Even if you kill them all, no one will hold you accountable. Those have treated them like this, so what's left to say? With that in mind, he turned around with his sword without saying a word and rushed up along with Luling. And although Lin Wanwan was gentle and easygoing on the surface, that was only for normal people. In fact, she had inherited the same rigidity gene from her mother in her bones, making her not bat an eyelid when confronted with such things. Almost the instant Luling did it, Lin Wanwan directly buffeted. Chapter 124, The Sanctions of Justice. Lilia again. The situation was instantly chaotic and a melee unfolded in this silent and cool place. Those few were almost all melee professions. Only one was an archer, and at this moment, they were also the first to roll and run backward, and then opened their bows and arrows, aiming directly at the 2 Lin Wanwan behind them. There's no problem with prioritizing remote outputs to address local support class professions. However, he overlooked one point, that is, the distance between the two sides, but it is very short. Just when this archer intended to use the strengthened arrows to directly second the priest first, Su Yuntian had already flashed to his side, and the long knife in his hand showed all its ghostly light. The next second it was directly towards the black archer's neck. Brush up! The sound of the blade breaking quickly made the black man react. He subconsciously tried to roll to dodge, but all he saw was a large swath of air chopping made up of bladed shadows. Brush up! In the next second, this unlucky black archer was instantly sliced directly into pieces by the high-intensity chopping attack. As a representative player of Qingbei University, how could it be simple? This move was the exclusive S-rank skill of the shadow swordsman profession. 1,000 shadows cutting the air. This move was able to directly replicate Su Yuntian's next attack instantly. followed by the formation of a wide-range shadow slash, with each slash dealing equal damage. As a brittle profession, the archer naturally couldn't carry a few slashes. On the other side, Luling was alone against the remaining 5 alone. These people were all warrior professions, but they were all very common warriors, not very strong hidden professions or special professions. Their levels weren't that high either. They were all around 100 and something levels. Even a level 140 warrior could only be killed in seconds after taking on Luling, not to mention these scraps whose levels weren't even as high as Luling's. Luling didn't even open any skills, and simply used his flat A to directly knock these few blacks to their deaths. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the 2 bear countrymen who had just been there were also covered in cold sweat at the moment, raising their hands high in the air and shouting and yelling something. They said, begged us to spare his life, and that they were not familiar with the black men. Yunmeng looked at the corpses on the ground and felt a wave of uncontrollable fear in her heart as she stammered and translated. Luling, however, just looked at them coldly, then walked over and without saying a word first one person kicked to the ground. After some interrogation, Luling learned that these 2 bear countrymen really have nothing to do with these blacks, and merely cooperated to survive after meeting them. In the conflict just now, although they didn't help the few blacks, they didn't stop them either. So Luling was guilty of not being polite to them or anything. After packing up the materials and equipment on those few blacks, Luling directly left the 2 bear countrymen behind and then continued walking towards the front. After this incident, Yun Woming looked a bit sullen, as if she was blaming herself for the cowardly display she had just made. However, the relationship between a few people had been brought a lot closer because of this incident, and they had gotten to know each other better. The incident also made them realize a point. In the world of professionals, strength is the real power of speech. Several people also bumped into several survivors again the rest of the way, but they are almost all foreigners. Other than a few more polite ones, everyone else more or less harbored malice towards Luling's 4, and there were even a few who wanted to force their hands to snatch the resources of Luling and the others. Without the constraints of the law, the malice in these people's hearts is unleashed to the fullest extent, where morality is not a meal, and where stupid people can only see the present moment. Therefore, Luling's 4 were forced to take out a number of foreigners with bad intentions. It was only after another day of trekking that the 4 saw the edge of this forest. Further into the distance, you can see several towering mountains and a huge canyon that is bottomless and stretches all the way to the end of the horizon. The edge of the canyon had a number of rugged and strange rocks, and the bottom of the canyon was shrouded in a thick gray fog. This should be the strange valley mentioned by those few demons. Since they had already arrived here, the few people planned to take a break and recuperate before going in to explore. Unexpectedly, however, just after the campfire was lit, several roars came from the surroundings. Then, there was a shaking of the ground, only to see a large group of roaring giant demonic creatures running wildly towards Luling and the others from the other direction at the edge of the forest. The loud commotion could be clearly heard even from 1,000 meters away. The 4 had already been through several battles, so they were very tacitly prepared to fight. However, Luling soon realized a problem. This group of demonic creatures with huge scaly horns on their bodies didn't seem to be rushing towards them. Instead, it was more like they were chasing something that just happened to pass through here. Thinking of this, Luling busily ran forward for a distance, then found a tall tree and jumped on it. As expected, in front of the group of demons, there was a delicate blood-red figure stumbling and running. Taking a closer look, Luling instantly recognized it. Isn't that Lilia, the blood maiden from the beautiful kingdom? Luling hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to help. After jumping down, he explained the situation, and then immediately took the initiative to welcome them with his 3 men. Lilia's heart was also overwhelmed with despair at the moment. Although her strength was not bad, her level still hadn't broken through level 150, so she was still sucked into the spatial rift, and just as she came in, alone, she met a group of demons in huge numbers. The group of demons were very powerful and had very short tempers, attacking the intruders the moment they realized they were in the territory. Having no choice but to retreat while meeting the battle, Lilia could only retreat. But this chase went on for 2 days and 1 night. If it wasn't for the superb vitality and endurance granted by her profession, she was afraid that she would have been consumed alive by the group of demons. Along the way, Lilia had almost always relied on the thirsty blood side's ability to draw recovery to barely survive, and had eaten almost nothing but water along the way, and was on the verge of collapsing at the moment. She only felt that there was a fire burning in her body, and her entire internal organs were radiating intense pain. It was still the most wretched she had been since she was born. Always believed in the law of the self, at this time she could not help but feel despair. Incomparably hoped that in front can appear a figure, save her from the fire. Just when she felt that she could no longer support herself and planned to turn back to fight to the death, a figure actually did appear in front of her. That handsome face, seemingly careless but incomparably deep eyes, long hair without wind, as well as the robe on his body and the staff in his hand. Chapter 125 Rescue. Fong Xin arsonist Luling? Isn't that the Chinese boy she's been longing for? Lilia froze, subconsciously assuming it was an illusion. But the next second, Luling actually did come in front of her, once again holding her frail body. Is everything okay? Any injuries? Luling's voice reawakened Lilia's consciousness, and she shook her head before her body went limp and she directly collapsed into Luling's arms. She couldn't hold it together any longer and gradually drifted off to sleep. So warm and fuzzy. Such a thought flashed through Lilia's mind before she fell into a complete slumber. And after Luling slightly inspected Lilia's body, he also revealed a grave expression. Lilia was in very bad shape and was almost fatigued to the point of exhaustion, with almost zero mana and very little life left. I'm afraid she's been through a pretty tough and bitter battle. He didn't think much about it, and carrying Lilia, he walked over to Lin Wanwan's side, and then once again met those demons. At this time, Su Yuntian had already gotten into a head-on battle with those demons. Such large-sized magical creatures are basically similar to wild beasts, physically strong, but will only follow their instincts to fight or hunt, belonging to the type with low intelligence. Originally, after chasing Lilia all the way, their physical strength had been depleted quite a bit, plus the fact that Luling and Su Yuntian had joined forces. Their fighting strength was too terrifying. These demons were quickly dealt a heavy blow, and after leaving behind dozens of corpses, they fled in haste. After driving the demons away, Luling harvested another large wave of experience value, and his level was once again boosted, coming directly to level 115. Su Yuntian had also risen one level, reaching 120. Like Luling, Su Yuntian was also a freshman who was about to be promoted to a sophomore, and being able to have this rank at this age showed that he was truly gifted. After repelling these demons, the four of them once again returned to the place where they had rested before. Lin Wanwan's healing ability was still very strong, and she quickly stabilized Lilia's state, and then began a slow recovery. 10 minutes later, Lilia's pale face improved significantly and began to flush. Well, she needs to rest now. Physically, the exhaustion and wounds can be treated. Mentally, she will have to wait for her own slow recovery. Lin Wanwan stood up and said to a few people. This person was the one that Luling had offered to save, so Su Yuntian and Yun Beiming did not have the slightest doubt and nodded their heads very reassuringly. The sudden appearance of Lilia also caused the several people who had originally planned to immediately enter the middle of the strange valley to hold off, intending to rest outside for one more day. Soon, half a day passed. It seemed to be the same as what Yun Beiming had guessed. There was really no concept of night here at all, and at least 5 days had already passed. But the sky hadn't changed at all. It was still blood-colored. During this period, Luling's few people could only deduce the course of time through their physical senses. After another day of resting at the edge of the forest, Lilia finally woke up. Because her body was so fatigued, the quality of her sleep was very good, and her entire body was almost in a fainting state. After a full 10 hours of self-repair, Lilia's condition returned to its peak. Just as she opened her eyes, she felt an unbearable hunger. During the time she was asleep, Luling and the others had no way to carry out feeding, and could only barely pour some water down. And the blood essence in Lilia's body had been used up long ago in the battle a few days ago, so it was natural for her to feel very hungry. Waking up, Lilia's first thought was of Luling, and she was busy looking around. As it happened, Luling was planning to come over at this time to check on Lilia's condition. The moment she saw Luling, Lilia immediately ran up and hugged him, then buried her head hard in his chest. The impact of that feeling of being saved when you are in near-death despair is too great. Even how cold Lilia was, in the end, she was just a girl under 20 years old. At this moment, Luling, for her, is the only dependence on this strange and barren place. Being hugged like this, Luling was also confused and subconsciously tried to push her away, but she realized that Lilia's body was trembling slightly. It's a subconscious sign of extreme unease. With those 3 days of experience, if it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have already broken down, and Lilia was already considered mentally strong for being able to hold out until here. Although he wasn't sure what she had been through, Luling didn't feel too good about pushing her away now. Lilia hugged her for 7 or 8 minutes on this before she let go, looking at Luling with eyes that could already be considered tender. Luling's biggest headache was facing this kind of situation, so he had to use the almighty awkward chat playing the dumb method, and immediately asked Lilia how she got into this situation. Lilia was about to reply, but her stomach gave an indisputable protest, which was not very loud, but was still heard by Luling. It was only then that Luling remembered that Lilia hadn't eaten for a long time, so he busily brought her to the campfire, and then got some food and handed it to her. After going through some conversations, Luling and the others were also aware of everything that had happened to Lilia in the past few days, and all of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Being chased by a group of high-level demons for 2 full days, this is too Fierce, right? Even Shinichen, who attended Qingbei University at the top of China, could not help but feel shocked at Lilia's strength and willpower at this moment. Lilia, on the other hand, didn't show much more of any other emotion, as if it was just an ordinary thing, but Luling could still tell that she had actually been afraid. However, Lilia didn't seem to be too fond of showing her emotions, instead silently hiding them in her heart to digest herself, and she wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. However, Luling and her were not exactly familiar, so naturally, she could not presume to disguise herself as a master of feelings to alienate the other party. After making sure that Lilia was not in any serious physical condition, Luling told her about the information they had learned so far, as well as the fact that they were going to head to the strange valley to explore it. Without even thinking, Lilia asked to join, then suddenly stood up and walked over to Luling's side with a faint smile. Thanks, she suddenly blushed and said. This action was nothing more than a normal thank you in Shinichen's eyes, but Yun Biming and Lin Wanwan smelled something different. They had just chatted with Lilia for a few moments, but the other party's attitude could be described as very cold. Besides, if we're talking about saving lives, the two priests could at least take a third of the credit, right? Why was Lilia only thanking Luling alone? And this tone, this demeanor, how do you look like a little woman in love posture, right? Chapter 126 Entering the Valley. Giant demonic object white snake. Instantly, the eyes of the two women were out of place. Yun Woming was simply gossiping her mind, while Lin Wanwan sensed a strong sense of crisis. Luling did not notice the subtle changes in the expressions of several people, just feel a little puzzled, but still nodded. Polite a few words you are welcome are what I should do clouds. After a few people had eaten, drank and rested enough, they started toward their current destination. Not long after walking forward, several people saw a rugged mountain road winding its way to the bottom of a deep, bottomless valley. Just by standing on the edge, several people could hear the bursts of howls coming from the bottom of the valley from time to time. It seems that this place, indeed, will not be peaceful, Luling thought in his mind. After following this path for another half hour, the five of them then reached the bottom of the canyon. The more you go down, the gray fog will be more and more dense, until the bottom, it has reached a situation where you can't see the trail clearly from 1 or 2 meters away. What's even more frightening is that this kind of fog seems to have the ability to isolate the role of spiritual power. Even if one uses spiritual power to detect, what one probes out is just a piece of nothingness. Such a bad environment also led a few peoples played up 200% wariness. Each other simply do not dare to be too far away. Luckily, this section of the canyon wasn't exactly spacious, so odds were there wouldn't be any creatures that would choose this as a habitat. After a few people had groped their way forward for some distance, the distance between the two sides of the canyon suddenly opened up, and the red light in the sky cut through the layers of mist, rendering everything at the bottom of the canyon a flush. Do you guys think any creatures can really live here in a place like this? What do they rely on to survive? Looking at the surrounding light and strange scenes, Shinichen suddenly frowned and asked thoughtfully. As soon as the words fell, Luling was keenly aware of a slight gasp, and immediately pulled the two people beside him, making a quiet gesture. Then there was a sudden strange rattling around them, a rustling movement like something smooth was rubbing against the cliff walls at the edge of the canyon. The remaining few people also heard the commotion and immediately pulled out the weapons in their hands in an alert manner. At that moment, the sound grew louder and louder, as if something was approaching from the fog. Incoming! The other side has spotted us. Everyone get ready to fight. Luling immediately whispered when he sensed that a hostile spiritual force was locking onto him. As soon as the words fell, 2 demonic green points of light suddenly appeared in front of the gray fog. The 2 points of light were about the size of a water tank, and they didn't seem to be facing several people head-on. After those 2 points of light appeared, the crowd smelled a fishy odor, while a slight hiss was heard. After pondering for half a second, Luling immediately thought of a creature. Snake! He was just about to speak when he saw a black shadow that covered the sky appear diagonally above them like a gale. Then, a strange hissing sound was heard, and a fishy wind came directly towards the direction where the several people were standing. Boom! Only to see a huge white snake that was 8 or 9 meters thick viciously open its mouth and bite the ground. The sheer force of it hardened it to take a large chunk of rock from the ground, toss it into the air and swallow it in one gulp. In a flash of lightning, Luling and Shinichen had an exceptionally tacit understanding. One of them picked up Yun Biming and Lin Wanwan, the two aides, and withdrew to the side. And although Lilia was a bit slower, she still opened her skill and managed to dodge out of the way. Seeing that one strike did not succeed, the giant snake immediately hissed again, its huge body swimming on the ground with extreme flexibility, turning in a circle, and once again attacking towards Luling and the others. This time it was not easy to dodge. The surrounding ground was full of protruding rock fragments, plus the vision was extremely poor. If one was accidentally bitten, I'm afraid that he would die on the spot. Luling was not ambiguous either. immediately putting down Lin Wanwan in his arms, and then he took the initiative to meet up with his staff upside down. Just as the giant snake was about to bite into Luling quickly struck out, arguing the staff round and viciously smacking it on the chin. The tremendous force instantly caused the giant white snake to suffer pain and let out a furious roar, its writhing body slapping the ground haphazardly, and for a moment, it actually gave the crowd the feeling that the ground was shaking. Taking this opportunity, Luling also hurriedly checked the guy's words. Demon White Snake, Ordinary, Rank, 135, Attack Power, 5000, Blood Quantity, 150, 000. Originally a native creature of the blue planet, possessing a powerful body and strength, it appeared here for some unknown reason, and after being infested with demonic energy, it transformed into an even more terrifying existence. Sure enough, this is a mutated demonic creature, but with this size, I'm afraid that this thing wasn't a normal species originally, and this amount of blood and attack power is too scary, Luling thought in his mind. However, generally this kind of demonic creature with a huge panel value would not have a very perverse skill set, and it was not known if this mutation type of demonic creature would be applicable to this law. This giant white snake's resistance was extremely high, and the staff that Luling had just used actually only hit it with about 8,000 blood, enough to see how perverse its body strength was. You should know that Luling's damage composition is made up of physical damage, spell damage as well as real damage. Even if an unusual magic creature had a particularly high resistance to one item, Luling could easily deal high damage. This situation right now can only mean that this guy's double resistance is extremely high, not to mention that he probably has a very scary damage immunity skill. That's what caused Luling to only slightly injure it with that blow just now, he thought, and immediately used Spiritual Probe again. The skill Spiritual Probe was something that every profession was able to learn, though the effect was based on how high or low the professional's spiritual power was. Most parts of the physical professions do not choose to take this skill with them. Not only is it ineffective and very low yield, but it also takes up a skill bar, which is very uneconomical. Even mages, few would choose to bring this skill, and even if they did, they wouldn't upgrade it too high. Luling is different. His excellent fighting mind made this skill always play a very crucial role in him. You know, after upgrading the spirit detection skill, you can't just check the level words. Repeatedly using this skill, one could even directly obtain information about the opponent's skill set. Although the conditions were rather harsh, it was an unbeatable fit for Luling. The spirit detection technique had a small range and a large mental power requirement, things that were more difficult to overcome for other professions. But in Luling's case it was the opposite. He relies on melee output. So what's wrong with a smaller range? The big deal is that I'll just hit you in the face and you'll be able to detect it. Chapter 127, Bitter Battle. Unlocking occupation exclusive skills, and the mental strength requirements and mana consumption, and the skill bar issue, that's even less of a problem. After using Spiritual Probe for the second time, Luling once again gained a wave of information. Immortal's Body, this unit possesses mystical power within it, making it immune to all elemental effects, and comes with 40% true damage reduction. This skill instantly made Luling suck in a breath of cold air. Immortal's Body. How come this bonus is even more perverse than the subdragon I met before? No wonder my own elemental attack had no effect at all. Wait, just immune to elemental attacks? Luling thought, suddenly having a new idea. It looks like you got a new attack special effect when you fought that Sakura Nation ninja earlier. That stuff is considered a poisonous wound, so it shouldn't be considered elementally immune, right? But how does it feel weird to use poison on a snake? Luling suddenly felt a little funny, but she was still going to try. He remembered that the poison wound was a percentage blood deduction, and although he would be immunized for half of it, it was still a very substantial amount of damage. At this time, the giant white snake also adjusted its stance and once again furiously charged towards Luling. Seeing this, Shen Yichen, who was also very righteous, immediately blocked in front of Luling, holding his sword with one hand, and rushed towards White Snake. At the same time, Lilia also brandished the giant sickle in her hand, and a burst of scarlet light erupted from her eyes as she slashed towards the giant snake's body. The two men's attacks landed on the giant white snake's body one after another, but the damage done was very limited. The blade chopped on the body of the giant snake as if it had chopped on top of a piece of impenetrable steel, emitting an ear-splitting friction sound. How is it possible? This guy's resistance is actually so high? Shinichen said with a shocked look on his face after he dissipated the force that had recoiled back from his sword. His attack power. Even some 130-40 level warriors couldn't match it, and at this moment, he actually cut more than 6,000 blood with just one slash? What kind of monster is this thing in front of me? Shinichen thought with a grave expression on his face. Lilia, on the other hand, pursed her lips without a word after being shaken away, and directly swung her giant scythe again, attacking towards the giant snake once more. Although the two's attacks didn't break defense, the damage done still attracted the giant snake's attention, only to see it quickly twist its body. Its huge tail immediately smashed towards Lilia. Being hit by that tail as thick as a subway, I'm afraid that Lilia's life would be in danger on the spot. At the moment of crisis, Lin Wanwan immediately opened her holy healing domain, while quickly chanting and directly putting a shield on Lilia. This set of skills would at least ensure that Lilia would be able to resist the full force of a third-turn professional strike head-on. Seeing this, Luling didn't hesitate to take advantage of this opportunity and approached Whitesnake lightning fast, followed directly by an arcane heavy attack. The staff slammed hard around the white snake's head, and the strong concussive effect instantly caused it to feel an intense discomfort within its body. This time, Luling directly opened spell Energy Blade Octopus Poison. A layer of lavender mist instantly appeared on Whitesnake's body. -7,951, -10,987. 2 damage popped out instantly, causing the giant snake to let out another hiss. Effective, and the damage isn't that bad. The corner of Luling's mouth grinned, spinning the staff around in his hands, and then he leapt up high in the air. With a spinning force, directly a force-splitting huashan. This headbutt directly smashed out a loud sonic boom, instantly sending the white snake's head down. The white snake that suffered this blow was already furious to the extreme, and its vertical pupils that emitted a ghostly green light were already full of distortion and hatred, only to see it twisting rapidly on the ground, then coiling its body into a ball. Its head held high, looking down on Luling from above, and hissing and spitting letters from its mouth. This gesture is a common hunting posture for snakes and usually signifies that it is about to engage its prey in a fight to the death. In the next second, the snake's head slammed viciously towards Luling like a missile. The speed was so fast that it even left a residual shadow in the air. Just as he was about to bite Luling in the middle, he flashed to the side of Whitesnake's head with an extreme void relocation leap, followed by another arcane heavy strike. Boo! The white snake ate the pain and once again raised its head, and after adjusting its angle, it once again attacked towards Luling. Instead, Luling directly turned on the zero of time without hesitation, and directly repeated the trick, once again dodging the giant snake's tearing bite. Next, the enraged giant snake began an indiscriminate attack. Rip, pounce, strangle, tail flinging. Each attack was enough to directly kill Luling in seconds, but there was no way to hit at all. Zero of time with arcane leap is just too sick. This, coupled with upper Luling's godlike reaction speed and high material attack and mana strength, made it so that Whitesnake actually couldn't do anything with him. Under the poison of the 8 gifts and Luling's furious attack, the giant white snake could not hold out any longer. A mournful hissing sound came out of his mouth, and his head hit heavily on top of the cliff wall to the side, and his body began to twist and turn unconsciously. Congratulations to the host. Successfully killed a strong enemy. Rewarded with 5,000 wushu points and an upgrade to the current level. Professional Luling has reached level 120. Activate the profession's exclusive skills. Occupation sequence Strange Magic Mage skill set has been unlocked. Currently learnable skills Magic Duet LV1 Fantasy LV1. Along with the complete end of the giant white snake's life, Luling also directly gained a large wave of experience value, directly rising 5 levels in a row to level 120. Several voices also sounded in his head one after another. First, there was the system reward, and then the prompt to unlock the profession exclusive skill set. However, at this moment, Luling didn't have the time to check it out. He had just fought a wave of intense battles with tense nerves, and at this moment, he also needed to take a breather. This white snake's combat power was indeed somewhat beyond Luling's imagination. If other professionals of the same level were to come, even if they were able to win, it would inevitably be at the cost of serious injuries, or even the end of both of them falling to their deaths. This giant snake didn't have any very mysterious abilities or fancy skills, simply relying on powerful numerical values. This kind of monster, which was so simple, happened to be the most difficult to deal with. Well, in the end, it was Luling who had the better move and achieved the final victory. After resting slightly for a while, Luling ran over to the giant snake's corpse to check it out. After the giant snake died, Luling nevertheless still felt a strange aura on it. There should have been some kind of fallen object. Sure enough, Luling found a pair of many-like turquoise snake pupils on its corpse. This pair of snake pupils is as magnificent as gemstones, and there are also these orange-red patterns embellished on the side, which are not ordinary products at a glance. Chapter 128 Remnant Snake Pupil. Reaching the lake in the valley. As expected, Luling immediately revealed a smile after checking the words of this thing. Third-order props Snake's Pupil of Ashes. Introduction. Legend has it that in the world at the center of the earth, there was once a giant snake that rebelled and eventually died at the hands of thousands of human warriors, and its resentment was transformed into a pair of jewel-like snake pupils. Upon use, causes all creatures within range to gain a benefit, immunity to one illusion attack, and gain the ability to feel heat and have their field of vision expanded while in the mist for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. This prop is not labeled with the number of times it can be used, indicating that it is not a consumable prop, but something that can be recharged and used continuously. Not to mention this effect of being immune to one illusion spell, just enhancing the vision in the mist. This effect is very practical right now. Luling immediately put it into his backpack, intending to use it later when he set off again. Only after a few people had finished exploring the surroundings did they sit down and rest with peace of mind. The nearby terrain had long since been destroyed by the white snake, and this was probably its territory or near its lair, so there were no traces of other creatures. Only after he sat down did Luling check out his newly acquired skill set. Magic Duet. Studyable profession, Mage of Strange Arts Limited. Rating, SS. Skill effect. After using this skill, the next skill will take effect twice, but the blue consumption is increased by 50%. CD 5 minutes. Oh, this skill is kind of interesting. It's a very good increased skill that can further strengthen Luling's explosive ability. Moreover, this duet effect was effective on all skills, meaning that one could just gain extra blue or blood by using it before using alchemy. That's the equivalent of a range boost in disguise. It's still pretty much all in one. With that in mind, Luling began to look at another skill. Whimsy. Studyable profession, Strange Arts Mage Limited. Class, SSS. Skill effect. Enhance all of your skills so that they receive a random type of increase enhancement, with each skill having a different enhancement effect. If you successfully kill a target with an enhanced skill, you will permanently reduce the blue consumption for that skill by 1 point, and for every 500 targets killed, you will reduce the CD by 1%. After reading the skill description, Luling was a bit confused. This skill description is a bit too general, isn't it? Gain a random increase? What does that mean? A temporary skill upgrade? However, the blue consumption and CD were a bit too high, right? If the effect of the enhancement is not good, then it's a pretty weak skill. Never mind, let's try a few demons later. If it's really pulling across, then big deal. Just don't use it. Luling hesitated for a moment, but still equipped both skills on the skill bar. After resting for a while, the few people began to move on. With the aftermath of the snake pupil, the 5 people's exploration trip went a lot smoother. At least a clearer field of vision. Do not have to worry about the kind of monsters just pasted the face of their own but did not realize the situation appeared. Along the way, the 5 of them met quite a few more strange magical creatures, and most of them were snake-type magical creatures. However, the ones they met later were rather less powerful than the first white snake they met. After slaying another black-scaled viper, a very wide and misty lake suddenly appeared ahead. The lake is not a small one, and there is a lake island in the center with what appears to be buildings on it. Just after stepping into the lake, Luling was keenly aware of a strong spatial fluctuation in the neighborhood. This discovery could really surprise him. Could it be that this was the spatial area that could connect to other worlds, as those 3 demons had said earlier? But we haven't seen any scary monsters around here, have we? Is it possible that because too much time has passed, the rumored guardian has met an untimely end? As Luling was thinking, he suddenly heard a violent sound of tremors coming from the lake. Afterward, a huge figure that truly covered the sky and the sun violently drilled out of the water from underneath the water. In an instant, Luling perceived a strong killing intent. Huge body, the same scales as if carved by a divine artisan, and those heart-stopping vertical pupils. Another giant white snake? No, this should say white dragon. It was at the very least more than 3 times the size of the white snake from before. There were already vague signs of feathering on his body, and there were even 2 extra bumps on his forehead that extremely resembled dragon horns, and the aura emanating from it was also different from the giant white snake that he had met earlier. It was a kind of arrogant pressure like that of a king, an aura that looked out of the world. However, to Luling's surprise, after scanning the circle of several people, the strange giant snake, surprisingly, he put away that killing intent, and then slowly lowered his head and approached Luling. You are God Envoy? Your body possesses the aura of the Lord God of creation. Is it the Lord who has something for us? This giant snake actually spat out human words, with a voice as loud as a flood bell, but it sounded like a female voice. Luling froze, then thought of the bite mark in her hand, and her heart became more convinced of her suspicions. This borderland was actually really created by Pokey. That dorky, cute, pink-haired loli is actually that strong. However, the more important thing right now was to find a way to return to the real world first. Luling bowed his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Not really, it's a couple of us who are looking for you. What we're looking for, to be exact, is the spatial rift buried here." That giant snake sniffed, but gently shook its head. Spatial gaps? You should be talking about the gaps that were left behind when Lord Genesis left at that time, right? Trying to leave through there is never going to happen. Why? Luling froze and immediately asked. Instead, the white snake suddenly twisted its body and shifted, and then it even transformed into a wonderful woman who looked somewhat immortal. She stepped on the water with her bare feet and slowly walked up to Luling and the others, then extended her hand, and 2 small, intertwined snakes sprang out from her wrists. Those two small snakes gradually transformed into a projection that mirrored the scene under the water. As you can see, these cracks have long since been covered by temporal turbulence, not to mention leaving. Even if other worlds wanted to find this place, it would be an extremely difficult thing to do, the woman said, putting away the projection in her hand, and then looked at Luling's few people with interest. You guys are from other worlds? No wonder I feel so familiar. How did you get here? Luling sighed, and his heart could not help but feel a little lost, but he still told everything that had happened to them, as well as the previous consequences. Chapter 129, White Snake Immortal. Fragment of the chronological key. After hearing what happened to Luling and the others, the woman hid her face and laughed lightly before saying, "That's quite a coincidence. If that guy was still alive, you guys might actually be able to go back." Luling froze at his words, and the light of hope suddenly surged back in his heart. Who? That guy you were talking about. Who has a way to get around the temporal chaos and locate our world? The woman sniffed, nodded, and said, he has a treasure weapon that can reverse time, called the Key of Chronology, and this thing is capable of avoiding temporal turbulence and locating to other worlds. However, that thing seems to have been smashed and thrown into the space vortex by him, and at this point, it's still floating around in an unknown world. Unexpectedly, however, Luling immediately revealed a look of excitement after hearing this. The Key of Chronology? Isn't it a pocket watch with a spell engraved on it? All the hands on it go backwards? The woman froze, then nodded. How did you know? Have you seen that thing? As soon as the words left his mouth, Luling directly removed the chronological key equipped on his body. The woman was also a bit surprised after seeing the item in Luling's hand, before revealing a wistful expression. I can't believe this thing would actually be in your hands. It seems to be quite a fate. As she said that, she reached out and the pocket watch slowly flew towards her hand. With this thing, you will be able to get out of here. A moment later, however, she suddenly let out a soft eep. Looks like there's a piece missing. I'm afraid you'll have to make another trip. The pocket watch flowed in the woman's hand, emitting a faint turquoise glow. Your luck is good. This last fragment should be right next to it, on top of the heavenly mountain. If you can get that last shard together and restore it to wholeness, you should be able to get out of here, the woman said, gently waving her hand, and the pocket watch flew back to Luling's body once again. When Luling heard this, he immediately thought of the rumor mentioned by those demons earlier, that at the edge of the strange valley, there was a holy mountain with treasures that would allow them to leave this place. But it seems like there's some discrepancy between the rumors and the reality. No wonder not a single demonic creature has been able to escape from here for so many years. And what exactly is the identity of this woman in front of me? Why does she know so much? And her strength definitely can't be only 3 turns up or down. I'm afraid that if this woman wanted to kill them, it definitely wouldn't be difficult. The woman seemed to be able to tell what was going on in Luling's mind, and with a slight smile, she introduced herself. By the way, we have not yet reported our names to the God Emperor. I am the White Snake Immortal and the guardian of this place. Our duty is to guard this world on behalf of the Lord God of creation, not allowing it to be destroyed by these spatial cracks at the bottom of the lake. The God Emperor may also address us as Shiraheim. Luling sniffed and nodded, then asked with some confusion, a spatial rift at the bottom of the lake that will destroy the world? Bai Ji nodded her head, then gently raised her hand, and the lake behind her instantly rippled as a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted, as if it was going to tear everything apart in a manic frenzy. As the God Emperor can see, the spatial rift at the bottom of this lake is extremely unstable, and originally, the artifact in your hand was once held by an otherworldly traveler. He helped us forcefully seal the spatial rift here once before we were able to get out and head elsewhere to take a look. But then, he died. We could only return here again and suppress it with our true bodies, so that we could shelter this world from being torn apart. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Luling was silent. It still sounds oddly difficult. A person guarding this place alone, enduring loneliness for millions of years. This feeling definitely won't be good. Bai Ji, however, laughed and said, the God Emperor doesn't need to feel sorry for us. If it weren't for the Lord God of creation, we would have already turned into dust, and to be able to live here is already a great gift. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a white spirit snake flew to Luling's side, crawling upwards along Luling's palm, and soon wrapped itself around Luling's arm. Well, it's time for you to get going. This spirit snake will guide your way while sheltering you from the cold poison of the sacred mountain. Go on. If that divine artifact in your hand can return to its fullness, perhaps I will be able to get away as well. After Bai Ji finished speaking, she once again shifted and transformed back into that giant white snake. After giving Luling a deep look, she dove back into the bottom of the lake. Looking at the lake that gradually regained its calm, Luling let out a deep breath, then looked at the several people next to him. They had been affected by a special power when the white snake had just appeared, becoming motionless as if they were several statues. Only after Bai Ji disappeared did a few people return to normal. Strange. What just happened? Shinichen looked at Luling with some suspicion and soon discovered the small white snake wrapped around his arm. Luling had to explain the situation to them in a general way. Upon learning of the situation, the few people immediately headed towards the outside of the strange valley. I never imagined that they would actually be able to get out from here, thanks to Luling, or else they would definitely be completely trapped in this borderland. At this moment, several people fought unanimously in their hearts. Luling, on the other hand, felt more and more puzzled. There was no demonic aura on Hakuji's body, so what exactly was she? How did the previous owner of the timing key arrive here? What does all this have to do with Porky, anyway? But soon enough, Luling put all of this behind her for the time being. The Valley of the Strange is indeed a treacherous place. Even though they had already gone through the process, they still encountered many demons and monsters when they went out. After another bitter battle, the 5 of them once again returned to the ground. When they once again returned to the place they had set out from before, the little white snake on Luling's shoulder hissed and spat out its letters, then transformed into a white light and began to point out the direction for Luling. Looking along the white light, it wasn't hard to find the magnificent mountain covered in lofty white snow. That should be the holy mountain that the demons were talking about. Just as several people were planning to head towards the sacred mountain, that little white snake suddenly nodded its head, followed by a realization that passed into Luling's body. Divine Messenger, you are the only one who can go above the holy mountain. These companions of yours will not be able to reach the top of the mountain. They don't have the enchantment of that divine artifact on them, and will be affected by the chaotic time basin above the holy mountain. When Luling heard this, he immediately thought of the secret realm where he had obtained the first divine artifact fragment before, and nodded his head deeply. He then spoke about it and briefly described the terrifying aspects of this time basin. Chapter 130, Top of the Sacred Mountain. Rare and powerful souls. After hearing this, the remaining 4 people all revealed shocked expressions. Then, Lin Wanwan said with some concern, "But, if I let you go alone, then what if you meet danger? What if only you?" Before she could finish her words, she saw Lilia walk up to Luling's body without saying a word, and then unexpectedly stood directly on her tiptoes and an arm was wrapped around Luling's neck, followed by a kiss on his forehead. "You will come back, and I will wait here until you do." Lilia spoke succinctly, her blood-red eyes filled with tenderness. The crowd was shocked by her suddenness. Ahem. Foreign girls are just open. This is bad for Brother Lu. Shinichen was the first to come back to his senses and lightly coughed twice, then pretended to look at Lin Wanwan without realizing it, somewhat wanting to laugh as he silently prayed for Luling for 2 seconds. Luling himself was also confused by this, and immediately his old face turned red, subconsciously looking at Lin Wanwan, intending to explain. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanwan was not half as unhappy at the moment, and her eyes were filled with concern for Luling. Before the big right and wrong, it was never the time to lose your temper and get jealous. Lin Wanwan was still very clear about this. She didn't say anything more, but walked to Luling's body, and without saying anything, directly hugged him, then kissed him on Luling's lips. Luling was once again confused, and when he reacted, Lin Wanwan had already loosened her lips and looked at him with a soft face. "Make sure you come back safely, Luling." Lin Wanwan came over to Luling's ear and whispered. Then she paused for a moment, and her tone suddenly became somewhat vicious. "If you die, I'll go up and martyr myself with you. You idiot." After saying that, also do not care about a face of shock Luling, just red-faced. A brain once again will be her father gave her the family fun turned out, without saying all stuff to Luling. At this time, Luling also finally realized what. Back to God immediately on the cloud beaming gossip eyes. On the other hand, Shinichen, who was on the side, revealed an expression of "Brother, I understand you," waving her hand to dispel the chaotic thoughts in her head. Luling then said weakly, "Actually, by G and I said that. The top of the sacred mountain isn't particularly dangerous, and because of the time basin, there are hardly any monsters living on the mountain." As soon as the words fell, Lilia and Lin Wanwan instantly froze, and then their faces flushed with a speed visible to the naked eye. Luling was also very sensible and patted Shinichen's shoulder, signaling him to protect the 3 girls well, and then he directly ran towards the mountain with his feet on the ground. Only when the figures of a few people disappeared behind them did Luling let out a sigh of relief, and his expression began to look serious. Although Shiraheim said that she was saying that there was no danger, it seemed that there was nothing that counted as danger to her in the entire Borderlands. One must never let one's guard down because of this, but one must still be more careful. The road up the mountain wasn't good, very winding and rugged, but there really wasn't any sign of creatures existing. Everything looked so desolate. The sky is mapped with a reddish light light like the evening sun, walking alone on the silent and desolate mountain path, surrounded by dense and white. There are a few moods. The higher you go, the colder the temperature gets, but the vegetation on the mountain was originally grayish-white, so even if it was covered with a layer of snow, it didn't change much. After about an hour or two had passed in this way, Luling had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Rubbing his somewhat swollen ankles, Luling let out a long breath and once again climbed towards the peak that could not be seen. Finally, after climbing for who knows how long, Luling finally reached the top of the mountain. The air was all a bit thin at the top of the mountain, and you could see faint clouds drifting around you and thick snow at your feet. Looking forward, there was a series of rolling mountains, all white-topped in orange, like a legendary fairyland. However, the blood-red sky seemed unusually out of place, and I'm afraid that if it had been replaced with a normal blue sky, the scenery here would have been even more beautiful. There was nothing strange about Peak Hill, and what Luling was looking for on this trip was unusually conspicuous. It was a skeleton that had long since dried up, and in its hand was the last fragment of the key of chronology. According to Shiraheim, this body is the traveler from the other world, but about why he died here, there was no explanation as to why the last shard was still held in his hand. Not that Shiraheim had explained it. Just as Luling was planning to go forward to take away the fragment, he suddenly felt that his surroundings had become chilly, and a ghostly blue flame suddenly appeared, turning like a whirlpool. Luling could feel the large amount of demonic energy surging over around him, and in his heart, he said that it was not good. Sure enough, after fusing with this ghostly flame in front of him, these demonic chi instantly transformed into a black shadow cloaked in blue robes. The ghost of time, magic, rank, attack power, blood, the mutilated soul, whose name has long been forgotten, has been invaded by the devil's energy and reappeared in the world, only to guard the former inheritance. Looking at the mysterious blue-robed man in front of him, who was emitting a strong demonic aura, Luling's face also became a few points heavier, just as he was about to step forward to meet the battle. But unexpectedly, the blue-robed man's head suddenly erupted with a burst of refined light, and then a sigh could be heard. I can't imagine that in the end, this group of demons still ended up in this situation. The voice was ethereal, as if coming from all directions. It's ridiculous that I'm a great hero of my generation, but I've also ended up in such a situation. It's really the fate of mankind. However, it is worth it to die here, sheltering thousands of living beings and exchanging a few years for the beloved. It's just a pity that, in the end, I still failed to completely obtain the inheritance and break the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Junior, please do help me. Deliverance. After the voice said a few words to itself, it began to grow weaker and weaker, its voice getting smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared completely. Luling sniffed and was slightly surprised. This voice actually mentioned the heavenly reincarnation? Could it be that he was once from his own world as well? However, without waiting for him to continue thinking, the blue-robed specter suddenly attacked towards Luling like a ghost, apparently having completely lost his consciousness and having transformed into a demonic creature. Seeing this, Luling directly pulled out his staff, then took the initiative to charge towards that ghost. Although he was unable to view his specific information, Luling was still able to roughly perceive the strength of the ghost from the demonic aura contained within his body. Boo! After a sparring move, the ghost was directly sent several steps back by Luling's tremendous power, clearly falling into a disadvantage. Seeing this, the blue-robed specter suddenly let out an ear-piercing sound wave, then reached into his chest cavity and slowly pulled out a tattered blade. Chapter 131, Homecoming. The harbinger of the invasion of the demon world. The blade was surrounded by a light blue ethereal light, and it did not look like an extraordinary item. Master Tai also opened his mouth at this moment after a long time, and said to Luling with some anticipation, "Boy, that's a good treasure. If you can capture it, make sure you give Master Tai a taste." Luling smiled helplessly at his words, but he paid attention. Master Tai's vision was very high, and a weapon that he could say was a treasure. He was afraid that the quality was by no means ordinary. So, it's still a good idea to be careful with it. But it seems that because the owner of the sword is long dead, having lost his will and conviction, even if his soul survives, however, it was dominated by demonic aura, and that blade didn't bring much of a sense of crisis to Luling. After a great battle, Luling managed to knock the blue-robed ghost until it dissipated, turning into a starry speck in the sky. And after that blue-robed apparition disappeared, the sword fell to the ground, completely losing its luster. However, compared to this thing, Luling was more concerned about that artifact fragment. After all, it was his hope to return to the real world. Fortunately, nothing had happened to it, and it was lying nicely in the hands of the skeleton on the ground. Looking at this skeleton that had been lying here for an unknown amount of time, Luling's heart suddenly welled up with a wave of emotion. This person might also be a heroic figure who ruled over a certain era in the real world, and now that he died here alone, it was also saddening. With that in mind, Luling bowed to him. Before this reached out and took the artifact fragment from his hand. The moment Luling had just come into contact with the fragment in his hand, the fragment turned into a stream of light and quickly burrowed into Luling's body. First Order Mythic Jewelry, Chronological Key, Class, Myth 1. Description: a true artifact that symbolizes the power of heaven and time, but is currently not in its full form. If all the scattered materials are gathered, this artifact will grant the user the power of time. Current advancement progress, 0%, accompanied by a distorted time turbulence. The refused timing key once again appeared in front of Luling's body. A faint four-colored halo emanated from its body, and a slight time distortion kept flowing around it. The dial has been completely restored to full integrity, and there are 4 more distinct vacancies on the back, which should be a hint of the materials needed. Luling couldn't help but be a little excited at the moment. Counting this trinket, he had a full 2 pieces of mythic grade equipment on him, and this kind of chance that was unattainable to the onlookers appeared frequently on him. The fusion of the complete key of chronology added a new active skill, but it was grayed out, and after checking it out, Luling found that it prompted that it could not be opened at the moment. On top of that, its first 2 active skills have been enhanced and provide a number of bonus effects for Luling. Now that the shard had been obtained, it was time for him or her to return. Studying Luling for a while, he thought, and immediately headed towards the bottom of the mountain. After returning to the bottom of the mountain, several people once again set off into the strange valley, and after some battles, once again came to the lake in the valley. Bai Ji had already waited at the edge of the lake, and was now leisurely fiddling with the water with her feet. In fact, the function of the timing key was not just to help Luling and the others return home, it also had another function, which was to be able to help Bai Ji suppress the spatial riot at the bottom of the lake. In other words, finding this thing will allow Shiraheim to live free for a while, and originally, Bai Ji wanted to hide this matter and leave the chronological key behind. This way, she would be able to no longer have to stay here alone to suppress the spatial rift. But at the sight of Luling, she suddenly thought of the human from thousands of years ago. With that bellowing laugh, she had also watched everything that Luling had experienced on top of the sacred mountain, and naturally, she had heard the words spoken by the blue-robed ghost. It was also because of that passage that she suddenly understood what Luling would have been sent here, and what the man had once told her about his hometown. I can't believe so much time has passed in a flash. Seeing Luling arrive, she first sighed, then smiled sweetly and stretched out her small white hand. Well, give me the artifact and I'll open the portal for you, but whether you can return to your world or not, that's up to you. Shiraheim finally decided not to leave the chronological key behind, as what Luling was about to face would probably require it even more than she did. Luling sniffed and nodded, handing over the timing key. After Bai Ji received it, a sacred halo suddenly erupted from her body, and then she directly took it with her in a long leap into the lake. A few moments later, a skyrocketing blue beam of light then suddenly erupted from the bottom of the lake, and the immense spatial force made Luling's several people feel their bodies tremble. Bai Ji, who had already transformed into her real body, kept swimming around this pillar of light, and then even directly rushed out of the water and hovered above the sky, accompanied by a majestic hissing sound. That blue beam of light instantly refracted into an even smaller beam that shot straight in front of Luling and the others. A twisted and irregular portal then appeared. This portal was a space that Bai Ji had located based on the scent on Luling and the others, but whether or not it was a portal that would allow them to return to the real world or not, that could only be known by going in. Then it is time to say goodbye, Lord God Emperor. As payment for your help in suppressing the spatial rift, I will keep the portal open and help you get those of your kind as much as I can. In the sky, Bai Ji's ethereal voice was heard. Luling was about to mention this matter, but he didn't expect Bai Ji to actually take the initiative to agree to help him retrieve those Blue Star people who were pulled in here together, and his heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he currently didn't understand why he had been inexplicably pulled into this space, he vaguely felt that all of this had happened inextricably linked to himself. As for Shin Ichen and these people, to a greater extent, they were involved because of themselves. Bai Ji's promise to help Luling retrieve these people also made Luling's heart feel better. Then, thank you Senior Bai Ji. After Luling made a bow towards the huge white snake hovering in the air, he exchanged glances with the remaining few people, then walked directly into the transfer door. Meanwhile, somewhere in a huge castle in the demon world, below the totem symbolizing the 12 demon gods, several demon gods of different forms were sitting. None of their faces were very good at this point, and then they all looked in unison at the red-haired man who was sitting in the second seat with a rambunctious look on his face. Nasir, the chosen one has re-entered reality, and this time the plan has failed. Is there anything you want to say? On the end seat, a violet-pupiled youth with a frighteningly pale face and huge wings on his body spoke indifferently. Chapter 132 Aoguang's Warning. Looking for allies. The red-haired man smiled indifferently and said, "What am I supposed to say? That kid's too lucky? It's not like it's a big deal to come back. It's been reincarnated for so many epochs, and that time our demon realm failed? I've never believed in any heavenly destiny," he said, the smile on his face gradually turning cold. "Also, before you surpassed me in the demon god Shunde rank, shouldn't you add the word senior after your name when addressing me? You Gurkha. The next time, you and your night demon clan will disappear into the demon world together." As soon as the words fell, he saw a dark purple aura suddenly erupt around the violet pupil youth who had spoken earlier, and the powerful pressure seemed to make the air become sticky for a few moments, and without the slightest fear, Nasir sneered and similarly released his own terrifying demonic aura, instantly confronting the violet pupil youth Yuguka. At that moment, the masked black-robed man in the first position, who had never spoken, struck out. With a simple lift of his hand, he instantly silenced both Nasir and Yugurka. Then, all that could be heard was him speaking hoarsely. "Well, shut up. There's not much time left before the invasion, so if you're feeling energetic, it might be a good idea to take care of the Seven Sisters or figure out how to deal with those human powerhouses. Something like that I hope won't happen again, and I won't say it a second time." After he finished speaking, he looked coldly at all the demon gods present. All the demon gods nodded their heads in agreement, and only then did the black-robed man let out a cold snort before speaking slowly once again. "Well, if there's nothing else, go down and get ready. When the day of the invasion arrives, make sure to destroy humanity as fast as possible so that the demon world can survive." After saying that, he waved his hand and then disappeared directly into his chair. On the other side, after Luling's few people passed through that portal, they immediately saw the familiar competition venue. It was then surrounded by the Chinese professionals who were responsible for monitoring the place. However, after examining them and realizing that they actually were indeed humans, the professionals stationed here were stunned. After that, a few people were brought to the center of the Huaxia Research Institute and told them all about their experience this time. After hearing that those professionals who had been sucked into the spatial rift were still able to come back again, those professors who had been busy for a week without closing their eyes were relieved. As it turns out, the incident caused an international furor. Almost all the young elites of the world's dignified countries came over to take part in this competition, but not a single one of them went back. No country can afford such a major accident. Several countries led by the beautiful country even almost declared war on China because of this. For a while, the top management of Huaxia was also busy. While dealing with the foreign professionals who came to the door to beg for money, they also had to study the cause and handling of this incident. Several senior professors of the Huaxia Research Institute worked all night to locate the position of this group of people, and it was not easy to have a bit of an idea, only to find out that the place they were transported over to was actually a borderland. It was almost impossible to survive a mistake of entering that kind of place. Fortunately, just as the institute crowd was at a loss, Luling and the others returned safely. Upon learning about the encounters of the few people along the way, a bearded professor couldn't help but pat Luling's shoulder in exclamation. "This incident is thanks to you, little friend Luling. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that our Huaxia would really have to go through a great war." Luling, on the other hand, was somewhat modestly polite, and that humble look even made these professors nod their heads repeatedly. What a great talent! He'll be a great man in the future. These professors in the room couldn't help but think. Subsequently, Luling met with several senior personnel of China, and all of them expressed their gratitude to Luling, and promised that after the personnel were rescued, a reward would be given to Luling. And the news that Luling had managed to kill his way back to reality from the borderlands was quickly publicized. For a while, it caused countless people to follow it. However, none of this mattered much to Luling. Just as he had just planned to make a trip home first to report his safety and get some rest in the meantime, he suddenly felt the Dragon King scales on his body emanate a feeling of warmth. Luling felt a moment of confusion, then immediately took it out. Unexpectedly, just after taking it out, the Dragon King scale erupted in a burst of blinding light, and an essence of light directly entered Luling's body. "Boy, can you hear me?" After freezing for a moment, Luling suddenly heard Aoguang's voice coming from his ears. His tone was very serious, none of the playfulness that had characterized his earlier meeting. Luling was about to reply when Aoguang directly said, "I've got some not-so-good news for you. I'm afraid this reincarnation purge is going to start soon. I've sensed the scent of an otherworldly invasion. You'd better hurry up your movements and try to find as many allies as possible. Also, it would be a good idea to speak to your present-day court and prepare early so that you are not caught off guard." When Luling heard this, he was shocked beyond belief, and then revealed a grave expression. "Isn't it about 100 years away? Why are we starting now?" Luling asked suspiciously. "Didn't I tell you? Reincarnation could very well be any day in the next 100 years. It could be tomorrow. It could be 100 years from now," Aoguang said without a trace of humor. "All right, you can cut the crap and get a grip. I'm going to go try to contact my brothers too, and I'll need you to run it by me if there's a problem. If there's anything you want to ask, contact me through the Dragon King scale, that's all." After saying that, the Dragon King scales flickered a few times before returning to normal. Luling also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, then sat down on a chair and pinched his brow as he began to comb through it. After about 5 minutes of thinking, Luling directly laid out a simple plan. The first step was to inform the top brass in China about the seriousness of the matter. In this way, the war effort can be organized in advance to resist the otherworldly invasion as much as possible, while reducing the casualties of innocent civilians. Then, as Aoguang said, he went to those world-class secret realms to find a few more helpers, so that he would have enough strength to resist when the reincarnation officially began. It seems that Aoguang had mentioned before that about the method of fighting against reincarnation. Only the eve of the day of reincarnation could be known by way of heavenly authorization. But all of that was an afterthought. The so-called otherworldly invasion alone was enough of a headache. Chapter 133, Entering the Secret Realm, Monkey Demon and Demon-Winged Bird. After making up his mind, Luling directly contacted the minister of Kanglan City's Chinese Professionals Union branch, Wang Yan's phone number. Previously, it was Wang Yan's strong opinion that pulled Luling into the Huaxia Professionals League. The alliance also represented the official Chinese government, so if you wanted to notify the higher-ups, it would be quicker to go directly to the people in the alliance. Although he didn't know what Luling was up to, Wang Yan agreed to Luling's request very readily. When they met, Luling didn't beat around the bush and directly told all the information he currently had regarding what he had said. In fact, the incident of the Heaven's Wrath invasion had already revealed some hints. However, what Luling didn't know was that during this period of time, when the Chinese side was researching the Heaven's Wrath invasion, they accidentally discovered a record buried in a certain world-class secret realm. This account is precisely about reincarnation and otherworldly invasions. However, the current Chinese officials did not attach great importance to this matter, more through this document to investigate the humanities about the last epoch and so on. After listening to Luling's words, Wang Yan revealed a grave expression. "Is this thing for sure true?" Luling nodded seriously and then repeated what Aoguang had said earlier in the Dragon Palace. Wang Yan also sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this. If this were to be true, it would not be an exaggeration to call this an extinction-level disaster. As this matter involved a great deal, he didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately bid farewell to Luling, and then grabbed the opportunity to return to the Alliance's branch and reported this matter to the Alliance's senior management. Then, that night, the Central Committee of China held an emergency meeting in the capital. The bigwigs of the various professionals' military regions and the Huaxia Research Institute all gathered together and began to talk about the veracity of the matter in question, as well as the measures to deal with it. On Luling's side, after notifying him, he rushed non-stop to the several world-class secret locations that Aoguang had provided him with. In just now he had already greeted Wang Yan and processed the permission to enter the copy at the speed of light. Because of the time constraints, Luling didn't ask in detail who exactly was stationed in these secret realms. Instead he planned to go in and directly let Aoguang convince them. Soon, Luling arrived at the first destination of the trip. After showing his entry permit, Luling directly entered the secret realm's portal. After passing through the portal, you are greeted by a large, lush peach tree and a winding, rugged mountain road. At this time, the time in the secret realm seemed to be different from the outside world, and it was precisely noon. The bright sunlight shines through the trees on the earth, and with the chirping of birds, it seems particularly pleasant. Unlike those secret realms that he had been to before, the scenery here was exceptionally magnificent, and the entire secret realm was filled with a kind of warm-colored goodness, with vitality as far as the eye could see, and no danger could be seen at all. Luling also froze for a moment, thinking, is this finding a vacation spot? What kind of monsters could live in such a secret place? He was puzzled when he suddenly heard a chirping sound coming from him. Luling subconsciously looked up, but saw a large group of monkeys with different fur colors, happily walking through the trees. Monkey Demon, level 50, attack power 850, blood quantity 36,000. It is a common creature with low combat power. After glancing at the words, Luling became more and more puzzled. The small monsters in this copy are a bit too weak, right? Only level 50? And with such a low value? Could the bosses here really help themselves to fight against the otherworldly invasion together? The old Dragon King couldn't have misremembered, could he? Damn! Forgot to ask those staffers for a copy of The Secret World. Just as he was thinking, Luling suddenly heard those monkeys speak. An older-looking monkey picked the big, red peaches from the tree while speaking to the younger monkey at the side. This fruit is good. It's big and red. The Great King will surely like it very much. Monkey Xiaosan, Monkey Xiaosi, don't be lazy. Finish picking it early, I'll treat you to fruit wine." The few little monkeys on the side immediately squeaked with excitement when they heard this. Looking at their fastidious and innocent appearance made Luling, who was planning to make a move, let out a bitter laugh and silently put away his staff. "It's kinda cute, I can't get my hands on it." As Luling was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a cry, and then he saw that a dark creature had suddenly appeared in the sky. Demon-winged bird, ordinary, level 120, attack power 3,200, blood quantity 95,000. One of the common flying magical creatures in the demon world, with mediocre attributes and a preference for human brains, only to see that a number of red-eyed and black-winged demonic creatures with strange pointy beaks had instantly appeared in the sky, and were hissing. They hovered in the air for a while before swooping directly towards the ground. Seeing this, Luling immediately pulled out his staff and prepared to meet the battle, but suddenly realized that the group of demon-winged birds were not targeting him, but the group of fruit-picking monkeys on the tree. Seeing this, Luling froze once again. What's going on? The little monsters in this one secret realm are actually attacking each other? That's not right, is it? However, Luling also reacted quickly. That's not right. The demon-winged bird is a demonic creature, and this group of monkeys were nothing more than creatures of a special kind, and were still essentially the native inhabitants of the blue planet. I'm afraid that something has changed in this secret realm that caused these devil-winged birds to appear here. At this moment, the few monkeys on the tree had a look of horror on their faces, staring blankly at the demonic creatures that kept swooping down from the sky, trembling. "Finished? This must be those demons that the great king mentioned," the older monkey said in horror. Just as it finished speaking, it immediately pushed the several small monkeys beside it, and its voice changed tone. "Monkey Shaosan, you guys run." With that, he gathered his courage and quickly climbed up to the top of the tree, and then he let out a roar at the group of devil-winged birds. Is it trying to sacrifice itself to protect those little monkeys? Luling froze at the sight and thought with some strangeness in his heart. The old monkeys did think so. They were not good at fighting in the first place, and I am afraid that if they run away together, they will also die for sure. It would be better to sacrifice one of its monkeys to buy some escape time for those juniors. Those devil-winged birds also noticed the old monkey with the odd demeanor and immediately flew towards it. Seeing this, although the old monkey was overwhelmed with fear in his heart, but thinking of the innocent eyes of those little monkeys, he still gritted his teeth and, continuing to roar frantically from the top of the tree in an attempt to attract the attention of a few more devil-winged birds. Soon, the devil-winged birds managed to be enraged by the old monkey, and they all attacked towards it furiously. "Done, Your Majesty. I'm afraid I'll only be able to serve you in the next life." The old monkey, knowing that he was already certain to die, simply closed his eyes directly, trembling in fear. Just as it was about to be killed outright by the demon-winged bird that swooped down at high speed, a sonic boom was heard from above. Chapter 134, manhwa, Waterfall Cave. It was Luling who struck, only to see Luling without hesitation directly boosting his jump. Then he swung his staff and smashed it towards a demon-winged bird. The strangely fast speed coupled with the tremendous power instantly smashed the demon-winged bird into demon-winged bird sauce in the air. After resolving a demon-winged bird, Luling didn't choose to run away, but instead stood on top of a tree branch, then provocatively hooked his finger towards the group of demon-winged birds. Such an arrogant appearance naturally provoked the anger of the demon-winged birds, and they all switched their targets and attacked towards Luling. When faced with a swarm of flying demons, Luling's killing efficiency was much lower. Although his agility was very high, he couldn't fly, so he could only catch the demon-winged birds when they attacked him and counterattack. Otherwise he really couldn't do anything about them. In fact, long-distance professions were not afraid of demons flying in the sky before they had the ability to fly, because the attack range was far enough away, and there was naturally nothing to say against the air. As for Luling, if he used long-range spell casting, the damage had already dropped by more than just 1/10, and he was afraid that even level 20 or 30 monsters would have to throw half a day's worth of skills in order to kill them. Therefore, he wasn't really sure that he could finish killing these demon-winged birds without letting one escape. That old monkey held his head and closed his eyes for half a day waiting to die, realizing that there was absolutely no feeling of pain in his body. He also couldn't help but open his eyes in confusion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Luling jumping back and forth between the branches of the trees like a heavenly god, each strike directly killing a demon-winged bird. That divine valor made the old monkey vaguely see a few shadows of his own great king, and he couldn't help but have his beard twirl in excitement. At this time, this group of devil-winged birds in the sky were also feeling a bit scared. They had surrounded Luling for more than 10 minutes, but they didn't even leave Luling with a single wound. Instead, they took the lives of dozens of their companions. At this rate, I'm afraid they'll all get their asses kicked by the kid knocking people around with a mace. And so it was that the remaining demon-winged birds circled the sky for a few times before finally leaving unwillingly. After the group of devil-winged birds left completely, the old monkey immediately went up excitedly and gave a big salute to Luling, then said, "This immortal master, you must be a friend of my family's great king, right? Are you here as a guest? I'm really thankful to this immortal just now, otherwise our lives would have been accounted for here. Luling was speechless at his words. He didn't know the big king in this old monkey's mouth. Just now, he was simply doing what was right. These monkeys were still blue star creatures at least, and that group of demon-winged birds were a bunch of demons, so naturally, they had to step in and finish them off. Luling scratched his head, or decided to just tell the truth, and by the way, asked who exactly lived here, so he could also have a mental preparation. He shook his head as he thought, I don't know your high king, I just happened to be passing through. By the way, what's this place called? When the old monkey heard this, he was also stunned, and then immediately, he looked at Luling with a wary face, and then said, You are not here to assassinate the great king, are you? When Luling heard this, he felt funny and said, Monkeys are monkeys, they are too simple, can I tell you if I really want to? Thinking, Luling shook his head and said, I have been asked by a deceased friend to come to your great king for counsel, but I don't know if this is the place, so just tell me what it is. If it's the wrong place, naturally I won't harp on it. Once the old monkey heard this, he put his heart down, and then he said something that made Luling's eyelids jump. This is the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, and there is a country nearby called the Aoli Kingdom. This mountain is called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and there is a cave inside called the Water Curtain Cave, which is exactly where we live. Is this the place you're looking for? Aoguang. The waterfall cave and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Where did that come from? That's a little too much reinforcement, isn't it? Luling almost lost his breath, covering his chest and asking somewhat incredulously, Then your family's great king, isn't his last name Sun Wukong, known as the Monkey King of Chi Tian de Shang? The old monkey froze, then immediately nodded proudly and said, Precisely, you have heard of my great king's name, this immortal? Luling smiled helplessly and said, I've heard of you before. When I was a kid, I grew up listening to your king's stories, and I was a childhood idol. Okay, but when you think about it, it seems that the Dragon King of the East China Sea does have a good friendship with the Monkey King, although it is said that Monkey started off by going to the Dragon Palace to rob it, but then it seems that he also made friends. That would make sense, Luling thought, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he said, That's right then, that's exactly what I've come to see your Maharaja. It was that Dragon King of the East Sea who asked me to come here, to seek the counsel of your great king. After saying that, he added quite a bit of information he remembered about the relationship between the Monkey King and the Dragon King. When the old monkey heard this, the wariness on his face gradually disappeared, and he immediately bowed repeatedly, then stepped forward and pulled Luling's sleeve, smiling warmly. So you're the Dragon King's son staff, please, follow me into the cave. With that, he led Luling towards the winding mountain road. Along the way, the strange rocks were constantly dangerous, and after walking around the mountain road twice, he suddenly saw a water stream, and there were quite a few monkeys frolicking and playing outside. After that old monkey brought Luling here, he made another salute and then said, Master Xian, wait here for a while, the great king should still be resting at this moment, I'll go and inform. After saying that, he squeaked and jumped down the vines and disappeared into the hole. After a while, that old monkey jumped out again, accompanied by a few stout monkeys, pulling Luling toward the cave. Noble guest, the great king invites you. Looking at the group of monkeys that were not even close to his waist, Luling couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile, and a hint of excitement faintly appeared on his face. Soon, Luling was led by them into the waterfall cave. Just coming in, what caught my eye were two large lines, the blessed land of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, the waterfall cave. It's really as depicted in the book, Luling secretly praised. Although these monkeys are naughty and mischievous, the cave is neat and clean, without half of the odor, only the faint fragrance of fruit. When a bunch of monkeys saw Luling come in, they all jumped up and down and cheered. Guests are coming, guests! It was hard not to like that look of heartfelt delight. What a bunch of innocents, Luling thought secretly in his heart. It is true that monkeys that have opened their spirit are much more fun than those that haven't. Soon, Luling was brought to the stone throne in the waterfall cave. There was a not too big and not too small gap above the cave entrance. The sunlight was just able to refract in and shine on top of that throne. At this moment, a monkey with a somewhat thin figure was sitting pretentiously on top of the throne, then coughed lightly twice and said in as serious a tone as possible, The visitor is the Dragon King's old official's messenger? Chapter 135, Great Sage Inheritance, Divine Technique Somersault Cloud. When Luling heard this, a hint of excitement immediately showed in his eyes. Head wearing phoenix wings purple gold crown, clad in gold locks armor, feet lotus root silk step cloud shoes, born with a hairy face lei gong mouth. This set of pure saint dress up, indeed, as the childhood TV played exactly the same. However, Luling quickly thought of the purpose of his trip and immediately adjusted the expression on his face, then lightly coughed twice, and with an arch of his hand, he pretended to say, "Not a messenger, I am an ally of the East Sea Dragon Clan." After saying that, he told all the things that happened after he met the Dragon King. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes tracelessly flashed a trace of grayness, but quickly returned to that untamed look, only to see him stand up. Then a foot stepped on the stone pier at the side, then pointed at Luling. "Humph, it's not impossible to ask my old grandson to help you, but you have to let me see what you're capable of first. As it happens, a group of demons have recently come to the mountains and often harass my children. If you can remove them, then I, Lao Sun, will promise to go out and help you." When Luling heard this, he immediately realized that what Sun Wukong was talking about should be those demon-winged birds he saw when he just came in. Although he didn't understand why Sun Wukong didn't do it himself, Luling immediately agreed. "Wrap it up on me." At that moment, that old monkey suddenly walked up to Sun Wukong's side and whispered into his ear for a while. Sun Wukong sniffed, and the moment he looked at Luling became much friendlier. Presumably, the old monkey told the Monkey King about Luling's experience of saving his life. It seems that this kid has some goodness in his heart. No, I can't deceive him either, or would that not be a great injustice? As Sun Wukong thought, he suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Luling, who was planning to leave to go out and clean up the demonic creatures, and then brought him into a cave. When he came in, the Monkey King suddenly snapped his fingers and a golden barrier appeared at the mouth of the cave, completely isolating the outside. Luling was a bit surprised to see this. "The great sage Sun has something to say to me?" Sharply, he instantly detected a somewhat embarrassed look on Sun Wukong's face. "Little sir, truth be told, I, Lao Sun, will speak frankly. What you see today is not old Sun's true form. What is here is nothing more than a hair of my old grandson's head that has changed." Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and spoke. Luling sniffed, but didn't look particularly surprised. He had subconsciously used a spirit detection technique as early as the moment he saw the Monkey King, but he was surprised to find that he actually didn't detect any targets. He then quickly reacted as well, realizing that the Sun Wukong in front of him was most likely just a doppelganger. This, too, could be seen from the fact that the group of demons had invaded the mountain of flowers and fruits, but had never been clearly seen. If it was according to monkey's nature, if someone dared to bully his monkeys and monkey grandchildren like this, he would have gone up to give him ashes all the way up. The reason why he didn't make a move was most likely because this doppelganger that was now in the mountain of flowers and fruits didn't have enough ability to deal with that group of demons. That was why Sun Wukong used the test as an excuse to get himself to tackle those demons. Seeing that Luling did not show a strange expression, Sun Wukong continued, "When I became a Buddha, the dojo in Ame Mountain, that place is not as easy as here. Every day to play Zen chanting sutra, I old Sun will come back here with the children to get away." But unexpectedly, that laborious heavenly tribulation round came. Countless demons came out, and even the heavenly court was overthrown. "Old Sun, I also put my life on the line, and that's how I managed to protect the mountain of flowers and fruits." Even as Sun Wukong said this, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. With his nature that dares to fight with the sky, he did not die in battle with those close friends. I'm afraid that his heart is also incomparably guilty, but there is no way. He still has a home, and there is still such a large group of monkeys to guard. Naturally, he can no longer act recklessly as before. After Luling heard this, but he only smiled faintly and said, "I thought it was something big, but it's just this. Don't worry, great sage. I'll do what I promised you. Even if the great sage is unable to retrieve his true body, I will still help the mountain of flowers and fruits exorcise all those demons." Once these words came out, the Monkey King instantly nodded his head in relief and shouted in agreement. "Young sir treats me like this, it really puts my old grandson to shame. But don't worry, young sir, although old Sun is unable to perform at this time, he will surely be able to help young sir after he finds his true body. In addition, I see that young sir does not seem to have any great magical powers on him. Why don't I, my old grandson, pass on a few methods to you, which is also considered to be some payment in advance? How about it?" Upon hearing this, Luling instantly became interested and immediately nodded his head, then said with both eyes glowing, "That's a good sentiment. I wonder what aptitude Brother Monkey is going to pass on to me." When Sun Wukong heard this title, he was also stunned, then smiled somewhat bitterly and said, "Since that dork, it's been a long time since anyone called me old Sun like that." After he finished speaking, he quickly returned to normal again, circling Luling up and down a few times, then nodded his head and said, "I see that you don't know the art of taking off the clouds yet, so why don't I teach you the somersault clouds that my master passed down to me? This art of taking off clouds is not my old grandson bragging. In the three realms, there are not many divine powers faster than it." Once Luling heard this, his heart was also pleasantly surprised. This was right to his heart. Just now when dealing with the group of demonic winged birds, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how to fly, I'm afraid that none of those demons would have been able to escape. And the somersault cloud he also knows, known as a heel 108,000 meters. This speed, what more bicycle With that in mind, he immediately performed a salute to the Monkey King and then excitedly said, "Then thank you so much, Monkey." However, he only saw the Monkey King laugh cheerfully, then jumped and came to Luling's ear, and after gabbling, he cheerfully patted Luling's shoulder. Acquired mystic inheritance. The hidden skill, somersault cloud, has been acquired. As Luling shifted, he only felt countless knowledge suddenly appear in his mind, and then he heard such a beep. Aha, that's how you learned it? Is this the legendary enlightenment? Luling froze, then immediately opened the skill bar and began to check it out. Skill, somersault cloud. Type, special flight skill, learnable occupation, any occupation. Skill rating, SSS. Effect, when active, summons a cloud of mist, providing a 100% agility bonus while gaining the ability to fly. When the skill is released, you are immune to all slowing effects. The rest of the debuff effects are halved, and you gain 10% dodge effect until the end of the skill. After Luling read it, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart in ecstasy. Chapter 136, Assisting the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Purge the demons. This skill is also able to be called a divine skill. Not only does it provide the ability to fly, but it's also immune to slowdowns and half of the other DE buffs during release. Maneuverability pulls full while providing 10% evasion. This would really transform himself into the fastest legend of Huaxia. And there's another main reason, and that's that Sasquatch, he's handsome. Luling took another close look at its blue consumption and realized that it wasn't really high. If no other skills were released, the somersault cloud could be opened almost infinitely. He had a blue returning trinket, the star ring, on him, and the increase in blue per second was almost enough to consume this skill. And when Sun Wukong saw Luling's face of surprise, like a child who had gotten a gift, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This little gentleman's understanding is extremely high. Old Sun only said once and then can remember, not the slightest inferior to the year I. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw that Luling had already equipped his somersault cloud on his body, and then immediately performed another big salute towards the Monkey King. "Thank you, brother monkey. I'll go and remove those demons that have infested the mountain of flowers and fruits." After Luling finished speaking, he directly and impatiently opened his somersault cloud, and then with a single leap, he flew out from within the water curtain cave. This monkey-like appearance, looking at the Monkey King, that was a burst of laughter. "I can't imagine that you look quite stable, but your bones are as monkeyish as old Sun's me," he muttered, then immediately called for a couple of small monkeys. "Children, go prepare some fruit and wine. We'll have a feast for that little gentleman later." The little monkeys went down to get ready in an instant of joy. Looking at Luling, who had long since disappeared, Sun Wukong also began to think in his mind at this time about how to retrieve his true body without disturbing the will of heaven. On the other side, Luling, who had flown all the way out, was also incomparably excited in his heart at the moment. The maneuverability provided by this skill was too much. The speed was directly doubled. In that case, even if it was an assassin, I'm afraid it would be difficult to fight against himself on the speed level and with that kind of speed, Luling's melee combat ability was once again raised a notch. Just ask a horrible monster that can fly directly across 100 meters in 3 seconds to come in front of you and whirl away tens of thousands of drops of your blood at once. Who wouldn't be afraid? After this burst of acceleration and then a swing of the staff, wouldn't that damage just explode? With his feet on the somersault clouds, Luling passed through the clouds like a shooting star, and soon discovered the spatial rift that Sun Wukong had spoken of. It was a huge dark red mouth that appeared very abruptly in the sky, as if it had been ripped open by some monster. All around this spatial crack, a dense demonic aura was constantly emanating, and the underside had long since been crawling with densely packed demonic creatures that were roaring nonstop. Because before taking the scriptures, Sun Wukong had placed a boundary around the mountain of flowers and fruits. That's why these demons couldn't enter it on a wide scale. Only by slowly consuming this boundary could they launch a general attack on the mountain of flowers and fruits. And at this moment, there wasn't much energy left in the boundary, so it was obvious that it wouldn't be able to support it for long. Soon, Luling ran all the way up to the top of the group of demons with a windy speed and began to observe. The ones that were destroying the boundary below were all small monsters that were between level 120 and 130, and at first glance, they were cannon fodder troops doing hard labor. And I'm afraid that the demon that really stopped this invasion is still hiding somewhere and hasn't come out at this moment. The types of cannon fodder troops down here were quite complex, but they were all relatively trashy types, and there weren't any very strong demonic races. After observing for a while, Luling then directly summoned his staff, and with somersault clouds under his feet, he charged directly towards the group of demons in a single dive. The staff in his hand instantly rose up with lightning and flames, and Luling directly opened the elemental awakening. Afterwards, he swung his staff, and like a meteorite landing, he he heavily smashed into the place where the demons were the most dense. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the tremendous power killed the demonic creatures located in the center area in seconds almost instantly. The demonic creatures on the side were instantly hung with several layers of elemental seals, and were then sent flying by a huge shockwave. The smoke gradually dispersed, only to see that the large pit on the ground was empty except for Luling, and the corpses of those demons were directly melted by the powerful elemental force. Luling carried his staff on his shoulder, and a clean white cloud kept circulating behind him, as majestic and domineering as a heavenly god, instantly sending a chill down the spine of these demons. But scared as they were, they still roared in unison, then surged towards Luling like a tidal wave, with an air of wanting to tear him alive. On the other hand, Luling was grinning from the corner of his mouth. His figure instantly flashed, appearing in the group of demons like a ghost, and every time the staff in his hand was swung out, the high amount of damage dealt was able to kill several demons in seconds. For a while, Luling was like a lawnmower harvesting the lives of these demons. Wherever he went there was bound to be no grass left. None of the demons could react to his speed. There wasn't a single demonic creature that could resist his attacks either. In an instant, this group of mixed demons was directly routed, and in a few blinks of an eye, half of them were dead or injured. Just as Luling was in the midst of this fight, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from the air. Then, a black monster with huge wings was seen flying out from that crack in the sky, crashing towards Luling like a missile. Luling instantly made a retreat, directly avoiding this attack. Night Demon, Elite Leader, Rank, 140, Attack Power, 6,300, Blood Quantity, 135,000. An extremely terrifying demonic creature that will transform into a true god of death at night. It mercilessly reaps every life it sets its sights on. After glancing at the monster's words, Luling also revealed a serious expression. The Night Demons were also one of the 12 great demon god races, the 7th ranked existence, and were even stronger than the fallen giant race that Luling had met earlier. This kind of demonic creature would receive a multiplier increase once it reached nighttime. Paired with that dark attribute skill, it was an extremely difficult opponent, but fortunately at this moment, the sun hadn't completely gone down. It should be considered evening, and the Night Demon's talent bonus effect hadn't reached its peak yet. Otherwise, this 140 level elite leader was really hard to deal with. However, even if he didn't eat the full talent bonus, at this moment, this Night Demon's real life value was also 178,000, and its attack power was about to break through 10,000 existences. They were still highly intelligent demonic races, and Luling understood in his heart that he was afraid that the next battle would be a vicious one, and that Night Demon didn't say anything. A pair of orange-red eyes stared dead at Luling, and a bloody mouth slowly moved. Then, a sharp light was seen stabbing towards Luling's face. Chapter 137, A New Goal. Retrieving the 6 roots of the Monkey King. That was the Night Demon clan's tail spike attack. Their tails are not only incredibly sharp, but they also have poison attached to them, and it could extend to dozens of meters long. A very insidious and poisonous means of attack. In a flash of lightning, Luling dodged the tail spike with a sidestep, and then directly opened his 2 newly acquired profession-exclusive skills, Magic Duet plus Whimsy. In an instant, a 7-colored halo began to flow from Luling's body, and the staff in his hand flashed with colored light. With these 2 enhanced skills turned on, Luling's burst damage would instantly be raised a notch, and instead of choosing Arcane Heavy Strike, he used the whimsically enhanced Fireball spell. Only the glow of the Fireball spell suddenly turned dark purple, and along with the heavy slamming of the staff on the body of the Night Demon, this burst of Fireball spell suddenly exploded. Whimsical Enhancement, Dissolve, doubles the damage of the Fireball spell and cuts the opponent's double resistance effect by 30% for 20 seconds after hitting. Boom! A loud bang came, and the Night Demon was instantly blown right out of the sky by this Fireball spell. Without waiting for him to stabilize himself in the air, the Magic Duet was unleashed, and the second Fireball spell immediately exploded in its chest. This time, it directly dealt over 20,000 points of mixed damage. It instantly caused the Night Demon to let out a terrifying roar, triggering the dissolve effect twice in a row. Its double resistance instantly dropped close to around 50%. The injured Night Demon instantly went berserk, and immediately used its tail spike attack again to continuously attack towards Luling. At the same time, it began to condense dark elemental energy bombs in its mouth. This guy was also really cunning. As soon as he saw Luling reveal a crack in order to avoid the tail spike attack, he immediately shot out the dark energy from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the energy projectile that emitted a deathly aura arrived in front of Luling's body, and was about to hit him. At the moment of crisis, Luling directly made a void relocation leap, stuck at the extreme distance to avoid the energy bomb, while the staff in his hand once again erupted with a burst of light. The night demon was waiting for Luling to reveal its flaws, and Luling was not waiting for it to reveal its flaws. With another heavy blow, the night demon couldn't take it anymore, letting out a mournful hiss as his body was heavily smashed onto the ground by Luling. And after Luling scored a hit, he immediately tried to capitalize on it. Just as Luling was about to swing his staff down, he suddenly realized that this night demon's tail had bent at a strange angle, a precursor to an attack. In the nick of time, Luling was unable to avoid it, and could only stiffen the force in his hands, intending to directly exchange wounds with the night demon in a wave. Although the damage from the tail spike attack wasn't high, the dark poison that came with it was very difficult to deal with. It seems that we can only use the reversal technique, Luling thought in his mind, just as the staff slammed heavily into the night demon. The incredibly sharp tail spike also viciously penetrated Luling's shoulder, but a miraculous thing happened. Luling's blood actually did not drop, and even the wound quickly healed. Luling froze, then immediately reacted. This was the evasion of somersault cloud taking effect. It was unthinkable that it was actually so overbearing that it could even dodge this kind of skill that came with poisonous injuries. It's worthy of being an SSS rank skill. It does work well. A smile appeared at the corner of Luling's mouth. Then he looked wistfully at the half-dead night demon on the ground. 10 minutes later, all of the demons present were all knocked to death by Luling in an extremely brutal manner, directly providing him with a large wave of experience value, as well as quite a few drops. The crack in the sky also began to gradually disappear after the group of demons died, eventually returning to normal. After resolving the group of demons, Luling then flew all the way back into the waterfall cave. As soon as they entered, they were enthusiastically surrounded by monkeys, cheering under their breath. They already knew about Luling removing the demon for them, and at this time, they were thanking Luling from the bottom of their hearts. Under the pull of the little monkeys, Luling was brought to a large stone table in the cave, where top-quality fruit wine and fresh fruits had already been set up on the table. The Su Yuntian has also been drinking for a long time, and at this time, when he saw Luling return, he also shouted, and then waved his hand at him, saying, "Little sir is also considered to be a great help for old son. Since the destruction of the heavenly court, I have been relieved to see this group of children. But on the contrary, I can't utilize those divine abilities, or else I'm afraid I'll be cleansed by the will of the heavenly Tao." Now old son has also figured out that if he keeps hiding like this, he will eventually run out of strength one day. The only way to truly save the children is to break that cycle of reincarnation, Su Yuntian said, drinking the fruit wine in his hand, and then the domineering and arrogance that uniquely belonged to the great sage of Qi Tian once again appeared in his eyes. Luling was also slightly stunned, and then immediately realized that Su Yuntian had promised to help the humans and fight together against the invasion of the demon world and the heavenly reincarnation. Being able to fight side by side with his childhood idol made Luling also feel a bit excited, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Su Yuntian say again, "However, at this time, I only have this one hair to drive freely, and I can make less than 1 in 10,000. If I want my old grandson to help me out, I still have to trouble little mister to help me retrieve the 6 roots and the remnants of my body that were lost outside. I wonder if you, young sir, would be willing to do my old grandson this favor?" Luling sniffed and immediately agreed without hesitation. Not to mention how Monkey's combat power was, seeing him come to his aid for this group of little monkeys like this, Luling couldn't be cruel enough to refuse. It wasn't a difficult time anyway, but it was just a matter of retrieving the physical body. So naturally, he agreed. Su Yuntian sniffed and also arched his hand towards Luling in a sincere tone, then said, "My old grandson seldom says thank you in his life, but this time, I have to thank young sir properly." Saying that, he actually did stand up and arched his hand at Luling to thank him. "This is a righteous act by young sir. I, the monkeys of Mount Huagua, who are full of monkeys, am grateful." After saying that, he laughed again, pulling Luling and then entered the table again, saying, "From now on you will be my old son's brother. Come on, drink this cup full. We must have fun tonight and not get drunk." This night, Luling unprecedentedly drank a lot of wine, to the end of the sanity or a little not sober, directly in the middle of the water curtain cave to sleep. After sleeping in a daze until the afternoon, Luling then got up. Most of the monkeys in the cave had gone out to play, leaving only a few older ones who couldn't walk and were lazily resting on their backs in the cave. After looking around, but not finding the Monkey King's figure, he was about to ask, when an old monkey with quite a high status came over and respectfully handed over an object. Chapter 138, Helpful Hair. The resolution of the Chinese higher-ups. Master Lu Xian. The Great King said early in the morning that he was going to go and catch up with the old Dragon King and asked Master Lu Xian to make himself at home. If you want to contact him, just blow into this hair and call out his name of the Monkey King. Also, here is a letter from the Great King. After the old monkey finished speaking, he handed something to Luling. Luling took a look, and sure enough, it was a golden monkey hair that that looked somewhat familiar. After receiving it, Luling realized that it actually had words. Props, life-saving hair. Rank, introduction, this is a sacred object. When used at critical moments, it can be used to call the sky to answer the call and the earth to spirit. This item is a one-time consumable. What? Life-saving hairs? This thing is actually still real? Luling's jaw nearly dropped in shock. If he remembered correctly, this thing was given by the goddess of mercy, specifically for Monkey to use when he was in trouble. It was a real, divine weapon. Monkey actually gave it to himself just like that? Luling thought, and immediately opened the letter. As it turned out, just like what Luling had guessed, this thing was indeed the life-saving hair written in the book back then, and after years of Sun Wukong's warmth, it had been thoroughly refined into something of his. However, nowadays, he only has a split body left. He has no way to go out of the mountain of flowers and fruits, so he can't use this thing. So it would be better to give it to Luling to use, and it might be able to help at a critical moment. It just so happens that this thing has been warmed up for many years, and it already has a spiritual nature that can be used to make a connection. The letter is followed by a detailed description of his 6 roots and where they might be found. After reading the letter, Luling cried and laughed a little, but he still put this into his backpack. The harvest from this trip to the secret realm wasn't small. Not only did he directly learn an SSS class flying skill, but he also gained another prop to save his life. Most of all, it succeeded in pulling in one more ally for the human race, so that the power to fight against the otherworldly world would be increased by a few more points. After saying goodbye to the monkeys in the cave, Luling directly left the secret realm. After coming out, he received the first call from Wang Yan. Hello, Luling-san, do you have time now? On the other end of the phone, Wang Yan's voice was very serious, as if he was about to announce something big. Luling froze, thought for a moment, but replied in the affirmative. That's good. You're in South Tree City now, right? Wait a while, the plane will be here soon. Luling sniffed in confusion and then asked, an airplane? What's this for? Of course I'm picking you up and bringing you to the capital. Get ready, the highest leader of the Huaxia Alliance wants to see you. An hour later, Luling had arrived in the capital. As a Chinese official, the efficiency of the work is naturally not blown, not to mention that this incident is related to the survival of the entire Blue Star. After arriving in the capital, Luling was directly received by a car from the Huaxia military region into the capital's first office district, which was also the headquarters of the Huaxia Professionals Union. After being led all the way to the door of a conference room, Luling fixed her mind and went over what she was going to say later in her head before she walked in. He naturally understands why the head of Huaxia wants to receive him, definitely related to the otherworldly invasion. Reincarnation cleansing, and 80% already have some eyebrows. Pushing the door open, there were quite a few people sitting inside at the moment, most of them wearing battle robes or scholar's garb, and all of them had very high ranks on their chests. I'm afraid that the people sitting here are all the top bigwigs in the various fields of the Huaxia military region and the professionals research area, Luling thought in his mind. And on top of the first place, there was an old man who was not angry and had a very extraordinary demeanor. Luling is here? Sit down. Unexpectedly, this Chinese chief, who had always been thunderous with an iron wind, was looking at Luling when instead, he unexpectedly showed a kind expression, as if he were a neighboring grandfather who was amiable. The moment these words came out, it caused the eyes of everyone present to shift towards Luling, or if it was anyone else, being stared at by so many bigwigs, I'm afraid that they would definitely be incredibly nervous at this moment. But Luling was in a blithe and relaxed manner. The gesture caused many people in the room to secretly nod their heads. After that, it was not what Luling expected. The purpose of this reception was precisely to seek confirmation about the otherworldly invasion. At the same time, it was hoped that Luling would be able to provide all the information so that they could take precautionary measures. And Luling went into even more detail for these bigwigs about the information he had learned in the Dragon Palace. The men nodded thoughtfully as they listened. The chief executive was also slightly deep in thought for a few moments, and finally made 2 direct announcements of heavy news. In a week's time, China will officially enter a state of first-degree martial law, and at the same time, China will share this news with other countries. In this war that concerns the survival of the Blue Planet, Huaxia will temporarily put aside its efforts in other fields to fully deal with the upcoming otherworldly invasion. The people present all revealed resolute looks after hearing the chief's words. As people of China, they naturally would not fear any disaster or struggle. No matter what horrible existence the enemy was, they would fight to the end. And after that, Luling couldn't interject anything because he was still just a college student who hadn't graduated, and was almost clueless when it came to this kind of national defense and academics. After the meeting ended, the chief looked at his watch and suddenly smiled at Luling and said, I was hoping to have dinner with you today, but it doesn't look like there's time at the moment. Just a little while longer. There's a meeting coming up. Next time I'm free, I'll go around Jiangnan province again. so I'll contact you then. These words made Luling froze, a little unsure. Listening to this tone, why did it feel as if the chief knew him? It's an illusion, isn't it? By the time Luling came back to his senses, the chief had already left, but left 2 warriors in charge of sending Luling home. By the time Luling returned to Jiangnan University again, it was already 2 days later. During these 2 days, he first went home to visit his mom and Lin Tianxiong, and then took the time to go to the professionals union to retrieve some information before returning to Jiangnan University. By this time, Luling had already become a celebrity within the academy, and the news that he was the one who had managed to bring back those previous players from the Global Young Professionals League had already spread throughout the campus. Moreover, if that match hadn't been interrupted by the Heaven's Wrath invasion, I'm afraid that the final victor would have been Jiangnan University as well, not to mention the fact that he won the individual tournament in a crushing fashion. Just after entering the academy, Luling received a lot of attention, and everyone looked at him excitedly, as if they had seen some rare animal. Luling couldn't stand this kind of look the most, and was planning to fly straight back to the dormitory when he suddenly bumped into Principal Mo Bai. Chapter 139, Blazing Sun Divine Might Set. Hidden Secret Realm. Mr. Luling? I just got a call that you're back, and I was just about to look for you. After the principal saw Luling, he immediately revealed a kind smile. The matter of recruiting Luling after the previous high school entrance exam was simply the best decision he had ever made. The academy has recently received a new quota to explore a hidden secret realm that hasn't been fully conquered. Originally, this kind of quest was only for juniors. However, the assessed danger level of that secret realm isn't very high, so the school board is planning on letting some of the best underclassmen go for a bit of practice. I'm going to let you lead the departure. How about that? Do you have time these days? Luling frowned and was going to refuse, but after thinking about it, he asked for information about that secret realm. Unexpectedly, the hidden secret realm that the principal was talking about was exactly where one of Sun Wukong's 6 roots was located. In that case, then walking up to this trip would be fine. Anyway, sooner or later, one has to go. It would be better to just let the academy arrange the trip. Luling thought, and agreed to the request straight away. The principal took a look and immediately patted Luling's shoulder with a smile and said, "Don't worry, definitely won't let you make this trip for nothing." With that, he cockily pulled out a small makeshift backpack and handed it directly to Luling. Laughing, "This is a complete set of diamond-grade equipment that I built for you with my personal possessions and favors. Principal, consider it as a handout along with the rewards from last time. It's only diamond grade, but a set with a high grade limit is by no means extraordinary, and it suits your fighting style." As soon as Luling heard this, he immediately became interested as well. It was indeed time to change the equipment on his body, which were all still the tricky mist set that he had gotten earlier when he was brushing the secret realm, as well as the 2 diamond sets that he had gotten when he first enrolled in school. In terms of strength, naturally, it's no match for a full set of high-grade diamond sets, although the defense values provided by most of the equipment were of little use to Luling. The profession of strange mage was able to convert all attribute values into mana points. After receiving this makeshift backpack, Luling also changed into a smiling face and said with a laugh, "That's quite a lot of trouble for the principal. I'll take it. By the way, when does this operation leave?" After learning the exact departure time, Luling nodded and was about to leave when he heard the principal say, "By the way, our Jiangnan University is not the only one in this operation. There are several other colleges and universities including Qingbei University. I'm very comfortable with you, but keep an eye on the other students. Don't clash with them and cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, if the other side came to mess with you first, then there's no need for me to say anything. As long as I don't kill you, I'll naturally take care of it for you." The last sentence, Mo Bai's voice is very light, finished as if nothing happened, smiling. Instead, Luling noticed a point that Qingbei University would also take part in this operation. Doesn't that mean Shinichen might be there too? Ever since the last time they parted ways in the secret realm, the 2 of them had never met again, but they still occasionally contacted each other on the line. After all, it is also considered a lifelong friendship, and the temperament and character of the 2 are quite appetizing, so the relationship is naturally good. After nodding, Luling directly bid farewell to the principal and returned to the dormitory where he hadn't returned for a long time. When Luling wasn't around, there was a cleaning crew that came every day to clean, so the villa was very clean at this time. After a long time of resting on the big soft bed, Luling also took a rare breath. It still feels good to lay flat. After resting for a while, Luling directly called Shinichen and inquired about this secret realm exploration. Brother Lu, I was just about to call and ask you. I heard that your Jiangnan University will also send someone along. How about it? Are you going, Brother Lu?" On the other end of the phone, Shinichen cheerfully said to Luling, Luling smiled faintly, and after chatting about other things for a while, he agreed to meet in 3 days, and then hung up the phone. In the next few days, Luling also had a few days of rare leisure to attend classes, and in the meantime, she tested the new suit given by the principal, and at the same time, upgraded all the skills that could be upgraded on her body. Money is something that Luling is not lacking at all. If he wanted to, he could get a whole couple million out through alchemy in a minute, and he had more than enough martial god points on him to use them up, and there was nothing worth redeeming other than the raffle. Set Blazing Sun Robe, rating, Diamond, bonus, plus 500 points of mana strength plus 10% of maximum life value plus 300 points of double resistance. Set featured Blazing Sun Divine Might. When wearing 2 pieces of this set, gain an additional 750 points of mana. When wearing 4 pieces, increase elemental damage by 25%. When wearing 6 pieces, the fire attribute damage will receive a 100% damage boost, and each spellcast will be accompanied by Blazing Sunlight, which burns the opponent's life value and mana value and doubles the damage to the darkness attribute. Luling was very satisfied after reading it. It just so happened that his fireball art had been upgraded once again, and he had also gotten used to fighting with it long ago, so this set was indeed very suitable for him. In addition to being able to double the fire attribute damage, the burning effect provided by the set is also very powerful. Not only does it last for a long time, but it also doubles the damage to the darkness attribute. If you wear this equipment to fight demons, I'm afraid that the limit damage can break 80,000 or more. As Luling thought, he immediately put on a full set of Blazing Sun Divine Might sets. The outfit as a whole was white, with quite a few flame-like orange-red patterns on the top of the clothes, and with the other accessories, it made Luling's entire look a lot more forced. 3 days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day to leave for the secret realm to explore. Most of the people accompanying them this time were mage students, so Luling recognized almost all of them. It was worth noting that Luling actually saw Xiao Yuer's figure in the second-year team this time. It had also been a long time since the two had seen each other since the end of their last trip to the Dragon Palace, and those students of Jiangnan University naturally did not have any objections to the matter of Luling being the leader of the team. Under the arrangements of the academy, the students quickly arrived at the destination of their trip, the North Sea Province, which was located in the neighboring province of Jiangnan Province. On the way, the crowd had memorized the information about this secret realm. The place to be explored this time was a hidden secret realm and a third-turn secret realm, and the level cap was locked at level 160, which was why they brought along these sophomores like Luling. This hidden secret realm required special tokens to open, the specific way Luling did not seriously remember. What he noticed was that the geographical location of this secret realm happened to be where one of his 6 roots, the body root, was located, as mentioned in Sun Wukong's letter. Chapter 140 Young Masters College, the oddly named Dongning University. That secret realm had been explored a long time ago, and if there were any strangeness it would have definitely been discovered a long time ago, so the root of Sun Wukong's body was bound to be in the newly discovered hidden secret realm. Soon, the crowd arrived at the secret place to be explored this time. There were also quite a few students of the same age as Luling and the others at the entrance, so they should be the representative teams of those other colleges. Among that group of people, Luling really saw a familiar figure. Shen Yichen also discovered Luling. A smile immediately appeared on his indifferent face, and he greeted him very familiarly. "Brother Lu, finally you're here. This time we can fight side by side again." Oh. Luling responded with a similar smile, and the two chatted pleasantly for a while before walking into their respective teams. The total number of students going in wasn't really that big, just about 40 or so, and a small half of those were second years. However, after waiting for half an hour, the members of the professionals union in charge of this operation did and still did not lead the crowd into the secret realm. A couple of students got impatient and came up to ask why. "It's not that we don't want to go in, it's that there's still a team from the academy that hasn't arrived yet," the person in charge also said rather helplessly, and with that, he dialed the phone in his hand again. It was already more than 20 minutes past the previously agreed upon meeting time, so the crowd was quite vocal about it, and the person in charge was finally picked up after several consecutive calls. "Hello? Who is it?" A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is this Mr. Lu Han and his classmates from Dongning University? May I ask where you are now? The secret exploration operation will begin soon. Can you come over as soon as possible?" Although the person in charge was also upset in his heart, his temper was still quite good, and at this time, he also said in a good voice. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end of the phone didn't apologize in the slightest. It just gave an "oh" and then said, "Then you guys wait a while. Just got up. Almost forgot about this. We'll be right over." After that, he hung up the phone, and the people present all clearly heard the words of that Lu Hanha, and all of them had unhappy expressions. What kind of person is this? How can he forget such a thing? Don't they care about the academy? Some people are indignant. Luling also revealed a speechless expression, then turned to Su Yuntian next to him. What's the origin of this Dongning University? Why does it seem like I've never heard of it? Could it be some special academy? So it's more mysterious, and that's why it's putting up such a big show? Su Yuntian said with a look of contempt. Mao's special, but it's just a place where a bunch of rich young ladies with mediocre skills stay. That academy's school administration is a pose. The specific activities are still up to this group of young masters themselves. This time, I guess it's some family in the capital that's doing this, wanting the kids underneath to mix up some seniority so they can make a resume to enter the alliance in the future. Having to bring along such a group of dragons. I'm afraid this operation will be even more troublesome again. Once Luling heard this, his heart was clear. It took about another half hour for the guys to arrive in a hurry, with the full look of a man who had come for an outing, and Luling just threw a spirit detection spell over. Almost happy. Dongning University team, the strongest strength, but just a level 120 professional. I'm afraid that the family forces or hard pile up. The rest of them were basically around level 100, and were definitely not in line with the level requirements for this secret exploration. But since people could appear here, there was nothing for Luling to say. Anyway, if he met danger after going inside, it wasn't like he had to make a move to save him. They can toss it around all they want. Seeing that Dongning University had finally arrived, the person in charge was also relieved, and then immediately brought a few people to the secret realm teleportation area and quickly opened the teleportation portal. They were all the elites of various academies, so there was nothing that needed to be instructed, and all of them entered the secret realm in an orderly manner. This secret world is one that has already been raided, so the birthplace of all the people is in one place. The hidden copy to be explored this time is to be accessed in the middle area of this secret world. Following the map's instructions, the crowd soon arrived at the entrance to the hidden copy, and the next quest is where this operation really begins. Before going in, the temporary commanding captain of this operation once again gave some information about the hidden copy, and then highlighted some things. The general idea is that those who don't have the skills don't die in there, and just listen to the command honestly. While he said this, his gaze was fixed on those few guys from Dongning University, and his intentions were clear. The men, however, just nodded unconcernedly, obviously not taking these words to heart. Soon, along with a spatial fluctuation, the crowd managed to enter the hidden secret realm. The hidden secret realm was very different from the outside environment. It was like another world. The sky here is in the state of night, and the entire copy is shrouded in a darkness that is particularly eerie. The thematic content of the copy is a vast plain area. The ground is covered with waist-high grass, and under the shroud of night it is impossible to see clearly underfoot, which is exceptionally appalling. Just as they entered, the crowd heard a melodious sound of wolves howling. The voices rose and fell, echoing non-stop as if they were coming from all directions, instantly causing the crowd's expression to tighten. There are demons, quickly prepare to strike. Those few people from Dongning University suddenly shouted out in a fuss, which immediately caused a burst of angry stares. Nonsense, there's no magic in the secret world, so what's there? A champagne pool party? A student from Qingbei University whispered angrily with some displeasure, obviously having long been dissatisfied with these people. And when those few people heard that, they were not happy and immediately became upset. No, what do you mean? Say no more? A bunch of poor guys, do you really take yourselves seriously? Let me tell you, it's your honor to brush the secret realm with the few of us. Got it? Such an anticlimactic statement. Even when Luling, who had been lazing around with them, heard it, he became a bit irritated. Where did this idiot come from? Is this what the sons of the capital's families are like? Where's your brain? Without waiting for Luling to speak, this anticlimactic statement had already attracted a lot of abuse, and the captain, seeing that he was about to start infighting just after entering the secret realm, immediately stepped forward to stop both sides from continuing their speeches. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, this unlucky captain also pulled a few people from Dongning University to the side and spoke bitterly for half a day before allowing them to return to the team. After such a scene, the atmosphere in the whole team was a bit dull. Luling didn't care. Anyway, he had already made plans for later. If he couldn't, he would find a reason to break away from the team and explore alone. Chapter 141, A Pack of Wolves Can't Stop a True Hero. He had little interest in any of the other resources in the secret realm, and had only come here to retrieve one of Sun Wukong's 6 roots, other equipment or materials or whatever. He really couldn't look at this level of secret realm. As he was thinking, there was suddenly a strange sound of footsteps in front of him. The grass around them swirled slightly, and then several green points of light were visible from a distance. At this moment, the assassins in charge of scouting work also noticed the abnormality, and a number of unknown creatures were hiding in the bushes and surrounding them. In an instant, the crowd took up a defensive formation, then stared nervously around them. But at night, coupled with such dense grass, it makes visibility to the human eye extremely low. Only those professionals with high mental power could barely detect those demons demons lurking in the grass through mental perception. Everyone be careful, it's a demonic wolf pack. There are many of them. Prepare to fight. That captain's profession was a wandering archer, so he immediately recognized the group of demons. Accompanying his words, the crowd also pulled out their respective weapons, and then the mage, directly towards the surrounding area, he began to fling up his skills. However, the benefits of doing so were minimal, as the demons lurking in the grass were extremely agile, and this kind of unorganized skill coverage could barely hit them. After watching a wave of skills being thrown but barely causing any kills, the wolves in the bushes took advantage of this opening, jumping out directly like a ghost. He then pounced on the weak spot of the crowd's defense formation, accompanied by a cry of alarm. A mage standing on the periphery was suddenly entangled by several black shadows, and was instantly pounced on the ground. This cry of alarm was like blowing a horn, and the wolves that had been lurking for a long time immediately came out in a line, pouncing towards the students, instantly catching the crowd off guard. Their attack was very methodical. For those warriors and tank professions in the front, the wolves only separated a part of them to harass. The rest of them all rushed towards those brittle back rows. Since most of the students were not from the same college, they had no cooperation with each other, and the scene was thrown into chaos. Seeing that the wolves were about to completely break through the defense line and enter the back row to kill, Luling stepped forward. Just seeing him alone, he ran towards the group of wolves in the grass, so fast that it was like he was flying close to the ground. This action immediately stunned the professionals from the other academies. The suit that Luling was wearing was obviously a mage set, but at this moment, he took the initiative to rush towards the demon. Was this an attempt to sacrifice himself and block the demon's mouth? Hey, it's dangerous. Quickly come back. You're a mage. Aren't you looking for death by going up like this? Yes, come back quickly. Hide in the back row and output while pulling. Someone yelled towards Luling, but he turned a deaf ear. The demonic group of wolves also discovered this fat sheep that was delivered to their mouths, and immediately let out a howl of wolves, and then excitedly ran towards Luling. Just when everyone thought that Luling was about to be torn to pieces by the wolves, the next scene directly caused their eyes to tear out of their sockets, only to see a white cloud suddenly appear behind Luling's back. The staff in his hand erupted in a burst of bright light, crossing the air like a meteor in the darkness of the night, and ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the bright flames directly set the surrounding grass on fire, straight away leaving a large crater about 5 meters in diameter on the ground. This time, it directly blew several demon wolves into minced meat, and the powerful might was as astonishing as a missile bursting into flames. And being blown up like that, the nearby grass was set ablaze by the flames, and those demons could no longer hide their silhouettes. Exposed, they instantly moved to kill. Surprisingly, none of them escaped. Instead, all of them rushed towards Luling. It was only then that the crowd realized that so many demons had actually been ambushed around them long ago. This dense black shadow, I'm afraid that it must add up to more than 200, and all of them were level 130 existences, and there was no shortage of elite-level demons among them. At this scale, I'm afraid it would take an army of at least 50 elite professionals to be able to eliminate it without injury, right? There were only about 40 of them, and they were all uncoordinated students, so I'm afraid they're going to suffer this time. Just as the crowd was terrified in their hearts, Luling had already battled with this group of demons. This blazing sun divine might set was really good, and Luling was now able to easily blast out 40,000 to 50,000 high damage with a single fireball spell. If it were to bludgeon a bit more, then it could hit 70,000 or 80,000 straight away. This was only the base damage of the skill alone, not counting dimensional tear and the burns that came with the fireball. Although the group of demons were all level 130 existences, they weren't of the meaty variety, and at best, they only had around 100,000 blood. A flat A+ fireball spell from Luling can be a direct second. Therefore, when Luling rushed into the group of demonic wolves' hiding place, he was simply like a god descending from the heavens, and wherever he went, no one was able to stop him at all. Every attack could directly take away the life of at least one demon wolf. Those students who didn't recognize Luling were all stunned at the moment, and even forgot to rush up to help Luling resist the demon wolf. This dude is a mage? Not him with this damage and this speed. What's up with this tankiness? Why is it that those demon wolves don't even take blood off when they tickle him? A few students stared blankly at Luling, who was killing it big time, and silently gulped in disbelief. Even the few proud sons of heaven in Qingbei were deeply shocked by Luling at this moment. However, they had also heard of Luling's name before, so at this moment, it was more because Luling's performance was somewhat beyond their expectations, and Su Yuntian had already followed Luling's lead and began to follow him to help patch up those injured demon wolves. He had long known about Luling's toughness, and when he saw the group of dumbfounded students, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Fighting in a team with Luling was definitely the most enjoyable time he had ever had since he stepped into his career as a professional. Soon, under Luling's terrifying intimidation, the group of demonic wolves had already begun to have a tendency to rout, and those pairs of greenish wolf pupils had already been filled with fear. That's when the students who had come back to their senses wanted to get up and help. Under a barrage of fire from the crowd, the demon wolf finally couldn't withstand the pressure and retreated directly. After the battle ended, the crowd looked at Luling with a hint of awe in their eyes. It's too scary. With this fighting strength, I'm afraid that even a third-turn professional might not be able to securely win against this guy, right? Dude, you must be the tyrant Fashion that's been all the rage at Jiangnan University lately, right? Awesome indeed. Just as Luling was scavenging the loot, the lead cadet from Qingbei Academy walked up to Luling's side and asked with a smile, Chapter 142 Lava Beast, Mutant Demon. His tone was very friendly and not at all condescending. Luling smiled humbly at his words and said, It's all vanity. The man laughed and extended his hand to Luling. That's too modest. After this operation is over, come to our Qingbei to play as an exchange student if you have the time. Shen Chen, who was on the side, also chimed in. But right at this moment, Lu Hanha from Dongning University suddenly cut a disdainful sound and muttered in a low voice, What's the use of being good? What Qingbei University Jiangnan University senior students, in the future, but still obedient to work for us? Although his voice was small, it was full of condescension, as if he was upset that Luling was out of the limelight. These words can be a bit impolite. Luling and Shen Chen also heard it. Their faces were not good. Shen Chen was about to have a fit, but he was stopped by that senior from Qingbei, saying, Don't pay any attention to these magistrates. They're just a bunch of mindless broads. If they were really capable, they wouldn't stay in an academy like that. This senior also didn't have the slightest intention of lowering his voice, with the same disdain in his tone. As soon as these words came out, the gunpowder flavor in the air became heavier, and those from Dongning University all looked at the Luling trio with displeasure. It's not very nice to say, but it's true. If you're really capable, who's going to Dongning University? They must be going to a better college. That Lu Hanha snorted coldly and was about to speak, but was pulled back by the chief commander of the operation and shook his head at him. This conductor was a student of the capital university, and at this time, he was also a depressed lot. On one side was a group of young masters from prominent families, and on the other side was a top genius from the strongest university in China. Both sides were not to be messed with. He was beginning to regret taking the position of command at this point. In the end, he was able to finally persuade both groups to go to rest with good reason, and only then did he let out a long breath. And Luling was actually too lazy to bother with such people. Fight it. It'll be another pile of trouble when you get out. If you don't fight it, those people are really clueless and screaming and annoying. Forget it, just pretend this group doesn't exist and I'll just find my own. Luling thought in his mind and quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. After the crowd had rested together for some time, Qingbei and his group suddenly stood out and commanded the one from the capital university. I think it's too slow and efficient to carry out exploration with so many of us bunched together, and it's too easy to attract the attention of demons. How about this? How about our 5 college teams split up and work in groups of 2? The representative of Qingbei Academy said nonchalantly. Although they, Qingbei, had come in the smallest number, they were all experienced people, and in the battle with the demon wolf just now, apart from Luling, it was these few people from Qingbei who had the greatest role to play. So naturally, they have the capital to explore alone. Moreover, there was also Luling's meaning in this. Captain Qingbei had specially gone to ask Luling, and received Luling's affirmative reply, which was directly proposed. When that conductor from the capital university heard that, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He was about to politely decline the request when he suddenly heard a few people from Dongning University sneer. That's just as well. I don't want to see you poor slobs anymore. Get lost. Is this young man still missing you? When these words came out, they instantly upset Qingbei and his party, and they all pointed at those young masters and then demonstrated the art of language. Seeing that both sides clearly had a tendency to turn from a civil fight into a martial arts fight, the commander also hurriedly stepped forward to stop both sides, and then agreed to Qingbei's request. If this goes on together, I'm afraid that they don't need the demons, they're going to implode themselves. Anyway, the danger level of this secret realm wasn't very high, so it was better to split up and explore. The commanding officer thought helplessly in his mind. Alright, Captain Xiao, let's split up then. However, Be careful to stay in contact so you can be the first to back up if there is danger, the commander said helplessly to the captain of Sibei. The one known as Captain Xiao also nodded his head once, and then looked over to Luling's side. Then, we, Qingbei and Jiangnan University, will work in a group, and the remaining 3 of your colleges will work in a group. No problem, right? What could the conductor say? Naturally and helplessly, he agreed. In the end, the crowd split into 2 groups and each started exploring in one direction. On Jiangnan University's side, naturally, no one had any objections. They also didn't look too happy with the people on Dongning University's side, and since Luling had agreed, they had no reason to refuse. Thus, the crowd directly followed Luling's footsteps and started exploring towards the other side. Based on the contents of the letter, Luling learned that the 6 roots were, in fact, 6 sources of energy in different forms, now scattered around the world. There is a great possibility that other creatures, or demons, have taken possession of them, and a demonic creature that had devoured one of Sun Wukong's 6 roots would be extremely greatly strengthened. So I'm afraid that it would be quite a bit tougher to deal with than an ordinary demonic creature. Not long after walking along this side, the crowd suddenly sensed a strong demonic aura spreading unceasingly in front of them, as if there was some powerful demonic creature. Feeling this aura, Luling's heart stirred as if he had thought of something. Such a powerful demonic aura, with some other forces mixed in. Could it be a demonic creature that had swallowed the roots of the body? As Luling thought about it, he immediately summoned his weapon, and then used his spiritual power to detect it and started probing towards the front. Soon, he felt a spiritual force filled with malice and violence lock onto him. That guy's psychic power isn't weak either. How did he find me so quickly? Luling frowned slightly as he thought in his heart. However, he had come precisely for this fellow this time, so naturally he would not avoid it and directly met him without the slightest fear. Soon, the crowd heard a roar that shook the sky. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, and then only a small mountain-like beast was seen breaking out of the ground and appearing behind Luling and the others. It was a terrifying beast covered in rocks, full of irregular and strange stones, with a yellowish halo emanating from its chest and an oppressive feeling. Magical creature, lava beast, mutated. Level, 140. Attack power, 7,800. Blood quantity, 180. 000. The original body is an ordinary demonic bear, but after absorbing an unknown energy source, the body transformed into a more powerful being with an extremely indestructible body. Special property Vajra, this unit increases its physical and magical mitigation with the number of attacks it receives, is immune to all elemental effects, and is subject to a 70% attenuation of the effects of controls. Luling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even after reading the words. 800,000 drops of blood, close to 8,000 attack power. This guy was a proper boss panel, and it had a buff on it. The more attacks it received, the stronger its defense became. It's like a blood ox that can't be beaten. Luling's face also became grave, and he immediately informed the crowd of the words he had seen. A few people were also shocked when they heard this, and then they immediately became cautious. Chapter 143, Bitter Battle. The Mighty Giant of Stone. If the bear attack panel are 8,000, I'm afraid that smashing a bit can be smashed for 10 or 20,000 is not a problem. Moreover, bosses of this size are usually power types, and may be almost as fast, but in terms of destructive power, it's absolutely nothing to speak of. It was possible that this guy could release a skill and the brittle skin in their team would be directly killed in seconds. Even the geniuses of Qingbei University had to deal with it carefully. Luling, on the other hand, began to think of a way to deal with it. First of all, it is important to minimize the number of attacks as much as possible to avoid this monster's double resistance being stacked too high, making it impossible to deal with it. Secondly, it is also important to ensure that the attacker has enough speed and tolerance to be able to dodge its attacks and avoid being killed in seconds. When you think about it like this, it seems that out of so many people, you're the only one who fulfills the conditions. Luling thought with some depression. In terms of bursting ability, everyone present was definitely not as high as Luling's single burst, and in terms of speed, Luling, who had turned on his somersault clouds, was not only able to fly, but his speed was also definitely top-notch. It looks like this battle will have to be soloed by myself. As Luling thought, he explained the situation directly to the crowd of students behind him. When Shinichen heard this, he immediately nodded, and then gathered all of the priest professions to stack buff for Luling, and those of them could only be responsible for watching the battle from the sidelines first, waiting for Luling to respond when he needed to. The people of Jiangnan University naturally had no objections and immediately began to do as they were told. On the other hand, on Qingbei's side, there were a few people who were getting a little disgruntled in their hearts. Why is he so certain that all of us warrior assassins who are close to level 140 don't have as high an outburst as him alone? An assassin asked. speaking up in confusion. Su Yuntian smiled somewhat helplessly and said, "Dude, you weren't paying attention to see him hurt just now, were you? He can do 80,000 damage with one skill alone, can you?" After saying that, he patted him on the shoulder, leaving only a dumbfounded this assassin cluttering up the spot. One skill to hit 80,000? This is still a person? This kid is still playing melee mage. This to meet him, one skill and you still owe him a tube of blood? On the other hand, Luling had already started the fight. The first thing he did was to directly turn on his somersault clouds, then quickly fly close to the ground, directly turning on all the increased type skills on his body. The staff swung hard against the lava beast with a loud thud. When it was the sound of metal striking stone. After a flat A, Luling then directly used a burst fireball spell stacked with magic duet and whimsy enhancement. Boom! The fireball instantly exploded. After a double strengthening of the explosive fireball spell range is much larger. The explosion power is also extraordinary. Directly the lava beast to blow a stagger. Minus 28,102. The moment the damage jumped out, Luling couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. That's about 60% initial damage reduction. I'm afraid this hit just now, but it was dealt under the true damage enhancement of dimensional tier. If the damage reduction was removed, it could have dealt at least 60,000 to 70,000 damage, and now it's just over 20,000 damage? That's too hard, Luling thought to herself, and immediately after the lava beast was attacked, it let out an angry roar, followed by its huge hands being raised high in the air before slamming into the ground. Instantly, the crowd only felt a shaking of the ground and the sky, and the ground was shaken up with countless boulders, all of which floated toward the sky in a bizarre manner. Aha! What's going on here? Su Yuntian was the first to realize that something was wrong and immediately looked up, only to see countless boulders gradually flying up into the sky, surprisingly forming a huge stone ball in the air that covered the sky like a meteorite. I'm afraid the size of this stone ball has to be as big as 1 or 2 soccer fields. If this comes down, they'll all be in danger. Luling also noticed the situation in the sky and frowned. I didn't expect this guy to have such a large range Aoi either. No, we have to stop it from maneuvering this meteorite to fall. As Luling thought about it, he immediately made a direct move of Star Realm Seal, directly using silence to forcefully interrupt the lava beast's spell casting. The lavender chains spread rapidly along Luling's staff and soon connected directly to the lava beast's body. In an instant, the silencing effect caused it to lose control of the airborne meteor. The meteorite that was originally about to fall was also strangely suspended in the air. When the crowd saw this, they immediately began to respond, and the mages began to set fire to the air, attempting to directly destroy the meteorites in the air. The tanks, on the other hand, took their positions in advance and cast a group defense. Although this wave of attacks was successfully defused by Luling, the damage dealt by the Star Realm chains also caused the lava beast's adamantine unbreakable to stack up another layer, and its immunity to damage increased once again. Originally, the Star Realm chain was able to seal for about 7 seconds, but with the 70% control reduction of the lava beast, it was only silenced for a mere 3 seconds or less before it expired. The lava beast that regained its action roared angrily, and was about to maneuver the meteorite in the sky to fall again when it was forcefully interrupted by the stun effect of the Star Realm seal. And Luling was not idle at the moment. At the first moment of the end of the skill, he directly rushed up, his staff was raised high, and directly an arcane heavy attack fell. Before he launched his attack, he had already turned on 0 of time. The skills on his body were all on no cooldown for the next minute. This arcane heavy strike was likewise stacked with skills such as dimensional tear and magic duet. Enhanced by whimsy, the shock triggered by arcane heavy strike is now also capable of briefly shattering an enemy's double resistance and causing intense stiffness. Boom! Boom! 2 successive arcane heavy strikes slammed hard into the head of the lava beast, immediately causing it to receive a wave of high damage, and with a muffled grunt from its mouth, it was directly put under seamless control. And next, Luling went straight for the jugular. Arcane heavy strike articulated with explosive fireball spell. Slamming the lava behemoth blow after blow, interspersed with a few void relocations every now and then to increase the damage. In just 1 minute, it had directly knocked out more than 100,000 blood from the lava beast. Finally, Toki no Zero's effect ended, and Luling's attack frequency slowed down, and the lava beast that had been pounded for half a day and suffocated to the extreme finally seized the opportunity, and immediately roared out. With a wave of his hand toward the sky, the meteorite hovering in the air began to slowly fall like a natural disaster. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. This is the end. They had just gathered fire together for half a day, but the impact on that meteorite had little effect, which was enough to see how terrifying it was. If this smashed down, these brittle skins of theirs were afraid that they would all be finished. Chapter 144, Saving the Day. Acquiring the body root. Still can't do it? Everyone looked bitterly at Luling, who was still standing in front of the lava beast, but Luling didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth even slightly grinned, revealing a bizarre smile. Don't forget, he still has a heavenly talent skill that he hasn't used. With the existence of the reversal technique, the thing that Luling was least afraid of was this kind of single damage high burst skill, regardless of how much range or how effective it is. As long as it's a single damage, then it's useless in the face of a reversal spell. In an instant, Luling opened his natural skill, reversal technique, only to see a light instantly spreading towards the surroundings with Luling at the center. A mark identical to Luling's talent icon soon appeared on the lava beast's forehead, and it hadn't even realized it yet. It just looked towards Luling and the others with a sardonic smile, as if it had already expected Luling and the others to die a horrible death when they were crushed into pieces by the meteorite. Soon, the huge meteorite was already on the verge of being above the heads of the crowd, and the aura that covered the sky and the sun caused a sense of despair to arise in everyone's hearts. But right after the meteorite fell, the crowd was surprised to find that they didn't perceive any aura of danger. It was reasonable to say that with this kind of attack skill, those with high spiritual power would more or less be able to have some premonition of danger. But at this moment, none of them triggered the premonition of danger. Along with the meteorite gradually pressing on top of the ground, the people behind Luling were surprised to find that not only were they not injured at all, their blood count was actually increasing rapidly. On the contrary, on the side of the lava beast, it was as if it had suffered some kind of serious injury, and it kept roaring angrily. Boom! Finally, the meteorite landed heavily on top of the ground, instantly flattening everything around it, except for the professionals who had been marked as targets by the lava behemoths. The crowd pushed their way through the already shattered pile of rocks and then walked out with a confused look on their faces. Just as he came out, he saw Luling once again violently swing a staff, directly cracking the lava beast's head. It turned out that the meteorite that had just been there was able to provide a recovery effect for the lava giants, but after the reversal, the recovery directly turned into damage, and in an instant, it directly took away more than 10,000 blood from the lava beast, and Luling just rode the wave of victory to finish off this terrifying stone behemoth. After the lava beast's head shattered, an amber-like object emitting yellowish light spots gradually flew out from its body. Ishigaru Rokujin Shimoto worries. Quality, mythical props. Introduction, born to be long, immortal. What is carefree in the three realms of false impunity? After the words became visible, Luling immediately checked them out. Then, as soon as he reached out, he grabbed the mass of amber and put it into his backpack. In this way, one of the 6 roots has already been collected. It seems that it is not as difficult as I thought. Luling's mood was instantly improved, and a small smile appeared on his face. At this time, the hijacked crowd then reacted and surrounded Luling's side. After seeing the headless body on the ground, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Too fierce. Just as the crowd was about to open their mouths to speak, they suddenly heard a violent explosion from the distance. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted, and they immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came. No, that seems to be the direction those people from the capital university are exploring. They shouldn't have met this kind of terrifying demonic creature as well, right? Suddenly, a mage in the Zhengnan University said worriedly. This was of course impossible, and the lava beast in front of him was so powerful only because it had devoured one of Sun Wukong's 6 roots. Although it hadn't been completely refined, just part of the power emanating from this thing caused it to far exceed that of a similar level demonic creature, reaching a terrifying situation. And this thing was now in Luling's backpack, so naturally another lava beast wouldn't appear. However, there might be other powerful demonic creatures in this secret realm, so they still had to quickly go over and check it out. Although all the people did not have any good feelings towards those young masters of Donghua University, the students of the capital university and the other university were innocent, so naturally, they could not be saved at the sight of death. After briefly harmonizing their opinions, the crowd rushed directly towards the direction of the source of the sound. However, since there were quite a few mages and tanks in the group, which were professions with relatively poor mobility, the crowd didn't rush at a fast pace. At this rate, I'm afraid it will still take at least half an hour to get there, which is definitely too late. When Luling saw this, he directly addressed the crowd. No, if they're really in danger, we'll never be able to catch up with support like this. Assassin and swordsman type professions with high agility in the group come with me. The rest of you keep marching as is. After the battle just now, Luling was admittedly already one of the most vocal people among the teams of the 2 colleges, and hearing him say that, the crowd nodded and then acted. Indeed, there was no problem at all with what Luling said. If he went to support them at this speed again, I'm afraid that he would only be able to collect the corpses for those people. However, as a mage, could he not be on par with those assassins in terms of speed? Although the crowd agreed with Luling's words, they were inevitably confused by Luling's confidence, and Luling also directly used practical actions to block the mouths of those who questioned him. Seeing that those professions with high mobility were assembled, Luling then directly nodded and said to Su Yuntian, "Brother Shen, you're in charge of leading these people. I'll go first." After saying that, he directly leapt in place, and after a flip in the air, he directly opened the flying state of the somersault cloud. After Luling, who had his feet on the somersault clouds, indicated the direction to Su Yuntian, he instantly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of the sound just now. Looking at his instantly distant back, the crowd was shocked beyond measure. He actually has flight-type skills? That's two all around, isn't it? Looking at this speed, I'm afraid that the rank of his flying skill is definitely S rank, maybe even SS rank. The people were all shocked beyond words, and the corners of Su Yuntian's mouth twitched. In just a few seconds, they couldn't even see the taillights of Luling's car. What kind of divine speed is this? After a short period of shock, Su Yuntian also came back to his senses, and immediately took those who were fast to catch up. Chapter 145 Rescue, the Great Battle Against the Sin Lizard Swarm. And at this time, Luling had already flown out several kilometers. He kept exuding his spiritual power to probe all the way, and soon found the traces of Capital University and the others. After flying in that direction for another minute, Luling saw a large group of demonic creatures shaped like lizards that were besieging those professionals in the other group. Magic lizards. Rank, 135. Attack power, 6,800. Blood quantity, 120,000. After using the spiritual exploration technique to observe the information of a wave of demonic creatures, Luling then directly summoned his weapon, and then like a heavenly god with his feet on the somersault clouds, he rushed towards the group of demonic creatures. The people of Capital University, who had already been caught in a bitter battle and were beyond despair, suddenly saw Luling's figure and were all stunned, and then immediately became ecstatic. Great! It's the people from Qingbei and Jiangnan universities coming for support. However, after they saw that Luling's back was empty, and that he was still charging towards the demons alone, they all despaired once again. What? Only one person actually came? And the one who came is actually a mage? This is the end. Hey, don't rush up and get yourself killed. Luling, however, did not pay any attention to their shouts, spinning his staff around in his hands as he cared for himself, and then opened a series of enhancement skills. The staff instantly burst out a 7-colored halo, and then only saw Luling as a ghost like a somersault cloud rushed into the group of demons, directly raised his hand as a staff swing. This strike had the power of a mountain of power. It instantly sent several sin lizards flying. The immense power was also accompanied by several elemental special effects, and it instantly exploded in the group of demons, directly killing several sinister lizards that were hit head-on. The remaining sinner lizards were also startled by the sudden appearance of Luling, and they all let out threatening hissing sounds in an attempt to scare Luling away. Instead, Luling just sneered and directly copied his staff, followed by swinging out another devastating blow. Boom! The fireball spell exploded close to the face, enhanced by whimsy, plus the already fearful blast range of the burst fireball spell. It caused almost all of the sinister lizards around Luling to be swallowed right up by the heat. These sinister lizards were a kind of demonic creature that had an extremely strong vitality and contained a high level of poison, and they liked to live in groups. Once they were entangled, then even a professional whose rank was several levels above them would have a headache. However, those strengths of theirs were useless in front of the terrifying tyrant that was Luling. The poison couldn't touch Luling at all, and the life force in Tenacious, that can withstand a one-time 80,000 or 90,000 damage, and 3 or 4 seconds to put an attack. Soon, a vacuum was smashed directly around Luling, just as the sinner lizards were about to flee. An even louder hiss suddenly came from the rear, only to see an even larger-sized sinister lizard with an irregular pattern covering its body slowly crawling out from the sinister lizard group. It had a bloody piece of human limb in its mouth, and bright red blood still dripped from the corner of its mouth. A pair of green bean-sized eyes stared grimly at Luling, exuding a king-like majesty, as if trying to overpower Luling in terms of aura. However, Luling was not the least bit moved, and only looked at the unusual sinister lizard playfully, then spun his staff in a club twist and confronted it. Indestructible Sinner Lizard, Elite Leader. Level, 140. Attack power, 7,100. Blood quantity, 140,000. 140 level Elite Leader? It seems that it is the leader of this group of demons. Humph, just in time. Catch a thief before he catches a king. I didn't look for you, but you even sent yourself to my door." After glancing at the guy's words, Luling thought in his mind, and the terrifying aura emanating from his surroundings caused the undying sinner lizard to feel a sense of unease. It then immediately threw away the blood and flesh in its mouth, then roared, its body storming as if it were flying against the ground and rushing towards Luling. Although its attack power was lower than that of a lava beast, it was many times faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the undying sinner lizard opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards Luling's head. If this bite hit, Luling would be greatly disabled even if he didn't die. Their mouths are attached with a strong poison. However, with the somersault clouds, Luling's speed was close to that of a third-turn assassin profession, and with his above-average reflexes, almost 0.1 seconds before the undying sinner lizard bit down, it immediately dodged with a sideways dash. Then, a sudden burst of light erupted from the staff, and the arcane heavy strike landed directly on its head, accompanied by a muffled sound. The indestructible sinner lizard let out a hiss of pain and withdrew in a flash, looking at Luling with a bit more scorn in his gaze. It was also considered a bully in this grassland, and this time, it actually suffered such a big loss, or in the hands of a human whose rank was inferior to it. It's just a strange shame. However, without waiting for it to attack again, Luling directly took the initiative to attack. Although 0 of time was still on cooldown at the moment, there was no need to use it against this guy. At this moment, those people from the capital university had all looked dumbfounded, even forgetting their current situation. The words kept echoing in their heads. Mage, it's actually possible to fight like this? That was a level 140 elite leader. He was actually able to fight it head-on. He even got past him. Even those more powerful warrior professions, when they run into this situation, I'm afraid they'll have to pull to find a break, right? He's a mage, and he's just going up there all watery like that and pounding away like a gopher? What the hell is wrong with the world? A whole lot of question marks flashed through the minds of the crowd, accompanied by a burst of violent explosions. Luling's staff was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, smashing into the body of the indestructible sinner lizard one after another, quickly knocking it into a crippled blood. It didn't have the same terrifying defense as the lava beast, and each of Luling's attacks could knock out at least 30,000 to 40,000 blood. If it struck a bludgeon, it would directly hit 60,000 with a staff. If it wasn't for the fact that the indestructible sinner lizard had a natural trait that increased its defense and recovered its life value at high speeds when its blood level was low, I'm afraid that it would have already been hammered to death by Luling. However, this skill only allowed him to hold out for about 10 more minutes. Soon after, Luling used a burst fireball spell to directly blow it into a bloody mist, and the rest of the sin lizards then saw their own king were killed, was even more scared to the liver and guts, have scattered and fled, instantly disappeared without a trace. Luling also did not pursue. He noticed that there seemed to be several people missing from the capital university. It was not appropriate to pursue at this time. It was better to see what happened first. But unexpectedly, before he could walk over to ask questions, he heard a growl of grief and anger coming from him. "You, how dare you do such a thing? I want you to pay for your lives." This was followed by a sound of clashing weapons. Luling froze at his words and immediately walked up to check. Chapter 146, Backstabbing Teammate. Against all odds, Lu Han and, only to see the captain of Jinling University's representative team. His eyes reddened as he held up the large sword in his hand and struggled to slash towards Lu Hanha of Dongning University. However, the knife was blocked by a couple of capital university peoples, and immediately a few people came up to pull him away. Seeing this situation, Luling became more and more puzzled, so he walked up and asked this question. Luling only learned that this Lu Han and the behavior, indeed with no doubt, it turned out that when they met this group of sin lizards just now, the situation was actually not very critical. After all, the strength of the crowd from the capital university was not bad, plus their side was a joint team of 3 colleges, which was even more numerous. But the problem lies in the fact that the few people from this Dongning University are actually each and every one of them is a scum who flaunts his arms in front of people, but is a shrinking turtle in front of demons. Despite the fact that capital university's command was very well placed, those few rice buckets still caused problems in the team's defense due to fear, causing the back row to be directly rushed. The most annoying thing is that it would have been possible to be rushed in the back row, pulled slightly, injured at best, and still be able to stabilize. However, Lu Hanha was directly stunned, not to mention that the first time he reacted, he actually directly pushed the several priests from Jinling University around him who were incapable of fighting over to block the demons. The result was predictable. Having no ability to resist and being thrown into the mouth of the demonic creature, those few priests were directly buried in the mouth of the sin lizard. Professionals of their level, against a swarm of sinister lizards, even if they really couldn't defeat them, it was absolutely fine to resist for a while. However, Because of the cowardice of those few young masters from Dongning University, they directly put the crowd into a bitter battle. This kind of backstabbing of a teammate is nothing short of shameful. After Luling heard this, a wave of anger was also born in his heart, and his eyes towards Lu Hanha became icy cold. Unexpectedly, this Lu Han in face not only did not have half a bit of shame, but also directly aimed the spearhead at Luling. Humph, what are all talking about me here? I just wasn't paying attention at the time. If you guys want to blame it, blame the guy for coming too slow. If he had come earlier, wouldn't it have been fine? Lu Hanha said, surprisingly pointing his finger towards Luling with a rightful face. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked, and this kind of counterintuitive statement could be said to be truly jaw-dropping. Blaming someone else for coming to your rescue and coming too slow? What kind of reasoning is that? And those few Dongning University students who heard this, surprisingly, all nodded their heads in agreement, as if there was absolutely no fault at all with this statement. Luling also let out a cold laugh and shook his head, feeling somewhat amused. So, I have one more to make up to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hanha immediately thought that Luling had succumbed to his illustrious birth, and smiled proudly. Count your blessings. Let's put it this way, apologizing is not necessary. When you turn around and go out, you can just explain yourself to the professionals union. Don't worry, as long as you take the initiative to take on this matter, my Lu family will never treat you poorly in the future. Lu Hanha said, his eyes looking at Luling as if he was handing out a wild dog, as if he was certain that he would not be able to refuse this tantalizing offer. As one of the 4 great families of the capital, the Lu family, I don't know how many people rush to flatter themselves on weekdays. When confronted with such provincial yokels, all one needs to do is throw them a bone to keep them in line. Lu Hanha's heart was filled with confidence and a superior smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, however, once Luling heard this, the smile on his face gradually became playful. Really? Seeing how skillful you are, it shouldn't be the first time you've done this kind of thing, right? Are human lives that worthless in your eyes? Hearing this, Lu Hanha smiled proudly and said, this kind of pariahs are naturally worthless, and it's only right that people of honorable status like me should be honored for them to sacrifice their lives to protect me. After saying that, he disdainfully looked at the captain of the Jinling University team whose eyes seemed to want to kill. At this time, the anger in the captain's heart has reached the extreme, and he can't wait to shatter Lu Han and his body into pieces on the spot. Those priests who just died, there could be his girlfriend among them. How could this not make him want to kill? And now, this can actually say such words. Is this still a human being? Just as he was planning to disregard everything and go up to fight Lu Hanha for his life, Luling grabbed his hand first, only to see Luling directly kick Lu Hanha to the ground, and then pulled out a medal and wore it on his chest. Then, without slowing down, he tied up Lu Hanha. Suspect Lu Hanha, you are now suspected of intentional homicide. I will detain you temporarily in accordance with Chinese law and wait for a trial when you get out. Luling smiled, but his eyes were like looking at a dead person. When these words came out, everyone was shocked beyond belief, and they all couldn't help but look at Luling. Those who had knowledge of it sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the red medallion on Luling's chest. It's actually a red dragon grade medal. This is the highest grade of the medals sent out by the Professionals League. Wearing this medal is an absolute right to enforce the law when necessary. The crowd was shocked. Absolute law enforcement power, which meant that even if Luling executed Lu Hanha on the spot, he would not be held accountable after he went out as long as he gave the right reasons. This medal was issued to Luling by a warrior who was specially accounted for after the chief of Huaxia received Luling before, in order to be able to play a role in critical moments. There's no way to fake this thing. The identification chips inside are all unique in their existence. At this time, the pressed down Lu Hanha reacted, and an expression of shame and annoyance immediately surfaced on his face, and he directly cursed, "Asshole, you actually dare to treat Laozi like this? Do you know what status this young man has?" Luling didn't bother with him, just shook his head in pity, followed by another kick to the body. "Shut up or I'm going to have to take coercive measures," Luling said with a cold smile. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised, quickly causing Lu Hanha to break out in a cold sweat and obediently shut his mouth. Seeing this, Luling nodded, and then threw Lu Hanha like a dead dog in front of the crowd of the capital university. "We'll deal with this guy when we get out of here. For now, just keep him in custody for now." In the face of such a pig and dog inferior, the crowd naturally will not have anyone to plead for him, and none of them will give him a good look. Subsequently, Shinichen and other lets who had rushed to support them also arrived. After hearing about what Lu Hanha had done, Shinichen and the others were also shocked and furious. This kind of scum actually managed to get mixed up in an operation sent by the Professionals Union itself? How outrageous! What made Luling somewhat surprised was that Xiaoran, the captain of the Qingbei team, seemed to abhor this kind of thing and acted extraordinarily angry. Chapter 147 End of Exploration. full war preparations opened. But this wasn't a good time to explore such things. The priority was to hurry up and find the secret boss and then complete the exploration operation. The crowd afterward once again joined forces and began to continue exploring. Under Luling's strong lead, the crowd also quickly found the secret boss area. Surprisingly, however, the strength of this boss could seem a bit underwhelming when compared to those monsters outside, and the crowd defeated it very easily. Strange, this boss is way too weak compared to the lava beast we met earlier, right? What the hell is going on here? Shinichen muttered with great suspicion. Luling, however, just laughed and had no intention of revealing the real reason. In fact, the monster mutations inside this hidden mystery realm were actually all due to the influence of Sun Wukong's 6 roots. The boss of the hidden secret realm was in another area, that's why it didn't get reinforced, or else Luling and the others wouldn't have been able to beat it. After successfully clearing the secret realm, the crowd also harvested a wave of experience value and materials each. As the most outstanding performer in this operation, Luling, the crowd had the good sense to give him the best drops. Although Luling didn't care about these things, he couldn't help the fact that the captains of the remaining 3 schools were strongly requesting it, especially the captain of Jinling Academy. After some fruitless excuses, Luling had no choice but to reluctantly accept all the loot. This time, the secret realm drops were almost all materials used to strengthen equipment, as well as a few source energy stones of good quality. This kind of source energy stone not only could be used for inlaying equipment, but was also able to be used as currency in the profession sanctuary, belonging to something that was very appetizing. It just so happened that Luling himself was about to turn 3 soon, and these strengthening materials would be useful. Regarding the strengthening of equipment, there are actually restrictions. Not all equipment can be strengthened. If you want to strengthen the equipment on your body, you must require that the equipment's level limit and the professional's own level are higher than 150 in order to be able to strengthen the equipment. This is true for all equipment except mythic equipment, which is not subject to this rule. As for the number of times the equipment can be enhanced, it is related to the grade of the equipment, with the exception of legendary and mythic grade equipment, which can be strengthened 9 times. The rest of the equipment decreases in order based on the grade. For example, an epic grade would only be strengthened 8 times, and an elite grade would only be strengthened 7 times, to make it easier to understand the level. So generally these equipment strengthened a few times is a few turns of equipment. And if you want to inlay source energy stone on your equipment, you must require more than 4 turns, and your equipment must be strengthened into 4 turns equipment before you can unlock the inlay function. All of these Luling are currently not useful for the time being, so they don't need to be too much of a concern. After putting all these things into his backpack, Luling stepped into the portal with the crowd. After re-entering the real world, there were already quite a few Chinese law enforcers standing outside. They had all rushed here after receiving Luling's message. When the crowd came out, these law enforcers came forward and asked what had happened. After learning about what Lu Hanha had done, these law enforcers couldn't help but show a look of disgust. No matter where you are, this kind of villain who gets stabbed at his teammates is unwelcome, not to mention the fact that this guy actually got several people killed. Soon, Lu Hanha was handcuffed by the law enforcers, until the time of being taken away. Lu Hanha still did not understand the seriousness of the matter, still screaming about his father is who he is, telling how his family's power is huge. But so what if the family is huge? This is China, and no family or guild organization can shake the law. What awaits Lu Hanha will surely be the severe punishment of the Chinese law. After this operation was over, Luling was also the first to return to the secret realm of Mount Huagua with the body root he had just obtained. Good. Brother Luling is so capable. Surprisingly, he found my old son's body roots back so quickly, Sun Wukong said smilingly, and as soon as he pulled Luling's sleeve, he brought him to the banquet that had already been prepared. Come, we must not get drunk today. Boys, serve the fruit wine. As soon as the words fell, the monkeys under the seat excitedly brought up bowls of freshly scented fruit wine. Seeing this, Luling also smiled helplessly and bitterly, thinking that he was afraid that today would be another fierce battle. The next morning, Luling woke up early and after bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, he returned to the middle of Jiangnan University. When he was on his way out, the Monkey King also took his hand and rambled on a bunch of times, obviously already considering Luling as a friend. Brother Luling, now that my body roots have returned, I can make a few points out of my skills. Take this monkey hair. It has a small portion of my old grandson's strength attached to it, so as long as you crush it as soon as you can, you'll gain a breath of adamantine power. I'll make sure that you'll be chopped up by the sword and axe, and you won't be hurt at all. When that otherworldly demon invades, that will be the day I, Lao Sun, will re-emerge from the 3 realms. As Sun Wukong's words echoed in his mind, Luling couldn't help but show a knowing smile, and the expression on his face became more resolute. Even if the world is really going to suffer, it will have to be after he, Luling, has burned his last drop of blood. After returning to the school, Luling realized that the normally lively campus was quite empty at this time. It was only when I asked that I learned that the Chinese government had officially publicized the news of the impending invasion of the otherworld. At the same time, the Chinese officials also issued a statement encouraging all professionals to unite and fight against the otherworldly invasion together to defend their homeland. The major colleges and universities have also increased the training of their students, and the secret missions that were originally only accessible to juniors and above can now be accessed as long as they have reached the level. That's why the school looks a little empty at this point. Not only that, but the Chinese officials had already begun to build city defense facilities in each city, as well as increasing the number of shelters in each city, just like entering a state of war readiness. Luling, who had learned of this news, couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that above the entire blue planet, only they, China, have this kind of vigor. Putting the people first is not an empty phrase in the mouths of China's top brass. Meanwhile, the highest institution in the beautiful country, St. Peter's University, MS, Lilia, you should know very well that our beautiful country has not been on good terms with China lately, and this is not a good time to go to China to exchange and learn, and they seem to be on a war footing lately. We can't afford to be responsible if they take you hostage if we go over at this time. A foreign man with gray hair was persuading Lilia bitterly, his eyes filled with disbelief and helplessness. Chapter 148, Remaining Root Artifact News. Traveling to the new secret realm. Lilia's reaction, however, was very cold, not even looking at the man, flipping through the 10 minutes to learn Chinese in her hand. It was only after a long time that her delicate and pretty face changed a little and she spoke faintly. Richard, please make it clear that I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. If you can't get it done, then get the hell out of here. Lilia's tone was unforgiving, directly choking back what Richard was trying to say. After a while, he then let out a long sigh and nodded respectfully, saying, I know, miss, I'll get right on it. With that, he left the room. When Richard left, Lilia looked a little better. Her eyes were mixed with anticipation and longing as she silently looked at the application form on the table for an exchange study program with Jiangnan University in China. On the other hand, after Luling had rested for a day at Jiangnan University, he also immediately received a call from the professionals' union side. The phone call said two news. The first is that Lu Hanha has been tried at the speed of light, but did not execute the death penalty, but sentenced to a life sentence. The second was that the number and frequency of secret realms had increased dramatically recently, and the Kanglan City Professionals Union was a bit too busy, hoping that Luling could find the time to go over and help. The frequency of the secret realm appearing has become higher, which means that what the Dragon King said was exactly right, and that all the signs of an otherworldly invasion have appeared. I'm afraid that in as little as a month, or as much as a year, Blue Star is going to officially have a war on its hands. No, you can't lie flat at a time like this. It's imperative that you strengthen yourself as much as possible. As Luling thought about it, he jumped straight up from his bed, then immediately rushed to the Professionals Union branch in Kanglan City. Taking a look at the quest area, sure enough, there were several more pages of quests on the quest list above, all of which were either first passes to new secret areas or exploration quests. By the way, it seems that part of Monkey's 6 roots is in Jiangnan province, so it's a good idea to look for any secret realms over there, and explore while leveling. Luling suddenly remembered this, and then immediately contacted the Monkey King using the life-saving millipede. Now that Sun Wukong had retrieved one, the connection between the other 6 was much stronger, and he could already roughly sense its location. After learning the general location through conversation, Luling immediately began to look over the list of tasks. It turned out to be quite a coincidence that in that very city, 2 or 3 new secret realms similar to Luling's current level had appeared, and all of them had difficulty ratings of A rank or higher. At this point in time, the Alliance was severely understaffed, so all 3 quests were basically unclaimed, and after some deliberation, Luling ended up directly selecting the secret realm with the highest difficulty level, Domain of Dust and Sand. This was the name that the Alliance had given to the secret realm for the time being, and after Luling had taken up the mission, a detailed exploration report was sent directly to Luling's hands. After a quick glance, Luling also had a general understanding of this. However, the last sentence on this report came to him. This secret realm contains hidden areas with open condition locations and magical creatures that have been mutated by unknown factors, so please be careful when exploring with your colleagues. Hidden areas? Mutant demons? Is it that coincidental? Monkey's root weapon just happened to be devoured by the demonic creature in this secret realm? Luling's heart stirred, and he immediately moved, heading directly to this city called Flingshi City. On the way, after directly asking the principal for a vacation, Luling learned another piece of news that surprised him a bit. The top school in the beautiful country, St. Peter's University, actually sent elite trainees to Jiangnan University for exchange and study at this juncture. St. Peter's University is a rival to the existence of Qingbei University. Even in the international community is also considered to be the top ranking of the prestigious university. To actually come to their exchange at Jiangnan University was really puzzling. Luling didn't know at this point that this whole exchange study was actually something that Lilia had made up in order to see him again. After hanging up the phone, Luling threw this matter to the back of his mind, and then began to carefully study the preliminary raid information for the domain of dust and sand. The secret realm had yet to be first passed, and although a number of professionals had already entered, the first pass broadcast had not appeared for a long time. Soon, Luling arrived at Fingxi City. After contacting the local branch of the Professionals Union, Luling also managed to arrive at the location of the secret realm. After passing through the secret realm portal, the eyes were introduced to a large area of yellowish sky, and the sand dunes on the ground that tumbled and fell like waves. This place should originally be a primitive jungle, but because of the secret realm's sake hardened into a desert. Just after entering the secret realm, Luling heard an odd rustling sound, only to see a large group of huge desert scorpions that were at least a meter upwards quietly drilling out of the sand at some point, and were staring greedily at Luling. Apparently, they viewed Luling as today's dinner. Scorpion of the Wild Sands, normal, rank, 135, attack power, 6,000, blood quantity, 98,000. Luling, however, was not the least bit afraid, and after briefly scanning their panels, he directly summoned his weapon. Numerically, this kind of demonic creature was simply weak. Singling it out might not be as good as some demonic creatures around level 120. However, there were quite a few of them, and with the way they seemed to be able to hide their scent in the desert, it would still be quite a problem if it was a sneak attack. Luling thought in his mind, but his hand movements didn't stop. Directly transforming into a hot lightning bolt, he swung his staff and knocked on it. None of these guys' blood levels had broken 100,000, and with Luling's current damage, a single flat A could smash one to death, and a single skill could blow up a piece of it. Soon, this group of pitiful wild sand scorpions were resolved by Luling at light speed, instantly providing Luling with a huge wave of experience value. Professional Luling has leveled up to 140. New learnable skills have been unlocked for the exclusive skill set of the Wondrous Arts Mage. Skill Desperate Stakes has been unlocked. Aha! Are you level 140 already? You've unlocked a new skill. After Luling put the staff away, he was also interested and immediately opened his skill learning panel and checked it out. Skill, Desperate Stakes. Possible profession, Mage of Strange Arts. Effect, transfer all current attribute points to one of its own values, causing that value to briefly skyrocket, but temporarily locking the rest of the attributes at 1. After reading this skill introduction, Luling also directly revealed a black question mark face. This skill, a bit too abstract, isn't it? Chapter 149, Skill Fusion. Entering the domain of dust and sand. Transfer all attribute points to one value, but all other attribute points are temporarily locked to 1? Even for a D-ranked professional, the attributes on his body couldn't be 1 in the case of a level 1. To give a simple example, if Luling wanted to transfer all of his attribute points to strength, he would have to turn into a snail, even if his damage was high. What was the point of not hitting anyone? If agility is 1, I'm afraid the enemy can sleep before getting up to hide, right? And if he shifted all of his attribute points to speed, it was fast, but each attack was about the same damage as a mosquito bite, so how could he fight? It looks awesome, but it seems kinda chicken asterisk, doesn't it? What the hell is this? Luling cried and laughed at the thought, and had no choice but to not learn this skill for the time being. Just after closing the skill panel, Luling smoothly opened the martial god system again and had a 10-round draw. Since Luling's second turn, the rewards given out by the system have rarely been able to significantly increase Luling's combat power. Most of them were materials, or things that Luling couldn't use for the time being. Still, being able to buy free attribute points with martial arts points is a nice feature. After the second turn, Luling's mana strength was now able to gain bonuses based on the points of other attributes on his body. Therefore, Luling usually had nothing to do but to give himself some speed and resistance points, and went further and further down this road of incarnating a numerical monster. Along with the familiar sound of the dial, Luling also managed to ship again. Congratulations! Obtained Purple Collectible 6th Order Immortal Potion *1. Congratulations! You have obtained the Golden Collection Skill Fusion Card *1. However, the rewards given this time appeared to be something that Luling had never seen before, which caused him to become interested. Skill Fusion Card. Introduction. After using it, you can fuse your own skills. The more compatible the skills are, the more powerful the fusion will be, but please note that the fusion has the risk of failure. Hint, after use, 2 skills can be selected for testing. and the prop will provide a calculation of the probability of successful fusion. The introduction was very simple, but the effect was very satisfying to Luling. Can you fuse skills? That's a bit similar to that equipment fusion card from before, isn't it? It was just as well that he had to open a half-dozen skills before each output, and it was a good thing that he had fused them. After all, who can't get enough of their skill bar? After pondering for a while, Luling decided to fuse the two passive skills, Dimensional Tear and Arcane Draw, a bit. These two skills could both be acquired by Luling when he had just become a professional, and they were still his main skills, one providing high true damage and the other providing high recovery. After several upgrades, the true wound effect of Dimensional Tear had become a passive effect, but it still maintained the effect of a threefold increase when actively turned on. Arcane Drawing's lifesteal, on the other hand, is increased and stacks a layer of blood joy on itself each time it recovers. This effect consistently boosts the recovery effect that Luling receives, which is a good gain buff. Thinking that, Luling directly used the skill fusion card and then selected these two skills. Testing in progress. Detection complete. Skill fusion compatibility, 92%. Is there a fusion? Luling also didn't expect the two skill adaptations to actually be that high, and immediately chose yes. A golden light was then seen flashing by, and the icons on Luling's skill bar suddenly turned gray and gradually began to disappear. After a while, only a ding could be heard. Sound. A beep sounded in Luling's head once again. Skill fusion completed. Newly acquired skill, Ether Devouring. Skill Ether Devouring. Rating, SSS. Studyable profession, Mage. Passive effect, Dimension Devourer. 25% of spell damage dealt to an enemy is converted to true damage, and an equal amount of life is restored. Converts to a shield up to 50% of its own life value if it is full. When active is on, it will strengthen the passive, dealing a higher percentage of true damage while increasing its own recovery by 100% and gaining 10% immunity. After reading the skill introduction over, Luling also nodded in satisfaction. The result of this fusion was still good. Not only did it directly increase the true damage percentage by 5%, but it also added a new damage-free effect when it was actively turned on. Most importantly, the blue consumption of this skill is very low. It also has the effects of two skills at the same time, so this wave is a pure enhancement. Just as Luling was calculating in his mind the enhancement that this new skill would bring him, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the distance. Then it was realized that a breeze had gradually started to blow on the ground at some point. Luling subconsciously looked up and immediately realized something was wrong. On the dunes in the distance, a large dust storm that covered the sky had suddenly appeared. That faint whistling sound was coming from exactly over there. Although there was still a distance from Luling, Luling could already feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Moreover, there was a demonic aura constantly emanating from that sandstorm. There was definitely something fishy going on in there. Luling's brows furrowed, and something occurred to him. Could this be the unknown powerful magical creatures and hidden spaces mentioned in the intelligence? After thinking for a moment, Luling immediately decided to go up and see what was going on. He had just summoned his somersault cloud and was planning to fly over in that direction when an anxious voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oi, little brother, don't go. It's dangerous over there." Only to see a young man wearing a warrior's jacket on his body hurriedly running towards Luling from the distance, his face full of anxiety. Hearing this, Luling was also interested, stopping his movements and asking curiously, "Do you know what's in there?" The man panted and waved his hand in a no-nonsense manner. "How would I know? The demons in there are existences that can easily kill even a level 140 professional in seconds. Don't ask so many questions. Just hide with me for a while until the sandstorm passes." After saying that, he swept another glance at the equipment on Luling's body and shook his head. "Really count your luck, running into me, or else if you were a mage going over there, I'm afraid you'd be killed by the demons inside in minutes. I say you're really too. That thing doesn't look like a good place to go, and you're thinking of heading that way. You must be a college student by the looks of you, right? Is that what your teacher taught you?" The man counted down Luling as he ran to the back with him. Luling was also dumbfounded by what he heard, and did not know how to explain for a while, and thought of simply shutting up and forgetting about it, and asked for some information about the secret realm later and then left. This man should be a civil guild or individual professional who wanted to come into the first pass secret realm. His heart wasn't bad, but he just had more mouths.